Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, you called for me. The boy dressed in a hooded sweatshirt and light denim jeans stood obediently in front of the redwood desk. He was somewhat nervous, like a student being reprimanded by their head teacher, his slender and pale fingers tugging tightly at the edge of his sweatshirt. His light pink nails had turned slightly red from the strain. Yi Hanqing said nothing, his piercing gaze repeatedly assessing the boy. The faint sounds of a morning conversation still echoed in his ears. I heard another little tramp got his legs broken by Mr. Yi after trying to seduce him. Someone else responded with both surprise and schadenfreude. People actually dare to climb into Mr. Yi's bed? I heard that ever since he broke his legs in a car accident, his temper has been particularly violent. If he gets upset, he vents on the company's artists. Wasn't there someone who accidentally bumped into him and got buried away from the spotlight? The laughing group of young men burst into raucous laughter. Standing nearby, the clean-faced boy frowned and indignantly rebutted, Mr. Yi is not like that. He is a good person. The young men let out a chorus of disapproval and mockery. One run, don't tell us you also want to seduce Mr. Yi. TSK, can't you even consider if you'll survive after crawling onto his bed? Right, I advise you to treasure your life. What they said afterward didn't reach Yi Hanqing's ears, all he could recall was how the boy had blushed deeply and become angry. Yi Hanqing snorted inwardly, him. A good person. Not just those clueless youths, even he himself hadn't realized he was a good person. He decided to make this naive boy understand what it meant to be bad. What's your name? Yi Hanqing rhythmically tapped his fingers on the surface of the redwood desk. One run. The boy moved slightly with nervousness as he answered while keeping his head lowered, too frightened to look up at him. Yi Hanqing smirked, indeed, a pure lamb that hadn't seen the evilness of human hearts. Ceasing his tapping, he gestured with a wave of his hand, come here. Bewildered and hesitant, One Run walked around the redwood desk and meekly stood in front of him. His black eyes were just like his name, foggy, gentle, and compliant. Yi Hanqing became suddenly interested. Turning his wheelchair closer, his palm pressed gently onto the side of One Run's waist, asking in a deliberately husky tone laced with ambiguity, do you know why I've called you here? The young body beneath his palm quivered slightly but didn't retreat. Carefully raising his eyes to glance at him before lowering them again, One Run shook his head and then nodded, his ears reddening. At first, he didn't understand, but now, it seemed he did. A faint smile curved Yi Hanqing's lips, yet his eyes showed little humor. Interest had waned because of the boy's compliance, but he hadn't forgotten today's purpose. His fingers slipped inside the hoodie, feeling the youthful, firm skin beneath. Yi Hanqing chuckled softly, pulling the boy to sit on his lap, trapped between him and the office desk. What do you want? Trembling slightly, One Run attempted to raise his body so as not to press too much on Yi Hanqing's disabled legs. Yi Hanqing had been paralyzed after a car accident 5 years ago. The words made One Run lift his head, momentarily distracted from the rough hand pressing against his lower back. Confused, One Run's eyes filled with doubt. What? Variety shows, TV dramas, or movies? Yi Hanqing withdrew his hand, clamping down on the boy's chin, his thumb lightly rubbing One Run's pale lips. One Run's ears grew redder, his eyes misty but crystal clear. Slowly, his dull brain caught up, and he gently shook his head, softly murmuring, no. The smile faded from Yi Hanqing's face as he practically whispered near One Run's earlobe, then isn't it all for nothing that you've submitted to me? Warm breath brushed against the sensitive lobe, turning One Run's face so red it almost bled. He wished he could bury his head in his collar to hide it all. He remained silent, which was tantamount to acceptance. Mr. Yi never takes things for granted. Laughing derisively, Yi Hanqing forcibly lifted his face, his dark gaze seemingly penetrating straight into his soul through his eyes. Make a choice. One Run continued to shake his head, his pure eyes gazing at him, eyes without greed or desire, simple and innocent. Like an unknowing lamb facing the devil himself. Yi Hanqing thought he must be ill. What was the point in arguing with a kid? Loosening his grip, he lifted the boy off his lap. Sensing his intention, One Run quickly rose, lowering his gaze submissively and compliantly. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Yi Hanqing snapped irritably, you may leave. One Run blinked, puzzled. Not doing that anymore. The omitted words were too embarrassing for him to say clearly. Yi Hanqing almost laughed in exasperation at how slow he was and dismissively waved his hand to let him go. One Run left the office, turning his head back again and again. It was the first time he had been so close to Yi Hanqing, and as his eyes fell on Ye's legs, a pang of sorrow welled up inside him. Yi Hanqing had forgotten about him, but this wasn't unusual. Every year he sponsored many impoverished students, and One Run was just one among them, so easily forgotten. One Run had gone through great efforts to pass exams out of a remote village and signed a contract with Xinyu Media. His only goal was to catch a glimpse of his benefactor, to see whether he lived well or not. One Run came from a remote mountain village where there were 3 siblings in his family besides grandparents, making 8 people all supported by their farmland income. It was dire poverty indeed. As the third child in the 4 siblings, he had excelled academically since childhood. His father gritted his teeth and sent him to high school, and he justified their faith, he ranked top in his grade repeatedly. However, during his sophomore year of high school, his mother suffered from an illness, and the family's economy crumbled completely. Just when Wen Run decided to drop out, Yi Hanqing appeared. When Wen Run was in his sophomore year, Yi Hanqing was only 24, tall with striking eyebrows and sparkling eyes. He spoke gently, with a low, warm voice like spring breeze caressing willow trees. He was enthusiastically surrounded by school leaders and handed over the scholarship funds to Wen Run under flashing camera lights. Back then, Wen Run was both an outstanding student representative and also a representative of financially needy students. The scholarship support from Yi Hanqing enabled him to finish high school, pass the entrance exam for Q University, and become the sole golden phoenix who soared out of the remote little mountain village. Unfortunately, the next year such a remarkable person met with a car accident. At the time, Wen Run was in his final year of high school, and he caught a fleeting news report at school, learning that the successor of Yi Group had met with a serious car accident. All he saw was a bloody figure being placed onto a stretcher before the channel changed. Later, he searched online using a classmate's phone and learned that it wasn't just Yi Hanqing, but his mother and sister as well who were involved in the accident. But further details remained unknown, the internet revealed no more. As he prepared for the college entrance examination, becoming the top scholar of the city in that session, bonuses were distributed by schools and counties. After much deliberation, he chose to enroll in Q University located in the same city as Yi Hanqing. During his university years, their paths didn't cross. After the accident, Yi Hanqing stopped participating in any charity events, never showing up in the media again. All Wen Run knew was that he was the president of Xinyu Media. By chance, after graduation while passing by Xinyu Media's office building and pausing slightly, he caught the attention of his current agent, Song Li, who asked if he had any interest in signing up. At that moment, Wen Run's mind may have been somewhat clouded, leading him to surprisingly agree. And that decision bound him for 5 years. Since he wasn't from a performance background, he lacked professional understanding. After signing, Song Li arranged many training courses for him, leaving his daily routine packed with classes aside from eating and sleeping. 3 months of overtime and intensive training followed, after which Song Li shoved him into a film crew in a minor role. Wen Run himself found satisfaction in this setup. Having always been a conscientious and grounded individual, once he devoted himself to something, he gave it full respect without ulterior motives. After accompanying a few film crews, he slowly discovered some enjoyment in acting. Though inherently introverted, acting demanded controlling emotions, a process that became addictive as he portrayed others' lives between restraint and expression. Even regardless of seeing Yi Hanqing, he grew determined to cherish this job opportunity. He never anticipated having another chance to meet Yi Hanqing. Compared to before, Yi Hanqing had undergone many changes, but Wen Run could never forget the smile-filled encouragement given alongside the envelope containing the scholarship: "Work hard, don't give up." Because of those words, he persevered tirelessly. Regardless of what other company insiders said privately about Yi Hanqing's mercurial temperaments and irritability, he steadfastly believed Yi Hanqing remained the same, essentially unchanging through the vicissitudes of time. Letting out a quiet sigh, Wen Run vigorously rubbed his reddened face, gathering his scattered thoughts, straightening his back, and heading back to his dormitory. The dormitory was arranged by the company, consisting of 3 rooms and a hall. Apart from him, 2 roommates resided there, both new signings under agent Song Li. The moment he entered the dormitory, his roommate Lu Zhan grabbed him. "Hey, I heard Yi boss summoned you to his office. Nothing happened, right?" Saying this while winking suggestively, he inspected Wen Run from top to bottom, seemingly searching for any significant difference. Recalling the event made Wen Run's ears heat up, and his confidence waned. "No, nothing happened." Lu Zhan wasn't convinced. "Then why did he suddenly call you?" Wen Run furrowed his brow, searching for an excuse, but the more he thought, the redder his ears became. He was never good at lying, and the long silence made Lu Zhan suspect something. Just as Lu Zhan was about to ask further, Shen Muchuan interrupted with a question. "Lu Zhan, why are you so talkative today?" Shen Muchuan was the oldest in the dormitory and had been in Star Domain the longest. His serious personality didn't allow much talking, but he took great care of his 2 roommates. Therefore, Lu Zhan was somewhat afraid of him, even secretly complaining to Wen Run that seeing Shen Muchuan reminded him of his high school dean, leaving psychological shadows. Lu Zhan glanced around and stopped probing, instead throwing an arm over Wen Run's shoulder and saying in a brotherly manner, "Brother Song said there's a dinner gathering tomorrow, and you need to prepare. It seems there's a role suitable for you. You'll meet the director and producer during the meal, and if they're satisfied, you'll have work." Wen Run had been in the entertainment industry for over a year without any significant success. Although manager Song had arranged a few roles for him, they only brought him some followers but nothing more. He was utterly insignificant. Initially, manager Song had intended to promote him because of his good looks and graceful demeanor. However, limited resources meant making him famous was extremely difficult. Moreover, it seemed Wen Run wasn't destined for stardom. Despite various promotional strategies from manager Song, no waves were created. As time went on, manager Song grew weary and started contemplating giving up on him. Though he looked good, handsome men and beautiful women were abundant in show business, and there was really nothing extraordinary about him. Wen Run had been idle for over 2 months, feeling gradually abandoned. Knowing his family situation was not ideal, Lu Zhan was as thrilled as if he himself would get work upon hearing that manager Song finally planned to assign a job to him. He enthusiastically dragged Wen Run to choose what to wear for the dinner gathering the next day. Chapter 2. The dinner was at 7 o'clock on the following evening, located at Lan Hai Pavilion. Wen-run did not have a car, so he took Song Li's. Song Li, in his 30s, wore a meticulously tailored suit and sported silver-rimmed glasses, giving an amiable smile that endeared him to others. Everyone called him Brother Song. Song Li briefly introduced Wen-run to the production crew's situation. The TV series they were preparing to shoot was named Jinling Terrace, an IP-adapted historical legend set in ancient times. It narrated the tale of the male protagonist returning from near death, orchestrating strategies amidst shifting political alliances, and finally unifying the fractured land under one banner. This was a typical grand male-centric drama focusing on dynasty changes, national vengeance, and brotherhood loyalty. Directed by renowned director Lee Kay, who is famous for producing high-quality dramas, the cast featured currently popular middle-generation actors with exceptional acting skills as the leading male and female stars. With such reliable main leads and a huge fanbase from the original novel, Jinling Terrace garnered significant attention even before its release. Many book fans were eagerly awaiting the start of filming. Behind the scenes, numerous people vied fiercely for roles in Jinling Terrace, with fierce competition both openly and covertly. After all, director Lee Kay's talent ensured that any show he helms had guaranteed quality and positive word of mouth. Even landing a supporting role could enhance one's profile significantly. The character Song Li wanted to secure for Wen-run was Yen Wu, a personal bodyguard to the male lead. He could be considered the fifth male lead, marginally. Yen Wu didn't have many lines or scenes, dying early in the story while saving the male lead. However, his character was immensely likable, featuring several well-received martial arts scenes within the first dozen episodes, making this a potential breakout role if played convincingly. Actually, it wasn't initially Wen-run's turn, but this dinner gathering had been arranged by their company for a second-tier female artist. Wen-run, as a newcomer in the company, happened to resemble one of the secondary characters from the original novel closely, which allowed Song Li to secure him a spot for tonight's dinner. When the two arrived, there were already people seated in the private room at Lan Hai Pavilion: Xiao Xiao, the second-tier actress, and her agent, Jin Hong. Although Xiao Xiao was only 3 years older than Wen-run, she had far more experience in the industry. Having debuted as a child star in a popular family comedy at a young age, she gained immense fame. Even though she temporarily stepped away from the spotlight for her studies, her recognition remained significant. After making a comeback, she signed with Star Domain and immediately targeted the second female lead role in Jinling Terrace. Under Song Li's guidance, Wen-run greeted them politely before quietly taking a seat further down the table, waiting for the main guest of the evening to arrive. It was 10 minutes later when the assistant director and producer entered one after another. Assistant director Chen Yu appeared lean and efficient, greeting Jin Hong upon entering, indicating they were acquainted. Producer Wang Heng was somewhat portly, his beer belly visible as he made the rounds, getting to know everyone individually before sitting next to the assistant director. Since the assistant director was familiar with Jin Hong, the atmosphere during the meal was lively, centered around Xiao Xiao. Wen-run quietly drank alongside the guests. After 3 rounds of drinks, Wen-run excused himself to the restroom. On washing his hands, he unexpectedly encountered Wang Heng. Despite wearing a pleasant expression, Wang Heng's eyes swept over him with a suggestive look. "You would fit the role of Yen Wu perfectly." Lowering his eyes slightly, Wen-run responded diplomatically, "Thank you for your appreciation, Director Wang." Wang Heng smiled again, moving closer to heavily pat his shoulder. "I do indeed admire you. So, when the dinner concludes, why don't you come to my room? I'll evaluate your performance. If it meets my expectations, this role will belong to you." Without responding, Wang Heng produced a room keycard from his pocket, placing it into Wen-run's hand with a loaded tone, "Don't fail to show." He then turned back and re-entered the dining area without going further into the restroom, clearly having sought out Wen-run deliberately. Once Wang Heng left, Wen-run frowned in disgust, casually tossing the keycard into the trash bin. Having been in the entertainment business long enough, Wen-run had seen much, including individuals like Wang Heng who seemed indiscriminate in their pursuits. Often, such people wielded substantial resources, attracting plenty of willing participants to climb into their beds. Yet Wen-run was not among them. Standing in front of the sink, Wen-run squeezed some soap onto his hands, washing them thoroughly, before maintaining composure and returning to the dining room. As the dinner concluded, production director Wang gave him a parting nod, his gaze scanning Wen-run's figure suggestively before leaving. Outside in the parking lot where Song Li fetched the car, Song Li asked quietly and cautiously, "What did he say to you?" Wen-run pressed his lips together slightly as he fastened his seatbelt. "He handed me a room key." Song Li fell silent momentarily before questioning further, "Where is the key now?" Gazing out at the shimmering lights reflected off the window glass, Wen-run disclosed simply, "I threw it in the trash." Song Li opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but finally held it back. His tone turned somewhat unpleasant as he said, "If you don't want to, then never mind. Just remember, after missing this opportunity, there won't be any good resources for you later." Wen-run nodded lightly, "I understand. In the entertainment industry, those without a background usually have to pay a price for advancement, and their bodies are sometimes part of that cost." Over the past year, a few people had extended olive branches to Wen-run, all of which were rejected by him. Some of these rejections were known to Song Li, while others weren't. Though Song Li verbally accepted Wen Run's refusal, deep down, he thought Wen Run should find a benefactor. Song Li was over 30, having spent 8 years at Star Domain. However, he hadn't managed to train an artist to become wildly popular, and thus the resources in his hands were limited. The ones allocated to him were mostly newcomers straight out of school. Among them, Wen Run was the one with the best potential, yet after more than a year, not even a ripple of success had emerged. This situation made Song Li increasingly inclined to pursue the so-called shortcut. Given Wen Run's good looks and figure, finding someone willing to sponsor him wouldn't be difficult. However, although Wen Run was generally obedient in most matters, on this issue, he remained stubbornly resolute, refusing time and again. While Song Li wanted to vent his anger, he also feared stirring up trouble to the point where the higher-ups in the company would find out. After all, for things like this, when it's mutual consent, the company turns a blind eye. But if a broker is actively promoting this kind of behavior, Song Li would end up in serious trouble. He didn't dare to force the matter, so he could only reluctantly give up on the idea, abandoning this unpolished jade in favor of finding another new talent. Yi Hanqing wheeled himself out from the bathroom inner room, pausing in front of the sink. He saw the room keycard lying on top of the trash bin, which inexplicably brought back memories of the youth in the office with flushed ears behaving obediently. The faint spark of interest in Yi Hanqing's heart suddenly went out with a puff. After washing his hands, he controlled his wheelchair into the private dining room next to Wen Run's group. Today was a private dinner gathering. Since his car accident, Yi Hanqing had grown increasingly reluctant to appear in public. His temper had worsened considerably, so it was already a rare occurrence for his friends to get him to go out once or twice out of 10 invitations. Unexpectedly, during this rare outing, he witnessed a rather amusing scene in the restroom. When the guests at the table noticed him coming back, they tried urging him to drink alcohol. With no expression on his face, Yi Hanqing refused, and the friends dared not press too much. Seeing his firm stance, they turned away to continue celebrating elsewhere. Meanwhile, Yi Hanqing rested his chin on his palm, lost in thought for a moment before suddenly asking, "Who is the director of Jinling Terrace? Is it Li Ke?" Pei Fan strained his alcohol-fogged brain to think about it for a moment, replying hesitantly, "Yes, do you want to invest?" Yi Hanqing shook his head and fell silent again. When he got home, only Lu Zhan was in the dormitory. Chen Muchuan had gone to shoot advertisements. Wen Run lay limply on the sofa with a deep sigh. Lu Zhan, playing games, turned around, surprised at his appearance. What happened? Was tonight not smooth? Wen Run had joined a few production crews before. Being hardworking and diligent, he practiced hard and cultivated his skills, resulting in decent acting ability. Even though he was still obscure, there were occasionally passers-by who praised his natural talent. Lu Zhan believed obtaining the role tonight should not have been problematic. The producer wanted to take advantage of me, Wen Run admitted frankly, and I rejected him. Hey, what can we do, being blessed with such good looks, Lu Zhan teased, showing affection as he patted his head. There are just too many toads trying to eat swan meat. Let's ignore them. Wen Run pushed away Lu Zhan's hand resting on his head and sat up, counting on his fingers. There are 3 years and 7 months left on my contract. Heaving a deep sigh, he lamented, I may be put on ice by Brother Song. My acting career is about to reach its end. As Lu Zhan was rapidly brainstorming ways to console him, he saw the young man fish a textbook out from under the coffee table, declaring earnestly, I need to relearn my professional knowledge. Maybe I can develop a second career after my contract ends. Lu Zhan. Why did you pick yourself up so quickly before I even got a chance to console you? You've given me no room to maneuver. Yi Hanqing retrieved Li Ke's business card from his card holder. In the small circle of showbiz, he and Li Ke had shared meals a few times, but as Star Domain hadn't collaborated with Li Ke before, their relationship wasn't particularly close. Placing the glossy black and gold embossed business card on the desk, Yi Hanqing stared at the information below and fell into contemplation. Stacked on the desk were all of Wen Run's files. Yi Hanqing knew thoroughly every step of Wen Run's career since signing. Tapping irritably on the table, he tossed the materials and the business card together into the trash bin. He couldn't think of a single reason why, as the prestigious CEO of Starlight, he would seek personal favors from Li Ke for an 18th-line actor. Especially since he hadn't even touched the boy yet. With a sullen look on his face, Yi Hanqing picked up the internal line phone to summon Jing Xian. Jing Xian was the top broker in the company, having cultivated both an emperor and an empress of film, with resources and connections that made him the coveted target of countless rival companies. However, this top broker seemed deeply rooted in Star Domain, even the actors he personally trained couldn't be poached. Mr. Yi, what brings you to contact me? Jing Xian casually took a seat on the sofa, his demeanor somewhat laid back. Compared to his status and accomplishments within the industry, his age seemed rather young. He was merely 1 year younger than Yi Hanqing. For a long while, Yi Hanqing remained silent with a gloomy expression, his mind replaying those clear and pure eyes over and over again. How could someone else defile such innocent eyes that he himself had not yet tainted? After waiting for quite some time and seeing Yi Hanqing lost in thought alone, Jing Xian stood up ready to leave. If there's nothing else, Mr. Yi, I'll go back to work. There's an artist in the company named Wen Run. He's a promising talent. Yi Hanqing spoke hurriedly before Jing Xian could leave. If you're interested, he can be under your guidance from now on. Chapter 3. Jing Xian, who had always been careless and unconcerned, sat up straight in astonishment. Who? Wen Run. Jing Xian, never heard of him, not interested in signing him. Since the establishment of individual studios by renowned actors and actresses, he hadn't signed any artists for almost half a year. Because of his private friendship with Yi Hansheng, he directly signed with Xinyu. In these half a year when Xinyu was free, they were not unwilling to let him sign new artists, but after all, as an excellent agent, he would not sign just anyone. Unexpectedly, Yi Hansheng also found his way to him. Just take a look at first. Yi Hansheng looked at him sternly with a grave expression. After being stared at by him for a long time, Jing Xian knew that this person's mood was not good, so he sighed and compromised. If you want me to check it out, then give me the information first. Yi Hansheng's expression froze for a moment, then turned around to the desk indifferently and picked the information about Wen Run from the trash can again. Jing Xian took it reluctantly, originally intending to flip through it casually. However, after reading a few pages, the formerly flippant expression gradually disappeared as he started to seriously look through the information. After flipping through the stack of materials, he had to admit that Yi Hansheng's eyesight was indeed good. He is indeed a good prospect. If under my guidance, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. Yi Hansheng leaned back into his wheelchair, his expression became calm again, as if it wasn't him who was pressing earlier. If you think he's good, then go get him yourself. The production team of Jinling Terrace had no news after that night. On the other hand, Lu Zhan learned from someone else that Xiao Xiao had passed the audition, and a second female lead should be confirmed. All these things were expected. Ever since Wen Run threw away the room card, he had foreseen this. Song Li hadn't contacted him these few days either. He thought Song Li must have abandoned him thoroughly. Wen Run puffed up his cheeks, trying hard to comfort himself that acting wasn't that great anyway, dirty and tiring. He flew around all year long, and returning home during the spring festival was already considered good luck. He silently planned in his heart that after the contract expired, he would take the civil service exam, stable and easygoing. He started school early, skipping kindergarten and directly entering elementary school, and would be only 22 or 23 years old 3 years later. It was almost the same age as the graduating students, not too late. Although he thought this way, once people are idle, they couldn't help but feel down, and he let out a dispirited sigh. Wen Run continued looking at the professional books in his hands. At this time every day, he used to read books related to acting, but seeing that the path ahead was now blocked, he had to make preparations early. Just as he was lost in sorrow, his charging phone rang. Wen Run shuffled over, and the caller ID showed the name Song Li. He hesitated for a moment, wondering what Song Li could possibly want from him now. But he still answered the call. Song Li's voice in the phone rarely carried a hint of laughter. Get ready, audition at Karen Hotel's Jinling Terrace production team in 3 days. I've sent the script to your email. This is a rare opportunity, cherish it well. Suddenly countless question marks popped up in Wen Run's mind, so he timidly asked if it wasn't said there was no chance. It was rare to have something to be happy about. Song Li's voice softened 8 degrees more patiently, explaining, the director has personally requested you to audition. It has nothing to do with the producers. Just focus on preparing. Wen Run replied with an "oh," hung up the phone, and checked his email again. There was an email lying quietly in the inbox. It was the script of Jinling Terrace. Moving the mouse cursor, Wen Run opened the document and felt a little dizzy, like a narrow road where you painfully push through difficulties just to reach its end, only to find before you lies a sheer cliff face. Bold letters, no way through. Just as despair overwhelmed him and he prepared dejectedly to return along the same road, unexpectedly, he noticed a bypass leading to a verdant willow village and gentle spring breezes. It seemed as unreal as a dream. Wen Run stared blankly at the script for a long while without comprehending any of it. Shen Muqian emerged from the room and saw him squatting in front of the couch, his eyes transfixed and vacantly staring at the computer screen. What happened? Shen Muqian waved a hand in front of his eyes. When Wen Run didn't respond, Shen Muqian realized that perhaps he was worried about his bleak future. He pressed his lips slightly and carefully said, I currently have some resources. Next time if there's any event, I'll bring you along. Ah. Wen Run's eyes widened as he violently shook his head, joy inching onto his face bit by bit. No, Brother Song called me just now, saying to go try out for the Jinling Terrace team. Shen Muqian was also startled for a moment, then a smile bloomed on his serious face. Sincerely, congratulations to you. Wen Run's black eyes sparkled, his lips involuntarily curving upward. Yeah, I'll seize this opportunity. With only 3 days until the audition, Wen Run quickly read through the script and then diligently wrote a character profile for Yan Wu. In the original work, Yan Wu had been trained as an assassin since he was little. At just 16, his combat skills were already excellent. Once during a mission, he suffered grave injuries but was rescued by the male protagonist, who took him in afterwards. From then on, Yan Wu became the personal bodyguard of the male lead, with even his name bestowed by the latter. As someone who grew up within a killer organization, though young, Yan Wu's personality was extremely cold. Despite having a handsome face, he seldom smiled. The main character treated him like a younger brother and often encouraged him to do things suitable for his age, thus teasing him from time to time. While Yen Wu outwardly ignored these taunts, inside, he cherished the relationship with the male protagonist greatly. Unfortunately, Yen Wu's life in the original work was tragically short, appearing for merely a dozen episodes or so within the script. However, his complex personality was filled with conflicts and contradictions. Most notably, it was when he blocked a murder attempt meant for the male protagonist that he finally addressed him as brother instead of master on his deathbed. Though described briefly in the script with just a few lines, these contain deeply complex emotions. This scene, undoubtedly, represented the climax in terms of emotional intensity and conflict among Yen Wu's scenes. Drawing on his previous audition experiences, Wen-run believed this particular section would likely be chosen for the audition. Wen-run meticulously examined the character's emotions using the script and practiced repeatedly in front of the mirror, correcting himself all along. By the third day, he felt somewhat confident and accompanied Song Li to Karen Hotel. As always, Song Li drove him there, although today he had other tasks to handle. After delivering him to the building's lobby, he gave some last-minute advice before hurriedly departing. Wen-run took the elevator upstairs alone. Arriving half an hour early, he found the staff still setting up the venue inside the conference room. He waited quietly outside. Subsequently, more people arrived, most of whom were aspiring actors attending the audition. Some of them Wen-run knew, others were new faces. In his mind, he roughly estimated around a dozen competitors. As the interview was about to start, a slight murmur arose outside the meeting room. Turning back, Wen-run spotted a fashionably dressed boy in a red and white baseball outfit flanked by his agent and assistant. Wen-run recalled his name, Ling Shangyao. Last December, Ling Shangyao shot to stardom after portraying a game prodigy who was aloof and sharp-tongued towards everyone except the female protagonist in a popular IP-based urban youth idol drama. Thanks to his good looks complemented by the charm of his role, the drama sparked a craze, causing many teenage girls to squeal with joy over their infatuation. Ling Shangyao thus gained a significant following of moms and girlfriend-like fans, earning a solid position in the entertainment industry. It was surprising that he too had come for this audition. Wen-run puffed out his cheeks, feeling the weight of competition heavier than ever. Among these newcomers, Ling Shangyao was undoubtedly the strongest contender. Some people behind him whispered curiously about why Ling Shangyao was here, while others suggested that the role of Yen Wu had already been reserved for him, rendering them mere placeholders. Wen-run tried to motivate himself inwardly, clearing his thoughts to focus intently on the script once more. Behind the screen in the conference room, Jing Xian silently glared at Yi Hanqing, asking under his breath, "Why are you here? Is that kid outside someone dear to you, Yi general manager, showing such concern?" Yi Hanqing maneuvered his wheelchair into a position where he could have a broad view without being easily noticed from outside, frowning silently without answering. In fact, he wasn't sure why he had abandoned a pile of company affairs just to come and watch a newcomer's audition. He simply had inexplicably ended up here. Jing Xian continued questioning incessantly behind, and Yi Hanqing, growing annoyed, furrowed his brow and sharply commanded, "Shut up." The chatty agent immediately closed his mouth, bringing his forefinger and thumb together in front of his lips to signify compliance. Just as they spoke, the auditions had commenced. Audition numbers were called sequentially. Wen-run clutched his number 12 card tightly, exhaling gently. Also present for this audition was director Li Kei, who maintained a stern face. His piercing gaze alone could make anyone hold their breath. Wen-run heard rumors that director Li's temper on set was legendary due to his exacting attention to detail, resulting in numerous actors being reprimanded to tears. Perhaps due to his notorious reputation, the performances of those auditioning earlier weren't ideal, they failed to convey sufficient emotion, and their actions appeared overly rigid. Director Li bore 2 auditions before finally losing patience with the third. "Do you call this acting? Even robots display more emotions than you." Next. Number 3 walked off disheartened. Starting from number 3, the atmosphere at the audition site became solemn, everyone was on edge, and with tension came mistakes. All 11 before Wen-run had been reprimanded by director Li. Even Ling Shangyao wasn't spared. Wen-run saw his knuckles turn white as he clenched his fists walking off. The assistant loudly called out, "Number 12. It was his turn. Wen-run took a deep breath, stood in the center, and said with composure, "Hello everyone, I am number 12, Wen-run." Director Li had already grown extremely impatient, having seen so many who weren't up to standard. He cast a critical glance at Wen-run, this one's appearance wasn't bad. Frowning slightly, Director Li snapped, "Let's go straight to Yen Wu's death scene." Wen-run quietly exhaled in relief, he had guessed right. Closing his eyes for a moment to get into character, when they opened again, it was no longer Wen-run standing there, it was Yen Wu. Chapter 4. The black-clad youth knelt on one knee, his body riddled with arrows. Fresh red blood streamed from the ruptured wounds, soaking his clothes. Yet, his expression remained consistently aloof. Only his calm black eyes gazed distantly at the horizon. Not until he personally saw his master safely escorted out of the encirclement did a trace of relief appear in his smile. The hand that clutched the sword trembled as his body finally collapsed from exhaustion. Lying amidst a field littered with corpses, his dark eyes stubbornly stared far away. They carried sorrow and reluctance, but also filled with pride, because he had single-handedly held off all the assassins, protecting his most respected elder brother amidst a storm of blades and spears. The once piercing black eyes gradually dimmed, and the youth's cracked lips parted and closed, uttering in a barely audible voice. "Brother! Brother! Yan Wu has not disgraced your trust." As his final line ended, the scene was utterly silent. Even though the young man before them was merely dressed in a plain hoodie and casual pants, when he closed and then reopened his eyes, they seemed to really see the deceased teenage guard and witness that silent farewell. "He is even better than I expected," Zheng Xian murmured behind the screen, appreciation evident in his eyes. If at the start it was only due to Yi Hanqing's face that he reluctantly paid attention to this kid, after watching his performance, he sincerely wanted to take him under his wing. The resources in Song Li's hands were too poor, and his abilities weren't enough, allowing such a fine gem to be buried in obscurity. Yi Hanqing calmly watched the youth on the stage, his habitually furrowed brows relaxing for a rare moment. "He is indeed a good child. From now on, he's yours." After finishing his sentence, he turned around, wheeling himself away. "You're just leaving like this?" Zheng Xian was taken aback. "What's your relationship with him?" "Just some kid I came across by chance who happens to be pretty talented." Yi Hanqing didn't look back, but his tone turned cold, carrying its usual darkness and impatience. "Don't mention me to him." Zheng Xian. Was this some new kind of hobby? Wen Run lay on the ground for a minute, gradually calming down the burst of emotions inside him. Then he rose somewhat apprehensively, looking toward the director. Director Li glanced at him, refraining from scolding, and said, "Go home and wait for the notice." Not being reprimanded should mean he was okay, right? Wen Run sneaked a glance at Director Li, returning to his place. He didn't plan to go back so early. Instead, he decided to watch the rest of the performances. Starting from Wen Run, Director Li stopped making sarcastic remarks to everyone, and the following few people performed their roles without disruption. The staff then called it a day for a break, planning to resume in the afternoon to continue auditioning for other roles. Only then did Wen Run leave the meeting room and prepare to head back. When waiting for the elevator, he encountered Ling Xiangyao. The latter glared at him fiercely and gave an arrogant snort through his nose. Confused by this behavior, Wen Run generally disliked confrontations, so he pretended not to hear. The elevator arrived, and Ling Xiangyao shoved past him, strutting in with his agent and assistant. Wen Run hesitated at the door for a moment but still entered the elevator. There wasn't much time in the elevator for Ling Xiangyao to do anything to him anyway. Standing straight in the elevator, the young man looked as sturdy as a verdant sapling. The longer Ling Xiangyao looked at Wen Run, the more irritated he became. His glare could have pierced a hole through Wen Run. Ling Xiangyao had already set his sights on the role of Yan Wu. It had a likable character and appearance, and the tear-jerking finale was sure to win over many viewers' hearts. Although his previous series brought him some popularity, it mainly benefited the character itself rather than adding many followers to him directly. Therefore, he desperately needed a new work to help gain and secure fans. The Yan Wu role would fit perfectly. To secure this part, he even spent the whole night playing with Wang Heng, who had initially told him the role was confirmed for him. However, suddenly along came Wen Run like Cheng Yaojin showing up unexpectedly, personally summoned by Director Li to try out for the role. If he were a weakling, Ling Xiangyao wouldn't care, but his outstanding performance left him unsettled. Everyone knew that Director Li held high standards, refusing to show favoritism no matter who it concerned. Now Ling Xiangyao felt increasingly uncertain about getting the role. If Director Li explicitly pointed someone out, Wang Heng wouldn't stand a chance against such a big shot as Director Li. Clutching his teeth, Ling Xiangyao couldn't hold back the anxiety bubbling inside him and blurted out, "I suggest you give up. The role of Yan Wu has already been internally decided. Today's trial was just going through the motions." Startled by this statement, Wen Run recalled what Song Li had told him, that it was Director Li who personally requested his audition, and he felt slightly reassured. Gazing downwards, he softly said, "Director Li is famously impartial. I believe the casting will be fair and equitable." This response caught Ling Xiangyao off guard, making him furious as he pointed at him and retorted angrily, "What are you implying? That my acting isn't as good as yours?" "No." Wen Run shifted a little to the side and pointed at the surveillance camera in the elevator, kindly reminding him, "There's monitoring here." Ling Xiangyao's eyes turned bloodshot with anger. He glanced at the camera, then pointed his finger at Wen Run and said through gritted teeth, "You just wait." Wen Run blinked but didn't respond. Just then the elevator reached the ground floor. With a ding, the elevator doors opened on both sides, and taking advantage of his position, Wen Run quickly slipped out. This Ling Xiangyao had a really bad temper, too much to provoke. After leaving the hotel, Wen Run directly took the subway back to the dormitory. Since he was currently an unknown, there was no worry about being recognized by anyone. When he entered the dormitory, Lu Zhan and Shen Wuqian were actually both there. On the coffee table were pizzas, fried chicken, and a case of beer. As soon as Wen Run stepped in, he was warmly welcomed by Lu Zhan. Surprise. Lu Zhan handed him an already opened can of beer. "How did the audition go? Did you pass?" Wen Run recalled the events and pouted while saying, "I feel like I performed quite well, but Director Li told me to go home and wait for the notification." He still had some confidence in his acting, but the only concern was the inside selection that Ling Shanyao mentioned. Although he stated in the elevator that he trusted the director, deep down, he wasn't fully certain either. However, upon thinking that this audition opportunity was already an unexpected joy, he realized he'd done his best. Even if he weren't chosen, there wouldn't be any regrets. Lu Zhan clinked his cup against Wenrun's and mumbled, "Our Wenrun has such good acting skills, there will definitely be no problems. Let's have the celebration dinner tonight. Let's start one." Wenrun couldn't help but laugh, and the three of them happily gathered around the coffee table drinking beer and eating fried chicken. Lu Zhan had the worst alcohol tolerance among the three. After just 5 cans of beer, he was already high. He grabbed the mop and hopped onto the sofa to start a concert, impossible to stop. Wenrun sat on the floor, laughing until he could barely breathe. Shen Muqian frowned and tried to pull him down, but Lu Zhan dodged like a monkey all over the place. In the end, Shen Muqian could no longer contain his frustration, scowling as he yelled, "Lu Zhan! Teacher! I'm sorry." Lu Zhan trembled and quickly threw away the mop, then leaped forward to cling to Shen Muqian and wailed, "Teacher, please don't tell my parents." Wenrun, ha 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 ha. Shen Muqian struggled to tear him off. Grinding his teeth, he said, "We should record this and release it when he gets famous in the future." Wenrun held his stomach to help pull him up. It seemed the shadow of the head teacher was too overwhelming for Lu Zhan because after being yelled at, he became unusually obedient and let the two drag him to bed. After arranging the drunkard properly, Wenrun went out to clean up the messy living room. Shen Muqian hesitated for a moment before calling him, "Wenrun." Shen Muqian's expression seemed conflicted, but finally, he said, "Yesterday, when I went to Brother Song's office, I accidentally overheard him arguing with Jing Xian, and they mentioned you in it." Yesterday, he had gone to Song Li's office for some reason and just as he arrived, heard voices arguing inside quietly. Song Li's tone was somewhat intense, and he vaguely caught Wenrun's name. Later, when the door opened, it was none other than Jing Xian stepping out, with Song Li's face darker than the bottom of a pot. "I didn't catch what exactly they were arguing about, but Brother Song looked very upset. You should be careful in the next few days and avoid offending him. After all, things were finally looking good, and if it got ruined, Shen Muqian would feel anxious on behalf of Wenrun. Do not underestimate the cooperation between an artist and their agent. In reality, artists who aren't famous must rely on their agent's goodwill to survive, because all resources are in the hands of the agents. To get work, small-time actors could only follow their agent's orders." Jing Xian. Wenrun knew of Jing Xian, after all, he was the company's top-notch agent, almost impossible to ignore. However, he had never interacted with Jing Xian, so why would the man even mention him to Song Li? Having thought about it and found no conclusion, Wenrun decided not to dwell on it and obediently nodded, "I'll be careful in the coming days." It was as if to confirm Shen Muqian's words. Just 2 days later, the person they mentioned before, Jing Xian, came knocking on the door. At that time, Lu Zhan and Shen Muqian had both left to handle various assignments, leaving only Wenrun idling in the dormitory waiting for notifications. When Jing Xian knocked on the door, he thought it was his roommate returning, but upon opening it, he was surprised to see the world-famous agent from Starry Sky standing there. Slightly nervous, Wenrun invited the man in and poured him a glass of water. "Hello, are you here to see me?" Jing Xian picked up the glass and sipped it, carefully observing the person before him. Indeed, the individual who had caught Yi Hanqing's attention was truly remarkable. Though Wenrun was practically 20 years old and had been working in the industry for over a year, he still retained a pure and untainted young man's charm, untouched by worldly grime. Yes, his eyes. They were clear and unclouded by the impurities of life. If there was one thing about Wenrun that stood out the most, it had to be his clear and bright eyes. His long lashes were so thick they resembled a little brush. He had deep-set double eyelids that made his eyes appear profound and spirited. His round eyes clearly contrasted between the whites and the pupils, with slightly downturned tails at the corners. When he blinked and looked at people, he appeared innocent and obedient like a likable puppy, making others feel soft-hearted just by looking at him. Not only did he have good acting skills, but his eyes seemed to contain countless emotions. Jing Xian thought this was truly an unexpected treasure. After wandering in his thoughts for a while, Jing Xian collected himself and saw Wenrun looking at him somewhat uneasily. Softening his expression into a kind smile, he said, "Starting today, I'll be your agent." Huh? A question mark popped into Wenrun's mind as he asked puzzledly, "What about Brother Song? He won't be taking care of you anymore." Jing Xian smiled faintly, his expression laced with a touch of disdain. He didn't really look up to Song Li. How could anyone fail to see such a fine gem and neglect it for over a year? It was indeed a waste. Suddenly, a piece of unimaginable luck fell from the sky, stunning Wenrun speechless. Confusion was written all over his face as he hesitated and softly asked, "Can I ask why you're willing to take me on? I'm not famous." The top agent in the company, desired by many artists with higher standings, didn't choose any of them but came straight to him instead. Wenrun couldn't figure it out and felt somewhat cautious. After all, good things that come unsought often mean someone is plotting something. Wenrun was easy to read, and Jing Xian almost instantly grasped what he was thinking. He almost wanted to reveal Yi Hanqing, but upon remembering the intimidating face of that man, he refrained and could only laugh helplessly. I attended the audition for Jinling Terrace as well, your performance was impressive. Wen Run didn't expect it to be because of that, and for a moment, he was too stunned to react. I hope we'll cooperate smoothly in the future. Jing Xian extended his hand first. Still dazed, Wen Run shook his hand dreamily, and belated joy exploded inside him like fireworks. Finally, he bent his eyes into a wide smile and said, cooperation pleases me too. Alright, now that we've introduced each other, let's talk about work arrangements moving forward. Jing Xian retracted his smile, and even the cheerful look in his eyes dimmed. Previously, Song Li arranged little work for you, so you might have been pretty idle. However, I am different from Song Li. Once I start leading you, there will be no more idle times for you. To become popular, you must follow my schedule without complaint or tiredness. Many of your predecessors went through the same tough journey. Listening attentively, Wen Run nodded politely in agreement. I'm not afraid of hardship. Satisfied, Jing Xian continued, before I arrived, I contacted Director Li. You've passed the casting test for the crew. Surprise flashed in Wen Run's eyes as he widened them. But Jing Xian lifted his hand to stop him from speaking. That's not the key point. The crew won't begin shooting until mid-next month. There's nearly a month before then, and I've arranged a fitness course for you during this period. You need to exercise according to a customized meal plan since your current physique is too weak and lacks strength. You need to quickly compensate for this weakness. Wen Run nodded again and seriously noted down the instruction. Besides fitness, I've also secured 2 advertisements and an episode of a variety show for you. One is a promotional video for Neve Chocolate and you know the female lead, Xiao Xiao. The other is endorsing a popular tea drink. Here's the itinerary and contracts. Please review them first, and if there are no issues, sign them. Still overwhelmed by the flood of information within such a short time, Wen Run received the documents like being in a haze and carefully scanned through the contract. He signed his name, then handed it back to Jing Xian. Jing Xian stored it properly into the document bag, then requested his Weibo account credentials. Recently, I'll hire a new assistant to specially manage these things for you. You can check it regularly, but don't accidentally click on likes, pick sides easily, or post opinionated comments. After reviewing Jing Xian's Weibo page, he noticed it still had over 10,000 followers, though clearly neglected, showing low fan activity and few likes, retweets, or comments. Fortunately, although the heat was a bit low, the content on Weibo was spotless. Apart from forwards promoting the film set's updates, there were just a few self-taken photos. No messy or radical comments appeared. Thoroughly satisfied, Jing Xian patted his shoulder as the final reminder, the filming for the promotional video is in 2 days. Prepare well and adjust yourself to your best condition. Wen Run could only nod at this point. In a daze, he saw Jing Xian off, closed the door, and immediately collapsed onto the couch, hugging a soft pillow and rolling around like a playful puppy. His hair became messy, sticking up in all directions, but he didn't care. He suddenly sat up with bright eyes and ran back to his room to look at the script. After returning to the company, Jing Xian specially went to Yi Hanqing's office to deliver Wen Run's itinerary. Yi Hanqing was busy signing documents and glanced at it briefly before his tone turned cold. Don't do such boring things in the future. Jing Xian raised an eyebrow. I thought you wanted to know. You don't know, the kid you have your eye on is really a treasure, so obedient and agreeable, like a little milk pup. If he had a tail, he'd probably wag it for you. He sighed, it's been years since I've dealt with such a well-behaved artist. Jing Xian, get out. Yi Hanqing slammed the pen down on the table, exuding aggression as if a storm were about to come. I'm sorry, I'll leave. Jing Xian raised his hands in surrender, no longer daring to provoke him. He casually threw the itinerary into the trash bin and ran off. Yi Hanqing indeed always had a terrible temper. Frustrated, Yi Hanqing wheeled himself to the floor-to-ceiling window and watched the cars coming and going below the tall buildings. It took a long time for his mysterious anger to subside. He turned back to continue handling the documents, but his gaze inadvertently fell upon the discarded itinerary in the trash can. He hesitated for a moment, frowned, and retrieved the itinerary. There was nothing wrong with Jing Xian's arrangements, so he pressed the itinerary under a thick stack of files. Unconsciously, his mind drifted back to the black, shiny eyes of the young man, who had blushed and looked shyly away, truly resembling a pitiful little puppy. Relaxing his furrowed brows, Yi Hanqing smiled involuntarily and buried himself in the paperwork. Chapter 5. 2 days later, Wen Run went to the photography studio to shoot an advertisement. Naifu Chocolate has always done a great job in marketing. They are even more meticulous about their ad films, only inviting artists with traffic and popularity. Wen Run managed to get in this time, thanks to Xiao Xiao's influence. As a second-line actress, Xiao Xiao is not lacking in traffic and popularity. It was expected that Naifu would invite her, and Wen Run was merely a bonus. On the way there, Jing Xian had already analyzed the pros and cons with Wen Run. He got this ad film partly because of Xiao Xiao's help and also due to his good looks at a low price. The story background of this ad is set in a high school campus. The appearance of the main characters must be closer to that of youthful teenagers. Thus, their ages can't differ too much. In the current situation, male stars younger than Wen with similar traffic aren't as cheap, and those cheaper ones don't have the same image and temperament. Anyway, the focus of the advertisement is on the female lead, so the advertisers finally chose Wen. Jing Xian said all this because he wanted Wen to seize this opportunity and perform well. Nai Fu chocolate has a large market share, and its advertising campaigns are significant. As long as Wen performed outstandingly, getting a wave of attention would be without any problems. Wen naturally agreed, even if Jing Xian didn't particularly emphasize it, his attitude towards every job was extremely serious. They started early. When they arrived at the studio, Xiao hadn't arrived yet, so Wen went to the makeup room for styling first. Since the backdrop was set in a high school campus, the costume was a high school uniform. For this shoot, the advertiser specially prepared 2 sets of uniforms. One was a Western-style uniform, and the other was the common domestic blue and white high school uniform. The advertiser actually intended to use the blue and white uniform, as it could highlight the youthful teenage charm, evoke resonance, and sell some nostalgia. After all, everyone was more familiar with the classic blue and white uniform. However, domestic school uniforms were usually loose and bulky, making them difficult to look good. Because they hadn't met him before, the advertiser worried whether it would suit, thus preparing another uniform as backup. But after Wen appeared in the makeup room, the girl preparing the costumes felt relieved and immediately handed over the loose blue and white uniform. After changing in the dressing room, when Wen came out, the makeup artist couldn't take her eyes off him and exclaimed after watching for quite some time, "With this outfit, you don't even need makeup, you're completely like a naive high school student." The loose blue and white uniform looked anything but cumbersome on him. Standing at 178 centimeters with broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, the overly wide school uniform was fully supported by him. Not only did it avoid looking rustic, but it added a sense of untouched innocence and naivety, which many girls once fantasized about, a prince charming from the campus. If one had to describe that fantasy in a personified form, it would probably look like Wen right now. "What are you all looking at?" When Xiao entered with her assistant, she saw several staff members standing dazedly in the makeup room. From her angle, she couldn't see Wen and thought something had happened in the room. Once she stepped in and saw Wen in the uniform, a flash of surprise crossed her face, and she immediately understood everyone's thoughts. Laughing, she said to Wen, "I haven't seen you for a few days, and you look even fresher. Are you regressing in age?" Wen smiled awkwardly and called her Sister Xiao. Now that the female lead was here, they couldn't waste time anymore. The makeup room quickly busied up. The makeup artist didn't want to overdo it, only applying light makeup on Wen. On Xiao's side, it was almost the same. She changed into a white short-sleeve shirt and a blue pleated skirt, with smooth black hair flowing down her back and just wearing a pure natural makeup. Although she was 3 years older than Wen, her features naturally belonged to the innocent category, and with makeup and styling, she appeared significantly younger. Standing next to Wen, they indeed looked like a young couple in high school. After finishing the makeup, the official shooting began. The advertisement was divided into 3 scenes. The first scene was the male and female leads meeting by chance outside a high school campus at a chocolate store. Both of them simultaneously noticed a piece of Nai Fu chocolate. The male lead took it first but then shyly offered it to the female lead upon seeing her. The second scene was their encounter again on the campus playground. The male lead, spotting the female lead walking slowly on the ground, gathered his courage and gave her a piece of Nai Fu chocolate, then blushed and ran away. The third scene was set during university times, where the female lead, after participating in a dance competition, encountered the male lead backstage holding a box of Nai Fu chocolates declaring his feelings. The ad ends with the line, "Meeting you is my greatest happiness, Nai Fu chocolate." Frankly speaking, the ad script was very carefully crafted. Wen had prepared beforehand, so the shooting proceeded smoothly. However, the advertisers strived for perfection and reshot several takes to select the best one for post-production later. The 2 leads cooperated seamlessly, neither holding the other back, and by 4 in the afternoon, they had wrapped up the shoot ahead of schedule. The moment the filming stopped, Xiao's face fell, her hand clutching her stomach as she bent over in pain. Wen looked at her with concern. "Sister Xiao, are you alright? Where does it hurt?" Xiao's assistant came forward to support her and moved her aside to rest. Wen faintly overheard them mention words like menstruation and stomach ache. He thought about it for a moment and grabbed a bottle of mineral water. Then, he asked the crew for an electric kettle to boil some hot water, mixing it to a warm temperature before bringing it over to Xiao. Since it was a woman's matter, he felt awkward speaking directly about it but decided that since his last 2 opportunities were owed to Xiao, he should express his gratitude. Blushing slightly, he handed her the warm water and said softly, "If your stomach hurts, drink more warm water." Xiao was still in pain when she saw him standing there looking flustered, and despite herself, she burst out laughing, momentarily forgetting her discomfort. She took a sip of the warm water, which indeed eased her pain somewhat. "Thanks," Xiao waved her water bottle and smiled, "I heard Yan Wu has cast you in a role. Let's exchange WeChat contacts. If we have time, we can rehearse our lines together." Since she suggested it, Wen couldn't refuse. They exchanged contacts and then each left the studio. From afar, Jing Xian witnessed the interaction and teased him on the way back, "Didn't know you're good at cheering girls up." Wen Run blinked and replied earnestly, "I just wanted to express my gratitude. Both these opportunities I've had were thanks to Sister Xiao Xiao. I really appreciate her." Seeing Wen Run's sincere demeanor, Jing Xian didn't know what else to say and simply focused on driving. Back at the company, Jing Xian went off to handle other matters, while Wen Run headed to the dance studio for practice. The studio was on the third floor, and because it was getting late, the third floor wasn't crowded, leaving the place rather quiet. Just as Wen Run walked through the corridor toward the classroom door, he overheard someone saying, "Could it be true that Wen Run has really climbed into Mr. Ye's bed? I heard Jing Xian is now managing him." Wen Run froze mid-step and stood still at the doorway. Another voice chimed in jealously, "Even if he really did get close to Mr. Yi, so what? Maybe after a couple of days, Mr. Yi will get annoyed and toss him out." "Yeah," another voice joined in immediately, "and given Mr. Ye's condition, his legs are broken anyway, no one even knows if he's still capable." Someone else interjected gleefully, "I've heard that impotent men often have abnormal psychology. Who knows how much torture this guy endures in private despite his outward appearances." The people inside seemed to already imagine Wen Run's miserable future and snickered among themselves. But outside, Wen Run's eyes blazed with anger. As much as people spoke ill of him, he wouldn't care much. He had mentally prepared himself for this ever since Jing Xian became his manager. After all, even he once wondered why such a prominent figure like Jing Xian would lower himself to manage him, a no-name rookie. Naturally, others unfamiliar with the full story wouldn't see it positively either. He anticipated being criticized behind his back. What shocked him was that they dared to speak so ill of Yi Hanqing. Fury rose in his chest, clenching his fists tightly. Yi Hanqing was truly an exceptional person, yet they slandered him so shamelessly. That car accident was always Yi Hanqing's scar. Whenever Wen Run saw Yi sitting in a wheelchair, he would remember the bright and cheerful younger version of Yi Hanqing, whose life was altered irrevocably due to the accident. How could they take such a tragedy and use it to hurt him? Wen Run's eyes turned red with anger, his rage reaching its peak. Never had he been so angry before. "What are you talking about?" He stepped into the classroom, glaring furiously at the three astonished individuals inside. He recognized all three of them. Two were new members of a boy band, one named Guo Xiao and the other Zhao Songyu. The third was an artist under Song Li's management named Li Bu, who signed 6 months after Wen Run. Although Song Li initially pinned his hopes on Wen Run, he shifted all the resources to Li Bu after deciding not to invest in Wen Run anymore. The one who called Yi Hanqing psychologically unstable earlier was Li Bu. Upon seeing Wen Run appear suddenly and clearly seething with anger, they felt a pang of guilt but quickly became dismissive. So what if he had a top-notch manager now? He wasn't famous yet, who feared whom? "Some bastards just don't know their place after sleeping with Mr. Yi," Li Bu chuckled mockingly, glancing at Wen Run before asking the others, "Isn't that right?" This comment only stoked the fire burning inside Wen Run. Coldly, he stared at Li Bu and said, "If you dare, come with me to see Mr. Yi and repeat those exact words to his face." Li Bu's face turned pale. He naturally didn't dare to bring the matter to Yi Hanqing, but he still insisted with defiance, "Wen Run, don't you be overconfident just because of your connections. Do you think you're anything special? So what if I am overconfident?" Wen Run's eyes flared with anger as he stepped forward and grabbed Li Bu's wrist. "Not only do I use my connections, but I'll also whisper in his ear. Why don't we go right now and let you repeat those exact words to Mr. Ye's face?" "You're insane." Li Bu took 2 steps back, looking at him with panic. Wen Run showed no sign of yielding. Instead, his chilling gaze shifted toward Guo Xiao and Zhao Songyu. With a cold smile, he said, "He doesn't dare go. The two of you, come with me." Guo Xiao and Zhao Songyu shook their heads violently. Who the hell would dare go confront Yi Hanqing? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? They were truly scared, awkwardly smiling and trying to smooth things over. It was just a joke gone too far. Wen Run. A big person doesn't dwell on small matters. Don't bother Mr. Yi over something this trivial. Guo Xiao and Zhao Songyu kept apologizing while Li Bu glared silently with a darkened face. Guo Xiao noticed and yanked on his sleeve anxiously, urging, "Li Bu, say something. This time, it was definitely our fault. Apologize." With his face darker than a thundercloud, Li Bu managed to force out 3 words through gritted teeth, "I'm sorry." Wen Run wasn't in the least pleased. His sharp eyes swept over the 3 of them. "If I hear any more rumors about Mr. Yi behind his back, don't blame me for being harsh. Never again, never again." Guo Xiao and Zhao Songyu chuckled nervously, dragging away the still unrepentant Li Bu, who dared not stay in the classroom any longer. Once the 3 had left, Wen Run angrily kicked the railing. The metallic clang echoed, yet it brought him no relief. The talk about confronting Yi Hanqing face-to-face or whispering in his ear, those were all just meant to scare them. How could he possibly bear making Yi Hanqing hear such insults again? He deeply empathized with Yi Hanqing, knowing how many such cruel words he must have endured since losing the use of his legs. Even if no one dared to insult him directly, there must be plenty spreading malicious rumors behind his back. Walls always have ears, so eventually, these hurtful remarks would reach him. What must he have felt hearing them? Sighing, Wen Run recalled the deep frown lines on Yi Hanqing's forehead. Back then, he must have been extremely upset. And that's why he became like this, always somber, rarely smiling. And yet, when he did smile, it was so warm. Wen Run sighed repeatedly in the empty dance studio, disheartened to even practice. In the end, he trudged back to the dormitory, deflated. Jing Xian originally intended to find Wen Run and inform him that the assistant had been hired, with plans to meet tomorrow and finalize the arrangement if everything went well. But he didn't expect to witness this absurd drama upon arriving at the third floor. In Jing Xian's mind, Wen Run had always been obedient and considerate. Like a little puppy, his round, bright eyes sparkled when wagging its tail at people, like a baby lamb, gentle and harmless, with absolutely no trace of aggression. But now all of that perception had shattered. Little puppies could indeed bare their fangs and bite, baby lambs could also develop sharp horns. Thinking of the fervent manner in which Wen Run defended Yi Hanqing, Jing Xian couldn't help but smile. That was quite intriguing. He decided to share it with Yi Hanqing. The office door opened, and upon seeing Jing Xian's sly expression, Yi Hanqing frowned and asked irritably, "What do you want?" Today, Jing Xian felt like he held some good material, and thus, his usual nervousness vanished. Sitting opposite Yi Hanqing, he proudly stated, "I just saw something amusing. Do you want to know?" Yi Hanqing scowled deeply, filled with hostility. "No, you can leave." Ignoring Yi Hanqing's dismissal, Jing Xian continued on his own accord. "I saw Wen Run arguing with someone in the dance studio on the third floor." Yi Hanqing's furrowed brows formed a profound shape. He simply couldn't imagine what Wen Run looked like while arguing. Such a well-behaved and obedient child, how could he argue with anyone? Impatiently, Yi Hanqing ordered, "Quit stalling. If you're not going to tell me, then leave." Chapter 6. Jing Xian had completely lost his temper with Yi Hanqing's dogged attitude and muttered under his breath, "You being so mean to me all the time is fine, I'm tough-skinned anyway. But if you're going to be like that with Wen Run in the future, you'll probably scare the kid to tears." Yi Hanqing frowned at him, dismissing his words with a sneer. In his heart, however, he thought how obedient the child was in front of him, doing whatever he was asked without question. How could he ever bear to be harsh on such a child? Jing Xian, who always finds issues even when there's none, couldn't possibly compare with that child. Although he thought this way, Yi Hanqing remained silent, tapping his desk impatiently. "You've got 3 seconds to speak up or get out." Jing Xian made a sking sound, seeing that Yi Hanqing was about to lose it for real, so he stopped provoking him. All right, no more teasing." Leaning forward slightly, he animatedly said, "Just now, in the third-floor shape training classroom, 3 rookies were talking bad about you." He mimicked their voices by pinching his throat and imitated them. "Look at Mr. Yi, his legs are broken, who knows if he still has it. I heard men who don't have it are usually kind of deranged." He mimicked these lines realistically, unlike Wen Run, who would be worried about hurting Yi Hanqing's self-esteem. They had been friends for years, knowing each other well. Yi Hanqing didn't break his legs because of the car accident, he'd acted this way since university. He just used to fake being charming to fool a bunch of young girls into being his fans, but after the car accident and family instability, he stopped pretending altogether, revealing his true nature. Saying all this was simply to illustrate how good Yi Hanqing was at faking it, how thick-skinned he was, and how hardened his heart was. Such trivial matters wouldn't hurt his steel-like heart. He lamented for a while about how daring these new rookies were nowadays, saying whatever they wanted. It wasn't until Yi Hanqing frowned again in impatience that Jing Xian hurriedly got to the point. Wen Run just happened to go to the shape training classroom and overheard everything they said. Speaking of this, Jing Xian was quite astonished as well. "Do you know what Wen Run did? He immediately rushed in and pulled those people over to confront you in front of you. The 3 rookies thought there was really something between you two, and fearing he'd accuse them in your presence, they were scared stiff like quails and apologized." As Jing Xian narrated this, Yi Hanqing was imagining in his mind what Wen Run looked like then. Wasn't that little lamb, when angry, still obedient and gentle? Jing Xian had no idea what his friend was daydreaming about right in front of him, continuing his story vividly. "You didn't see it, that kid was truly defending you. Earlier, when people talked nonsense about him crawling to beds, he stayed silent at the door, and I thought he'd endure it. But once they started speaking about you, he charged in angrily and gave them a scolding. And he also threatened to use your influence and whisper nasty things about them in your ear." The more Jing Xian spoke, the more interesting he found Wen Run to be, so he skeptically turned to Yi Hanqing. "You two aren't really together, are you? If so, I'd better prepare myself. His career is just starting, we can't expose it too early." Over here, Jing Xian went on endlessly about how hard it was for him, urging Yi Hanqing not to ruin his good thing, destroying this promising seedling named Wen Run. However, Yi Hanqing's thoughts lingered on the phrase, "whisper nasty things in your ear." He again recalled how last time in the office, no matter how much he teased him, the other side didn't show resistance but shyly accepted it. At the time, he assumed the other party just wanted to crawl into his bed and make him favor him, and he instantly lost interest. However, afterward, the boy never furthered his demands arrogantly. Instead, his round eyes were clear and pure. And later, accidentally bumping into him at Lan High Court where he threw the producer's room card into the trash can in obvious disdain. He vaguely felt that Wen Run was different before him. Now Jing Xian said that he defended him outside, confirming his guess further. Yi Hanqing guessed with great interest, whether the boy liked him or admired him. After speculating about every possible situation, he negated each one. Regardless of how his leg injury made him a cripple in the eyes of others, considering his horrible temperament, though everyone feared him, few dared to easily provoke him. He didn't think Wen Run, that timid lamb, had that kind of courage. Are you even listening to me? Jing Xian delivered his lengthy monologue, even planning ahead for concealing their relationship once Wen Run became famous. But upon looking at Yi Hanqing, he realized the person hadn't listened a bit and was just daydreaming. Unhappy, Jing Xian remarked, you should consider Wen Run. He meant that if the two really had something going on, they should keep it secret, absolutely not exposing it and affecting Wen Run's future. Yi Hanqing's mind, however, wandered elsewhere. For the first time, he agreed with his friend and nodded, saying, then we'll do as he wishes and let him bully people this once. Go deal with those few people. After all, they were just a few junior rookies who didn't warrant his personal intervention yet. Jing Xian. He glared angrily at Yi Hanqing, you didn't listen to a word I said. After hearing the story, Yi Hanqing had already run out of patience, beginning to show ingratitude by saying, you can go now. And so Jing Xian departed in anger. On his way back, Wen Run regretted his actions. He remembered the fierce words he hurled at Li Ju and the other two, I'm nothing but someone taking advantage of another's influence. I'll even be blowing into his ears. If those three really took it to Yi Hanqing's face, he wouldn't need confrontation, embarrassment would probably make him want to bury himself in the ground right away. Wasn't it obvious to others how he was with Yi Hanqing? He had barely met Yi Hanqing last time in the office due to Mo Ming's summons. And yet, he'd spread such rumors outside. If Li Ju and the others leaked these and it reached Yi Hanqing's ears, how would he view him? Would he get angry? The more he thought about it, the redder Wen Run's face got, and the more nervous he felt. Returning to the dormitory lost in thought, Shen Muchuan saw him flushed and startled, do you have a fever? As he reached to touch his head, Wen Run, feeling too guilty to let him, dodged his hand, mumbled, no problem, then quickly hid in his room. He hugged his pillow and rolled around madly on the bed, pressing his red-hot face into the soft pillow. In a muffled voice, he decided that he needed to ask Jing Xian the next day. The next day, before Wen Run could visit Jing Xian brought along a newly recruited assistant, Lu Feng. Lu Feng wasn't tall, with a round face and slightly rounded figure, his smile was very likable. When he saw Wen Run, he greeted him warmly and politely. Chen Xian mainly wanted them to get acquainted since he had many things to handle and couldn't always be with Wen Run. In the future, it would mostly be the assistant following him. So they should meet first to see if they suited each other. Lu Feng was extroverted while Wen Run's character itself was good, making their initial meeting extremely smooth. They confirmed immediately that Lu Feng would follow Wen Run from now on. After confirming the assistant, Jing Xian also mentioned something to Wen Run about a variety show. This variety show they'd taken up was called Let's Grow Rice Together, focusing on a pastoral lifestyle. This kind of slow-paced variety show had become popular abroad, but there weren't many within China yet. The program team aimed for a hardcore pastoral life as their selling point and invested heavily to create an exceptional show. They hired popular actor Chu Haowen and famous actress Xie Yupan. Initially, 5 guests were planned for the show, but one received a better offer and breached the contract without showing up. Although the production team was furious, they still urgently needed someone to replace him, giving Jing Xian the chance to squeeze Wen Run in. Since the variety show focused on hardcore rural life, Jing Xian knew Wen Run came from a rural background and wasn't worried about his adaptability. However, what concerned him was that Wen Run's gentle and innocent personality might leave him vulnerable to being cheated. In the first episode of the program, not only did the show invite flow stars, but also a highly controversial online celebrity Huang Ziyu. Strictly speaking, Huang Ziyu could only be considered half in the entertainment industry, gaining fame through live streaming platforms. Since her rise to fame, she has consistently sparked numerous controversies. Signed with global entertainment, backed by powerful financiers, she had tied up countless male stars for sensational headlines. Jing Xian warned Wen Run to keep his distance, considering his nascent career. A misstep could ruin his future when he gained more recognition later on. Wen Run promised carefully, saying he would be cautious. He stared at Jing Xian, wanting to say something yet hesitating. Initially, Jing Xian hadn't noticed anything unusual, but upon his persistent gaze, he raised an eyebrow and encouraged, is there something you want to tell me? Wen Run turned beet red, eyes darting here and there, stammering indecisively. Thinking that the child might have caused some trouble and felt ashamed to speak, Jing Xian consoled, if you've done something wrong, don't worry. Whatever issues arise, brother will help sort them out for you. Even if he couldn't fix it, didn't Yi President still stand behind them? Of course, he kept the last sentence to himself. Wen Run pumped himself up repeatedly inside, finally overcoming his embarrassment to softly utter, it's just, some people said, that I and Yi General. Jing Xian froze momentarily, not expecting him to mention this. Laughing, he replied, they're just envious of you. Don't worry, I'll handle it, and in a couple of days, everything will be calm again. But Wen Run wasn't asking about that. His ears turned crimson with urgency. Taking a deep breath, he timidly asked in a near whisper, "If it reaches Yi General's ears, will he be angry?" Jing Xian. "So you're worried about this?" Jing Xian's heart felt heavy and complex, thinking to himself that not only was Yi Hanqing not angry, but he seemed even happy. However, this couldn't be spoken of randomly. Looking at these two, he felt as though their relationship was shrouded in a haze. He decided it would be better not to meddle unnecessarily. So, Jing Xian could only half-heartedly console, "President Yi won't bother with such trivial matters." Upon hearing this, Wen Run immediately exhaled a huge sigh of relief. If President Yi had been upset, he would have had to figure out how to explain everything clearly to him. Knowing now that Yi Hanqing wouldn't be angry reassured him greatly. 2 days passed since the incident in the physical training room, and Jing Xian quietly removed those 3 gossiping rookies. Because no one knew about the argument, everyone assumed the rookies simply offended the famous agent, causing both envy and resentment toward Wen Run. Wen Run was unaware of all this. After that incident, he hadn't stepped into the training room for several days. Instead, he focused solely on following the coach's strength training routine, aiming less for muscular brawn and more for some semblance of definition to his thin arms and legs. Otherwise, when filming, if all he revealed was pale, soft skin, where would that show the look of an exceptionally skilled young palace guard? He'd seem more like a privileged young gentleman living in luxury. During breaks from fitness, Wen Run also took promotional photos for a certain online tea beverage brand. After finishing the shoot, he practiced for a few more days, then Jing Xian informed him that Let's Grow Rice Together was about to begin recording. Chapter 7. The show's hardcore rural life was no joke. They really found a remote little village in a neighboring city to film the program. The guests first gathered at a hotel, and after everyone arrived, the production team brought over a bus to take all of them to that distant small village. The show invited 5 guests, 3 men and 2 women, young actor Chu Haowen, popular actress Xia Yupan, well-known host Zhang Lu, internet celebrity Huang Ziyu, and finally, relatively unknown Wen Run. At first, hearing that they were going to experience rural life made everyone quite happy. They enthusiastically discussed whether the show might find a picturesque farmhouse surrounded by clear waters and green mountains, but upon arrival, they realized they'd been overly optimistic. Green mountains and clear waters. Picturesque farmhouses. Non-existent. The village only had small buildings no taller than 3 stories, constructed on either side of the road. Since they were self-built houses, they lacked any real aesthetic appeal, just plain square structures. Behind the buildings stretched vast fields of farmland as far as the eye could see. And the very first thing the guests did upon arrival was go out into the fields to harvest rice. The production team was utterly extreme, they didn't even provide basic survival necessities like rice. The guests had to go out into the fields themselves to cut rice. It took 10 pounds of rice to trade for 1 pound of polished rice. As for meat and vegetables, they had to labor for those too. For example, if you wanted to eat chicken, you would have to go to someone who kept chickens and help with their work, and then earn a chicken after completing the task. After solving the issues of rice and vegetables, the guests still had to cook the food themselves. The program was filmed for 5 days total, and every day the guests were busy securing food. Either working in the fields cutting rice or cleaning chicken coops, or even accompanying fishing boats down the river to catch fish. In short, the production team's idea of hardcore was truly tough. By the time the 5-day shoot wrapped up, Wen Run felt as if he hadn't missed a single day of fitness during this filming period, and his results were actually pretty good. On the last day of shooting, Lu Feng came to pick him up. Wen Run sat in the backseat closing his eyes to rest while Lu Feng reported on some company affairs and the upcoming schedule. While you were away, something big happened at the company, said Lu Feng after briefing him on work matters, casually mentioning some gossip. Wen Run opened his eyes. What happened? Mr. Yi was beaten by his father, old Mr. Yi, so badly that he had to be sent to the hospital. Lu Feng recalled the scene shivering. It happened yesterday. Old Mr. Yi suddenly showed up at the company. Afterward, someone heard loud arguing coming from Mr. Ye's office, followed by sounds of things being smashed. Then Mr. Yi appeared, covered in blood, and was taken to the hospital by Brother Zhang. Wen Run froze, his dark eyebrows slowly furrowing. How serious are the injuries? Lu Feng replied that he didn't know, but it looked terrifying, blood all over his face and head. Wen Run fell silent, feeling as though his heart was gripped tightly. It reminded him of the time in his 3rd year of high school when he saw Yi Hanqing lying on a stretcher being loaded into an ambulance on the news. He urgently sent WeChat messages to Jing Xian, trying hard to suppress his anxiety while waiting for 10 minutes without receiving any reply. This time, unable to contain himself, he called directly. The phone rang for a long time, but still, no one answered. Pressing down on his rapidly beating heart, he thought about heading back to the company first and then finding out which hospital Mr. Yi had been taken to. Inside the VIP ward, Yi Hanqing lay pale in the bed with his head wrapped in bandages. Jing Xian, who couldn't be reached by Wen Run, stood next to the bed. He resembled a wild animal that had been provoked, the usual smile missing from his upward slanting eyes, now filled with anger. What makes you insist on torturing yourself like this? He paced angrily and couldn't help yelling at Yi Hanqing, pointing his finger at his nose. Could you not avoid it? Does getting beaten up by that old bastard make you feel good? Keeping his eyes lowered, Yi Hanqing calmly replied, "If I didn't let him hit me, I feared I wouldn't be able to resist killing him myself." Jing Xian paused, his tone softening, "We already have leads. The downfall of the Yi family is inevitable. You cannot personally get your hands dirty." Yi Hanqing didn't respond. His gaze lingered on his legs, once healthy and full of strength, until an orchestrated car accident rendered him forever immobile. Initially, he could not stand, later, he didn't want to. He feared that if his legs ever healed, he would uncontrollably wield a knife and kill all the Yes alongside him. He couldn't do that. His mother told him to live well, and his sister Yi Jia, who was still unconscious, needed him. He must remain lucid and refrain from losing his mind. "Did you send Yi Lao-san back?" Jing Xian became frustrated again remembering what he had done. "Why did you suddenly tie him up?" "I've sent him back," Yi Hanqing said indifferently with a downturned mouth, coldly replying, "I originally planned to chop off his legs and present them as grand gifts to my wonderful father and stepmother. If you're not fully recovered, go see a doctor again." Jing Xian snapped at him again, "What's the use of using these mutually destructive tactics? If Jia wakes up and finds her mom is gone and her brother is in jail, what would she do?" Yi Hanqing was annoyed by his shouting, but due to losing too much blood and having little energy left, he irritably said, "If you have nothing better to do, go see Jia instead. Stop bothering me." Jing Xian shivered with anger. However, seeing Yi Hanqing's indifferent attitude made him feel even more uncomfortable, so he gritted his teeth and turned away. Jing Xian and Yi Hanqing were university roommates. Back then, Yi Hanqing was like a wolf that liked pretending, although his temper was bad enough to be unbearable, he wasn't as crazy as he was now, crazy like a lunatic. If it weren't for the Yi family, if it weren't for those beasts from the Yi family, he wouldn't have become this way. Jing Xian gnashed his teeth thinking that, at the time, if they had let Yi Hanqing, who had been diagnosed with a mental illness, stab the entire Yi family, perhaps all issues could have been resolved at once. He still vividly remembered how 4 years ago, after many twists and turns, he finally found Yi Hanqing in a psychiatric hospital in City B. It was already half a year after his car accident. His mother had died on the spot, his only sister became a vegetable, and his legs were severed as he was sent to a psychiatric hospital by Yi father. At that time, Yi Hanqing's eyes were full of ferocity, he looked like a demon risen from hell. Jing Xian helped rescue him and hired the best psychological doctors domestically to treat him for 6 months before he finally returned to being somewhat normal. However, his temper was worse than before. Jing Xian sometimes felt confused, had Yi Hanqing's illness been cured? He always thought that the madness inside Yi Hanqing hadn't disappeared, it was merely hidden very well. With a heavy sigh, Jing Xian pulled out his phone to check the time, only to find a series of messages and missed calls from Wen Run. Wen Run was asking about Yi Hanqing's situation. After looking at the lifeless man in the ward, Jing Xian hesitated for a moment before calling him back. Wen Run was distractedly hugging his phone. After returning to the company, he had tried to inquire about Yi Hanqing's whereabouts, but no one knew which hospital he was in. Unable to get any clues, he could only anxiously sit by his phone, hoping Jing Xian would reply soon. But just when he was hoping, Jing Xian's call came through. Wen Run bit his lips, trying hard to suppress his anxious emotions. "Brother Jing. Are you at the hospital?" Jing Xian grunted in affirmation. "Is Mr. Yi seriously injured?" Wen Run's mind quickly spun, thinking of a good excuse to visit him. Hearing his careful probing tone, Jing Xian quietly laughed in his heart, but said aloud, "He won't die anytime soon." Wen Run was momentarily confused, unsure whether it was a good or bad sign. After struggling to think, he softly said, "Brother Zheng, have you eaten? Let me bring dinner to you." As soon as he said it, he realized how ridiculous the reason sounded. Couldn't someone just order takeout? Why would he need to specially deliver food? He sighed quietly in his heart. Unexpectedly, Jing Xian responded earnestly from the other side of the line, "Sure, come over. Bring a soup that nourishes the blood and qi. I'll send you the address on WeChat." Wen Run's eyes gradually widened as he hurriedly replied several times. After hanging up, he busily began preparing a stew. There was still half a black bone chicken in the dorm fridge, a black bone chicken and red date soup should be sufficient. True to his word, Jing Xian sent the address to Wen Run via WeChat. Wen Run anxiously waited for over an hour. Once the soup was ready, without waiting for it to cool down, he carefully poured it into a thermos and immediately hailed a taxi to the hospital. It took another hour and a half to reach the hospital. By the time Wen Run found the ward, it was already evening. Jing Xian sat slouched by the bedside playing games, while Yi Hanqing lay in bed with bandages wrapped around his head, his eyes closed as if asleep. Upon peeking in, Wen Run cautiously entered, but unexpectedly, Yi Hanqing suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in a strange tone, "Why are you here?" Looking at him with some sympathy, Wen Run placed the thermos on the cabinet, overcoming his nervousness, and said, I brought Brother Jing some food." Yi Hanqing frowned slightly, glancing at Jing Xian before coldly saying, "Can't you just order takeout if you want to eat? Do you really need someone to personally bring it?" Jing Xian almost suffered an injustice. Who exactly was he doing this for? He originally thought that maybe Yi Hanqing might act more human around someone younger like Wen Run, so he tricked Wen Run into coming. Unexpectedly, Wen Run's honesty ended up betraying him. I've heard that when Run makes delicious meals, Jing Xian clenched his teeth and smiled falsely. I'm particularly craving a taste today. Yi Hanqing's gaze darkened as his eyes swept over Wen Run, who was hanging his head, lost in thought. A disdainful "thumph" escaped through his nostrils. Infuriated, Jing Xian opened the thermal food container only to find no rice or dishes, just a full box of chicken soup. Though it smelled tempting, it was clearly not prepared for him. Glaring at Wen Run, whose expression was one of confusion, Jing Xian said impatiently, "Why is there only soup?" "Ah." Wen Run's eyes fell on the chicken soup, and he started blushing from his face to his ears. He lowered his eyes and muttered timidly, "I forgot." In his haste, all he could think about was coming to the hospital to see Yi Hanqing. In the rush, he'd forgotten everything else but to make the chicken soup. A slight twitch crossed Yi Hanqing's brow as he looked at the fresh, steaming hot chicken soup. "Is this for me?" Wen Run nodded vigorously, wishing he could burrow into a hole out of embarrassment. He had come intending to bring food for Brother Zhang, but ended up making just the chicken soup instead. Feeling guilty, he glanced at Jing Xian nervously and stammered, "Shall I bring something tomorrow?" Without hesitation, Yi Hanqing picked up the chicken soup, took a sip, and let the flavorful liquid slide down his throat to warm his stomach. It soothed even the irritability within him. After drinking another slow mouthful, he lazily remarked, "He has hands and feet, can't he go downstairs to eat by himself?" Chapter 8. Jing Xian felt this was truly a case of reaping what one sows. He worried about his mother's heart while raising two ungrateful sons, and now these two unfilial wolves had joined forces to upset him. Watching Yi Hanqing slowly sip the chicken soup from the thermal lunchbox, Jing Xian felt an ache in his temples from anger, so he decided it would be better not to get involved with them and simply stormed downstairs for some food. He left, leaving only Wen Run and Yi Hanqing in the ward. Yi Hanqing drank the chicken soup leisurely while lowering his gaze, whereas Wen Run, sitting beside him, felt increasingly awkward since Jing Xian's departure. Truthfully, Wen Run wasn't that familiar with Yi Hanqing, they had barely met twice in total and didn't speak much during those meetings. It was easier when Jing Xian was around joking around with both of them, but once Jing Xian left, silence filled the room. Wen Run strained his mind trying to find a topic, finally whispering hesitantly, "What does Yi General like to eat? I can bring it tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Yi Hanqing's tone turned colder. "Whatever you're plotting to get from me is futile. I advise you to give up." Confused by the sudden change, Wen Run stared helplessly at Yi Hanqing with puzzled black eyes, misty and full of bewilderment. Avoiding looking at him directly, Yi Hanqing tried to remain cold-hearted, yet couldn't resist feeling a pang of sympathy when seeing his damp eyes. Swallowing back the harsh words forming on his tongue, Yi Hanqing finally said quietly, "Go home. Don't come again after this." Thus, when Jing Xian returned from eating, he found the atmosphere in the ward somewhat heavy. Yi Hanqing lay on the bed, half-closed eyes resting. On the side, Wen Run, who had tidied up the thermal lunchbox and garbage on the table, hung his head low, looking like a small dog kicked by someone else. His eyes downcast in sadness, he softly told Jing Xian, "Big brother Zhang, I'll go home first." Before Jing Xian could ask what happened, Yi Hanqing interrupted, "I need water." Reluctantly swallowing his questions, Jing Xian fetched the water as requested. Meanwhile, Wen Run seized the chance to grab the lunchbox and tiptoed out like a frost-struck little eggplant, lifeless and subdued. After he left, Yi Hanqing no longer wanted water. Jing Xian slammed the cup onto the table in anger, "What are you playing at?" Annoyed and restless, Yi Hanqing thought that he shouldn't have asked the young man here today. Wen Run's dejected expression kept flickering in front of him even with his eyes closed. After casting a disdainful look at Jing Xian, Yi Hanqing impetuously said, "Stop meddling in my affairs. Don't ever bring him near me." This nearly made Jing Xian laugh with fury, exclaiming with a, "Ha, if you don't like him, then why bother provoking him behind his back?" Quietly pondering for a moment, Yi Hanqing replied coolly, "Do you know my situation or not?" Choked by this response, Jing Xian's fire seemed extinguished as if doused with a bucket of cold water. He looked at Yi Hanqing lying on the hospital bed, pale and weary. No one knew his situation better than himself. Wen Run was different from them. Pure and clean-hearted, his star path was smooth under Yi Hanqing's silent support. As for himself and Yi Hanqing, they were already mired in all the nastiness within the Yi family, making it worse to pull others into their mess. He remembered Yi Jia lying in the bed. Once, she was just like Wen Run, sweet, gentle, innocent, and wonderful. But in the end, there she lay, like a flower that wilted day by day, never knowing when she might awaken, if ever. "I understand," Jing Xian concluded. He always thought that Wen Run could bring some humanity into Yi Hanqing's life, forgetting that the yes viewed him like a venomous snake, unable to tolerate his well-being. Closing his eyes tiredly, Yi Hanqing's mind repeatedly reviewed all the affairs of the Yi family. He was the eldest son of the Yi family. His mother, Gu Suyu, married his father, Yi Makai, through a business marriage. Though there wasn't much affection before their marriage, his mother had a gentle disposition and managed the household well, keeping harmony in the Yi family. Yi Makai also treated them well, holding deep respect for the father inside despite not showing it openly. It wasn't until after graduating from university and taking over the company that Yi Hanqing accidentally discovered his father was keeping a concubine, a bold and secretive woman. Yi Hanqing secretly investigated for a long time before finding out that this concubine, Qiu Jie, was none other than his father's classmate and childhood sweetheart. As a child, he had vaguely heard his mother mention how Yi Makai had once fought against his family for this woman, but the Yi family patriarch was stern and powerful. He forced Yi Makai either to abandon his inheritance rights to marry whomever he pleased, or to break off with that woman and marry someone appropriate. Yi Makai couldn't give up the power of the Yi family and chose to break up. About a year later, after things had settled down, he met Gu Suyu. Their families were well matched, so they got married naturally. Ironically, not only did Yi Makai fail to completely sever ties with Qiu Jie, but within a year of his marriage, he resumed their relationship. Qiu Jie's son and daughter were only 3 to 5 years younger than him. Yi Hanqing handed all the evidence to his mother. Although Gu Suyu was upset, she could not bear being deceived like a fool. As the only daughter of the Gu family, she inherited her parents' vast estate after their passing. Though Yi Makai managed it over the years, the shares remained in her hands. Now that her son had grown up, she was unafraid of Yi Makai. Gu Suyu initiated the divorce. Neither Yi Makai's apologies nor pleas helped. When he refused to sign the divorce agreement, Gu Suyu had no choice but to file for divorce through the courts. On the day of the trial, as he drove his mother and sister to court, a truck loaded with heavy cargo collided directly with his car, crushing it entirely. By some luck, Yi Makai only lost the use of both legs, while his mother died on the spot, and his only sister became a vegetable, destined to remain bedridden forever. During his hospitalization, Qiu Jie visited him, smiling smugly at him. He knew the drunk driver was hired by someone, but without evidence, the killer went free. Yi Makai feigned concern and visited him, telling him to focus on recovering, yet 3 months after his mother's death, he married Qiu Jie and welcomed their 2 illegitimate children into the household. At that time, blinded by hatred, after being discharged from the hospital, he concealed a dagger intending to destroy the Yi family. However, due to his leg injuries, he managed only to stab Qiu Jie once before security personnel restrained him. In response, Yi Makai flew into a rage and sent him to a psychiatric institution. Later, Zheng Xian sought him out and got him released. Fearing the shares he held, Yi Makai didn't dare to confront him openly. Yet his ambitions extended beyond just revenge. The truck driver truly intended to kill his mother and siblings. The truck had been traveling fast, causing several cars to collide due to inertia after running them over. Yi Hanqing hired the best lawyers, who eventually sentenced the truck driver to 8 years. Unfortunately, the driver claimed it was merely a drunk driving accident and refused to admit it was premeditated murder. At the time, Yi Hanqing tried searching for the driver's family but found they had vanished. After over 4 years of searching, he now had a lead. Not only did he aim to make Qiu Jie pay blood for blood, but also to bring ruin upon the Yi family, destroying everything Yi Makai valued. Closing his eyes briefly, Yi Hanqing reined in his sinister expression, giving himself a self-deprecating smile. He could feel Wen Run's hopeful gaze, maybe even admiration or something else. But he realized that this child saw only what he wanted them to see. If one day this child saw through the viciousness and darkness beneath his facade, they might grow fearful of him and distance themselves, just like everyone else. Dropping his eyelids listlessly, Yi Hanqing thought that pretending to be normal for too long made him almost believe he really was normal. Even Zheng Xian believed his illness had healed. But how could something like that be cured so easily? It wasn't that he lacked control, the madness and bloodlust buried deep inside were hidden but ever present. After leaving, Wen Run felt somewhat deflated. He didn't understand why Yi Hanqing suddenly changed his attitude toward him. Everything seemed fine while drinking the chicken soup, but afterward, it was as if Yi Hanqing had become an entirely different person. He couldn't figure it out and felt a little disheartened. Shen Muchuan noticed him returning listlessly with the thermos lunchbox, looking puzzled. What happened? Did someone mistreat you? No, Wen Run sighed, sitting on the couch, feeling drained of energy. Shen Muchuan, seeing his state, understood he had something on his mind but didn't want to talk about it. Changing the subject, he asked, is Jinling Terrace going into production soon? When do you join the crew? At this, Wen Run perked up slightly and replied, in 3 days. Shen Muchuan expressed some concern, then added, my contract expires in 6 months, and I don't plan on renewing it. Wen Run was taken aback for a moment, but then he thought it was only natural. Shen Muchuan had entered the entertainment industry earlier than both Wen Run and Lu Zhan, having struggled in the business for over 4 years. He had made some headway. Unlike Wen Run and Lu Zhan who sported refined looks, Shen Muchuan was tall with sharp facial features and wasn't much of a talker, which gave him a rugged image. Coupled with his diligence and solid acting skills honed over the years, his reviews in the industry were consistently positive, and he had built up some connections. However, Song Li, his manager, had been more focused on making their artists overnight sensations and didn't seem to care much for Shen Muchuan's steady but unremarkable progress. Most of the time, Song left Shen to fend for himself. If Shen Muchuan could find a better agency, Wen Run would be genuinely happy for him. Have you found a new agency yet? Wen Run asked. Shen Muchuan said no, there are 2 agencies I'm in talks with, but their contract terms are very restrictive. It might not be better than staying at Star Realm. Wen Run thought for a moment and wanted to offer that if Shen hadn't found a suitable new agency, he could help by asking Zheng Xian. But realizing Zheng might not be able to assist, he kept it to himself. After chatting a bit more with Shen Wuchuan, all the despondency Wen Run felt on his way home had completely dissipated. He felt like a sapling that had just absorbed water again, standing straight and green. No matter how heavy the blow, after some time to recuperate, he became vibrant once more. With renewed spirit, Wen Run remembered that he would be joining the production team in 3 days. He retrieved the well-worn script to review further, jotting down new ideas in the margins whenever they came to mind. Chapter 9. 3 days later, Wen Run joined the team. Zheng Xian personally accompanied him there. Wen Run sat behind Zheng Xian, staring at his dark back of the head for a while and tried to casually ask, "Does brother Zheng not need to take care of Mr. Yi anymore?" Zheng Xian didn't expect this kid to hold no grudge at all. Judging from the disappointment he showed that day, it was clear that Yi Hanqing must have said something harsh. He's already been discharged from the hospital. Yi Hanqing's injuries looked scary but only required 2 stitches and an x-ray, after which they determined there were no major issues, so he left. Yi Hanqing has always disliked hospitals. Wen Run merely "oh-ed" in response and did not ask further. He figured everything was fine. Zheng Xian glanced at him through the rearview mirror, thought about it for a moment, and couldn't help but say, "That day, what Mr. Yi told you, don't take it to heart. This person just likes to be stubbornly defiant." Wen Run let out a brief "ah" and claimed he wasn't bothered by it. He recalled what Yi Hanqing had said that day. In fact, during their first meeting, Yi Hanqing had made similar remarks. Later, when Wen Run went home, he spent 2 days thinking about it, concluding that probably too many people harbored ulterior motives toward Yi Hanqing, so he guarded against everyone. After all, running such a large company meant how many of its artists were eyeing him for unsavory reasons. He himself wasn't related or even closely acquainted with Yi Hanqing, having met only twice, so it made perfect sense that Yi Hanqing remained cautious around him. After hearing this, Zheng Xian didn't know what else to say. He could only brief Wen Run on some things he needed to pay attention to in the crew. It wasn't Wen Run's first time joining a set, he was familiar with how things worked, but he still meticulously noted down Zheng Xian's advice. When Zheng Xian finished speaking, Wen Run remembered Shen Wuchuan and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Brother Zheng, besides Starfield, do you know of any other reliable talent agencies?" He didn't mention Shen Wuchuan, as if he were just throwing out a random question. Zheng Xian raised an eyebrow. "Why are you asking this? Are you planning to quit?" Wen Run hurriedly said no, stammering, "I'm just asking for a friend." This made Zheng Xian even more curious. After a quick thought, he suddenly understood, "You have a friend in Starfield who wants to leave." Wen Run fell silent, wondering how Zheng Xian guessed so quickly. Since breaking the contract was Shen Wuchuan's private plan and hadn't been officially proposed yet, he didn't want to prematurely disclose it. Zheng Xian glanced at him again through the rearview mirror and saw him biting his lips as he gazed out the window. Recalling Wen Run's friends, they should only be his 2 roommates. The information on these 2 roommates he'd also checked previously, remembering one named Shen something whose contract was about to expire. Zheng Xian remembered that both Wen Run and his 2 roommates originally belonged under Song Li's management. Reflecting on Song Li's poor behavior, Zheng Xian could see why anyone would consider leaving. He thought carefully and then said, "Song Li's broker contract is also nearing its end, and the company doesn't intend to renew it with him." By saying this, Zheng Xian was trying to tell Wen Run that his 2 roommates would soon be able to change brokers. At that point, he could quietly pass along a message to show some extra care. As long as the roommates themselves strived, they would still have an opportunity to break out. Wen Run understood his meaning immediately, his eyes lighting up. "Really? It seems it expires next month." Though Song Li hadn't committed any grave offenses, his abilities were indeed mediocre. Plus, Yi Hanqing disliked him, so upon expiration of his service contract, the company wouldn't renew it. If Song Li leaves next month, even before Shen Wuchuan, and gets replaced by a new broker who could guide them properly, perhaps Shen Wuchuan wouldn't need to contemplate leaving. After all, Starfield was considered one of the cleanest companies within the industry. Unlike some companies who pushed inappropriate favors onto artists, Starfield, being rich and resourceful, provided good conditions to its artists. Thinking this over, Wen Run shared the good news in a small dormitory chat group. Lu Zhan immediately jumped into the conversation. "Is it true? If so, I won't have to become a gigolo." "What gigolo?" Wen Run sent a confused emoji. Shen Wuchuan quickly followed with a big question mark. "What's going on?" Lu Zhan replied with a pitiful .jpg sticker. "An old woman has her eye on me and wants innocent me to sleep with her." He hadn't mentioned this to his roommates until now, mentioning it only when Wen Run brought up Song Li's departure, signifying danger was lifted. In haste, Lu Zhan blurted this out. The old woman who had her eye on him was a wealthy widow. Lu Zhan met her at a dinner party arranged by Song Li. That rich widow took a liking to him right away and started touching him inappropriately at the table. Afraid of offending her, Lu Zhan endured it, but later found out that Song Li kept sending him over whenever that old woman asked. Song Li didn't explicitly say anything, but it was clear he wanted Lu Zhan to cozy up with this sugar mama. Lu Zhan almost reached the point where he was ready to confront Song Li, intending for them both to go down together. But unexpectedly, this good news came just in time. He sent another happy.jpg sticker. "My first time can only be given to the woman I love the most." Shen Mushuan responded mysteriously, "All right, we now know you're still a virgin." Lu Zhan immediately lost his temper and bombarded Shen Mushuan with 100 one-sided insults. When Run watched their conversation on the group chat, his lips involuntarily curving into a smile. The filming location was at the suburban film city. Filming began the next day, and everyone arrived on set a day earlier. When Run got there early, and after resting at the hotel, by the afternoon, he heard that the two leads and Xiao Xiao had all arrived. That evening, the director organized a dinner gathering for the entire crew. At the table, the director and main actors chatted animatedly while Wen Run, being relatively unknown, quietly ate without drawing extra attention. However, Ling Shangyao, sitting a few seats away from him, occasionally cast looks at Wen Run filled with hostility. Wen Run frowned inwardly, realizing Ling Shangyao, who failed to secure the role of Yan Wu, somehow managed to join the crew, playing the Northern Prince's son, the protagonist's brother-in-law. They would even have a few scenes together. Recalling Ling Shanyao's unfriendly glances, Wen Run sighed, sensing he probably wouldn't enjoy the next month or so on set. After the dinner, everyone went back to their hotels to rest. Xiao Xiao, who formed a positive impression of Wen Run, happened to be heading back the same way, so they walked together. Just before leaving, Ling Shangyao gave Wen Run an intense glare. Not wanting to stir trouble, Wen Run pretended not to notice. "Did you have some conflict with Ling Shangyao?" Xiao Xiao noticed Ling Shangyao's hostility. Wen Run pouted, guessing it might be due to the Yan Wu role. Xiao Xiao knew more about it. Thinking back, it was rumored that Ling Shangyao was internally designated to play Yan Wu. It was unclear why Director Li suddenly called for Wen Run to audition, casting doubt on Ling Shangyao's selection. Later, when Director Li personally supervised the audition and immediately favored Wen Run, Ling Shangyao ended up without any part in the production. Ling Shangyao maintained a high and mighty persona thanks to his last drama, but privately, he was known for his bad temper and small-mindedness. Xiao Xiao worked with him once and had a poor impression of him, so he gave Wen Run a warning. "This guy has a bit of a chip on his shoulder and apparently likes underhanded tricks. Be careful around him." Wen Run sincerely thanked Xiao Xiao and made a mental note. The next day, during the opening ceremony, after paying respects to the gods, filming officially began. Under Director Li's strict direction, the whole atmosphere on set became tense. Wen Run's scenes were mainly concentrated in the first half of the movie. Yan Wu was the main character's personal bodyguard, always closely following and protecting him as he wandered incognito between various vassal states. The lead actor was Chen Yun, slightly over 30, a rare celebrity possessing both star power and acting talent, with a pleasant personality. In comparison to Chen Yun, Wen Run's performance appeared somewhat amateurish. In his spare moments, Chen Yun occasionally offered a tip or two to Wen Run, which proved highly beneficial. A week of such intense shooting passed quickly, and Wen Run was about to film his first martial arts scene. Yan Wu accompanied his master back to their homeland but encountered the Northern Prince's son galloping recklessly through the streets. The prince's son, pampered since childhood, was arrogant and tyrannical, disregarding others' safety. Charging toward the master-servant duo, there was no stopping the horse. Naturally, Yan Wu couldn't allow harm to come to his master, so he drew his sword, leaped forward, and clashed with the Northern Prince's son. All combat movements were repeatedly demonstrated by the action choreographer. As Wen Run reviewed them in his mind, the staff secured the wire harness around him. At the other end of the street, Ling Shangyao sat astride his horse, subtly flashing Wen Run a hostile smile. Wen Run hadn't figured out what it meant when the director shouted, "Action!" Instantly, Wen Run arched his eyebrows and sprang upward, his long sword pointing directly at the Northern Prince's son. Ling Shangyao charged forward, his face wearing a smug grin, drawing his own sword and lunging straight at Wen Run's face. Startled, Wen Run leaned back sharply, narrowly avoiding the blade. This move was certainly not part of the planned sequence. Chapter 10. Ling Shangyao was certain that Wen Run couldn't possibly avoid this attack. The sword in his hand wasn't very sharp, but the pointed tip could easily cut someone's face with a bit of force. If Wen Run's face got injured, Ling believed there was no way the production team wouldn't replace him. Yan Wu should have been his prize, but it had been snatched by Wen Run at the last moment. From the time he heard about it, he'd already wanted to tear up Wen Run's face with his own hands. He had even come up with an excuse: accidents involving wire stunts were so common. Wen Run was just some unknown nobody. When push came to shove, who would the crew choose to side with? It was obvious. He planned everything out well, he almost couldn't hide the deep malice in his eyes as he swung the sword and lunged forward. But to his surprise, Wen Run flipped backward in the air and avoided the attack. His movement froze, and a look of shock lingered on his face. As Wen Run performed the backflip in mid-air, they were going to collide once more. Clutching the sword tightly, he blocked hard with all his might. Their swords clashed together, making a crisp, duong sound. Wen Run managed to stabilize himself while Ling Shangyao was not so lucky. Wobbling in the air, still dazed from the shock, his grip loosened, and the long sword slipped from his hands. Below, Li Kei shouted angrily, "Cut!" The crew quickly lowered them both down. Wen Run stepped firmly on the ground, and his clear, dark eyes fixed on Ling Shangyao. He was made up, with slightly round eyes elongated into slanted shapes by makeup. His brows arched high, and the tips of his eyes tilted upward, casting a cold gaze as he looked at the person. The long sword still clutched in his hand glittered faintly, giving the impression that he was truly a heartless black-clad guard. You made a mistake in your movement. This simple comment, lacking both reproach and interrogation, nonetheless made Ling Shangyao uneasy. Subconsciously, he tried to take a step back, stopping himself only after realizing what he was doing. His expression turned sour as he said weakly, "Sorry, I'm too nervous." Wen Run didn't say anything. There had been real hostility in Ling Shanyao's eyes as he charged toward him. But Wen Run could not act based solely on conjecture, the filming still needed to continue. They rearranged their costumes and safety harnesses. Wen Run returned to his original position, waiting for the scene to start over. The crew handed the fallen sword to Ling Shangyao, and the martial arts director demonstrated the move again for him. Ling Shangyao nodded grimly and returned to his position, mounting the horse. The scene started again. This time, Ling Shangyao dared not attempt any tricks. As he spurred the horse to gallop, Wen Run leaped gracefully through the air using the wires. Simultaneously drawing his sword, he aimed directly for Ling Shangyao, a silvery light flashing with every swing of the blade. Ling Shanyao's heart jumped, and he stopped moving altogether. As Wen Run's sword tip approached his face, Ling Shangyao just stared blankly, failing to make the pre-planned defensive action. Wen Run had no choice but to flick the blade into a flourish and retract the sword. It was then that Ling Shangyao realized he'd messed up again. Forcing a laugh, he apologized, "Sorry, it's my first time doing a wire stunt, I'm really nervous." Director Li remained silent, though those familiar with him could already see the fury building on his face. It was the calm before the storm. Everyone went back to their starting positions and began anew. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot, twice and you grow weary, thrice and you exhaust yourself. Ling Shangyao was a perfect example. His first attempt with a trick failed, leading to guilt afterward. Combined with his inexperience in performing wire work, these factors culminated in his third reshoot, where once again, he forgot his moves. Retry, 4th, 5th, 6th, 13th times. Ling Shanyao's face was turning paler with each failure. He was both resentful towards Wen Run and anxious about the current situation. In the midst of his wandering thoughts, when the director yelled, "Action," he simply stood frozen in place. "Are you here to film or to hold up the entire crew?" Director Li's suppressed anger finally exploded. Coldly glaring at Ling Shangyao, he said, "If you can't do this right, you'd better get out early. My set doesn't keep waste." Ling Shangyao trembled and could only apologize. Li didn't care about saving Ling Shanyao's face. On his set, anyone, regardless of identity, who slowed down progress would not be given any special treatment. Skip straight to the next scene. This meant they were bypassing the fight sequence and heading straight to the following scenes. No one dared to breathe heavily. The prop team quickly rearranged the set while the lighting and camera crews moved into position. They actually left Ling Shangyao standing there, starting the next scene without him. Fearing another outburst from Li if Ling stayed in the frame, the slate operator motioned for Ling Shanyao's assistant to pull him off. Because of Ling Shanyao's repeated NGs, the production wasted over 3 hours. That day's shoot extended by 3 hours to compensate for the lost time, leaving everyone exhausted but too scared to complain, in case Li K heard and got angry. Wen Run's body also ached all over. Rigging wire stunts was never an easy task, especially after he had been at it for more than 3 straight hours and then immediately rushed into filming the next scene. By the time he finally had a moment to rest, he felt like every bone in his body was about to fall apart. Lu Feng twisted open the water bottle for him, concerned, asking, "Are you okay?" Wen Run shook his head, thinking that he should feel better after some rest, so he asked Lu Feng to get him some food. Not minding his appearance, he sat on a small stool and started eating with large bites. By the time they headed back to the hotel after dinner, the sky was pitch black. Wen Run endured the pain while showering, and upon taking off his clothes, he found large bruises covering his waist, back, and chest. Even though he wore protective gear under his clothes, after such a long day, combined with his fair skin, these bruises now looked quite alarming. Pressing lightly on the bruised areas, Wen Run sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. He worried that the injuries might worsen by the next day, affecting the shooting, so he had no choice but to redress and ask Lu Feng to buy him some medicinal wine. After lifting up Wen Run's shirt to check, Lu Feng's eyes reddened. He suggested informing the director and going to the hospital tomorrow. Shaking his head, Wen Run refused. He wasn't a major star, just having a few bruises from the wire stunts. If he took leave to go to the hospital, he'd come across as overly delicate. In fact, when he first started doing wire stunts, he once sustained much more severe injuries due to lack of experience. Seeing his determination, Lu Feng could only pick up his phone and step out to buy the medicine. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he bumped into Chen Yun, who was about to knock. "Chen teacher." Lu Feng looked surprised. "Is there something wrong?" Smiling warmly, Chen Yun said, "I noticed Wen Run worked hard with the wires today. I thought he might need this." He lifted the transparent bag in his hand, which contained 2 bottles of medicinal wine. Lu Feng immediately cheered up, stepping aside to let him in. "What a coincidence, I was just about to buy it. Is it too much trouble for you?" Not at all, I just happened to have it prepared, Chen Yun chuckled softly as he walked in. There, he saw Wen Run sitting cross-legged on the sofa, massaging the bruised area on his waist, wincing in pain. Wen brother, teacher Chen brought you some medicinal wine. Hearing this, Wen Run turned around. Earlier, absorbed in his own pain, he hadn't noticed much, but now seeing Chen Yun bringing the medicine, he quickly dropped his hands and stood up. Use medicinal wine to massage the bruises, or they will be worse tomorrow. Chen Yun handed him the bottle, asking, do you need my help? How could Wen Run possibly accept his offer? Given Chen Yun's status, personally delivering the medicine already made him feel honored enough. Politely, he declined, saying he could manage himself. Not forcing the matter, Chen Yun stayed for a short while before politely taking his leave. Lu Feng used the medicinal wine to rub Wen Run's bruises on his back, praising teacher Chen for being so kind along the way. Wen Run agreed. Ever since joining the production team, Chen Yun had taken good care of him, even personally delivering the medicinal wine that day. He faintly felt that Chen Yun treated him exceptionally well. Although Chen Yun usually had a gentle personality, Wen Run had not seen him showing similar concern for others. After pondering for a while, Wen Run concluded that Chen Yun didn't seem to harbor ill intentions, so he stopped worrying about it. On the other hand, after returning to his room, Chen Yun's assistant looked puzzled. Why didn't you let me deliver the medicinal wine instead? I was entrusted by someone else, Chen Yun smiled, shaking his head as he returned to his room to rest. After dismissing his assistant, he opened his phone and replied to his friend's message, the medicinal wine has been delivered, and the person is fine. The injuries are not serious. However, I can tell Ling Shangyao probably holds resentment towards him. In their line of work, those who were dedicated often ended up with minor or major injuries. Yet, he was surprised that his friend worried so much. Thinking about Ling Shangyao again, he decided the latter truly came off as too foolish, thinking he could hide everything without anyone noticing. After a while, his friend responded with just a few words, thanks, I'll take care of it. Chen Yun shook his head with amusement, somewhat curious about what game these two were playing, insisting on secret care without allowing any mention of it. In recent days, the atmosphere within the crew became extremely tense. All the staff remained alert, fearing any mistakes that might result in Director Li firing them. The artists even talked less among themselves. Once off stage, they hurried back to the hotel, unwilling to stay too long. Li Kei's gloomy face genuinely terrified everyone. Xiao Xiao secretly complained to Wen Run that Ling Shangyao is like a flower pillow, looks good but isn't useful at all. With acting skills like his, how did he manage to become famous back then? Wen Run sighed, clearly annoyed as well. The martial arts scene ultimately failed to be completed smoothly, so they skipped ahead to shoot later scenes without further fight sequences. One would think that regular acting scenes should at least not have problems. But who knew Ling Shangyao performed like a puppet, stiff movements, no expression, and even worse, he hadn't memorized his lines properly. What's more, the Crown Prince of Jinbei had quite a lot of screen time, even surpassing Yan Wu's in some parts. Initially portrayed as a playboy nobleman, this character goes through turmoil later on when the Jinbei king passes away, leaving the estate to endure many upheavals. With the support of his elder sister, he takes over the family's inheritance and is forced to shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding the entire household. If acted out well, the early stage of this character might irritate the audience but certainly wouldn't be overshadowed by Yan Wu. But unfortunately, Ling Shangyao dragged down the entire production. Recently, director Li Kei had been acting like a cannon, sitting there blasting criticisms at Ling Shangyao non-stop. The atmosphere within the crew grew gloomy. It wasn't just director Li Kei, others behind the scenes also started complaining about Ling Shangyao slowing down the progress. Chapter 11. Ling Shangyao hated Wen Run with a vengeance. He felt that all his misfortunes had started from the day when Run dodged his surprise attack. If Wen Run hadn't deflected him, disrupting his composure, he wouldn't have made mistakes one after another, nor would he have incurred Li Kei's angry scolding. Thinking of those harsh words Li Kei had spoken in front of everyone, Ling Shangyao felt as though every drop of his blood was screaming. He had to give Wen Run a lesson. Wen Run had become an obstacle in his heart, and unless this obstacle was removed, Ling Shangyao knew he would never be able to move on. He pressed the cigarette butt hard into the ashtray, lit another one with trembling hands, then pulled out his phone to make a call. It took a while for the other end to pick up. Wang Heng's voice sounded somewhat impatient, but Ling Shangyao, lost in dreams of revenge against Wen Run, failed to notice it. His tone softened as he whispered hoarsely, like there were hooks hidden in his words, "Brother Wang, I miss you. Are you free tonight? You have more time for this nonsense than for studying your script properly. Do you know how much progress your actions have delayed in the entire crew? Every passing day cost money, and while Wang Heng was willing to support him, that didn't mean he was willing to waste resources on someone who lacked merit." Ling Shangyao was originally recommended to Li Kei by Wang Heng. Though Ling Shangyao knew how to play around and seemed promising at first, after getting some experience, Wang Heng soon realized Ling was just show without substance. Ling Shangyao had initially wanted to play Yan Wu, but Li Kei chose someone else. To avoid conflict over such a minor issue, Wang Heng eventually assigned Ling Shangyao to play the Prince of Jinbei. However, he found out that Ling Shangyao was utterly incapable. Frustrated beyond measure, Wang Heng gritted his teeth. While he was willing to promote others, those people still needed some talent. Though Ling Shangyao had humbled himself and said those words, Wang Heng didn't react as expected, showing no urgency to meet up. There was even a hint of coldness in his tone. Ling Shangyao finally sensed Wang Heng's impatience. Stunned for a moment, realizing what was happening, he tried to say something, but the call had already been hung up. Staring at his phone in disbelief, veins bulging in his neck, eyes bloodshot, Ling Shangyao threw his phone violently to the ground in anger. After skipping Ling Shanyao's scenes, the filming schedule finally caught up. The leading actor's skills naturally went without saying, even the supporting actors, under Li Kei's strict requirements, performed their best. Especially when Run, who benefited from the occasional guidance and care given by Qin Yun, had made significant progress. Even Li Kei, who had high standards, praised him twice. Of course, gaining Li Kei's favor also meant making enemies. But due to Wen Run's amiable personality, kindness towards others, and good relationships with both Qin Yun and Xiao Xiao, no one dared to criticize him directly, forcing them to swallow their dissatisfaction. The one who despised Wen Run the most, Ling Shangyao, felt as though he was about to go crazy from suppression. Struggling desperately to find his rhythm again, the more anxious he became, the worse his state of mind got. Scenes with dialogues were manageable with a few NG attempts before barely passing, but whenever it came to martial arts scenes, he reverted back to being stiff like a puppet. No matter what, he couldn't overcome the mental barrier. Desperation drove him nearly mad, so he snuck to Wang Heng's room late one night, convinced only Wang Heng could help him. However, Wang Heng had long grown tired of him and not only refused to assist, but also unceremoniously kicked him out. Heartbroken, Ling Shangyao simply claimed illness and stopped going to the set, drinking alone in the hotel room instead. He drank until he passed out drunk, waking up dazedly only in the evening. He grabbed his phone to check the time, only to find numerous missed calls from his agent and assistant. Perplexed, he prepared to call back when he saw a news headline notification, Cold God Ling Shanyao's sexuality exposed, gained position through favoritism. Ling Shangyao turned pale, trembling as he clicked into the article, and upon seeing several photos, he immediately knew, his career was over. Among them were bedroom photos of him and Wang Heng. Although Wang Heng's face was pixelated, Ling Shangyao instantly recognized him. As for his own image, except for the critical parts, his face was clearly visible. He had no idea that during the time he lay unconscious in a drunken stupor, these explosive photos of their private bedroom activities had gone viral within 2 hours on social media platforms, quickly climbing the trending charts. Hashtag Ling Shangyao bed photos, hashtag Ling Shangyao sexuality exposed, hashtag Ling Shangyao gaining favor, these topics skyrocketed, and uncensored photos spread everywhere. Even though his agency tried damage control, it was too late. At first, everyone was only focused on Ling Shangyao. After all, he had gained a bit of popularity from his last drama, though the role became more famous than he did himself, it still generated some buzz. Ling Shangyao drew most of the attention, but a small group noticed Wang Heng as well, the man in bed with him. Though pixelated, the censorship wasn't very effective, and enthusiastic netizens eagerly dissected the photos. By ruling out several possible candidates, they eventually exposed the man's identity, the producer of the Jinling Terrace production team. This caused quite a stir. Wang Heng was married and had a 3-year-old daughter. The enraged netizens quickly pushed Wang Heng into the spotlight as well, dragging the Jinling Terrace crew onto the trending topics. Hiding in self-deception within his room, afraid to go out, Ling Shanyao's phone kept buzzing incessantly. In madness, he threw it onto the ground, creating a dull thud. However, these weren't issues he could avoid so easily. That same evening, the official Jinling Terrace team issued a statement, considering the replacement of an actor. Meanwhile, Wang Heng himself posted on Weibo, denying that the person in the photo was him. But whether or not Wang Heng admitted it no longer mattered. The netizens believed enough was true. Ling Shangyao left silently, and filming continued normally without him. As for Wang Heng, he acted as if nothing happened, as if this scandal truly had nothing to do with him. Everyone on set quietly followed this gossip during breaks. Xiao Xiao even gossiped about it with Wen Run, using her alternate account to pull up one of the bedroom photos for comparison, secretly examining it. The more she looked at it, the more convinced she became. I think it's him. Wen Run knew a little of the inside story, after all, Wang Heng had slipped him a room card once too. Clearly, the man leaned toward liking men, though Wen Run didn't say much about it. What he thought about now was who would replace the Prince of Jinbei character. He had privately inquired with the assistant director, but there was no candidate yet. Because of Ling Shanyao's scandal, all his previous footage was unusable, meaning whoever replaced him would have to reshoot everything. Wen Run considered it and recommended Shen Muqian the following afternoon. Shen Muqian had a similar vibe to Ling Shangyao, fitting perfectly for the Prince of Jinbei, a northern-born prince with military origins, making him a good match for the rugged, tall appearance needed for the northern region. Wen Run didn't tell Shen Muqian anything about this. While he recommended someone, the assistant director might not use them, success would be a pleasant surprise, failure wouldn't lead to disappointment. However, what surprised Wen Run was seeing Shen Muqian in the crew just 3 days later. Apparently, due to the rush in finding replacements, those whom the assistant director approached either had conflicting schedules or refused to get involved in the scandal. After Ling Shanyao's scandal broke, a group of his smaller fans were fiercely defending him, claiming he was a victim. At this point, anyone taking over Ling Shanyao's role would surely stir up trouble. But Shen Muchuan was in his quiet period, unafraid of criticism, and had always been popular among peers. The assistant director heard positive feedback and thus let him take Ling Shanyao's part. After Shen Muchuan joined, the crew worked overtime to catch up on all the delayed scenes. Finally, Li Kei's perpetually grim expression softened a little. A month later, when Wen Run completed his role, the crew held a small farewell party, and he parted ways with them. Not long after finishing, the variety show Let's Grow Together was also ready to air. Because the production team invited big-name stars like Chu Haowen and Xie Yupan, many fans were already eager to watch their idols perform before the show premiered. The official program blog had released multiple sneak peeks, causing each guest to trend multiple times on search engines. Finally, under the excited anticipation of fans, the program aired. After dealing with company affairs, Yi Hanqing returned home. Since the car accident, he moved out of the Yi family residence and had been living alone for years. The maid had already finished work and gone home. Alone in the living room, Yi Hanqing recalled the accidental news feed notification he saw earlier, staying silent for a while. He finally walked into his study, opened his computer, and typed in the search bar, "Let's Grow Together." When Yi Hanqing started watching, Let's Grow Together had just begun airing. The 5 guests arrived at the village, where the director was giving them their task. The chat messages were filled with comments by various groups' fans. To Yi Hanqing's observation, few remarks mentioned Wen Run. Frowning slightly, he continued watching. The production team was relentless, giving the guests absolutely no rice on their first day, merely providing a few sickles to harvest their own crops in the fields. 10 pounds of rice straw exchanged for 1 pound of polished rice. The guests were astonished. The editing team even added a melancholic background score with a rain effect. Chat streams exploded. What the hell? Is this really hardcore? The production team is genius. Are the producers insane? How can my idol possibly do such hard labor? While the comments were still bustling, the guests had already started to allocate tasks. Not only did they need to cut rice for rice straw exchange, but they also needed to help their neighbors work in order to get meat and vegetables. Everyone gathered around the 3 sickles worriedly. Finally, they decided that the 3 boys would cut the rice while the 2 girls went to their neighbor's house to help with chores. The 2 girls left to visit the neighbors, leaving the 3 men staring gloomily at the sickles. Zhang Lu asked anxiously, "What are we going to do?" Chu Haowen stared at the sickle with a sorrowful look. Finally, it was Wen Run, who looked the youngest and weakest, that coughed gently and said, "Let's go, I can do it." After Wen Run finished this sentence, the screen was filled with question marks. Some were asking who he was. Each of the 3 picked up a sickle and walked heavily towards the rice fields not far from the yard. These fields had been specially reserved by the production team in advance with the villagers. The rice was golden and full-bodied, edited later to appear even more delightful. Chu Haowen didn't talk much. He swung the sickle twice and frowned, "How should we do this?" Wen Run directly stepped into the paddy field. He didn't seem to mind getting dirty as his hands skillfully grasped a cluster of rice. With one quick motion of the sickle, he cut down a cluster of rice and threw it onto the ground. Chapter 12. Wen Run's sickle swished back and forth, and in the blink of an eye, he had cut down 2 more large bundles. Actually, since high school, his family rarely let him do fieldwork, only focusing on his studies. All the farm work was done by Wen's father along with his 2 other sons. Later, when he went to university, he returned home only once a year, and they certainly wouldn't let him work. Therefore, Wen Run was somewhat out of practice. After cutting a few bunches and regaining his feel for it, Wen Run stood up straight and smiled as he demonstrated to Zhang Lu and Chu Haowen, "Actually, this is very simple, the sickle moves fast, so you need to be careful not to cut yourself." As he spoke, he gripped the rice plants with his left hand while holding the sickle in his right and easily cut another bundle down with a gentle motion. He laughed and said, "See, it's not difficult at all." The production team captured a still image of him smiling with the rice stalks in hand and froze it. The 6 words, "not difficult at all," were enlarged and emboldened beneath the photo, accompanied by a wildly absurd background track. The chat bubbles were full of "ha. Did you see Zhang Lu and Chu Haowen's expressions? Ha 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 ha, they must be cussing in their heads. Dangyao.jpg, it's not difficult at all. Is being a star so strict now? Do you have to know how to farm too? Yi Hanqing also chuckled. He had seen Wen Run's profile and knew he came from a rural background. For him, these things might indeed not be hard. But then he thought about the young Wen Run bending over with a heavy sickle in the rice fields, and an inexplicable pang of sadness arose in his chest. Yi Hanqing's gaze lingered on Wen Run's face. His eyes were large, slightly slanted downwards at the corners, curving beautifully when he smiled like a likable puppy. Despite having endured so much hardship, he always wore a smile. Yi Hanqing suddenly remembered the words Xing Xian once said. He truly did seem like a great treasure. The program continued. After demonstrating, Zhang Lu had enthusiastically grabbed a sickle and jumped into the field. He was a TV host who had played many games on variety shows before, so even though this task was harder, he wasn't afraid. On the other hand, Chu Haowen remained stationary on the levee, his eyes fixed on the rice paddies, looking serious, deep in thought. Many fans showed concern through the comments. Ah, my brother has OCD. How could he stand the dirtiness of waterlogged fields? I feel bad for my brother. He shouldn't participate in programs like this anymore, woo 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 woo. Since Chu Haowen had many fans, the screen was quickly filled with messages such as, I'm worried about my brother, he shouldn't participate in such programs anymore, etc. This upset some viewers, leading to mockery. Is your brother so delicate compared to others? Others can go into the field but your brother needs to be pampered. Yeah, he's acting so pretentious for participating in a show. Chu Haowen, drama queen. For a moment, fans, detractors, and bystanders were engaged in a three-way battle, with occasional confessions of love for Wenrun mixed in. Frowning, Yi Hanqing opened the comment box and typed what others were saying, Naiwen Chongya. After sending it, he felt a bit awkward and wanted to check the comments again but saw that his message had already been scrolled past. The uneasiness turned into irritation, so he turned off the comments. In the show, Chu Haowen had already entered the field, imitating Wenrun by gripping a cluster of rice plants. His brow was furrowed tightly, his expression resembling someone preparing for an impending death. Although the rice paddy had been dried out, moving among the stalks, the scratching sensation of the rice husks and leaves on his body was indescribable. Chu Haowen, clutching the sickle, looked pale. Noticing his discomfort, Wenrun offered him a helping hand. He hadn't expected anyone's germophobia to be this severe, so he stifled a laugh and said, relax a little, I'll teach you how to use the sickle. Chu Haowen pursed his lips tightly, nodded, and bent down to learn from him. Wenrun stood in front of him, slightly bent over, head lowered, revealing an elegant curve of his pale, slender neck, and his voice was soft and warm. Grip it here, then pull the blade inward. Following Wenrun's posture, Chu Haowen held the sickle, gripped the rice in front of him, and tried placing the sickle on it to cut. It was his first time, so he hadn't mastered the technique yet. Instead, he ground each stalk individually with the edge of the blade, which took effort, but he managed to cut down a bundle eventually. Here you go. Chu Haowen handed the rice plants to Wenrun, his face still cool and composed, although his taut lips relaxed just slightly. Smiling warmly, Wenrun pointed towards the levee. Just pile them over there. As Yi Hanqing watched, his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Unable to resist, he reopened the comments, finding that the fighting had stopped but replaced with cries of amazement. Holy cow, holy cow, holy cow. These two are just so suited for each other. What's this plot twist? They were supposed to farm but why are we getting fed romantic tension? Ah, sisters, let me be the first to ship them. Na Wen's neck is so white and slender, what kind of god is he? Yi Hanqing still couldn't figure out what exactly the previous comments were about when the following barrage drew his attention again. Involuntarily, he found himself looking at Wenrun's neck. To make it convenient for recording the show, Wenrun wore a round neck lemon yellow t-shirt. The semicircular neckline was rather loose, making his neck appear elongated, revealing part of his delicate collarbone as well. Indeed, it was very white, not just his neck but his entire body. The chat bubbles suddenly changed direction, beginning to fervently praise Wenrun. Actually, Wenrun looked extremely good, not in a shocking or aggressive sense, but in a more gradual and endearing way. His features were very delicate, each individual feature was commendable, yet all together formed a harmonious look that felt soothing to the eyes. At first glance, one wouldn't notice his fine features but rather his refreshing aura. However, if you observed him longer, you'd find there wasn't a single flaw in him, like exquisite porcelain from an ancient official kiln. He also had particularly pale skin. Standing under the sun with his lemon yellow t-shirt on, it seemed to glow. Most importantly, even under the high-definition camera after being exposed to the sun for a while, his face only carried a slight pink blush. His pores were barely visible, glowing with red undertones, resembling a perfectly ripe peach. Zheng Xian had once said, with such good looks and competent acting skills, he was buried for over a year. Who should we blame? All because of those blind lie officers. Previously, Yi Hanqing just casually listened, but now he deeply agreed. He had met countless artists, yet only one, Wenrun, looked like this, enticing at first glance and captivating with another. He naturally exuded a comforting aura, one didn't need to deliberately do anything, just by watching, your mood would feel pleasant. When Planting Fields reached its halfway point, the number of clicks already exceeded 10 million, continuously rising. 3 topics, hashtag let's plant together first broadcast hashtag core fielding hashtag, and hashtag fielding CP hashtag, had climbed onto the trending list. The first one was purchased by the production team. The last 2 were unexpected and pushed up by energized fans. Zheng Xian originally prepared some trending hashtags for Wenrun to start promotion after the variety show aired, but Wenrun performed so admirably that midway through the first episode, he made it to the trends. Of these 3 trending topics, 2 were heavily led by him. In the hashtag core fielding hashtag topic, someone shared animated GIFs of Wenrun harvesting rice, a set of 9 GIFs which were retweeted 10,000 times within half an hour. People jokingly remarked how demanding it was to be a star nowadays, and others seriously evaluated that his movements were standard, clearly having done fieldwork before. As more people reposted, the topic gradually shifted, with a few top comments popping up in the frequently retweeted posts, praising Wenrun's godlike beauty and questioning why it hadn't been noticed before. Some even asked if he was a new debut artist. Then someone continued digging deeper, discovering he wasn't actually new but had already played 5 or 6 supporting roles since debuting over a year ago. They were all minor roles with unflattering costumes, so they never gained any significant attention. Moreover, he had recently taken on the role of Yen Wu in Jinling Platform. Book fans of Jinling Platform then went to verify with the crew's official Weibo account, as the production team only released promotional photos of a few main characters and Yen Wu's photo hadn't come out yet. Hence, the Jinling Platform production team capitalized on this opportunity to gain traction by releasing Yen Wu's promotional stills and specifically tagging Wenrun. The posted grid included dressing room photos along with some behind-the-scenes shots, among which was a photo of Wenrun arm-in-arm with Shen Mushuan. Wenrun was dressed as Yen Wu, and Shen Mushuan as the Crown Prince of the North Border Army. After seeing the message from the official account, Wenrun forwarded it and tagged Shen Mushuan. Weibo V at Crown Prince of the North Shen Mushuan, time to promote. Due to the operation by Jinling Platform's production team and Wenrun's subsequent response, it caused another buzz on Weibo, and Wenrun's Weibo followers surged, breaking 1 million that same evening. Under the previously quiet Weibo page, Wenrun's fans of his appearance, the fielding CP, variety show lovers, and other kinds of fans gathered at his Weibo page to check in. Even because of that group photo released by the Jinling Platform crew, another small clique of North-South CP fans appeared. In the original novel, Yen Wu is from the southern region, and the Crown Prince of the North is from the northern area, hence calling it the North-South CP. The fans of the farming CP certainly wouldn't give up easily. The first episode of Planting Fields was divided into 2 parts for airing, and after the first part aired, the energized fans were eager to express their excitement. They had successfully pushed #PlantingFieldCP onto the trending list, and in doing so temporarily overshadowed the emerging North-South CP. The farming CP fans were determined to suppress any budding alternate pairings before they grew. The premiere of Let's Plant Together was a hit, with heated discussions on Weibo lasting for 2 to 3 days without abating. In particular, Wenrun sparked a lot of discussion. Because he hadn't been well known previously, there wasn't much information about him available online. It wasn't until after the airing of Planting Fields, when his Weibo followers surged past 1 million, that a fan club was finally established. Enthusiastic fans began updating Wenrun's profiles across various platforms and actively promoting him everywhere. Since the nickname for Wenrun among his fans was Milk One, his fans came to be called Milk Powder. While the Milk Powder group enthusiastically promoted their idol, Zheng Xian arrived with a renewal contract for Let's Plant Together. Initially, when Wenrun filled in for the first episode, the production team hadn't planned for him to return for a second one, so the contract only covered 1 episode, at a relatively low price. However, they didn't expect him to become popular after the show aired, sparking extensive online discussions. Therefore, recognizing the trend, the program decided to invite him back as a regular cast member. Naturally, the offer price in the contract was several times higher than before. Wenrun carefully read the amount on the contract, then smiled brightly as he signed his name. Chapter 13. In addition to the renewal of Growing Fields, Zheng Xian also mentioned that he had arranged an exclusive interview for him. Due to the broadcast of Growing Fields, Wenrun had recently been in the spotlight. Moreover, as the show itself carried positive energy and Wenrun was leading by example, it stirred up significant public attention towards rural areas and farmers. Although some followers jumped on the bandwagon mainly for show, the overall impact was still positive. As a result, East Star TV invited Wenrun to be a guest on one of their talk shows. Wenrun had never been interviewed before. Being relatively unknown meant he could walk down the street without attracting much attention, and reporters chasing trends simply didn't care about him. However, now that Wenrun was popular, numerous opportunities were being offered. Among them, Zheng Xian carefully selected and accepted this particular talk show invitation. The interview program that invited Wenrun was called Hear Your Voice. The host, Feng Jing, came from a national broadcasting background and had a style that was grand and steady. She herself paid close attention to current affairs topics, and her interview guests weren't limited to entertainment figures, she also invited individuals from various fields in society. Overall, the program aimed to promote positive values. Hear Your Voice had been airing for 5 years with a good reputation and positive feedback, which was why Zheng Xian accepted the invitation. Still, Zheng Xian had some concerns. Wenrun lacked experience, but more importantly, if they accepted the program's offer, there would inevitably be discussions regarding his origins and family-related issues. Zheng Xian worried that Wenrun might not handle it well. Nowadays, many celebrities long to create the perfect rich and handsome or wealthy and beautiful personas for themselves. Those who have studied abroad are considered even better, not only adding prestige for the artists but also providing bragging rights for fans. Few artists are willing to admit they come from rural backgrounds. Zheng Xian, however, hoped that Wenrun would speak honestly, feeling that a rural origin wasn't necessarily a disadvantage for him. If handled properly, it might even enhance Wenrun's reputation in the future. He presented this advice and mentally prepared several convincing arguments to persuade Wenrun. Unexpectedly, after listening, Wenrun directly said, "Sure." It was Zheng Xian's turn to be surprised. He stared at him in astonishment, saying, "You don't mind? When you get famous later, haters may use this point to attack you. Even if I don't say it, haters will find something else to attack me with in the future, Wen Run replied straightforwardly, not overthinking the situation. His logic was simple, since he originally came from a rural area, why should he be ashamed to admit it? Jing Xian looked at him, saw his calm expression, and couldn't help but smile while patting his head affectionately. This is good. I'll drive you there in 2 days. The recording of the talk show took place in the production studio. Wen Run had already seen the script and understood the general process. He casually chatted with the host Feng Jing beforehand, and his initial tension eased under her gentle guidance. Seeing that he had completely let go of any signs of nervousness, Feng Jing smiled and said, then let's officially start. Feng Jing indeed proved to be an excellent host. During the conversation, both of them maintained relaxed and natural expressions, akin to friends chatting during their free time. The discussion outline had been determined beforehand. Wen Run responded gently with a slight smile on his face. As the interview progressed deeper, Feng Jing naturally brought up the topic of Wen Run's origins. Her voice remained warm, and her gaze smiling as she asked, the variety show, Let's Cultivate that you've participated in has been very popular lately, sparking a trend of returning to the countryside. In the show, your rice-cutting movements seem extremely proficient. Did you learn these techniques ahead of the recording? Wen Run lowered his eyes for a couple seconds in thought, then raised them again and chuckled sincerely, saying, no, before high school, I often helped my family with farming work, so I'm quite familiar with it. Feng Jing's expression displayed just the right amount of surprise. Your skin looks so flawless, one wouldn't expect someone who's done farm work regularly. It's all history, Wen Run bashfully bent his eyes, reminiscing fondly about the past. He slowly continued, my family lived in the countryside, and back then we were too poor to afford modern machinery. My father used to bring me and my 2 older brothers down to the fields. It wasn't until I started high school, when my family wanted me to continue studying, that they stopped asking me to work the land. In reality, those days at home had been incredibly tough, far from the casual tone in his words. In his second year of high school, his mother fell seriously ill. With his schooling also requiring significant funds, his father worked hard on the farm and took odd jobs in the county town during agricultural off-seasons. His only sister stayed behind to attend school while caring for their sick mother and elderly grandparents. Their family was so poor that his 2 elder brothers stopped studying early due to poor academic performance. However, with excellent grades, Wen Run continued, supported by his father's determination to sell all they had if necessary. He gritted his teeth through it all. If not for Yi Hanqing's scholarship sponsorship later, he might have dropped out of school to work with his father and brothers in the county town and wouldn't have enjoyed his current life. His speech carried a sense of reflection, gentle yet determined, as he sat upright like a thriving young tree. Your family made no mistakes in their choices, I heard that you were the top scorer in the citywide college entrance exam later, right? Feng Jing asked with a smile. Wen Run nodded. He wasn't much for boasting, he humbly said, that year I got lucky. Our teacher predicted the final question for the math section of the Gaokao correctly, which was something we had gone over repeatedly. I scored a perfect score in math, just 5 points higher than the second-place student. He laughed again, happiness evident in his eyes. After becoming the city's top scorer, both my school and the county rewarded me with bonuses. Without these bonuses, my family wouldn't have been able to support my education at Q University. Feng Jing laughed, amused by his honesty. They chatted a bit more about the current situation of Wen Run's family. After signing with the Star Domain Agency to start his career, all his earnings went back home. Now, his mother's illness was cured, and the family had built a new house. The couple stayed in their hometown to take care of the 2 elders while continuing to do some farming. With advancements in machinery, farming was now easier compared to the past. His 2 brothers invested capital into small businesses along the coastal regions, and his younger sister, who was then in her 6th grade, now attended a key high school in the city and would be graduating this year. If she did well, she might also apply to colleges in B City. This interview lasted for over 3 hours. By its end, Feng Jing looked deeply moved at Wen Run's calm demeanor and concluded, as long as you don't choose to give up first, luck will always favor you. Who would have thought that this teenager, nearly driven to drop out of school due to poverty, managed step by step to persevere and finally enter the prestigious National University Q University. From there, one careful step after another brought him to his present position. Yet his future was still unfolding beneath his feet. After editing the 3-hour-long interview, the segment was compressed into a 40-minute episode. Even so, this brief 40 minutes stirred up heated discussions online. Hashtag Hear Your Voice Wen Run and hashtag Glowing Youth both quickly climbed the trending charts. Initially, netizens viewed it merely out of curiosity since Wen Run was currently in the spotlight, attracting many open or covert followers. Ever since Let's Cultivate aired, most of Wen Run's background information gradually came to light. Some subtly mentioned his rural origins, attempting to use this against him. This trend didn't last long before being curbed by supporters known as Formula Milk. Surprisingly, Wen Run admitted it himself in the interview, sharing much about his past struggles while smiling throughout. There was an understated ease in his expression, and his hardships couldn't bind him but instead seemed to cocoon him, helping him transform into the butterfly he was today. The Formula Milk fans felt immensely heartbroken for their idol. Wen Run looked pristine and unaffected, nothing suggesting he had endured hardships. Nobody expected such a difficult backstory. Consequently, many flocked to his Weibo wall to express their love and devotion, saying they'd love him forever. Beyond the fanbase, some bystanders were also drawn in, enticed by the reputation of Q University. Q University was one of the best universities nationwide, where everyone wanted a spot. Born in a remote rural area with limited educational resources, Wen Run excelled to gain admission. Not only that, he became the top scorer of his cohort in the city. Such achievements could hardly be labeled mere brilliance but rather god-tier intelligence. Upon the revelation of his alma mater, some sought validation through reverence, praying to the study god, while others remained skeptical. How common were celebrities glorifying themselves post-stardom with embellished academic credentials? Black hat trolls eagerly combed through Wen Run's past from Q University forums and groups, hoping to uncover potential dirt or scandals. The trolls dug deep with great excitement, tracing from Q University's bulletin boards and communities downward. They found not scandals but records of an exemplary graduate earning scholarships annually. What's more, typical university experiences usually included socializing and romance, yet Wen Run stood out as a perennial campus heartthrob with absolutely no gossip attached. Why was that? Because he was busy studying. And when he wasn't studying, he was working part-time jobs to pay for school. Even now, more than a year after Wen Run graduated, people were still unearthing old forum posts where secret photos of the campus heartthrob were stolen. Countless girls had been heartbroken over how this idol prioritized only his studies and making money. With no scandals or gossip to be found, even the haters grew frustrated. Incredibly, some of them ended up converting into fans. They posted screenshots of old threads on Weibo, crying about how wonderful Wen Run truly was, a role model that they vowed to emulate, never hating him again. This sentiment sent the hashtag glowing youth soaring to the top of Weibo's trending charts. Wen Run's inspiring journey once again sparked positive discussions online. Stories from his high school and college years were resurfaced, with many young netizens vowing to study harder after realizing how someone in such difficult circumstances could excel enough to enter Q University, while they squandered their far superior educational resources by being mediocre students. Thus, many young internet users reposted Wen Run's Weibo posts, pledging to study hard, dreaming of becoming scholars even if academic gods might be too ambitious. Whether they would stick to their vows was another matter entirely. On this wave of enthusiasm, Wen Run's Weibo followers skyrocketed past 3 million. While not all were necessarily loyal supporters yet, it was an excellent sign. Anyone who chose to follow could easily convert with time. Amidst the fervent online discussions, Yi Hansheng was also perusing through these unearthed old posts. Some were familiar to him, while others he had never known before. He carefully went through each one, then paused his gaze on a screenshot of an old news article. It was a news screenshot from 6 years ago. A young teenager stood on the podium, his face still bearing traces of innocence. In his hands, he clutched a generously stuffed large envelope as he posed for a group photo with men and women clearly much older than him. By his side stood none other than a younger, fully able-bodied Yi Hansheng. Chapter 14. In Yuanshan County, Yi Hansheng looked at unfamiliar place names on the news and finally managed to dig them out from the far corners of his memory. Back then, he was probably only 24 years old, just entering the Yi family business. To establish a positive corporate image and to accumulate blessings for his frail mother, he often appeared in various charitable activities. He had once heard that doing more good deeds could bring blessings to those you care about. He strained to recall what happened in Yuanshan County, but it was too long ago. He couldn't remember all the similar events he participated in, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall anything related to Xiao Wenrun. Perhaps, back then, he didn't even notice the shy teenager smiling beside him. Sighing, his gaze fell on Xiao Wenrun's face. If he doesn't remember him, will he still remember him? Reason told Yi Hansheng that he probably didn't remember him, just a donor from 6 years ago, who would keep that in mind. Yet the emotion suppressed within churned up memories of Wenrun's bright, glossy eyes. He had once firmly said that Wenrun was a good person, and had tried to get close to him without asking for anything in return. Yi Hansheng chuckled softly as his thumb brushed against the face of the young boy in the news. So, does he remember after all? At this moment, there was an indescribable joy within him. After his mother passed away and his sister became a vegetative state, he stopped all charity work. Before, he believed in karma, later, he no longer did. In his heart was only the hatred he held for Yi Makai and the Yi family. The two people he cared about most, one separated by life and death, the other enduring a life worse than death, all his goodness had long since worn away. So-called cause and effect was nothing but a self-deceptive lie for the powerless. Unknown to many, murderers might wear golden belts while those who build bridges and pave roads may leave behind no traces of good deeds. There were too many injustices in this world, and the Yi family was a glaring, bloody example. He had long ceased to believe in retribution for good or evil, choosing instead to personally avenge his mother and sister. This was the unwavering belief he had clung to over the past 5 years. But now, looking at a screenshot on the small phone screen, his steadfast belief began to waver. The bashful smile of the young boy in the news carried the light of hope in his eyes. Yi Hansheng lowered his gaze, the taut corners of his mouth curving slightly as he thought, all these good deeds he did weren't entirely useless. The tension in his spine gradually relaxed. Yi Hanqing leaned back in the large leather chair, silent for a long time before finally dialing the internal line to his secretary. Find the project proposal for that charity foundation we cancelled. Yes, refine it and restart it. Do it under Yi Jia's name. After the interview and a 2-day rest, the second episode of Growing Crops was set to begin. It was still the same little courtyard, the same people, the same ambience. Wenrun prepared more this time. He secretly packed salted duck egg fried rice meat sauce and leaganma into his luggage. During the first episode, he discovered that the production team didn't check the guests' baggage. The little courtyard remained just as they left it. After 5 days together during the first episode, everyone got to know each other better. Zhang Lu joked when seeing Wenrun, here you go again bringing us towards prosperity. Wenrun smiled, didn't you say we wouldn't be harvesting rice this time? Since rice was seasonal and couldn't wait indefinitely in the fields, the general purpose, currency, for bartering this episode changed to cotton. It was exactly harvest time for cotton now. Xia Yupan lamented, but we don't know how to pick cotton either. She looked hopefully at Wenrun, you do, right? Cotton. Wenrun nodded, I do. Xia Yupan almost hugged him with delight and said flatteringly, from now on, I'll be your junior brother. If you tell me to beat Zhang Lu, I promise I won't beat Chu Haowen. Zhang Lu. Chu Haowen. On the side, Huang Ziyu had no way to interject, so she quickly added sweetly, yes, yes. From now on, we rely on you. After laughing and joking for a bit, they returned to their rooms to tidy up their belongings. Room arrangements were the same as last time, 3 boys in one room, 2 girls in another. Though it was a rustic farmyard, the production crew had already cleaned it up, making it tidy and clean. A cameraman stood nearby, and Wenrun coughed lightly, turning to ask Chu Haowen, what are the rules of the show again? I suddenly forgot. Do you remember? Chu Haowen looked at him quizzically, then repeated the rules again. Wenrun turned to ask the cameraman, giving him a particularly innocent look, did he get it wrong? Is there anything else we missed? The cameraman's eyelid twitched, sensing a conspiracy lurking. After reconsidering carefully, he hesitated before nodding reluctantly and then went to confirm with the director once again. The director didn't suspect too much, merely saying, yes, that's it, nothing else. Wenrun smiled, opening his suitcase and taking out 10 salted duck eggs, 2 bottles of fried rice meat sauce, and 2 jars of leaganma. That's good. The rules never said we can't bring our own food, right? The director's team. That's exploiting the loopholes in the rules. Wenrun looked innocent, but I asked you several times and you never said guests can't bring their own food. Zhang Lu also chimed in support, right? You didn't specify clearly, so how could this be considered against the rules? Chu Haowen nodded along as well, this cannot be considered breaking the rules. Director's team. With solid reasoning from the 3 male guests, they successfully kept the salted duck eggs, meat sauce, and leaganma. Having lost, the production crew angrily added to the game rules, no contestants shall bring their own food. Wenrun put the food into the fridge. Seeing this, Xia Yupan was overjoyed and gave Wenrun a bear hug for once following her heart, you're just like Doraemon. Huang Ziyu also joined with a smile, wow, Wenrun, you're so clever. We never thought of that. Xia Yupan rolled her eyes silently. Wenrun gave her a polite smile, though deep down he was somewhat cautious. Jing Xian had warned him during the filming of the first episode, mentioning Huang Ziyu often engaged in linked controversies. Sure enough, after the airing of the first episode, there were several promotional releases praising her while criticizing Xia Yupan. The fans on both sides even started arguments, though Xia Yupan's fanbase was more substantial and easily dominated the other side. Yet, seeing such smear campaigns everywhere still annoyed them. Due to the unexpected success of the first episode, the show extended its second recording period to 7 days. They also changed the universal currency to cotton. 1 pound of cotton could be exchanged for 3 pounds of husked rice. As for meat and vegetables, those would still need to be obtained by helping out at neighboring homes. The 5 people headed to the cotton fields first. It was mid-October, the perfect time to harvest cotton. Under the sun, the white cotton blossoms popped open, looking like a distant snowfield. The production team provided them with straw hats, dust-proof coveralls, and bags. Though this task wasn't physically demanding, working under the sun was still scorching hot, and they had to remain standing to pick the cotton. Once properly equipped, Wenrun picked one as an example, this is much simpler than cutting rice. Just pluck the opened white cotton. The blooming cotton came off easily when pulled, making it truly not difficult. Everyone began to try their hand at picking. Excited because it was their first time, Wenrun saw them enjoy it and suggested, leave 3 people here to pick, who wants to come help neighbors with chores. Zhang Lu shook his head firmly, I want to pick cotton. In the end, Chu Haowen decided to go with Wenrun to help at neighboring homes. The farmer's house was pre-arranged by the director's team but they wouldn't tell the guests beforehand which household needed assistance, leaving them to find out on their own. Since Chu Haowen didn't talk much, it was up to Wenrun to do the asking. He was handsome and seemed younger, smiling brightly when meeting others. The production team intended to increase the difficulty by setting a hard-to-find household with a tricky task, but some elderly villagers liked Wen Run, whispering, "I saw director call the Qings earlier. Go check their place." And they even pointed out where the Qing family lived. Follow-up teacher and director's team. How could there be such betrayal? Smiling widely, Wen Run thanked the elder and effortlessly found the small courtyard hidden behind a row of houses, leading him directly to the Qing family. Knocking on the door, Wen Run politely asked, "Excuse me, does your home need any help?" Qing's wife answered the door. She was in her 30s, friendly-looking, and was surprised at how fast they'd found them. Wen Run explained with a warm smile that it was a villager grandmother who told him secretly. Qing's wife laughed as well, no longer testing them, pointing towards the backyard pig pen. "I'm heading out to the county today. If you clean up my pigsty and feed the pigs for me, I'll bring back a piece of pork belly when I return." Qing's wife showed them how to prepare pig feed and rinse the pig pen before really leaving with her bag. Chu Haowen stared bitterly at the pigs munching contentedly, undergoing a difficult psychological battle within himself before grabbing the hose together with Wen Run to wash the pig pen. Even though the task was to clean the pig pen, the production team didn't dare push too hard with celebrities who had never done dirty work. Actually, the pig pen was relatively clean, the only issue was that food was scattered everywhere by the piglets. Both men donned gloves, each holding a hose, and first gave the pig pen floor and feeding trough a strong rinse. Then they adjusted the water pressure lower to wash the 5 little piglets. At this point, the piglets hadn't grown much yet, plump and spotlessly white, their tails swishing cutely behind them after being cleaned, giving off an oddly endearing vibe. Wen Run thought of the past trend of raising pigs on Weibo and borrowed a marker from the director's team. He then dashed into the pen, grabbed the fattest piglet, and drew a small flower on its forehead, speaking softly, "From now on, you'll be called Little Flower. After we've recorded 4 or 5 more episodes, you'll have grown up, and perhaps we'll get some fresh pork." Little Flower's chubby body twitched slightly, letting out a soft oinking sound. Chu Haowen watched him silently, as if seeing him for the very first time. Chapter 15. Wen Run had no idea that in his teammates' minds, he had been labeled as a foodie. After washing the piglet and giving extra care to Little Flower, the next step was to prepare pig feed. In fact, even in rural areas nowadays, most people use pig feed for convenience and ease. However, this time the production team, in pursuit of better program effects, required the guests to personally cook pig feed instead of using pig feed. Fortunately, Aunt Qing taught them how to cook pig feed before leaving. It wasn't too difficult, just slightly more troublesome. One had to boil Chinese cabbage, sweet potato leaves, wild vegetables, and bran together, then chop them up and stir evenly. The Chinese cabbage and sweet potato leaves had to be picked from the vegetable garden, while wild vegetables and bran were available at Aunt Qing's house. Thus, the two grabbed their baskets and went to pick vegetables. Aunt Qing's vegetable garden was next to the rice fields. Typically, rural farmland with high elevation not suitable for water storage or irrigation is used to grow vegetables and legumes for personal consumption, while some may cultivate oilseed rape or cotton as cash crops. Aunt Qing's land was planted with plenty of vegetables, including Chinese cabbage, sweet potatoes, radishes, garlic sprouts, and other varieties. Upon arriving at the vegetable garden, they hadn't started picking yet when suddenly they heard a shrill scream coming from a nearby cotton field. Wen Run froze for a moment, then followed the sound and ran over, only to find Huang Ziyu wildly slapping her body in the cotton field while yelling, "Get it off me, quickly. Don't move." Xia Yuklim held a dry twig and tried to remove the bug from her, but she was jumping around like a spring, making it impossible for him to aim. Just then, Zhang Lu was elsewhere picking something else. While Xia Yuklim was worried, he saw Wen Run and Chu Haowen approach and shouted, "Huang Ziyu has a bug on her. Can either of you help her?" Hearing this, the frantically screaming Huang Ziyu's eyes instantly turned red. She tearfully rushed toward Wen Run, ready to cling onto him. "There's a bug crawling on me, woo." Chu Haowen, quick as lightning, stuffed the vegetable basket into Wen Run's arms. With this unexpected obstacle, Huang Ziyu stopped mid-step, angrily standing still, tears streaming down her face, and pitifully gazing at Wen Run. "Stand still. Let me take a look." Wen Run pulled out a pair of gloves from the basket and put them on. He circled around to check her back and saw 2-inch-long gray larvae on both her back and hair. Those bugs typically come from cotton plants. How she ended up with them, no one knew. After pinching them off and throwing them aside, Wen Run said, "It's fine now. Thank you." Huang Ziyu wiped her tears, her red eyes cooing as she said, "There are actually bugs in the cotton. I don't want to pick anymore." Her voice carried a hint of whining, and after all the commotion, her V-neck shirt had slipped down a bit, revealing a slight cleavage. Wen Run didn't notice and thought about it. Some girls are indeed extremely scared of bugs, and said, "Then I'll pick." Huang Ziyu was pleased. Before she could say thank you, however, Wen Run handed her the basket and continued, "Then you and Chu Haowen can go feed the pigs." Huang Ziyu was momentarily stunned, her voice almost cracking, "I'm going to feed the pigs." Wen Run looked at her in surprise, not understanding why she was so astonished. So he gently explained, "Aunt Qing asked us to help take care of the piglets. We've already washed the pigsty, we just need to cook the feed and feed the pigs." Huang Ziyu's face paled. After hesitating for a long time, she finally muttered, "Fine, I'll continue picking cotton." Xia Yuklim smirked loudly behind her, and Huang Ziyu shot her a glare before reluctantly continuing to pick cotton. Working together, the five somehow completed their tasks for the day. Wen Run and Chu Haowen took excellent care of the piglets. When Aunt Qing returned from the county, she rewarded them with a large piece of pork belly as a token of gratitude, which was more than enough for all five to enjoy a hearty meal. The cotton-picking trio managed to harvest over 3 jin of cotton, exchanging it for more than 10 jin of rice. In between, Zhang Lu and Xia Yuklim found time to entertain Grandma Wang's grandson in the village, earning them 10 potatoes in return. As such, the dinner that day was complete with both meat and vegetables. Since Wen Run was the best cook, he took charge in the kitchen, while Chu Haowen and Xia Yuklim washed and peeled the potatoes beside him. Zhang Lu cut the potatoes into chunks or shreds according to Wen Run's instructions, leaving Wen Run only to fry them in the pan. Wen Run steamed 5 salted duck eggs, stewed a large pot of braised pork belly, sautéed spicy sour potato threads, cooked a potato and pork slice soup, along with some meat sauce and lao gan ma. Altogether, they enjoyed a passable dinner. After a tiring day, everyone was both hungry and exhausted. Watching the braised pork tender and soft from hours of stewing made everyone salivate. After a satisfying meal, they all collapsed lazily on the couch, unable to move. After feeling out the lay of the land on the first day, everyone got the hang of things on the second day. They carried out their tasks in an orderly manner, even cracking a few jokes during their work. Slowly, they found a bit of joy amidst the hardship. Zhang Lu even confidently declared, "At this pace, we'll be living it up for the next few days." But that very night, the production team gave him a taste of his own medicine. The production team suddenly announced a new task. On the 5th day, guests would be visiting, and the 5 guests must prepare 5 meat dishes and 5 vegetable dishes to entertain them. If the guests were satisfied, they'd leave behind small gifts as thanks, but if they weren't, the 5 would face punishment. The other 4 looked at Zhang Lu in unison. An exasperated Xia Yupan said, "This is what happens when you jinx things by boasting unnecessarily. Now you've reaped what you've sown." They had barely enjoyed one day of relative ease, but now they had to get busy again. The director's team didn't disclose who the guests would be, only that there would be 3 of them. They had just 2 days to exchange enough rice and ingredients. With no choice, the following 2 days were spent entirely on picking cotton and helping the neighbors, trying to swap for as much rice, vegetables, and meat as possible. On the morning of the 5th day, the group hastily dealt with breakfast and started preparing lunch early. As usual, Wen Run was in charge of cooking while the others washed and chopped the ingredients. After 4 days of working together, their teamwork had become fairly well coordinated. Once the 10 dishes were finally laid out on the table, the guests arrived. Wen Run never imagined that one of the guests would be Yi Hansheng. He stared blankly at Yi Hansheng, momentarily confused, wanting to ask, "Boss Yi, why are you here?" But remembering how this person had chased him away last time, he swallowed the question before it reached his lips, fearing he might anger him. Yi Hansheng's gaze swept through the room, pausing briefly on Wen Run before casually moving on. Ever since seeing the news from 6 years ago, he had wanted to see him. But before long, Wen Run had joined the filming crew for cultivating. Unable to wait, Yi Hansheng donated a sum of money to the show and used it as leverage to find this opportunity to come inside. The other 2 guests accompanying him were Qin Yun and Shen Mushuan from the Jinling stage production crew. When Cultivating first aired, Jinling stage capitalized on Wen Run's popularity to do some publicity, and this time they struck a direct collaboration with the show, granting Qin Yun and Shen Mushuan a day off to create another promotional wave. When the hosts greeted the guests, things became awkward upon reaching Yi Hansheng. Given his special status, compounded by the fact that he sat in a wheelchair and rumors of his bad temper, no one knew how to properly address him, fearing that they might offend this intimidating figure. After all, this was their golden sponsor, whether or not they were collaborating, they couldn't afford to offend him easily. In the end, all eyes fell on Wen Run. If memory served, this man was Yi Hansheng's boss. Wen Run forced a smile, steeled himself, and approached to greet him, saying, "Boss Yi." Contrary to expectations, Yi Hansheng seemed particularly approachable today. His gaze rested on the dishes laid out on the table, and the corners of his cold, hard lips curved slightly as he gently commented, "The presentation looks quite good." Chapter 16. Wen Run felt that Yi Hansheng was a little strange, but he couldn't figure out why he had suddenly appeared in the production team. After pondering for a while, he still couldn't come to a conclusion, so he stopped overthinking and pushed Yi Hansheng to take his seat. Because of Yi Hansheng's arrival, the originally cheerful atmosphere paused for a moment, but all present were seasoned in social dealings, so after a brief pause, they reined in their emotions and began entertaining the 3 distant guests. Wen Run was most familiar with Yi Hansheng, so naturally sat on the right side of Yi Hansheng. Huang Ziyu was seated on the left side instead. Originally, that place was reserved for Shen Muchuan, since it was appropriate for the boss to entertain himself, sparing others any embarrassment. After all, this Mr. Yi was rumored to be somewhat moody, and no one wanted to risk angering him. However, Huang Ziyu sat down there without hesitation, leaving others with nothing to say. In the end, Shen Muchuan ended up sitting beside Wen Run. The dishes were already laid out, and naturally, the village didn't have high-class red wine or even juice. In the end, everyone substituted tea for alcohol, raising their cups to toast. The atmosphere was still relatively warm. Yi Hanqing seemed to be in a good mood today, his expression looked fairly amiable. During the toasting, he did not refuse anyone. When someone started a conversation, he would politely respond. Though he hadn't touched his chopsticks, he appeared easier to get along with than the rumor suggested. Everyone sighed in relief, relaxing more as a result. "Mr. Yi, what would you like me to help serve?" Seeing that he had yet to pick up his chopsticks, Wen Run thought perhaps it was inconvenient for him to reach certain dishes, so he leaned closer to whisper. With a soft smile, Yi Hanqing turned his face towards him, making no refusal as he whispered back, "I'd like some chicken soup." His voice was very low. Apart from Wen Run, no one else could hear clearly. But this Wen Run who understood everything clearly felt puzzled. There was no chicken soup on the table today. He recalled the clear chicken soup that had been completely drunk at the hospital. He thought to himself, it turns out Mr. Yi liked drinking chicken soup. "There's no chicken soup today. When we return, I can stew another pot for you." Wen Run cautiously observed his expressions, trying to read them from his ever-unchanging face, tentatively asking a question. Yi Hanqing gazed intently at him. His usually cold and hard demeanor softened slightly. He thought, this child is too easy to understand, all his thoughts are written on his face. Since there was no chicken soup today, then upon returning, he will specially stew a pot for compensation. Good. Yi Hanqing realized this trip was indeed worth it. After having a lively dinner, the show participants took the guests to tour the village's scenery. By the time of dinner, Chen Yun and Shen Wuqian had become acquainted with other guests, thus naturally having tour guides assigned to them. Only Yi Hanqing remained alone, and everyone hesitated awkwardly, none daring to break the silence. "I'll take Mr. Yi around the village." Unexpectedly, Huang Ziyu spoke first, her eyes glowing eagerly as she looked at Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing gave her a faint glance without responding. Instead, he pointed casually toward Wen Run, "Are you the artist under Star Sea Entertainment? Take me around." Huang Ziyu looked slightly awkward at being completely ignored. "In that case, I'll take Mr. Yi to tour the village." Wen Run stepped forward, pushing Yi Hanqing's wheelchair. Chen Yun and Shen Wuqian were led by the remaining 4 participants to see the river at the head of the village, but Yi Hanqing deliberately chose the opposite direction. Therefore, Wen Run guided him to the tail of the village. The cameraman initially carried the camera, intending to follow them. However, after the director said something through his earpiece, he faked following for a short while before slinking off. This left only Wen Run slowly pushing Yi Hanqing down the concrete road. This small village's landscape was not particularly beautiful, especially now being autumn when everything was desolate and there was hardly any greenery left. He could only point at the far-off fields and tell Yi Hanqing what used to grow there, describing how picturesque it had been. Wen Run introduced carefully, but Yi Hanqing seemed lost in thought. "That's Grandma Wang's place. When the production team put us in difficulty before, Grandma Wang secretly told us the answer, saving us quite a bit of trouble." Wen Run explained. But Yi Hanqing asked, "Is your home in Yuanxian County?" Caught off guard by this abrupt question, Wen Run replied affirmatively after a slight hesitation. "Did you attend Yuanshan High School?" Yi Hanqing sounded as if he was merely mentioning it casually. "I think I went there 5 or 6 years ago." Wen Run let out a soft, "Ah," in surprise, looking at him in shock. "You remember?" Yi Hanqing raised an eyebrow. Slightly bashful, Wen Run smiled and said, "You may not remember me, but during my sophomore year in high school, I was chosen as an excellent impoverished student to receive the scholarship on stage, and it was you who handed out the award to me. Back then, my family was going through some trouble. If it weren't for the scholarship you sponsored, I might have dropped out of school already. I thought you wouldn't remember such a long-ago event, and I never got the chance to thank you." Yi Hanqing had originally been merely testing him, but now he confirmed that he truly remembered. But before Yi Hanqing could feel any joy, he heard Wen Run recounting past events, which moved him deeply. "You endured much hardship in the past." Wen Run smiled lightly and said, "In fact, looking back on it now, I don't think it was as hard as I once did. On the contrary, I feel incredibly fortunate." "Really?" Yi Hanqing sounded surprised. Wen Run stopped pushing his wheelchair forward, instead pausing under a big tree, and explained to him slowly, "When I was studying, no matter how poor my family was, they always supported my education instead of making me drop out early like other children in our village to work. Later, when I was in high school sophomore year, my mother fell seriously ill. I had already told my teacher I was preparing to take a leave of absence, but at that time, you came along as a kind-hearted person who provided the scholarship, allowing me to finish high school. Then came the college entrance examination. Because I encountered familiar question types, I scored 5 points higher than the city top scorer, winning quite a few prizes, allowing me to study in City B. Otherwise, with our family's conditions, there would have been no way we could afford the expensive living costs in City B. Finally, after signing with Star Sea Entertainment, although the first year plus a little more didn't bring much recognition, the money earned was enough to support my family. And now I'm even guided by Brother Zheng. When all these things are added up, I consider myself very lucky. People should always look ahead and move forward. After so many years, looking back at those things, the hardships once tasted also turned sweet." While saying these words, his eyes sparkled. Recalling the past, he didn't feel bitter or painful, instead, he believed he was excessively lucky. Ye Hanqing didn't expect him to say something so profound, and after deep contemplation, he suddenly laughed. I see. It was I who misjudged your situation. He murmured to himself softly. Wenrun didn't fully understand what he meant, but looked at him curiously. Then he noticed that it was as if Ye Hanqing had shed off an extremely heavy burden, appearing more relaxed overall. It was akin to a traveler crossing mountains finally reaching his resting place. You're absolutely right. People must look ahead and step forward. They cannot indulge indefinitely in the past, Ye Hanqing said with a smile, not just an occasional faint smirk, but a truly heartfelt smile. This smile reminded Wenrun of the breeze brushing against willows in February, and also brought back memories of Ye Hanqing's gentle expression when he was only 24 years old. His heart jumped momentarily, and his ears turned slightly red. Ye Hanqing, however, didn't notice the faint redness around Wenrun's ears. He rotated his wheelchair and looked warmly at Wenrun, inviting, would you care to accompany me for a walk? Wenrun quietly took a deep breath to steady his heartbeat, pinched his heated ears, then stepped forward to catch up with Ye Hanqing and continued to push his wheelchair through the village. The remote small mountain village wasn't rich in beautiful scenery, but chickens and ducks occasionally passing by on the road, villagers chatting together at their doors, and playing children running around, all created an atmosphere distant from urban noise, tranquil and comfortable. Wenrun pushed Ye Hanqing through the village and greeted several familiar villagers along the way. Around 4 in the afternoon, the guests were about to leave. Before leaving, the guests needed to rate their treatment by the hosts. If they were satisfied, they'd leave behind a small gift. In the end, all 3 guests rated this reception with 5 stars. Chen Yun and Shen Muqian left behind a full snack gift pack, enough for 5 people to last 2 days. Ye Hanqing didn't leave any gifts, and no one dared ask him for one. Thus, the 3 guests left. It was only later, when the second episode aired and the third began filming, that they learned from the director's team that Mr. Yi personally provided sponsorship, refurbishing the countryside home, installing underfloor heating in every room. In December, during the southern region's harshest, magical attacks, nothing was more thoughtful than this gesture. Of course, that was all a side note. At this point, after the departure of the 3 guests, the 5 hosts still had to continue their field farming life. Because of the presence of the snack pack, their lives improved greatly. The rice they exchanged for picking cotton was already sufficient, so in the remaining 2 days, the hosts divided tasks among themselves, working with neighbors to trade for vegetables and meat to improve their lives. With survival pressure alleviated, the hosts worked alongside the villagers, chatting pleasantly, fostering amicable relations. Of course, Huang Ziyu was the exception. This young internet celebrity became famous after singing in a short video. After gaining popularity, she quickly signed with an agency and, after some packaging, began stepping into the entertainment circle. This should have been a good thing, but unfortunately, her agency was not up to standard. She herself also wanted to become more popular and thus loved tying herself to controversies. One day, a press release about her outshining others would come out, the next day, there'd be a rumor about her relationship. For the sake of attention, nothing was off limits. The other 4 members of the production crew were somewhat wary of her, but as the second episode had almost wrapped up without any trouble from her side, they let their guard down, thinking everything was fine. However, on the last day, just as everyone finished recording and was preparing to leave the show, someone suddenly leaked a set of intimate photos between her and Wenrun online. In the pictures, Huang Ziyu sat on a small stool in the courtyard, with Wenrun sitting beside her. They were very close to each other, talking about something unknown. Then, Wenrun leaned closer to Huang Ziyu, his face lighting up with a radiant smile. Huang Ziyu turned her head to look at Wenrun, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. From the appearance of the photos, the scene even seemed somewhat romantic. The headline of the leak was attention-grabbing, shining teen romance exposed, allegedly in hot affair with internet celebrity Huang Ziyu. Chapter 17. After the last search engine trending topic, Wenrun earned the nickname, a glowing youth. At this time, the first episode of Farming Life had just finished airing, and Wenrun's discussion value kept rising. Suddenly, a somewhat baseless scandal was revealed, attracting a lot of attention. Those familiar with Huang Ziyu's personality knew that she was seizing the opportunity to stir up drama again. But people unfamiliar with her antics outside the circle began enthusiastically discussing pairing these two together. The general audience didn't care about whether it was true or false, they only cared about the spectacle. The baby milk powder fans were almost ready to explode with anger. They quickly organized under the call of their big fans, rushing to report major Weibo accounts spreading rumors. Simultaneously, they rapidly distanced themselves from Huang Ziyu, saying, "Our little warm one is still a baby, there's no way he could be dating an older sister." This reminded everyone else, Wenrun was merely 19 years old while Huang Ziyu was already 25. Infuriated baby milk powder fans all stated, "This marriage proposal is disapproved by moms, we're talking about our baby warm one. Anything goes as long as it drags our warm one into controversy, regardless of if you even deserve him." Scram! Huang Ziyu has been controversial ever since she debuted. She had a striking appearance, curves in all the right places, a beautiful voice, and when she spoke, it seemed as if she carried an innate charm. Originally, when she was live streaming on a certain website, she attracted many male fans due to her coquettish tone. No matter how much criticism came from outside, this group of male fans stood firm in protecting her. This incident was no exception. However, despite these male fans being willing to spend money on her, they were ultimately outdone by organized and well-planned fangirls during the first round of battles, and got beaten. Determined to fight back, they were subdued by alliances from other rival fanbases, who teamed up upon hearing the news. Huang Ziyu has frequently dragged others into bad publicity, resulting in accumulated resentment among several entertainment groups. Adding insult to injury, this time she provoked the protective instincts of the baby milk powder fans. Several fan bases joined forces to control the situation, leading to the total public backlash against Huang Ziyu and her fans. Jing Xian seized the timing and released photos taken with the program team, alongside a solemn clarification statement. It stated that Mr. Wenrun and Ms. Huang Ziyu have only a professional relationship with no private ties, urging rumor-spreading self-media platforms to immediately delete the libelous Weibo posts. Wenrun and his team would utilize legal means at the necessary moment to protect their rights. If some people still refuse to believe the official clarification statement, the behind-the-scenes photos Jing Xian burst onto social media served as undeniable evidence. The photo leaked via the rumors depicted an intimate scene in a countryside courtyard where Huang Ziyu and Wenrun exchanged a deep gaze. However, Jing Xian's disclosed photograph, also set in the same courtyard, showed more than just Wenrun and Huang Ziyu. It included 3 other guests. 5 individuals sat side by side, from left to right. They were Xia Yupan, Huang Ziyu, Wenrun, Chu Haowen, and Zhang Lu. It was the post-dinner scene where the 5 sat in the courtyard basking in the sun and chatting casually. In the rumored shot, it appeared that Wenrun smiled brightly towards Huang Ziyu, but the truth was actually different. Wenrun had bypassed Huang Ziyu and was joking with Xia Yupan. However, because Huang Ziyu stood between them with an expression that suggested shyness, the isolated frame looked like Wenrun was smiling affectionately at her. In reality, Huang Ziyu's position in the middle disrupted Wenrun's ease in conversation, causing him to lean slightly to better speak with Xia Yupan. Since the first episode aired, everyone understood that Wenrun and Xia Yupan got along well. Xia Yupan was open and straightforward, never pretentious, always enjoying playing jokes with Wenrun and often calling himself Wenrun's little brother, hoping for Wenrun to guide them both towards small happiness. Therefore, no one at this point suspected anything suspicious between them. On the contrary, after all these scandals involving Huang Ziyu, her notorious past of releasing comparison sheets to elevate herself above Xia Yupan, her recent forcing of romance-related gossip with Wenrun, a new hatred brewed. Many viewers who watched Farming Life expressed their disdain towards her. Who would willingly cooperate with someone whose devious mind constantly schemed to manipulate her teammates? Huang Ziyu's already tarnished reputation plummeted further. However, this was not the end. After Wenrun's management publicly denied the rumors, the production team of Farming Life released previews of the second episode. Conveniently, the selected clip was precisely the one where Huang Ziyu pouted and begged Wenrun to avoid picking cotton. In the unedited video footage, Huang Ziyu's eyes brimmed slightly red, and she pleaded cutely with Wenrun, "There are bugs in the cotton field, I don't want to pick anymore." Wenrun replied patiently, "Then I'll go pick it." A smile lingered on Huang Ziyu's face, but before she could bask in her own cleverness, Wenrun continued, "Then please go feed the pigs with Chu Haowen." Her smile froze, her expression collapsing instantly, looking utterly repulsed. In just over a minute of the teaser, it had been shared more than 20,000 times within an hour. The comment section was filled with laughter. "Huang Ziyu, watch me change my expression right before your eyes. LOL, what the hell, why is Chu Haowen always being targeted? I totally agree. Why can't she be the one to feed the pigs alone? Let's stop this nonsense. Xiaohua has rights too, as she also feels wronged." As expected, the teaser climbed back onto the trending list, making it clear to everyone that Wenrun and Huang Ziyu had no connection whatsoever. Instead, Huang Ziyu was attempting to flirt with someone 6 years younger than her. Huang Ziyu now found herself thoroughly criticized not just in fan circles but also among casual viewers who mentioned her with disdain, remembering the disgusting look on her face from the preview clip. Furious, Huang Ziyu smashed all the furniture in her house. After returning from filming Farming Life, she thought the drama would help her career soar again, and maybe even give her a chance to secure a long-delayed endorsement deal. However, things did not turn out as she planned, all her scheming turned into nothing. Her agent said sarcastically, "You can destroy the entire house if you like, but so what? You've been attacked online plenty of times before. Does it really matter if it happens one more or one less?" She reminded her that she'd chosen this path herself, and now throwing tantrums didn't accomplish anything for her. "I pay you useless people to do what?" Huang Ziyu glared at them, "Is it just to let me get bullied?" The agent refrained from reminding Huang Ziyu that they were hired by the company, knowing that things were bound to end badly soon. "Mr. Qin told me that you should take a rest for now, then we'll talk when the storm blows over," the agent added. Huang Ziyu stared wildly, her eyeliner smearing from her wide eyes. "What do you mean? Mr. Qin isn't helping me anymore. I don't believe it, I'm going to see Mr. Qin." The agent lost all patience, retorting irritably, "Mr. Qin has gone on vacation with his daughter. I suggest you don't try any tricks." With that, ignoring the anxious Huang Ziyu, she left. On the other hand, Yi Hansheng had been in a great mood since returning from the show. His efficiency in handling company affairs increased noticeably. In a good mood, he finally had time to rest and decided to open up together planting fields. The second half of the first episode was already airing, but he hadn't had the time to watch it until now. He opened the bullet comments while watching the variety show attentively. After the last episode aired, When Run became wildly popular. The next episode came packed with When Run-related bullet comments. A lot of the baby milk powder fans cheered for him, and Yi Hansheng enjoyed seeing the same enthusiasm reflected in the chat. The number of bullet comments related to When Run was almost equal to those of the other guests, enhancing his own satisfaction. He liked watching When Run supported by his fans, sometimes even sending bullet comments alongside the baby milk powder fans himself. After watching frequently, he picked up several rainbow farts used by fans to praise their idols, smoothly joining in without feeling shy, pretending as if he was focused on something serious. After indulging in some bullet comments about When Run, Yi Hansheng began focusing on the show. Just minutes in, the originally harmonious bullet comments started tearing each other apart. Confused, Yi Hansheng eventually realized the cause after checking old and used Weibo posts and discovering the scandal that had incited fights among countless fans. Yi Hansheng grew dark-faced. Having been busy and unable to follow the developments closely, he couldn't believe someone dared to spread rumors involving When Run. Yi Hansheng's face darkened with anger, prompting him to call Jing Xian privately. Jing Xian was very busy, and upon receiving the call from Yi Hansheng, he wasn't sure what the man wanted. He hurriedly came to hear instructions, only to receive a lecture from Yi Hansheng, who looked extremely unhappy. Jing Xian was utterly baffled. He'd successfully cleared up the rumor, leaving When Run unaffected, and even managing to gain more fans through the incident. In his mind, everything was resolved and settled, yet here Yi Hansheng was reprimanding him for past matters. Feeling extremely aggrieved, Jing Xian scoffed, "If you're so good, why don't you become the agent?" Yi Hansheng fell silent for a moment, knowing internally that Jing Xian handled things correctly. Yet, upon seeing When Run tangled in a scandal with someone else, he couldn't help but lose control over his emotions. Knocking hard on his desk, Yi Hansheng finally said, "Have all the revelations online taken down. I don't ever want to see When Run involved in another scandal. And henceforth, When Run's schedule must be regularly reported to me. Who was the one who drove him away and said they didn't want to see any more news about him?" Jing Xian crossed his arms, sneering coldly, "President Yi surely forgets things easily." Yi Hansheng's face turned ashen black, glaring at Jing Xian with a dark look. Jing Xian met his gaze head-on without flinching, and for a moment, their eyes were locked in a silent battle before Yi Hansheng finally spoke first. "I've changed my mind. I shouldn't have kept avoiding." It wasn't clear if he was referring to When Run or something else entirely. On the other hand, Jing Xian jumped up in surprise, staring at him intensely, and then laughed, "It's good you figured it out." Yi Hansheng smiled faintly and patted his shoulder, saying, "You've worked hard." Jing Xian swatted his hand away disdainfully, replying, "Not that hard, after all, it wasn't for you." Chapter 18. After leaving Yi Hansheng's office, Jing Xian had someone contact Yuan Bo and asked for the initial leak to be deleted from Weibo. Some of the highly retweeted posts were also thoroughly removed. This way, Weibo looked much cleaner. With the main instigators deleted, what remained were scattered discussions by random passersby. This kind of thing couldn't possibly be cleaned up entirely. Thinking about Yi Hansheng's nitpicking nature, Jing Xian messaged him with a headache, saying that everything had been handled. Yi Hansheng searched on Weibo again and didn't see those annoying pictures anymore. He was slightly satisfied and stopped looking for more issues with Jing Xian. After exiting Weibo, he clicked into a folder named Light and opened the latest picture inside. With ease, he cut the woman out of the photo, leaving only the warm smile of the other person. The cursor hovered over the corner of the young man's lips for a moment before Yi Hansheng saved the edited photo. He thought that he should find an opportunity to ask him for the chicken soup he owed. At the height of the scandal, When Run chose not to speak out. All statements were made by his team on his behalf to clarify things, while he stayed at the dormitory, carefully selecting among the scripts Jing Xian had sent him. Being famous came with more connections, which naturally led to more opportunities. This time, Jing Xian actually sent 3 scripts for him to pick slowly from, and they weren't minor male roles in small productions. All 3 were good scripts where the invited role was either the male lead or the secondary male lead. The 3 scripts each had their pros and cons, so When Run spent several days deeply conflicted. The first one was the male lead in the fantasy web series, Falling Blossom's Order, adapted from a very popular big IP from a few years ago. Even though it was just a web drama, both the adapted screenplay and the production crew were excellent, far from being a shoddily made little production. The second one was the male lead in the urban idol drama, Meteor Shower, a remake of an iconic idol drama that exploded in popularity over a decade ago, with a great fan base. The third one was the male secondary lead in the Republican-era drama, Broken Spears, another IP adaptation, but not as big as the first one. Although it had fans, it wasn't particularly high in online buzz. However, it excelled in story and character design, directed by a renowned director, and aimed for national broadcasting. When Run actually favored Broken Spears the most. Broken Spears was set in the Republican era. The female lead came from a traveling theater troupe that wandered across the country performing operas. At that time, warlords were fighting each other, Japanese forces invaded China, and the lower class suffered under harsh conditions, while the upper class indulged in hedonism. The troupe faced tribulations during these turbulent times, and the master of the troupe was cruelly killed after offending a warlord. The female lead took responsibility for the troupe, enduring hardships to avenge her master, but she unintentionally met the male lead who was gathering intelligence for the Communist Party. They cooperated for different purposes, but due to the troupe gaining fame, they caught the attention of the warlord's son, leading to a complex love-hate relationship among the three involving personal emotions and national loyalty. The role Wen Run liked was Zhang Lanji, the warlord's son. Zhang Lanji came from a military family but looked like a perfect gentleman, handsome and refined, a bright moon shining in the breeze. He was the dream partner of many aristocratic women. From a young age, he studied diligently and went abroad for further education when he was 10, returning with a full set of skills at 20, aiming to save the country from crisis. However, upon realizing the chaos caused by the warlords and the incompetence of the Republic of China government, he recognized this to be the fundamental reason for the country's weakness. During his internal conflict between duty to his family and country, he met the female lead, fell in love with her decisiveness and clarity, and finally found his true self through her circumstances. In the end, he abandoned academia for military service, convinced his father to resist the Japanese invaders, and dedicated himself to the battlefield. Zhang Lanji embodied all the qualities expected of a secondary male lead, coming from a prestigious background, handsome and talented, scholarly and deep in emotion, eventually sacrificing himself for national righteousness and the love in his heart, concluding his short yet significant life. The script provided intricate details for the character of the male secondary lead. Just by reading it, Wen Run could almost imagine such a brilliant nobleman of the Republican era. Even though the character design was brilliant, bringing it to life on screen would be quite a challenge. For the current Wen Run, he did not lack for heat, his popularity continued to steadily grow. What he lacked was exactly the opportunity to prove his own strength. Apart from the yet-to-be-aired Jinling stage, it was hard to discern much acting skill from the dramas he previously participated in. His current popularity mainly stemmed from the hit variety show, Tilling the Field, but he couldn't forever rely on just this program to maintain his appeal. He needed achievements matching his current level of popularity. He already had the unaired Jinling stage in the fantasy genre, and remakes of idol dramas might become popular but wouldn't represent his individual success. What he needed was something entirely new that could showcase his talent. Broken Spears was nothing less than a perfect fit. Wen Run shared his thoughts with Jing Xian, who raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. In fact, Jing Xian also had his eyes on Broken Spears, but now that Wen Run had made the selection himself, it came as a pleasant surprise, further increasing Jing Xian's approval of him. In Jing Xian's mind, the image of Wen Run evolved from a obedient and understanding little puppy into a smart, yet still obedient and understanding little puppy. Of course, Wen Run was unaware of the label quietly given to him. Instead, he discussed with Jing Xian again, saying he wanted to enroll in a more advanced acting class. If possible, hiring a teacher would be even better. After wrapping up Jinling stage, he increasingly felt his acting skills were inadequate, far behind the veterans. Stellar Realm actually did offer acting courses, and Wen Run had attended every single one of them, but when it came to practical application, he found that the knowledge taught in the classroom was too shallow to be truly useful. He thought that with Jing Xian's connections, perhaps he could find a teacher for more in-depth training. After listening to Jing Xian for a moment, Jing Xian thought about it and asked him to wait for 2 days. Afterwards, he took him to meet Wei Yi. Wei Yi was one of the movie kings brought out by Jing Xian. Only 32 years old, after transitioning from TV series to the big screen, he had won nearly all possible awards. Later, he founded his own studio under Stellar Realm, once attempting to recruit Jing Xian over but failed, leading many outsiders to believe their relationship had soured long ago. However, they actually maintained a good private relationship. By chance, Wei Yi had been resting these past few months. Jing Xian shamelessly asked him to teach acting lessons to Wen Run. When Wen Run saw Wei Yi, he was utterly dazed. For younger actors, Wei Yi was like an unscalable mountain that could only be looked up to from afar. He never expected that Jing Xian could have invited this legendary movie king as his teacher. Senior Wei, hello. Wen Run nervously stood up, greeting Wei Yi with the respect a student would show towards a principal, extending his hand. I don't eat people, so no need to be nervous. Wei Yi's eyebrows slightly moved, looking at his serious expression before standing up and shaking his hand. After sitting back down, he turned to Jing Xian and shrugged, saying, back then, I tried recruiting you to my place but you refused, making me think you were preparing to retire. At the time, I really was preparing to retire. Jing Xian smirked, lifting his almond-shaped eyes, then resumed his usual careless demeanor, but circumstances change. Upon seeing such promising talent, I changed my mind. Wei Yi chuckled, carefully observing Wen Run. Wen Run's physical conditions were excellent. From what he'd seen earlier, his personality seemed fine as well, but it was unclear how skilled he was in acting. After Jing Xian approached him, Wei Yi watched the shows featuring Wen Run, but most of his roles were minor parts that only appeared in a few episodes. Although one could see a lot of vitality in him, his real capabilities were yet to be determined. To start off, I don't take on students easily. If you want to be my disciple, you need to meet my standards. When talking about business, Wei Yi retracted the smile on his face, appearing more serious. Before Jing Xian could say anything, Wen Run was already nodding fervently like a chick pecking rice, looking like a student about to enter an examination room. It should be. Wei Yi chuckled at him and pulled out a clip from the memo on his phone, asking him to act it out. Wen Run scrutinized the mobile phone for a while, then took a deep breath quietly before walking to an empty spot and starting his impromptu performance. Without much preparation or time to ruminate, he had to rely solely on his understanding to portray it. The short clip chosen by Wei Yi only consisted of a few hundred words, yet within those mere 2 minutes, 3 different emotions needed to be conveyed. First, extreme joy, where this happiness just barely tainted his eyebrows and eyes, then due to sudden news turned to extreme sorrow. The happiness hadn't yet dissipated from his face, his mouth corners even slightly curved upward while tears silently rolled down. He cried soundlessly without making a single noise, with only his chest rising and falling dramatically. Subsequently, he became like a plant suddenly drained of all water, wilting lifelessly onto the ground. The sadness remained in his features, but there was only bleakness left in his dark eyes. This was the numbness after reaching the apex of despair. Though merely a couple of minutes long, the 2 spectators took quite some time to recover. Jing Xian wore a smug smile. Wei Yi helplessly remarked, "Truly, each generation surpasses the previous one. Your eyesight is still as sharp as ever." From Wei Ye's perspective, Wen Run's acting may still have flaws, but those were merely flaws. Without professional training, to be able to express emotions so naturally and completely display required feelings through his own efforts was definitely not something anyone could achieve. Wei Yi finally accepted the disciple happily, agreeing to give him 1 lesson per week. If there were questions during the regular times, they could discuss via WeChat. For his part, Wen Run earnestly served him a cup of tea, addressing him as teacher. When the 3 of them parted ways, Jing Xian's smile was so wide that only his teeth could be seen. If he had a tail behind him, it would have been wagging at this moment. All he could think about was how perceptive he was in recognizing hidden talents like Wen Run, completely forgetting how he had once rejected Yi Hansheng. After starting classes with Wei Yi, Wen Run became extremely busy. Wei Yi was indeed a strict teacher. Though there was only 1 class a week, he always assigned video homework afterwards. For Wen Run to complete it, he had to spend considerable time practicing on his own. The filming for Broken Spears was set to start after the New Year's Day, so he also had to study the script and write character biographies. Alongside the previous physical fitness and body training, which he hadn't abandoned, he still maintained a schedule of 3 courses a week. Even though Jing Xian hadn't arranged any other promotions for him during this period, he remained occupied around the clock. By the time Yi Hansheng wanted to confront him for revenge, he realized he couldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Chapter 19. Just as Wen Run was extremely busy, the 2nd episode of Farming aired. Due to the previously released clip by the production team that embarrassed Huang Ziyu, the audience's enthusiasm surged unprecedentedly. Fans gathered early to wait for the show, and when it began, the barrage comments were flying. Wen Run had already gained a small following at this point, with his Weibo fans breaking 5 million. There were quite a few comments in support on the barrage. However, due to Huang Ziyu being the one everyone hated, fans of the other 4 guests got along rather harmoniously. The chat room atmosphere was far better than when the show first started. Everyone thought this episode would be a continuation of the rice harvesting from last time. But the production team decided differently. Instead of cutting rice, the new task was picking cotton. Before the fans even caught up with what happened, they found their idols picking cotton. Picking cotton seemed easier than harvesting rice. The fans were all sighing in relief that the program producers finally decided to be more humane. But before they had even rejoiced for 2 minutes, they saw Wen Run and Chu Haowen feeding pigs. Feeding pigs. They had to feed pigs, and clean the pigsty too. The fans wanted to cry. They said, "Our Wenyu is so white and tender, how could you make him feed pigs?" Even Chu Haowen's fans cried. His obsessive cleanliness had been effectively cured by the program's forceful therapy. This program was truly off the wall. Although the fans were heartbroken, the idols seemingly enjoyed themselves, especially Wen Run. He even marked the fattest little pig and gave it a name. Xiao Hua. Such a cute name. The fans flooded the screen with messages expressing jealousy. Why raise a piglet? Raise me instead. I'm cuter than any piglet. At that exact moment, in the video, Wen Run said softly to the piglet Xiao Hua, "After filming a few more episodes, around 4 or 5, you'll have grown up. By then, there might be some fresh pork to eat." The fans were left speechless. Later, "Sorry Xiao Hua" filled the screen. The comments section almost burst out laughing. Everyone never expected that Wen Run marking the pig wasn't because he wanted to care for it, but rather he had plans to eat it. Someone took screenshots of the fans' barrages before and after, along with Wen Run's statement, and posted it on Weibo. The caption simply read, "Sorry Xiao Hua," followed by a long string of ha ha ha. Hashtag sorry Xiao Hua hashtag thus trended on the hot search list. Everyone expressed sympathy for Xiao Hua. The fans announced they would crowdfund to send some good food to nourish Xiao Hua, so their idol would have meat to eat. While all the internet users were having fun, Wen Run had already joined the crew and begun filming the 3rd episode. It was already December. After entering winter, everything became desolate. The southern countryside looked especially bleak, cold, and damp. Wrapping oneself in down jackets while walking still felt like soaking in freezing cold water, freezing every bone. Of course, at such a time, it was impossible to see any beautiful scenery. Wen couldn't figure out what the production team could record during this season before arriving in the village. But after hearing the arrangements from the director, he realized whoever came up with this idea was very hardworking. In the third episode of Farming, the guests neither harvested rice nor picked cotton. Instead, they had to help the villagers prepare New Year's dry goods. The minimum requirement set by the production team was for the guests to prepare at least 10 pounds of sausages, 3 salted fish, and 1 smoked chicken. If they could accomplish these tasks, the production team would fund the construction of a new teaching building for the local elementary school. If they failed, all the guests would have to face penalties. Where would the materials for making dried goods come from? The guests either needed to earn money to buy them or do jobs for neighbors, possibly earning the necessary materials as random rewards. And the tool the production team prepared for the guests to earn money was nothing but an entire vegetable garden full of Chinese cabbage, around 30 heads in total. So this episode turned the guests into vegetable farmers. The 5 guests sat solemnly in the living room. Xia Yupan looked at Wen. What should we do? Zhang Lu also looked at Wen. If we sell all the cabbages, will it be enough to buy meat? Although Chu Haowen did not speak, he was also staring at Wen, obviously waiting for his decision. The newly arrived Taiwanese artist Kai Wenyan didn't know what to do, so she just followed the others and looked at Wen. Wen furrowed his brows and thought for a while before slowly saying, there are only about 30 heads of Chinese cabbage in the vegetable garden, each weighing about 3 or 4 pounds. In winter, Chinese cabbage costs about 80 cents to $1 per pound. So selling all of them would get us a bit over $100. But pork generally costs $13 to $14 per pound. To buy 10 pounds, we'd need at least $130. Concluding, even if we sell all the cabbages, it probably won't be enough to buy the pork for making sausages. Not to mention they also needed 3 fish and a chicken. I can go work at Grandma Wang's place, Xia Yupan thought aloud. The director said that the rewards for working would include what we need. Grandma Wang's home has more than 10 chickens, doesn't it? I know how to fish, Chu Haowen furrowed his brows. But I don't have fishing gear. Kai Wenyu looked around left and right. I can work too. After deliberating for a while, the group concluded that the production team wouldn't set an impossible task. So, they divided their labor. Zhang Lu took Kai Wenyu to pick cabbages and then borrowed Aunt Qing's mini tricycle to haul them to the early market for selling. Meanwhile, Chu Haowen asked several villagers and borrowed fishing equipment and bait to go fishing by the river. The remaining members, Xia Yupan and Wen, went around the village to find jobs. Wen listed down all the materials they needed along with a rough budget, and after passing it around for everyone to see, they split up to get to work. Wen and Xia Yupan first went to Grandma Wang's house. Her home had over 10 chickens, which were all fattened up as the end of the year approached. Xia Yupan kept an eye on the chickens in the yard while letting Wen act as the spokesperson to inquire about possible tasks from Grandma Wang. Since the show didn't usually announce rewards beforehand, Wen's likable nature won him favor. After chatting for a while, Grandma Wang happily disclosed the reward. If you take care of my chickens for 2 days, I'll give you 2 free-range country chickens. They're delicious. The director's team. Having received Grandma Wang's promise, Wen stayed behind to look after the chickens while Xia Yupan moved on to help other families. On another front, after borrowing fishing gear from the villagers, Chu Haowen spent 3 days fishing by the river and managed to catch 6 big fish. All that remained was for Zhang Lu and Kai Wenyu to sell the cabbage. They towed the vegetables to the early market every morning for 4 consecutive days and finally sold all the Chinese cabbage from their field. The 5 gathered together to count their earnings. They had made 120 yuan from selling the cabbages. That should be just enough to buy meat, so the group headed to the market with Aunt Qing's tricycle. Zhang Lu, being originally a TV host and now an experienced seller after a few days at the market, was well versed in haggling. He ended up spending only 105 yuan for 10 pounds of pork, leaving some money left over for processing fees to turn the pork into sausages. When everything was ready to start making cured fish and smoked chicken, it was already the 5th day. It was unusually cold this day, but the kitchen had a big pot of boiling water prepared to scald the chicken feathers later. While waiting for the water to boil, the guests lounged in the heated living room, cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. When Wen suggested, Grandma Wang gave us an extra chicken. Let's do some chicken soup, shall we? Everyone agreed. Nothing could be more enjoyable on such a cold day than enjoying a bowl of warm hot soup. By the time Yi Hanqing arrived at the courtyard, he saw the other guests gazing hungrily at the chicken on the table. Wen, facing away from him, was busy stuffing spices inside the chicken. Yi Hanqing's gaze darkened, greedily falling upon Wen. Since their last meeting, he hadn't found another chance to see him. Wen had been busy, and so was he. By the time he managed to squeeze out some time to visit, Wen had already entered a new project. After working overtime to handle all the company matters, Yi Hanqing flew over, allocating 1 full day to inspect the project. Everyone except the newly arrived Kai Wenyu had met Yi Hanqing before. They greeted him with a mix of curiosity and confusion, wondering why Mr. Yi had returned. The accompanying staff introduced Yi Hansheng with a smile. Mr. Yi is interested in our program's content, so he came by casually to check things out. Wen Run glanced at him in puzzlement. He couldn't believe Yi Hansheng was genuinely interested in rural life. Nodding slightly to acknowledge everyone, Yi Hansheng let them continue filming while he was led elsewhere to inspect. Meanwhile, Wen Run returned to stewing the chicken soup. The chicken, filled with aromatic spices, was simmered on low heat in the pot. As it was still noon, by dinner time the soup would be ready to serve. The others, following the villagers' instructions, prepared and marinated the fish. By the time dinner approached, everyone was busy. Wen Run cooked a few side dishes alongside the finished chicken soup, preparing the evening meal. After standing at the door and looking around without seeing Yi Hansheng, Wen Run presumed he might have left and returned inside to prepare for dinner. Not long after, staff escorted Yi Hansheng out of the village elementary school. The teaching building donation for this episode was sponsored by Yi Hansheng, hence the respectful treatment he received. Checking the time, a staff member politely suggested, "A table has been reserved at the restaurant. Should I drive you there?" Yi Hansheng glanced at the small courtyard where Wen Run was, and caught a faint whiff of fragrance in the air. Imagining Wen Run dining with others, his expression turned dark. He stared at the courtyard for a long time before finally muttering coldly, "No need, I'll go straight to the airport." In the warm room heated by central heating, the guests were enjoying a lively dinner. The chicken soup that had been simmered for hours was fragrant and rich, just one sip warmed them from their stomachs. But Wen Run seemed somewhat absent-minded. He ran into the kitchen to take a look and, seeing that one chicken had made an entire pot of soup, he glanced at the gloomy weather outside and suggested to the cameraman, "It's too cold today. Why don't we send some of this soup over to the director's team?" The production crew was in another small courtyard not far away, which didn't have underfloor heating and was likely colder. Soon after, a staff member came over to pick up the remaining half pot of chicken soup. While speaking, Wen Run asked casually, "Do you want to prepare a separate portion for Mr. Yi?" The staff member smiled and shook their head. "No need, no need. Mr. Yi has already left." Wen Run responded with an, "Oh," and inexplicably felt a bit disappointed, thinking to himself that he must have left already. Chapter 20. After the filming of Farming was over, Wen Run returned to the city at 10 o'clock in the evening. Jing Xian came to pick him up early and noticed he wasn't wearing any makeup, had no professional hairstyle, and was even without a mask. Jing Xian quickly urged him to wear his hat. "Things are different now. You need to be more careful. There are already fans waiting for you at the arrival terminal." Wen Run had just returned from a small village where the show was filmed, wrapped in a thick down coat, with an untamed hairstyle and soft strands loosely falling onto his forehead. Fortunately, he rested on the plane, so his face did not appear pale or weary. Despite not wearing makeup, he still looked handsome. "Meeting? For me?" When Wen Run heard this, his eyes widened as he stretched his neck out to take a look outside. Are they still there? Back when he wasn't popular, he never experienced such treatment. Occasionally seeing other actors' fans visiting sets made him envious too. Now that he finally had fans coming to greet him, it came as a surprise. Jing Xian couldn't help but laugh at his behavior. "Yes, they're all waiting outside. You can't be as casual anymore. As your fame grows, so will the number of people who pay attention to you. Be careful. If someone takes undesirable pictures of you, it could have negative consequences." Wen Run's newfound fame was still fresh, and Jing Xian worried he hadn't yet adjusted to this change. In the past, being unrecognized let him walk freely among ordinary pedestrians. But now, with fame, he needed to always maintain his image. Even something as minor as a tired photo could fuel fabricated news stories by the media. "I know," Wen Run nodded, though his bright eyes couldn't resist glancing outward. "Do we really have to go meet them?" "They're waiting outside the terminal." Jing Xian raised an eyebrow. "We'll go through the VIP passage." "Ah." Wen Run seemed slightly disappointed, but he glanced at the time outside. The airport was warm with heating, but it was already late at night, and the wind howled outside the terminal. Considering the group of fans waiting just to catch a glimpse of him, he felt a little remorseful. They've been waiting for so long. Don't we owe it to them to at least make a brief appearance? Originally, Jing Xian planned not to have Wen Run make an appearance today, since this wasn't an officially announced schedule. No preparations were made, and he was worried about chaos breaking out. But seeing Wen Run's eagerness to see his fans and remembering their previous conduct, how disciplined and polite they had been, they patiently waited outside in the cold instead of crowding inside the terminal. "In that case, we'll make a brief appearance," said Jing Xian. "But don't stay too long. We just need to wave, then we'll leave quickly." Satisfied with the decision, Wen Run managed to meet his fans via the regular exit. As soon as he stepped out, two girls softly screamed, whispering, "He's out. He's out," before rushing forward excitedly. They were likely scouts sent out by the fan club. After these two girls gave the signal, the area outside the terminal lit up with a sea of lights as many long-awaiting fans looked eagerly towards the exit, shouting Wen Run's name in unison. It was the first time Wen Run faced such a scene. These young women must have been waiting for hours outside, and their hands holding lightboards were turning bluish-purple from the cold. Yet they called out Wen Run's name loudly, their faces glowing under colorful lights as if they might lose control and rush towards him at any moment. Wen Run stopped momentarily, smiled, and waved briefly at them. Their excitement nearly lifted the roof off the terminal. Thankfully, despite their enthusiasm, the fans remained composed and did not push forward recklessly. Instead, they parted ways to form a pathway for Wen Run, craning their necks and waving their lightboards higher to ensure he would notice them. It's freezing outside. Go home soon, Wen Run kindly reminded them while positioned between Jing Xian and his assistant. He had taken off his hat, revealing a casually tousled hairstyle with strands slightly longer, partially covering his cheeks, making him look softer and younger. His gentle voice carried a soothing tone as well. Although his words weren't loud, the fans closest to him clearly heard them. Suddenly, one of them shouted, "Baby mom loves you. Go home early too." Wen Run froze momentarily before smiling again. He waved goodbye to his fans once more and was escorted into the car amid cheers. Outside, the fans still lingered, craning their necks toward the direction of his departure. Buy some hot drinks for them to warm their hands, tell them to go home soon, and remind them to stay safe on their way back. Wen Run hesitated briefly before instructing his assistant. It was already late, and it was cold outside. It wasn't easy for a group of girls to come and pick him up. The assistant got out of the car to arrange hot drinks for the fans through the leading fan, but over here, Jing Xian drove him back. In the rearview mirror, he could see Wen Run still looking outside with shining eyes, looking very pleased. You'll see them often in the future, and you won't think much of it anymore, Jing Xian said. Wen Run shook his head but earnestly replied, it has nothing to do with how often I see them. Just knowing that so many people are supporting me makes me happy, and I don't want to disappoint them. Looking at his bright eyes, Jing Xian smiled slightly and started the car to leave. When Jing Xian dropped Wen Run off near his apartment complex, on their way upstairs, he keenly noticed a paparazzo hiding among the bushes trying to secretly photograph them. Turning around to look, Jing Xian saw that the paparazzo had already fled quickly. Jing Xian frowned, it's time for you to move somewhere else, the security here is too poor. This was where the company had arranged accommodation for new talents, usually housing 3 to 4 people per apartment. The quality of the residential area was not high, and naturally, the security could not be relied upon. When Wen Run wasn't yet famous, he didn't want to move, and Jing Xian allowed him to stay there. But now that his popularity would likely attract more lurking paparazzi and obsessive fans, moving was inevitable. Wen Run also realized this problem and furrowed his eyebrows slightly. I need to move, but I haven't saved enough money to buy a house, he admitted somewhat sheepishly. In B City, land was expensive, and although his earnings were increasing, he was still short on funds to immediately purchase a decent property in the city center. You don't need to worry about the house, Jing Xian said with a laugh, surprised that Wen Run had even thought so far ahead. The company will make sure everything is arranged properly. Upon hearing this, Wen Run felt relieved and nodded, then I'll follow the company's arrangements. After Yi Hanqing returned from his inspection, his mood was far from pleasant. His normally stern face was even more intimidating, with a gloomy expression that made secretaries reporting work shiver in fear whenever his icy eyes scanned them. The president's office privately guessed whether someone had been attempting to climb into Yi Hanqing's bed again, otherwise, why would he have such a bad temper? For 2 or 3 days, without showing any sign of improvement, everyone in the president's office became cautious. Jing Xian, however, was unaware of all this. He had just discussed moving with Wen Run the previous night, and the next day, he knocked on Yi Hanqing's office door during the daytime. Yi Hanqing's face was pitch black, and he looked extremely impatient as he asked, what is it now? Jing Xian arched an eyebrow, noticing his friend's mood seemed a bit off. However, since he enjoyed teasing him, he sat down casually with his legs crossed, grinning as he said, good news. Want to hear it? Yi Hanqing stared at him with his dark face, silent for quite a while before finally responding word by word, go ahead. Feeling more certain he had hit Yi Hanqing's soft spot, Jing Xian proudly declared, Wen Run can't live in his current place anymore. He doesn't intend to buy a house temporarily, so the company needs to arrange another place for him. Some things did not need to be explicitly stated. The gloomy clouds on Yi Hanqing's face dissipated. Tapping his fingers lightly on the table, he pondered briefly before saying, there happens to be a house in Songhai Haoding. The environment and security are both good. When does he plan to move? Jing Xian shrugged, I need to go back and ask. Yi Hanqing nodded slightly, and his hard features softened a little. Then go find out. Although they mentioned moving, it wouldn't happen right away. There were still many things to sort out in Wen Run's current residence. And after living with Lu Zhan and Shen Muchuan for such a long time, Wen Run found it somewhat hard to part. He gave them an early heads up, and on that day, none of the 3 left the house. Lu Zhan ordered barbecue and beer, and the 3 of them chatted casually sitting around the coffee table on the floor. Privately, Lu Zhan sometimes acted like a child and showed some reluctance when hearing that Wen Run was leaving. He eagerly asked, where are you going to move to? Can I still visit you? Jinggu said Songhai Haoding, Wen Run himself didn't know exactly where it was. He only remembered Jing Xian mentioning that furniture was still being added there, and it would take some time before moving. Songhai Haoding. Lu Zhan widened his eyes, exclaiming, holy crap. The company is being generous. Confused, Wen Run asked, what's wrong? Shen Muchuan explained, Songhai Haoding is a luxury mansion compound that sold out a long time ago. Its location is prime, and its environmental and security facilities are top-notch. Many wealthy individuals and popular artists own properties there. Of course, in such a place, housing prices would also be at the top tier. It seems Yizong also lives there, Lu Zhan added, and I've never heard of the company arranging for artists to live there. Not even the top few have moved in. Moreover, the properties at Songhai Houding were practically unavailable on the market now. The entire development had been sold out long ago, and one would need to wait for someone to resell their unit. It certainly wasn't something that could be arranged casually. Wenrun was a bit confused as well. I just thought it was a slightly better neighborhood than where we are now. Lu Zhan was still muttering about why the company suddenly became so generous, while Shenmuchuan looked at him with a complicated expression. He suddenly remembered Yi Hanqing, who had appeared on the recording site with Wenrun back then. Although Yi Hanqing hadn't seemed particularly interested in Wenrun at the time, he somehow felt that all this might be related to Yi Hanqing. Chapter 21. Shenmuchuan had many thoughts, but seeing the bewildered look on Wenrun's face made him wonder if he was overthinking things. Wenrun had a simple personality, he would not lie to them about this matter, which indicated that he knew nothing about the house issue. However, the company wouldn't have given such an excellent house to an artist who just started gaining some recognition without any particular reason. It was almost as if they were trying to hide a treasure. Looking at Wenrun, who was still enthusiastically discussing future plans with Lu Zhan, his laughter was pure and innocent. Clearly, he hadn't thought deeply about the matter of the house, so Shenmuchuan could only suppress his doubts and did not mention his speculations to either of them, instead continuing to drink. After Song Li left Xingyu Entertainment, both he and Lu Zhan got new agents. The new agents were much more reliable than Song Li. After finishing his part in Jinling Platform, Shenmuchuan immediately received 2 endorsements and a new drama, while Lu Zhan participated in an outdoor reality show, which received very good feedback. So in fact, the 3 of them were extremely busy, and it was quite rare to be able to gather together like this for eating, drinking, and chatting. After their small reunion, each of them returned to their own work schedules. Once the new year passed, Broken Spears began production, and Wenrun also joined the cast. The film studio was located in S City. Wenrun arrived a day earlier at the hotel to adjust. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at the hotel lobby, he met Xia Yupan. Being old acquaintances, Xia Yupan approached him with a smile upon seeing him. I've been waiting for you here for half a day. You always cook for me, so today I'll take you to a nice restaurant. Wenrun just recently learned that the female lead in Broken Spears was going to be Xia Yupan. They already had a good relationship from working on farming. After learning that they would collaborate, they frequently discussed their roles on WeChat before setting out. Xia Yupan had even specifically asked when he was arriving. Wenrun usually arrived early, and he didn't expect Xia Yupan to be waiting here already. Isn't it a bit improper for us to go out like this? Wenrun hesitated. There were many fans and journalists lying in wait around the filming location, and he feared that leaving might cause trouble. However, Xia Yupan wasn't worried. She had been there several times and was very familiar with the area. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she said, "Don't worry, no one will find out." Her tone was confident, and Wenrun believed her. Wearing sunglasses and masks, the two sneaked out under Xia Yupan's encouragement, leaving their assistants behind. Xia Yupan did not deceive him. She was very familiar with the surrounding areas, driving carefully along deserted backroads until finally stopping in front of an elegant privately owned restaurant. Since the S-City Film Studio was famous for its large courtyards, aside from filming locations, many tourists would visit for sightseeing. Consequently, restaurants and hotels near the film studio were mostly exquisite replicas of ancient buildings. Xia Yupan chose this place called Plum Garden, which had been renovated from a traditional 3-court old mansion. Plum Garden was nestled deep within a lane, tranquil and peaceful. Because it only accepted reservations and entertained only 10 tables daily, its entrance seemed quiet and secluded. However, this worked well for Wenrun and Xia Yupan. Upon exiting the car, neither took off their sunglasses or masks. Although most of their faces were covered, both exuded exceptional charisma. The service staff, having served numerous celebrities, remained unfazed by the sight. Upon hearing the private room number reported by Xia Yupan, they led them accordingly. As they followed the server through a curved corridor and past carved doors to the courtyard VIP room, Xia Yupan whispered quietly about how difficult it was to secure a spot. Wenrun listened attentively, though neither noticed the piercing gaze from across the adjacent corridor. Yi Hanqing immediately recognized Wenrun. Despite the sunglasses, mask, and bulkier puffer jacket, Yi Hanqing could still instantly identify that the person leaning slightly to the side, smiling at a woman, was Wenrun. Recalling the schedule sent by Jing Xian, Yi Hanqing mused that he must have come here to shoot. He probably just landed after flying in, so quickly starting dinner alone with a suspicious woman. Watching as the figure disappeared into the doorway, Yi Hanqing narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a flicker of coldness. Hanqing. The man beside him looked at him curiously. What are you looking at? Nothing, Yi Hanqing retracted his gaze, entering another private room alongside the man. Inside the room, they finally removed their sunglasses and masks. Xia Yupan sighed in relief, softly complaining, "Finally, we can eat a proper meal." Puzzled, Wenrun looked at her. "You don't eat enough normally." During the variety show recordings, she certainly ate a lot. You don't know, for this drama, I've been on a diet for half a month. Since finishing the filming of Farming, I haven't eaten a single full meal. Xie Yupan almost wanted to cry when she said this. The female lead Meng Hua in Broken Spears was a renowned actress with a voice like that of a baby bird and a face as beautiful as peach blossoms, her graceful figure swaying like willows in the breeze. Her charm could make countless heroes bow in admiration. Xie Yupan was also good-looking, but she loved to eat. Though still slim by normal standards, to achieve Meng Hua's slender willow-like figure, she had to lose even more weight. Thus, she was ordered by her agent to start losing weight. For over half a month, all she ate were specially prepared nutritional meals. She felt like she was turning into a vegetable. She finally endured it long enough to get into the cast, arriving here with only 2 assistants accompanying her. Secretly, she had booked an entire table at Plum Garden and coerced her assistants not to report on her behavior so she could take Wen Run out to eat. Wen Run immediately looked sympathetically at her and suggested, "How about you try working out? Constant dieting is bad for your health." Xie Yupan's eyes widened in shock as she stared at him accusingly. How could you ask someone with terminal laziness to work out? Immediately afterwards, she added, "Working out is impossible, absolutely impossible for my lifetime." By the time the server began serving the dishes, Xie Yupan was no longer paying attention to anything else. Her eyes gleamed greedily at the freshly served dishes while she exclaimed, "You always cook for me, today it's my turn to treat you, so don't be polite." With a gentle smile, Wen Run replied, then leisurely picked up his chopsticks. Judging from how long Xie Yupan had been holding back, she moved gracefully yet ate with incredible speed. Wen Run had eaten airline food on the plane and wasn't really hungry now, subtly moving the dish closer to Xie Yupan. He sipped slowly from a bowl of yin yang chicken porridge. Half the table of food ended up inside Xie Yupan's stomach. Sighing contentedly, she said, "This one meal today has to last me for the next few months." In a few days, her agent would arrive on set, and she wouldn't have another chance to secretly indulge herself. After finishing the meal, Xie Yupan stayed seated to digest and relive the taste of this final feast. Meanwhile, Wen Run got up to use the restroom. The courtyard was very quiet, the only sound coming from occasional movements of the waiters serving dishes. Following the corridor towards the restroom, Wen Run unexpectedly bumped into someone he did not anticipate seeing. Staring blankly at him, Wen Run's brows creased in confusion. "Director Yi, what are you doing here?" Yi Hanqing was in a bad mood, his dark eyes gazing coldly and steadily at him. With deliberate precision, he asked, "What a coincidence, why are you here too?" His gaze was intense, making Wen Run feel uneasy, sensing somehow that Yi Hanqing's mood seemed off. He softly explained, "I came to have dinner with a friend." "Which friend? Didn't you just get off the plane?" Yi Hanqing turned his wheelchair slightly forward, closing the distance with Wen Run, who instinctively took a step back until he pressed against the wooden railing. He looked helplessly down at Yi Hanqing. Even though the man was sitting in a wheelchair, which should put him in a weaker position, Wen Run still felt like he was being watched by a fierce beast. Yi Hanqing's piercing eyes terrified him, deep and black, giving the impression they would swallow him whole if he dared to look too long. "Director Yi." Wen Run's unease caused his voice to tremble slightly, low and soft, his tone trembling. It resonated deeply within Yi Hanqing's heart. Since spotting Wen Run chatting closely with a woman earlier, Yi Hanqing's temper had ignited. He was known for having little patience, let alone control, especially regarding those he desired. After the car accident, there were fewer people he truly valued. And Wen Run had already found his way into Yi Hanqing's territory, although he hadn't acted hastily because he wanted Wen Run to come willingly. At the very least, voluntarily follow him. But that didn't mean he'd tolerate others coveting what belonged to him. Despite the boiling anger within him, Yi Hanqing made an effort to control it. He saw the panic in Wen Run's eyes, and he didn't want to frighten him further. Closing his eyes momentarily, he tightened his jaw and gradually rolled his wheelchair back, creating some space between them. Struggling, he forced a smile, trying to keep his tone gentle. "Your popularity isn't small anymore, going out to eat with a stranger without considering their identity might cause issues if captured by paparazzi. That would be detrimental to your image." So, was it merely concern about potential scandals affecting Wen Run's reputation? The panic caused by Yi Hanqing's sudden approach turned into embarrassment. Wen Run had thought that it was just coming out for a meal and if no one noticed, it wouldn't be much of an issue. However, Yi Hanqing's words reminded him that he was no longer the unknown young man he used to be. Every move he made was being closely watched by many people, and any bad news might require Brother Zheng's help in managing public relations on his behalf. Realizing this, Wen Run immediately regretted his recklessness. His assistant had warned him before he left but he hadn't taken it seriously enough. Now, under Yi Hanqing's penetrating gaze, he bowed his head in shame and muttered an apology, "I'm sorry, I failed to consider things carefully." However, Yi Hanqing wasn't seeking his apology. A more genuine smile crossed his face as he gently coaxed, "This is just a minor incident. You're young, so it's natural that you might have thoughts about romantic relationships. Although the company doesn't forbid artists from dating, given that you're still in your rising phase, we hope you can prioritize your career." "I understand," Wen Run nodded solemnly. "This time, it was just a regular friend I had dinner with, and I'll pay attention in the future." At this, Yi Hanqing finally truly smiled, satisfied as he looked at the bright-eyed young man. He knew that he wasn't lying, his relationship with that woman was genuinely only that of regular friends. Chapter 22. After all, the two were in the corridor and couldn't stand off for too long. Yi Hanqing repeatedly urged Wen Run to prioritize his career and not toe cultivation from Jing Xian and the company. Wen Run seriously agreed, which slightly relieved Yi Hanqing's anger before he let him go. After Wen Run left, he returned to his private room. His room was separated from Wen Run's by several numbers, but coincidentally, the two rooms were diagonal to each other. He leaned by the window, and through the carved wooden window and the connecting corridor, he could just see Wen Run's movements. As soon as Wen Run came out and was talking to a waiter at the door, Yi Hanqing rushed out and blocked his way. Gu Senian waited in the room for quite a while until he slowly wheeled himself in. In comparison, his complexion was slightly better than before. This nephew of his had unpredictable moods, and even Gu Senian found it hard to guess his thoughts. Since he didn't bring it up first, Gu Senian also didn't ask why he hurriedly went out, continuing with what they discussed earlier instead. I've already arranged for someone to spread rumors. If that family really hides there, they will probably reveal themselves soon to inquire about the news. It won't take long. Yi Hanqing's eyes darkened as his fingers stroked the handles of the wheelchair. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Once we find them, control them first. We aren't ready to use them yet. Gu Senian furrowed his eyebrows slightly, showing disapproval. What do you plan to do? Slightly lifting his gaze, Yi Hanqing's eyes carried deep hatred. Nothing special, just make them taste the pain of losing loved ones. After the accident, this family fled with the money given by the driver. Back then, the driver wasn't foolish. After taking the money to kill them, he was also worried about his family being implicated if he got killed later. So, when no one was paying attention, he withdrew the money provided by Qiu Jihe and sent his family away with it to lay low. The driver himself confessed willingly and insisted that the car accident years ago was caused by drunk driving. Due to 1 death and 2 severe injuries, and the mediation by Yi Hanqing's lawyer, the driver was sentenced to 8 years in prison. 5 years have passed now. With good behavior in prison and consistent efforts for parole, he has less than 2 years left until he gets out. Yi Hanqing has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Even the reductions in the driver's sentence were secretly facilitated by him. Now, seeing that he is almost released, his hidden family must be anxiously awaiting his return. With so many provinces and towns in the country, it's incredibly easy for a few people to hide under different names. Searching for them would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, but if they revealed themselves involuntarily, it would be much simpler. When the driver was sentenced to prison years ago, Yi Hanqing was first hospitalized due to serious injuries and later sent to a psychiatric hospital by Yi Maokai. This delay gave Qiu Jihe enough time to cover her tracks thoroughly. Over these years, Yi Hanqing concealed his intentions while making significant efforts behind the scenes to locate the family. Now, he finally had some leads. Later, he had visited the driver's old residence where neighbors mentioned how close-knit his family was, though plagued by the grandmother's chronic illness and their poverty, life was difficult for them. For such a tightly bound family, if something unexpected happened to the driver inside, they would definitely not resist finding out. Once the people were located, the rest would be easy. Relaxing his grip, Yi Hanqing looked towards Gu Senian and said calmly, "Uncle, don't worry. I know my limits." Gu Senian mentally thought, "You don't have any sense," but on the surface, he dared not irritate Yi Hanqing. He knew his nephew's personality well. Once determined, there's no turning back easily. Years ago, when he was abroad and unable to care for Yi Hanqing and his mother, he could only try to make amends. Meanwhile, he intended to watch over Yi Hanqing closely to ensure he wouldn't cross certain boundaries. Wen Run went to the restroom before returning to the private room. On the way back, thoughts of Yi Hanqing re-emerged. Recalling Yi Hanqing's words, many details he hadn't noticed before came into question now. How did Mr. Yi know he just got off the plane? And how did he know he had dinner with a woman? He pondered for a moment and guessed it was likely something Jing Xian unintentionally told him. Their relationship seemed close, so it wasn't strange for Mr. Yi to be aware of his itinerary. As for the woman, it might just have been that he saw Xia Yupan enter right at that moment. Wen Run shook his head, thinking it useless to dwell on it anymore. Just then, Xia Yupan finished resting, and Wen Run proposed returning to the film set. Suppressing his doubts once again, Wen Run dressed appropriately and carefully returned to the hotel. After the opening ceremony, the film officially began shooting. The female lead is Xia Yupan, the second male lead is Wen Run, and the first male lead, who has always had a rather poor reputation, is Chu Yu. According to Xia Yupan, Chu Yu is a rich second-generation heir who, relying on his not-so-bad looks and his family's small fortune, whimsically decided to enter the entertainment circle. He possesses a young master's temperament and has offended quite a few people within the industry, but they all dread his family background and dare not take any actions against him. As such, despite making enemies in his debut over the past 2 or 3 years, his resources have never been lacking. Additionally, with acceptable acting skills, he managed to attract a considerable number of young fans. His fans call him Young Master. Xia Yupan almost earnestly advised Wen Run, "Stay away from him, he's no good person." Wen Run let her words in one ear out the other because he thought that when Xia Yupan was speaking, she sounded like a kindergarten child, just short of adding, "You're not allowed to play with him anymore." Though Wen Run didn't draw a clear line with Chuyu like Xia Yupan did, he isn't an outgoing person by nature. During filming, he kept professional detachment, and after shooting, instead of socializing with Xia Yupan, he would delve into the script privately. Thus, there wasn't much deep contact between him and Chuyu outside of their roles, it was merely a nodding acquaintance type of colleague relationship. Wen Run felt this was perfectly fine. Unfortunately, Chuyu apparently didn't feel the same. After staying in the crew for about 10 days, Wen Run noticed that Chuyu might be targeting him. Initially, when they both joined the production, they could still greet each other with nods, appearing at least peaceful on the surface. However, recently, every time they met, Chuyu either sneered coldly or glared at him, leading everyone in the crew to know there was conflict between the male leads. Considering Chuyu's previous numerous controversial incidents, everyone concluded that it definitely wasn't Wen Run's fault. With Wen Run having such a good personality, even if there was a conflict, it surely stemmed from Chuyu's side. Consequently, the entire crew steered clear of Chuyu, fearing that this temperamental individual might vent his anger on them. Sneaking around, Xia Yupan carried 2 cups of hot milk tea to find Wen Run. Upon seeing him, she handed him 1 cup immediately, fresh and still warm. Chuyu has that kind of dog-like temper, don't pay him any mind. Who knows what crazy tantrum he's throwing. Xia Yupan hugged her milk tea to warm her hands, watching Wen Run drink it while not even unwrapping her own. Wen Run found this somewhat odd, thinking that Xia Yupan's tone made it seem as though she knew Chuyu quite well. But considering how Xia Yupan always showed displeasure whenever mentioning Chuyu, he wisely kept his doubt to himself, sipped the hot milk tea, and nodded, saying, "I haven't paid attention to it." Xia Yupan watched hungrily as he took another big gulp of the milk tea. Swallowing hard and thinking about how since taking this role, she hasn't eaten a decent meal, and remembering the ever-present Chuyu, her anger instantly rose, hugging the milk tea tightly and fuming, "If I'd known Chuyu was going to be the male lead, even death wouldn't make me." "You do what?" A chilling voice came from behind, causing both Wen Run and Xia Yupan to turn their heads simultaneously, only to see Chuyu standing there emotionlessly. In his hands were 2 cups of milk tea, and no one knew for how long he had been listening. He was tall, with a stronger build than Wen Run, and when his face darkened without speaking, he emitted an aura of banditry. Caught red-handed talking ill of someone behind their back, Xia Yupan became a bit flustered. But after hesitating for a moment, she defiantly retorted, "It's none of your business how I act." Chuyu gave a cold snort, casting a mocking gaze towards Wen Run. "Does it concern him, does it?" Wen Run. How did this suddenly involve him? Feeling awkward, Wen Run coughed uncomfortably, his eyes darting back and forth between the two, sensing that these two probably didn't detest each other as much as they claimed. There might be something else tangled in between. He decided it would be best not to get involved. I've got some things to do, I'll head back to the hotel." Wen Run found an excuse and quickly fled. What Xia Yupan and Chuyu talked about afterward Wen Run didn't know, but by the next day, everyone learned that neither Xia Yupan nor Wen Run got along with Chuyu. Amidst the intense filming schedule, people were secretly gossiping about the entanglement among these three. There were also those who, upon hearing the news, discreetly passed it on. Chapter 23. In the wee hours of the morning, a sensational topic quietly dropped at the tail end of trending searches, a supposed love triangle involving Xia Yupan, Chuyu, and Wen Run. Since traffic was naturally low in the early hours, initially only a few water army bots were seen buzzing around the topic. However, gradually, some sleepless internet users idly clicked into the discussion, only to be astonished by what they found, an unexpectedly juicy piece of gossip. The filming of Stranded Ambition had been relatively low-key, but with the director and its 3 leading actors gaining attention, it still made some waves. Despite limited discussions, many people were aware of the show. Its plot featured a romantic line where 2 men vie for the affection of 1 woman. No one expected that in reality, the 3 lead actors were also rumored to be in their own real-life love triangle. From on-screen to off-screen, it was too exciting to be true. The explosive topic skyrocketed up the trending list like a rocket. None of the 3 individuals involved, whether the long-established Xia Yupan and Chuyu or the newly popular Wen Run, lacked for topics or attention. Once the topic reached the top ranks of trends, fans who vigilantly monitored such things sprang into action, finally arriving at the battleground. Chuyu's young master fanbase acted the fastest. Thanks to his family background, Chuyu attracted a lot of young fans whose fighting spirit far outstripped any other skills. Upon arriving at the battlefield, these fans immediately began attacking left and right. Black fans, casual observers, or even allies didn't escape their fury. For a while, the comments section under the leaky tweet was full of arguments between Chuyu's young master fans and various netizens. Among all the targeted names, Xia Yupan and Wen Run received the harshest criticism. Don't let those washed-up nobodies try to stick themselves to young Master Chu, he is not someone they could easily reach. Xia Yupan has delusions of grandeur if she thinks she can marry into wealth without knowing her place. Please stop making clickbaits by dragging others along. Haven't you ruined enough people's images before? Such harsh words flew fast and furious. Crab, Xia Yupan's, and Powder, Wen Run's, fandoms, arriving late, couldn't just let their idols be insulted so mercilessly. They quickly counterattacked. However, being smarter than Chu Yu's followers, they avoided overly vulgar language for fear of losing the sympathy of bystanders. Instead, they chose to focus more on protecting their own idols. This drama, however, wasn't solely confined to fan battles. The scent of scandal lured many curious onlookers, as well as old rivals and black fans from all three stars' camps, mixing the waters further. The situation grew hotter instead. Someone soon revealed that Xie Yupan and Chu Yu weren't strangers. Chu Yu, having been in the industry for 3 years, had already starred in 5 shows with Xie Yupan. While they hadn't always played leads together, their repeated collaborations were certainly intriguing. Furthermore, photos emerged from another so-called bystander, showing them entering and exiting places together. Although their actions were not overtly intimate, they provided enough fuel for wild imagination. On the contrary, aside from participating in the same variety show Let's Plant Together, there were fewer interactions between Xie Yupan and Wenrun. Yet in this chaos, yet another photo appeared in the hot comments, a picture of Xie Yupan and Wenrun sneaking out in disguise, both wearing sunglasses and masks, entering Plum Garden. A man and a woman, dressed casually and meeting secretly at a high-security private restaurant, hardly believable if one claimed there was no hidden secret. That pretty much nailed down the case of Xie Yupan cheating and engaging in a messy love triangle. At 3:50 a.m., with skyrocketing traffic, Weibo's servers almost collapsed under pressure. The engineers, sleeping soundly in their beds, were woken up to fix the issue urgently. By then, each star's teams had successively learned about the situation and began reaching out to remove the trending topic. This inexplicably appearing trending item disappeared just as quickly, but public interest did not fade as swiftly. People have reverse psychology. If a trending topic was removed from Weibo, they'd create countless more similar ones to take its place. By the end of the night, Weibo was practically flooded with mentions of the love triangle. News outlets picked up on the buzz and, regardless of truth or falsehood, scrambled to seize the opportunity to publish stories. When it came time to shoot during the day, everyone knew the details surrounding the 3 actors. Still, nobody in the production team dared mention the matter aloud. Director Cheng Wei remained composed, as the rumor actually benefited the film set rather than harming it. As long as the rumors didn't interfere with the production schedule, free publicity was good publicity. On the other hand, Chi Yu stayed silent, his gaze scanning over the crew with a dark and unpleasant expression. It was clear that the photos leaked yesterday came from someone within the production team. The usually cheerful Xie Yupan looked unusually stern today, glaring away at Chu Yu every time he tried to approach her to speak. The only one who seemed relatively normal was Wenrun, who didn't lose his temper or show any obvious emotions. However, he kept examining the leaked photos on his phone. The fact that internal production photos had been released indicated a mole within the team. He carefully studied the shooting angles and squinted to compare them for a while before his gaze suddenly fell on a certain place. That place seemed to have been occupied yesterday. After yesterday's rap, he had been resting when Xie Yupan came over with some bubble tea, and Chu Yu followed shortly after. He clearly remembered seeing someone sitting slightly behind Chu Yu when he glanced up at him. Without making a fuss, Wenrun walked to where the person had sat yesterday and took a photo with his phone. The background and angle were similar enough to match the leaked pictures. He didn't immediately reveal his findings because yesterday he only glanced casually and didn't notice any distinguishing features of the person there. He would need to review surveillance privately to identify the culprit without alarming anyone prematurely. What worried him now was something else entirely. During their encounter in the corridor, Yi Hanqing repeatedly warned him about being careful not to get photographed stealthily. At the time, Wenrun seriously promised Yi Hanqing he would be cautious. But how quickly did he end up tangled in this love triangle scandal, even getting secretly photographed with Xie Yupan? Although Zheng Xian had already contacted him and told him to patiently wait while they dealt with the matter on their side, Wenrun recalled Yi Hanqing's words and felt increasingly uneasy. He was thinking aimlessly, wondering if Yi Hanqing might consider him troublesome, and whether he would be angry. Of course, Yi Hanqing was furious. It wasn't because Wenrun hadn't listened to him but rather because someone dared to target Wenrun. Yi Hanqing wanted to protect Wenrun as closely as possible, yet now someone was secretly plotting against him. He summoned Zheng Xian to his office to discuss countermeasures. If Wenrun truly became embroiled in this love triangle, all the goodwill he built through interviews would be wasted, and once Wenrun became famous, this incident could resurface as a major black spot for ridicule. Someone is secretly trying to harm Wenrun. Yi Hanqing tapped the desk lightly, stating, Mei Yuan is a secluded location with high confidentiality. That photo couldn't possibly have been taken by coincidence. More likely, someone had been stalking them covertly for quite some time to capture such a picture. While Zheng Xian considered this, Yi Hanqing added, we're already investigating which water army company is involved. Their main focus seems to be tarnishing Wenrun. Despite their caution, Zheng Xian, having years of experience in the entertainment industry, recognized these tactics easily. Whoever they truly aimed to destroy was evident from their actions. We must locate the responsible party as soon as possible. Yi Hanqing narrowed his eyes, showing a cold glint. Also, this rumor must be clarified. Wenrun cannot be implicated in it, not even a little. It won't be that simple to clear it up. Zheng Xian frowned, saying, this has gone too far. Even if all 3 parties deny the allegations simultaneously, without concrete evidence, it'll be difficult to calm the internet. Rumors are always based on speculation. How do you prove these three individuals share no connection? Unless two of them come out as married, it would be impossible to cleanly disassociate when run. Yi Hanqing paused thoughtfully, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. After a long moment, he said, I was at Mei Yuan that day as well. Xia Yupan's contract happens to be expiring. You should go ahead and start discussions. You mean signing Xia Yupan into Star Domain? Zheng Xian immediately understood. With her contract due to expire and no news of her negotiations with any other agencies surfacing, she was probably preparing to renew with her current company. If Star Domain could poach her now, then the disguises used by Wen Run and Xia Yupan entering Mei Yuan could have an appropriate explanation. With Xia Yupan's contract nearing its end, and Wen Run, as both a Star Domain artist and a good friend of hers, facilitating a meeting between Star Domain's boss and Xia Yupan, the entire scenario seemed perfectly plausible. However, Xia Yupan may not agree, Zheng Xian noted. Yi Hanqing sneered, this mess is of her doing, so whether she likes it or not, she will cooperate. Tell her if she refuses, we'll handle it ourselves, though I can't guarantee nothing else will surface. She can choose to confess voluntarily, or wait until others expose her secrets. Zheng Xian stared at him curiously. Did Yi Hanqing really possess leverage over Xia Yupan? He wanted to ask more, but seeing Yi Hanqing's dark, menacing expression that looked ready to devour someone, he ultimately refrained and obediently went to manage the PR issues. Zheng Xian worked efficiently, contacting Xia Yupan immediately after leaving the office. Xia Yupan indeed had the intention to renew her contract with her old company. To her, it didn't matter which company she stayed with because she was already preparing to set up her own studio. However, Zheng Xian's words were polite but also implicitly threatening, and after a long silence, she knew that she and Chuyu had inadvertently dragged Wen Run into this mess. Ultimately, feeling guilty, she agreed with Zheng Xian's suggestion. After the teams of both sides connected and discussed further, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Yi Hanqing was the first to post a Weibo update and tagged Xia Yupan and Wen Run. Yi Hanqing v. Thank you, at Wen Run, for facilitating this connection, and welcome at Xia Yupan to join the Star Domain family. Xia Yupan quickly forwarded the official Weibo account of Star Domain Media, Xia Yupan v. at Yi Hanqing at Wen Run, looking forward to your guidance in the future, /doggy face. Wen Run then followed up by posting his own Weibo, expressing that they would all be one big family from now on. This back and forth quickly drew the attention of netizens. The photo of them both going to Mei Yuan suddenly had its best explanation, they were there to discuss contracts. Just as netizens were still debating over the photos taken at Mei Yuan, Xia Yupan posted yet another Weibo shortly after. Xia Yupan v. Let me introduce to everyone, this is my good brother at Wen Run, and this is my fiancé at Chuyu. Chapter 24. A single stone stirs up 1,000 ripples, and Weibo instantly exploded. This time the server was down for more than half an hour before finally being brought back online by the programmers. The most intense reaction came from the Young Master fans. A large proportion of these fans were of the girlfriend type, daily either declaring their desire to sleep with their husband or have children with him. In this context, many of the Young Master fans couldn't accept Chuyu's romance. What's more, it wasn't just romance now, it was about his fiancée. The Young Master fans went crazy and swarmed beneath Xia Yupan's Weibo account, hurling curses. To marry into a rich family, you're really shameless. At Xia Yupan, please have some decency. At Xia Yupan, give it up. The Young Master will never marry you, we won't let it happen. Such remarks were rampant. After cursing Xia Yupan, they returned to Chuyu's Weibo account, where many declared that if Chuyu really stayed with Xia Yupan, they would unfollow him. However, Chuyu has always been indifferent to others' opinions. He wouldn't even give face to people in the entertainment industry, let alone these fans. He directly reposted Xia Yupan's Weibo post, asking, when are you coming home to get married? The faces of the Young Master fans were slapped hard. Some were shouting they would unfollow him while others were listing Xia Yupan's scandals, yelling everywhere that Xia Yupan didn't deserve to be their sister-in-law. The chaotic antics of the Young Master fans made the Crab fans, Xia Yupan supporters, furious. They first revealed Xia Yupan's education and achievements, throwing them right at the Young Master fans' faces, then went on to dig up various scandalous rumors about Chuyu, stating, your idol looks down on our Xia. We also look down on your prince-like behavior. As both sides were tearing each other apart, suddenly someone posted a screenshot of a news article from 3 years ago, meekly asking whether the couple mentioned in this news piece were Chuyu and Xia Yupan. This was a piece of news about the powerful alliance between Yichu Real Estate, a real estate giant, and Changxia Corporation, a financial behemoth. Photos of their engagement banquet took up an entire page of the S-City Evening News. The photos from the engagement banquet were taken from a distance, making it unclear what the bride and groom looked like, but the report described everything clearly. The second son of Yichu Real Estate's chairman was engaged to the only daughter of Changxia Corporation's chairman. It is common knowledge that Chuyu is the second son of Yichu Real Estate's chairman, and he himself admitted to being engaged to Xia Yupan. Hence, it was obvious who the only daughter of Changxia Corporation's chairman was. This revelation slapped a lot of faces. Someone sarcastically remarked, the Young Master fans' faces must be swollen by now, getting pummeled by their own Young Master and future lady. The only daughter of Changxia Corporation's chairman, did she even need to marry into wealth? Her family itself was wealthy. Xia Yupan debuted through a very popular talent show several years ago, securing first place based purely on her abilities. After debuting, her first fantasy drama became extremely successful, followed by a smooth and prosperous career, earning her the title of one of the top young actresses today and one of the For Little Flower Dan. However, throughout all these years, she had never mentioned her family background. Fans thought she was just an ordinary household girl. She had never shown any signs of diva behavior and was well liked for her good nature, having quite favorable relations within the industry. Therefore, no one ever considered any other possibility. Moreover, her father hid his daughter incredibly well, not a single photo leaked out. If not for the irrefutable evidence of the engagement banquet's news, no one would have believed it. Both fans and casual observers were stunned by this unexpected twist. Many flocked to Weibo for confirmation. Seeing that she could no longer hide it, Xia Yupan finally posted on Weibo requesting everyone to focus more on her as an individual. But would anyone listen? This was the union of two prominent wealthy families. And the dynamics between this couple seemed to offer juicy gossip too. As netizens dug further, someone quickly found out that Chu Yu's debut in the entertainment world happened exactly 3 months after the engagement banquet. That clearly meant he pursued his fiancée. Chu Yu was generally known for having a bad temper, often being blackmailed by accusations of arrogance. Even those outside his fan base who called him young master were laced with sarcasm. However, after knowing the truth now, netizens stopped viewing it as arrogance. After all, he wasn't here to become a star. He was chasing his wife. If you failed to win over your wife, how could you have a good temper? And so, the public opinion immediately shifted, and gossip enthusiasts turned to focusing on this romantic story of the wealthy elites. As for best friend Wen Run, he was naturally forgotten to the side. Even if there were those who wanted to tarnish his image, it was quickly suppressed by rice cakes, fellow fans, and the general public alike. After all, the female lead herself already announced the best friend. As the fiancé and fiancée played games with each other, it was none of Wen Run's business. Move along, move along. No involvement needed. Thus, Wen Run quietly stepped back from the carefully plotted love triangle storm without any trace of scandal. Not only did he remain unblemished, but due to the sudden explosion of the extravagant romantic love story between two wealthy elites, it instead gave a strong promotion to the TV drama, The Wreck. Seizing the opportunity to ride on this trend, the production team released the 3 main characters' promotional posters, and the publicity department was likely grinning from ear to ear at this fortuitous turn. This meticulously orchestrated controversy vanished within just 1 day, leaving behind an air of everyone seeming happy. Didn't you say it would be foolproof? In a hotel room somewhere in S-City, Ling Shangyao violently smashed a glass on the floor, his eyes bloodshot as he glared fiercely at his new agent. Song Li had never imagined that his carefully planned strategy, which could have completely ruined the rising star Wen Run, would be so effortlessly countered. Now, no one on the internet paid any attention to Wen Run anymore, all their focus was now drawn entirely towards Chu Yu and Xia Yupan. It should have been foolproof, but who would have known Chu Yu and Xia Yupan were already engaged? Furthermore, Xia Yupan was also the daughter of the chairman of Changxia Corporation. Song Li's heart was pounding furiously, but after considering that the person leaking information inside the production team should be impossible to trace back to him, he slightly calmed down. With a cold face, he said to Ling Shangyao, "It's only a minor mishap, next time we'll just find another opportunity." Ling Shangyao let out a sinister laugh and poured himself a drink from the bottle beside him. Ever since the previous scandal broke out, the company had put him on ice. They stopped giving him any work, even changed his agent. Casting a cold glance at Song Li, Ling Shangyao sneered and continued drinking by himself. Seeing that he was drinking again, Song Li lost patience too. After the labor contract expired, Star Domain Media didn't renew with him. He spent years at Star Domain, where all his foundations were established, and now he was unexpectedly forced to leave. With help from several acquaintances, he finally managed to enter Tuoyang Entertainment. Tuoyang Entertainment naturally couldn't compare with Star Domain Media in terms of strength or status in the industry. The resources and benefits were both poor. Since he entered upon asking for favors, he wasn't valued much either, and the artist assigned under him was none other than Ling Shangyao, who had been shelved due to scandals. Since being put on ice, Ling Shangyao spent every day drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Song Li didn't have good resources either. All the connections he built up at Star Domain were severed, and now he could only sit idly watching as they slowly depleted. Over time, resentment accumulated within him, especially seeing Wen Run soaring higher and higher, and even Lu Zhan and Shen Mushuan, who used to work under him, each having secured bright futures. Every piece of this reality pricked like tiny needles piercing his heart, not excruciating pain, but making it impossible for him to eat or sleep well. The bitterness and resentment in his heart deepened. Previously, he hadn't realized it, but later, he slowly understood why Star Domain didn't renew his contract, most likely because of Wen Run. He guessed that Wen Run bore resentment over past matters. After switching to Xing Xian as his agent, he became more independent and started retaliating against him. With the hatred building up in his heart, yet knowing better than to actually act, regardless of whether it was against Xing Xian or the current Wen Run, he doubted if he'd dare offend them. But then, there was Ling Xiangyao. Speaking of who hated Wenrun the most, surely it was Ling Xiangyao. Listening to Ling Xiangyao's drunken curses too often, Song Li began harboring thoughts. He incited Ling Xiangyao to get someone to spy on Wenrun. Coincidentally, there was someone he knew in the crew of the wreck. With some bribes, he persuaded this person to secretly feed him information. He hadn't expected things to go smoothly so soon. Song Li felt that heaven itself was helping him. Revealing secrets, hiring internet trolls, trending topics, everything unfolded layer by layer according to plan, and online rumors aimed at ruining Wenrun's reputation spread like wildfire. However, despite his meticulous plans, Xia Yupan and Chu Yu hijacked the narrative mid-story. Song Li was furious inside, but on the surface, he still pretended calm and said, "It's merely a small failure, there will always be another day." After the clarification of the love triangle, the atmosphere on set became somewhat worse than usual. No other reason, Xia Yupan, whose relationship was forcibly disclosed, was furious. She felt that she was responsible for Wenrun's trouble and, unwilling to vent her anger at Jing Xian publicly, directed all her cold faces toward the other main offender. However, contrary to his typical demeanor, young Master Chu remained exceptionally patient. As soon as shooting wrapped, he stayed close to Xia Yupan. He didn't talk much nor try to flatter her. The only thing he could do was to have his assistant buy all kinds of snacks and follow Xia Yupan around, offering them to her. Xia Yupan refused to acknowledge him. Xia Yupan's agent wanted to punch him but dared not. Thus, the atmosphere on set became rather odd. Xia Yupan was incredibly annoyed. She wanted to find Wenrun and vent her frustrations but feared stirring up more baseless gossip, so she sat far away, instead chatting with him via WeChat. "Xia Yupan, Chu Yu is so annoying, I just want to punch him." Wenrun tried to comfort her good-naturedly. "He probably won't fight back, right?" Xia Yupan. Xia Yupan, would he dare to fight back? Wenrun switched out of their chat and replied to Chu Yu's message. "Xia Yupan says she wants to hit you." Chu Yu, Chu Yu, the assistant director is already investigating the surveillance as you suggested. After Xia Yupan went public with her relationship, Chu Yu personally apologized to Wenrun. Even though young Master Chu's tone during the apology was still icy and rigid, Wenrun had always been amiable and wasn't one to hold grudges. They reconciled. During their conversation, they also mentioned the person who had secretly filmed them, and Wenrun discreetly told Chu Yu his guess. Chu Yu said he would investigate further. After this incident, the private relationship between Wenrun and Chu Yu improved somewhat. However, since Xia Yupan was still in a foul mood and couldn't stand Chu Yu, Wenrun decided not to tell her. The online controversy was quickly overshadowed by other news. As time passed, besides saving the production team a lot of promotional costs, the only remaining result was a group of fans of the W couple, who now constantly posted on the official crew Weibo account. Each time Xia Yupan saw it, she got angry. She irritably complained to Wenrun why it was W and not W, Jade. How could Wenrun know that? He realized even if he didn't, such bickering among young lovers wasn't something he should get involved in, so after a few sentences, he quickly changed the subject and told her that the person responsible for the covert filming had been found. It was a female staff member from the props department. At first, she refused to admit it, but when the footage captured by the surveillance cameras was shown to her, she broke down in tears, confessed, and begged the production team to give her another chance, saying she hadn't meant to share anything but accidentally let her curiosity run wild while talking with a friend. She cried pitifully, almost convincing Wenrun, until Chu Yu checked her phone and found a payment record sent to her text messages on the day of the leak. After being pressured again, she admitted someone had paid her to buy information related to Wenrun. Hearing this, Wenrun was surprised that anyone would pay money for his information. A moment of shock passed before she added that the person who bought the information from her was Song Li. This suggested that the person behind buying trending topics and internet trolls was likely Song Li. Wenrun couldn't figure out why Song Li, an ex-broker who had already quit, would go to such lengths to smear him. After discussing it with Xia Yupan, he relayed the news to Jing Xian when he returned to the hotel that evening. Jing Xian consoled him with a few words, explaining he would arrive in S-City the next day once his tasks were completed and handle the matter, advising Wenrun to focus on filming without worrying. What he didn't say was that Yi Hanqing would also be coming. Yi Hanqing flew back to B-City after finishing his discussion with Gu Sinan at Plum Garden that day. Shortly afterward, Wenrun became embroiled in a scandal. At first, he was extremely furious, but now that everything had been successfully resolved and the masterminds behind the scenes had been identified, his anger subsided a bit, yet a different sort of rage arose within him. He wanted to see Wenrun and mete out a minor punishment to teach him a lesson. When Jing Xian arrived, instead of going straight to the film set, he chose to meet at Plum Garden during one of Wenrun's days off. Plum Garden remained serene as ever. Wenrun was led to the private room by a server, but upon pushing the door open, he realized it wasn't just Jing Xian, Yi Hanqing was there too. His heart leapt into his throat immediately, feeling guilty and nervous as he averted his eyes, afraid to meet Yi Hanqing's gaze. Hesitating for a moment, he kept his head bowed, staring at the tip of his shoes, inching inside and sitting beside Jing Xian before quietly calling out, "Mr. Yi, Brother Zheng." Yi Hanqing's face was dark and stormy, as though someone owed him 1 billion yuan. He gave a perfunctory with icy indifference. Mr. Yi happened to be in town, so we decided to have dinner together. Jing Xian twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, puzzled about why this man cared so much privately but acted like he'd enjoy scaring someone into tears the moment they met. Wen Run dryly responded with an "oh," unsure of what to say next. After a few seconds of silence, he hesitantly apologized, "This is all my fault for running around recklessly. I will pay more attention from now on. Thank you for dealing with the public relations issues on my behalf." "How is this related to you?" Jing Xian didn't mean to blame him. Song Li harbored resentment, so if it wasn't this time, it would be next. Besides, handling such situations falls under the duties of a broker. You don't need to apologize. After Jing Xian's words, Wen Run felt a bit lighter in his heart. Since Yi Hanqing's remarks last time at Plum Garden, he had always felt that if he hadn't sneaked out and been photographed, things wouldn't have escalated so much, and Chong Xian wouldn't have had to put so much effort into managing public relations on his behalf. Jing Xian glanced at Yi Hanqing and saw him standing like an evil deity without saying a word. His brows furrowed as the dishes were served, and he quickly left under the pretext of using the restroom, leaving the private room for them to talk. Before leaving, he gave Wen Run a glance, sensing that Wen Run seemed particularly afraid of Yi Hanqing today. Once the server had finished serving the food and left, and Jing Xian also went away, the private room was left with only the two of them. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat stagnant. Wen Run cautiously glanced at Yi Hanqing, his fingers gripping the chopsticks had turned white due to nervousness. He wanted to start a topic to break the ice, but from beginning to end, Yi Hanqing wore a cold expression, clearly in a bad mood. The courage he had just gathered dissipated, and he could only hang his head anxiously, feeling deflated. While secretly observing Yi Hanqing was also looking at him. On his way here, he had resolved to give this young man a lesson, making him realize he shouldn't get too close to those women, nor spread rumors with anyone else. And above all, he must firmly remember every word Yi Hanqing said. However, upon seeing him, finding him looking guilty and hanging his head like a mischievous little puppy, Yi Hanqing's hardened heart softened again. He felt like pulling him onto his lap and hugging him gently, imagining that perhaps the little puppy would gaze up at him with moist black eyes and coo to him. He barely managed to control himself, keeping his face composed. Each harboring different thoughts, they remained silent for what seemed like a long stretch of time before Yi Hanqing finally spoke. "This isn't your fault. Song Li became resentful because the company didn't renew his contract and took it out on you. You've done everything well, he's the one with a terrible heart." "Huh?" Wen Run blinked blankly as he looked up, hearing him continue, "You don't need to blame yourself. Even if you made any mistakes, the company will protect you. Stardom will always be your backing." Wen Run slowly blinked again, appearing somewhat stunned. Yi Hanqing thought he looked even more like a naive little lamb, unable to resist ruffling his hair. It was as soft as he had imagined, and he restrained himself, then nonchalantly added, "The house the company arranged for you has been fully equipped. Once you finish filming, you can move in." The initial guilt and tension within Wen Run dissipated, and he leaned slightly toward Yi Hanqing, widening his eyes with a smile brimming with joy. In the voice that Yi Hanqing liked most, soft and tender, he said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Upon hearing this, Yi Hanqing's face lit up as if melting ice, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. He slightly tilted his chin, fixing his eyes on the black chicken soup in front of Wen Run, murmuring, "If you want to thank me, simply ladling me a bowl of chicken soup will suffice." Wen Run really ladled him a bowl of chicken soup and handed it over. Watching Yi Hanqing extend his elegant hand to receive it, their fingertips lightly brushed when passing the bowl. Wen Run trembled, hastily withdrawing his hand. But the tingling sensation in his fingertips lingered, preventing him from daring to look at Yi Hanqing anymore. Feeling his chest as if hiding a crazily jumping rabbit, pounding hard. He urgently ladled another bowl of soup for himself, drinking it in small sips while lowering his head to hide his sudden discomfort. Yi Hanqing also leisurely sipped on the soup. The warm broth slid down the throat into the stomach, soothing it perfectly. So much so that the resentment accumulated in his heart these days disappeared, leaving him feeling refreshed and relaxed. As his mood improved, Yi Hanqing's cold and hard features softened more, with a slight curve at the corners of his mouth as he casually asked Wen Run about the smoothness of filming and whether anyone in the production crew bullied him. Having offered a topic to discuss, looking much better than before, Wen Run gradually relaxed, starting to talk about matters in the film set. From the very beginning, Yi Hanqing listened attentively with a faint smile, showing no signs of impatience. Encouraged a little, Wen Run's eyes sparkled, and unknowingly, he began talking more. He then mentioned encountering numerous challenges while pondering the script recently and hitting a bottleneck while filming, but luckily, Master Wei patiently explained everything to him. He learned a lot, improving greatly in his acting skills, earning praise even from the director. Cheerfully recounting this, Yi Hanqing picked up only one focus, who is Master Wei. He had never known Wen Run had another teacher, and by his expression, it seemed they were quite close. Wen Run said it was Wei Yi. Before joining the set, I felt my acting skills needed more honing, so I asked Brother Zheng to find me a teacher. And Brother Zheng invited Teacher Wei to give me lessons. Wei Yi. Yi Hanqing's face grew colder little by little, and all the leisureliness from earlier had vanished, replaced by clouds of gloom on his face. Wen Run nodded cautiously, glancing at his expression, unsure why he was upset again. Yi Hanqing ground his teeth in frustration and scowled inwardly, rubbing Jing Xian against the floor mentally 1,000 times over. Wen Run couldn't figure out what he was thinking and seeing his displeased expression, stopped talking anxiously, falling silent. On the other side, Jing Xian estimated that they had been inside for quite some time already, so whatever they needed to say should be done. He then pushed the door open and entered. The moment he came in, he sensed something was off. Yi Hanqing looked sullen, and Wen Run sat one seat apart from him, head hanging down as if lost in thought. Instinctively assuming that Yi Hanqing, this stubborn old man, bullied Wen Run again, Jing Xian shot him a glare filled with disdain and sat between the two, only to unexpectedly receive a cold glance from Yi Hanqing, indicating his anger was actually directed at him. Feeling an uneasy chill, Jing Xian recalled he didn't flirt with anyone recently, so how could he have offended Yi Hanqing? No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't make sense of it. The three ate dinner haphazardly. Yi Hanqing then used the excuse that Jing Xian should send him to the airport and let Wen Run leave first. Jing Xian was forced to stay behind and helplessly watched as soon as Wen Run left. Yi Hanqing's mood plummeted drastically, and his gaze turned icy sharp. You found Wei Yi to teach Wen Run? When did this happen? Why didn't I know anything about it? Looking at him innocently, Jing Xian responded, yeah, maybe I forgot to tell you. That must have slipped my mind. Yi Hanqing's face blackened like the bottom of a pot, glaring at him with predatory eyes, each word spitting sharply, Wei Yi likes men. Having someone like that near Wen Run and teaching him made Yi Hanqing feel as though he had lost control over Wen Run and worried that the treasure he protected might be stolen away. His mood became terrible, but when Wen Run talked about it, he seemed so delighted that Yi Hanqing couldn't bear to ask him to stop learning, fearing to see the look of disappointment in his eyes. Instead, he vented his frustration on Jing Xian, who was responsible. Jing Xian was utterly stunned, trembling with his hand pointing at him. Wei Yi already has a lover. You're actually jealous over nothing. Is this guy the king of Shangxi vinegar? Yi Hanqing narrowed his eyes slightly, justifying, even with a lover, who knows if he won't still keep eating while looking around. Jing Xian felt he couldn't communicate with this unreasonable elder. Wei Yi indeed liked men, but the person already had a lover. They had been together for many years with deep affection. Wei Yi never concealed it, and many people in the industry knew about it. He never imagined Yi Hanqing would even get jealous over something like this. He endured and finally burst out, with your needle-tip small mindset, aren't you going to die of jealousy once Wen Run starts filming kiss or bed scenes? After speaking, he noticed Yi Hanqing's complexion changed dramatically, almost unable to suppress his fierce aura as if Wen Run had really started shooting such scenes. Jing Xian was extremely uncomfortable with Yi Hanqing's overprotectiveness over something trivial and dared not tease him lightly anymore, thus surrendering, alright, I just mentioned it casually. I promise not to let him take any kissing or bed scenes in the future, or ensure those are just positional tricks, right? Seeing his expression soften a bit, Jing Xian didn't dare to continue arguing about this topic and quickly moved on to serious business. What do you plan to do about Song Li and Ling Shangyao? After rooting out the mole within the film crew, Jing Xian traced back and uncovered Song Li and Ling Shangyao hiding behind, along with several incriminating pieces of evidence against them. But he kept low, waiting to see how Yi Hanqing would deal with them. Indeed, Yi Hanqing shifted his attention. He smirked faintly, but there was no trace of humor in his eyes. Expose Ling Shanyao's drug abuse and have someone take care of him once he goes to jail. As for Song Li, let a few acquaintances in Luoyang and others know, it's my suggestion. Jing Xian understood his meaning. Since Song Li held grudges against Wen Run after leaving stardom, secretly planning to frame him, Yi Hanqing absolutely wouldn't let him go unpunished. If Song Li loved stardom so much, Yi Hanqing would ensure he not only can't stay in stardom but also becomes someone no other company dares to hire, leaving him completely expelled from this circle. After returning to the set, Wen Run focused solely on shooting. As the Spring Festival approached, the entire crew was rushing to meet the schedule, and it was common for everyone to sleep only 3 or 4 hours a day. Fortunately, Jing Xian and the assistant were there to take care of him, so besides being tired from shooting, Wen Run didn't have much else to worry about. And some matters, naturally Jing Xian wouldn't tell him, so as not to bother him with them. On the day of Xiaoyan, the kitchen god-worshipping day, the internet suddenly exploded with news that washed-up idol Ling Shangyao was caught using drugs in a hotel. In the photos released online, Ling Shangyao looked listless and gaunt as he was taken away by the police. Later, the police also issued an official statement confirming his drug use. Even though a few fans still refused to believe it, this time he was truly nailed. Once he got out of rehab, there would be no comeback for him. The incident of Ling Shanyao's drug use created quite a stir before the Spring Festival. However, all the comments online were criticisms, as the public detested drugs. Alongside Ling Shangyao, other celebrities who had been previously arrested for drug use were brought back up for criticism on the internet. The commotion only subsided when another current male star's infidelity scandal broke out. A once famous celebrity, now entangled in scandals, had received what little attention he deserved. Another person, Song Li, unknown to the public, also received an employment termination notice from Luoyang Company. When leaving Luoyang's office, Song Li was baffled, unaware why he was suddenly fired without any apparent reason. He wanted to ask for the reason but was forcibly evicted without hearing anything. With the Spring Festival just around the corner, many companies had already gone on holiday, making the streets seem somewhat desolate. Walking aimlessly down the road, a huge wave of panic suddenly enveloped him. Hurriedly pulling out his phone, he sent messages to every friend he could think of, pleading humbly for them to help introduce a new job. However, those friends who used to treat him kindly now clearly drew lines with him. Most of his messages sank like stones into the sea, receiving no response. Only one or two old acquaintances offered vague reminders, hinting that he had offended someone and that no company in the industry would hire him anymore. Song Li found it hard to believe, lowering himself and desperately begging each person he could reach out to, but not a single person was willing to help. Only then did he lose all hope, realizing that his career was over. While at Star Domain Entertainment, he had spent extravagantly to maintain his superficial image. His subordinates weren't particularly competent, and his revenue shares were originally low, most of which went to maintaining his paramour. After quitting from Star Domain, his income dropped drastically, and his lover eventually left him. Now, he was utterly alone, unemployed, and homeless after his termination. In pain, Song Li squatted by the roadside and thought back to Ling Shanyao's arrest, finally realizing that his supposedly foolproof plan had already been discovered, and retaliation had begun. It was only now that he realized how far gone he was. Song Li knew this time he was really done for. Not only could he no longer stay in the entertainment circle, he could no longer even remain in City B. With everyone working overtime, the filming crew managed to complete the shooting according to the planned schedule. On the morning of New Year's Eve, all members of the team gathered at the hotel for a farewell dinner. After eating, the director handed out red envelopes, and everyone parted ways to celebrate the Spring Festival at home. The Spring Festival holiday only lasted 3 days, with work resuming on the 4th day. When Run had booked a return flight home early. He prepared big red envelopes for Jing Xian and the assistant, bade them farewell at the airport, and flew straight home. It was already past 8 in the evening when Run arrived at the airport. Elder brother Wen Liang had driven earlier to pick him up. The brothers hugged tightly before heading home. Farshan County was far from the airport. By the time the brothers reached home, it was almost 10 o'clock. The family New Year's Eve dinner had already been prepared, just waiting for Wen Run to arrive before starting. The dishes were kept warm on the stove. When the sound of a car approaching was heard, Mother Wen, wiping her hands on her apron, excitedly rushed out. Wen Run, dressed in a long grey down coat, took off his sunglasses and mask, standing tall and elegant in front of the car. Seeing his mother run toward him, he embraced her tightly. They held each other, tears streaming down Mother Wen's face while Wen Run gently patted her back, hoarsely calling her Mom. Father Wen, accompanied by Grandpa and Grandma, stood aside. The rural man, with tan skin and wrinkles covering his face, wore a joyful smile, saying to his wife, "Let's talk inside, the food is still on the stove." Mother Wen wiped her tears, chuckled, and quickly returned to the kitchen to fetch the food. Elder brother stepped forward and, seeing the outstanding presence of his younger brother, smiled approvingly and gave him a pat on the shoulder before hugging it as they went indoors. "I've brought some good wine back. Let's have a toast later with Dad and Grandpa." Little sister, unable to get to third brother, pouted and clung to Wen Run's arm as she followed them in. The Wen family's small house was newly built, with 4 floors in total. The first floor was a living room for guests, and the second to fourth floors were the bedrooms of the Wen family. At this moment, a round table covered with a red tablecloth had already been set up in the living room. Wen Dage helped Mother Wen take out the warm dishes, filling the table with food. Wen Erg opened the wine and poured it for the men in the family, while Grandma Wen, Mother Wen, and Wen Xiaomei were served beverages. Father Wen went outside to light firecrackers, and as the celebratory sounds filled the air, the family raised their glasses together. Wen Run did not have a high tolerance for alcohol, and after just a few cups of wine, his face turned bright red. Brother Wen joked, "Younger brother has become more and more handsome since he became a star. I remember my brother looking handsome even before." Wen Xiaomei quickly interjected. "There are still many people at school who remember him now." Wen Xiaomei also had good grades and attended the same high school as Wen Run. After the Spring Festival, she would start preparing for her college entrance exam. Brother Wen then asked, "It's only third brother who is your brother, not me or second brother?" Wen Xiaomei stuck out her tongue, "That's what you said, it's not my problem." She then pulled on Wen Run, pestering him to sign something for her later, saying that many girls in her class liked her because she was his fan. With slurred speech, Wen Run agreed and then asked about the family's harvest. Currently, Brother Wen and second brother were doing business along the coast and were already showing some success. Wen Xiaomei was in high school, and Mother and Father Wen stayed at home farming and taking care of the 2 elderly. With improved conditions, they could afford to hire laborers for machinery, sparing themselves much hardship. But secretly, Wen Run didn't want his parents to work so hard. He gave red envelopes to his grandparents and younger sister and handed over a bank card to his parents, "Take it and use it. Once I save enough money next year, we should be able to buy a house. Then I'll bring all of you there to live comfortably." Mother Wen gripped his hand, thinking about how her son came home for only these few days of the new year, her eyes watered. "Keep the money for yourself. We're fine. Your brothers returned the capital you lent them, and I've saved it all up for you." Wen Run took a tissue to wipe away her tears, his own nose turning, mumbling, "In the future, I'll get busier. If you live closer, I can visit often." Mother and Father Wen had lived in this small village for many years. They weren't eager for life elsewhere and were accustomed to their current lifestyle. Instead of agreeing to Wenrun's suggestion, they simply told him to take care of himself and look for a girlfriend within a couple of years. Big stars like my brother don't get married so early, interjected Wen Xiaomei, having heard her parents nagging her older brothers, now nagging her third brother too. Mother Wen realized the fact that stars often married later, and stopped urging him, smiling instead and telling him to take care of himself. The Wen family's New Year's Eve dinner lasted until midnight. Wenrun drank quite a bit and slept soundly after returning to his room. He slept most of the following day at home and had to catch a plane back to City B that evening. The filming crew would resume work on the 4th day of the new year, so he needed to return early. Mother Wen packed his luggage full of local specialties and repeatedly instructed him with reluctance, finally allowing her 2 sons to drive him to the airport. Wenrun's flight was in the evening. He arrived at City B at dawn on the 2nd day of the new year. The airport wasn't crowded at that hour. Wearing a wool hat and a tightly wrapped mask, only his eyes were visible as he took a taxi back to his old dormitory. Lu Zhan returned to his hometown for the New Year celebration, and Shen Wuchuan also had to shoot a drama. He returned home, ate the New Year's Eve dinner, and rushed to arrive just in time to meet Wenrun. They enjoyed the specialties Wenrun brought, sharing a drink before finally resting. The next morning, Wenrun sorted through the gifts he had brought and called Jing Xian. On the other side of the line, Jing Xian sounded somewhat low in spirits. Wenrun wasn't sure what happened but didn't feel right asking too much, so he just told him to come by if he had time to pick up the gifts. Just as they were about to hang up, Wenrun couldn't help asking one last question. I also brought some gifts for General Yi. Is he at home? I could send him one too. As soon as he said it, he felt embarrassed, thinking it was odd considering he wasn't close enough to exchange New Year greetings with Yi Hanqing yet. But the words had already slipped out. Feeling uneasy, he hastily added that when Jing Xian came to pick it up, he could bring a portion for General Yi as well, before hurriedly hanging up. Wenrun called and said he'd come give you the gifts. Jing Xian shook his phone toward him, his gloomy expression fading somewhat, adding a teasing tone to his voice, seems like this kid is still thinking about you. Yi Hanqing leaned back in his wheelchair, his gaze dark and shadowy. A trace of irritability lingered in his eyes, but after hearing Jing Xian's words, he moved his eyes slightly and looked at him with narrowed eyes. What do you think? Should we let him come? After a long silence, Yi Hanqing's fingers gripping the wheelchair armrest turned green with strain, and then he slumped back into a sitting position. Let him come over and tidy up the place. Jing Xian chuckled and called Wenrun back. He told him that Yi Hanqing lived in Songhai Manor and to come over directly, he'd also be there. After hanging up the phone, he began cleaning up the room that had been trashed. Every year around this time, Yi Hanqing's temper would get especially bad. He picked Yi Jia up from the rehabilitation center to spend the new year together, but during this period, nobody aside from the caregivers could see them. Yi Hanqing's apartment was a duplex. Yi Jia stayed on the 2nd floor in a specially arranged room with top-tier caregivers taking turns looking after her 24/7, while he himself remained downstairs, often skipping food and drink altogether. Claiming it was celebrating the festival, it was actually more like self-torture. Over these days, Yi Hanqing's temper was particularly explosive. Sometimes, even he couldn't control his violent moods, at which point he'd lock himself in a room and smash everything inside to shreds just to barely vent some of his anger. Jing Xian didn't know about this until the 2nd year when he came to visit Yi Jia. Since then, every year he skipped going home for the holiday and instead stayed here to watch over Yi Hanqing. However, no matter what, there was nothing Jing Xian could do about Yi Hanqing's stubborn nature, except keep an eye on him to ensure he didn't go too far. But perhaps this year offered a turning point. Yi Hanqing agreed to let Wenrun come over, a sign of reconciliation. Maybe in the future, they could all have peaceful holidays. Jing Xian relaxed aimlessly on the sofa downstairs, his eyes fixed on Yi Jia's room upstairs, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Jia probably didn't enjoy spending the new year like this either. If the atmosphere could change, maybe she would feel a little happier. Chapter 25. After packing the specialties he brought, Wenrun directly drove to Songhai Harbor. His company had allocated him a car before the Spring Festival. It wasn't overly luxurious, and it didn't stand out when driven around on normal days. It was perfect for daily commuting. After putting the bag in the back seat, Wenrun set off toward Songhai Harbor. Even during the New Year period, security at Songhai Harbor remained strict. Upon arriving at the entrance of the residential area, Wenrun sent a message to Jing Xian, then waited for Jing Xian to confirm with the security guards before finally being allowed entry. After parking his car, Jing Xian just happened to come downstairs to meet him. The two each picked up a bag of specialties and took the elevator upstairs. As the elevator numbers flickered upward, Wenrun inexplicably started to feel tense. This was his first time going to Yi Hanqing's home. Exchanging visits during the new year was something that only very close friends would do. And now he was about to visit Yi Hanqing's house. A faint joy welled up inside Wenrun, as he pressed his lips together to keep from smiling widely and quietly exhaled a breath of air. We've arrived. The elevator stopped, and Wenrun followed Jing Xian by one step as they walked forward. The carpet-covered hallway was exceptionally quiet, adorned with intricate Fu characters stuck on the pillars and walls. Even the plants along the corridor had red envelope decorations hanging on them. But as when Run walked, he felt like this place lacked some New Year atmosphere, despite its lavish decorations, still emanating an expensive sense of emptiness. Maybe rich people don't pay much attention to these things. When Run thought to himself. Jing Xian entered the code to unlock the door, and upon following inside, when Run's impression of Yi Hanqing's residence grew even more intense. Yi Hanqing's house was large, but there wasn't much inside, beyond the necessary furniture and fixtures. The rest was mostly blank space, much like a newly decorated model home, beautiful but lacking any human warmth, cold and sterile. When Run placed the specialties he had brought on the coffee table and greeted the man sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window facing away from them. "Happy New Year, Mr. Yi." Yi Hanqing turned around briefly, his straight lips perhaps curving slightly upward. "Happy New Year." After finishing that sentence, he turned around again, leaving Wen Run with nothing but a broad and silent back, making it impossible to gauge his emotions. "What did you bring? Is there anything we can eat directly?" Jing Xian, however, didn't bother with Yi Hanqing anymore. He hadn't eaten since morning and immediately started rummaging through the specialties Wen Run brought after sitting down. "My mother made beef jerky." Wen Run handed him a pack of sealed beef jerky. Seeing Jing Xian take it and start eating, Wen Run's strange feeling grew stronger. "You haven't eaten yet?" "Nope." Jing Xian continued munching while complaining without knowing whether it was intended for Wen Run or Yi Hanqing. "Been eating instant noodles for 2 days, finished the last packet last night, and haven't bought any more yet." Wen Run immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. "Instant noodles?" Jing Xian sighed wistfully and tore another piece of beef jerky, stuffing it into his mouth. "Did you also eat instant noodles on New Year's Eve?" Wen Run calculated quickly. It meant that Jing Xian must have come here right after they parted ways at the airport before the festival. They've been eating instant noodles together all this time. It's already the second day of the new year. It seems too desolate to eat instant noodles on New Year's Eve. Taking a covert glance at the motionless figure by the floor-to-ceiling window, Wen Run felt pity, softly saying, "Is there any vegetables at home? Would you like me to cook dinner? I haven't eaten either." Then he added another sentence, "Eating too much instant noodles is not good for your health. Go check the fridge." Jing Xian actually didn't know if there were any ingredients left. Yi Hanqing had locked himself indoors since New Year's Eve. The cook had returned home for the holiday early, and the caregiver looking after Yi Jia took turns going out for meals. Only he and Yi Hanqing were trying to survive on their own. Yi Hanqing's emotions had been extremely unstable recently, spending most of his time inside the bedroom. Afraid he might act impulsively, Jing Xian paid close attention to his condition outside and had to subsist on the few packs of instant noodles he'd bought earlier. Of course, Wen Run knew none of this. He went to the kitchen and opened the fridge, only to see it completely clean, nothing left. Sighing gently, Wen Run poked his head out of the kitchen and said, "There's no food in the fridge either. Should we go out and buy some?" Jing Xian agreed naturally. After both had changed shoes and prepared to leave, Wen Run glanced at Yi Hanqing who sat alone on the side, and after puffing up his cheeks, asked, "Mr. Yi, would you like to come out and stroll with us?" "You two go ahead." He didn't turn around, just sat quietly with his back straight in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His voice was hoarse and dry when he spoke. Since he was facing away, Wen Run couldn't see his expression, but there was a heavy air of melancholy surrounding him, different from any other time they had met. Lost in thought, he followed Jing Xian out of the door. Once inside the elevator, Wen Run asked, "What's wrong with Mr. Yi? I feel like his mood is really bad." Jing Xian didn't explain too much, just laughing as he said, "His mood is always bad during these days every year, more accurate than a girl's period." Wen Run was about to ask why his mood would be bad these few days, when he suddenly remembered that Yi Hanqing's mother was no longer around. He later found out that the car accident 5 years ago didn't only leave Yi Hanqing without his legs, it also took his mother's life, and turned his only sister into a vegetative state. It seemed like his relationship with his father wasn't good either. Thinking about him living alone in the grand house devoid of any warmth, Wen Run seemed to understand why his mood might be so low. He didn't inquire further, instead saying to Jing Xian, "Let's buy more groceries today." The supermarket within the residential area hadn't opened for business yet, so the two drove to the one outside. Wen Run pushed the shopping cart, carefully picking through half a cartload of vegetables and meat. Passing by the stall selling chicken, he recalled that Yi Hanqing seemed to like chicken soup very much, so he added a chicken to the cart. Before checking out, he bought some fruits as well, and they returned fully loaded. When they got back, Yi Hanqing was still sitting in the same position, motionless like a static sculpture. Jing Xian rolled his eyes at him dramatically before heading to the kitchen to help cook. Jing Xian was completely incapable of cooking, so after making a few mistakes in the kitchen, he was kicked out and could only find something boring to do by approaching Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing faced the floor-to-ceiling window, eyes cast downward, deep in thought. It feels so good to have someone cooking at home. Jing Xian leaned against the wall, hands crossed over his chest, talking to himself, feels like the house finally has some vitality. Yi Hanqing ignored him. Undeterred, Jing Xian continued, "Jia will definitely like this sister-in-law." Yi Hanqing raised his eyelids to glance at him, then dropped them again, remaining silent. Unable to hold back any longer, Jing Xian sneaked a glance at Wen Run busy in the kitchen and lowered his voice to curse him, "Keep acting up if you want, don't cry to me when she leaves." Finally, the deadpan Yi Hanqing moved slightly, thin lips parting to utter one word, "Go away." Straightening up, Jing Xian gave him the middle finger while grinding his teeth and muttering, "We'll see if you can resist eating later." Completely unaware of the secret argument between the two men behind his back, Wen Run focused on preparing their New Year's Eve dinner. Thinking that neither of them had eaten on New Year's Eve, he decided to make up for it now with the abundant ingredients he'd purchased. First, he began simmering the chicken soup, then slicing the sausages and cured pork brought from home. After nearly 2 hours of hard work, he managed to prepare 9 dishes and a soup. This was actually quite excessive for 3 people. However, according to the tradition in Wen Run's hometown, the New Year's Eve dinner consisted of 10 dishes, symbolizing completeness and perfection. There must also be fish on the table, representing surplus year after year. Since they were catching up on the New Year's Eve dinner, it naturally needed to follow the standards of such a feast. The long marble dining table was filled with freshly cooked fragrant dishes, garlic sprout cured pork, scallion braised shrimp, sweet and sour fish. Braised beef short ribs with potatoes, bug grass chicken soup. 10 dishes beautifully presented in exquisite bowls and plates, looking tempting enough to stimulate anyone's appetite. Jing Xian went to the wine rack to grab a bottle of red wine. As he passed Yi Hansheng, he intentionally said, "Wen Run, come push Mr. Yi a bit, his wheelchair seems broken." Misunderstanding, Wen Run hastily took off his apron and rushed out upon seeing Yi Hansheng's hand resting unmoving on the wheelchair rim. Believing it to be true, he said, "I'll push you there," and wheeled Yi Hansheng over to the side of the dining table. The height of the wheelchair was a bit too low, and Wen Run worried it might inconvenience Yi Hansheng while eating. He fetched another chair beside him, softly asking, "Do you need my help?" Yi Hansheng gave him a long look, shaking his head slightly. With practiced ease, he transferred himself onto the chair next to the wheelchair. His arms were strong, and when he supported his body, Wen Run even noticed the muscles bulging beneath his clothing. Yi Hansheng smoothly slid onto the chair and, feeling Wen Run still observing him, finally turned to look at him and thanked him with a hoarse voice, "Thanks for your trouble." Wen Run's eyes widened as he looked at him, smiling and shaking his head to say it was no trouble. Realizing how raspy his voice was, he ladled a bowl of chicken soup and placed it by his hand. "Drink some soup to warm your stomach first." "I'd like to warm my stomach too." Holding the selected red wine bottle, Jing Xian joined sarcastically. Unfortunately, Wen Run completely missed the sarcasm in Jing Xian's words and earnestly served him a bowl of chicken soup as well, placing it in front of him. Choked into silence, Jing Xian could only touch his nose awkwardly and sat down with an expression of reluctance. Yi Hansheng gave him a cold side glance before turning back to slowly sip his soup. The bottle of red wine Jing Xian brought over ultimately remained unopened. Instead, more than half of the pot of chicken soup that Wen Run had stewed was consumed. After the meal, Jing Xian took the initiative to wash the dishes, while Wen Run wheeled Yi Hansheng to the living room and waited for him to sit on the sofa before picking up the remote control to turn on the TV. He wasn't sure what Yi Hansheng usually did after meals, and with Jing Xian washing dishes in the kitchen, there were only the two of them left in the living room. Not knowing what to say, he aimlessly changed channels with the remote. On the second day of the new year, every channel was replaying the Spring Festival Gala. Guo Digang was performing a crosstalk act on TV, and Yu Qian was supporting him as usual. Jing Xian, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, heard the sound and came out to watch for a while. Once the performance ended and the program switched, he returned to continue washing. Wen Run thought hard for a long time before finally coming up with a topic. Just as he turned to start speaking, he noticed that Yi Hansheng beside him had fallen asleep, leaning against the sofa. The tall man had settled back into the black leather sofa, still frowning even in sleep, with dark circles under his eyes indicating insufficient rest. His complexion was slightly pale, his thin lips dry. Those deep black eyes were closed, and the icy aura around him had diminished, somehow making him appear pitiful. Wen Run's heart suddenly started racing. He softly called Yi Hansheng's name, but the latter seemed exhausted, sleeping deeply. Despite calling out twice right next to him, Yi Hansheng didn't wake, with only his furrowed eyebrows showing his discomfort, creating a deep crease between them. He stealthily glanced toward the kitchen where Jing Xian was still busy. Leaning closer instinctively, Wen Run hesitated as he lifted his hand, pressing it lightly on the creased spot between Yi Hansheng's brows before quickly pulling back. His skin was very cool. Even though Wen Run barely touched it, his fingers felt as if they had been shocked by electricity, tingling all over. He dared not touch anymore, so he lowered the TV volume, then got up to find Jing Xian in the kitchen. Hearing that someone had fallen asleep on the sofa, Jing Xian raised his eyebrows, peeking over but only seeing half of a black scalp behind the couch. "Let him sleep on the sofa. Don't wake him, he hasn't slept for 2 days," Jing Xian said in a lowered voice. Surprised, Wen Run didn't ask anything else, only asking where the blanket was located. He found it, then carefully covered Yi Hansheng with it. Sleeping in this position, Yi Hansheng had tilted his head slightly to one side. Worried about the discomfort from staying in such a posture for too long, Wen Run decided after some consideration to support him halfway and lay him down flat on the sofa. He then helped take off his shoes and placed his dangling legs onto the sofa as well. Though spacious, the sofa was still cramped for Yi Hansheng's tall frame. Wen Run adjusted the blanket around him, then squatted beside him watching. According to Jing Xian, Yi Hansheng hadn't slept for 2 days, hence the heavy dark circles under his eyes. No wonder he hadn't awakened despite being moved. When Run's gaze shifted to his legs, this was the first time he had touched Yi Hanqing's legs. Although they couldn't support him anymore, the original structure was still evident. Feeling their slimness reminded him how much different these legs were compared to his strong arms capable of bulging muscles. His legs appeared much thinner. It was rumored that paralyzed limbs would gradually experience muscle atrophy and degeneration if not regularly exercised. In damp weather, they might ache, and to prevent suffering, daily massages to improve blood circulation in the legs were necessary. Whether or not Yi Hanqing received regular massages. Squatting beside the sofa, when Run's mind wandered with random thoughts. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, ding dong, causing Yi Hanqing's eyelashes to tremble as if struggling to awaken. Instinctively, when Run covered his ears, whispering gently near his ear, "Nothing to worry about, keep sleeping." Perhaps because the doorbell stopped ringing, or perhaps due to Run's soothing words, Yi Hanqing's expression calmed once more. Carefully pressing the creases on his brow one last time, when Run stood up to open the door. Jing Xian had already gotten there ahead of him, using his body to partially block the entrance to prevent those outside from coming in. When Run arrived just in time to hear a gentle female voice saying, "It's already the second day of the new year, and Hanqing still refuses to come home. His father and I are both very worried, so we've come to check on him." Jing Xian's tone was cold, laced with mockery. "Mrs. Chiu, aren't you tired of putting up this facade every day? I'm tired just looking at you. Yi Hanqing won't return home, so scram as quickly as possible." When Run's gaze passed over Jing Xian to the people outside the door, spotting a neatly dressed woman with a gentle appearance standing there alongside a boy who didn't look older than a teenager. The woman looked young, as if only just over 30. Her voice was gentle, showing no sign of irritation even after Jing Xian's sharp retort, and she replied in a mild tone, "His family is the Yi household. If he won't go back, where else could he possibly go? And Jiayi's condition. I've heard of a foreign expert who once successfully treated a patient in a vegetative state. Both her father and I want to send her there for a try. Are you still daring to mention Jiayi?" Before she could finish her sentence, Jing Xian had already grabbed her neck, gritting his teeth as he spat out, "If it weren't for you, how could Jiayi have ended up like this? What are you doing? Let my mom go." The boy behind fiercely pried Jing Xian's hand off, shielding the woman with his body, staring defiantly at Jing Xian as he said, "If it weren't for Dad wanting him back, do you think anyone would care about that lunatic? He should die outside, never return to the Yi family. Who did you call a lunatic?" When Run had been hesitating whether to step forward or not, but hearing this much made him realize the woman by the door must be Qiu Jihan, Yi Hanqing's stepmother. Judging from Jing Xian's attitude, he knew Yi Hanqing and this stepmother didn't get along well. This was their domestic affair, he shouldn't interfere. He had almost quietly turned around when he suddenly heard the boy call Yi Hanqing a lunatic. This word immediately evoked his aversion. Just like those times in the company when people described Yi Hanqing as mentally unstable, unpredictable, he got angry each time. Yi Hanqing was obviously a decent person, yet these individuals always attempted to impose such descriptions on him as if pinning them down was akin to dragging him through the mud while they stood pure and righteous on the high ground. Striding forward to the doorway, when Run fixed a cold gaze on the angry-faced youth and said, "If you don't leave soon, I'll call security." Qiu Jihan hadn't anticipated an unfamiliar face suddenly appearing among Yi Hanqing's household. Narrowing her eyes, she coughed twice and put on a polite smile again, saying, "You must be Hanqing's friend, right? I'm his mother. This is our internal matter, perhaps you're not fully aware of it." "I'm not fully aware of your internal matters, but I do know Yi Hanqing's mother passed away long ago." When Run sternly interrupted her, then pointed at the one behind her, Yi Qiuting, he just insulted and cursed Yi Hanqing. "If you were truly his mother, would you tolerate others cursing your son dying far away? You want to recognize someone as your son randomly, but have you ever considered whether you're qualified to be a mother?" Qiu Jihan immediately fell silent, unprepared for the eloquence of this sudden young man. The mask of gentleness on her face nearly cracked. After taking deep breaths twice, her eyes reddened as she tugged on her son who seemed ready to speak again, forcing a smile. "I know Hanqing has never wanted to recognize me as his mother, he holds some misunderstandings towards me and his father. I don't wish to force him either. However, tomorrow there's a banquet at home, and many elders from the Yi family will be present. His dad has insisted he come back for this one trip." With a grim face, when Run addressed the security guard hesitant at the other end of the corridor who dared not approach, saying coldly, these two abruptly barged in, insisting on claiming someone as their son. "I suspect they're part of a fraud gang. What kind of security system do you guys run, letting them walk in like that?" This made both Qiu Jihan and Yi Qiuting look disapproving. The security guard laughed apologetically and politely asked the two to leave. They, of course, recognized Qiu Jihan, the chairman's wife of the Yi Corporation, who wouldn't? For any security guard here, sharp observation skills were essential. Hence, once learning they were seeking Mr. Yi, they let them through promptly. Who would have thought helping out had led them straight into the sordid affairs of the rich and powerful? Repeated apologies followed, yet the security staff dared not say anything harsh to Mrs. Qiu and her son, only carefully requesting their departure. "The next time you let anyone up so casually, I will complain to property management." When Run scoffed coldly, no longer sparing another glance at the unhappy pair outside the door before slamming it forcefully. As soon as the door closed, Wen Run felt deflated, looking pitifully at Jing Xian like a droopy-eared puppy asking anxiously, "Did I cause trouble?" Realizing belatedly how presumptuous his actions had been, he murmured guiltily, "I just heard them insulting Mr. Yi, and I got so mad." With arms crossed, Jing Xian observed him curiously, grinning broadly as he ruffled his hair, saying approvingly, "No, you didn't cause any trouble, you did excellently." Yi Hansheng, if present, might even praise him for this. But how could you hate that woman so much? Jing Xian was amazed. Qiu Jihan was renowned for her acting talents, pretending to be a benevolent mother was her forte. If you weren't familiar with the inner affairs of the Yi family, her seemingly humble demeanor might well deceive you. Yet, today Wen Run had completely disregarded giving her any face. Puffing his cheeks, Wen Run criticized dismissively, "Her acting is too weak. She can recite her lines beautifully, but her eyes and physical expressions are terribly fake. Clearly, she didn't mean any good." Jing Xian hadn't expected this reason, and after a moment of stunned silence, he burst into laughter again. Unable to contain himself, he rubbed Wen Run's head once more with force. The two exchanged a few quiet words by the entrance before Wen Run tiptoed toward Yi Hansheng. Yi Hansheng was still asleep and had not been disturbed by the commotion at the door. It seemed as if he had finally gotten some rest, the furrows between his eyebrows relaxed and smoothed out, and there was even a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. It appeared he was dreaming something pleasant. However, the blanket covering him had slipped to the floor, and one of his legs dangled off the sofa. Wen Run let out a soft sigh and carefully repositioned his leg back onto the sofa, then covered him up again with the blanket. As he looked upon Yi Hansheng, his gaze grew increasingly tender with concern. No wonder during the New Year's celebration, he didn't even eat the reunion dinner. Jing Xian's statement that Yi Hansheng hadn't slept for 2 days also started making sense. Although Wen Run hadn't directly asked, he harbored some suspicions. But nothing could compare to the shock of actually seeing his current condition. Thinking about Yi Hansheng's terrible acting stepmother, and recalling the father who had once stormed into the company and injured Yi Hansheng, he concluded bitterly, indeed, when you have an evil stepmother, you often end up with an evil stepfather too. It was pitiful that Yi Hansheng had a home but could not return to it, leaving him alone in this large house devoid of warmth and life. If given the chance in the future, he must treat Yi Hansheng better, Wen Run thought solemnly while looking at Yi Hansheng's peaceful face. Chapter 26. Even with his eyes closed, Yi Hansheng could still feel the soft gaze resting upon him. Wen Run had crouched there watching him for a long time before slowly rising and walking away quietly. Yet, Yi Hansheng's heart had turned uncommonly soft, even the hatred brought by Qiu Jiehe and her son was greatly alleviated. He had previously listened to Jing Xian describe how this child defended himself in front of strangers, but he couldn't imagine what a well-behaved and tender child arguing would look like. Now, he knew. And he had witnessed it firsthand. The usually obedient and gentle child was like a provoked puppy dog, showing his sharp teeth and claws despite the harmlessness that remained while arguing. It was as if Yi Hansheng was a treasure guarded by him, and anyone who dared covet it would face his unhesitating attack, no matter how inexperienced or naive his own weapons were, without any sign of fear. For the past 30 years, whether before or after the incident, he had always taken on the role of protector. Aside from his former mother, no one had ever protected him this way. Such a kind-tempered person would actually raise a storm for his sake and argue with others. More surprisingly, he even won the argument. Yi Hansheng felt a mix of disbelief and slight regret. Unfortunately, at the time, he was facing away, so he couldn't see his facial expressions. But he imagined them vividly. Those wet black eyes would surely light up with anger, the delicate eyebrows frowned, cheeks slightly puffed up, and the slightly pink lips opening and closing, releasing words that irritate. With imagination, Yi Hansheng pieced together Wen Run's appearance back then step by step. But suddenly, he began to feel somewhat parched and irritated afterward. He shouldn't have pretended to sleep, and thus not let the Yi family see that side of him. Such a wonderful side should only be seen by him alone. Even a single glance by the Yi family felt like desecration to him. Wen Run didn't realize his valor had already been noticed quietly by Yi Hansheng. He was discussing softly with Jing Xian plans to visit the new home arranged by the company. Although they had announced earlier in the year that the company had allocated him a house in Songhai Court, due to shooting starting almost immediately afterward, he never found time to come take a look. Now that Yi Hansheng was asleep, he didn't want to disturb him. Hence, it seemed appropriate to go inspect the new place. Moreover, they needed to purchase necessary items for the house, so once the shoot was over, he could move in. Jing Xian glanced at the sofa in the living room and agreed. They gently opened the door and went out, carefully closing it behind them. Wen Run walked toward the elevator when Jing Xian stopped him. "Where are you going?" "To wait for the elevator. Which building is my house?" Wen Run asked curiously. Jing Xian revealed a subtle expression but quickly hid it, acting seriously. "It's in this building." Pointing his finger, "There, that suite." The house arranged by the company was right next door to Yi Hansheng's. Wen Run's eyes widened, feeling puzzled for quite some time before murmuring inquisitively, "Why would the company arrange for me to stay here? I heard even senior artists with higher status than mine don't live around here." He wasn't stupid. Knowing the house arranged by the company was in Songhai Court and just happened to be beside Yi Hansheng's, this scenario seemed rather abnormal. Jing Xian smirked faintly, bringing out an excuse he had prepared early. Well, you're not supposed to stay here, but recently the company has been facing tight housing resources. The high-end neighborhood with better security is all fully occupied, and no other space can be freed up temporarily. Just so happens, I know Yi General very well and knew he has a vacant set here, so I mentioned it to him and got you settled here temporarily. Oh, I see. All suspicions dissipated instantly within Wenrun's mind. He smiled warmly. Thank you, Brother Zheng. Also, thank Mr. Yi. Jing Xian raised his brows subtly. This is part of my duty, but as for Mr. Ye's favor, if you want to thank him, maybe you could stop by his place occasionally when you have free time. You've seen today how he doesn't get along well with his family and moved here to live alone at an early age. Over these years, because of that car accident, his emotions often fluctuate unstably. I lived far away and couldn't regularly check on him, so once you move in, if it's convenient, you can go chat with him, perhaps that will make his mood improve. Wenrun nodded solemnly after hearing this. As long as Mr. Yi doesn't find me annoying, I'll certainly visit frequently. Jing Xian gave him a smile. Thinking to himself, I can only help so much. If Yi Hanqing still fails to seize this opportunity, then it's only fair he remains uncared for. Let's go in and take a look, Jing Xian said as he entered the password to open the door, allowing Wenrun to step inside. This apartment had the same layout as Yi Hanqing's. In Songhai Court, each floor only had 2 apartments with similar sizes and arrangements. However, Wenrun's apartment leaned toward a fresh, pastoral style of decoration. The furniture was white, curtains and tablecloths were light beige, while the carpet was grass green, giving off an overall lively and warm vibe. Unlike Yi Hanqing's place, which was mostly black and gray, feeling oppressive and gloomy. After taking a cheerful stroll around, Wenrun smiled and said, I really like this apartment. I should sincerely thank Mr. Yi. Jing Xian nodded and said, when you officially move in, invite Mr. Yi over for some warm house wine. Wenrun responded with a soft, before running off to check out the kitchen. After he left, Jing Xian's smile slightly faded, his gaze on the house turning a bit dim. These 2 adjacent apartments on this floor were actually specifically purchased by Yi Hanqing. One was prepared for his entire family to live in, and the other was intended for his sister Yi Jia. Jing Xian still remembered that just a few days before the court date, Yi Hanqing specially came here with him to take a look, smiling then and saying that once his mother was divorced, they would move in with her and his sister. The neighboring apartment was meant as a graduation gift for Yi Jia, and it could even serve as her bridal chamber after she married, ensuring their living spaces stayed close so that their mother wouldn't worry about being mistreated after marrying. At that time, he had just started dating Yi Jia shortly after confessing, even without having thought through how to confess to Yi Hanqing and Mrs. Gu. Hearing his words laden with deeper meaning, Jing Xian understood that Yi Hanqing had already seen through his schemes. Yi Jia was 3 years younger than Yi Hanqing, the 2 went to the same university one after another. When Yi Jia entered as a freshman, he and Yi Hanqing had already been roommates for almost 4 years, sharing a very close relationship. Freshman year when school started, he accompanied Yi Hanqing to pick up his sister and instantly fell in love with Yi Jia. In order to win her affection, he carefully plotted for more than 3 years, finally successfully confessing before her graduation. Both him and Yi Hanqing had meticulously planned everything. But unexpectedly, an accident happened on the way to court. Mrs. Gu passed away trying to protect her daughter, leaving Yi Jia as a vegetative state, while Yi Hanqing barely survived. The 2 apartments Yi Hanqing bought never got the chance to be given away, and his beloved Jia stopped at 22 years old. Jing Xian closed his eyes, suppressing the sourness rising in his nose, breathing out a long sigh before regaining his carefree demeanor. After moving out from the Yi family, Yi Hanqing started living in the apartment originally intended for the entire family. Yi Jia spent most of her year in the sanatorium, coming back home during the spring festival to stay with Yi Hanqing for a few days. This apartment that didn't get sent away remained vacant. Now, with Wenrun staying there, it seemed perfectly fitting. When Jia wakes up, she should definitely like this little sister-in-law. Having inspected the apartment, Wenrun placed orders on Taobao for anything missing before going back together with Jing Xian. Yi Hanqing was still sleeping on the couch. This time, he was genuinely asleep, his brows relaxing with any trace of ferocity gone, replaced instead by a gentle curve at the corner of his mouth. After dinner, Wenrun initially planned to return but decided to stay overnight due to Jing Xian's persistent persuasion. He promised to leave after preparing breakfast for them the next morning. Yi Hanqing didn't say much but kept a good expression all day long, eating and sleeping normally without further abusing himself. Jing Xian thanked heaven and earth. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Wenrun's flight to S City was at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The film crew would formally start work on the 4th day, and he needed to rush there with Jing Xian. After breakfast, with nothing else to do, the 3 of them sat side by side watching Guo Digang and Yu Qian perform crosstalk. Jing Xian sat in the middle, with Yi Hanqing and Wenrun on either side. Wenrun was completely unaware, laughing every now and then. Jing Xian, however, was restless, too distracted even from his favorite performance to focus. All he wanted was to bolt out of there. Yi Hanqing's piercing gaze felt like daggers scraping against his skin, but switching seats now would be too conspicuous, so he gritted his teeth and held on. Finally unable to bear it after 10 more minutes, Jing Xian abruptly stood up, catching both seated individuals' attention simultaneously. Jing Xian let out a forced laugh, suddenly craving dumplings, I'll go out and buy some. Wen Run lit up with excitement, chiming in, why don't we make our own? We can buy dumpling wrappers and prepare the filling ourselves. Jing Xian, who wasn't skilled at making dumplings and had no intention of eating them anyway, merely wanted to leave. However, since Wen Run had suggested it, he nodded and put on a happy face, sure thing. I adore eating dumplings. Thus, the three set off to buy dumpling wrappers. With a great mood today, Yi Hanqing joined the outing as well. The three of them spent half a day at the supermarket, buying pork, leek, and Chinese cabbage. Then Wen Run directed Jing Xian to drive into a small alleyway. After several twists and turns, they finally found a market where they bought 24 packs of dumpling wrappers. Loaded with their purchases, the three returned home only to hear Yi Hanqing's phone ringing wildly. Yi Hanqing wheeled over, picked it up, glanced at the screen, and hung up without emotion. 2 seconds later, the phone rang again. This time, Yi Hanqing answered, his voice cold. What is it? A middle-aged man's voice barked angrily from the other end, hurling a few curses before shouting in fury, no matter where you are, get your ass back here now. Yi Hanqing calmly replied with a flat, no, then swiftly hung up, blocking the number and switching off his phone all in one smooth motion. Wen Run remembered the woman from yesterday mentioning something about a family banquet today that required Yi Hanqing's attendance. Judging by Yi Hanqing's demeanor, he had no intention of returning. Thus, Wen Run pretended not to have heard and smiled, saying, I'll start making the filling. You guys can wait a bit. He carried the fresh meat and vegetables into the kitchen, and soon, the sound of dub chopping filled the air. Yi Hanqing sat closer to his wheelchair, his dark mood fading as he appeared to enjoy the rhythmic chopping sounds. Are you really not going back? Jing Xian asked, approaching him. I'm not going. A smirk tugged at the corner of Yi Hanqing's lips. Uncle on my mother's side has already started moving against me. Yi Makai won't be jumping around much longer. 5 years ago, after falling out with the Yi family, Yi Hanqing had withdrawn from managing Yi Corporation, even selling his small portion of shares at high prices to Yi Makai. Once Yi Makai acquired these shares, he held the majority stake in Yi Corporation, allowing him to securely occupy the position of chairman for many years, essentially ruling Yi Corporation with absolute authority. As per Yi Hanqing's plan, within 3 years of Yi Makai taking complete control of Yi Corporation, the company was destined to decline. Time proved his prediction right. Yi Makai, arrogant and self-willed, led Yi Corporation downhill. With additional efforts from Yi Hanqing and his uncle behind the scenes, Yi Corporation maintained a superficial veneer of success while its foundation rotted completely. Yi Makai was desperate to save Yi Corporation, even wanting Yi Hanqing to rejoin the company for assistance. The reason for inviting so many elder members of the Yi family today was undoubtedly an attempt to use familial righteousness to pressure him. Unfortunately for them, their calculations were flawed. He didn't wish to inherit Yi Corporation, in fact, he most wanted to see it collapse under its own weight. Qiu Jieha schemed for the Yi family fortune, while Yi Makai plotted over the shares he held. So, he would let them both lose everything, watching as Yi Corporation crumbles beneath him, their schemes coming to naught. Chapter 27. Wen Run and Hao Rou came out with the meat filling, and the two stopped their conversation, not talking about the Yi family anymore. Jing Xian went to get the dumpling wrappers and sat down at the dining table with Yi Hanqing, preparing seriously to make dumplings. Wen Run took 3 clean teaspoons and placed them in the bowl of meat filling. He then skillfully picked up a dumpling wrapper, spread it out in his hand, and scooped a spoonful of meat filling onto the wrapper. With his pale, long fingers flipping nimbly, he quickly pinched the white dumpling wrapper into attractive pleated edges. Alright, just wrap like this. Wen Run held up the plump dumpling for them to see, and Jing Xian and Yi Hanqing mimicked him by taking a wrapper and awkwardly spreading it in their palms. They then stiffly scooped a spoonful of meat filling onto it. Neither had ever cooked, let alone made dumplings. The small piece of dough sat stiffly in their hands, leaving them unsure how to move. Especially Yi Hanqing, who furrowed his handsome eyebrows, his gaze dark as he stared intently at the wrapper. He tried to pinch the edges to form pleats like Wen Run, but he had put too much meat filling. As he pinched one side, the filling squeezed out the other. Hurriedly pinching the other side, he eventually managed to seal it, but the dumpling was crumpled and irregular, looking nothing like an elegant pleated dumpling. It resembled an amorphous lump of dough instead, quite unsightly, and one wouldn't even recognize it as a dumpling. Jing Xian mocked him mercilessly, yours is uglier than mine. Yi Hanqing glanced at Jing Xian's dumpling, which although also lacked pleats, still retained some resemblance to a dumpling. He became somber-faced, silently picking up another wrapper and continuing. All this was observed by Wen Run, who smiled secretly at the corner of his mouth. He stood up and said, there should be a coin wrapped inside a dumpling for good luck to the person who eats it this year. After speaking, he pulled out a shiny coin from his wallet and boiled it in hot water to clean it before deftly wrapping it inside a dumpling. With a bit of ulterior motive, he sneaked a glance at Jing Xian and Yi Hanqing who were focused on wrestling with their wrappers, swiftly folding one corner of the dumpling containing the coin. Then he casually placed it among the finished ones. The three chatted as they made dumplings. Jing Xian soon got the hang of it. His dumplings weren't as pretty as Wen Run's, but they were passable. Meanwhile, Yi Hanqing kept frowning deeply, seemingly burdened with great sorrow. Jing Xian intentionally started a conversation with Wenrun about home matters. Though Yi Hanxing didn't voice any opinion, his hands slowed down, his eyes lowered while attentively listening to their talk. By the time all 2 batches of wrappers were used, they had made more than 100 dumplings. Most were made by Wenrun, and a smaller part consisted of the poorly formed ones from Jing Xian and Yi Hanxing. Wenrun didn't let the 2 participate in cooking further. He separated 3 portions and sealed the rest in plastic bags for storage in the fridge, carrying out the portion left behind to the kitchen. In the pot, water boiled, seasoned with salt, dried shrimp skins, and a little seaweed. Once boiling, the prepared dumplings were added, and the round dumplings sank into the clear broth, only to float back up after they were cooked. Wenrun closely watched the particular dumpling he had specially folded and kept it until last. Jing Xian carried out 2 bowls of dumplings, and Wenrun served the last one directly in front of Yi Hanxing. While holding his own bowl, Jing Xian hastily stuffed one into his mouth despite its heat. It was a flat and unpleated dumpling, clearly one he had made. Although it tasted the same, the feeling was different when eating one he'd made himself. He felt especially pleased. Yi Hanxing also picked up his chopsticks, taking a dumpling into his mouth. The dumplings in his bowl all had large bellies and pleated edges, looking beautiful and tasting delicious. They were unmistakably all made by Wenrun. Seeing him eating one after another, Wenrun occasionally looked toward him. Yi Hanxing raised his eyes and quirked a brow at him. What? Wenrun immediately shook his head, lowering his head to eat his own but still glancing at the dumplings in his bowl, wondering when they would finish. Yi Hanxing took another dumpling and bit halfway through, suddenly hitting something hard. Frowning, he spat it out. It was the only coin wrapped in the dumplings. Feeling a flicker of thought in his heart, Yi Hanxing raised his eyes to look at Wenrun. Eating the coin means you'll have good luck all year, and everything will go smoothly. Indeed, Wenrun curved his brows and eyes with mischief visible, his thoughts laid bare. Then I'll take your lucky words. Yi Hanxing smiled at him and put the coin aside, continuing to eat his remaining dumplings with a good mood. Jing Xian secretly sneered, looking between Yi Hanxing and Wenrun. Even though they hadn't exchanged many words, their glances and expressions seemed like he wasn't even there. Frustrated, Jing Xian chewed up his dumpling and swallowed it, thinking to himself that if they wanted to ignore him, fine by him. I'll play the smart light bulb who knows when to stay quiet. After finishing the dumplings and tidying up the kitchen, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Wenrun bid farewell to Yi Hanxing, then went back to the dormitory with Jing Xian to pack their luggage before heading to the airport. Yi Hanxing watched them leave and closed the door behind them. After a brief moment of contemplation, he took the elevator upstairs to Yi Jia's room. The caretaker looked after her closely and usually stayed on the 2nd floor. Seeing this difficult-to-please client suddenly show up, she carefully left the space for him. Yi Hanxing wheeled over to Yi Jia's bedside and gazed down at his sleeping sister with sorrowful affection. Yi Jia had grown into an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. Her looks resembled her mother's, elegant and exquisite. But lying in bed for so long and relying solely on medication to sustain her life had drained much of her beauty and health. The once rosy, smooth skin had become sickly pale, her plump cheeks had sunken in, and her lively eyes remained closed like a flower losing its nourishment, slowly wilting away. Jia. Yi Hanxing gently touched her hollowed cheek and whispered softly, brother is doing well now. You need to get better too. Wenrun returned to the dormitory first to pack gifts and luggage for the cast and crew, then he headed to the airport with Jing Xian. Assistant Lu Feng had gone back to her hometown and wouldn't be traveling with them, she would fly directly to S-City to meet up later. At 5 in the afternoon, the plane departed on time for S-City. Still wide awake, Wenrun began mulling over the homework that Wei Yi had assigned him. He'd been learning under Wei Yi for some time now, and every video assignment he submitted would be reviewed carefully with various deficiencies pointed out. Under his strict supervision, Wenrun gradually became accustomed to finding fault in his own work. Before each submission, he would think it through for a long while, hoping to gain his teacher's approval. As he pondered, Jing Xian beside him suddenly spoke, I've already applied to the company to recruit another assistant for you. Since Lu Feng was female, there were moments of inconvenience, so Jing Xian planned to have her manage work affairs while the new male assistant would take care of Wenrun's daily needs personally. With all the busy things Jing Xian had to handle, including frequent trips to the nursing home to look after Jia, he often couldn't stay close enough to tend to Wenrun. Seeing how Wenrun was now firmly on the right path, he decided it was high time to add more help. Wenrun always followed arrangements, so he simply nodded upon hearing Jing Xian's suggestion and agreed. On the 4th day of the new year, the film set officially resumed production after distributing opening red envelopes. The crew immediately immersed themselves into tense filming, everyone focused tightly, leaving no time for anything else. The cheerful atmosphere after the holidays faded under the pressure of shooting. It wasn't until the 15th day of the lunar month, when fans came to visit, that the solemn mood on the set relaxed a little. There were 2 groups of fans visiting that day, one group being newly emerged supporters of the Shuangyu couple, and the other, fans of dairy products. The visit was organized by the official fan club, which had previously coordinated with the crew, allowing the visiting fans to enter during the noon break on the 15th day. After the triangle romance turned into a stunning love story of the tycoon couple, Xia Yupan no longer needed to avoid Wenrun deliberately. They ate together after lunch. Since Chuyu naturally joined as well, the three sat huddled around a small stool, eating boxed meals along with pickled radishes and spicy beef that Wenrun brought from home. Wenrun's mother was a great cook, especially known for her pickled radish and spicy beef. Xia Yupan ate them with relish, completely forgetting about her ever-watchful agent lurking nearby. If there was one advantage of publicly acknowledging her relationship with Chuyu, it was that her agent no longer forced her to diet. Her agent acted timidly in front of Chuyu, as fearful as a mouse encountering a cat. It was at this moment that the visiting fans arrived. Excited young fans glanced around before quickly spotting their idols. With all three stars together, what originally started as clearly divided fans wearing different supporter uniforms quickly merged into one cohesive crowd. They surged forward toward the trio sitting by the small stool. Fortunately, the meal was almost finished. Assistants swiftly cleared away the food and stools, making room for excited fans. Wenrun greeted his fans with a warm smile, immediately drawn to their uniform supporter outfits. It seemed the fans all had hearts brimming with maternal love. Their uniforms were cream yellow, with a cute cartoon milk bottle printed on the chest. A miniature version of Wenrun sat inside the bottle, with a few silly tufts of hair sticking out from his head. It was incredibly adorable. If you compared the cartoon figure closely with the real person, it turned out to be quite an accurate depiction. Jing Xian and Lu Feng organized the fans into a queue so they wouldn't crowd. Meanwhile, Wenrun patiently chatted with the fans in front of him, maintaining a gentle smile throughout. The activity was organized by the official fan club, with big-name supporters leading the way and keeping order among the fans. Therefore, the scene was relatively orderly as excited but disciplined fans lined up, handing their gifts over to the assistants and eagerly waiting for Wenrun's autographs. Each fan who came had high expectations, and Wenrun gave everyone a signature. Afterward, he also took a group photo with them before the lunch break ended, and then sent off the excited fans. The gifts brought by the fans were checked by the assistants and sent to Wenrun's room afterward. Later that evening, after finishing the scenes of the day, Wenrun washed away the weariness from his body. Remembering that the gifts from the fans had not yet been opened, he went to unwrap them. Because he had previously stated that he wouldn't accept valuable items, most of the gifts the fans sent were small handmade trinkets or little snacks. Although inexpensive, these gifts were all very meticulously crafted. Wenrun opened each one carefully, taking pictures to prepare for a thank you Weibo post later. As assistant Lu Feng passed by, she noticed a box of pink heart-shaped mochi at the top and remarked with a smile, "These fans are truly thoughtful, even their little snacks are this adorable." Wenrun also smiled. These small gifts were indeed thoughtful, their designs very cute and clearly reflecting a young girl's touch. No wonder Lu Feng liked them so much. There were 2 boxes of mochi, one pink and one cream yellow. Wenrun handed her the pink box, saying, "I can't eat this much." Lu Feng didn't hesitate, gratefully accepting the pink mochi. Finding its appearance irresistibly adorable, she tore open the packaging and popped one into her mouth. But just after chewing twice, her expression suddenly changed, and she rushed to the trash bin, vomiting something out. What happened? Wenrun was startled but saw blood traces mixed in what she had thrown up. "There's something hidden inside," Lu Feng mumbled, her tongue injured and making her speech unclear. She didn't care about the mess, reaching out to pick up the chewed mochi from which she extracted a short, sharp needle. Wenrun's face immediately turned serious. He picked up the fallen box of mochi from the ground, carefully breaking one open, only to discover another identical needle concealed within. He inspected the entire opened box thoroughly. Out of 6 mochi pieces in a box, each one contained a needle. Then he also opened the unopened box, finding needles hidden there too. "Rinse your mouth, and I'll have Brother Jing take you to the hospital first." Wenrun handed her a bottle of mineral water and then went to knock on Jing Xian's door. After Jing Xian arrived and assessed the situation, he first sent Lu Feng to the hospital. Wenrun informed the director, Xia Yupan, and Chuyu. On this day, Xia Yupan and Chuyu had also received quite a few gifts. Fearing they might encounter similar incidents, Wenrun specially reminded them not to consume the snacks given by the fans. By the time Lu Feng returned from the hospital where her wounds were treated, Jing Xian directly reported the incident to the police. Lu Feng's injury wasn't severe, only her tongue was pricked by the needle, but the nature of the incident was quite serious. They had to track down whoever sent the gift. However, there were too many fans today who had given gifts, and the people were mixed in a large crowd. These 2 boxes of mochi had gone unnoticed among all the presents. Even after reviewing surveillance footage, they couldn't identify the person who sent the gift. Behind the scenes, Jing Xian contacted the organizer responsible for this visitation event. The organizer was one of Wenrun's loyal fans, and upon hearing that Wenrun had almost been harmed, the person felt both guilty and furious, volunteering to find out and verify the identities of all the visiting fans. Such organized visitation events required advanced sign-ups. The big supporter retrieved the list of participants and cross-checked what gifts each fan had sent. Once verified and compiled into a table, it was sent to Jing Xian. Most of the information matched, except for 4 individuals who hadn't replied to messages. Jing Xian relayed this result to the organizer. After checking through the fans' information again, they informed Jing Xian that one superfan known as Yang Yang Loves Eating Grass could no longer be reached. This superfan had joined the supporter group just over a week ago, but was very active in the chat, throwing money generously to support idols, and quickly became familiar with other fans. Naturally, she participated in organizing this visitation event. Now, this once active superfan had gone silent right after the visitation. The organizer handed over the QQ account and contact details left by the superfan to Jing Xian. After Jing Xian obtained the information, he provided the police with a copy of the superfan's details, while also arranging his own people to conduct further investigations on the side. Chapter 28. After the incident on set, Jing Xian hesitated for a moment but still informed Yi Hanqing. The case about the hidden needles was being concealed within the crew, with minimal police involvement. Initially, Jing Xian intended to withhold this information until everything was resolved, but then he realized that Yi Hanqing would eventually find out, and if he kept it from him, things might spiral even more out of control. No one knew how protective Yi Hanqing could be, especially toward Wenrun, whom he had placed so deeply in his heart. Jing Xian didn't dare to imagine his expression after learning the truth. Yet he had no other choice and finally made the call while avoiding mentioning Wenrun. Yi Hanqing's voice on the phone was as calm as ancient water, making Jing Xian feel somewhat uneasy. Licking his lips nervously, Jing Xian explained the current situation to him. I've already had someone investigate. That QQ account was bought on Taobao, and there is no personal information left behind. The chat records only contain those of the fan club and its members, and all the registered personal information for activities were fake. The phone number has been cancelled. The perpetrator was very well prepared. However, someone in the fan club said they spoke to her during the visitation day, and I've pulled up the surveillance footage and sent it to that fan. She has already identified the person. But the main problem now is that the surveillance is too far away, providing only a blurry facial image, which makes finding the individual difficult. Furthermore, we lack sufficient evidence to fully confirm that the sticky rice dumpling containing the needle was indeed sent by that wealthy fan. The nature of this incident was highly malicious, yet because only the assistant Lu Feng sustained minor injuries, it wasn't realistic to expect much effort from the police even if an official complaint was filed. Therefore, they could only look for her themselves. After hearing the report, Yi Hanqing remained silent for a long time before stating, expose this matter. Choose an appropriate timing, and release the photo afterward. This so-called wealthy fan was clearly not just an outsider. She was extremely familiar with the fandom, able to quickly blend into the fan community, and had all the necessary disguises. All her information and contact details were fabricated, suggesting she had meticulously planned this for quite some time. If it were merely a black fan seeking revenge, it wouldn't have taken such elaborate preparation involving considerable expense of both time and money. The precision indicates there must have been a profit motive. More likely than not, she acted under someone else's orders. However, Wenrun's relations were generally good, and recently, he hadn't had any competition. Upon careful consideration, the only recent enmity he faced came from Qiu Jiehe and her son. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, he openly humiliated Qiu Jiehe due to her own behavior. Check Yi Qiuting, Yi Hanqing concluded at last. Qiu Jiehe has a son and a daughter. The daughter, Yi Qiurui, aged 28, serves as the financial director of Yi Corporation. She inherited her mother's deceitfulness and cunning, having both intelligence and surface charm. The son, Yi Qiuting, aged 25, behaves like a wastrel who saw Star Domain thriving and jumped onto the entertainment bandwagon by starting his own brokerage firm. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to run it properly, leading to chaos in his company where most artists vied ruthlessly to get into his bed, tarnishing the entire enterprise. Yi Hanqing never regarded him seriously. Upon further reflection, Yi Qiuting seemed the most likely culprit. Alright, I'll let you know once I have results, Jing Xian agreed, also noticing that he seemed unusually calm today. He then tentatively asked, do you want to check on Wenrun? Although no one was physically harmed, Jing Xian still felt a chill down his spine when thinking about the selected short needles. Surely, Wenrun must have been terrified. Jing Xian anticipated that Yi Hanqing would seize this opportunity to come console Wenrun, stabilizing the situation to prevent further complications. But instead, he declined. I've got too much going on at the moment. I'll go see him after things are settled. Yi Hanqing's voice was low and deep, and he hung up immediately after speaking. Left without options, Jing Xian could only first inform Wenrun of parts of the plan. Then, he contacted their lawyer and organized various materials. By exactly 8 p.m., Wenrun's global fan club released a long Weibo post titled, To Black Fans, It's Okay Not to Love, But Do Not Harm. The lengthy Weibo post spanned thousands of characters, condemning some black fans for escalating disputes within the fandom to hurt idols. It revealed that someone had deliberately infiltrated the fan group and used the occasion of a fan visitation to send handmade sticky rice dumplings laced with fine needles to idols. Throughout the article, anger surged alongside emotional appeals. After scolding black fans harshly, the tone shifted to recall similar incidents years ago, urging everyone to pursue idols rationally, love or hate, but don't harm. Seeing the long Weibo post, fans of Wenrun were instantly furious. They were filled with anger, worry, and disbelief at the cruelty of such acts. Many fans rushed to the Weibo accounts of both Wenrun and Jing Xian to request verification. Half an hour later, Wenrun himself posted a reassuring Weibo, which definitively confirmed the incident. Wenrun v. Thank you all for your concern. I am not injured, it was just my assistant who mistakenly ate one of the sticky rice dumplings. She's already been checked at the hospital and the injury isn't severe. She has gone back on leave to recover. I also want to thank the fans who came to visit us. I believe none of this was done by real fans. We've already filed a police report, and I trust that they will handle this fairly. Once When Run's post went out, Jing Xian and Star Domain Media's official Weibo account immediately reposted it. Jing Xian released all the materials organized by their lawyer, indicating they would take legal action and wouldn't let this slide. He also encouraged everyone to pursue idols rationally. This event was so shocking that it wasn't only about When Run. Years before, several celebrities had received bouquets with hidden blades and drinks mixed with unknown substances. Such incidents were frequent, varying in severity, but eventually they faded away with time. Now this has surfaced again, and besides When Run's team and his fans, many other stars began reposting related tweets. The Shiji cast naturally took the lead, then Lu Zhan, Shen Muchuan, Wei Yi, and other artists under Star Domain also shared, gradually expanding the wave throughout half the entertainment industry. With the idols driving their fans, there were countless calls on Weibo urging rational idol chasing, stating that it's okay not to love, but don't harm. Numerous fan clubs, celebrity sites, and big fans also appealed not to send food-related gifts, stressing the importance of the idol's safety first. Under Jing Xian's careful guidance, the online storm grew bigger and bigger. He waited for the right moment, and someone released the surveillance photo taken from the scene. By morning, the long Weibo post made by When Run's global fans club had over 250,000 retweets, and one hot comment under the post by a fan of the How Fun, wealthy fan, rose to the top. This fan was an old follower of When Run, her entire history on Weibo tied to him, making her words more credible. This How Fun I know. Originally, I shouldn't be exposing such private photos, but thinking that if we don't bring her out now, she might hurt Brother When next time or even harm others, makes me both angry and uneasy. During the visitation day, I was also there. While taking pictures of Brother When, I accidentally snapped a picture of her. I hope that the real fans can work together to find this person and hand her over to the police. Give Brother When justice. The attached image was a slightly blurry face screenshot, but the features were still recognizable. Once this hot comment surfaced, it was quickly spread widely by countless fans, and different fandoms joined forces to track her down. Coincidentally, as the fans were searching everywhere, a personal fan page of a lesser-known idol forwarded the Weibo, asking, "Does this person look like the scammer who absconded with funds?" The administrator of the personal page soon contacted the backer club. This lesser-known idol came from a talent show program, with low fame but extremely united fans who worked tirelessly every day to boost charts and collect data. The personal page was also meticulously managed. But just a month ago, the previous administrator disappeared with the funds. Most of the scammed fans were young. This fundraising effort happened because the idol's birthday was approaching, so fans planned a surprise for him. However, after finally collecting enough money, the site admin fled with it. They reported the case to the police, filled out statements at the station, but heard nothing further afterward. With insufficient influence, multiple attempts to search for the person online ended in failure. They never expected to identify this scammer while gossiping about other incidents. After verification between the website administrator and the backer club management, they ultimately confirmed that the former administrator who ran off with the money and the How Fun were the same person. The backers club forwarded all the gathered information to Jing Xian. Meanwhile, fans delved deeper into the available details and quickly uncovered all the information about this How Fun. The woman was quickly located by the police, identified as Sunya, hiding in a city village in S City. At first, when found, she pretended to be ignorant and refused to admit anything. Later, however, the police discovered numerous Weibo accounts and QQ accounts on her computer, including the one nicknamed Yang Yang Bujikeo, Yang Yang Doesn't Eat Grass, along with the personal page's Weibo account. Jing Xian eventually appeared to calm down the enraged fans, telling them the rest would be handled through legal means and advising everyone to stay patient. After a fiery 2 to 3 days of constant updates, the chaos on Weibo finally quieted down somewhat as people waited for the final verdict. It was only then that she finally confessed. However, regarding the needle in the Mandarin cake incident, she insisted that she had done it out of hatred for When Run and that it was her momentary anger and lack of judgment that caused her actions. She claimed there was no one else behind this. Although the needle scandal caused quite a stir, the victim did not suffer serious harm, so it could only be handled as a civil dispute. In contrast, her illegal fundraising and absconding with the funds involved a large sum of money, and after the police gather evidence and complete the procedures, the case would be publicly prosecuted to determine her sentence. The uproar online lasted more than a week and eventually came to an end when the black fan was arrested and the embezzled funds were recovered. But Jing Xian knew there must have been someone pulling the strings behind her. The most likely suspect was Yi Qiuting. However, despite days of investigation, he found no evidence pointing toward Yi Qiuting. He felt as if he had missed something significant, so he contacted Yi Hanqing again. Yi Hanqing, who said he wouldn't visit When Run, really didn't come, and even when Jing Xian reached out to him, his emotions remained calm, showing no signs of furious rage. Jing Xian consoled himself that Yi Hanqing's temper might have improved due to being in love, rather than because he was planning something bigger. Also check the interactions between Yi Qiuting and some minor celebrities recently. This statement from Yi Hanqing struck a chord with Jing Xian, who suddenly realized what he had overlooked. He had been too focused on investigating any connection between Yi Qiuting and Sunya but neglected the fact that Yi Qiuting probably didn't understand the entertainment circle's tactics and that such acts were likely arranged by those around him, specifically some of the lesser-known celebrities often accompanying him. They were the ones familiar with the tricks within the industry. Inside a villa somewhere in City B, a delicate and seemingly frail woman lay against Yi Qiuting's chest, her pale fingers circling lazily over his chest as she cooed in a sugary tone, "Young Master Yi, Sunya has been caught, and I'm so scared." Yi Qiuting narrowed his eyes, his expression turned somewhat grim, yet he still pinched the woman's chin gently before smiling. "What are you afraid of? Can't I protect you?" "Of course young Master Yi can protect me." The woman wrapped her arms around his neck and offered her lips for a kiss. However, Yi Qiuting lost interest and pushed her away. Since Sunya had already adamantly claimed no one else directed her, regardless of how much they investigated further, it would be hard to trace the responsibility back to him. Even if Yi Hanqing discovered that it was his doing, Yi Qiuting reasoned that Yi Hanqing wouldn't dare retaliate just for this little matter. After thinking this way, his gloomy mood dissipated. He turned back and embraced the woman lying in bed, continuing what they had left off earlier. When Run stayed in the film set, spending all his time filming day and night. Since Jing Xian had enlightened him about everything, he uninstalled Weibo from his phone. His official account was handed over to others to manage while he chose to stay detached from the noise outside and focus solely on his work. Only after the person responsible was captured did Jing Xian inform When Run of the outcome, without mentioning anything about possible instigators behind the scenes. Instead, he simply said that, for When Run's safety, the company had assigned 2 new assistants to look after him. Lu Feng was accidentally injured, and When Run felt sorry for it, giving her a bonus so she could recuperate at home. Once recovered, she'd take charge of managing the fan club and their social media activities. When Run's personal assistant position was taken over by 2 newly hired male assistants. Both men were quiet types, but their work was extremely meticulous. Especially one of them, tall and robust, seemed more like a bodyguard than an assistant. He followed When Run everywhere he went. At first, When Run felt a bit uneasy about having someone follow him constantly, but considering that any reckless behavior on his part might lead to accidents, causing Jing Xian concern, he gradually adapted. By the end of the month, the needle incident had completely settled down, and When Run had gotten used to the constant attention from his 2 assistants. By late March, Jinling Tower was scheduled to premiere. To promote the show, the main cast was invited to appear on a variety show hosted by the Lychee channel. When Run was also invited to join. Although When Run, whose character dies after just a few episodes, wasn't technically a leading actor, his current popularity made him receive the invitation anyway. When Run requested a day off from the director and hurried to City C to record the show. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Hanqing had also arrived in City C at this time. Yi Hanqing had accompanied Yi Qiuting, who had a favorite young starlet lately. Wherever this small celebrity went, Yi Qiuting followed. This time, since the young starlet was participating in a talent show on the Lychee channel, Yi Qiuting joined her in City C to provide moral support. And this young starlet was precisely the one who had contacted Sunya earlier, instructing her to sabotage When Run. This starlet was cunning and careful, making it difficult to uncover evidence against her. After considerable effort, Jing Xian gathered enough proof, which Yi Hanqing obtained afterward and then invited her to a place he had carefully prepared. Yi Qiuting was there, too. At that moment, he had been thrown in the underground garage with his hands and feet tied up. Initially, he was somewhat panicked, but when he saw Yi Hanqing appear, he became completely calm. He tilted his chin and challenged with a mocking smile, "Is your madness acting up again?" The last time Yi Hanqing's madness had acted up, he'd been tied up once, and on that occasion, he was locked in a hotel room for 2 days and 2 nights. Afterward, Yi Hanqing ended up in the hospital after being beaten by a furious Yi Makai. Yi Qiuting thought this was no loss at all, he hoped Yi Hanqing would tie him up more times so that Yi Makai would completely give up on him. So now, seeing Yi Hanqing, he wasn't the least bit afraid. Watching Yi Hanqing wheeling his wheelchair closer to him, he believed Yi Hanqing wouldn't do anything to him and even smiled faintly. "How many stitches did you get on your head last time? Are they healed?" Yi Hanqing sat in the wheelchair, staring at him with unusually calm eyes. Initially, Yi Qiuting was laughing, but gradually he couldn't anymore. Even though both of his legs were disabled, making him sit in a wheelchair, Yi Hanqing always exuded an air of superiority and arrogance. Yi Qiuting hated how Yi Hanqing always acted like this. "Bring her over," Yi Hanqing said indifferently. 2 men in black suits brought over a woman with heavy makeup from the next room. The woman struggled until she saw Yi Qiuting, then paused, stammering a call to "Young Master Yi." At first, Yi Qiuting still wondered why Yi Hanqing was acting crazy again, but upon seeing the woman who was brought over, he started to laugh again. He guessed right. With full malice, Yi Qiuting looked at Yi Hanqing. "I see what's gotten into you. Wanting to take revenge for your little darling, is it?" After returning from Songhai outing last time, he had investigated When Run and naturally found out about the rumors concerning When Run and Yi Hanqing, which led to his decision to have someone deal with When Run later. Unable to confront Yi Hanqing directly, making his darling suffer a little also felt good. He never expected that Yi Hanqing cared so much about his little darling that he wanted to personally take revenge. But suddenly, Yi Hanqing gave him a smile, leaning forward slightly. His shadowy eyes were fixed on him, yet without any trace of a smile within them. "One word at a time," he said, "if anyone lays a finger on what belongs to me, Yi Hansheng, I'll make sure they pay back tenfold." As he raised his hand, one of his guards came up holding a tray filled with needles. Yi Qiuting, looking at the needles glinting coldly, blinked rapidly as he tried to sound brave while feeling scared inside. "You dare." Yi Hansheng's features turned grim, and he replied coldly, "Hold down his hand." Instantly, two guards rushed forward and pinned Yi Qiuting to the ground. Chapter 29. Yi Qiuting was genuinely terrified. He thought Yi Hansheng would do at most the same as last time, locking him in the garage for 2 days. But when he saw the bodyguard bring over a tray of fine needles, he finally realized that Yi Hansheng truly had no intention of letting him off. The fine needles on the tray gleamed faintly under the ghastly white light of the underground garage. His scalp tingled with dread. He knew Yi Hansheng had bouts of madness. He had once been forcibly sent to a mental hospital by his father, but he didn't know Yi Hansheng could be so insane. Clutching his teeth, Yi Qiuting's face whitened and he stammered, "Father will not let you go unpunished." Yi Hansheng looked down at him from a higher position, without any expression. He just casually picked up a sharp, long needle from the tray, then, without changing his facial expression, inserted it bit by bit into the back of his hand. The needle went halfway in before stopping against the bone, and Yi Qiuting screamed and cursed in agony. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, half from pain, half from fear. Yet Yi Hansheng seemed unfazed, continuing uninterrupted, picking up another needle without batting an eye and piercing right through. Each needle entered the flesh, the force enough to pierce bone. Within minutes, over 10 needles were already embedded in Yi Qiuting's hand. His face contorted with pain, yet he didn't dare curse again. He was utterly frightened by Yi Hansheng. This man sitting on the wheelchair, eyes dim and dark, his black pupils like bottomless abysses, this wasn't a person, but a devil who feasted on humans. Almost losing his mind with terror, Yi Qiuting wasn't done being tormented by Yi Hansheng. He wanted to imprint the pain and fear deeply in Yi Qiuting's heart, making sure he'd never even consider harming someone precious again. Another needle pierced into Yi Qiuting's hand back, leaving him dazed, numbed with pain. That hand felt as if all sensation had left it. However, Yi Hansheng did not loosen his grip this time. He used his fingertips to press the thin needle further inside slowly, forcing the sharp needle through the soft tendons between the finger bones. The tip of the needle punctured through the hand back and emerged from the palm, and the pressure even cut open Yi Hansheng's own fingertip. Blood streamed along the fine needle, but he didn't flinch, merely fixing Yi Qiuting with his dark, sinister eyes and spoke slowly and gravely, "Remember today well. If you dare to lay a hand on him again, I will make you experience pain hundreds, thousands of times worse than today." He straightened up, accepted a handkerchief from the bodyguard, and wiped the blood off his fingers slowly. His gaze swept past the young starlet nearby who had been petrified with her head buried. Nodding his chin, he coldly ordered, "Go closer and take a good look." The starlet shuddered, unwilling to look. The bodyguards grabbed her and dragged her over next to Yi Qiuting, ordering loudly, "Open your eyes. Look." She could only reluctantly pry her eyes open. Yi Qiuting lay there like a dead dog, his hands pressed by the bodyguards. Dozens of gleaming needles were already protruding from his right hand. Panicked, she instinctively tried to look away, but seeing the cold man on the wheelchair out of the corner of her eye forced her to grit her teeth and turn back gradually. "Proceed," the eerie voice sounded again. Yi Hansheng calmly commanded, "Leave none behind." The bodyguard followed the order, picking up one after another needle, inserting all of them into both of Yi Qiuting's hands. When the tray finally became empty, Yi Qiuting, unattended now, no longer moved. The physical pain was nothing compared to the psychological terror. His psychological defense crumbled completely, lying still, staring blankly with widened eyes. The starlet faced him directly. She had personally seen how the bodyguard had pierced the needles into Yi Qiuting's hands. The thought that they could have been sticking them into her was far more terrifying and fearful. Her face pale as death, her lips trembling for a long time before she rolled onto Yi Hansheng's feet, tearfully begging, "Mr. Yi, I've learned my lesson, I really have. Spare me, I dare not anymore. It was Master Yi who told me to do it. I will never dare again." Yi Hansheng regarded her with disgust, saying coolly, "Leave." The 6 towering bodyguards who came with him gathered around him and walked out. Yi Qiuting and the starlet were left in the garage, where the white lighting made the place seem even more eerie. The starlet sat numbly on the ground for some unknown duration until Yi Qiuting stirred slightly, struggling to rise. His face ghostly white, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and his eyes filled with terror which suddenly contracted upon seeing the starlet. Somehow gathering strength, he staggered to his feet, delivering a brutal kick to the starlet's chest, cursing bitterly, "You damned woman caused this." The young starlet was caught off guard and fell to the ground after being kicked. Yi Qiuting's wounds on his hands were aggravated, causing him a sharp pain. His face contorted with agony, yet he grew even more frenzied, wanting to unleash the hatred and fear built up inside him. He had been terrified out of his wits by Yi Hansheng and didn't dare take revenge on him, instead venting all his anger on the young starlet. With bloodshot eyes and heavy breathing, he endured the pain to pull out the needles from his hand, and then haphazardly jabbed them into her body. Screaming in pain, the two wrestled chaotically in the underground garage. Yi Hansheng no longer cared about what was happening in the garage. He brought Yi Chuting here for two reasons. First, to repay harm with harm and get revenge for Wen Run. Second, to make Yi Chuting remember deeply that if anyone dared touch his person, they'd better weigh the cost of doing so. Now his purpose had been achieved. Although he did not intend to involve Wen Run in his struggles with the Yi family, he only cared deeply for so few people that ignoring Wen Run or pretending he didn't matter simply wasn't an option for him. If he treated Wen Run well, the Yi family would eventually find out. All he could do was set an example and warn them not to touch Wen Run recklessly. He asked the bodyguard to push him upstairs. After squeezing out some hand soap, he washed his hands thoroughly. The round wound on his fingertip had stopped bleeding. After drying his hands, he went into the bedroom and changed into a casual shirt and slacks, without a tie, wearing a light brown waistcoat over his shirt and then draping himself in a matching coat. Looking in the mirror, the man's eyebrows were furrowed, and traces of malevolence still lingered on his face. He massaged his temples, struggling to produce a faint smile, ensuring his expression wouldn't be too frightening and that his attire remained dignified and youthful before allowing the bodyguards to drive him out. By the time Wen Run finished recording the show and came out of the building, twilight had already settled. One assistant took his belongings while the other handed him a warm cup of honey water. Taking a sip to soothe his throat, Wen Run smiled and said, "You've waited so long, you've worked hard. Let's eat first before heading back to the hotel." Then he looked at Jing Xian for confirmation. Jing Xian nodded and instructed the assistant to bring the car around. As they waited, Jing Xian's phone rang. After taking the call and exchanging a few words, he softly told Wen Run, "Mr. Yi is on a business trip in Sea City and happens to be nearby. Remembering last time, he wants to invite you for dinner." Surprised but secretly pleased at this unexpected meeting, Wen Run agreed with a smile. The assistant brought the car over, Jing Xian provided an address, and the four of them set off together. It had been over a month since the two had last seen each other. After the needle incident, many close friends called to offer condolences, but there was no word from Yi Hansheng. Secretly, Wen Run felt a little disappointed, wondering if their previous interactions were merely superficial pleasantries and that Yi Hansheng didn't really consider him a friend. On the other hand, he figured Yi Hansheng might have been too busy to know what happened online, which helped suppress the disappointment. He never imagined that after such a long time, Yi Hansheng still remembered. Wen Run thought to himself, he must have been extremely busy. Upon arriving at the restaurant and seeing his slightly thinner frame, his features sharper and more defined, Wen Run became even more convinced of his deduction. He must have been very busy, perhaps even skipping meals and rest. Wen Run stole a glance at him, mentally fussing like a mother hen, while maintaining a polite demeanor as he greeted Yi Hansheng amiably. Holding back until he dealt with Yi Chuting to come see him, Yi Hansheng's gaze immediately locked onto him, unable to look away. Forcing himself to shift his focus, Yi Hansheng cleared his throat lightly and asked warmly, "Are you getting along well with your new assistants?" Wen Run nodded. Both assistants were meticulous and experienced, familiar with the industry's tricks and unwritten rules. They provided thoughtful care, even pointing out details and issues he hadn't noticed himself. Though quieter and less talkative, their stability made up for it. Yi Hansheng's expression relaxed a little. Such incidents won't happen again in the future. His words carried a double meaning, though Wen Run failed to catch it. Smiling broadly, he nodded forcefully, "Yeah, I'll also pay attention myself." After the incident, Wen Run reflected on his own lack of vigilance. It was the first time a fan visited the filming site, and he got too excited. When he received the gift, he failed to remember that trust should never be blind, inadvertently involving Lu Feng. Acknowledging his own shortcomings, Wen Run decided to follow all the suggestions given by his assistants. Despite initial small discomforts, he quickly adapted. Yi Hansheng appraised him, only relaxing when he saw there was no trace of gloom on his face. After the three of them had a meal together, Yi Hansheng had no reason to stay any longer and bade Wen Run farewell before leaving. That night, Yi Hansheng returned directly to B City. Yi Chuting and the young starlet, however, were kept locked in the garage for 2 more days before being released. The following days passed without incident. Sure enough, after about a week, Yi Makai called Yi Hansheng, anger evident in his voice. "Get your ass back here right now." Ordinarily, Yi Hansheng would have ignored this command, he rarely wanted to return to the Yi family estate. However, that day he was in a good mood and decided it might be amusing to see the angry faces of his relatives up close. The angrier they got, the happier he felt. Only after finishing some company business, around 7 or 8 in the evening, did Yi Hansheng leisurely instruct the driver to take him to the family estate. At that hour, the estate was brilliantly lit. Yi Makai sat at the head of the room, with Chiu Jihan and their children seated beside him. Yi Chuting was present too, his face remained deathly pale, as though still recovering from his ordeal. His hands were wrapped in bandages, and he sat listlessly beside his mother, who half embraced him with a sorrowful expression. Yi Hansheng rolled his wheelchair inside slowly, his gaze briefly passing over Yi Chuting. He noticed Yi Chuting's body shiver slightly and then hide behind Chiu Jihan, which brought an additional smile to his lips. Upon seeing this, Yi Makai's complexion darkened immediately. Pointing at him, he scolded, "You wretched son. Is this how you treat your own brother?" A sneer curled on Yi Hansheng's lips, but unusually, he didn't get angry. Instead, he coldly mocked, "I don't recall my mother ever giving birth to a brother for me." This caught Yi Makai off guard, causing him to glare at Yi Hanqing for a long while before shouting, "You disgraceful boy." Seated beside, Qiu Jihan began softly sobbing, looking tearfully at Yi Hanqing. "Hanqing, I know you've always had misunderstandings towards your father and me. But Qiuting is your younger brother. If he made a mistake, you could have discussed it with me. How could you be so heartless as to torture him?" Her words dredged up the most taboo past of both father and son, taking blame for her son first. After questioning her stepson, Qiu Jihan helplessly embraced her son and continued to cry silently. Instantly, Yi Makai's temper flared. Picking up a teacup nearby, he hurled it at Yi Hanqing. "Apologize to your mother and your brother." Yi Hanqing skillfully maneuvered his wheelchair out of the way. "What's wrong with you calling me back like this? What have I done?" he asked with an air of disbelief. Enraged, Yi Makai shook with fury. Yi Chirue poured him a cup of tea to calm him down, her eyes icy but her tone soft. "Younger brother went to Sea City, and came back with injured hands and a badly beaten body. Brother happened to be in Sea City at that time too, didn't he?" Yi Hanqing coolly nodded once, turning his gaze toward Yi Qiuting. "Do you think it was me?" "It wasn't you. Then who else?" Yi Makai roared angrily once again. Yi Hanqing chuckled softly, maintaining his steady gaze on Yi Qiuting. "Did I injure your hands?" Yi Qiuting flinched. Instinctively wanting to agree, his courage melted away under Yi Hanqing's dark, intimidating glare, recalling the devilish torment he'd endured. Curling his shoulders, unable to look Yi Hanqing in the eye, he hesitantly shook his head and replied, "No." Turning around, Yi Hanqing smiled and looked back at Yi Makai. Yi Makai's face turned awkward instantly. The youngest son had come home completely battered, and in their haste to send him to the hospital, followed by his wife's cries urging revenge for their son, it never occurred to him that someone else could be responsible. Given Yi Hanqing's previous act of confining Yi Qiuting, Yi Makai assumed this time it must have been Yi Hanqing again. He was wrong. Glaring resentfully at Qiu Jihan and unwilling to admit fault himself, Yi Makai stiffened his neck and declared, "Since everything has been clarified, let's drop the matter. It's late, so you can rest here tonight. We'll go to the company tomorrow." Knowing his mannerisms well, Yi Hanqing coldly responded, "Pass." As soon as the word left his mouth, he turned and headed out. "How dare you disregard Yi Corporation? This is our family's century-old business." Yi Makai bellowed from behind. From a young age, Yi Hanqing had been exceptionally smart and personally tutored by his grandfather. Once the pride of his father, after the car accident, their bond fractured, culminating in a bout of madness where he had nearly wielded a knife against his family. This caused Yi Makai to deeply despise and anger at his son, leading to years of neglect. Now, facing issues with Yi Corporation and shareholder dissatisfaction, Yi Makai recalled this forgotten son. He thought Yi Hanqing would willingly agree, never imagining that he would refuse. Without pausing for a second, Yi Hanqing's voice drifted back, "Whether Yi Corporation stands or falls means nothing to me." With complete composure, he waited for the driver to open the door and entered the car. Throughout this process, he never once looked back. Yi Makai's fury nearly overwhelmed him, yet there was nothing he could do about it. Seeing his poor complexion, Qiu Jihan didn't dare to add any more words. She gestured discreetly to her daughter and then used the excuse of escorting her son upstairs to rest. The three of them retreated into the room to discuss matters privately. As soon as the door closed, Qiu Jihan swept a vase off the table in anger, glaring resentfully at her shrinking son. "What were you doing just now? Even if he really didn't do it, you should have insisted that he did. Haven't I taught you better?" Yi Qiuting flinched again, his face deathly pale, eyes wandering uncertainly. Yi Chirue pulled her mother to sit down. Strangely, she wasn't as angry about what had happened but was instead slightly worried. "Mom, don't you think Yi Hanqing seemed different today than before? Could his illness be improving?" Qiu Jihan froze for a moment, and the anger on her face dissipated, replaced with some concern. She remembered vividly how Yi Hanqing once stormed into the ancestral home with a knife intending to kill someone. It was she who bribed the doctor to label Yi Hanqing as suffering from excessive grief leading to mental instability. Yi Makai had been furious that time and, influenced by her provocations, sent him to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. Qiu Jihan went to visit once, inside were all madmen. Even if one wasn't mentally ill beforehand, staying there for a while would likely drive anyone insane. Sure enough, after Yi Hanqing was released, he was practically ruined, reportedly undergoing lengthy psychological therapy. These past few years, whenever he visited the old house, his emotions were always extremely volatile. She continued to incite conflict between him and Yi Makai, which often escalated into physical fights. However, this time, Yi Hanqing appeared much calmer. Even when Yi Makai brought up the deceased Gu Siyu, he didn't go into a frenzy. Recalling Yi Makai's words, Qiu Jihan became increasingly anxious. This wasn't the situation she wanted to see. When Yi Hanqing left the family estate, he felt an immediate sense of relief and clarity. He realized now that all those previous times he'd made things difficult for the Yi family had just been unnecessary complications. It would have been simpler to let them squabble among themselves. Why involve himself so directly? A faint smile touched his lips. His fingers tapped lightly against the armrest of his wheelchair as he calmly instructed, "Expose Zhongling's affair outside." Zhongling was Yi Qirue's husband, a man lacking talent but blessed with good looks, skilled at flattery, especially toward Yi Qirue. Yi Qirue adored this husband of hers wholeheartedly. If she ever discovered that Zhongling had been keeping lovers behind her back, not just one either, the expression on her face would be priceless. Chapter 30. After returning from the variety show recording, Wen Run's filming scenes were also nearing an end. In late March, Wen Run's filming officially wrapped up. The production team held a farewell party for him. After a lively dinner, Wen Run returned to City B. This time back, he was moving out of his dormitory for good. Since Lu Zhan and Shen Muchuan were no longer around in the dorm, after resting for 2 days, Wen Run began packing his belongings. After categorizing and boxing them up neatly in cardboard boxes, he called his assistant over to help move them. He had spent so much time living in the dorm that there were quite a few little items he had acquired. Now when packed, they amounted to 2 or 3 large boxes. With the addition of his clothes and accessories, it filled 7 big boxes altogether. With Zheng Xian and 2 assistants helping, using 2 cars, it took them 3 trips to transport everything. Once moved, there was more cleaning and organizing ahead. Wen Run enjoyed arranging his own home, so instead of troubling Zheng Xian and the assistants, he busily unpacked everything by himself, setting up his house bit by bit like a diligent little squirrel. Along with the small knickknacks he had purchased in advance, it took him 3 more days to completely tidy up his new home. The apartment had been pre-decorated luxuriously. Wen Run only needed to add some small items, like placing soft, comfortable cushions on the sofa, arranging a fresh vase of flowers on the coffee table. On the spacious balcony, a circular fluffy rug was laid out along with a rocking chair. On the other side stood a bookshelf, accompanied by some verdant plants. What was originally a somewhat empty and cold home became filled with little trinkets, adding warmth and a sense of life. Wen Run was very satisfied with his new home. He then asked a few close friends about their schedules, deciding to invite them over for a dinner 3 days later to celebrate the warming of the house. Zheng Xian and the 3 assistants would surely come. Lu Zhan and Shen Muchuan were also invited. Although Xie Yupan and Chu Yi were still filming and couldn't be present, their congratulatory gifts for his housewarming had already been sent. Wen Run counted how many guests would be coming that day, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted towards Yi Hansheng. The house was temporarily provided by General Yi, and now they were neighbors. Wen Run lowered his eyes to ponder for a while, finally deciding to personally visit to extend the invitation. However, he didn't know when Yi Hansheng came home, so he kept paying attention to the movements next door. Seeing the light turn on in the neighboring balcony in the evening, he went across. Yi Hansheng learned of his arrival at the first moment. Before, they lived far apart, so he thought of Wen Run only when hearing news about him. But now, being neighbors, with just one wall separating them, Yi Hansheng found himself thinking of him spontaneously. He wondered what Wen Run was doing next door right now. Had he eaten? Was he sleeping? Although they hadn't met during these past couple of days since Wen Run's move, Yi Hansheng's mood remained consistently pleasant. However, upon learning from Zheng Xian that Wen Run was hosting a housewarming event in 3 days, he grew unusually sullen. He hadn't received an invitation. This kid had invited everyone but him. With a gloomy expression, Yi Hansheng sat before the sliding glass window on the balcony, with only one warm yellow lamp lighting up the place. The balconies of both homes faced different directions. From where he sat, he could not see Wen Run's figure but could faintly perceive the bright lights shining in the distance. Over these last few days, although Wen Run had not once visited him, the image of the young man hiding a dumpling stuffed with coins just for him during the spring festival lingered in his mind, making him wonder if that was all his imagination. Immersed in such irritable thoughts, the doorbell suddenly rang. With a furrowed brow, Yi Hansheng walked to open the door. Seeing Wen Run's face in the security video screen, his somber demeanor disappeared instantly. Actually, Wen Run was a little nervous. Though he had interacted with Yi Hansheng many times before, he wasn't sure whether the latter liked gatherings like this. Given the boisterous nature of a housewarming event, he feared Yi Hansheng might dislike noise and decline his invitation. Nevertheless, he mustered up his courage and came. Relaxing the creases between his brows, Yi Hansheng's dark eyes gazed intently at Wen Run as he softly inquired, "Is something wrong?" Wen Run unconsciously gripped the corner of his clothing, a nervous habit of his. "General Yi, I've just moved into my new place. The day after tomorrow, I'm planning to invite some friends over for dinner. Would you happen to have time that day to grace us with your presence?" Upon finishing his sentence, Wen Run slightly widened his eyes, watching Yi Hansheng with anticipation. Caught in Wen Run's sparkling gaze, Yi Hansheng's Adam's apple moved, and the word "sure" instinctively escaped his lips. At the sound of agreement, Wen Run's already large eyes widened even more. He smiled broadly, joyfully saying, "Then, the day after tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the evening, I'll come and invite you after dinner is ready." "All right." Watching Wen Run's joyful smile, Yi Hansheng involuntarily bent his lips upward too. Having successfully invited Yi Hansheng, Wen Run was quite satisfied. Considering it was already evening, he didn't want to disturb further and thus left with a smiling face. After Wen Run reached his door and entered, Yi Hansheng closed the door and returned to his room. On the day of the housewarming dinner, Wen Run let Zheng Xian and the assistants bring over some dishes while he personally prepared a large feast in the kitchen. At 5:30, before Wen Run even came up to invite him, Yi Hansheng arrived on his own with a present. Jing Xian raised an eyebrow and welcomed him inside. Looking at Wen Run's busy figure in the kitchen, Jing Xian deliberately said, "I thought you weren't invited." Yi Hanqing shot him a cold glance and slowly turned his wheelchair around, carefully examining this house that had grown somewhat unfamiliar to him. Wen Run had decorated the place warmly, from the little trinkets scattered around, it was clear he'd put in a lot of thought. Before, Yi Hanqing hadn't noticed such things, but after touring Wen Run's home, he finally had to admit, his place was indeed too barren and desolate. This made him feel a long-lost sense of home. While Yi Hanqing toured the house, Lu Zhan and Shen Wuchuan also arrived with gifts. They greeted Wen Run with beaming smiles as they walked in but suddenly stiffened when they saw Yi Hanqing there. Lu Zhan looked like a duck whose neck had been squeezed, eyes wide open, completely speechless. Shen Wuchuan also froze for a moment, but quickly reacted, stepping forward to greet them, "Mr. Yi." Yi Hanqing slightly nodded, seeing their awkwardness, furrowed his brows, and said, "Since we're not at the company, just act casually." Originally, his intention was not to ruin the mood due to his presence, but in Lu Zhan's and Shen Wuchuan's ears, it sounded peculiar, as if Yi Hanqing were the owner here. Lu Zhan was carefree and didn't think much about it. Shen Wuchuan, however, glanced at him secretly and recalled how Wen Run got the apartment, feeling that there might be some hidden agenda. Suppressing these thoughts, Shen Wuchuan decided to observe more. If Yi Hanqing truly harbored any ill intentions, he felt he must remind Wen Run. By the time Wen Run finished preparing the meal, it was nearly 7 o'clock. The assistant helped serve the dishes, and Wen Run opened 2 bottles of red wine that had been purchased beforehand. There were 8 people in total, perfectly filling one table. Due to Yi Hanqing's presence, the atmosphere at first was somewhat restrained. However, after a few rounds of drinks, everyone grew bolder and gradually relaxed. Nowadays, everyone was increasingly busy, especially Wen Run, Lu Zhan, and Shen Wuchuan. It was rare for them to gather together for a meal, so they caught up on old times while drinking glass after glass of wine. With others encouraging them further, the table became livelier, and without realizing it, they drank too much. By the time all the food was eaten, it was over 10 in the evening. Everyone except Yi Hanqing had drunk a significant amount of alcohol. Wen Run was also drunk. His tolerance for alcohol was average, and he got tipsy easily. But being aware of this, he pretended to be more drunk later on to avoid drinking too much, and though he felt a bit dizzy now, his consciousness remained clear. Everyone else had passed out drunk. He barely managed to stand up, pulling the drunks into the guest rooms. Fortunately, the house had plenty of rooms now, so those who were drunk could simply stay overnight. After Wen Run arranged for Lu Zhan and Shen Wuchuan to rest in their respective rooms, the 3 assistants had sobered up a bit. They refused to stay, helping to carry Jing Xian back to his room before taking separate taxis home. Wen Run came out from Jing Xian's guest room and saw Yi Hanqing still sitting by the dining table, eyes half closed without saying a word. Wen Run assumed he was drunk as well. Supporting his increasingly foggy mind, he stammered, I'll go make some sobriety soup." After speaking, he himself lost direction, wandering aimlessly for quite a while before finally making it to the kitchen. Yi Hanqing lowered his eyes, unwilling to look at him. A drunk Wen Run emitted an aura inviting trouble, resembling a dazed little lamb, unaware of how tempting he was. Yi Hanqing listened from afar, initially hearing faint sounds from the kitchen. But after a while, everything fell silent. Unable to relax, he wheeled himself over to check, only to see something amusing. Wen Run must have been heavily drunk. Water was still boiling in the pot, yet he had slipped and sat on the ground, leaning against the cabinet and falling asleep. Yi Hanqing went in, turned off the heat, and with difficulty scooped him up. Seated in his wheelchair, this position wasn't ideal for exertion. The drunk person was exceptionally heavy, and he struggled a bit to pick him up and place him across his lap. The sleeping Wen Run still squirmed uncomfortably. Little drunkard. He poked his nose gently, his gaze softening. He held him firmly as he controlled the wheelchair toward the bedroom. The person in his arms seemed uneasy, twisting his finely shaped eyebrows while muttering something unclearly. Yi Hanqing leaned close to listen for a while and realized he was talking about sobriety soup. Letting out an involuntary laugh, he had originally intended to lay the person on the bed but hesitated at the moment of letting go, unwilling to part. The one he cherished was now drunkenly embraced in his arms, unconscious and unaware of everything. A surge of fiery desire ignited within Yi Hanqing as his gaze hungrily swept over every detail of Wen Run's face. Finally, closing his eyes briefly, Yi Hanqing gently placed him on the bed. As soon as Wen Run touched the bed, the intoxicated man immediately pulled the blanket and rolled inside. He lay facing inward, his pink lips slightly parted, revealing a hint of a moist tongue. Yi Hanqing's eyes darkened, gazing intently for a while before he couldn't help but reach out to press against those soft, wet lips. A touch that was supple, damp, and intoxicating left his fingers lingering as they lightly pressed against the lips. The little lamb, possibly feeling discomfort from the ruckus, furrowed his brows and abruptly closed his lips, capturing a section of the teasing fingertip between them. Darkening his expression further, Yi Hanqing hesitated for 2 seconds, then ultimately refrained, pulling his hand back under control. His fingertips still retained the sensation of moisture, yet he could only slowly retreat from the bedroom and shut the door. It wasn't time yet, not for himself nor for Wen Run. It wasn't appropriate. Yi Hanqing returned alone to the neighboring empty and chilly house. After the new year, Yi Jia was sent back to the rehabilitation center, leaving the vast residence entirely to him. Restless and sleepless, Yi Hanqing didn't turn on any lights, maneuvering his wheelchair to the floor-to-ceiling window. Trying to calm down, yet when Run's drunken image lingered vividly in his mind. Rubbing his temple, he sighed deeply, deciding instead to send a message to his uncle Gu Sinan, asking when he would return to City B. Approaching Qingming Festival, at this time every year, the three nephews always visited the graves together. Actually, Gu Sinan wasn't Yi Hanqing's maternal grandparents' biological son. The couple had a deep relationship. It was not until their middle age did they have a daughter, naming her Gu Siyu, who they cherished like a precious gem. But Gu Siyu wasn't healthy in her childhood, falling ill frequently before 10 years old, almost passing away a couple of times. Worried, Grandma Gu consulted a Grand Master, who said that Siyu was too young to handle the family's blessings. Thus, Grandma Gu adopted a boy to raise with her. Whether or not the master's words were true, after adopting the little boy from the orphanage, Gu Siyu indeed no longer fell sick often afterward. Empathizing with her daughter's struggles, Grandma Gu named the boy Gu Sinan and raised him as if he were her own son. Being only 2 years younger than Gu Siyu, the brother-sister duo enjoyed a close relationship when they were young. However, as Gu Siyu grew older and married Ji Mao Kai, their interactions gradually lessened. Later, using the excuse of wanting to develop overseas, Gu Sinan went abroad and never came back until Grandma and Grandpa Gu passed away, during which he returned only twice. Back then, Yi Mao Kai had not yet revealed his true nature, and the Yi family appeared harmonious. Gu Sinan met their mother and son briefly before rushing off again to the foreign land. Even though he was young, Yi Hanqing vaguely felt that his uncle Gu Sinan didn't like him much. Because one lived in China and the other abroad, their communication dwindled over time. By the time Yi Hanqing graduated from university and joined Yi Corporation, the exchanges with Uncle Gu Sinan nearly ceased altogether. She still remembered how her mother once lamented, saying her younger brother grew increasingly estranged from her. At the time, Yi Hanqing didn't think much about it, reasoning that since they weren't related by blood, it was natural to grow distant after adulthood. But after their mother died in a car accident, and Yi Hanqing endured great trauma through prolonged psychological therapy, finally rallying up the strength for revenge, this uncle whom he'd almost lost contact with unexpectedly reappeared and declared he would help him. Initially doubting him, it was only during the visit to his mother's grave when Yi Hanqing inadvertently caught sight of the suppressed anguish in his eyes, understanding fully what was unsaid. The past was buried, he had no intention to delve into the elder's history. All that mattered was that both shared a common goal at present, and that sufficed. Chapter 31. Gu Sinan has gradually begun to shift the focus of his business back to domestic affairs in recent years. However, he still can't completely let go of the matters abroad, so every once in a while, he has to return there. This time, he has been overseas for almost a month. With Qingming approaching, after receiving a message from his nephew, he sorted out his affairs at hand and said he would return the day after tomorrow. He also inquired about how things were going at Yi Jia. Not long after Yi Hanqing returned from Yi Jia last time, someone had accidentally leaked news to Yi Chirui about Zhong Ling's mistress. Xiu Jihe's son and daughter have inherited her intelligence and slyness. The younger son, Yi Tsuding, was already ruined by indulgence and is incapable of significant use. In contrast, this daughter inherited her mother's cunning, and together with her mother, they managed to thoroughly charm Yi Makai. But her weakness is rather obvious. Upon hearing the news relayed back, Yi Hanqing learned that the Yi family had recently been embroiled in chaos akin to the entire household being disturbed. Zhong Ling came from an ordinary family and relied on his looks alone to get Yi Chirui to marry him. Despite appearing affectionate in public, they often argued behind closed doors. Yi Chirui's ambitions stretched beyond her capabilities, but as a daughter with a brother ahead and a younger brother behind, Yi Makai, though doting on her, never thought of letting this daughter take over the company. Yi Chirui felt discontent being merely a financial director or even a young lady who received dividends. She was fixated on overthrowing Yi Hanqing and replacing her younger brother. Unfortunately, she may be clever, but her intelligence has limits. Every time she encountered setbacks at work, she vented her anger on Zhong Ling when she returned home. Relying on her for support, Zhong Ling publicly acted obedient towards her, but secretly had grown weary of it. He used Yi Chirui's money to secretly maintain a relationship with another woman. Because he acted cautiously and Yi Chirui was preoccupied with work, she had not discovered it until now. Upon learning this good news, Yi Hanqing generously exposed it for Yi Chirui. Lately, Yi Chirui has been filing for divorce with Zhong Ling. According to those monitoring the Yi family, Zhong Ling even ran to the Yi family to kneel down and plead for forgiveness, firmly refusing the divorce. Initially, Yi Chirui despised him and expelled him. But later, after what seemed like a mysterious conversation, she suddenly changed her stance and let him back in, both ascending upstairs together. No one knows what happened during their secret discussion in the room. But later, Yi Chirui was carried downstairs by Zhong Ling and sent to the hospital. After their private discussion, Yi Chirui miscarried. Xiu Jihe rushed to the hospital to care for her daughter, and upon hearing the news, Yi Makai became enraged and beat his son-in-law fiercely. Surprisingly, Yi Chirui no longer mentioned the divorce. The rapid change in Yi Chirui's attitude made Yi Hanqing suspect if she holds some kind of leverage against Zhong Ling. After all, they've been married for 4 years. Zhongling knows her closely from spending each day together. Discovering something wouldn't be unexpected. Thus, Yi Hanqing tightened surveillance on every move at the Yi family mansion. However, these details were not fully disclosed to Gu Sinan. He only indicated that he was continuing the watch. The day before Qingming, Gu Sinan returned to the country. The next day, Yi Hanqing picked up his sister from the sanatorium, where she was wheeled by the bodyguards, and the three, consisting of nephew and uncle, went to the cemetery. The grave of Gu's mother was adjacent to the graves of Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu. The black and white photograph on the tombstone showed a beautiful woman with a gentle smile. Gu Sinan stood at the back, silently gazing at the black and white photo, allowing Yi Hanqing and his sister to worship first. Yi Hanqing placed a bunch of red roses in front of the tombstone. These were her mother's favorite flowers. "Mom, I've brought Jia to see you." Softly holding his sister's hand in front of him, Yi Hanqing exuded tenderness. "Jia's condition is very stable, and I found a good doctor abroad. He successfully cured 3 comatose patients. I plan to have Jia try this treatment. Perhaps in a few years, it will be Jia pushing me here to visit you." With soft eyes focused on the black and white photo, Yi Hanqing's lips curled into a faint smile, and only at this moment did all the sharpness in him fade away, returning him to 5 years ago when he was still the elegant, slightly mischievous eldest master of the Yi family. The bodyguard and Gu Sinan both stood far away, leaving only him and his sister at the tomb. Yi Hanqing meticulously recounted the year's happy events to his slumbering mother. "I've also met a very well-behaved child. He's wonderful, and I really like him. You always said to do more good deeds to accumulate blessings. Although I didn't contradict you directly, I didn't quite believe it in my heart. But after meeting him, I started to believe. The charity foundation under Jia's name has been restarted, and the things you've always wanted to accomplish, I'll continue them." Deeply staring at his mother's tombstone, he softly murmured, "I've taken good care of myself, and I'll make sure to look after Jia well too. This time, you don't need to worry about us anymore." The low murmur of the man dissipated in the wind, while the woman in the black and white photo continued to smile gently as always. A breeze came from afar, causing the leaves and branches of the red roses to tremble slightly. In a place that Yi Hanqing hadn't noticed, Yi Jia, who was asleep, seemed finally ready to wake up from her dream. Her dark lashes lightly flickered in the wind. After the brother and sister finished paying their respects to their mother, Gu Sinan slowly moved forward with a bunch of roses in his arms. His gaze was silent yet heavy, just like so many years in the past, filled with unsaid words and unattainable desires. He had originally been an orphan, but he was taken in by the kind-hearted Gu family and grew up living a life of luxury. His sister, Gu Siyu, was someone he vowed to protect since childhood. This was both his parents' wish and his own. But he wasn't sure when the turmoil of adolescence twisted this protective sentiment into something else. While his parents treated him as their own son and his sister Gu Siyu viewed him as her younger brother, he began to covet the pearl of the Gu family. He felt guilty and afraid, but never once did he consider voicing these feelings. He wanted only to be a good younger brother, someone who would support her after she married and after their parents passed away, ensuring she always had a home to return to. Yet even these secret thoughts he failed to conceal properly. He could never forget what he said drunkenly on her wedding day, though the exact words were blurred in his memory now. What remained vivid, however, was her laughing reply, "Si Nian, you will always be my younger brother." That day, his hidden sentiments were uncovered, and crushed by himself. Unable to face his sister again, he chose to go abroad for development. Later, as time went by, he heard that she had given birth to a boy and a girl, living a very happy life. So he stopped deliberately inquiring about her details, only hoping that she was well. He thought she had found a good husband. But unexpectedly, the next time he heard news about her, it was her obituary. It had been over a year, and he returned from across the ocean to see nothing but the silent tombstone and her black and white photograph. He wished to seek justice for his sister at the Yi family's house, but instead, he encountered a greatly changed nephew first. He had met this nephew not too many times before, dimly remembering that he resembled Yi Mikai as a child. He disliked that brother-in-law, so naturally, he didn't have much affection for his young nephew either. However, years later, seeing him again, he discovered that the nephew looked more like his sister. Her child, being bullied so severely by the Yi family, he couldn't protect his sister, but he wouldn't let anyone harm her 2 children any longer. Yi Hanqing has changed a lot. Gu Sinan softly gazed at the woman in the photograph, glancing back at his nephew waiting behind him, a trace of pleasant laughter coloring his voice. "In the past, I always worried that he was too extreme, prone to do things that couldn't be undone. But looking now, it seems that he has finally come to terms with things. Sister, I will take good care of these 2 siblings." Bitterness seeped into his eyes, but Gu Sinan still smiled gently. "Now that you're gone, I'll guard them for you." The uncle and 2 nephews stayed in the cemetery for over 2 hours, finally slowly leaving after worshipping Gu mother and Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu. It was Qingming festival, and the rain fell heavily. They hadn't encountered any rain coming, but as they left, the drizzle began, light drops falling continuously. Yi Hanqing first sent Yi Jia back to the sanatorium, then had dinner with Gu Sinan. By the time he returned, it was already evening. The drizzle hadn't stopped. The bodyguards delivered him to the building's entrance, where Yi Hanqing waved them off and took the elevator upstairs. The wheels of the wheelchair made no sound as they rolled over the carpet. Yi Hanqing opened the door, turned on the light, and was about to change out of his shoes when the doorbell rang. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes as Yi Hanqing opened the door to see Wen Run standing there, wearing a light yellow hooded sweatshirt. In Wen Run's hand was an elegant and exquisite packaging box, his eyes bright as he looked at Yi Hanqing and said, "Mr. Yi, I made intertwined rice cakes. I happened to hear you returning, so I decided to bring a box over for you." Yi Hanqing slightly raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on the small box extended toward him. The pale green box was tied with a beige silk ribbon, the color scheme fresh and refined, just like its owner. Being observed by Yi Hanqing, Wen Run subconsciously pushed the box a little further forward, though his eyes nervously darted around without meeting Yi Hanqing's. Actually, he had lied. He hadn't merely heard Yi Hanqing's return, in fact, he had spent the entire day waiting at home. In the morning, he made the qingtuan and pressed the doorbell only to find no one home. So, he spent the afternoon waiting inside for him to come back. Their homes were close enough that once Yi Hanqing returned and turned on the lights, Wen Run saw the faint glow emanating from the balcony, confirming his return. Today was Qingming festival. Wen Run guessed Yi Hanqing's mood probably wouldn't be too great, so he tried to think of ways to comfort him. But since Yi Hanqing had never mentioned anything about his family, he feared bringing it up might offend him. Thus, he decided to make sweet qingtuan with red bean paste filling to give to Yi Hanqing. He'd heard that eating something sweet could lift one's spirits when they were down. "Thank you." Yi Hanqing took the exquisite little box and placed it on his lap, looking at him with a slightly warm gaze. "Would you like to come in for a moment?" Wen Run immediately shook his head. As Yi Hanqing's expression deepened slightly, he noticed Wen Run's ears turning red as he stammered an invitation. I have nothing to do at home, and I made too much food. You just got back and probably haven't eaten yet, right? If you don't mind, you can come over to my place." The redder his face grew, the more bashful this invitation seemed. However, Yi Hanqing felt his mood improve, and his voice softened considerably. "Then I wouldn't want to refuse." Wen Run's eyes lit up instantly, like a puppy that had just received a reward. If there were ears on his head, they might already be standing straight up by now. "I'll put these things inside first." A gentle curve appeared on Yi Hanqing's lips as he placed the qingtuan given by Wen Run into the house, then went next door with him. Chapter 32. Wen Run's home was illuminated by warm yellow lights. The warm orange lighting bathed the entire house in warmth, like a bit of sunshine on a cloudy rainy day, warm and comfortable. Yi Hanqing smelled the aroma of food coming from the kitchen as soon as he walked in. Wen Run guided him to the living room and handed him a cup of warm barley tea. "I'll go to the kitchen and bring out the dishes. The last soup isn't ready yet. Please sit for a moment." After finishing his sentence, he hurried into the kitchen, leaving Yi Hanqing in the living room. On the TV, Guo Digang and Yu Qian were performing a crosstalk. Guo Digang said, "What should I do? I'm too rich and don't know how to spend it all." Yu Qian, how about I sponsor you?" Yu Qian asked, "Sponsor me?" Guo Digang sighed, "No, even if we have money, we still need to pick someone good-looking." Yi Hanqing heard this and quietly chuckled, his gaze moving toward the back figure busy in the kitchen. Wen Run was wearing a lemon-yellow Pikachu apron with thin straps wrapped around the front, creating a noticeable curve under his loose sweatshirt. A casual butterfly knot tied the extra straps that dangled to his hips, swaying at every movement. Wen Run had great body proportions, his shoulders weren't too broad or too narrow, and his long waist made his waist appear even slimmer. His butt was round and lifted, and his legs underneath looked long and straight. The hems of his light blue jeans were rolled up, paired with a pair of white sneakers. A small segment of his ankle was exposed, exquisitely delicate, and the raised joints hinted at a sense of sensuality that invited touch. Yi Hanqing suddenly recalled an earlier online comment on a variety show praising Wen Run's appearance, especially her white, slender legs which only showed faint traces of hair under the sun. They were smooth and fine, much like jade, a view one could enjoy endlessly. Back then, Yi Hanqing reported the inappropriate comment. However, looking back now, the comment wasn't entirely wrong. For however long Wen Run was busy, Yi Hanqing stared fixedly. Only when Wen Run came out carrying steaming hot dishes did he nonchalantly shift his gaze. He reheated the slightly cooled dishes again. Wen Run then served 2 bowls of milk-white fish soup. He placed one bowl in front of Yi Hanqing. As he picked up the spoon, his thoughts went back to the hand he had briefly seen just moments ago. Wen Run's hands were beautiful too, white, long fingers with distinct knuckles and barely visible veins on their backs. There was no sign of a person who once did hard labor in them. After sipping a little fish soup, Yi Hanqing asked seemingly out of nowhere, "Why did you join the entertainment industry at the start?" He had heard that Song Li took the initiative to sign Wen Run but always felt somewhat curious why, having graduated from a prestigious university, Wen Run would enter the entertainment circle right after graduation. Many people aimed to become famous, but he knew that Wen Run wasn't one of them. Caught off guard, Wen Run lowered his eyes and reflected for a moment before softly answering, "I don't really know." He still remembered the day when he accidentally passed by Star Realm Tower, and it suddenly occurred to him that perhaps Yi Hanqing might be in some office on one of the floors, so he lingered longer than usual. Coincidentally, he met Song Li exiting the building. Song Li, impressed by his looks, asked if he wanted to become a star. Wen Run didn't have a clear concept of this, but when Song Li questioned him, something stirred within him. It was as if a seed buried during high school finally found its opportunity to sprout, and he gave an impulsive agreement. Later, after the heat of the moment passed, he somewhat regretted the decision. At the time, he was about to attend a second interview for a major company with a good chance of success. But because of a sudden impulse, he had already signed a 5-year contract, leaving no other option but to fulfill it. So he continued clumsily on this path. Over time, he gradually fell in love with acting. Though remaining relatively unknown, the income supported his family. Luckily, later he met Jing Xian, and his career began to flourish. Moreover, he reconnected with an old benefactor and became friends, sharing meals and conversations instead of merely wondering occasionally about each other's lives. With a slight smile curving his lips, Wen Run said, maybe it was just a fleeting impulse at that moment. Glancing at Wen Run's expression, Yi Hanqing realized how much he had overthought things. After learning that Wen Run still remembered their past connection, he sometimes wondered if Wen Run had joined Star Realm after graduation simply because of him. But evidently, it seemed he had been thinking too much. After another sip of fish soup, Yi Hanqing changed the subject. How long will you rest at home this time? Not long, Wen Run replied. Zheng brother has lined up another variety show for me, called Dinner Chicken. It starts recording in early April. The variety show, Dinner Chicken, was named after a previously popular game and focused on celebrity survival in the wild. Since its debut, it had maintained decent ratings. The contract had just been finalized, but Jing Xian hadn't even given Wen Run the script, nor did he know who else would be participating. However, Wen Run had watched a couple of episodes and had a general idea of the format. I've watched 2 episodes. It seems similar to paintball, but each recording location and the mode changes every time, Wen Run explained. Chu Bo also went once. He said it was quite fun. Wen Run's face showed anticipation as he added, it should be more interesting than farming, right? Yi Hanqing's expression shifted slightly. Chu Bo. That's the one who recorded Farming with me. You probably met him once. He's the cold and quiet one, Wen Run chuckled. Though he appears indifferent most of the time, he's actually a good person. And he talks more online than in real life. Yi Hanqing's lips curved slightly, his eyelashes hiding the emotions in his eyes. Guns will likely be used in this show. Have you ever handled a gun before? No. Wen Run shook his head. They said the production team would hire professional coaches to guide us. Crash training won't easily win you any games, Yi Hanqing remarked lightly. I happen to have a friend who owns a shooting range. Want to try? They have both laser guns and real ones. Really? Wen Run's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head again. Wouldn't it bother you too much? Not at all, Yi Hanqing replied casually. In fact, I haven't been there for a long time. If you want to go, we can go together tomorrow. Wen Run was immediately tempted. Who wouldn't want to get their hands on a real gun? He hesitated only for a brief moment before agreeing with sparkling eyes. The shooting range was located near a neighboring city, occupying an entire mountain that spanned nearly 600 acres. Besides the shooting and archery ranges, it also included outdoor paintball areas and a resort zone. The resort area featured scattered individual wooden cabins nestled within the forest. Wen Run originally thought they were just going for the day, but upon arrival, he learned that Yi Hanqing owned a wooden cabin at the resort, and they would stay here for 3 days. As they walked side by side, Yi Hanqing introduced the place gently. There aren't many people at the resort. Those who can come are either wealthy or famous. Many stars have visited here, and security is handled by retired veterans. You can relax and enjoy yourself without worrying about paparazzi. There's also an outdoor paintball area here, Yi Hanqing continued. My equipment is still stored here. If you'd like, you could try it out. Yu Biao can accompany you. Yu Biao was the bodyguard who accompanied them. He was clearly familiar with the place since he often came to play. However, when it came to the outdoor paintball suggestion, he simply shook his head with a smile. I prefer trying the shooting range. Yi Hanqing nodded slightly. Then let's start with the shooting range. The shooting range was indoors, equipped with a wide selection of firearms ranging from military to civilian models. However, using military-grade weapons required an introduction letter, so Wen Run could only admire them before selecting a civilian firearm. After both men underwent a strict inspection, they entered the shooting room, and the bulletproof glass door sealed tightly behind them. Inside, 10 shooting stations were set up, each station equipped with unloaded firearms. Excited, Wen Run approached one station and touched the firearm with glowing eyes. Each shooting range had professional instructors who were mostly retired veterans. One approached to offer guidance but was waved off by Yi Hanqing. I'll teach him. Having worked here for years, the coach recognized Yi Hanqing and nodded respectfully. All right, Mr. Yi, do as you please. Can you? Wen Run turned his shining gaze from the firearm to him. Yi Hanqing adjusted the firearm, skillfully loading and chambering around. I used to play frequently. He wasn't fond of associating with those second-generation socialites, so shooting was one of his few hobbies. The forested wooden cabin was purchased mainly for convenience during these visits. Wen Run couldn't take his eyes off Yi Hanqing as he deftly loaded the firearm, aimed, and pulled the trigger. A loud bang resounded as the shot hit the target. The coach glanced over. 9 rings, Mr. Yi must be out of practice since it's been too long. Yi Hanqing gave a faint smile and turned to Wen Run. Your turn to try. Wen Run nodded, gripping the firearm nervously while mimicking Yi Hanqing's actions. Being a novice, he struggled with aiming, shaking the firearm back and forth. After pulling the trigger, the shot missed entirely. Wen Run pouted dejectedly, looking like a little dog who lost a fight despite its initial bravado. Your stance isn't correct, place your hand here. Yi Hanqing stood behind him, adjusting his posture and explaining the techniques for aiming carefully. Just as Wen Run was about to take the second shot, a brash voice came from behind. Well, isn't this Mr. Yi? I thought I'd never see you here in this lifetime. Wen Run paused, unable to resist turning back, his slender eyebrows slightly knitted. The speaker was a young man with a streak of silver hair, who, despite not being bad-looking, exuded an arrogant and detestable air from head to toe. Wen Run secretly glared at him, but seeing that Yi Hanqing was ignoring him, he quietly turned back to focus on learning how to shoot. As they treated the silver-haired man like air, Guo Zongfei became even angrier. He was the second son of the Guo family, just under 3 years younger than Yi Hanqing. With his older brother managing the family business, all he had to do was indulge in pleasures. However, among their generation of wealthy offspring, there emerged Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing was the quintessential example of someone else's child, always excelling academically without ever causing trouble or indulging in dissolute lifestyles. After graduating, he joined his family's company and spearheaded projects that brought immense profits to the Yi Corporation. Everyone envied Mr. Yi for having such a good son. His father admired the Yi family so much that his eyes turned red with envy. Because of the significant age gap and his older brother's proper behavior, he could find no fault with either of them. Thus, he took out his frustrations on Guo Zongfei, constantly comparing him unfavorably to Yi Hanqing. The most common phrase he would say was, "He's only 3 years older than you. Both have 1 nose and 2 eyes, yet how is the gap between you two as vast as the Mariana Trench?" Because of the Mariana Trench, Guo Zongfei harbored resentment toward Yi Hanqing for many years. But since he couldn't outmatch Yi Hanqing in other areas, when he learned of Ye's passion for shooting, he finally saw it as an opportunity to dominate him. He boldly challenged Yi Hanqing to a competition, only to end up getting crushed once again. This time around, Guo Zongfei refused to accept defeat. He trained hard in secret, determined to outdo Yi Hanqing. Just before he thought he could surpass Yi, however, he met with a car accident, cut ties with the Yi family, and never returned here. Guo Zongfei secretly rejoiced, thinking that now that Yi Hanqing had split from the Yi family, his own father wouldn't have anything to say anymore. To his surprise, more than a year later, Yi Hanqing reappeared, having started his own business from scratch. His father sighed and cursed simultaneously, saying, though Yi lost a leg, he hasn't been rendered useless. You, on the other hand, seem fully intact, but aren't you practically useless? How are you any different from being broken? Guo Zongfei was driven to the point of spitting blood. Unable to endure the family environment anymore, Guo Zongfei ran to this place to relax, only to bump into Yi Hanqing by chance. The once proud eldest son of the Yi family was now seated in a wheelchair, but instead of seeming diminished, Guo Zongfei felt that his aura had become even stronger. And he treated him as if he were invisible. Seething inside, Guo Zongfei said mockingly, so, does losing your leg mean you've also lost your courage? Dare to compete against me again? Finally, Yi Hanqing turned his head and looked at him, his expression calm. What if you lose? Lose? Guo Zongfei held his nose high, he had been practicing for 3 to 4 years. How could he possibly lose? If I lose, I'll call you Dad from now on, and if you lose, you'll do the same. What do you say? I don't need a son like you. If you lose, you can crawl away. Yi Hanqing scanned him emotionlessly, then softened his gaze as he turned back to Wen Run and said gently, you watch for a moment. I'll teach you after. Wen Run obediently nodded, looking at him with admiration shining in his eyes. Yi Hanqing smiled faintly, unable to resist ruffling his hair, and drove his wheelchair to another target station. The coach acted as the referee, each given 10 bullets, and scores counted by total points. Guo Zongfei raised his gun, casting a provocative glance in his direction. Yi Hanqing calmly adjusted his ear muffs. When the referee blew the whistle, both pulled the trigger simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The guns fired in quick succession, with both starting and finishing almost simultaneously. The coach fetched the target paper and announced, Mr. Yi, 10 shots all hitting the bullseye. Second young master, 9 hits in the center and 1 at 9 rings. Guo Zongfei's face turned green. Yi Hanqing gave him a casual look and slowly drove his wheelchair to Wen Run, saying softly, let me continue teaching you. All right. Wen Run stood back in front of the shooting station, with Yi Hanqing right behind him. Despite trying to hold back, he eventually couldn't help but turn around and whisper softly, Mr. Yi, you're so amazing. Yi Hanqing arched an eyebrow, obvious delight flickering across his face. Lowering his voice, he said, learn carefully, and you'll be just as amazing. Wen Run responded with a small, and enthusiastically restarted the exercise. Behind them, ignored completely, Guo Zongfei's face darkened in various hues. After struggling silently for quite some time, he forced himself to declare loudly, I bet and lose fairly. From today onward, you're my dad. Then he loudly called him, Dad. Yi Hanqing slowly turned around, regarding him with a look one reserves for fools. Guo Zongfei started off feeling somewhat sheepish, but the lower limits of a person can keep sinking. After shouting out, "Dad," once, he no longer felt embarrassed at all. He even began to feel smug, thinking that while his father could never have a son like Yi Hanqing, he himself might find a brother for him. Perhaps his father would be thrilled enough to jump with joy. Yi Hanqing looked as cold as frost and snapped icily, "Get lost." Wen Run glanced back from behind, unable to suppress a burst of laughter. Guo Zongfei turned his gaze toward him, remembering what he'd seen earlier. An idea flickered in his mind, and shamelessly grinning, he said, "Dad, is this my mom? Or should I call her stepmom?" Wen Run's laughter froze abruptly, and he choked on his saliva, leading to violent coughs. Gasping between fits of coughing, he stammered, "No, not. I'm not." His face flushed bright red, and he waved his hands frantically but was still unable to form a complete sentence. Yi Hanqing patted his back comfortingly, muttering, "You've got it wrong, he's my friend." Yet, the icy look had softened into an expression of subtle pleasure. Guo Zongfei saw this and understood instantly. Wen Run must still be in pursuit. Looking at Yi Hanqing who was patting Wen Run's back, Guo Zongfei suddenly felt a sense of triumph. Thinking about how every woman he, Guo Ershao, had ever fancied ended up in his grasp without fail, he couldn't help but smirk again at Yi Hanqing. This guy hasn't even managed to pursue someone yet. He then threw another glance, feeling increasingly triumphant, believing secretly that perhaps Yi Hanqing was still a rookie. How capable Yi Hanqing may be, he was still a rookie. The corners of Guo Zongfei's mouth curled higher and higher, wanting to laugh loudly to the sky as he left. Sensing the strange expression on his face, Yi Hanqing gave him a chilly glance before handing the water brought by his bodyguard to Wen Run. Chapter 33. Wen Run was genuinely frightened. After finally stopping his coughing, his face was still flushed red, and so were his ears and neck. His black eyes were misty as he looked everywhere except at Yi Hanqing. He felt a bit embarrassed and angry, glaring at Guo Zongfei for talking nonsense. Guo Zongfei, receiving that glare filled with annoyance, didn't feel offended but instead thought how exceptionally handsome this kid truly was. Handsome and obedient, unlike the alluring bastards he'd met before. As he thought about it, he became a little unhappy again. After all, though Yi Hanqing hadn't yet won over this single person already surpassed the total sum of all the men and women he'd dated before. Seeing Yi Hanqing again made him feel slightly sour, not that he really had feelings for Wen Run, it was purely because this person was excellent in every way. At an older age, he could still find someone better than others, which left him feeling sour. Feeling in his heart that Wen Run was better than those he'd dated, Guo Zongfei's attitude toward Wen Run improved. But he still remembered to give his dad some face, refraining from being too eager towards Wen Run. Attempting to ease the awkwardness he'd caused, he said nonsensically, "The targets are all dead, it's no fun after 2 rounds. Why not play CS instead? UXIN expanded new scenarios last month, not open to the public yet, perfect timing to try." He was referring to UXIN, one of the largest investors in the resort, also one of the bosses. UXIN was also part of the second-generation circle in City B. Although he loved playing around, he knew how to make money, familiar with both Guo Zongfei and Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing coldly eyed him and ignored him, turning to Wen Run and asking, "Do you still want to play?" With all the commotion, he guessed Wen Run probably wouldn't be interested anymore. Sure enough, Wen Run shook his head, he wasn't in the mood to continue either. The redness on his face had somewhat faded, but there was still a faint pink flush, showing he was still embarrassed by what happened earlier. "In that case, let's go eat first," Yi Hanqing considerately avoided bringing up what just happened. Wen Run nodded. The two, along with a bodyguard, left the shooting room and headed to the restaurant for lunch. The restaurant was located in the resort area, keeping the same style as the wooden villa, although the wooden house took the form of a traditional courtyard. It backed onto a forest, with an artificial pond in front, and the yard in between housed tables and chairs. The weather was nice today, so they didn't dine inside the restaurant but sat out in the open yard. Yi Hanqing ordered a few signature dishes first, then handed the menu to Wen Run, letting him order a few more. After placing their orders, the server took away the menu, and Wen Run began to appear obviously uncomfortable. He kept involuntarily replaying Guo Zongfei's words, "Is this my mom or should I call her stepdad?" Although it was a misunderstanding, it still made his cheeks burn red, his heart racing, and he hadn't fully calmed down yet. Stealing a glance at Yi Hanqing opposite, who seemed completely unaffected, he felt a strange emotion brewing inside, using the tea-drinking moment to lower his gaze and hide his expression. Wen Run consoled himself that it was just a misunderstanding and shouldn't be taken to heart. What he didn't know was that while he was secretly looking at Yi Hanqing was observing him too. That quick, sneaky glance just now, his distinct eyes like pools of water, shimmering clear against his flushed cheeks, unintentionally seductive yet utterly unaware, still sipping his tea in tiny mouthfuls, thinking himself stealthy as he covertly peeked at Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing chose not to expose him, pretending to be completely oblivious, letting him look his fill. The two sat across from each other at a double-person wooden table, surrounded by ancient rustic wooden houses and green forests. Even without words, their hidden thoughts turned the air hot and increasingly hotter. But there was always someone unobservant, rudely breaking the atmosphere. Guo Zongfei, seated at the neighboring table, stretched his neck like an elongated duck towards Wen Run's table. Are you guys really not going? They say the new scene is thrilling, and the equipment is the latest. Wen Run was still holding a grudge and turned his head away, ignoring him. Yi Hanqing glanced at him indifferently, his face grim. Go away. Guo Zongfei wouldn't let go easily, looking between Wen Run and Yi Hanqing, an idea sparking in his mind. Deliberately addressing Wen Run, he said, Hey, you've never seen my dad in camouflage holding a gun, right? He's really handsome and manly, the girls who've seen him all fall under his spell, wishing they could have kids with him on the spot. And this time, the new setting is an abandoned factory, the paths are all cement, no hindrance at all. Wen Run imagined it for a moment and did feel a little curious about Yi Hanqing wearing camouflage and holding a gun, but as soon as he thought of Yi Hanqing's circumstances, he lowered his eyes, ignoring whatever Guo Zongfei was saying. On the contrary, Yi Hanqing reacted quite unusually. Although he appeared unpleased on his face, he didn't tell Guo Zongfei to go away like before. Instead, there was a slight flicker in his expression, and he looked at Wen Run. Do you want to give it a try? It'd be good for you to get familiar with the combat mode in advance. Wen Run was just about to shake his head when he heard Yi Hanqing add, I'll go with you. Startled for a moment, Wen Run instinctively worried and glanced at his leg, also fearing to hurt his self-esteem. Therefore, he bit his lips and agreed in a low voice. In that case, I'll go call a few more people. Guo Zongfei, seeing that he had finally persuaded both of them, skipped the meal happily and went off to invite others. After finishing lunch, Wen Run and Yi Hanqing took a walk along the shaded path to digest their food. After about 2 hours, Guo Zongfei came running. Let's go. Everyone's here. Uxian has come too. This last sentence was meant for Yi Hanqing. Originally, Uxian had gone elsewhere these past few days for fun, but upon hearing that Yi Hanqing was here, he hurried back. All the second-generation rich kids called by Guo Zongfei were in similar situations. Since the incident involving the Yi family, Yi Hanqing hadn't participated in any activities. Except for a few necessary business discussions that required his presence, he declined all the rest. Hence, when these lively second-generation rich kids heard that Yi Hanqing was at the resort and would play real-life CS, whether they had anything to do or not, they all showed up. Some were purely curious, while others secretly wanted to stir up some drama. But once Yi Hanqing appeared in his wheelchair, everyone fell silent. Although it was true that he was in a wheelchair, there was no sign of dejection from him. Instead, his aura seemed even stronger than before, someone not to be trifled with. Finally, you're here. Ever since you stopped coming, I've had no opponent left. Uxian approached first, punching Yi Hanqing's shoulder lightly. Yi Hanqing smiled and gestured to Wen Run beside him, just bringing a friend to play around, don't take it too seriously. Even though Yi Hanqing said not to take it seriously, Uxian was a natural enthusiast. He quickly divided the group brought by Guo Zongfei into 2 teams, each with 5 members. Yi Hanqing brought along Wen Run, the bodyguard Yu Biao, and 2 other second-generation kids, one with trendy tiny braids and another with permed curly hair. Uxian teamed up with Guo Zongfei and 3 other second-generation kids. Yi Hanqing's team was the red team, and Uxian's was the blue team. The new setting was located on the other side of the forest, an abandoned factory covering over 60 acres that had been left over from long ago. Uxian had already taken a fancy to it and bought it especially, only recently completing its development. The 2 teams changed into their gear outside the field, camouflage uniforms, bulletproof helmets, tactical vests, half-finger gloves, and water pellet rifles. Once fully equipped, the 2 teams were led by the coach to separate waiting areas where the rules were explained. The 2 teams needed to fight over 3 banners within 1 hour. The first team to capture all 3 banners would win. If time ran out without any team capturing all 3 banners, then the team holding 2 banners would win. The banners couldn't be hidden after being captured, they must be worn openly by one of the team members. In the game, if someone got hit in the head, they were immediately eliminated. Hits on the chest or back required 3 shots to eliminate someone. Tactical vests had electronic displays showing the number of hits received. Once deemed dead, players' guns would lock automatically, marking them out of the game. At the start of the game, each player was given only 1 magazine of bullets. Additional magazines and supplies could only be obtained by searching through the abandoned factory buildings. It was Wen Run's first time playing, so his face couldn't hide the excitement. Even though the water pellet rifle wasn't a fully simulated weapon, its metallic structure gave a great sense of realism. In his hands, it felt thrilling, as if he were genuinely participating in a gun battle. After the coach finished explaining the rules and the system countdown ended, the gate of the waiting area opened. The 5 of them moved forward along the cement road until they reached the nearest building. Yi Hanqing then started assigning tasks. Split into 2 groups to search for supplies, then regroup in front of the next building. Yi Hanqing pointed to Yu Biao and the one with small braids. You 2 search the building on the left. You come with us, he said this last part to the one with curly hair. Dividing into 2 groups, they set out to find sufficient supplies. Leading them close to the factory wall, Yi Hanqing noticed that Guo Zongfei hadn't been wrong, except for going upstairs. The abandoned factory site imposed minimal limitations on wheelchairs. Other than that, it was relatively convenient. After entering the factory gates, Yi Hanqing found a position with the best view to hide, subtly peeking out a little of the black barrel of his water pellet rifle from the window. You two go upstairs to search for supplies. When Run, go up to the rooftop terrace and check if you can see where the banner is. The location of the banners wouldn't be revealed in advance, requiring them to search themselves. When Run nodded, holding the gun and heading upstairs with curly hair. Halfway up, he inexplicably glanced back and saw Yi Hanqing hiding in the corner of the wall, most of his body cloaked in shadows, exuding a colder and more ruthless aura. He was dressed in camouflage, sitting upright, his face partly covered by the helmet, only revealing slightly squinting eyes. His long, strong hands were gloved, exposing fingers that tightly gripped the rifle stock for aim. Recalling what Guo Zongfei had said earlier, When Run thought he was absolutely right. Mr. Yi in the camouflage uniform truly looked extraordinarily handsome, radiating an alluring wild masculinity. Not daring to look any longer, When Run quickly continued upstairs after hesitating briefly. While curly hair took charge of searching on the second floor, When Run went to the third floor. The setting here was very well crafted, the props were remnants from when the factory moved, and they had been preserved in excellent condition, offering high fidelity and realism. On the third floor, discarded wooden crates were piled haphazardly. After searching through them all, When Run found 2 magazines of bullets, a wooden-handled grenade, and a map. He stored these items in the small pouches beside his tactical vest before carefully climbing up to the rooftop terrace. The rooftop was fully open air, with cement railings only as tall as a person's waist. Afraid of being discovered, When Run cautiously bent down close to the cement railing, only exposing his eyes slightly. Being the highest building within the scene except for the rooftop, the view from the 4th floor terrace allowed him to see everything below. However, scanning around, he didn't spot any flags resembling a banner. Carefully descending, he searched the 3rd floor once again, confirming no omission, before heading down. Curly hair found 3 magazines of bullets on the 2nd floor, making their harvest fairly good. Yi Hanqing studied the map When Run had found for a while, then led the group out of the factory building, continuing ahead. Signposts guided their way inside the scene, and following the signs, the 5 people gathered quite a substantial amount of supplies. They hadn't encountered any enemies in the first half of the route, so it went rather smoothly. Approximately 15 minutes later, the 5 reached the canteen in front of the factory. Before the canteen lay a square of significant size. The square offered no cover, and in its center proudly stood a red flag. Little Bun, excited, wanted to grab the flag but Yi Hanqing held them back, instructing Yu Biao to ambush on the 3rd floor of the opposite factory building, Little Bun and Curly Hair to hide in another adjacent building. Meanwhile, he entered the canteen with When Run. The trio hid themselves in positions forming a triangular layout. Once they settled into their hiding places, Yi Hanqing activated his earpiece, saying, "Don't search too thoroughly downstairs, leave some supplies to use as a disguise. Everyone needs to be cautious and keep watch towards the southwest, the blue team should be arriving soon." After giving the command, Yi Hanqing fell silent, sidestepping behind the window to guard motionlessly like a statue. When Run took position at the opposite window, ears perked up attentively listening for outside movements. Yi Hanqing had selected an advantageous location with a great view, the window he guarded faced the fluttering flag in the wind directly, while When Run's position aligned with a possible path the blue team could take. Neither exchanged words, merely keeping vigilant watch over each other. Less than 5 minutes passed when Run spotted a fleeting figure darting swiftly past a large trash can far away. So fast that Run almost doubted if he'd seen it correctly. Keeping a close eye on the trash can for a minute, he finally caught sight of the edge of a jacket exposed inadvertently. Silently signaling to Yi Hanqing, who slowly turned his wheelchair closer, joining Run on either side, focusing together on the figure hiding behind the trash can. That person seemed intent on passing through the canteen's back door. After a few minutes of ensuring there was no danger, they cautiously crawled out, bending over and holding their gun while rapidly moving towards the back door of the canteen. Yi Hanqing narrowed his eyes, pulling the trigger, bang. A gunshot sounded. Then they heard the internal system announcement, blue team player Qian Sancher has been shot in the head and is eliminated. Qian Sancher looked stunned, trying to find who fired the shot but couldn't see anyone. Frustrated, he threw his gun down, left his supplies on site, and walked away wearing only his camouflage uniform. "I'll go retrieve those supplies." Eagerly watching the dropped package, When Run made a move. But Yi Hanqing grabbed his wrist gently, whispering, "No rush." His dry fingers stayed wrapped around When Run's wrist as the warmth slightly above normal seeped into his skin, causing When Run to shift uncomfortably. Letting go of When Run's wrist, Yi Hanqing had him push him to a new spot. They hid again and noticed a black barrel peeking quietly from the 2nd floor opposite the window where they had originally been stationed. The barrel aimed at the windows of the 1st floor of the canteen for a while without detecting anything before retreating stealthily again. When Run anxiously swallowed. Sure enough, moments later, a person emerged from the building, pushing a massive trash can as cover while cautiously moving closer to Qian Sanchi's pile of supplies, inching ever nearer. When Run instinctively gripped the gun tightly. Just as they were nervously locked in a tense standoff, there were sudden gunshots from behind. When Run glanced back to see that the red silk flag was still fluttering in the square, but there was no sign of any figures. He surmised that the blue team must have entered the factory and clashed with Yu Biao's team, though it was unclear who had the upper hand. The gunshots from the cafeteria square startled the trash can to a halt, frozen in place for quite a while. Once he confirmed there wasn't an immediate danger to his side, Guo Zongfei continued cautiously pushing the trash can forward. Xian Sanchi's gun was equipped with a silencer, which he needed to retrieve. He crouched low and walked for a long time until he was finally only one step away from the pile of supplies. He exhaled silently, continuing to inch the trash can slowly toward his target. Inside the cafeteria, Yi Hanqing pushed aside the protective visor, whispering into Wenrun's ear, "You climb out through the left window of the cafeteria, then head over and fire randomly at whoever is there." The warm breath tickled his earlobe, causing Wenrun's cheeks to flush. He quickly lowered the mask and slinked out. Guo Zongfei was now only half a step away from the supplies, his entire focus on them, oblivious to the subtle movements coming from Wenrun behind him. Wenrun slipped into the building where Guo Zongfei had just exited, finding a window to crouch by. He extended the gun barrel slightly, aimed at Guo Zongfei's back, and fired. A water pellet struck his back unexpectedly, startling Guo Zongfei. His instincts kicked in as he redirected the trash can, using it to shield himself behind. On the electronic display in front of his chest, the number 3 turned into 2. Feeling the sting, he took a risk and leaned out to snatch the nearby gun, hastily removing the silencer before trying to rush inside the cafeteria. But turning around, he found himself directly facing Yi Hanqing's menacing gun barrel. Without hesitation, Yi Hanqing pulled the trigger, bang. A loud gunshot sounded, hitting his head. Guo Zongfei gaped. The system broadcast announced, "Blue team player Guo Zongfei has been fatally shot in the head. Eliminated." Wenrun swiftly returned from across the way, crouching down as he picked up the bullets scattered on the ground and shoved them into his bag, while quietly urging him, "Hand over all your supplies, quickly." Fuming, Guo Zongfei handed the silencer and the bullets to Wenrun, glaring at Yi Hanqing hidden behind the window, cursing inwardly how damn sneaky this man truly was. Chapter 34. After Guo Zongfei was eliminated, another system announcement followed. Red team player Chen Zhaokong was shot in the head and died. Out of the game. Chen Zhaokong was the second generation with the small braids. Now, the blue team had 2 players eliminated, while the red team lost 1. 3 against 4. Moreover, Guo Zongfei, who had relatively good gun skills on the blue team, was already out. Now only Uxin remained, greatly increasing their chances of winning. Yi Hanqing took the water pistol passed by Wenrun, reloaded the magazine, then turned on internal communication to confirm with Yu Biao, "Does the blue team have a flag already?" Yu Biao confirmed, "It's on Uxin. You 2 stay here at the square. No need for a direct confrontation, just don't let Uxin grab the flag on the square. Hold them off." After finishing his instructions, Yi Hanqing closed the communication and left the canteen with Wenrun, circling around from behind to avoid the battle at the square and sneaking towards the warehouse on the other side. The game set up a total of 3 flags. According to his guess, the 3 flags would not be too close together and would certainly be placed in open areas to increase the difficulty of capturing them. He studied the map and discovered that there were only 3 places on it that might have larger open spaces. One was the canteen square their team must pass through. Another was the basketball court where the red team would definitely go. The last one was an abandoned warehouse. The abandoned warehouse previously had a large space for easy loading and unloading of goods trucks. The location of the warehouse formed a triangle with the canteen square and the basketball court. Yi Hanqing drove the wheelchair, skulking along the wall with Wenrun. The wheelchair rolled over the fine gravel on the ground, making slight sounds. Fortunately, they were now far from the canteen and wouldn't draw attention. They walked along the road signs for about 5 or 6 minutes, and sure enough, they spotted a flag on the empty ground in front of the warehouse. Yi Hanqing didn't immediately let Wenrun take it. Both hid in the shadows as Yi Hanqing reopened communications to ask Yu Biao how many people were from the blue team at the square. Gunshots could be heard from the earpiece, and Yu Biao said, unable to confirm. "They're in the factory building opposite us, we can't see them." Yi Hanqing pondered for a moment and cautiously observed the surroundings before instructing Wenrun to retrieve the flag. Wenrun bent down, retrieved the flag, and ran back. He inserted the flag into a small pouch on his tactical vest and asked in a low voice, "Shall we return now?" Yi Hanqing nodded, "Keep alert to your surroundings, Uxin likes to ambush." Upon hearing this, Wenrun immediately looked around, like a little dog standing on its hind legs on high alert. Yi Hanqing was amused and chuckled, but the pleasant smile was blocked by the mask, and Wenrun didn't see it. "Let's go, no need to be so tense." The 2 returned along the original path. Gunshots could be faintly heard from afar, but there were no casualties, indicating that Yu Biao's side was indeed avoiding a direct confrontation, both sides engaging in guerrilla warfare. Passing by the employee dormitory area, Wenrun looked at several dormitory buildings. Most of the windows' glass had been modified and removed, leaving black holes, making it almost impossible to guard against any ambush. "This side is too easy to set up an ambush, let's go through the dormitories." Speaking with his body slightly lowered, Wenrun's helmet accidentally brushed against Yi Hanqing's from behind, appearing rather intimate. "Okay." Yi Hanqing also had this intention. As they were about to enter the nearest dormitory, suddenly a soft sound came from behind. Immediately after, Wenrun felt something hit him. Startled, he looked down and saw that the number 3 on the electronic display screen had already dropped to 2. "There's an ambush, you go inside first." Yi Hanqing quickly turned the wheelchair and let Wen Run enter the building, while he himself retreated and hid behind a tree to cover Wen Run. Wen Run quickly ran into the dormitory, not daring to run straight but zigzagging. Sure enough, someone was lying in wait for him behind, firing consecutively near his feet. The opponent had installed a silencer, emitting no sound. Yi Hanqing could only guess where the opponent was hiding based on the direction the water bullets came from. However, the opponent was very cunning. After 2 unsuccessful shots, he immediately stopped and hit again. Yi Hanqing looked at the row of dormitory buildings across the way. Behind each pitch-black window, it seemed like someone was lurking. Wen Run had already entered the dormitory, but Yi Hanqing was still outside. He didn't dare to easily come out from behind the tree, otherwise, he might be next. Wen Run frowned and circled the dormitory twice, finding a large green trash can at the stairwell entrance. Happy, Wen Run pushed the trash can out as cover, then quietly moved towards Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing heard the sound and turned around to see him hiding behind the trash can, stealthily peeking out and waving at him. The eyes hidden behind the transparent visor were crystal bright. Wen Run crouched down and pushed the trash can behind the tree, then signaled Yi Hanqing over so he could escort him into the dormitory building. Yi Hanqing was tall and even sitting in a wheelchair, the trash can couldn't completely cover his head. Fortunately, this prop trash can was clean, so Wen Run simply stood up its lid to fully hide Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing hid behind the trash can, while Wen Run crouched behind him, gripping the handles of the wheelchair and carefully moving backward. They were very close, Yi Hanqing couldn't help but turn back to glance at him, they were separated only by the backrest of the chair. Wen Run squatted low, his helmet touching Yi Hanqing's back, his eyes tightly fixated on the front as he slowly pulled him backward. He looked alert yet adorable. Yi Hanqing let his mind wander momentarily, thinking perhaps they could try another scenario sometime later. Just as they neared the entrance of the dormitory building, 2 dull, thud sounds came from the trash can, surely the impatient person on the other side had started shooting. The water guns used in the game fired specially designed water bullets powered by compressed air which caused a slight pain when hit. Wen Run exhaled with relief, glad that the bullets hadn't reached them because of the protection from the trash can. They quickly retreated inside the dormitory building and took cover inside a room. Observing the opposite dormitory building from there, they guessed where the opponent might be hiding. Yi Hanqing surmised that the ambusher was most likely Uxian, none of the remaining second-generation members of the blue team were as cunning. As one of the resort owners, Uxian was highly skilled in both shooting and CS practice matches. In the past, they would often engage in mock confrontations, getting familiar with each other's strategies and styles. Although Uxian's gunplay wasn't as good as his, he made up for it with patience and having plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Opponents often didn't know what hit them until they were dead. After observing for a while, Yi Hanqing still didn't find any clues in the opposite building. He narrowed his eyes and fired one shot towards the possible location of Uxian, but the opposing side remained eerily quiet, too abnormal. Go. He's not there. Realizing immediately, Yi Hanqing decided to retreat decisively. Recalling the earlier shots aimed at the trash can, Uxian clearly knew he wouldn't hit, yet still fired those shots. This was probably done to mislead them into believing he was still hiding in the opposite dormitory building. But actually, he had moved elsewhere. The biggest possibility was, knowing well how inconvenient Yi Hanqing's wheelchair was to move, Uxian must have planned to flank them and ambush them from another direction. Limited by his wheelchair, once blocked, Yi Hanqing wouldn't be able to evade effectively in direct confrontation, making Uxian's odds of winning significantly higher. Yi Hanqing was right, as soon as they left their hiding room intending to go through the side door of the dormitory, they found it locked. Wen Run immediately pushed Yi Hanqing to return toward the main entrance, just turning around when suddenly a black grenade rolled onto the corridor from the side and stopped about 2 meters away from them. Shocked, Wen Run remembered the explosion range of the grenades is 5 meters, with a 4-second countdown, he carried one himself. Behind them, the side door was closed, rushing forward with Yi Hanqing's wheelchair wouldn't be fast enough to get out of the explosive range. There was a staircase to the left that could be an escape route, but Yi Hanqing couldn't possibly climb it. You go upstairs. Yi Hanqing said firmly. In a flash of thought, Wen Run did not obey but instead took out his own grenade and hurled it towards Uxian with all his might. Seeing the timer on the grenade reaching 2 seconds, Yi Hanqing knew there was no way out now. Without hesitation, he lifted his gun, focused and swiftly fired 3 successive shots, hitting Uxian's back. The numbers on Uxian's electronic display screen continuously fluctuated, eventually becoming 1. Simultaneously, the grenade exploded, with the system broadcast announcing, Red Team player Yi Hanqing critically injured, eliminated. Red Team player Wen Run. Before the system finished broadcasting, an explosion echoed from a distant corridor, it was the grenade Wen Run had thrown detonating. After the explosion ended, the system announcement continued. Critically injured, eliminated. Blue Team player Uxian critically injured, eliminated. Uxian was blown up. Listening to the system's death notification, Wen Run slowly opened his eyes, his excitement unmasked. He had just witnessed Yi Hanqing firing 3 shots, Uxian's electronic display screen still showed 1, and he thought Uxian might have escaped. But it turned out he was still blown up. Wen Run looked at Uxian returning down the corridor with a smug smile, saying, "That's what you call getting a taste of your own medicine." Yi Hanqing took off his helmet, looking at him tenderly. Yeah, all thanks to you. Wen Run scratched his face, feeling somewhat shy. He had thrown it out of anger, not expecting it to actually hit Uxin, just lucky. Uxin helplessly shrugged. His calculation was perfect except for one flaw: there was no cover in this corridor. After tossing the grenade, he had nowhere to hide and could only gamble on luck that Yi Hanqing wouldn't kill him. It turned out he guessed right. Yi Hanqing hit him twice, and he dodged the third shot. However, who would have thought he'd meet such bad luck, being killed by the grenade? Uxin gave Wen Run a thumbs up and laughed. Good job. The three discarded their gear at the spot and exited via the closest exit marked on the map. The game had already lasted over 40 minutes, both sides were down to 2 people, but the result was still unclear. On the edge of the scene, Uxin walked ahead while Wen Run and Yi Hanqing trailed behind. Yi Hanqing felt rather good. Looking sideways at him, he suddenly asked, why didn't you go upstairs when I told you? If Wen Run had followed his command and rushed upstairs immediately, he could have avoided the blast radius of the grenade. But Wen Run didn't. You're my teammate. Wen Run lightly bit his lips, lowering his thick lashes softly. I won't abandon my teammates. Yi Hanqing smiled, looking at him deeply. That sentence, won't abandon teammates or won't abandon me, hovered around his mouth but was never voiced. After exiting the scene, they rested at the booth, where a waiter brought coffee and juice. The 6 who were out watched the ongoing competition inside while chatting. The entire game area had surveillance cameras broadcasting live via high-definition screens, so players who were eliminated could still watch the inside. Inside the arena, Yu Biao was leading Wan Mao and the 2 second-generation members of the red team against each other. With average strategy and technical skill, these 2 second-generation players couldn't match Yu Biao, a professional bodyguard. Along with Wan Mao, they easily crushed the 2 and got 2 flags. Then, following their teammates' locations, they found the last flag left by Wen Run. With all 3 flags collected, the red team won. Uxin looked at Yi Hanqing with a sigh, laughing. For years without playing, I didn't expect your reaction to still be so quick. He originally thought Yi Hanqing's skills might be slightly worse than before. Yi Hanqing scoffed, you underestimated me too much. Thinking he was sitting in a wheelchair and Wen Run was a newcomer, so he ignored the risk and attempted a rash sneak attack. Uxin shrugged, willing to bet and willing to lose. Dinner is on me tonight. Guo Zongfei joined in, with a slightly sour tone. What will you treat us with? Haven't you seen how great my father is feeling today? He should be treating us. He had been watching them the whole time outside, and clearly saw they weren't gaming, they were flirting. Uxin didn't quite understand, as he was always insensitive to emotions. Guo Zongfei smirked, didn't you see? Just now, Dad and Wen Run, their cooperation was flawless. Having such a wife, having such a teammate, what more could one ask for? Shouldn't we celebrate? Wen Run's face flushed red with embarrassment, glaring at him. Could this person not speak less if he has nothing meaningful to say? But Guo Zongfei wouldn't care about IQs if he didn't persistently address Yi Hanqing as Dad, so seeing Wen Run annoyed, he quickly grinned and said, oh, sorry, wrong word choice. We can't use harmonious husband and wife, because marriage hasn't happened yet, they cannot be considered as couple. What should it be called then? He winked and suggested, not born in the same year but die on the same day, right? How touching, friendship among teammates. Wen Run. Did this person learn Chinese from an English teacher? Does he even know how to speak properly anymore? Wen Run's face was bright red, but he couldn't refute anything. After all, the other party was just joking. Although the phrase wasn't appropriate, if he gets angry over it, it means he can't take jokes. Feeling embarrassed and irritated, Wen Run lowered his gaze and forcefully stirred the fruit juice in front of him. A glass of yellow-orange juice was already stirred into bubbles, making it look pretty awful. Switch it. Yi Hanqing gently held his hand, summoning a server to change it for him. Only now did Wen Run realize what he had done, and he turned red again. He tightly guarded the juice in front of him and stammered, and no need to change it. It's still drinkable. Yi Hanqing looked at him deeply, noticing that even his neck was red. Finally, he let go of him with mercy and stopped teasing. Instead, he said seriously, we still have some time before dinner. Go back and change clothes first. I'll treat you tonight. Having heard this, Wen Run mumbled something about, I'll go change clothes, and hurriedly ran away without even looking back at Yi Hanqing. Guo Zongfei laughed from behind, Dad, aren't you going to chase after her? What if she runs away? Yi Hanqing shot him a glance, not saying anything for once, but a faint smile appeared on his lips as he followed them, pushed by Yu Biao. Wen Run fled out of the door in haste but soon realized he didn't know the way outside. Hesitating whether to go back inside and ask Yi Hanqing or not, he didn't get the chance to make up his mind because Yi Hanqing, pushed by Yu Biao, already came out. Yi Hanqing raised an eyebrow but chose not to tease him further. His usual considerate and reliable demeanor returned as he said, let's go. Take a shower and change clothes. Wen Run softly hummed in response, walking quietly behind him with his head bowed down. After playing in the game area for nearly an hour, sweat had soaked his body, and he could smell a slight sour odor upon closer sniffing. He wrinkled his nose in distaste, quickly retreating to his room in the wooden house to take a shower. Chapter 35. After Wen Run took a shower and came out wrapped in a bath towel, he realized he had not brought any change of clothes. Yi Hanqing said they would come to play, so he thought he could go back on the same day, never imagining that he needed to bring a change of clothes. Slightly puffing out his cheeks, Wen Run frowned as he went back into the bathroom. The clothes he just changed out of were thrown into the dirty laundry basket, already wet from water, and there was no way he could force himself to wear them again. What could he do? Wen Run's face turned red with embarrassment as he considered whether to call the front desk staff and ask them to buy a set of clothes for him. However, since this place was in the suburbs, there was no mall nearby, and it might take some time to buy clothes. Or should he find Yi Hanqing? Wen Run's face twisted with anxiety and embarrassment. Just as he was hesitating, someone suddenly knocked on the door. He quickly rubbed his face to calm down and shuffled to the door in slippers. The person knocking was Yi Hanqing. His gaze lingered on Wen Run's pale chest for a moment before painfully moving away. Avoiding his eyes, he said, "I forgot to remind you to bring a change of clothes when we came. I've had someone prepare 2 sets of clothes for you, try them on and see if they fit." Looking at the clothes in his hands, Wen Run's eyes brightened with joy at the instant resolution of his problem. Then he became shy again. His white toes curled bashfully, his face flushed red, and hints of pink spread across his pale chest. He took the clothes handed by Yi Hanqing and whispered a thank you almost inaudibly before rushing to close the door. After putting the clothes on the bedside, Wen Run's face was still tingling, touching it felt scorching hot. This situation was indeed awkward and embarrassing. After washing his face with cold water in the bathroom to lower his temperature, he finally returned to the room to change clothes. The clothes were clean and neatly folded. On top was a beige hooded sweatshirt, neither too thick nor too thin, perfect for wearing in April weather. As Wen Run picked up the hoodie and put it on, the black underwear underneath exposed. His face, which had slightly cooled, immediately flushed again. He had completely forgotten about this. Glancing around nervously, his face turned bright red. He wondered if Yi Hanqing knew that underwear was hidden beneath the clothes he sent over. Did he see it? Wen Run felt like smoke was rising from the top of his head the more he thought about it. He lied to himself, thinking, Yi Hanqing probably doesn't know. The clothes might have been prepared by the service staff, and Yi only helped to deliver them. He must not have seen. Clutching the thin black underwear, he reluctantly put it on with his face red as fire, then slipped on the long pants. But these garments, comfortable in fabric and perfectly fitting in size, made him feel awkward every time he wore them. Thinking that Yi might have seen or accidentally touched them, he felt like a matchstick, just one strike and he would burst into flames. Hugging the pillow tightly in frustration, Wen Run rolled around on the bed, his heart beating wildly like an erratically drumming little drum. He felt utterly incapable of facing Yi Hanqing anymore. After procrastinating for a while inside the room and washing his face several times, his face finally cooled, and the strange sensation gradually faded. Only then did Wen Run slowly step out. Yi Hanqing was already ready and sitting relaxed in a wheelchair outside the wooden house, gazing into the distance. Following his line of sight, Wen Run stretched his neck to see, spotting lush green forests and wooden houses barely visible among the trees in the distance. It was peaceful and tranquil. Yet the tall figure sitting alone there appeared somewhat lonely and chilly. Unable to restrain himself, Wen Run called out to him, "Director Yi." Turning around, Yi Hanqing's previous loneliness vanished instantly upon seeing him, revealing a faintly gentle smile. "Are you all set? Does the clothing fit?" Wen Run hid one hand behind his back, secretly tugging at the corner of the clothing, and softly murmured an Naturally, the clothes fit perfectly. "There are 2 more sets. They will be delivered to your room tonight." Yi Hanqing glanced casually at him. The exquisite young man, wearing a beige hooded sweatshirt paired with light blue jeans, looked even more youthful and stood there with graceful posture, fresh and inviting, presenting the most tempting moment to be picked. He didn't tell Wen Run that the clothes he wore, from the inside out, were personally selected by him. He also harbored a small secret desire. Seeing the youth dressed in what he carefully chose gave him a sense of fullness and satisfaction deep within. Because today Wen Run was wearing a beige hooded sweatshirt, Yi Hanqing specially chose a similar colored beige knit sweater for himself. The V-neck exposed part of his raised collarbone, adding a touch of casual sexiness. Though their outfits were in the same color scheme, one was innocent, the other mature. Together, they formed an unexpected harmony. Yi Hanqing was extremely satisfied and gently said, "Let's go. It should have started by now." Wen Run, upon hearing this, voluntarily moved forward to push Yi Hanqing's wheelchair. In fact, Yi Hanqing's wheelchair was a custom-made one equipped with a power system, allowing it to switch between manual and automatic operation modes. Although he occasionally let others push him, most of the time, Yi Hanqing preferred using the automatic driving mode. But now that Wen Run was willingly pushing him, Yi Hanqing let himself be pushed to the dining room by him. Yu Biao, who had his task preempted from behind, could only touch his nose in embarrassment and then followed at a distance, neither too close nor too far away. At the restaurant, Guo Zongfei and the others were already fully immersed in having fun. Since Yi Hanqing had said he would treat them, Guo Zongfei made Uxi and clear out the entire restaurant. The chairs and tables in the open-air area in front of the restaurant were removed, leaving only 4 or 5 booths. A simple stage was set up in a cleared space with sound systems and lighting. On the stage, a provocatively dressed girl danced energetically. Below the stage, the young elite group drank alcohol and played cards. Apart from the several young elites who played games at noon, there were a few more girls present. Upon seeing Yi Hanqing arrive, everyone welcomed him and invited him to sit down. However, Yi Hanqing waved them off, letting them continue playing as he instructed Wen Run to push him to another isolated booth. The second-generation rich knew he usually didn't like being involved in such raucous gatherings, so they continued their own entertainment when he chose not to join. On the contrary, Uxin and Guo Zongfei came over with their wine glasses, smiling mischievously and trying to persuade him to drink. Yi Hanqing politely took a sip but stopped after one glass. Seeing that they couldn't convince him, Guo Zongfei turned to Wen Run for persuasion. With his shy nature, Wen Run was unable to refuse, and Guo Zongfei, skilled at reading people's weaknesses, quickly cajoled him into drinking 3 cups of alcohol. As Guo Zongfei was about to continue persuading, Yi Hanqing shot him a cold glance, finally making him stop. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Guo Zongfei sat alone sipping his wine without much enthusiasm. Beside them, Uxin seemed to be discussing serious matters with Yi Hanqing. Not interested in trivial details, Guo Zongfei didn't bother listening. He did, however, notice Wen Run looking slightly dazed due to intoxication and decided to strike up a conversation. I felt I'd seen you before somewhere. Oh. You're that rising starlet, aren't you? Initially, he didn't know Wen Run's name, he just found the face familiar. Given his forgetful nature, he hadn't thought much of it until later during a game of CS where he learned the name. Upon recalling, he realized he'd heard it before. When asking others, he discovered Wen Run was an actually famous celebrity. Though he originally thought Wen Run was good-looking and well-behaved, he dared not entertain other thoughts due to Director Yi's intimidating presence. Now, with a bit of sourness mixed in his tone and some alcohol-induced bravery, he leaned closer and whispered, "You're still active in showbiz, how will you handle it once things go public?" With his head propped on his hand, Wen Run looked confused and stared blankly at him. Guo Zongfei murmured, "Well, there shouldn't be a big problem anyway since my dad will definitely support you." This response brought nothing but more confusion to Wen Run. His already clouded mind became even fuzzier. What was he talking about? Seeing Wen Run's confused and blank expression, Guo Zongfei's jealousy faded. He narrowed his eyes, taking a sip of wine, sympathetically thinking about Wen Run's lucky father. Despite being both handsome and obedient, Wen Run also seemed a little dim-witted. Too dumb and slow, when would this guy ever find a mother? Shrugging and scratching his chin, Guo Zongfei thought it was futile envying someone else's catch. He should focus on finding his own match, especially since his skills could surely bring faster results than his father's. After pondering this, he cast a furtive glance at Yi Hanqing still absorbed in discussion nearby, lowering his voice as he asked Wen Run, "Do you have any friends as handsome as you?" He figured if Wen Run looked this good and worked in the entertainment industry, his friends must be equally attractive. How could Wen Run possibly guess his underlying intentions? Drunk and sluggish-brained, he opened his half-lidded eyes and asked, puzzled, "Why are you asking?" Guo Zongfei's eyes gleamed. He certainly wouldn't admit that he wanted to find a boyfriend just as good-looking as Wen Run. So, he concocted a sophisticated-sounding excuse, "I'm investing in a drama recently, haven't picked the actors yet. If you have suitable friends, do recommend them to me." Then he added hastily, "They should be good-looking." Wen Run slowly replied, "Oh, under normal circumstances, he might suspect something, but today being drunk, his brain was foggy, he believed whatever others said. I have 2 roommates." Eagerly, Guo Zongfei asked, "What are their names?" Wen Run truthfully gave the names Lu Zhan and Shen Muchuan. Guo Zongfei didn't pay much attention to the entertainment world previously, naturally he didn't recognize these names. But he could always use Baidu. After entering their pinyin names, their pictures appeared in Baidu image search. Guo Zongfei browsed through their pictures enthusiastically. Indeed, Wen Run's 2 roommates were quite handsome. Lu Zhan was the younger of the 2. He favored the hip-hop style and never dyed his hair the same color twice. His clothing was also very hip-hop themed, with so many holes in his jeans it looked like they couldn't possibly hold together. In demeanor, he appeared even more cocky than Guo Zongfei himself. Guo Zongfei smacked his lips and thought that finding someone exactly like him wouldn't be interesting at all. So, he glanced over Shen Muchuan's pictures. Shen Muchuan was a little older, with handsome features and especially beautiful eyes, dark and deep. Plus, just from the photos, one could see he was serious by nature. He always buttoned his shirts to the topmost button, almost excessively restrained. Guo Zongfei chuckled while scrolling through the photos, thinking how fun it would be to get a serious person to lose their composure. "This Shen Muchuan is not bad," said Guo Zongfei, hiding his ulterior motives as he formally told Wen Run, "He'll do. After we go back, you can introduce him to me." Wen Run simply nodded dumbly. Meanwhile, Yi Hanqing and Uxin were discussing business matters. Apart from overseeing the resort, Uxin had recently started a new real estate company. Originally, he intended to partner with others, but unexpectedly ran into Yi Hanqing, who he now wanted to bring aboard as an investor. The Yi family company specialized in real estate development, not in residential properties, but commercial ones. Yi Hanqing had been involved in managing Yi company before and knew this area inside out. Uxin had long known Yi Hanqing no longer participated in Yi Company's management, yet seeing this opportunity today, he decided to try inviting him into the partnership anyway. Yi Hanqing found this project promising. Uxin fully expected him to take interest but was surprised when Yi Hanqing never gave a definitive answer, instead mentioning that a friend of his was also in real estate and suggested introducing them another day. After hearing this, Uxin didn't dare press further and merely laughed, asking for help connecting them. Of course, Yi Hanqing agreed. Once they concluded their business talk, they clinked glasses again. As Yi Hanqing drank his alcohol, he turned to glance at Wen Run and saw him sitting obediently, hands gripping an empty goblet, eyes glazed over, looking somewhat dazed. Ah. Wen Run finally turned around after 2 seconds upon being called by Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing's brow twitched, he knew this boy was drunk. Coldly, Yi Hanqing glanced at Guo Zongfei, who sat upright trying hard to look innocent, then spoke softly in a soothing tone, "You haven't eaten yet, are you hungry?" Wen Run patted his stomach, slowly furrowing his brows, saying he was indeed hungry. So Yi Hanqing summoned the server and ordered seafood porridge along with some easy-to-digest pastries. Since the kitchen was serving only their group, it worked very efficiently and soon brought over steaming bowls of seafood porridge and various pastries. Steam rose from the porridge. Worrying that Wen Run might forget the heat due to drunkenness, Yi Hanqing placed the small pastries closer to him first so he could eat those. Meanwhile, Yi Hanqing picked up the bowl of porridge and stirred gently with a spoon to cool it down. Guo Zongfei was nearly drooling from staring at this scene, elbowing Uxin and whispering with exaggerated expressions, "Look at my dad. The way he's coddling this kid, anyone saying he has a bad temper again, I'll argue with them." Uxin shot him a sidelong glance, "Shut up and drink your wine." Chapter 36. Wen Run was completely drunk. Although he only had 3 cups of alcohol, the wine that Guo Zongfei brought had a powerful afterkick. Initially, it didn't feel like much, but as time went on, the strength of the wine grew more intense, making him increasingly dizzy. Wen Run couldn't hold his liquor at all. At first, he was still able to talk with Guo Zongfei while drinking, and later, when Yi Hanqing asked him questions, his responses were slow but still comprehensible. However, after eating a couple of bites of pastries, he became thoroughly intoxicated. Fortunately, he had good tolerance for alcohol and wouldn't get angry when drunk. After becoming drunk, he simply sat there stiffly, staring straight ahead with an unfocused gaze. In his hand, he held a small cake that he had bitten into but hadn't swallowed. He just remained there blankly, the crumbs from the cake sticking to the corners of his mouth. Yi Hanqing helplessly took the small cake from his hand and gently wiped the crumbs off his hands and around his mouth. In a soft tone, he said, "Don't keep it in your mouth, swallow it." Wen Run blinked once, as if trying to understand what he said. After quite a while, his throat moved slightly as he swallowed the little piece of cake that he had been holding in his mouth. Afterward, Yi Hanqing picked up the bowl of congee to feed him. The seafood congee had cooled down to a comfortable temperature, so it wouldn't burn his mouth. Yi Hanqing scooped up a spoonful and coaxed, "Open your mouth." After some time, the drunken person obediently opened his mouth wide in an "ah" shape. Yi Hanqing then fed the spoonful of congee into his mouth. Wen Run closed his mouth and slowly chewed, swallowing it. He was probably truly hungry because by the second spoonful, he no longer needed Yi Hanqing to coax him, quickly opening his mouth again. With an unfocused gaze, his drunken eyes stared at Yi Hanqing, as if saying, "I want more." Yi Hanqing thus continued feeding him with a smile. On the side, Uxin and Guo Zongfei watched as if they were seeing a ghost. They'd quietly on one side, neither daring to move nor disrupt the current atmosphere since Yi Hanqing appeared thoroughly enjoying himself, taking care of Wen Run like a happy parent. After eating about half a bowl of congee, Wen Run tightly closed his mouth and refused to eat any more. No matter how Yi Hanqing coaxed him, he wouldn't open his mouth. Instead, his eyes were fixedly gazing at the newly served desserts. Yi Hanqing noticed his line of sight and tentatively pinched a piece and offered it to him. As expected, Wen Run opened his mouth, sticking out his tongue a little, and took the dessert. Afterward, just like before with the congee, after eating one piece, he immediately opened his mouth again, eagerly waiting for more, like a chick awaiting food. Yi Hanqing could only feed him desserts. Yet, worried about indigestion from eating too many sweet cakes late at night, he alternated between feeding him half pieces of desserts and encouraging him to drink a few sips of congee. Eventually, he managed to finish the entire bowl of congee. Wen Run let out a tiny, alcohol-infused belch, realizing he wasn't going to be fed any more delicious treats, he resumed sitting there blankly. "Are you full?" Yi Hanqing asked cautiously. A bowl of seafood congee and a plate of desserts, he figured this should be sufficient. But Wen Run just sat there silently without answering. Unable to help himself, Yi Hanqing reached out his hand, gently placing it over his stomach and stroking it softly. The abdomen was flat, lacking excess fat, different from his own rock-hard abs. When touched, Wen Run's belly felt exceptionally soft, slightly rounded due to being full, making Yi Hanqing reluctant to stop caressing it. He couldn't help but massage it for a bit longer. As Wen Run sat there blankly, he suddenly giggled with a pu-chi sound, then began wriggling his body to escape. His originally misty black eyes now shimmered with moisture as if wetted, finally breaking his silence. His voice was slightly hoarse, soft and weak, almost pleading, "It tickles." Only then did Yi Hanqing realize he was ticklish. Reluctantly pulling his hand away, Yi Hansheng looked at him tenderly. Shall we go back to sleep? Once the tickling sensation disappeared from his waist, Wenrun stopped moving again, blankly staring at him as if not understanding what he was saying. Feeling helpless, Yi Hansheng signaled to Yu Biao and grasped Wenrun's hand, preparing to take him back to rest. Wait a minute. Seeing them about to leave, Guo Zongfei quickly darted out and found a girl, whispering something to her. She then pulled out a box from her handbag and handed it to him. Guo Zongfei snickered wickedly, running back and shoving the small box into Yi Hansheng's hand. Taking a glance, Yi Hansheng saw that it was an entire box of Durex condoms. His brows furrowed slightly, giving Guo Zongfei an ambiguous look, then shifting his gaze to Wenrun, his eyes now carrying a fiery passion. Dad, good night. Laughing cheekily, Guo Zongfei pulled Xin and sprinted away, thinking to himself that he could only help little Wenrun so much. Yi Hansheng's chest rose and fell, closing his eyes momentarily, he suppressed the restless feeling within his heart. He coldly glanced at the small box and tossed it into the trash bin, then gently held Wenrun's hand. What he wanted was Wenrun's heart. There weren't many things in this world that he truly possessed, but what he desired from Wenrun was to have both his person and heart belong to him. Otherwise, he'd rather not have it at all. He had just become familiar with the two of them, and he wouldn't ruin their budding relationship because of a fleeting desire. He couldn't help but recall their first meeting in the office. Back then, all he wanted was for this naive child to endure some hardship and understand the wickedness of human nature. At that time, Wenrun stood humbly before him, blushing, obedient and submissive. Even if he had tried something improper, Wenrun wouldn't have resisted or rejected, instead, he would have silently accepted. Because he had once unintentionally lent a helping hand during Wenrun's most difficult times, making him his benefactor. Wenrun might feel gratitude and admiration toward him, but not necessarily love. Wenrun had always been a compliant and sensible child, pure at heart and easily trusting of others. He could have exploited Wenrun's gratitude to easily coax him, gaining his person. But that wasn't what he truly wanted. Once their relationship became entangled with desire, it would be hard to remain pure. What he wanted was for Wenrun to genuinely care about him, not as a benefactor, not as a boss, nor even as an occasional acquaintance, but as his lover. He did want Wenrun, but more than that, he wanted him to offer himself willingly. Yi Hansheng deeply exhaled, trying his best to suppress the yearning in his heart, gently holding him as they headed back to the wooden cabin. Let's go back. Wenrun obediently let himself be led forward, but the alcohol made his steps unsteady. Yi Hansheng tightly held his hand, slowly walking alongside him. Halfway through, Wenrun's pace visibly slowed. He yawned, rubbing his eyes, and grumbled like a complaint, I'm sleepy. Tired and weary, he didn't want to walk anymore. Seeing how Wenrun acted like a spoiled child, Yi Hansheng chuckled with increasing amusement. He pulled him onto his lap, letting him sit straddling his thighs while supporting his legs with one arm. He coaxed softly, sleep if you're tired, we'll be there soon. Wenrun was truly exhausted. The steaming alcohol made him drowsy, and despite Yi Hansheng's steady embrace, he wriggled uncomfortably a few times before finally succumbing to sleep, burying his face in Yi Hansheng's neck. Yu Biao behind was completely awestruck. Yi Hansheng glanced at him and whispered, push me back, slowly. Thus, the three of them returned. Back in the wooden cabin, Yi Hansheng didn't wake him up but had Yu Biao push him all the way to the side of Wenrun's bed. After removing his shoes, he carefully placed him on the bed. As soon as the weight was off, his legs, which had been pressed for too long, started tingling with pain. His knees below were numb, feeling nothing now. Not bothering with his own discomfort, Yi Hansheng told Yu Biao, bring a basin of hot water. Yu Biao quickly went out and returned with hot water. Yi Hansheng sent him away, personally attending to Wenrun. Wenrun slept soundly, his eyes closed, the thick lashes casting a shadow under his eyes. His cheeks were rosy, his lips neither too thick nor thin, slightly parted, giving him a somewhat silly appearance. Yi Hansheng tested the water temperature, wetting a towel and gently wiping his face. After cleaning his face, he moved on to his body. He hesitated briefly, then rolled up his sweatshirt to clean his upper body, followed by taking off his pants and socks to wash his feet. The clothes Wenrun wore today were personally chosen by him, from inside out. Originally picked based on his estimated size, he hadn't expected how well they fit. Black fabric snugly embraced white parts of his skin, almost dazzling. Yi Hansheng stared at him for a long time before reluctantly looking away. A while later, he glanced back, unable to resist kissing him on the lips and lightly nibbling on them, muttering hoarsely, little drunkard, better not let this happen a third time. Or else he feared he truly wouldn't be able to resist the allure. After cleaning him, Yi Hansheng covered him warmly with blankets and had Yu Biao come in to tidy up the water basin. Then he turned his wheelchair and went outside. The April night was still cold, yet Yi Hansheng couldn't sleep. Sitting by the door, he seemed lost in thought, reminiscing over many things, or perhaps thinking of nothing at all. It seemed that since encountering Wenrun, those past events had all become veiled, blurred and ethereal, no longer capable of easily piercing his heart. He smiled faintly and went back to rest. The next morning, Wenrun woke up in the morning light. Comfortably stretching his limbs, the last trace of drunkenness evaporated entirely. He lifted the covers intending to get up and freshen up, only to realize he fell asleep wearing his sweatshirt without even changing into pajamas. Furrowing his brows in contemplation, his memories only extended to when Guo Zongfei urged him to drink. What happened afterward was completely blank. As he brushed his teeth while staring at his reflection in the mirror, Wen Run thought, probably Mr. Yi had helped him return again. After washing up and heading out, Yi Hansheng was eating breakfast at the dining table. Seeing that he had woken up, Yi Hansheng called Yu Biao to ask for another serving of breakfast. Wen Run felt embarrassed as he hesitantly asked, "Did I lose control from drinking last night?" He really couldn't recall anything that happened after Guo Zongfei urged him to drink, and feared he may have acted out just like Lu Zhan. Yi Hansheng gave a knowing smile and shook his head with a meaningful look under Wen Run's anxious gaze, saying no. Only then did Wen Run let out a sigh of relief, sitting down to eat breakfast together with him. Just as they finished eating, they heard loud chatter coming from outside. Wen Run peeked out of the window and saw it was Guo Zongfei and Yu Xian. Guo Zongfei came specially early in the morning and immediately spotted Wen Run sitting there drinking milk, looking completely fine and healthy. He blinked several times in disbelief, wondering if Wen Run might be exceptionally talented, or maybe nothing bad happened at all. Turning his astonished eyes to Yi Hansheng, Guo Zongfei began sizing Yi Hansheng up, thinking whether it could possibly be true that, because of his injured legs, perhaps other things were also affected. Sympathy filled his face as he stuttered hesitantly, "There's this excellent male doctor at Second Hospital who specializes in men's issues, whatever rare disease, he can cure it. Perhaps you should go." Before he could finish speaking, a glass cup flew toward him. Yi Hansheng glared menacingly, grinding his teeth and growling, "You are asking for death." Startled, Guo Zongfei barely dodged the glass, hiding behind Yu Xian while shouting loudly, "Dad, don't ruin your health over this. You're as strong as ever, it's my fault for misjudging you." Yi Hansheng's veins bulged on his forehead, his expression murderous. Yu Xian yanked the whining Guo Zongfei off from behind him and pushed him aside, coldly sneering, "If you ever die one day, it'll definitely be because of your nasty mouth." Though Guo Zongfei appeared indignant inside, he thought, "I'm only doing this for Dad's happiness." It seems men, no matter how old, detest being told they aren't capable. So Guo Zongfei sighed deeply but didn't dare to say anything more. After breakfast, Yi Hansheng took Wen Run to the shooting range and taught him marksmanship techniques. He had originally planned to teach him yesterday but was interrupted by Guo Zongfei's unexpected arrival, thus postponing it until today. This morning, having angered Yi Hansheng, every time Guo Zongfei got close, Yi Hansheng would give him a chilly glare as though carrying knives in his eyes. Guo Zongfei dared not provoke further, choosing instead to keep quiet. With his disturbance gone, Yi Hansheng and Wen Run concentrated fully, one earnestly teaching, the other studying carefully. Wen Run quickly grasped the skills, needing only to improve accuracy. Occasionally, he could even score an 8 or 9 out of 10. The following 2 days were spent entirely at the shooting range. On the afternoon of the third day, they set off to return to City B. During these 3 days, Wen Run enjoyed himself immensely, feeling a bit reluctant to leave when returning home. The 2-day shooting lessons had brought him closer to Yi Hansheng, making their interactions less awkward and allowing for some casual teasing. Yi Hansheng's mood was also good as he contemplated that bringing the kid out for a trip now and then wasn't bad at all. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that Guo Zongfei followed along as well. He glanced back at the rearview mirror to see Guo Zongfei driving his gaudy red supercar, waving enthusiastically towards them. The 2 vehicles entered City B one after another. Wen Run and Yi Hansheng lived in Songhai Heights, whereas Guo Zongfei did not reside here. As he looked mournfully at Wen Run, intending to suggest staying over, he caught Yi Hansheng's sinister glance. Instantly deflating, he reluctantly agreed, "I'll stay at a hotel." Still, he gave Wen Run a hopeful look, instructing him, "Don't forget to introduce your roommate to me." Confused, Wen Run responded, "Roommate? Which roommate?" Guo Zongfei looked heartbroken, reproaching him, "When we were drinking, you promised. There's a drama I'm investing in which is currently lacking a lead actor. I thought Shin Mushuan would be perfect. Remember to find a time to arrange a dinner meeting with him." Wen Run utterly failed to remember making such a promise. However, if Guo Zongfei indeed had a suitable role, it wouldn't be a bad idea. So he readily agreed, "Send me the script and the filming schedule, and I'll check if Shin Mushuan is available." Guo Zongfei was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't any real script since this was all fabricated to deceive Wen Run, as he'd never ventured into show business before and what he mentioned about missing roles in a crew was a complete fabrication. But naturally, he couldn't tell the truth, so after giving it a second thought, he grinned, "All right, I'll send it to you once I get home." After seeing Wen Run off, Guo Zongfei didn't head to the hotel. Instead, he rushed anxiously to find his older brother. Since he had already spoken the words, he needed to find a script to cover up his lie. Chapter 37. Wen Run and Yi Hansheng parted ways in the hallway, each entering their respective homes. After 3 lively days at the resort, both neighbors felt an emptiness upon returning home. It was already noon when they arrived, and after several hours on the road, Wen Run felt tired, so he decided to take a nap. When he woke up in the afternoon, he found Jing Xian had already come over. Jing Xian and 2 assistants were playing on their phones in the living room. Upon seeing him, one of them greeted, "You're awake. Take a look at the script, we'll be joining the team in a few days." When Run yawned sleepily, rubbed his eyes, and took the script. The recording time for Eat Chicken Tonight had been set for April 11th. He only had less than 3 days of rest left. When Run nestled comfortably into the sofa to read the script, though there wasn't much substantial content within it. This show relied heavily on spontaneous performance, focusing more on celebrities' true reactions. The script merely outlined the general process and things to note. After flipping through it, when Run knew he'd have to rely on his improvisational skills during the recording. He sighed with relief, grateful that he had learned a lot of shooting techniques from Yi Hanqing in the last 3 days, and also sought advice from veterans in the shooting room about wilderness survival experiences, just in case. Hopefully, he wouldn't embarrass himself too much during the recording. Eat Chicken Tonight was always merciless with its guests to create interesting moments, especially in the key games segment where the production spared no expense. This pursuit of authenticity really drew in many fans, but it was hard for the participating guests. Those who could play enjoyed it, but those who couldn't were often met with boos, or worse, harsh criticisms from their fans. Nevertheless, Eat Chicken Tonight maintained high ratings and a good reputation, earning its name as a quality reality show. It remained popular, which is why many stars continued to voluntarily sign up, even if it was challenging. And when Run was one of them. After resting for 2 days at home, he set off quietly to N City. The filming location was on an island near N City. All the guests and the crew arrived at the hotel in N City a day earlier, then took the yacht chartered by the show's production team to reach the island. The island was privately owned and had been prepared beforehand for the shoot, awaiting tomorrow's official start. When Run arrived with his 2 assistants, he spotted 2 familiar figures. Xie Yupan excitedly waved to him, shouting, "Over here, Run." Feeling an unfriendly gaze from Chu Yu, Run coughed slightly and pretended not to notice, walking over to greet them. "Are you two also participating?" Xie Yupan nodded enthusiastically. "I heard it would be thrilling, so I came." She then smirked sideways, just that some people cling like burrs. Who she was referring to was clear. Run wisely didn't reply, asking instead, "I've heard the game settings change every time. Wonder what it'll be this time." "I don't know, but the more exciting, the better." Xie Yupan grinned mischievously. "Run, have you ever played CS?" Run nodded. "I tried it a few days ago, still need more practice." "Leave it to me." Xie Yupan patted him brotherly. "Chu Yu has an amazing aim." Chu Yu, who had been standing quietly next to her, now responded indifferently with a faint By evening, all 6 guests had gathered. Besides Run, Xie Yupan, and Chu Yu, the other 3 were Wang Yu, Zhou Jin, and Chui Yang. Wang Yu was a swimmer who had won multiple championships in various international competitions. With her attractive appearance, she gained numerous fans and was often invited to participate in variety shows. Zhou Jin, 2 years older than Run, was a formally trained young actor who became famous overnight after starring in a big director's movie while still in school. Chui Yang was a singer who rose to fame through talent shows. Her original songs had great singability, earning her the nickname Little Diva in the music scene. All 6 guests enjoyed a fair share of popularity. After getting acquainted the previous night, everyone boarded the yacht early the next morning to head to the island. Standing on the deck, Run could see the island drawing closer in the distance. There seemed to be no buildings on the island, only various trees and plants as far as the eye could see. Regardless of anything else, the scenery was quite impressive. Upon landing, staff went to pitch tents, while the director explained the game rules and things to keep in mind. The chief director was a white and stout middle-aged man who looked very amiable. But every word coming out of his mouth made hearts grow cold. The game this time was set against the backdrop of a battle royale. An aircraft crashed on the deserted island, leaving only 6 criminals in disguise who had survived the crash. These criminals had no family or friends, just hatred and enemies. They all wanted to escape the island and live, but there was only one assault boat on the island, and it could carry only 1 person. The 6 criminals started their hunt and competition for the sole assault boat to survive. Meanwhile, the small island was about to sink, with every passing moment submerging it further underwater. Anyone failing to escape from the flooded area would face death. And even at the end, only 1 person could take the assault boat to leave the island. The game duration was 48 hours. Within that time, killing all the other criminals and finding the boat to escape would be necessary to win. Xie Yupan turned to look at Run with a tragic expression. Run, from now on, we'll be enemies, I won't be able to protect you anymore. Don't blame me, blame the director for being too ruthless. The director heard her words, paused briefly, then said, "Everyone, come over to claim your initial supplies." At that, Xie Yupan immediately fell silent, her eyes lighting up as she focused on the supplies. Besides essential CS gear, there were only a small bottle of mineral water and 2 pieces of bread. Xie Yupan was shocked, pinching the small loaf of bread between her fingers disdainfully. "Director, weren't we supposed to stay on the island for 2 days? Why is there so little food?" The plump director chuckled amiably. "The island is rich in resources, and the rest of the supplies will need to be found by the guests themselves." Xie Yupan was struck speechless. Still chuckling, the director patted his beer belly and said, "Check your equipment for the final inspection. We'll begin in half an hour." With assistance from his assistants, when Run got fully equipped, camouflage uniform, boots, tactical vest, paintball gun, communicator, along with a small bottle of water and 2 pieces of bread. Once everyone had prepared, the guests were taken to 6 different spots to wait. When the director's cheery start came through the communicator, Wen-run left the waiting area to explore the island while the cameraman followed behind with the camera on his shoulder. The uninhabited island was filled with rugged rocks and unidentifiable plants. As Wen-run advanced inward with the gun over his shoulder, the atmosphere grew increasingly tranquil. Apart from the occasional bird call, only the sound of the ocean waves trailing behind him broke the silence. Wen-run walked along, pondering where exactly the assault boat could be. He figured most people would likely stay around the edge of the island to wait. In order to keep things fair, the assault boat would likely be placed equidistantly from them all. That would make the most logical place the center of the island. But the island was vast, without a map or landmarks, making it difficult to find the exact center, so the production team would certainly give some hint. But whether or not there really were hints still needed confirmation. Turning his head to the cameraman, Wen-run asked innocently, "Do you know where the directors hid the clue?" Without hesitation, the cameraman replied, "The director forbade us from disclosing." "Oh." Wen-run drew out the word, smiling slyly, "So there really are clues." The cameraman looked at him with an expression that seemed to say, "You look like a bunny but somehow you're good at tricking people," glaring silently. Wen-run blinked innocently, "I was just asking randomly." "Really?" The cameraman tightened his lips, deciding he wouldn't speak to him again, believing him would mean being tricked for sure. Seeing that he wasn't getting a response, Wen-run resumed thinking as he walked. Where could the directors have hidden the clue? As he thought deeply, he suddenly stopped walking. Standing in place and pondering for a moment, he suddenly remembered something and turned back quickly, heading straight back to the starting waiting zone. Based on his speculation, if the production team truly wanted to leave a clue, the best place would be near the waiting zone. If they hid it elsewhere on the island, it might be hard for the guests to encounter due to its size and lack of fixed paths. Only near the waiting zone, with a bit of carefulness, could one discover the clue. By discovering the initial clue and following its hint step by step, the chances of making a wrong move would decrease significantly. Wen-run carefully searched the waiting zone first but didn't find any deliberately planted clues. He then expanded his search area to around the waiting zone. After searching around the perimeter, Wen-run finally discovered a fallen stone stele beneath dense vines. The stele bore a short inscription which roughly stated that this island had originally been used as a place to imprison criminals. A supply boat would regularly come here with food and it would dock in a forest canyon. Below the text, there was also a simple hand-drawn map pointing to where the said forest canyon was indeed near the center of the island. At the bottom of the map, another line of small print read, "The supply boat only arrives at 6 p.m. every Friday." Wen-run was taken aback for a moment. This was something the director had not mentioned at all. Had they not discovered this stele, it was very likely that this crucial piece of information could have been overlooked, meaning even if one found the correct location, failing to find the supply boat due to timing would still be possible. After memorizing this vital information, Wen-run carefully placed the stele back in its original position, then picked up his gun again and continued his journey forward. Now, armed with the stele's map, Wen-run finally had a clear goal. He walked according to the map for quite a distance until he suddenly heard the sound of trickling water. Investigating further ahead, he saw a small stream winding through the area before him. The clear stream allowed glimpses of fish swimming lazily in the shallows, and immediately Wen-run understood what the director meant by the island being resource-rich. They were actually being put into a genuine desert island survival situation. Wen-run hadn't wanted to drink from the limited bottle of water so far, but seeing fresh water nearby gave him confidence. He drank most of his remaining bottled water, ate one of the pieces of bread, and began to search around the area more thoroughly. Sure enough, his conjecture proved accurate. Not too far from the stream hidden in the grass was a small iron pot along with a flint stone, both items deliberately left behind by the production crew. With these new tools, Wen-run filled the iron pot with water from the stream and collected dry leaves and branches to start a fire. He struck the 2 pieces of flint together, generating sparks amidst the April heat which warmed End City's days considerably. After a bit of patience and effort, some dry leaves caught alight, producing a small cluster of flames. Wen-run encircled these tenderly with his hands, blowing softly to help the embers grow. Soon, the dried leaves burned faster and the flames grew stronger. Next, using some broken stones to build a rudimentary fireplace, he arranged the dried branches inside, and set the iron pot over them, letting the water slowly boil. Once the water boiled, he left it cooling on the side, ready to transfer into his water bottle for carrying. Then, Wen-run went down to the stream again with a long, pointed branch to skewer the unsuspecting fish, just as clueless and slow-moving as expected. He managed to easily catch 2. Since there were no knives available, he simply found a sharp-edged rock to scrape off the scales, washed the fish clean, skewered them on the stick, and roasted them over the fire. The boiled water was set aside to cool, prepared to refill his water bottle later. As Wen-run patiently waited for the fish to roast, he suddenly recognized an increasingly familiar voice approaching in the distance, clearly Xiaopan's. It chattered noisily in complaint, "The director really is so cruel, why didn't he leave any food for us? I'm starving. 2 pieces of bread are nowhere near filling my stomach." Before Wen-run could manage to hide himself and the supplies, Xiaopan's voice abruptly rose in pitch as she shrieked, "I smell roasting fish. Chapter 38. Xiaoyu climbed hastily towards Wenrun. The cameraman, out of breath, followed her closely with a camera on his shoulder, sweating profusely. "Don't move," Wenrun warned, raising the gun cautiously at her. Xiaoyu barely managed to stop in her tracks. Her eyes passed over him and landed on the grilled fish before they turned back to him with an expression full of grievances. "Wen Xiaorun, am I not your little sweetheart anymore?" Wenrun raised his chin very coldly and reminded her, "We are enemies now, either you die or I perish." "All right." Xiaoyu's eyes glinted fiercely as she snatched the gun she had been carrying behind her back and threw it mercilessly to the ground. "Fine, now I'm your captive, you can't mistreat me." Wenrun was taken aback for a moment, seemingly not expecting such a move. Thus, he cautiously confiscated her weapon, removed the bullets, then after some thought, returned the empty gun to her. Xiaoyu rubbed her hands together, squatted by the campfire, and looked greedily at the fish that had been roasted to a golden brown. Wenrun took one down, wrapped it in large clean leaves, and handed it to her, instructing, "The fish hasn't had its innards removed, so just eat the outer layer of meat." Xiaoyu nodded quickly like a chick pecking at grains. She was genuinely starving. It had been painful enough being ordered by her agent to lose weight, and then participating in this variety show made matters worse. Walking such a long way without food was absolutely heartrending. She couldn't care less about the heat now, blew on the fish twice, bit into it, chewed a few times, swallowed in one gulp, and sighed contentedly saying, "It's delicious." Wenrun also picked up another piece and took a bite. The surface of the fish was roasted to a crisp, but the inside was tender and didn't have too many bones. Even though no seasoning was added, it wasn't overly fishy due to the quality of the fish from the stream. Just cooking it like this still tasted quite good. Xiaoyu finished her portion quickly and licked her lips, feeling like she could eat more. Her eyes darted around until they focused on the fish swimming in the stream. She flattered Wenrun with a negotiation, "I'll catch a few more. Can you roast them for me?" Wenrun hesitated for a while and then nodded, "But you need to agree to one condition." "What condition?" Wenrun thought for a moment, gestured her closer, whispered something to her. Xiaoyu first gave him a look of, "How could you," then frowned, showed some hesitation, and after deliberating for half a while, bit her teeth and stamped her foot, "Deal." Wenrun then smiled and said, "So, how many more do you want to eat?" Xiaoyu extended her fingers to indicate 3. Although these small fish from the creek had good quality flesh, their size was not large, only about the size of an adult's palm. A single one would hardly satisfy anyone. Wenrun went back to catching fish, gathering 8 or 9 more, roasting them according to the same method. He then let Xiaoyu keep an eye on the fire while he went back into the forest to pick wild fruits. Along the way, he discovered that there were quite a few fruit-bearing trees on the island. He planned to return with some edible ones. He found a large leaf, rolled it into a cylindrical shape, placed the harvested fruits inside, and carried them back only after filling it with a good amount. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyu reached out to grab the fruits but was slapped away by Wenrun. "Let's try if they're safe to eat first." Xiaoyu then reluctantly withdrew her hand, looking curiously at him. "How do we try?" Wenrun flipped the roasted fish, stuffed some branches underneath, and afterward, took a red fruit, breaking it into 2 halves. First, he smelled it, then rubbed one half against the inside of his arm twice. After that, he told Xiaoyu to stretch out her hand, rubbing similarly on the inside of her arm, smearing the juice. "What's this for?" Xiaoyu wondered, confused. Wenrun replied, "To check if it's poisonous. Generally, avoid eating wild fruits that taste similar to almonds. Then smear the juice onto the skin. If within half an hour the skin shows no adverse reactions such as redness or itching, it means it's edible." At this point, Xiaoyu finally understood and exclaimed, "How do you know all this?" Wenrun smiled, eyes bent like crescents. "Before recording the episode, wasn't I playing CS? I asked retired soldiers there." While speaking, he kept turning the fish while roasting it. Half an hour later, Xiaoyu already held a freshly cooked fish again to eat. Wenrun additionally packed 2 pieces of grilled fish in large tree leaves, handing each of the follow-up teachers 1 piece. The follow-up teachers had been following throughout the process. Guests had nothing to eat, and they had no time to eat. Wenrun's cameraman suddenly became very vigilant, shaking his hand and not taking the fish. He even stepped back cautiously as if Wenrun were some ferocious beast. Xiaoyu's cameraman didn't understand why he had such a big reaction. Since Battle Royale was highly flexible, apart from being responsible for shooting, the cameraman also had to subtly guide the guests when they strayed too far off course, provided no critical clues were revealed. The cameraman could interact with the guests, and if there were any comedic moments, the post-production team would often edit them in. Therefore, giving the cameraman a piece of fish wasn't really against any rules. Moreover, the cameraman was genuinely hungry. After thanking him, the cameraman accepted the fish with one hand and began to eat it slowly. Wenrun's cameraman, having betrayed his colleague, looked around for a bit before finally succumbing to temptation and grabbing the fish that Wenrun had placed before him. After eating the fish, Wenrun checked his arm where he had applied the wild fruit juice, finding no adverse reactions. He then went to the creek to wash the fruits. After the two had their fill of food and drink, they filled their water bottles and caught 4 more fish, placing them into a small iron pot which they tied with vines for easy carrying so they'd have fish to eat even if they didn't come across a stream by evening. With everything tidied up, the two extinguished the fire and gathered their supplies before continuing on their journey again. The two moved at a leisurely pace, appearing much like people on a field trip if not for the presence of the two cameramen trailing behind them. From time to time, upon seeing edible fruits or mushrooms, they would wrap them up with leaves to take along. What they didn't know was that the rotund and amiable-looking chief director, upon witnessing this scene, let out a chilling laugh, "Get ready for the first wave of the tide." As a result, the leisurely advancing Wenrun and Xiaoyu suddenly heard a cold mechanical voice through their communication devices, "The island is about to flood. Please leave the flooding area immediately. In 20 minutes, the tide will submerge the peripheral areas. In 20 minutes, the tide will submerge the peripheral areas." Their communicators kept beeping incessantly. Xiaoyu opened her mouth wide and looked at Wenrun, bewildered, asking, "Where do we run?" Having reviewed the map, Wenrun of course knew where to go. However, he didn't want to reveal his plan just yet, and so pretended to look extremely panicked as he pointed randomly, "Run forward first, otherwise, we'll drown." Thus, the two stopped their idyllic outing, hoisted their supplies, slung their guns over their backs, and took off running. They ran for a while but couldn't continue, switching to fast walking as they puffed and panted, not knowing how long they had been moving, until finally, the communicator stopped its frenzied alarms. Xiaoyu flopped down onto the ground and anxiously glanced at the fish in Wenrun's arms, asking, "Did you drop the fish?" Wenrun was stunned by her dogged attachment to food, following suit and looking down. Fortunately, though quite a bit of water had splashed out of the iron pot and two of the fish had started flipping over onto their backs, they were still alive. Both sat panting heavily on the ground for quite some time. Just as they were about to get up and move on, they heard someone speaking from somewhere nearby. Startled, Wenrun set down the small iron pot, grabbed his gun, and peeked out from amidst the grass. It was Wang Yu and Zhou Jin who spoke. They approached from the other side, approximately 10 meters away. Both were somewhat breathless, evidently having rushed over after hearing the "Tide Alert" message. Wenrun and Xiaoyu exchanged glances and signaled each other to remain quiet. Wang Yu and Zhou Jin had formed a temporary alliance, walking shoulder to shoulder forward. Wang Yu said, "Let's find a place to rest for a moment." "I can't walk anymore." Zhou Jin nodded, "We should look for some more food." Wang Yu suggested, "Why don't we split up and search, and then regroup here?" "Alright, I'll check it out over there first." Rising, Zhou Jin turned toward the left, when all of a sudden 3 gunshots, bang bang bang, rang out from behind. The number on Zhou Jin's tactical vest rapidly fell from 3 to 0. Looking down at the electronic display screen, Zhou Jin turned disbelievingly to face Wang Yu, a look of betrayal written all over his face. "I thought of you as my teammate, but you ambushed me." Wang Yu tilted her head and grinned sweetly, "Well, all's fair in war." She had a naturally pure and innocent appearance, dressed in camouflage clothes and wearing a bun, looking particularly upright and harmless. Zhou Jin had met her early in the morning when neither had leads on the assault boat nor any food, so they shook hands and agreed to temporarily ally, deciding to eliminate the others first. But after the first rise of the tide, when they both rushed hastily out of the flooded zone, she immediately shot him from behind once the alarm was lifted. Although Zhou Jin found her actions infuriating, he couldn't bring himself to get angry. So he threw her the remaining bullets and the little bread loaf he had left, and was led away from the island by his cameraman. After Wang Yu packed her things, she looked around as if trying to figure out the direction. After a brief moment of observation, she headed forward resolutely. When Run squinted his eyes, that road led correctly to the forest canyon. The fact that Wang Yu walked so decisively suggested that she had likely found a stone monument with the map carved on it. While Xiaoyu was still confused, Wen Run had already quietly extended his gun barrel, aiming at Wang Yu. After one gunshot, Wang Yu was hit on her back. Before Wen Run could pull the trigger again, she quickly dived into the nearby bushes. Losing sight of his target, Wen Run dared not to shoot again and expose himself. From the patch of grass where Wang Yu was hiding, there came some rustling sounds, and shortly after, everything went quiet again. It seemed that Wang Yu couldn't find their hiding place and had run away first. The two of them crouched in the grass for a little longer to confirm that Wang Yu had indeed gone before they let out a sigh of relief. Xiaoyu brushed the grass bits and dead leaves off her clothes and muttered, "Who would have thought someone as harmless looking as Wang Yu would fire a black shot from behind?" She then turned to glance at Wen Run with indignation and added, "And you? Looking honest but actually rotten inside." Wen Run scratched his face without refuting and said, "It's not early anymore. Let's walk further ahead and then find a place to rest. I'll make you some mushroom fish soup." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu immediately became cheerful. "Then we should pick more wild fruits on the way. They look ugly, but they're pretty tasty." At this point, the two cameramen trailing behind simultaneously twitched the corners of their mouths, thinking how easy these two were to please. Chapter 39. After walking a little further, Xiaoyu, being of an outgoing nature and unable to stay quiet, chattered away to Wen Run all the way. Later, somehow the conversation turned to Chuyu, and she somewhat deflatedly said, "We haven't encountered him yet, could he already be dead?" But any elimination would be announced through the contestants' communication devices, and Chuyu's name had never been mentioned. She had originally hoped that Chuyu could help her and Wen Run effortlessly win, but who would have thought the show producers created such a bad background, making it so no one could rely on anyone. "Are you really looking forward to my death so much?" Suddenly, a person emerged from the nearby woods, and Chuyu looked dark-faced. If I die, you'll have to become a widow. Xiaoyuban was startled and stepped back, reacting after a moment before spitting at him. We're not even married, who's going to be a widow for you? Shameless. Chuyu didn't argue verbally with her, instead, his unfriendly gaze fell upon Wenrun. He lifted the muzzle of his gun and aimed it at him while saying to Xiaoyuban, come over here. Xiaoyuban immediately panicked when she saw his posture, opening her arms wide to shield Wenrun in front of her, like a hen protecting her chick. What are you going to do? He's my ally. Chuyu's veins bulged in his forehead, and his expression grew increasingly gloomy. He's the enemy. Not listening to reason, Xiaoyuban retorted, then I am also the enemy. Are you going to shoot me too? You're different. Seeing her adamant determination to protect Wenrun, Chuyu's look towards Wenrun became sharp enough to pierce steel knives. Wenrun shrank his neck under his glare, hiding quietly behind Xiaoyuban like a chicken. He already knew Chuyu definitely wouldn't see him favorably. Xiaoyuban didn't stop there, starting to argue more nonsensically, I don't care. If you kill Wenrun, who will cook mushroom fish soup for me? You. Chuyu was speechless. Taking advantage of his silence, Xiaoyuban pressed her attack, asking even more assertively, do you have food? Can you cook? Without Wenrun, what will we eat? Chuyu. He remained silent for quite some time before finally conceding, putting away his gun, and speaking in a dark voice, let's go. Unseen by him, Xiaoyuban made a face at him and winked at Wenrun. Wenrun smiled as he considered that the strategy of gaining Xiaoyuban's trust first was indeed correct. Chuyu found him annoying, and if they met head-on, Chuyu would surely take action against him first. But with Xiaoyuban in the mix, things were different. With Chuyu leading ahead, Xiaoyuban followed feeling secure. Along the way, she searched without restraint for edible food, and Wenrun trailed at the end, observing the direction Chuyu was heading. Judging from his movements, he probably also found a stone tablet and understood the correct route. They walked intermittently, eventually finding a small spring by dusk. Given the time left in the day, they decided to camp here. Xiaoyuban dragged Chuyu to gather branches while Wenrun cleaned the fish and mushrooms beside the spring. When the two returned carrying dry branches and leaves, Wenrun lit a fire to boil water. First, he boiled a pot of drinking water, refilled their water bottles, and then cooked the fish soup. The fish were cut into pieces using a sharp stone flake, mixed with the gathered mushrooms, and put into the pot. Next to it, another fire was kindled to roast the remaining 2 fish. After eating the fish and sharing a bunch of bananas they had collected, all 3 were satisfied. By this time, the sun had set completely, leaving only the red glow of the evening clouds. Wenrun suggested picking a few larger banana leaves to make makeshift beds. They needed to spend the night on the island and had to resolve their rest issues themselves. These banana leaves were big enough, and stacking 2 of them could serve as a crude bed. After collecting the banana leaves and finding a relatively flat high ground, the trio spread out their beds and lay down. At this point, the cameraman had gone elsewhere to rest. Without cameras, Chuyu took off his camouflage jacket and handed it to Xiaoyuban, furrowing his brow and asking, why are you staying so far away from me? Reluctantly accepting the jacket, Xiaoyuban dragged her banana leaf closer to him, reclining again. Not wanting to intrude, Wenrun naturally distanced himself. Hearing the noise from the other side, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Resting his head on his arms, he gazed at the sky now dyed ink black and for some reason suddenly thought of Yi Hanqing. If Yi Hanqing were here, he would most likely not have to do anything and just follow along for a victory. Thinking about this, Wenrun felt a little down. Yi Hanqing seemed capable of everything. He remembered the expressions on his face when he taught him CS tactics. His eyes were very dark, his facial features extremely hard-edged, and his thin lips moved with an assuring and trustworthy tone. Not knowing what he was doing right now. After returning from the resort, it seemed like the distance between the two had widened again. Perhaps when they get back, she could make some snacks and send them over. Wenrun closed his eyes, lost in these aimless thoughts, drifting off to sleep without noticing. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, the 3 got up, ate a bit to fill their stomachs, tidied up the area, and set off once more. Xiaoyuban and Chuyu were in front while Wenrun trailed behind. With plenty of time, they didn't rush. As they passed by a cluster of banana trees, Xiaoyuban was about to check for any ripe bananas when suddenly she heard a gunshot. Take cover. Chuyu protected her. The shot had come from within the banana grove where someone must be hiding. Fortunately, the shooter wasn't very accurate and failed to ambush them successfully. The trio hid in the woods opposite the banana grove. Xiaoyuban and Chuyu stayed together, whereas Wenrun hid behind another tree. Both sides were aware of each other's presence and exchanged a few shots experimentally. Realizing neither side could hit their target, the opposing party slowly retreated into the distance. After stepping out from behind the trees, Chuyu turned towards Xiaoyuban, who hadn't fired a single shot, and asked with confusion, "What's wrong with your gun?" When playing CS before, Xiaoyuban always liked to randomly shoot non-stop, impossible to restrain. Xiaoyuban glanced at Wenrun and slyly fibbed, "I've run out of bullets." Given her past behavior, Chuyu didn't suspect her and detached half his magazine to give her, saying helplessly, "Use them sparingly." Oh, Xiaoyuban accepted reluctantly, stealing a glance at him. She noticed the man, whose face usually appeared sour, wearing an expression that was 1/3 annoyance and 7/10 affection, making her momentarily regret her betrayal. I'll just give the bullets back to you anyway since I can't hit anything. Seeing her hesitating with just a few bullets in hand, Chiyu snatched her gun to load them for her and said unhappily, it's not as if we're lacking your few bullets. Xiaoyuban immediately felt even guiltier and kept glancing at Wenrun. She patted the gun and thought inwardly, sorry, Wenruxiao, don't blame me for being fickle, it has always been customary to sell out friends. Sorry, but I've decided to side with my husband. Friendship is ultimately no match for love. Farther away, Wenrun grew increasingly cold as she continued to look at him, believing that Xiaoyuban was likely to prioritize romance over friendship and betray their camaraderie. Therefore, when there was a chance for them to split up to search for food, he quietly slipped away. Xiaoyuban was still agonizing over how to tell Chuyu about her shady deal with Wenrun. Before she resolved her dilemma, she realized Wenrun had already disappeared after heading out. This gave her a sudden foreboding feeling, prompting her to ask Chuyu, where's Wenrun? Did he return? Chuyu shook his head, he said he heard water flowing and went to check if there was a nearby stream. There's absolutely no stream around here. Xiaoyuban blurted anxiously, he definitely guessed I don't want to help him anymore, fearing I'd join forces with you against him, so he ran. Chuyu paused briefly, narrowing his eyes at her. What do you mean, guessed? Since when did you team up with him? Why don't I know about it? Realizing she'd revealed too much, Xiaoyuban covered her mouth and stared innocently at him. Xiaoyuban. Chuyu clenched his teeth, asking sharply in a low tone, you intend to gang up on me with another man? Xiaoyuban furiously denied with 3 gestures, I didn't, I haven't, and it's none of my business. What exactly happened? Chuyu knew instantly that she was nervous and mocked, explain yourself clearly. Hey. Seeing his genuine anger, Xiaoyuban hung her head in contrition, I only betrayed you because circumstances forced me to. Besides, I didn't really help him anyway. Doesn't this count as defecting for love? You shouldn't be so petty. Then she blabbered on and confessed all about her underhanded deals with Wenrun. Chuyu's smile was extremely bitter, so just for some roasted fish, you sold me, your fiancé. Xiaoyuban lowered her head shamefacedly and muttered, isn't it obvious I regretted it before selling myself out completely? Chuyu slanted a glance at her, is that all? Nothing else hidden from me? Not really. Xiaoyuban pondered seriously for a moment before timidly adding, also, all my bullets were taken by Wenrun. So all those times the bullets were fired into the air were lies, she had actually betrayed him for some roasted fish, giving away all the bullets in the process. Chuyu was so angry he couldn't speak. After a moment of fluctuation in his gaze, he said finally, after we return, I'll learn to cook. Don't be such a disgrace in the future. Xiaoyuban, knowing she was in the wrong, meekly replied with an oh. As for Wenrun, after sneaking off, he didn't go too far before encountering the second flood tide. By the time he reached a safe zone, it was already noon. He compared the surrounding environment with the map and estimated that the forest canyon wasn't far from here, so he decided to find some food to fill his stomach first. Unfortunately, he ran straight into allies Wen Yu and Chu Ian. They exchanged a few random shots, but no one was hit. Wenrun hid behind a tree, looking for an escape opportunity. But the 2 opponents thought he was alone, which would give them a great advantage as they took turns firing at him whenever he tried to flee. With little options, he devised a plan to drive a wedge between them. The 2 were only about 15 meters apart when Wenrun shouted from behind a tree, Wang Yu, you just shot Zhou Jian in the back yesterday. And now today, you're trying to trick Chu Ian to ally with you again. You're lying. You won't break the bond between me and Ian, Wang Yu replied calmly, pretending to be unaffected, then warned Chu Ian nearby, don't fall for his tricks. Wenrun continued, I'm not lying. Yesterday, Xiaoyuban and I saw it with our own eyes. I even fired a bullet at you. Now, aren't you down to 2 lives? Chu Ian unconsciously glanced at her electronic display. The number indeed showed 2, and they hadn't encountered Wenrun before. Suspicion started creeping into her eyes. Wenrun went on, Ian, don't be fooled by Wang Yu's looks. Why don't we form an alliance instead? I guarantee I won't betray my teammate like Wang Yu does. Just as Chu Ian was about to say something, she noticed Wang Yu turning her gun toward her. Quick to react, Chu Ian immediately ducked behind a nearby tree. Wang Yu missed with 2 shots and moved to hide elsewhere. Taking this chance, Wenrun flanked her and fired another unexpected shot. He loudly told Chu Ian, Wang Yu is down to 1 life left. Encouraged by this news, Chu Ian knew where Wang Yu was hiding, risking getting shot, and opened fire 3 consecutive times toward Wang Yu's cover. As the last bullet landed, a message broadcasted over the communication device, Wang Yu eliminated. Helplessly, Wang Yu put down her gear, gave them a thumbs up, and said, I'll wait for you outside the island. She followed the crew out, while Wenrun picked up her gun, unloaded the magazine, and counted, saying, there are only 3 bullets left. How many do you have? Chu Ian counted hers and responded, I have 5 bullets left. Wenrun said, alright, since I have 6 bullets, I'll share with you 2 for 1. Saying this, he handed over 2 bullets to Chu Ian. Grateful, Chu Ian loaded her bullets and walked alongside him. At this point, Wen-run no longer hid the fact that he knew the route and truthfully told Chu Yiyan the location of the speedboat. Chu Yiyan was amazed. Wen-run confirmed that his guess was correct. She hadn't seen the stone tablet and didn't know about the intentionally hidden key information. While walking, they chatted idly. Chu Yiyan curiously asked, "Weren't you allied with Xie Yuban? Why did you split up?" Wen-run sighed, wrinkling his face as he said, "We met Chu Yu." Chu Yiyan instantly understood, smiling mischievously and commenting, "You're really lucky to have escaped unscathed." Walking and laughing, they covered a stretch of distance before hearing the sound of water flow from afar. Wen-run stopped in his tracks and lowered his voice, "We must be close. Be careful. Chu Yu knows about the forest canyon, they might be coming." Chu Yiyan nodded, and both of them ceased their idle chat, cautiously moving forward under cover. Wen-run concealed himself in a high spot, carefully observing the surroundings, but didn't see Chu Yu or Xie Yuban anywhere. Hiding in the grass, he gestured a signal to Chu Yiyan hiding elsewhere, instructing her to move forward. Just after exchanging signals, Wen-run crouched low and moved ahead cautiously. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed in his ear. A bullet struck the rock next to him. Wen-run swiftly flattened his body, alertly shifting sideways without touching the wild grass. Sure enough, once he moved, another bullet flew past from the opposite direction, precisely hitting where he had been moments ago. Wen-run hid calmly in the grass, quietly extending a segment of his gun barrel to shoot toward their estimated position. After firing a bullet, he heard a faint cry from the patch of grass diagonally to their side. The grass then swayed as if someone was moving. Wen-run carefully aimed and fired 2 more shots. Just after him, Chu Yiyan also shot. After both of them finished a burst of fire, they heard an announcement through their communicators, "Chu Yu has been eliminated." Chu Yu himself had been shot once, but managed to block 2 bullets for Xie Yuban, resulting in an honorable elimination. "I'll fight you guys to the death." Enraged, Xie Yuban ran out with her gun and let off a continuous stream of fire. Within moments, she exhausted her remaining bullets. She herself was killed in action. At this point, the only ones left were Wen-run and Chu Yiyan. They promptly tore up their alliance agreement, quickly finding cover behind obstacles without giving another thought to Xie Yuban or Chu Yu's discarded supplies. Xie Yuban gritted her teeth, looked around but could not find where Wen-run was hiding. Fuming, she shouted loudly, "Wen Xiaorun, I won't forgive you unless you treat me to dinner after this show." That cunning rabbit had truly fooled her completely. Wen-run remained silent. Once Chu Yu and Xie Yuban left the island, only Wen-run and Chu Yiyan faced each other. Wen-run hid behind a large tree, searching for Chu Yiyan's position. He calculated how many bullets Chu Yiyan probably had left. He knew she wouldn't have many. As for him, apart from his own bullets, he had also confiscated 10 rounds from Xie Yuban. In terms of ammunition, he held an absolute advantage. After observing secretly for a moment, Wen-run took a few shots to test Chu Yiyan. The last 2 shots seemed to hit near her, causing the grass to move before retreating in another direction. With a curve of his lips, Wen-run wasted no time taking another 2 shots at the swaying grass. Although he wasn't great at hitting moving targets, he had plenty of bullets. After sending out 5 or 6 shots, Wen-run estimated that she must have been hit by at least 1. He then deliberately exposed his hiding spot, provoking Chu Yiyan into counterattacking and firing 2 shots in his direction. Using the tree as cover, Wen-run evaded these bullets and then continued to expose himself, casually, to lure Chu Yiyan further. Chu Yiyan fired 4 or 5 more times, then fell silent. This time, Wen-run no longer hid, stepping entirely out from behind the tree. Indeed, Chu Yiyan did not fire at him. This confirmed his guess that she had run out of bullets. "I lost." Chu Yiyan emerged from her hiding place, raising an eyebrow at Wen-run and saying, "The number of bullets you mentioned earlier, you were lying. You definitely didn't just have 7. Wen-run gave her 2 more empty shots as a final gesture, and hearing the broadcast confirmation on the communicator, he smiled and answered her, "Xie Yuban's bullets are all here with me." Chu Yiyan opened her mouth wide, muttering, "Xie Yuban was right after all, you're too sly." Wen-run coughed lightly, laughing and replying, "All's fair in love and war." With the filming crew, Chu Yiyan departed the island, leaving Wen-run to head alone towards the forest canyon. After playing hide-and-seek with 3 others, quite some time had passed. It was now evening, and there was less than half an hour before the speedboat reached the island. Wen-run simply found a clean rock and sat down with his gun while waiting. On time, a narrow speedboat slowly approached along the flow of the canyon river. Aside from the driver, there was a conspicuously tied-up rooster on the boat. Confused, Wen-run initially thought he was seeing things. When the speedboat stopped at the shore, he stepped closer for a look and indeed saw a proudly upright rooster. Amused but exasperated, he waved to the cameraman and then boarded the speedboat. Staring cross-eyed at the rooster, he was carried away from the island. As for the poor rooster, once all 6 guests gathered together, it was sent to the restaurant kitchen and made into a hot pot. It ended up being consumed by the 6 participants, appropriately justifying the title of the reality show, Chicken Dinner Tonight. After the recording of the variety show ended, Wen-run rested at a hotel overnight before returning to City B the next day with his 2 assistants. He arrived home at around 8 in the morning. While passing the Yi family's house on the way out of the elevator, his steps unconsciously slowed down. He perked up his ears, but unfortunately, the apartment had excellent soundproofing and there was no audible movement inside. Still hesitating, Wen-run pondered whether Yi might already be heading to work. Before he could contemplate further, he had shuffled back to his front door. With no choice, he entered, dismissed his assistants to rest, and proceeded to take a long nap. 2 days later, upon hearing that Wen-run had returned, Guo Songfei showed up with a script. Guo Songfei, who had originally just dyed a streak of silver hair, had turned his entire head silver gray. Combined with his slightly cold features, torn jeans, and red sneakers, he appeared as cool as ever. When he wasn't smiling, Guo Songfei looked like aristocrat, but once he grinned, he resembled a husky that had swallowed an energy pill. Guo, husky, Songfei chuckled as he moved closer to Wen-run. I've brought the script over. When should we call up Shen Muchuan and have dinner together? Chapter 40. Wen-run had originally thought that Guo Songfei must have long forgotten this matter. After all, at the time he said he would send the script over as soon as he got back to the hotel. However, nothing happened afterwards. Wen-run assumed it was just empty talk. Unexpectedly, he actually still remembered and came specially to look for him. Wen-run flipped through the script and roughly examined it, discovering that it was a modern criminal investigation drama. Moreover, it featured 2 male leads. Male lead 1 was a detective who, after graduating from the police academy, continued to fight on the front lines, establishing numerous achievements and becoming the captain of the detective team before reaching 30 years of age. Male lead 2 was a certain gang boss, refined and handsome yet crafty and cunning. The cases investigated by male lead 1 were mostly closely related to male lead 2. The screen time of both male leads was approximately equal, with many confrontational scenes. As male lead 1 pursued investigations, the identity of male lead 2 gradually came to light, leading to the exposure of an old case and revealing male lead 2's true identity. The final outcome of the story was, the gang was broken up, the head of the organization hiding behind the scenes was imprisoned, and the young captain died in the line of duty. Male lead 2's undercover identity was revealed, and as a teammate, he saw male lead 1 off on his last journey. The entire story had a tight pace, with the intricate cases intriguing to investigate. Indeed, it was an excellent script. Moreover, the image of male lead 1 suited Shen Muchuan perfectly. Shen Muchuan was tall with a rugged appearance, having a strong masculine charm. He could absolutely embody the silent but reliable detective captain character. Guo Songfei's insight wasn't bad, Wen-run reflected internally. However, what Wen-run didn't know was that in order to find a male lead so fitting for Shen Muchuan's image, Guo Songfei had spent 2 whole days pestering his brother in his office. Guo Big Brother was thoroughly annoyed and, out of desperation, pulled some strings to get such a script. I'll call Shen Muchuan and check when he will be available. Wen-run believed this script looked quite reliable. Shen Muchuan should be interested, so he went onto the balcony to make the call to Shen Muchuan. Unfortunately, Shen Muchuan was attending an event these past few days and wasn't in City B. I'll be back early on the day after tomorrow morning, and I'll have time in the afternoon. Shen Muchuan wasn't an unreasonable person. He trusted Wen-run's judgment. If he said he would be interested, then there wouldn't be any harm in taking a look. Wen-run agreed, then I'll decide the location and inform you once it's confirmed. As soon as the phone hung up, Guo Songfei approached immediately. Did he agree? Wen-run replied, he isn't in City B, he'll return on the day after tomorrow, let's meet in the afternoon. Guo Songfei was delighted, then I'll decide the place, if it works out, I'll treat you to food. Suddenly realizing he almost said something foolish, Guo Songfei quickly recovered. What kind of cuisine does Shen Muchuan like? Any dietary restrictions? Wen-run didn't hear clearly about what he said before, and upon reflecting for a moment, replied, he's not picky, but he prefers spicy food. Guo Songfei happily responded, alright, then I'll head home first. See you on the day after tomorrow. On the day of their dinner meeting, Guo Songfei tidied himself up early and waited in the restaurant private room. Since Shen Muchuan liked spicy food, he especially reserved this Yunanese cuisine restaurant. Wen-run arrived second, wearing casual attire with sunglasses and a mask, completely covering himself. Shen Muchuan arrived shortly behind him, with the same equipment. They only removed their disguises once they entered the private room. After sitting down, Wen-run, as the intermediary, introduced each other. Shen Muchuan slightly nodded, extending his right hand with a smile, second young master, nice to meet you. Guo Songfei boldly scrutinized him, inwardly satisfied. Today, Shen Muchuan wore a simple style shirt and western pants. His shirt buttons were indeed fastened to the top button, right below his Adam's apple. On his neatly pressed shirt sleeves, he pinned 2 black gemstone cuffs, and on his left wrist was a watch with a large design style. Just like the man himself, it gave off a sense of low-key stability. Even his extended hand was distinctively bony, slender, and strong. Guo Songfei reached out to shake hands with him, discovering his skin color was slightly darker than his own but not dark enough to be called tanned, rather a wildish wheat color. Guo Songfei's eyes wandered everywhere, finding this man more and more to his taste. In bed, he'd definitely have enough stamina. Shen Muchuan seemed to notice something and slightly raised his eyelids to glance at him. Their eyes met just in time with Guo Songfei unabashedly gazing with heated interest. Unperturbed by being caught staring, Guo Zongfei even flashed him what he thought was a suave and charming grin. Shen Muchuan shifted his gaze away, browsing through the script in his hands. What Wen Run said was correct, this script truly intrigued him, it was just unfortunate. After a brief moment of contemplation, he asked, when does filming start? Guo Zongfei replied, filming begins officially at the end of June, and it shouldn't conflict with your schedule. Shen Muchuan slightly raised his eyebrows, looking at him with a half smile. How does second young master know my schedule? Guo Zongfei chuckled. I naturally have ways to find out. Shen Muchuan placed the script on the table, saying indifferently, unfortunately, your information might be incorrect, I've already taken another role in June. Guo Zongfei frowned, his thin lips puckering in annoyance. He had specifically checked Shen Muchuan's availability for June before suggesting this date. Could it really be that his information was wrong? Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be June, Guo Zongfei smiled again, pushing the script towards him. The time isn't an issue. As long as you're willing to take it, we'll start filming whenever you're available. Shen Muchuan didn't expect him to be so shameless, misunderstanding his subtleties. He decided to clarify, responding warmly but firmly, my schedule is truly packed, second young master, you should consider someone else. But Guo Zongfei played the fool. No, no one suits better than you. Their back-and-forth conversation masked an underlying tension beneath the surface of seeming harmony. Shen Muchuan saw through his ulterior motives and simply regarded him as a hedonistic young master. Not wanting to completely antagonize him, he merely used the excuse of conflicting schedules, hoping Guo Zongfei would recognize his cue and gracefully bow out. However, Guo Zongfei wasn't the type to withdraw easily, facing resistance was more his style. As these two men were exchanging sharp wits, Wen Run's mind had already wandered elsewhere, all because of the person outside the window. Their private room was located on the second floor, next to Wen Run stood a large one-way floor-to-ceiling window offering an excellent view of the ground-level activities below. In front of the restaurant, parked across the street, was a black Rolls-Royce. A handsome man with a straight posture turned the modified wheelchair from the rear seat down, then he walked around to the passenger side, opened the door and respectfully stepped back, allowing an elegant and beautiful lady to descend from the passenger seat. Wen Run stared unblinking as the normally cold Yi Hanqing actually gave the woman a smile, to which she also bent down slightly and spoke to him, laughing. Subsequently, she pushed Yi Hanqing into the building across the street. Wen Run had never seen Yi Hanqing be so kind and approachable towards anyone. Staring blankly ahead, lost in thought about who this person could be, friend, business partner, or even romantic interest. Yes, Yi Hanqing wasn't young anymore, yet his disability wouldn't count as much against him. With wealth, power, and good looks on his side, having a romantic partner was perfectly reasonable. Struggling to refocus his gaze, Wen Run sat there somewhat absent-mindedly. Meanwhile, the negotiation between Guo Zongfei and Shen Muchuan wasn't proceeding smoothly either. After the meal ended, the three of them left with their own thoughts weighing heavily on their minds. After going home, Wen Run still couldn't stop thinking about Yi Hanqing's smile, a smile not distant nor defensive, but one only shown to those close to him. This was something Wen Run rarely saw unless Yi Hanqing was in an especially good mood. That woman must have been very close to Yi Hanqing. Wen Run hugged a pillow, curled up on the sofa, inexplicably feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Meanwhile, as Wen Run indulged in random thoughts, Yi Hanqing was actually at Chen Zhen's studio. His body relaxed, leaning comfortably into the soft fabric of the sofa. On the coffee table in front of him rested a cup of warm honey water, partially consumed. Chen Zhen sat on the adjacent sofa, her tone calm and soothing, inquiring and recording his current condition. How has your sleep been recently? Do you still suffer from insomnia every night? Not anymore, I can manage about 3 or 4 hours. Chen Zhen glanced at him in surprise. The man was half-nested in the sofa, his eyes almost closed, more relaxed than she'd ever seen him. So, she made an additional note before continuing her inquiry, are your emotions stable? Have you lost control recently? How long did it last? There was a loss of control during New Year's Eve, lasting for 24 hours. Did you take any medication? No. Were there any accompanying physical pains during the episode? No. Chen Zhen recorded everything meticulously, increasingly surprised by what she noted. Her pen moved swiftly over the patient records as she verbally probed further, have you encountered anything pleasant lately? Your state is excellent. If you can maintain it consistently, perhaps you won't need medication to control your condition. Yi Hanqing's condition was extremely complicated. Following the severe injuries from his car accident, he suffered immensely from his physical wounds and, as a result of his mother's and sister's tragic fates, developed an intense hatred towards the Yi family. Psychologically, this also placed him under immense pressure. The situation worsened when Yi Makai later committed him to a mental asylum. Yi Hanqing spent a considerable period there, enduring forced medication treatments that left residual psychological impacts. The cumulative effect of these factors left him emotionally unstable and in a terrible mental state after being released from the hospital by Jing Xian. Insomnia for entire nights was minor compared to the phantom pains in his injured leg, which were not physiological but rather psychological manifestations. His hallucinations frequently blurred the lines between fantasy and reality, causing him to sporadically erupt in uncontrollable rage. To accommodate his unpredictable outbursts, the furniture in the room arranged by Zheng Xian consisted solely of sturdy, wooden items designed to withstand his temper tantrums. At his worst, he would resort to self-harm to alleviate his anguish. When Chen Zhen was introduced to him by Zheng Xian, she hardly recognized the man. It took her half a year just to establish a communicative rapport with Yi Hansheng. Another 6 months passed before she convinced him to re-engage with life and start receiving treatment. During this time, Yi Hansheng was consumed by thoughts of vengeance. Despite actively undergoing psychological counseling, he remained a highly determined individual. Once resolved to persevere, he quickly regained control over his emotions in public settings, though his demeanor became markedly more brooding and ruthless. Few outsiders could detect anything unusual. But only Chen Zhen knew that he had not changed much from his previous state. He had merely become better at concealing himself and packing away his negative emotions. When he occasionally lost control, he would rely on medication to forcibly calm down. It was akin to piling up numerous ticking bombs and wrapping them neatly in an elegant box. From the outside, it might appear exquisite, but within, it was always on the brink of explosion. Yi Hansheng was undoubtedly the most difficult patient she'd encountered in her career thus far. His case was exceptional, and despite researching many similar cases to help him move past his traumas, she found little success. Yi Hansheng was consistently cooperative yet showed no signs of repentance. Had it not been for her acquaintance with Gu Mother, she wouldn't have invested so much energy into treating such a patient. Now, however, it seemed Yi Hansheng was finally willing to let go. Observing his expression, she noticed a flicker of a smile gracing his lips as he said softly, "Yes, I've met someone very delightful. He's very warm-hearted, and I feel at ease around him." Chen Zhen felt relieved, saying, "That's good. You should spend more time together, relaxing your mood will benefit your condition." Yi Hansheng gave a faint nod, a slight smile lingering on his face. Chen Zhen paused, hesitating, then asked cautiously, "May I ask, is your friend male or female? Given your situation, I don't recommend becoming overly dependent on your partner. You understand your condition well. If you develop too strong an attachment, any separation in the future would cause you immense pain, which wouldn't help your recovery." His half-closed eyes snapped open, and Yi Hansheng's face turned icy cold as he firmly declared, "He will never leave me." Indeed, that was the case. Sighing inwardly, Chen Zhen attempted to reason with him, "You need to realize that no relationship remains unchanged forever. My assessment of you may have been overly optimistic." She wanted to say that even the most deeply in love couple could grow distant due to unforeseen reasons. In Yi Hansheng's case, she feared the consequences if his partner decided to leave, knowing how devastating that could be for him. However, she refrained from stating this directly and instead offered a gentle warning. Yi Hansheng smirked, his features exuding menace, "As long as I live, we won't separate. And neither will the scenario you worry about occur." Chen Zhen frowned worriedly, recognizing that he wouldn't listen to further reasoning. He was already deeply entrenched. Deciding not to provoke his emotions further, she opted to steer the conversation elsewhere and poured him another cup of honey water, changing the topic with a smile, "How's Jie doing recently? I heard Yi Mikai has already found a doctor, intending to send her overseas for treatment." The belligerence in Yi Hansheng's eyes softened slightly as he replied, "Her condition is stable. Yi Mikai indeed found Dr. Bruce, but I preemptively intercepted him, and now the doctor is likely preoccupied with another project. Currently, I'm in no mood to heed the Yi family's requests. Moreover, I wouldn't feel secure letting Jie travel abroad alone." Of course, he would find a way to treat Jie's illness, but he absolutely refused any involvement from Yi Mikai or the Yi family. Yi Mikai believed curing Jie could somehow make amends for their estranged relationship. This was delusional thinking. The debts incurred by Yi Mikai were unforgivable and could never be fully repaid in this lifetime. Chen Zhen said, "If you're too busy, I can go and stay with her. If Jie really wakes up, she will also need some time for psychological counseling to adapt." After all, the recovery process for a vegetative patient was very painful. Yi Hansheng smiled, "You'd better discuss this with Zheng Xian. However, it shouldn't be too soon. I want to completely eliminate this from the Yi family before accompanying Jie overseas." "That's a good plan," Chen Zhen shrugged. "If Jie wakes up, I reckon the person she would most want to see is her big brother, you." Chapter 41. After leaving Chen Zhen's studio, Yi Hansheng went straight back to Songhai Houting. He wasn't in a good mood. Upon entering the house, he didn't bother to turn on the lights and simply wheeled himself to the balcony. The reflections of colorful neon lights outside shone on the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony, contrasting sharply with the silent darkness inside the room, making the atmosphere even more somber. Absent-mindedly flicking his empty fingers, Yi Hansheng suddenly had an urge to smoke. He used to not smoke, but later, as he suffered from physical and mental torment, he gradually learned to numb himself with nicotine. Later, unwilling to rely on nicotine to dull his will, he quit smoking and hadn't smoked for nearly 2 years now. At this moment, sitting in the darkness, looking at the faint warm yellow light leaking from the opposite balcony, the craving struck again. Yi Hansheng flicked his fingers, went back into the house, rummaged through drawers for a while, only to find a box of ginseng throat lozenges. He didn't care much, pinched one and put it in his mouth, its distinctively spicy flavor rushing to his head. He returned to the balcony, staring at the light emanating from the opposite balcony. There was no sign of movement there, one run must be inside. Sitting in his wheelchair, he stared unwaveringly. Chen Zhen's words, he had indeed heard them. He knew his condition well, clearly aware of what he should or shouldn't do. However, human emotions sometimes refuse to be restrained by reason, knowing intellectually that something is wrong yet unable to suppress the overwhelming feelings. To him, Wen Run was like a traveler exposed in freezing conditions who suddenly found a flicker of flame amid hunger and cold. The impulse was to claim it without considering whether the flame was vigorous enough, how long it could keep him warm, or whether the flame wished to be possessed. Because he wanted to possess, he set up numerous traps, step by step ensnaring the flame within his reach, leaving no way out. A person who has been too cold for too long always reveals their selfishness and baseness unintentionally. Wen Run's smile, imbued with warmth, flashed across his mind. Yi Hanqing lifted his hand to cover his eyes, refusing to look at the warm light across, muttering in the dark, "This is your last chance. If you don't try to get closer to me, I'll let you go, giving you freedom." Wen Run had fallen asleep curled up on the sofa with a pillow in his arms. When he woke up the next day, all the lights in the house were still on. His bones felt sore after sleeping in a cramped position all night, his whole body uncomfortable. He shook his head, threw the pillow aside, and went barefoot towards the bathroom before remembering halfway and quickly returning to put on his slippers. At the wash basin, he rinsed his mouth with water and inserted the electric toothbrush into his mouth. The bathroom buzzed with vibration as he brushed, realizing after some time there was no foam because he forgot to apply toothpaste. He became even more lethargic, listlessly squeezed out toothpaste, and resumed brushing. The clear bright mirror reflected the face of a youth with swollen eyes, disheveled hair, looking as though he'd pulled 3 all-nighters. When Run gazed blankly at his reflection, doubt gradually creeping over him, why did he care so much about Mr. Ye's personal affairs? Even among the best friends, there are things they don't know about each other. Was his possessiveness too strong, feeling upset just because of someone he didn't even know? Moreover, as a friend, shouldn't he be happy that Mr. Yi had found true companionship? Isn't what he hoped for precisely that Mr. Yi would be happy? Puff, spitting out a mouthful of foam, Wen Run rinsed his mouth clean, splashed his face with cold water, and finally perked up a little. Pointing his finger at the reflection in the mirror, he earnestly said, "It's not right for you to be like this." Recovering his spirit, Wen Run tidied up his unruly hair and changed into a neat suit, preparing to leave for the company. Jing Xian had told him Wei Yi would come to the company this morning. Wei Yi had been teaching him for a long time, most of their exchanges taking place online. Now hearing that he would visit the company, Wen Run naturally wanted to meet him as a student and express his gratitude. Dressed neatly, Wen Run readjusted his mood and prepared to leave, but unexpectedly met Yi Hanqing at the elevator entrance. As usual, Yi Hanqing sat elegantly in his wheelchair dressed in a tailored suit. Seeing him, he greeted without hesitation, "Good morning, are you heading out?" He sized up Wen Run's particularly formal attire, guessing what he was going to do. Knowing all of Wen Run's schedules, there was no work today, which meant his outing was personal business. "I'm going to the company, Big Brother Zheng said Teacher Wei will be there this morning," Wen Run smiled and replied. "Wei Yi?" Yi Hanqing's face turned slightly cold, lowering his gaze and responding indifferently, "Is that so? Since we're going the same way, let's go together then." There was no need for formalities between the two. Wen Run had no reason to refuse and replied with an "oh," saying, "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Yi Hanqing nodded slightly, moving his wheelchair ahead with elegance. The bodyguard was already waiting downstairs in the car. Yi Hanqing sat in the back seat while Wen Run sat in the front passenger seat. Neither spoke throughout the journey, their thoughts wandering elsewhere, making the atmosphere similar to when they first met, awkward and slightly distant. The bodyguard drove directly into the parking lot, and to avoid suspicion, Wen Run parted ways with Yi Hanqing there. Yi Hanqing took the private elevator upstairs, while Wen Run took the regular elevator. Wen Run went straight to Jing Xian's office. When he arrived, Wei Yi hadn't come yet, and only Jing Xian was there. Wen Run poured himself a cup of tea and casually sat down in a spot before remembering to ask, why did the teacher suddenly come to the company? He remembered Jing Xian saying Wei Yi didn't like coming to Star Realm unless necessary. Jing Xian grinned and said cryptically, "He's here to ask for someone's help." Ah. Wen Run sipped on his water without asking what kind of help was needed. If it was something he could assist with, Jing Xian would definitely tell him. And if it wasn't within his capacity, asking wouldn't make any difference. Wen Run sat for a moment before Wei Yi arrived. He wasn't alone, a young man stood beside him, seemingly younger than Wei Yi, around his mid-20s. Standing next to Wei Yi, the man was tall and elegant, bearing a poised stature much like bamboo. However, his expression seemed somewhat cold. Wei Yi greeted them briefly before introducing, "This is my spouse, Lin Su." Jing Xian reacted as if this was nothing unusual, but Wen Run's jaw dropped open, stunned for a moment before quickly reacting, his mind racing over how he should address Wei Yi's spouse. Teacher-in-law didn't seem right, and calling him grandpa teacher felt strange too. After a rapid thought process, he reached out warmly with a smile, "Mr. Lin, hello." Lin Su recognized him immediately upon entering and had been quietly observing him the entire time. Now seeing Wen Run's prompt response, he returned a gentle smile. His normal expression was a bit cold, but when he smiled, it was as if spring had arrived. Wen Run only just noticed how strikingly handsome Lin Su was, not in an ordinary sense, but with an almost celestial charm, a godlike appearance. After mutual introductions, the four sat down. Besides being the first meeting between Lin Su and Wen Run, everyone else knew each other well, so there was little formality. Wei Yi cut straight to the point. Recently, Su has been preparing a movie, and there's a character in it that Su has set his sights on, which is you, Wen Run. So, I'll act as the bridge, would you like to try? Wen Run froze momentarily. A movie? Me? Wei Yi chuckled. Yes. Do you still remember the small acting scene you performed when you became my disciple? That was actually a small excerpt from a script. By chance, Su saw it and thought you would be perfect for the role. But Wen Run hesitated. With Wei Ye's connections, surely he could have chosen someone more experienced rather than him, who lacked big screen experience. Understanding his doubts, Wei Yi looked helplessly at Lin Su by his side. Lin Su explained, this movie is one I'm personally preparing, and you don't need to consider doing it for Wei Ye's sake. He continued, also, the budget for this movie isn't very high, so the pay won't be much either. Wen Run immediately understood that Lin Su had no intention of piggybacking on Wei Ye's name. He then asked, can I see the script first? Lin Su nodded, taking out the script from his briefcase and handing it over. You can take your time to read it. The movie is still in its preparatory stages, and filming won't start until the end of the year at the earliest. Wen Run accepted the script carefully, nodding, I will carefully review it and give you my reply afterward. After finishing their main discussion, Wen Run noticed that Wei Yi and Lin Su seemed ready to leave, so he volunteered, it's exactly lunchtime now. How about I treat you both to a light meal? He added apologetically, my teacher has taught me so much, but I've never had the chance to express my gratitude. Lin Su had formed a favorable impression of Wen Run and thus didn't decline, nodding approvingly. The four then left together for lunch. All morning, Yi Hansheng had a gloomy expression, unable to focus on any documents. All he could think about was that Wen Run had specially dressed up for Wei Yi, something Wen Run had never done for him. Feeling sour and frustrated, he resembled a balloon filled with air, on the verge of bursting with emotion. Sitting in front of his desk with a grim face, Yi Hansheng stared icily at the phone to his right. After a long while, he finally pressed the intercom button to summon his assistant. The young ladies in the CEO's office didn't know why Mr. Yi was in a bad mood again after being fine earlier, so they were anxious and fearful all morning. When the assistant was summoned into the room, she didn't dare to raise her head. Yi Hansheng pondered for a moment and asked, did Wei Yi come to the company? The assistant nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, the gossip group had been speculating about Wei Yi, so she cautiously replied, Mr. Wei came to see Brother Zhang. After finishing their discussion, they seem to have gone out for lunch. How about Wen Run? Yi Hansheng's fingers tapped heavily on the desk as his mood worsened. The assistant paused, unsurely recalling, Teacher Wen, seems to have also joined them. Yi Hansheng made a faint, sound, then turned his wheelchair to face the floor-to-ceiling window, concealing his emotions. All right, you may leave. When Jing Xian returns, call him up here. The assistant secretly sighed with relief, responding before stepping out. The four drove nearby for a casual meal. As they ate, they chatted lightly, quickly becoming friendly. Although Lin Su appeared aloof on the surface, it became clear upon conversation that he actually had a great temperament and was highly knowledgeable. He simply wasn't adept at small talk, which gave an impression of distance. On the contrary, Wen Run found himself chatting well with Lin Su. The two even exchanged WeChats and agreed to have dinner together when they had free time again. After the meal, Wei Yi and Lin Su left first, while Jing Xian drove Wen Run back to the company. Traffic jammed on the way back, giving Jing Xian the opportunity to discuss upcoming arrangements. The drama, Jinling Terrace, will be aired soon. Cultivating Land is set to begin recording its second season in May. There are also 2 luxury endorsements being discussed. Additionally, the company has recently invested in a historical drama, and the higher-ups hope that you'll play the lead role. He paused briefly, these days, take good rest, preserve your energy, and adjust your condition, busy times are coming up. Jing Xian detailed the work schedule without stopping. Wen Run had worked hard, having risen to sudden fame without any scandalous exposure. His rapid development momentum, along with favorable public opinion, spoke volumes. If he could maintain this path, and if just one of the 2 dramas performed decently once aired, he would gain tangible achievements and establish himself firmly. Furthermore, there was the Orchid Award scheduled for next May. Both Jinling Terrace and Broken Spear were considered top-tier productions, and Wen Run's performances were noteworthy. Should he secure a nomination for Best Supporting Actor, his position within the industry would truly become unshakable, and his resources would step up another level. Of course, these were still a bit premature to discuss now. Jing Xian just entertained these thoughts in his mind, keeping them to himself so as not to put extra pressure on Wen Run. Wen Run was already very diligent, and he didn't need additional stress. Once they returned to the company, Wen Run had no urgent tasks so planned to go straight home. Saying goodbye to Jing Xian, he hesitated by the car door for quite some time. Just as Jing Xian's elevator was approaching, Wen Run finally couldn't resist calling out. Brother Zheng. Jing Xian turned around, looking curious, is there something else? Wen Run rushed over, adjusting his facial expression to appear somewhat nosy. I suddenly remembered I wanted to ask you something. Pretending curiosity, he questioned, is Mr. Yi seeing someone? Yesterday, I saw him with a lady, and they seemed quite intimate. Jing Xian froze for a moment, unable to process how Yi Hanqing could possibly be with a woman, then heard Wen Run jokingly saying, "Should we go ask Mr. Yi for some wedding candy?" Jing Xian, sharp as ever, initially got tricked by Wen Run's acting but immediately detected the sour scent in the air once he thought carefully. I'm not too sure either. Jing Xian deliberately said, "I haven't heard anything. Next time I'm in his office, I'll ask. If he really has a partner, I'll remember to help you get some wedding candy." Wen Run's acting skills weren't enough to mask his nervousness entirely. Upon hearing Jing Xian's words, his initial excitement turned into concern, revealing cracks in his composure. A forced smile escaped from him. "All right, then I'll head back first." Jing Xian observed his reaction and kindly reminded, "Drive safely on the way back." Wen Run waved his hand, saying he understood. Watching him drive off, Jing Xian burst out into a sly grin, thinking how obvious it was that Yi Hanqing wasn't the only one smitten. Wen Run had clearly fallen for him. However, this kid was too inexperienced, likely never having been in love before. To make him realize his feelings, Yi Hanqing would need to think of more ways. With a very good mood, Jing Xian went upstairs directly to Yi Hanqing's president office. The assistant had heard that he returned but failed to reach him by phone, so she decided to take the elevator down to look for him. No sooner had she left than Jing Xian emerged from the elevator himself, striding confidently into Yi Hanqing's office. He deliberately closed the door, sat down like a dignified old man, and leisurely boiled water to make himself a pot of tea. Yi Hanqing watched him with a dark gaze, his voice eerie as he asked, "Why did Wei Yi come?" Jing Xian didn't understand why he suddenly brought up Wei Yi, so he casually replied, "Lin Su is preparing a movie and has his eye on Wen Run." Wei Yi brought Lin Su over first to ask about Wen Run's interest. How could Yi Hanqing remember who Lin Su was? To him, Jing Xian's words sounded like Wei Yi wasn't satisfied being Wen Run's master, now even wanting to find him for a movie. There were too many examples of actors falling in love while filming, and after hearing this, his face turned stormy, ready to burst into rage any time. He already regretted last night's decision. Wen Run belonged to him alone, even if unwilling, he would have to find a way to keep him by his side. Jing Xian made tea, poured 2 cups, placed one in front of Yi Hanqing, and finally noticed how grim this president looked. It took him a while to react. "You're not jealous of Wei Yi again, are you?" And after thinking it through, there really wasn't any reason for Wei Yi to be involved this time. Why should he get jealous? Jing Xian couldn't help but feel sympathy for Wen Run. What had he gotten himself into? "I remember I said, Wei Yi likes men." Yi Hanqing glanced at him malevolently, laughing coldly, "Find an excuse to cancel the movie, and then give Wen Run another teacher. Minimize their contact from now on." Jing Xian. He found all this utterly incomprehensible. They were just here to discuss proper collaborations involving Wen Run's partner. How could Yi Hanqing twist everything around? Unhappy, Jing Xian said, "You're too narrow-minded. So many people in the industry like men, if you want Wen Run to cut off every second person, you might as well lock him up." "Exactly, that's what I'd rather do." Yi Hanqing gritted his teeth, his fierce expression revealing a trace of madness. If he doesn't, if he hesitates. Jing Xian choked, examining him anew, and saw that something was off. Frowning, he asked, "What happened between you and Wen Run? Did you fight?" Yi Hanqing closed his eyes wearily, muttering low, "I went to see Qin Zhen." "How come you suddenly went to see Qin Zhen? Did you lose control of your emotions again? Things weren't bad before." Jing Xian suddenly paused, raising his eyebrows in surprise. "The woman you met yesterday was Qin Zhen?" "Yesterday?" Yi Hanqing narrowed his eyes. "How do you know it was yesterday?" After pondering, Jing Xian finally understood. Likely after visiting Qin Zhen, she said something unpleasant, making him agitated today and leading to this madness. Not keeping it secret anymore, Jing Xian revealed directly, "Wen Run told me. Earlier in the parking lot, he came specifically to ask if you were dating anyone." Judging from his tone, there was clearly jealousy. Chapter 42. Was it really him who asked? Yi Hanqing leaned forward slightly, carefully examining Jing Xian's expression as if trying to determine whether he was making up a story to deceive him. Jing Xian let him scrutinize freely and calmly sipped his tea. It was him who asked. Believe it or not, that's up to you. The suspicion in Yi Hanqing's eyes diminished slightly, and he roughly understood that Jing Xian wouldn't joke with him about such a matter. He leaned heavily back against the wheelchair, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the armrest for a long while before suddenly chuckling deeply, muttering, "This is your own doing." Jing Xian didn't catch what he had said but felt an uneasy chill run down his spine at his laughter. After finishing the rest of his tea in one gulp, Jing Xian pushed his swivel chair further away from Yi Hanqing before saying, "What exactly are you two playing at? If both of you have feelings for each other, why don't you just say so? Don't make me uncomfortable by playing these mind games. Wen Run already makes my work life easy enough. As for your private affairs, do whatever you want, I won't interfere as long as it doesn't cause trouble for me." He thought that with this statement, Yi Hanqing would at least make some kind of acknowledgement, but unexpectedly, this man didn't even glance up. He casually responded and lowered his eyes, apparently plotting something again, clearly not paying attention to what Jing Xian had said. Having spoken all he needed to, Jing Xian decided he didn't want to manage this troublesome person anymore and left to attend to his own business. Yi Hanqing, however, after much deliberation, made a phone call to Chen Zhen. Chen Zhen rarely received calls from him, her tone filled with surprise. "Why are you calling me out of the blue?" Yi Hanqing's tone softened for once. "Auntie Zhen, I would like to ask for your help." After asking the question, Wen Run immediately regretted it. He always felt there was something strange in Jing Xian's eyes when he looked at him. Over and over, he recalled if his expressions and tone were too odd, would Brother Jing misunderstand him? Thinking about this, he then startled himself. Why did he care if Brother Jing misunderstood him? He was simply casually inquiring about the boss's gossip. How could there be any misunderstanding? Shouldn't it be normal for employees to be curious about their boss's gossip? Lost in his random thoughts, he didn't even notice that the red light ahead had turned green until the honking sound of horns behind him startled him. Snapping back to reality, he quickly focused on driving forward. Not wanting to go back yet, he aimlessly drove around for a bit before deciding to visit Shinmuchuan. It took him almost an entire night and half the morning to finally remember his good friend whom he had completely forgotten. His focus during yesterday's dinner had been entirely captured by an accidental discovery, causing his thoughts to wander throughout the meal. He hadn't noticed what Shinmuchuan and Guo Zongfei talked about, and now upon reflection, realized belatedly that Guo Zongfei seemed somewhat upset when they left yesterday. Wen Run felt apologetic, repeatedly reminding himself not to think about Yi Hanqing anymore. Then, he redirected and drove toward Shinmuchuan's place. After him, Lu Zhan and Shinmuchuan also moved out of the company dormitory subsequently. Lu Zhan, being a singing dancing idol, had attracted more and more fanatic fans due to his rising popularity. For his safety, his agent had arranged a secure residence for him. Shinmuchuan moved because he bought a house. The location and supporting facilities of the house were great. Though it couldn't compare to Songhai Manor, it still belonged to an upscale neighborhood. To buy this house, Shinmuchuan nearly emptied his savings. Knowing he might be short on cash, Wen Run agreed to act as a mediator when Guo Zongfei came looking. However, yesterday's meeting seemed unpleasant. When Wen Run arrived at the residential complex, he felt a bit guilty and observed Shinmuchuan more cautiously. When he saw no clear sign of displeasure on Shinmuchuan's face, he relaxed somewhat. "Why didn't you give a heads up beforehand?" "My house is a mess and I didn't prepare anything," Shinmuchuan said. "Tea or juice?" "Tea," Wen Run replied sheepishly. "Yesterday, you and Guo Zongfei, did you fail to reach an agreement?" "I had something else on my mind and wasn't paying attention." Shinmuchuan chuckled, preparing him a cup of tea. "Now I know why you seemed distracted yesterday, only reacting after I called your name 3 times. Wen Run scratched his face, feeling increasingly apologetic. He sat beside Shinmuchuan with his teacup. "Never mind me, do you dislike that script?" By his understanding of Shinmuchuan, he should have found it interesting. Shinmuchuan hesitated for a moment and thought it was unnecessary to tell Wen Run about Guo Zongfei's little intentions. After all, he had already rejected him, so there was no need to make Wen Run feel awkward in between. He considered this for a moment before saying, "I am indeed interested in the script, but young Master Guo number 2 doesn't seem reliable." Wen Run carefully reflected on this and found it reasonable. He remembered Yi Hanqing telling him that Guo Zongfei was the second son at home, always loafing around without doing serious work. While he didn't know why Guo Zongfei suddenly wanted to invest in TV dramas, it was probably just a passing interest. Since Guo Zongfei wasn't short of money, even if things went south, he'd only lose some cash. But Shinmuchuan was different. Shinmuchuan was a dedicated and conscientious actor who treated every drama seriously. Guo Zongfei, with his whimsical approach, wouldn't be someone Shinmuchuan would choose to work with regardless of how good the script was or how much he needed the money. Shinmuchuan valued his reputation too much. "So if he contacts me again in the future, I'll just refuse directly," Wen Run said. Shinmuchuan smiled. "Good. Let's not talk about him anymore. Since you're here today, have dinner with me. I've been too busy since moving in, I haven't even held a housewarming party." Naturally, Wen Run wouldn't refuse this offer. This time Shinmuchuan took to the kitchen and prepared 5 dishes and 1 soup. Before eating, Wen Run took a picture and sent it to the 3-person group chat tagging Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan's popularity was soaring recently. He was already preparing for his first concert, and every day he was exhausted to the bone, using the group chat during his breaks to moan about how tired he was. Now stimulated by Wen Run's post, Lu Zhan directly sent an angry meme finger emoji with the comment, "You two owe me big time." After returning from Shinmuchuan's place, the next few days Wen Run focused entirely on the homework Wei Yi had given him. Wei Yi had been teaching him for a while now, and his progress was significant. Wei Yi adjusted his teaching method, decreasing the frequency of assigned homework but increasing its difficulty. Each time, he had to spend considerable time thinking about it. Immersed in his studies, Wen Run finally stopped having irrelevant thoughts and found himself more tranquil overall. But after 2 days, Guo Zongfei called him again, his voice filled with grievances. "I checked everywhere, Shinmuchuan did not take any acting jobs in June. He lied to me." Shinmuchuan really didn't take any jobs in June, but Wen Run couldn't expose him, so he equivocated, "He probably wouldn't lie. Maybe your information is incorrect." Guo Zongfei was indignant. "Between me and Shinmuchuan, whose side are you on?" Wen Run responded without hesitation, "Of course Shinmuchuan's." Then he added pointedly, "I've known Shinmuchuan for almost 2 years, whereas I've known you for less than 10 days. Whose side to take isn't this obvious? Guo Zongfei was speechless for a moment. This older man definitely didn't treat him like a biological child. Receiving 10,000 points worth of emotional damage, Guo Zongfei still reluctantly delayed hanging up the phone, asking resentfully, if he clearly has free schedule, why won't he accept my invitation? Shouldn't he give me a reason if I'm sincerely inviting him? When Run hesitated for a bit before answering tactfully, Shen Muchuan takes shooting very seriously. For a show, apart from the script, the production team is equally important. Just depending on the script alone can't possibly persuade him. His intention was to imply that Guo Zongfei didn't look trustworthy, but he didn't want to say it too bluntly. Guo Zongfei pondered over this and felt he roughly understood. It was because Shen Muchuan feared that he might randomly find some rookie director to mess up and turn the show into trash. He cheerfully said, I got it, I'll prepare better and come back to you later. When Run was confused as to what exactly Guo Zongfei had understood, but he had already hung up the phone. His train of thought about his homework was disrupted by Guo Zongfei's call. When Run put the phone aside, stretched lazily, and decided to relax and clear his mind. As per habit, he moved to the balcony and nestled into the rocking chair, letting his eyes fall onto the opposite balcony. Thoughts that were suppressed for 2 days surged up once more. It was the weekend. Yi Hanqing should probably not have gone to the company, right? What could he be doing now? Has he already gone on a date? Before, when Run used to see classmates around him dating. On weekends, they'd go out for meals or watch movies with their girlfriends. Would Yi Hanqing do similar things? He tried imagining what Yi Hanqing would be like doing those activities, but found it hard to visualize. As the rocking chair swayed back and forth, his heart followed suit. Just as his thoughts were dispersing, the doorbell rang again. Struggling to pull himself together, when Run slipped on his shoes and went to open the door. Opening it, he was surprised to see the very person he had just been thinking about standing outside. Won't you, Mr. Yi? Yi Hanqing scrutinized him slightly, then nodded gently, do you have time now? I want to ask for your help with something. I have time. When Run stepped aside to let him in, welcoming him inside, let's talk indoors. If there's anything I can help with. Yi Hanqing didn't go inside. He said at the doorway, I'm expecting an important guest at home tonight. I want to cook her a meal by myself, but I've never been in the kitchen before. He lowered his eyes slightly as he spoke, so I want you to teach me how to cook. When Run hesitated for a moment with a smile on his face, nearly blurting out a question about whether the guest was the same woman from a few days ago. Fortunately, he swallowed the words back just in time and recomposed his smile as he closed the door and walked alongside Yi Hanqing toward the next-door apartment. Sure, are all the ingredients ready at your place? Yi Hanqing nodded, they're all prepared. When Run followed him into the house and made his way familiarly toward the kitchen. Just as he suspected, the fridge was already packed full of various ingredients. He glanced casually over them and then asked naturally, do you have everything we need? Is the guest you invited a man or a woman? Does she/he have any dietary restrictions? Yi Hanqing stood by his side and noticed that although when Run tried his best to act natural, his left hand behind his back unconsciously fidgeted with the edge of his clothes. That made Yi Hanqing chuckle. He had been only half convinced by Jing Xian's words, but now after witnessing it himself, he finally believed it. When Run did like him to some degree. Even if it wasn't love yet, there was definitely care. And that was enough. This situation was better than what he had initially expected. With a faint smile on his lips, Yi Hanqing replied, her taste is quite light, she doesn't like spicy or greasy food, and she's very particular about health maintenance. When Run muttered quietly, oh, and suggested, then let's make a soup and pair it with a few light and refreshing dishes. He quickly sorted out the ingredients and proposed, let me first show you how to handle the ingredients. Yi Hanqing watched him intently and simply agreed. While teaching Yi Hanqing to cook, when Run's mind wandered between two things, staying composed as he guided Yi Hanqing and pondering who exactly this upcoming guest might be. After much thought, he came to believe that it would most likely be the same woman from the other day. This thought left him feeling strange, as though his hand had accidentally squeezed too hard on a lemon, leaving his insides twisted and sour. Yi Hanqing subtly observed him, his smile deepening. Just as they finished preparing the meal, the doorbell rang. When Run glanced at the time, it was 10 minutes to 6, and realized the guest had arrived on time. Yi Hanqing was seasoning the soup when he heard the bell ring. He turned to Wen Run, could you open the door for me? Wen Run reluctantly went to open the door. Upon opening it, he found, as expected, the woman from the other day standing there. She was tall, almost 170 centimeters, wearing an elegant champagne-colored long dress paired with a white jacket. Her black hair was neatly pinned up at the back of her head, exuding grace and sophistication. A little flustered, when Run greeted her, hello, Mr. Yi is in the kitchen. I came to help open the door. Chen Zhen looked at him curiously, surprised that Yi Hanqing seemed to have taken interest in such a young boy. Suppressing her surprise, she offered a warm smile, hi, I'm Chen Zhen. Are you a friend of Hanqing? Her voice was pleasant, and she had directly called Yi Hanqing by his first name. Their relationship must surely be quite close. Wen Run managed a small smile and introduced himself, my name is Wen Run. I am Mr. Ye's neighbor. As he ushered her inside and served her a glass of water, Wen Run noticed up close that although she looked youthful from afar, fine wrinkles had already appeared at the corners of her eyes. Judging from her actual age, she must be older than Yi Hanqing. Could Mr. Yi possibly prefer someone older? Wen Run guessed wildly. While he was sizing up Chen Zhen was also quietly observing him. A few days ago, when Yi Hanqing had called her and asked for her help with this favor, she had refused. Even after Yi Hanqing surprisingly addressed her as Zhen aunt, she still held her ground. She and Yi Hanqing's mother were close friends. Although their lives diverged post-marriage with separate families and careers, their bond remained strong. Over these years, she had always done her best to try to treat Yi Hanqing's condition because losing her dear friend meant she couldn't bear to see her child meet the same fate. Yi Hanqing had asked her to play along in this staged drama. But she didn't agree with him pouring all his emotions into someone so uncertain, not only as his psychological counselor but also as his elder. She didn't want to see Yi Hanqing sinking deeper and deeper into despair. Yet in the end, Yi Hanqing convinced her, or rather, she relented due to her kindness. Following Yi Hanqing's requirements, she arrived here and met Wen Run. It was then that she began to understand why Yi Hanqing was so fixated on this person. Chapter 43. Only someone as purely gentle as Wen Run could approach Yi Hanqing, who is always guarded and cautious, allowing him to gradually let down his defenses. Chen Zhen had a good impression of Wen Run. Her profession made her especially adept at chatting with people, and after just a few exchanges, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Even though Wen Run initially felt a slight dislike for this lady, those petty feelings quickly disappeared in the face of Chen Zhen's calm and pleasant conversation. Wen Run felt a vague sense of loss thinking about how it was no wonder Mr. Yi liked her. She was not only beautiful but also had a great personality. It was hard to imagine anyone not liking such a person. A strange sense of disappointment welled up inside him as he almost definitively concluded that this elegant and amiable woman would surely become Yi Hanqing's future partner. By the time Yi Hanqing came out of the kitchen, what he saw was the two of them happily chatting away. Before Chen Zhen arrived, there was still a hint of jealousy in Wen Run's demeanor, but now it was completely gone. With a side glance, Wen Run's lips curved into a smile, revealing a tiny dimple on his cheek that looked incredibly cute. But that cuteness was directed at Chen Zhen, which made Yi Hanqing momentarily doubt whether his actions were right or wrong. He lightly coughed, pushing his wheelchair forward, yet he called out calmly, "Aunt Chen." Chen Zhen responded with a smile, saying, "Hanqing, your friend is truly entertaining. He even told me I look younger than you by a few years." Yi Hanqing cast a glance at Wen Run and said indifferently, "Aunt Chen isn't old anyway." The two carried on in perfect harmony, leaving Wen Run astonished with wide eyes. He'd originally assumed without question that Chen Zhen was Yi Hanqing's girlfriend. Even though she should be older than Yi Hanqing upon closer examination, he only thought that Yi Hanqing didn't mind the age difference, or perhaps he preferred older women. However, he never considered the possibility that she might be an elder to Yi Hanqing. Just during their previous chat, he had intentionally said Chen Zhen looked under 30 years old. It turned out she was an elder to Yi Hanqing, making Wen Run so embarrassed that his face turned completely red. After the initial surprise, he became visibly uneasy, looking back and forth between Chen Zhen and Yi Hanqing with obvious disarray in his dark eyes. Yi Hanqing lightly chuckled and formally introduced, "Aunt Chen, this is my friend Wen Run, who lives next door to me." Chen Zhen's expression flickered, and she gave Yi Hanqing a deep and meaningful look. As if unaware, Yi Hanqing continued to Wen Run, "This is Aunt Chen. You can call her the same way I do. Aunt Chen and my mom are good friends." Wen Run's gaze darted around, unsure if she had seen through his earlier self-presumed guesswork, and hesitantly called out, "Aunt Chen." Chen Zhen wanted to tease him a little more, but seeing his neck turn red from embarrassment, she couldn't bear to continue mocking him and thus smiled and changed the subject. Naturally, Wen Run's small thoughts did not escape her notice. Initially reluctant to help Yi Hanqing with this favor, knowing one-sided infatuation often doesn't lead to good results, she eventually accepted the invitation half-heartedly due to kindness. Now, liking Wen Run and finding him a good boy, she realized he wasn't entirely disinterested in Yi Hanqing, thus taking her responsibility to Yi Hanqing more seriously. Her eyes swept over both of them when suddenly Chen Zhen exclaimed, "Has something burned?" Wen Run paused momentarily before reacting quickly, "I'll check." In the kitchen, the pot of chicken stew with mushrooms was already burnt at the bottom. Since eating it wasn't an option anymore, Wen Run turned off the heat and dumped the overcooked stew into the trash bin. Fortunately, the remaining dishes were enough, so he brought the ready dishes out. There were supposed to be 8 dishes prepared by Wen Run, but now one was missing, leaving 7. Still, these were sufficient for the 3 of them. The 7 dishes, all visually appealing, aromatic, and flavorful, were placed on the table. Although they couldn't match the skills of professional chefs, these home-cooked dishes were warmly favored. Chen Zhen tried each dish and praised Wen Run extensively. With only 3 people at the table, no one cared about the custom of eating in silence. As they ate and chatted, the atmosphere was harmonious. After serving herself a bowl of soup, Chen Zhen caught Yi Hanqing's glance and took a delicate sip, seemingly casually asking Yi Hanqing, "Are you still having trouble sleeping? When work isn't too busy, go out more instead of staying cooped up alone at home. That's not good for your condition." Yi Hanqing nodded slightly, "I know." The two spoke freely without any attempt to avoid Wen Run's hearing, leaving him somewhat perplexed. He asked Yi Hanqing curiously, "Is there something wrong with your health, Mr. Yi?" Chen Zhen stayed silent, and Yi Hanqing replied nonchalantly, "An old ailment. Aunt Chen is also my psychologist. Wen Run paused for a moment, subconsciously associating it with the car accident. He hesitated with his lips trembling but found any question inappropriate. Finally, he only managed to respond with an "oh," before quietly asking, "Is it serious?" "Not serious," Yi Hanqing replied indifferently. Wen Run then felt it improper to ask further and silently poked at the rice in his bowl with his chopsticks. Chen Jin saw this and continued, "Does your leg still hurt recently? You wouldn't even see the traditional Chinese medicine doctor I recommended. This is not a small matter, you must take good care of yourself." Yi Hanqing frowned slightly and said, "It's just occasional pain, I don't like others touching my legs." Seeing his reaction, Chen Jin sighed inwardly. Though she was cooperating with Yi Hanqing, her concern was genuine. Yi Hanqing was very cautious about his injured legs. The long and used disabled legs suffered from poor blood circulation, gradually causing muscle atrophy and frequent pain. She had once introduced 2 experienced TCM doctors to him for regular massage and acupuncture to reduce his suffering, but Yi Hanqing refused them all. Listening to this, Wen Run secretly glanced at Yi Hanqing. He had thought about this issue before. He assumed that Yi Hanqing, who certainly wasn't lacking in money, should have professional caregivers, never imagining how much Yi Hanqing disliked others touching his legs. He also recalled when he first visited Yi Hanqing's home and accidentally touched his legs while he was sleeping on the couch. Comparing with his strong arms, his calves were much thinner, nearly devoid of muscles, revealing only hard leg bones. Wen Run frowned disapprovingly as he looked at Yi Hanqing, feeling as if he were watching a child refusing injections or medication. Yi Hanqing pressed his lips together, pretending not to notice the look in his eyes. Chen Jin glanced at him and helplessly told Wen Run, "You see, he has always been like this since childhood. Once he decides something, no one can persuade him otherwise." She grasped Wen Run's hand with a mixture of helplessness and worry, saying, "He's already middle-aged and still unmarried. Since you live next door, if you have time, visit more often and chat with him." Frowning, Yi Hanqing felt like he was being made out to be some sort of empty nester. But Wen Run took her words seriously, nodding solemnly, "Rest assured, I will come over regularly to keep Mr. Yi company." Satisfied, Chen Jin patted his hand. She glanced secretly at Yi Hanqing, thinking that despite all her persuasion, Yi Hanqing showed no reaction until now, finding his weakness in Wen Run. Perhaps in the future, Yi Hanqing would obediently see the doctor. Looking at Wen Run, she noticed that his concerns were no less than hers, indicating deep care for Yi Hanqing's health. By the end of the meal, Wen Run and Chen Jin had reached an understanding. Yi Hanqing had invited Chen Jin over mainly for 2 reasons, to let Wen Run know he didn't have a girlfriend and to have her subtly disclose some information, making it easier for him to evoke sympathy. Wen Run was always compassionate. Knowing these details might make him feel more tender toward Yi Hanqing. Sometimes, love begins with pity, and this truth, even between 2 men, should apply as well. His plan seemed well thought out, but he hadn't expected Chen Jin to form an alliance with Wen Run instead, condemning him together for neglecting his health. Rubbing his temples, Yi Hanqing endured finishing the meal, finally escorting Chen Jin away like sending off deities. Wen Run accompanied him, and when they returned, the quiet corridor left only the 2 of them. He sneakily glanced at Yi Hanqing, suppressing and holding back again and again, until finally unable to withstand any longer, asking, "Mr. Yi, did your illness result from the car accident a few years ago?" Behind his back, his right hand unconsciously twisted the corner of his clothes, worrying both about Yi Hanqing's condition and whether his impertinence would offend him. But at this moment, gazing at Yi Hanqing's figure, he suddenly couldn't hold back any longer, wanting desperately to understand the harm that car accident had caused, resulting in such psychological pain necessitating therapy. If Yi Hanqing were intact and healthy, he obviously wouldn't need a psychologist. Yi Hanqing didn't answer. Silently opening the door and entering, Wen Run followed behind. After closing the door and turning around, he saw Yi Hanqing standing in the entrance hall with unreadable expression, pressing his thin lips into a line. The lights were turned off when they went out, leaving only a dim yellow lamp at the entrance. Neither remembered to turn on the light. Facing Wen Run, Yi Hanqing's Adam's apple moved several times as he exposed his vulnerability for the first time, saying, "At that time, mother passed away, and Jiejia became so different, I was in great pain and filled with guilt." He squinted his eyes, as if lost in memories. If only he had been more careful back then, perhaps that car accident wouldn't have happened, and his mother and sister would still be fine. At that time, I couldn't sleep through the nights. Every time I closed my eyes, I would go back to the car accident scene, seeing my mother and sister lying in a pool of blood. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. It was also from that time that I developed insomnia issues, and my temper became worse, so I had no choice but to seek out Aunt Chen for help. He intentionally skipped over the despicable things done by his family, wanting Wen Run to feel sorry for him and treat him better, yet not wishing to scare him. Even though he described it lightly, Wen Run could still detect traces of sorrow in his words and expressions. Back then, he had only caught a glimpse of the news, learning about the car accident. However, at that time, Yi Hanqing might have been enduring unimaginable pain, while his stepmother and father showed no concern. Just thinking about it made Wen Run's nose tingle. He gently sniffed, half crouched down, and earnestly looked into Yi Hanqing's eyes. "The car accident isn't your fault. No one can foresee the future. If your mother knew, she definitely wouldn't want you punishing yourself for someone else's mistakes. Wherever she is now, she must hope you live well." Yi Hanqing lowered his gaze, looking at him. The boy's nose was slightly red, his eyes more watery, and even though he tried hard to suppress it, Yi Hanqing still picked up a hint of choked-up voice. He really cared about him. Yi Hanqing's heart couldn't help but soften. Wen Run's reasoning was all understandable. Jing Xian and Chen Zhen had said similar things to him before, but he had become fixated and refused to forgive himself. Now hearing the same words from Wen Run, he felt a sense of relief. It was as if an invisible shackle was unlocked, bringing a long-awaited ease after a long journey. He initially only wanted the youth in front of him to feel sorry for him, but upon seeing the concerned and tender look, he couldn't help but feel exhausted. He suddenly leaned forward and hugged Wen Run, resting his firm chin on his shoulder, rarely revealing any vulnerability. Their necks intertwined, allowing Wen Run to clearly feel the warmth radiating from his body. He was still deliberating whether to pull away, as such an intimate action seemed too close, when he just heard Yi Hanqing say hoarsely, "Don't move, let me hold you for a while." Wen Run's raised hand paused momentarily, then finally softly landed on his back. Thinking this man might need some comfort, he patted his spine gently like soothing a child, offering silent consolation. Yi Hanqing tightly embraced him, feeling the light caress from the young man. He desired nothing more than to rub him into his very being, so they would never separate, never needing any further scheming, fearing the day when Wen Run might leave him. Chapter 44. Wen Run was half squatting on the ground, leaning forward, and was held tightly by Yi Hanqing. At first, he could still endure his shyness and comfort Yi Hanqing, but Yi Hanqing kept holding him and didn't let go. 5 minutes passed, then 10, 20 minutes passed, and he was still holding. Finally unable to bear it anymore, Wen Run pushed away with his hands, saying embarrassedly, "Mr. Yi, my legs are numb, are you done hugging?" Of course, Yi Hanqing hadn't hugged enough, but upon hearing that Wen Run's legs were numb, he quickly let go. However, as Wen Run had maintained a certain posture for too long, the sudden release made him lose balance and fall to the ground. The feeling of being bitten by ants rose from his legs, making him both itchy and numb. Under such sensation, Wen Run did not dare to move and could only maintain one posture until the tingling subsided. Yi Hanqing saw him sitting on the floor, unable to laugh or move, stifling tears in his eyes. "Sorry, I lost my composure." After coughing lightly, Yi Hanqing leaned down to help him up. But since Wen Run's legs were still numb, moving them caused unbearable tingling and itching, making him unsteady. His legs went limp, and he fell onto Yi Hanqing's body, even more intimately than before. Wen Run was terribly embarrassed and subconsciously grabbed Yi Hanqing's fingers before letting go hastily, saying awkwardly, "Sir, please let me go, I'll be fine after sitting here for a while. The floor is cold, I'll carry you to the sofa." Yi Hanqing ignored him completely, seizing this golden opportunity. He immediately lifted him into his arms and wheeled him to the living room, carefully placing him on the sofa. At this moment, most of the tingling in Wen Run's legs had passed, but his face turned red because of that embrace, his heart pounding with joy. He tried to sit a little farther away from Yi Hanqing, stammering, Thank you, Mr. Yi. I've already recovered, there's no more numbness." He lowered his eyes and didn't dare look at Yi Hanqing, naturally failing to notice the flicker of amusement in Yi Hanqing's expression. "Alright, if you're still uncomfortable, I can rub it for you," Yi Hanqing said. How could Wen Run possibly let him rub his legs? He shook his head like a rattle drum. Yi Hanqing was deliberately teasing him, feeling somewhat reluctant when seeing his quick refusal. He sighed softly, saying, "Thank you. Some things bottled up in my heart have felt much lighter after speaking out." Wen Run looked up at him, seeing him lower his brows and eyelids, his usual cold demeanor replaced by an indescribable loneliness. Something softened inside him. Casting aside his previous shyness and refusal, he couldn't help but move closer to Yi Hanqing, saying tenderly and earnestly, "If you don't mind, you can always talk to me in the future. I'll keep it confidential." "Alright," Yi Hanqing seemed to have been consoled, revealing a smile filled with warmth. Unable to stop himself, Wen Run also smiled. He thought about his own actions earlier and slightly blamed himself internally. Why bother with all this sentimentality? Hugging between two men wasn't that big a deal. Seeing Yi Hanqing so calm and straightforward, he realized he overthought it. After comprehending this, he no longer felt uneasy and remembered something else he intended to discuss with Yi Hanqing. "Mr. Yi, do you often suffer from insomnia?" Yi Hanqing replied, "Much better now. Just light sleepers, and short sleeping hours. My mother suffered from frequent headaches due to illness in the past and also had trouble sleeping. I learned a set of massage techniques for sleep aid from our local old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, which worked pretty well." Wen Run looked at him anxiously, asking, "If you don't mind, would you let me try massaging you?" This set of massage techniques was known by several children in the Wen family. Wen Run was the first to learn it. With his quick-witted mind, he knew that their mother couldn't sleep whole nights due to her pain and couldn't take too many sedatives. Fortunately, there was a reputable old TCM doctor in the county. During the holidays, he worked as a helper in the old man's pharmacy and begged him to teach a set of massage techniques. Originally, it was just an attempt, but after learning and practicing these techniques on their mother a few times, the effects were good, so he taught his younger sister and 2 older brothers. Thus, when he wasn't at home, there would be others who could give their mother massages. Although the causes of Yi Hanqing's and his mother's illnesses were different, since it was sleep-inducing, it should have some effect, right? Thinking this way, Wen Run proposed it. Anyway, trying wouldn't cause any harm. He was just worried Yi Hanqing might refuse. As expected, after hearing his suggestion, Yi Hanqing remained silent for a while, his expression changing a few times. A moment later, Wen Run finally heard him say, "All right." With that settled, Wen Run immediately brightened up and smiled, saying, "Then you go take a shower first. I'll prepare some things and come over later." Yi Hanqing watched him leave with complex emotions as he opened the door. Heaven knows how tempting this proposal was for him. He didn't want to refuse, yet at the same time, he was afraid that during the massage he might lose control and do something inappropriate, which would damage their increasingly intimate relationship. After much inner conflict, he still couldn't bear to say no. Entering the bathroom, Yi Hanqing took a meticulous shower. After finishing, he changed into soft and comfortable pajamas. He then couldn't resist glancing at himself in the mirror. He had always favored dark colors, so his current sleepwear was navy blue. Staring at his own reflection in the mirror for quite some time, he began to feel the person within looked overly mature. Recalling the clothes that Wen Run often wore, many were light-colored, he speculated that Wen Run might prefer more lively tones. The next time, I should add a few sets of lighter-colored clothes, Yi Hanqing thought as he took out a bottle of men's cologne from the cabinet beside the vanity table. Wrinkling his brow, he sprayed it on himself twice. Afterward, realizing the smell was too strong and far too deliberate, he went to the balcony to open the window to disperse the scent. Only when the heavy fragrance dissipated, leaving behind a faint aroma, did he return to the room satisfied. Wen Run returned home to prepare essential oils and an aromatherapy diffuser. Sleep aid essential oil was already prepared at his place. Sometimes, under heavy work pressure, he would experience mild insomnia and would use some of this essential oil for sleep assistance. Once everything was prepared, Wen Run carried it over, only to see that Yi Hanqing was already semi-reclined on the bed. Perhaps due to the mental preparation he had given himself earlier or because of Yi Hanqing's naturally calm posture, Wen Run initially tensed but quickly relaxed. He gave Yi Hanqing a smile, placing the diffuser on the bedside table inside. Then, he gently dripped in the essential oil. After everything was set up, he addressed Yi Hanqing, "All right, Mr. Yi, please lie down and let me give you a massage trial. Be sure to tell me if anything feels uncomfortable." In response, Yi Hanqing appeared composed as he lightly replied, flattening his pillow. Supporting himself with both arms, he shifted down before placing his hands crossed over his abdomen and lying flat on the edge of the bed. "Close your eyes, relax completely, and don't think about anything," Wen Run instructed softly. Following his instructions, Yi Hanqing complied. The room lights had been dimmed by Wen Run, and with his eyes closed, Yi Hanqing could only vaguely sense through the shadows that Wen Run was standing beside the bed. Gradually, a refreshing sweet aroma spread throughout the room. Though unknown what kind of scent it was pleasantly sweet without being cloying, smelling very soothing. A pair of soft, warm hands lightly landed on his head. His temples on either side were gently kneaded by the thumbs while the other fingers pressed onto the top of his head, the pressure being perfectly moderate, not too light nor too heavy, just right for comfort. Amidst the room filled with sweet fragrance and the pleasant massage, Yi Hanqing's whimsical thoughts gradually faded. Taut nerves unconsciously relaxed, making him start to feel sleepy even though it was just 10 o'clock. Never before had he felt such drowsiness so early due to insomnia, but now, whether it was the effect of the massage or just because the person massaging him, he genuinely felt a little tired. The bedroom was quiet, and Wen Run hadn't made a sound. Yi Hanqing could only hear his shallow breathing. This peaceful feeling effortlessly dispelled his last ounce of defense, loosening his mind. As a result, drowsiness surged forth uncontrollably. Wen Run kept observing him. Seeing his body relaxed and breathing steady, he knew Yi Hanqing had fallen asleep. Having frequently massaged his mother in the past, he was already adept at this action. Even after noticing Yi Hanqing had fallen asleep, he continued the gentle massage without stopping until the sleeping figure's expression grew even more serene. Looking at the time and checking the peacefully sleeping Yi Hanqing, he silently chuckled and stopped his movements lightly, turning off the last sliver of light before quietly sneaking out of the room. Closing the door, Wen Run only then moved freely again. He glanced back once, and thinking of the person separated merely by a door, his expression softened involuntarily. It seemed his method was effective. Walking into the kitchen, he noticed the unwashed dishes he had used were still there. Although Yi Hanqing had said they could wait until tomorrow for the maid to clean them up, Wen Run simply couldn't ignore it. Returning to the kitchen, he cleaned the dishes and only returned to his place afterward. His mood that night was unusually stirred up. His heart felt full, as if it were about to overflow. Lying on his bed and hugging a soft pillow, he thought that finally he could help Yi Zone with something. That night, both Yi Hanqing and Wen Run slept well. When Yi Hanqing woke up the next day, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. That night, he had no dreams and did not wake with a start, sleeping soundly all the way until morning. A good rest naturally lifted his mood a bit, so much so that he still wore an unhidden smile when going to work. Wen Run was in a great mood that day too. With an uplifted spirit, his thoughts flowed smoothly, and finally, he came up with a new performance style for the challenges set by Wei Yi. After recording the video and sending it to Wei Yi, having finished his assignment, Wen-run cheerfully washed some fruit and placed them on the coffee table. He enjoyed the fruit while using his computer to look up leg care methods. Yesterday, after listening to what Chen Jin said, he developed some ideas. Yi Hanqing's unwillingness to let others touch his legs might stem from resistance towards unfamiliar people, or possibly psychological aversion to his injured leg where he avoided letting others see his imperfection. But regardless of which, concealing illness and avoiding treatment were both inappropriate. Since he lived nearby and was close with Yi Hanqing, he planned to gradually guide Yi Hanqing into accepting massages, starting with head massages. Once Yi Hanqing got used to it, he could then slowly suggest massaging his legs, by which time he likely wouldn't be as resistant. Once Yi Hanqing grew accustomed to his massages, transitioning to professional care would be easier. The thought that he could provide help excited Wen-run, and he stuffed a grape in his mouth before bending down seriously to take notes. Having spent a fulfilling day at home, by evening Wen-run estimated Yi Hanqing should have been off work, so he pulled out his phone and sent him a message asking how he had slept the previous night. Naturally, Yi Hanqing had rested well and replied that his massage techniques were useful. Wen-run's cheeks turned red with joy as he quickly typed, "Then shall we continue tonight?" Yi Hanqing certainly couldn't refuse. With Wen-run's nightly massages, Yi Hanqing enjoyed a few nights of deep sleep, but unfortunately, before long, Wen-run announced his departure. The first episode of Season 2 of Field Cultivation was about to begin filming, and he had to join the production team. Though aware that Wen-run couldn't stay by his side every day, Yi Hanqing still felt extremely displeased upon hearing this news. Seeing his low spirits, Wen-run assumed he was worried about not sleeping well, so he comforted him saying, "I've left behind the essential oil, and if you use a little each night, it will still have excellent sleep-inducing effects." He rambled on with instructions, and at first, Yi Hanqing was somewhat unhappy, but as he listened, the corner of his mouth curled upward again. He found the whole scenario reminiscent of a wife leaving home to work who earnestly instructed her husband, fretting over household matters. "All right, I've memorized everything," Yi Hanqing responded seriously, nodding after Wen-run finally stopped talking and looked directly at him. Observing Wen-run's clear eyes gazing at him attentively, Yi Hanqing couldn't resist reaching out and gently patting his head, speaking softly, "Take good care of yourself out there." Chapter 45. After their farewell, Wen-run left B City on the same day by plane. Farming still kept its original style and flavor. The 5 guests, who spent quite a lot of time together, got along well. After the spring festival, they regrouped and brought each other small gifts. Xie Yupan and Kai Wenyan respectively gave customized keychains and bracelets as gifts, while the male guests were rougher. Zhang Lu brought local specialties, and Chu Haowen brought a rare fruit. Most surprisingly, Wen-run gave everyone a bottle of 6-god flower water. Xie Yupan, who had the best relationship with Wen-run, was the first to speak. "Wen Xiaorun, your gift is a bit perfunctory." Kai Wenyan also agreed, "It's clear that you didn't prepare carefully." Wen-run smiled, "You'll thank me tonight." The 5 guests joked around but quickly tidied up the small yard that had been unoccupied for several months and then began filming. It was already late April, and the weather was warming up. The program group picked a good date, sunny with no rain forecasted. Guests who had been away from the show for a long time refound their sense of novelty. After finishing everything, they confidently waited for the director's team to assign tasks. However, the director's team always aimed to make the guests unhappy. The director led them to the field with a smile and pointed to a large area of lush green rice seedlings in the flooded paddy fields. "This issue has no restriction on your staple food." Before the guests could celebrate, the director elongated his tone and said slowly, "However." All the guests felt their right eyelids twitch. Their intuition told them something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, the director moved his short stubby finger to another barren plot without seedlings yet and announced, "Your task is to finish planting this 3-acre paddy with seedlings." Chu Haowen was the first to react. He, who was usually cold, now sounded shocked. "Planting seedlings? How big is 3 acres? Xie Yupan asked, considering the size. Zhang Lu lamented sorrowfully, "I feel like I've been tricked. Is it too late to run?" Kai Wenyan hadn't seen this kind of gameplay before. She stood silently next to them, looking like she was shocked into silence. The director placed an anticipatory look at Wen-run, believing Wen-run wouldn't disappoint him. As expected, Wen-run furrowed his eyebrows and muttered to himself, "What a terrible deal." Originally, he thought it would be just a simple agri-tainment experience, but now they were even planting seedlings. This was entirely aimed to keep farming till the end. He almost guessed what the director might make them do later and thought he should have let Jing Xian increase the price back then. Seeing the guests all looking disheartened, the director felt he should cheer them up a bit. Once the guests complete the task, the program team will donate 3,000 public welfare lunches to mountain children in their names. This was a new idea after repairing roads in rural areas. The purpose was not only for program effect and reputation but also because today's variety shows require positive energy. Promoting positive themes and occasionally advertising public welfare can give the show extra protection. At this moment, the guests' spirits recovered. Although it looked tiring, at least the production team wasn't pointlessly exhausting them. Watching celebrities planting seedlings in the fields, netizens may just find entertainment value in it, but if there's a public welfare aspect added, the significance becomes very different, and for the guests themselves, it's an invisible benefit. After adjusting their emotions, under the direction of the director, the guests walked around the edge of the field once to get familiar with the environment and make tomorrow's task easier. By the time they returned from the fields, they were all worn out. What should we do tomorrow? Xia Yupan asked. The others instinctively looked toward Wenrun. Wenrun considered it and calculated seriously, we have 5 people. Actually, 3 acres isn't a particularly heavy workload, we should be able to finish. The program team also took the guests' ability into account and did not dare to set the workload too high. For ordinary farmers, one person might finish about 7 fun, 1/15 of an acre, of a field in a day, while someone especially hardworking might manage an entire mu, 1/15 of a hectare. With 5 people, if they planted seedlings in the morning and rested or did some miscellaneous chores in the afternoon, each person only needed to plant an average of 5 fun a day. Wenrun explained, other than being dirty, if we divide tasks among us 5 people, the workload won't be heavy. Apart from Wenrun, the remaining guests naturally had no concept of 5 fun, 7 fun, or 1 mu of land. But hearing that one farmer could plant 7 fun of rice seedlings in a day, and realizing they only needed to plant 5 fun and had 5 people to do so, it seemed much easier. After listening, they all felt reassured. The guests, who had previously been disheartened, perked up again and started bustling around to help out at their neighbors' houses, thinking about what dishes they could rustle up for a meal. Since the program team no longer restricted staple food supply, the vegetables and meat still had to be handled by the guests themselves. Wenrun, acknowledged as the little team leader, was in charge of everyone's meals as well as coordinating tomorrow's rice seedlings planting work. After others traded their labor for meat and vegetables and handed them over to him. In order to console the deeply discouraged companions, Wenrun put forth all his culinary skills and prepared a full table of dishes. By the time they sat down to eat, it was already dusk. The 5 individuals seated in front of the dining table had completely forgotten the setback they suffered earlier that morning, and were in high spirits as they prepared to have dinner. While eating, Wenrun also laid out the plan for the next day. During last year's recording of the show, the guests had worked in the fields once before. However, that time was harvesting rice, and there was a significant difference between this and planting rice seedlings. Thus, Wenrun first briefly explained the rough steps for tomorrow's rice seedling planting. The rice seedling field isn't far from the paddy field, Wenrun said, we will need to get up at 6 o'clock tomorrow, first go to the rice seedling field to pull out the seedlings, then throw the seedlings into the water field, and finally begin planting. Because it will be our first day and we aren't familiar with the task, the speed might be a bit slower. But if we spend the whole morning on it, we should be able to finish. After becoming proficient, the speed will improve and we won't need all 5 people to go, we can take turns resting. Xia Yupan actively asked, aren't we supposed to plant rice seedlings? Why do we have to pull them out? She truly hadn't even been to the countryside before the recording, and she had absolutely no clue about farming. Wenrun explained, before being planted in the field, the rice seedlings are initially cultivated in a seedling field. Once they've grown enough, they are moved out from the seedling field and transplanted into the water field. In other words, we'll have to make 2 trips, Xia Yupan understood, her face turning sour. She added a chicken wing to her bowl and declared confidently, then I'd better eat more, I'll need the energy for tomorrow's hard work. The rest of the group pretty much felt the same way. Since tomorrow would be physical labor, eating less would mean risking hunger. They cleared every plate and dish off the table like a gusty wind wiping away clouds. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, the sky wasn't yet dark, so they all grabbed bamboo stools and sat in the courtyard watching the sunset. Xia Yupan and Kai Wenyan were using vegetable leaves to tease the yellow and fluffy baby chicks in the box. Suddenly, Xia Yupan smacked her calf and asked in confusion, what just bit me? As soon as she finished speaking, a series of sharp slaps came from behind. Zhang Lu groaned in pain, why are there so many mosquitoes? They didn't notice any mosquitoes when they sat down, but after doing so, countless mosquitoes appeared from nowhere, flying around them and biting them as soon as they lost attention. Moreover, these rural mosquitoes were not only large but also venomous, causing an immediate bump with each bite. After killing 3 mosquitoes, Chu Haowen silently returned to his room to retrieve the 6 god flower water given to him by Wenrun. After a loud spraying, the air was filled with the strong scent of 6 god, driving the mosquitoes away temporarily. Xia Yupan smiled slyly at Wenrun, forgetting her previous words entirely. Flattering him, she said, when it comes to thoughtfulness, none of us come close to you, Wenrun. With that, she went back into the room to spray herself with the mosquito repellent. The next morning at 6, alarm clocks ringing one after another woke up the sleeping guests. Dressed in clothes suitable for manual work, the guests, led by 3 villagers, marched grandly toward the rice seedling field. The program team did not fully rely on Wenrun alone for teaching. They arranged for 3 experienced villagers to guide the guests, and all necessary tools were provided. The rice seedlings in the nursery field were closely packed, creating a lush green carpet, very pleasant to look at. The field had already been flooded beforehand, soaking the soil soft and loose. Villagers rolled up their trouser legs, grasped bundles of straw and stepped into the rice paddies. The guests looked somewhat hesitant. Seeing their hesitation, Wenrun took the lead, removing his shoes, rolling up his trouser legs, grabbing some straw from the shore, and stepping into the field. The mud in the paddy had been soaked until soft, sinking underfoot and feeling wet and slippery. Turning back, Wen Run reminded them, "Be careful when you step down. Don't fall." Seeing him go down, the others couldn't act overly delicate either, so they followed his example, rolling up their trousers and grasping the straw before stepping into the paddy. The 3 villagers came forward to teach them how to pull out the seedlings. These seedlings were still fragile, and pulling them with the wrong method or force would easily break them. After hearing the explanation rather vaguely, Xia Yupan was the first to try, confident and claiming, "It's just about pulling them out and planting them back in, right? I got it." As soon as she grabbed a handful and pulled, she used too much force and ended up breaking the seedling. Zhang Lu chuckled upon seeing this, imitating her tone and saying mockingly, "It's just about pulling them out and planting them back in, right? I got it." Xia Yupan shot him an irritated glance and stared at the broken seedling with distress, saying, "I didn't use much force either." The 3 villagers were simple, honest farmers who dared not say or ask anything in front of these celebrities, so they just stood there awkwardly. Wen Run, suppressing his laughter, demonstrated again for her. "Hold them like this, no need to exert too much strength. After pulling them out, swish them in the water to clean them, then tie them up with wheat straws after a bunch is ready. Finally, throw them into the water with the roots downward." As he spoke, his nimble fingers tied a knot, bundling the seedlings together before placing them vertically into the water. Chapter 46. The others followed his example to pull out the seedlings. With Xia Yinsan's earlier experience as a warning, they all handled the task with great care, not breaking any of the seedlings, though their speed was much slower. Wen Run saw that they were already getting the hang of it, so he moved to another side and began pulling the seedlings himself. He had done this many times before, and soon after starting, he regained his skill, throwing bundle after bundle of seedlings into the water. After half an hour of struggling, the others gradually picked up some skills and became faster. It took nearly 2 hours for the 5 of them to pull enough seedlings for 5 fun of paddy fields. They bundled the seedlings and stacked them in baskets, which were carried by the boys to the other side using shoulder poles. The distance to the seedling field was not far, just over 100 meters. After the 3 boys took turns carrying the bundles there, Wen Run showed them how to distribute and toss the bundled seedlings evenly across the flooded rice paddies. Scattering the seedlings in this way made it convenient when transplanting and helped keep them fresh. After everything was set, Wen Run fetched 2 straight ropes and stuck tree forks at both ends into the field, creating perfectly straight lines. There are certain techniques involved in spacing during transplantation, ensuring neat rows. Skilled farmers could achieve straight rows without needing ropes, but for Xia Yuncan and the rest, using the ropes was much more practical. "What's the rope for? Are we planting along the rope?" Xia Yuncan found joy in the activity, stepping barefoot in the muddy paddies and feeling elated at seeing the scattered seedlings thrown around, imagining the sight of the bountiful harvest. Aha! Wen Run took a bundle of seedlings as an example, plant 2 or 3 seedlings at a time, holding them with your 4 fingers facing up and thumb down. He showed them the proper position to grip, hold it about at this spot. Just copy the distance I've used between my plants. Having said that, he quickly started to plant with his right hand while walking backward, within minutes covering the area he passed with a neat row of young green seedlings. Seeing how well Wen Run did, the others didn't want him to bear all the work alone and each picked up seedlings to follow his method and start planting. It was their first time doing this, dirty and tiring though it may be, the guests' enthusiasm remained high. Especially since Wen Run demonstrated almost effortlessly ahead of them, no one wanted to lag behind, and everyone threw themselves earnestly into the work. An entire morning flew by with the guests laughing and chatting while being busy with the transplantation. By the time the sun rose to its zenith, Wen Run checked their work. It exceeded the expected 5 fen slightly, the paddies lush and green with sprouts, even though some rows were crooked, overall it was still acceptable and would not affect growth. Cheerful despite the fatigue, the 5 returned happily. Tired though they were, seeing the verdant paddies filled them with a strong sense of achievement. On the way back, passing by a pond, they washed the mud off their hands and feet there. The water quality in this area was excellent, whether in the pond or the small river, the waters were crystal clear to the bottom. The April sun was not too harsh, the sky blue and the water pure, surrounded by endless rice paddies. The group, not in a rush to head back, simply sat on the stone steps by the pond and dangled their feet in the water, playing around. Given they had already worked in the fields, they weren't bothered by dirt anymore. Xia Yuncan sat on the edge, her bare feet dangling in the transparent water, her eyes scanning around, and she tried to coax Chu Haowen to go fishing, or we can fish this afternoon. This kind of weather is perfect for making sour cabbage fish, lemon fish, or diced pepper fish. Enjoy the pot with evening clouds, isn't that simply beautiful? Chu Haowen crouched by the water, carefully washing his hands without paying attention to her. It was Zhang Lu who suddenly yelled loudly, "Is that, a crayfish there?" Xia Yuncan instantly stood up and rushed over, "Where?" Zhang Lu, with his sharp eyes, pointed towards the other side, "Right there. Lying next to the bank." Everyone gathered around where he was pointing and spotted a dark red crayfish with big pincers quietly lying beneath the aquatic grass at the edge of the small pond, only its antennae twitching around. "There's another one." Kai Wenyuan pointed at a nearby spot. Xia Yinsan's eyes sparkled, "Forget eating fish, what if we have crayfish instead? April-May is exactly the season for crayfish, large-sized and full of meat. Be it spicy or garlic flavored, the taste is exceptionally great." The others clearly also recalled the deliciousness of crayfish, simultaneously turning to look at Wenrun. Though unspoken, their intention was clear, they wanted to eat crayfish. After considering for a moment, Wenrun said, "First, let's see if the village has any ground traps. If not, we'll just have to fish ourselves." Xia Yuncan was a foodie, and her action power was always the strongest when it came to delicious food. Upon hearing the suggestion, she immediately responded, "I'll go ask." Now that they had decided on this plan, none of them played with water anymore, and their sore waists and backs were forgotten as well. They quickly returned to the village to borrow a ground trap from the villagers. A ground trap is a net-like cage made up of grids, very long, where bait is placed inside and then thrown into the water, generally used for luring loaches or eels. The ground trap for attracting crayfish was usually larger, but since this village didn't specialize in farming crayfish, there were naturally no such large traps available. After asking several households, they finally borrowed a relatively large ground trap. In exchange, they would have to give one of the 3 owners part of the catch. With the borrowed ground trap in hand, the guests returned to the small yard happily. Wenrun selected chicken innards and some fresh meat left over from yesterday's ingredients, then took the trap to the fields. Xia Yuncan still had the earlier little pond on her mind. Noticing Wenrun's direction wasn't correct, she asked curiously, "Aren't we going to the earlier pond?" Wenrun replied, "There will be more crayfish in the ditches." In the fields, there were many irrigation ditches, each about 1 meter wide, with shallow water. The bottom and edges were covered with aquatic plants, exactly the kind of environment crayfish like. He chose a ditch, threw the ground trap filled with bait into the ditch, and tied the end of the rope sticking out to a bamboo pole he had brought along, securing it by plunging the bamboo into the water. "Is this all we need to do?" Xia Yuncan asked while rubbing her hands together. "How long should we wait here?" Wenrun looked at her with a headache. "It's not that fast. We'll have to come back in the afternoon at the earliest, or leave it overnight so there might be more caught." The others were instantly disappointed. "We have to wait that long. Then we won't eat today. Let's go back and prepare lunch first. Afterward, I'll take you to fish by the pond." Although Wenrun had played with these before, he now didn't feel as eager, pulling Xia Yuncan who was trying to squat near the ditch to wait. He said persuasively, "Fishing for crayfish yourself is much more fun than waiting here." Kai Wenyuan smiled and linked arms with her. "Come on, let's go eat lunch first." After having a simple lunch, Wenrun grabbed a machete and went to chop down a few bamboo shoots as thick as Wenyuan coins. He trimmed off unnecessary branches, leaving only a half-meter length of green bamboo, then made a small notch at the end where the string was attached, preventing it from slipping off, thus creating a simple fishing rod for crayfish. Each person received a bamboo fishing rod. With the remaining bait carried by Wenrun, and other items such as folding stools and umbrellas held by the rest, as well as buckets for the caught crayfish, the group set off towards the pond in high spirits. Fishing for crayfish was much simpler than fishing. These creatures living in ditches and ponds were rather dumb. Once they clamped onto the bait, they rarely let go. All you needed to do was reel them in, use a net to scoop them up from the water surface, and they were caught. In front of delicious food, people's potential was limitless. Without much instruction from Wenrun, the guests had already learned how to fish for crayfish. Everyone picked a good spot and squatted down to begin fishing. This afternoon, no one went to help the villagers with work. The boys were unfazed by the sun and squatted under it to fish, whereas the girls still paid attention to sun protection. Xia Yuncan and Kai Wenyuan both carried sunscreen and parasols. At first, neither minded holding their umbrellas, but after missing a few opportunities to catch crayfish due to running around with the umbrella, Xia Yuncan grew impatient. She frantically applied another layer of sunscreen, tossed the umbrella aside, and devoted herself entirely to catching crayfish. Seeing her abandon the umbrella, Kai Wenyuan followed suit. By evening, the 5 had endured the sun and mosquito bites, managing to fill up nearly half a bucket of crayfish. Wenrun weighed the catch and commented, "There are probably 4 or 5 pounds, enough for a meal." Xia Yuncan slapped a mosquito to death, saying with a tragic look, "It's worth it, being bitten by mosquitoes with so many bumps on my skin. Let's go back. Back to eat the crayfish." Zhang Lu carried the bucket full of crayfish, smiling broadly, heading back to the small courtyard. However, upon returning, they all realized just how complicated handling crayfish could be when they started preparing them for cooking. All present were accustomed to simply enjoying the eating part. Wenrun handed everyone a brush, assigning them to clean the crayfish while he himself cleaned the crayfish further, removing the veins, cutting off the heads, and declawing them. By the time the 2 large pots of crayfish were ready to serve, it was already late at night. Their stomachs growled hungrily. As they saw the 2 plates of red, fragrant spicy crayfish, everyone called out in unison. On a cool night, the 3 boys moved the table outside. Around 5 chairs were arranged, and the small yellow lights in the yard were turned on. The 2 steaming and aromatic plates of crayfish were placed in the center. With no wine available, they used the fruit juice provided by the production team as an alternative. 5 people took their seats, raised their glasses to clink together, cheers to the crayfish. The second night of the program recording was filled with the scent of spicy and fragrant crayfish. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, the guests had an excellent rest. The next morning, they set off to work in the fields in high spirits. Learning from their previous experience, they switched into short sleeves, shorts, and flip-flops, working freely without worry while occasionally pulling pranks by sneaking mud onto their teammates. No one could pinpoint exactly when it began, but after completing the planting of rice seedlings in 1/5 of the field, all 5 of them were thoroughly covered in mud, much worse than the day before. With improved proficiency, they finished planting the rice seedlings by 11 o'clock that morning. Full of excitement, the group rushed to where they had placed the ground trap the day before, dragging the long trap out of the ditch together. Inside the blue-green gridwork of the ground trap, numerous crayfish struggled and moved around, mixed with quite a few loaches and eels. Xia Yuncan grinned happily, there are so many. Zhang Lu remarked, we can eat this for 2 meals, right? Wen Run took a look as well, and indeed there were plenty. It seemed that no one had ever set traps in this ditch before, plus the excellent water quality and lush aquatic plants, leaving the trap out overnight produced such bountiful results. Still, we need to give away 1/3 of it, Ku Hao Wen coolly reminded them. Oh yeah, Kai Wenyuan said, we still need to pay for borrowing the cage. Nevertheless, even after dividing, what remained would be enough for them to indulge in a great feast. Carrying the buckets brimming with catch back, the guests were thrilled. Back in the village, they paid for borrowing the ground trap first, then arranged to borrow it again before heading back to prepare lunch. Xia Yuncan gazed at the bucket stuffed to the brim and fantasized, this is the kind of country life I want. Having delicious food every day, life couldn't get any better. However, flags should not be raised recklessly. Just as they arrived home, the phone in the living room rang. All of them exchanged glances, recalling the dread they felt when unexpected visitors disrupted their routine. This living room phone had only rung twice since they'd been there. Last time it happened, 3 guests showed up, and the hosts worked tirelessly for days to gather enough dishes for a table. And this time, when Run pressed the speaker button, hearing a male voice warmly announce, hello everyone, I'm the representative of the guests arriving in 2 days. I'll be coming to the countryside cottage with 3 other guests, and we expect you to prepare a meal to entertain us. After babbling on about various details, he shifted tone, saying, all right, most of that was unnecessary chatter. The crucial part now is ordering dishes. I've heard your crayfish dish smells amazing, so let's start with a pot of oil-steamed crayfish, both spicy and garlic flavors. After he finished, each of the other 3 people ordered 3 dishes as well, totaling 12 dishes. Listening attentively, Wen Run found 2 or 3 voices somewhat familiar, but the guests' voices were disguised, leaving him uncertain if they were acquaintances. Once the guests completed their orders, the call ended. Furious, Xia Yuncan said, it must be the director's doing. He gets upset if we're having a good time. Zhang Lu agreed, they can't have it, so they don't want us to either. After passionately criticizing the director, they decided unanimously, they wouldn't let the director's scheme succeed, and today's bucket of crayfish must be eaten. If they didn't, it wouldn't satisfy their indignation. Thus, the entire bucket of crayfish went straight into the stomachs of the guests. As for the accidentally caught loaches and eels, they were kept aside. They planned to catch crayfish for another couple of days and then take everything to the early market to sell. The money earned would buy them more ingredients. In preparation for the sudden arrival of their guests, the 5 held a small meeting that evening. It was decided Zhang Lu and Kai Wenyuan would be responsible for catching crayfish and selling them at the morning market, while the remaining 3 handled rice planting in the morning. Plan settled, that very night Zhang Lu and Kai Wenyuan borrowed 2 additional ground traps, placed bait inside, and laid the traps in the ditches. By passing through such a night, the next morning when Run took Xia Yuncan and Ku Hao Wen down to the fields while Zhang Lu and Kai Wenyuan retrieved the crayfish traps, using a small tricycle to take the catches to the morning market for sale, buying back necessary ingredients along the way. 2 busy days later, the 4 guests arrived as promised. Xia Yuncan glared fiercely at Chuyu, you came here to snatch our crayfish? Chuyu coldly pointed beside him, betraying Guo Zongfei without hesitation, not me, it's him. Guo Zongfei winked mischievously at Wen Run, cheerfully saying, surprise? Shocked. Wen Run glanced at Shen Wuchuan and Lu Zhan beside him, expressionless as he replied, super surprised, super shocked. The production team of this program was really good at stirring up trouble. Wen Run could already imagine the grand scene this episode would bring when it aired. Ever since the wrap-up of Broken Oars, the topic of the triangular love had gradually faded away, and netizens' attention had shifted to the couple known as W. However, during the last recording of Chicken Dinner, the 3 of them unexpectedly ended up in the same frame again, and now it was happening once more. Wen Run could easily imagine the impact this would have after airing, even if he thought about it with his feet. What's more, Shen Wuchuan and Lu Zhan were also invited, along with Guo Zongfei who always found ways to stir up drama, even when there wasn't any. Wen Run felt a throbbing pain in his temples. Chapter 47. All the guests who came were old acquaintances. Even if there were unfamiliar ones, with Wen Run and Xia Yupan introducing them in between, they quickly became familiar. Since the guests arrived in the morning this time, it was still early. Lunch had just started to be prepared. Since everyone was familiar, there was no need to be polite. The 4 guests were assigned tasks. Chuyu went back and started learning how to cook, and now he actively helped Shen Wuchuan with the dishes. Guo Zongfei and Lu Zhan squatted by the faucet brushing the freshwater crayfish. Both Guo Zongfei and Lu Zhan were extroverted types, their clothing styles and hobbies were very similar. After brushing a few crayfish together, they instantly formed a revolutionary friendship, starting to call each other brothers. Guo Zongfei half-heartedly brushed the crayfish, glancing at Shen Wuchuan from time to time, smiling mischievously. Brother, weren't you roommates with Shen Wuchuan before? Lu Zhan, so what? Did he ever have a girlfriend? What type does he like? Guo Zongfei leaned towards him and whispered. Why are you asking about this? Lu Zhan suspiciously glanced at him. Just curious, Guo Zongfei lied without batting an eye. I'm his hardcore fan. The suspicion in Lu Zhan's eyes lessened a bit, but he was still cautious. He hasn't dated anyone. As for what type he likes, he gave a mischievous look, shrugging his shoulders. I don't know either. Guo Zongfei frowned, trying to figure out if he was telling the truth or lying. But Lu Zhan had already hummed a song and continued scrubbing. Asking again would seem overly concerned, so he stopped the topic, planning to ask when run later. He thought that Shen Wuchuan was really hard to deal with, immune to persuasion, indifferent to bribery. But the harder he resisted, the more attention he attracted, making him want to know what someone like him would be like when genuinely falling in love. Guo Zongfei delightedly imagined whether the hardest steel could turn soft at heart and let himself be shaped at will. Ouch! It hurts. Hurts. Guo Zongfei was fantasizing when a sudden sharp pain struck his finger. Lost in thought, he accidentally let the shrimp pinch his finger. Pampered and tender-skinned, he usually didn't even get a small scratch. These wild-grown freshwater crayfish had powerful claws. Once pinched on, they wouldn't let go easily. Guo Zongfei winced in pain, wanted to pull but didn't dare, could only wildly shake his hand and scream. Put your hand in water. When Run came over upon hearing the noise, pressed his hand into the water basin, the crayfish immediately released its claws when wet, swiftly retreating with its large pincers raised. Guo Zongfei looked mournfully at his own hand, only to see his index finger broken with a cut bleeding, with swelling around the wound already appearing. Rinse the wound first, when Run said, I'll go get hydrogen peroxide and band-aids. Lu Zhan looked at the wound and exclaimed with shock, throwing the crayfish back into the basin. That was too damn scary. I'll take over from here. Shen Wuchuan helplessly looked at these two, one holding the injured finger as if the hand was already broken, the other looking sympathetic nearby, occasionally sucking teeth, lamenting. What do you feel now? Looks painful, seems to be swelling a bit more. Shocked enough by Guo Zongfei, considering the way he was behaving, he might have cried right then and there if not for saving face. Shen Wuchuan found it both helpless and amusing, shooed them aside, saying, the water quality is good here, the shrimp are clean. After disinfection with hydrogen peroxide, there shouldn't be much of a problem. If you're not reassured, get a tetanus shot when you go back. Just as he was speaking, when Run arrived with cotton swabs and hydrogen peroxide, is the wound cleaned properly? Guo Zongfei mumbled, yeah, looking at the items in his hands, wanting to retreat his hand behind his back. This looks really painful TM. It won't hurt that much. When Run smiled at him, but told Shen Wuchuan, hold his hand, don't let him dodge. Shen Wuchuan indeed moved forward and grabbed his wrists firmly. Actually, the wound on his hand wasn't that big, just hurt for a moment. When Run asked Shen Wuchuan to hold him down to make cleaning easier, but Guo Zongfei was instantly nervous seeing this arrangement, feeling like he was being tortured. Staring wide-eyed, he desperately tried to shrink backward, but Shen Wuchuan's grip was stable and forceful, he couldn't budge at all. Taking advantage of the moment, when Run poured the hydrogen peroxide on his finger and wiped it with a cotton swab. White foam appeared on the wound. Guo Zongfei shook and screamed, ouch, again. He angrily stared at Shen Wuchuan, thinking fiercely inside, wait till I get you on the bed in the future, I must fuck you until you can't stand up. Make you kneel on the bed and apologize to me. He also thought, TMD, what did this person eat to grow up with so much strength that I can't break free? Just as he was angrily condemning Shen Wuchuan in his mind and had already planned a way to take revenge, when Run had already cleaned the wound and put a band-aid on it. When Run said gently, it's fine, I told you it wouldn't hurt much. Shen Wuchuan let go of his hand accordingly, and Guo Zongfei looked at the bandaged finger and gave Shen Wuchuan another glare, silently sneering inside. Although it didn't really hurt anymore, this grudge was already firmly planted in his mind. Shen Wuchuan frowned slightly after being glared at for no reason. Since just now, Guo Zongfei had been glaring at him, obviously not up to any good. However, Shen Wuchuan figured out that the young Master Guo was probably spoiled at home, behaving like a young nobleman but not entirely bad-hearted. Therefore, he didn't bother to calculate, telling Lu Zhan and Guo Zongfei to play somewhere else while he sat down in Guo Zongfei's original seat and began brushing the crayfish efficiently. With more people involved, there was more power. Collaborating, the guests and hosts managed to prepare more than 10 dishes by noon. The large round table was taken out and placed in the courtyard again. Among all the dishes, 3 bowls of crayfish stood out prominently at the center, one spicy and fragrant, one with garlic flavor. All were red and inviting, stimulating the appetite. Everyone sat around the large round table in a perfect circle. When Run sat between Shen Wuchuan and Lu Zhan, while Shen Wuchuan had Guo Zongfei on his other side. Once they started eating, everyone focused on the crayfish. The meat of these freshwater shrimp was indeed firm and chewy, fresh and sweet. When Run held a shrimp and watched Guo Zongfei trying to battle with a crayfish while holding up his injured finger. He nudged Shinmuchuan lightly with his elbow and asked in a low voice, "How did second young master come here? Did he follow you here? Hasn't he given up?" He thought he had been clear enough during their last phone call. He thought Guo Zongfei would have known better than to continue. Unexpectedly, even the TV show had brought him over this time. As Shinmuchuan was about to speak, suddenly Guo Zongfei leaned over and laughed cheerfully, "I'm here to see you on behalf of my father." Ahem, ahem. Wen Run was startled by the sudden interruption and choked. After drinking half a glass of water, his face turned red from coughing. "Don't talk nonsense." Lu Zhan and Shinmuchuan both curiously looked at him. "Do you know Mr. Guo?" Mr. Guo referred to Guo Zongfei's father. Wen Run was flustered, unsure how to explain that, this dad is not that dad, and when he mentioned dad, he also recalled Guo Zongfei's previous joking comments of, "Call me mom or call me little dad." It truly wasn't something he could say aloud. Seeing his blushing face, Shinmuchuan stepped in helpfully, changing the topic by handing a peeled crayfish into Guo Zongfei's bowl. "Young second master, eat more shrimp." Guo Zongfei's eyes twinkled and threw the well-peeled shrimp ball into his mouth. He smiled brightly. "I was only kidding before. In fact, I followed Shinmuchuan here." As he finished speaking, he immediately looked at Shinmuchuan's reaction. Unfortunately, Shinmuchuan showed no reaction at all, acting as if he hadn't heard anything, continuously peeling shrimp. His technique was superb. After turning the head, pinching the tail several times, and lightly squeezing at the tail tip, the whole plump shrimp ball popped out easily. Lu Zhan glanced back and forth between Shinmuchuan and Guo Zongfei, his eyebrows knitting tightly together. He quietly whispered to Wen Run, "What's going on with them?" Then he changed his words, "No, what's going on with Guo Zongfei? Is he really interested in Shinmuchuan?" He trembled slightly, unable to believe it. What on earth made him lose his mind? Isn't life good enough? At first, Wen Run didn't think too deeply. He only assumed Guo Zongfei hadn't abandoned the script idea. Now, reminded by Lu Zhan, after pondering for a moment, he also felt there might be some truth to this suspicion. They exchanged a glance and ended up sympathetically looking at Guo Zongfei, wanting to ask him why he lost his mind. Shinmuchuan's character was indeed good, mature, steady, reliable. But all this was just surface level. Wen Run and Lu Zhan lived with him for almost 2 years and knew Shinmuchuan's true nature best. Despite appearing calm like a Buddha, he actually harbored a very dark heart. Wen Run was relatively fine since he was obedient and rarely got himself into trouble with Shinmuchuan. On the contrary, Lu Zhan genuinely feared him. When they first met, Lu Zhan was still full of naive arrogance, but after a few silent yet effective lessons from Shinmuchuan, he quickly straightened up. Later, seeing Shinmuchuan felt like encountering the principal, which led to an odd situation where outside Lu Zhan acted arrogantly, but once he returned to the dormitory, he behaved like a model student just to avoid being lectured by Shinmuchuan. Some people are naturally born with the aura of a principal. Even if you made the first move, you'd still feel submissive in front of them. Lu Zhan and Guo Zongfei shared similar temperaments and hobbies, but never would they expect such a similar Guo Zongfei to dare flirt with the principal. He threw an admiring glance at Guo Zongfei and then indulged himself in enjoying the shrimp and watching the drama unfold. It annoyed him when Shinmuchuan bullied him, but it was quite satisfying to see someone else stepping up to get bullied by Shinmuchuan. After a lively meal, they rested in the afternoon before heading out to the fields to look at the rice seedlings. What started as viewing soon turned into everyone being tricked into helping with the work. It couldn't be helped, the morning's task of transplanting the rice hadn't been finished due to entertaining the guests. A fun-filled afternoon of transplanting rice flew by, and it was time for the guests to leave. They rated the hospitality of the hosts, left gifts, and then departed on the bus. Before leaving, Guo Zongfei sneaked off to find Wen Run. Squinting his eyes with pride, he said, "I wasn't joking earlier, it was really my father who sent me to visit you, and the gift is from him too. He's busy, so he couldn't come over." Wen Run looked at the exquisite gift box and felt something about what Guo Zongfei said just didn't sit right. Before he could figure out why, Guo Zongfei continued, "Since I've helped you, you should help me too, it's reciprocity, you know." "What do you need help with?" Wen Run asked. "Of course, it's persuading Shinmuchuan to accept my script," Guo Zongfei said, dissatisfied. "Didn't you say last time the production team wasn't good enough? This time, I hired a big director, the supporting actors are all veterans, and the other male lead is a visual icon aiming for awards. There's no reason for him to refuse this time, right?" Wen Run scrutinized him, remembering Lu Zhan's words, and seriously asked, "Do you actually want Shinmuchuan to star in your drama, or do you want to use this as an excuse to get closer to him? Is it that obvious?" Guo Zongfei froze, thinking that Wen Run had always been naive before. How did he suddenly see through? He quickly shifted gears, saying, "Actually, both reasons apply. I see the entertainment industry as a fat piece of meat, and Shinmuchuan's acting is solid, plus I like him. Anyway, if I'm going to promote someone, it's natural to prioritize someone I like." But Wen Run shook his head and said, "Then I can't help you." "Fine, never mind," Guo Zongfei deflated but then regained his fighting spirit, adding, "If you don't want to help, fine. I'll convince him myself, but you mustn't betray me." This time Wen Run readily agreed. Thinking that even Lu Zhan figured it out, perhaps Shinmuchuan had realized much earlier. Did he really need to remind? Having obtained Wen Run's promise, Guo Zongfei rushed off to catch up with the group. Meanwhile, Wen Run returned to his room with the gift box. After covering the camera with a piece of clothing, he finally opened the box. Chapter 48. The gift box wasn't very large, rectangular and flat, adorned with a beautiful bow made from grey satin ribbon. Fingers skillfully untied the bow, and Wen Run gently opened the box to find an envelope and a piece of paper inside. The sturdy ink-stained envelope was sealed with red wax, giving no hint of its contents. Wen Run first opened the folded note, on which only one sentence was written. Open the envelope at 2:00 p.m. on April 29th. The handwriting was firm and sharp, signed by Yi Hansheng. Placing the note aside, Wen Run picked up the envelope and felt it, yet couldn't guess what was inside. His heart was as if tickled by a small brush, leaving him restless with anticipation. On April 29th, he happened to have just finished recording a program, coincidentally also his birthday. Why did Yi Hansheng ask him to open the envelope only on this day? Wen Run vaguely felt that it might be related to his birthday, yet hesitated to believe, could this be a present prepared by President Yi for his birthday? That morning of the 29th, after finishing the recording, he was scheduled to take an evening flight back to B City. Did Yi Hansheng know he wouldn't make it back in time, so had Guo Zongfei deliver the present early? Gripping the envelope and speculating over and over again, all possibilities seemed plausible. Wen Run ran his fingers lightly over the wax seal, making great effort to suppress his eagerness to tear it open. Pressing the envelope under his pillow, Wen Run deliberately tried not to think about the event on the 29th. Actually, he had never looked forward to his own birthday before. At first, due to poverty at home, celebrating birthdays meant only a bowl of longevity noodles. Later, while studying far away in B City, even those noodles were missing, leaving only a phone call from family each year. It was always the same, regular and plain. But this unexpected letter this year made him actually look forward a little. Even during bedtime, he couldn't resist taking it out and stroking it for a moment. The next 2 days of recording flew by quickly as Wen Run anticipated. But his fame was now unmatched, and while he secretly hoped for his birthday celebration, his fans online were preparing grand aids for his birthday, so much that the production crew also knew it was his birthday on the 29th. Therefore, on the morning of the 29th, the crew specially delivered a birthday cake and celebrated his birthday lively with the staff and guests. This morning passed particularly quickly, and once the birthday feast was over, other guests gradually left. Xia Yuban sprinted the fastest, smilingly telling him she would make up for the gift later before dashing off. His assistant packed his luggage, while Wen Run, holding the envelope, watched the time on his phone pass 2 o'clock, and then opened it nervously yet excitedly. Opening the envelope, there was another note inside. Wen Run was slightly surprised as he unfolded it and saw familiar handwriting saying, "If you're done packing, come to the door." Wen Run's heart started beating faster bit by bit. Without waiting for the assistants, he hurried impatiently to the main gate. A black Rolls-Royce, which wasn't there moments ago, waited quietly outside the door. And Yi Hansheng, carrying a bouquet of roses, smiled looking at him in front of the car. "Happy birthday, little celebrant." He still wore his formal shirt and suit trousers, without having even taken off his tie, and appeared dustily but promptly at the filming site, smiling while wishing him a happy birthday. Wen Run suddenly stopped walking, standing one step away, feeling somewhat flustered. "You, how did you come here?" Yi Hansheng's lips curved into a smile, turning his wheelchair slowly toward him and placing the flowers in his arms. "Naturally, I've come to pick you up and take you home." Wen Run's heart raced wildly, unconsciously twisting the ribbon on the flower bouquet, glancing into the car repeatedly. "Wasn't Brother Zheng supposed to come and pick me up?" It was originally planned that after the recording, Zheng Xian would come to pick him up, so he had booked an evening flight to avoid rushing. He didn't expect to meet Yi Hansheng here earlier than expected. He had something come up. Yi Hansheng glanced behind Wen Run and asked the 2 assistants, "Are all the things packed up?" The assistants nodded. "Put the luggage in the trunk. You can go back yourself, and claim your travel expenses from the finance department." After saying this, Yi Hansheng looked back at Wen Run gently and said, "Let's leave." Wen Run was still a bit dazed, obeyed wordlessly and got into the car. The driver then drove towards the outskirts of the village. Leaving the village and driving to the city airport took nearly 2 hours. After entering through the VIP channel, they didn't board a passenger plane, but instead headed to the other side of the tarmac. At the end of the jet bridge sat a smaller plane compared to the ordinary ones. The entire body of the aircraft was painted creamy yellow with cartoon patterns sprayed on it. However, since Wen Run was too close to see clearly, he couldn't fully discern the pattern painted on the fuselage before boarding. Dazedly following Yi Hansheng onto the plane, Wen Run realized it was a private jet. Inside were beige sofas and a bar, with an open-plan small kitchen behind the bar. Further back was a partitioned rest room and bathroom equipped with everything needed. "There's a chef on the plane. You can ask the chef to cook whatever you want. If you're tired, you can rest in the restroom, and sleep until we arrive," Yi Hansheng said as he shifted his arm and sat himself on the sofa while the wheelchair was pushed aside by the bodyguard. Wen Run sat opposite him, placing the bouquet on the round table before looking out of the porthole, feeling increasingly like it wasn't real. It was as though, without any preparation at all, he had suddenly stepped into a cloud of candy floss, soft, sweet, and unreal. "Is this for my birthday?" he asked. Yi Hansheng seemed to have seen right through his thoughts and arched an eyebrow, laughing. do you think it's too much fuss? When Run hesitated and nodded, this was the first time he'd ever celebrated his birthday so earnestly. A private plane had been used, and Yi Hanqing himself came to pick him up, always making him feel like it wasn't real. But unexpectedly, Yi Hanqing smiled and arched an eyebrow again. This isn't too much yet. You underestimate yourself too much. With Wen Run's rapidly rising popularity and hotness now, if he were slightly more vain, he would probably already be walking around arrogantly. Let alone being picked up by a private plane, he might even be able to buy one himself. Only Wen Run was still diligently working, completely unaware of his current status. If those dazzling layers of fame were peeled away, you would find that he was still the same person as at the start. Looking at his innocent expression, Yi Hanqing didn't explain too much, being unaffected by this field of fame and fortune, and not losing sight was something he appreciated seeing. Time aboard the plane passed slowly. Once the initial discomfort dissipated, Wen Run gradually adapted to the atmosphere of being alone together with him. He and Yi Hanqing sat facing each other. Yi Hanqing appeared very busy, currently furrowing his brows and typing on the computer, his deep blue tie loosened a little and tied loosely, exuding a sense of carefree recklessness. He himself took out a magazine from the drawer to flip through, but his eyes kept involuntarily glancing over to the opposite side. From the moment he saw Yi Hanqing today, his heart had been constantly full, completely filled with some warm emotion. Bored? Yi Hanqing paused what he was doing and looked at him apologetically. There's a bit of an urgent matter at the company, but once I finish dealing with it, it won't delay your birthday celebration. Wen Run was surprised. There's going to be a birthday party? Yi Hanqing chuckled lightly. Or do you think why I would use a private plane just to take you back home? Upon thinking about it, Wen Run agreed. Scratching his cheek, he smiled and said with twinkling eyes, thank you for the trouble, sir. For your birthday, Yi Hanqing smiled meaningfully at him, it's worth it. Wen Run averted his eyes, always feeling that there was some burning passion in his gaze. Instinctively avoiding it, after a while, his wandering eyes couldn't help turning back to confirm, only to find that Yi Hanqing had already withdrawn his gaze and continued his busy work. Unable to say whether it was relief or disappointment at that moment, Wen Run turned his eyes to the window outside. The plane was moving forward, the clouds receding. The golden-red sunset gave the clouds a layer of golden edges, the pale golden sea of clouds floating indeterminately, just like his mood at this moment. 10,000 meters above, the two sat facing each other. Wen Run sneakily glanced at his upright nose and thin lips, at his profound eyes slightly cast down, feeling as though a seed was sprouting and taking root inside his chest. By the time the plane landed in B City, it was already 6 p.m. After exiting the airport, they drove straight to the suburbs. The scenery on both sides became increasingly familiar, causing Wen Run to be astonished. This is the way to the resort. He still remembered the road from when Yi Hanqing brought him last time. Yi Hanqing, in response but didn't elaborate further. By the time they arrived at the resort, it was already dark. Lights of various sizes illuminated the place, looking from afar like a sea of lights. After getting off the car, security guard Yu Biao did not follow. Only Wen Run and Yi Hanqing went together. Wen Run was on the left, Yi Hanqing on the right. Almost without needing Yi Hanqing's direction, Wen Run knew the correct path just by looking at the light strings decorated with "Happy Birthday" signs leading the way. The guiding light string stretched from the entrance all the way to the wooden house restaurant where Wen Run had been before. Moving further, the entire restaurant was pitch black, only the warm yellow string of lights behind them emitted a faint warmth. Wen Run subconsciously looked at Yi Hanqing beside him. Go check it out yourself, Yi Hanqing encouraged with his deep eyes reflecting fragmented lights. Wen Run nodded slightly and continued to move forward. As soon as he stepped onto the staircase of the wooden house restaurant, the whole wooden house lit up instantly, with warm lighting illuminating the whole area. At the same time, the melody of Happy Birthday played in his ears. Many familiar faces were holding confetti sprayers and showered him with colorful confetti. Wen Run squinted his eyes and saw Guo Zongfei holding a gift and rushing up first, Happy 20th birthday. Lu Zhan wasn't far behind, shoving a present into his arms, Happy Birthday. Surprised? Happy. This is the belated gift, your agent didn't let me give it earlier. Xia Yupa had actually snuck off ahead of time and was now laughing as he pushed another gift into his arms. Before long, Wen Run's arms were filled to the brim. He blinked, emerging from his initial confusion, finally breaking out in a big smile, thank you all, this is the happiest birthday I've ever had. Jing Xian stepped back to Yi Hanqing's side and asked quietly, what about your gift? I'll give it to him later. Yi Hanqing was smiling faintly, watching as Wen Run was surrounded by everyone blowing candles and making wishes. The birthday cake that was wheeled out had 3 tiers, with the topmost tier being a cute version of Wen Run's face. This small caricature wore a crown on its head, and even held a pacifier in its hand, looking extremely adorable. A number 20 cartoon candle stood upright on the cake. Wen Run closed his eyes, hands clasped together. Before closing them, he unknowingly or perhaps deliberately glanced at Yi Hanqing for a second, before closing his eyes to make a wish. The flickering candlelight cast on his face, highlighting an expression of deep sincerity. After finishing his wish, Wen Run cut the first slice. On the side, Guo Zongfei started yelling, leave that little person for me. Don't any of you dare fight me for it. Seeing him acting like a joker, Wen-run directly placed the topmost Q-version figure onto his plate. To everyone's surprise, however, Guo Zongfei did not eat it but instead carefully cradled it and presented it before Yi Hanqing flatteringly. "Dad, this one is for your filial piety." Yi Hanqing's eyes twitched violently. Clearly still adjusting to having such a grown-up son, yet Guo Zongfei's gesture of respect was undoubtedly agreeable to his heart. After hesitating slightly, Yi Hanqing eventually nodded slightly and accepted the small piece of cake. In the plate, the cream-made figurine sat adorably, even though Yi Hanqing normally disliked the sweetness of cream. Yet at that moment, his Adam's apple moved. He picked up a fork, hesitated for a while, and then decided to start with the pacifier in the little person's hand, placing a bite into his mouth. He looked down with lowered eyes, eating slowly, yet unmistakably with evident pleasure. Wen-run was surrounded, distributing the cake. With a sidelong glance, he noticed Yi Hanqing's actions, observing how he ate another piece, causing his earlobes to turn red stealthily. A slight distraction caused the knife in his hand to tilt a bit, almost stabbing the entire cake to fall to the ground. "Let me take over from here. Today, you're the star. Just enjoy it." Shen Muqian glanced toward Yi Hanqing's direction, smilingly took the knife from him, and continued dividing the cake for others. As Wen-run withdrew from the crowd with his own slice of cake, his earlobes were still hot. However, his eyes instinctively sought out Yi Hanqing again. Yi Hanqing and Jing Xian had already found a table to sit at, the cake plate on the table was empty, the cream-made figurine had already been eaten entirely. His gaze unconsciously fell on Yi Hanqing's lips, reminiscing about what he'd seen just moments ago. Not only did his ears turn red, but now even his cheeks blushed faintly. Fortunately, it was dark outside, and the lighting wasn't very bright, so it was hard to notice unless someone looked closely. Wen-run exhaled deeply, rubbed his cheeks, and finally managed to calm down a little. As he hesitated whether to approach Yi Hanqing's table or not, Lu Zhan suddenly patted his shoulder from behind, asking curiously, "What are you spacing out for?" Wen-run hurriedly walked forward. "No, I'm just thinking about what to drink." "Forget thinking, we're drinking, of course." Lu Zhan pointed at the bartender skillfully mixing cocktails under the lights. "He's not here to put on a circus show." After saying that, he fetched 2 drinks, shoved one into Wen-run's hand, and enthusiastically declared, "Tonight, we don't go home till we're drunk. Cheers." Chapter 49. Lu Zhan loved to play and drink, but Wen-run didn't dare to match him in drinking. After a symbolic toast, he fled. By the time he realized it, his feet had already carried him to Yi Hanqing's table. At that point, pretending not to see was impossible. Wen-run could only smile, trying hard not to look at the empty cake plate. "Mr. Yi, Brother Zheng." Jing Xian raised his glass, smiling, "Happy birthday. Your gift is already in your room." Wen-run refilled his glass and clinked it with his, the laughter in his eyes illuminated by the lights. "Thank you, this is the most lively birthday I've ever had. Every year from now on will be just as lively." Jing Xian glanced at Yi Hanqing, speaking cryptically. Wen-run didn't catch the undertone and nodded in agreement. He thought back to how signing the contract was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but over the rough journey, he fell more in love with acting and made more friends, all of which were blessings for him. The 3 toasted gently while others partied exuberantly elsewhere. Birthday banquets were mostly about drinking and having fun. Wen-run's quiet nature couldn't compete with a few rowdy friends. Once upon a time, only Lu Zhan wasn't enough to cause much chaos, but now Guo Zongfei and Xia Yupan were added to the mix, making them feel like old friends meeting after years apart. They drank until they were fully satisfied. As alcohol filled their bellies, their heads grew dizzy, and so did their courage. It was unclear who started it among the 3, but soon, they began smearing each other with cream. Guo Zongfei's hands were full of cream, intending to smear Lu Zhan, but he bumped into someone instead. Irritated, he turned around to see Shen Muqian and immediately smiled, reaching out to touch Shen Muqian's face. After leaving Shen Muqian covered in cream, he leered and said, "Your skin is really good, smooth and tender." Shen Muqian looked down at him, his dark eyes unreadable. Seeing this from afar, Lu Zhan sucked in a sharp breath and abandoned his buddy, dashing off quickly. This guy was asking for trouble, there was no stopping him. After finishing his mischievous deed, Guo Zongfei acted flirtatiously, closing his eyes and licking his fingers. Ecstatically, he exclaimed, "So fragrant." Shen Muqian asked expressionlessly, "Sweet?" Guo Zongfei grinned foolishly, "Yes, sweet." Shen Muqian asked again, "Tasty?" Guo Zongfei nodded, "Very tasty." Shen Muqian stopped talking, gazing deeply at him for a long moment. Lu Zhan escaped successfully and rendezvoused with Xia Yupan. Both were covered in cream and hid their hands behind their backs before heading towards Wen-run. Lu Zhan patted Wen-run's shoulder with his clean hand. As Wen-run turned around, both instantly wiped cream all over his face, 5 neat cream marks on each side. When Wen-run finally reacted and wiped the cream off to retaliate, Lu Zhan and Xia Yupan had already run off laughing. Chasing after them, everyone erupted into chaos, with laughter and occasional screams filling the entire restaurant. Meanwhile, while celebrating Wen-run's birthday in the Wooden House restaurant, netizens and fans weren't idle either. The hashtags #HappyBirthdayWenrun0429 and #WenRunBirthday supporting SuperRich both occupied prominent spots on the trending charts. The former was pushed hard by the fans, while the latter was half supported by bystanders online. Celebrity birthdays generally have similarities: birthday parties, landmark LED screen promotions, metro line advertisements, public welfare efforts, and such, all showcasing the heartfelt support from their fans. However, When Run's birthday stood out differently. How? Different because an anonymous super-rich fan suddenly emerged with an eccentric style. Earlier in the day, a photo had been exposed on Weibo showing an airport picture. In the photo, the tarmac at one of the capital's airports held a cream-colored plane. Slightly smaller than a large passenger aircraft, its whole body was painted cream color, with large letters reading, "Happy 20th Birthday, When Run," on the wings. The fuselage featured a currently very popular Q-version avatar image of When Run. Clearly, it was the private jet of some wealthy individual. The one who posted the airport photo was a fan, mentioning the original creator of the Q avatar in the Weibo post, at IAMA lifelong milk fan, Mrs. Look at what this is. The original author reposted the Weibo, with just one word, "damn," and an attached screenshot showing a massive transaction authorization request from a Weibo account named, Xiao Xiao Wuya. Apparently, someone had suddenly approached her asking for permission, simply saying they wanted to print something to celebrate When Run's birthday. She assumed it was just merchandise for fans, so she agreed. Unexpectedly, this benefactor provided a bank account number and directly transferred her 100,000 yuan as an authorization fee. Afterward, this rich person disappeared. It was utterly unexpected that her artwork would be printed on a private jet, and this wasn't just an ordinary rich person, it was a supernaturally wealthy individual. After the original creator revealed the Weibo ID, Xiao Xiao Wuya, another fan of When Run discovered that Xiao Xiao Wuya had once joined the official supporters group for the star, with some even releasing screenshots of the chat history. For an idol's birthday, well-off fans often pool money to show their support. Initially, the fans of When Run wanted to rent out the entire line 2 of the subway for his birthday, but before they could implement it, Xiao Xiao Wuya, who had never bubbled up in discussions, vetoed the plan. Reason given: "I've already rented the subway line, change to something else." The fans were all startled, engsub. This seemingly new and audacious account was then removed from the group. This incident had been forgotten until the artist revealed that the owner of the private jet might be Xiao Xiao Wuya. This discovery made it all the more interesting because this person indeed wasn't exaggerating. On the 29th day, Line 2 and Line 3, the busiest metro lines in City B, were entirely adorned in cream yellow, the color dedicated to supporting When Run, featuring images of him across all surfaces. All the advertising billboards inside stations also showcased photographs celebrating When Run's birthday. But these weren't orchestrated by the regular fans. As such, this presumed fake fan supernally wealthy supporter trended on social media. Once it hit the trending charts, it wasn't just a matter among fans anymore. Idle netizens jumped into the fray attempting to dig up the identity of the mysterious tycoon, but after much effort, they still came up empty-handed. However, someone noticed that on the 29th day, a generous donation of 2 million yuan had been made to a certain charity foundation under When Run's name. Given the scale of this gesture, it clearly wasn't something fans could pull off. Therefore, it was likely the anonymous benefactor again. In this way, the enigmatic patron ascended to the top of the hot search list, and Xiao Xiao Wuya's somewhat zombie-like Weibo account gained over 100,000 followers. Because their true identity remained a mystery, the heat on Weibo didn't dissipate easily, continuing into the evening as netizens engaged in all kinds of wild speculations. What began as normal conjectures gradually veered into increasingly bizarre theories. However, Yi Hanqing naturally had no time to pay attention to any of these happenings. All his focus was on When Run, watching him laugh and play around, covered in cream from head to toe. There was indulgence in his eyes. Deep into the night, everyone had tired themselves out and finally quieted down, heading back to rest. Yi Hanqing had arranged with Yulei ahead of time, reserving the wooden villas at the resort. The rooms were prepared beforehand, so everyone could go straight to sleep. Each standalone wooden villa consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room. Naturally, When Run and Yi Hanqing shared one. Both returned together, with When Run both exhausted and drowsy. He showered when he got back, didn't even have the chance to dry his hair, and fell asleep leaning against the headboard. When Yi Hanqing brought the gift over, he found When Run's door half open, lights blazing, yet there was no sound within. With barely 5 minutes left until midnight, Yi Hanqing walked directly in, finding When Run in the bedroom, hair still damp, soundly asleep. Rolling his wheelchair to the bedside, Yi Hanqing called his name softly a couple of times. When Run frowned slightly, let out a soft hum through his nose, but didn't wake up. At this close range, if his body tilted a bit further, he'd practically fall right into Yi Hanqing's arms. Leaving the gift beside the bed, Yi Hanqing scrutinized him intently. After taking a bath, When Run's pale skin looked fresh and smooth, carrying a faint fragrance of shampoo. His jet-black lashes hung low, with moisture still lingering beneath them. Impulsively, Yi Hanqing reached out to touch lightly, confirming their dampness. His fingers slid downwards gently, lightly grazing the bridge of his pert nose, eventually landing on lips that appeared redder than during the day. When Run's lips were not thin like his face suggested, rather full and soft, tempting to the touch. Deepening his gaze, Yi Hanqing pressed softly, relishing the feeling. Suddenly, the sleeping figure's eyelashes trembled sharply like startled butterfly wings. Pausing, Yi Hanqing raised his gaze, only to find Wen Run still deeply asleep. He smiled softly, lowering his hand to cradle Wen Run's chin, bending forward and capturing his lips tenderly. He kissed him passionately, lips pressing intimately together as his dark eyes observed Wen Run's response carefully. The sleeper's breathing grew uneven, accompanied by slight trembles in his body. His raven lashes fluttered delicately, like a captured butterfly trembling in place. A soft chuckle escaped Yi Hanqing's throat. Tilting his head, he pried open Wen Run's closed teeth, tangling with the soft tongue within. Wen Run made a great effort to control his breathing so as not to reveal that he had already awakened. Actually, when Yi Hanqing called his name, he had gained consciousness faintly, but he just didn't want to open his eyes because he was too tired. Until Yi Hanqing suddenly kissed his lips, he was startled awake. But he pretended to still be asleep subconsciously for fear that waking up would make the scene too awkward, hoping that Yi Hanqing would leave quickly. Who would have thought that Yi Hanqing would take the chance to kiss him while he was sleeping? The passionate kiss made it hard for him to breathe, yet upon careful reflection, he found it wasn't unpleasant at all. His tongue tried to evade but was captured and nibbled gently. It felt like he was about to suffocate until Yi Hanqing finally let go. Wen Run tightly shut his eyes, feeling his heart pounding violently in his chest. He thought to himself, having kissed for so long, should he be leaving now? Yi Hanqing's eyes gleamed with pleasure as his thumb wiped the transparent liquid from Wen Run's mouth. Seeing him still feigning sleep, his chest vibrated slightly, emitting a low chuckle. Not awake yet? Or do you want me to keep kissing? This pretense could no longer continue. Wen Run abruptly opened his eyes, blushing with a touch of anger as he called out, Mr. Yi. Yi Hanqing leaned closer, his eyes filled with amusement. Why are you still calling me Mr. Yi? He tilted his face close by Wen Run's ear, his lips almost brushing against the lobe, enticingly whispering with a deep voice, call my name. Wen Run shrank further into the bed, avoiding his touch, feeling somewhat uneasy and confused. Looking at Yi Hanqing, he asked softly, in what capacity should I call your name? Yi Hanqing was momentarily taken aback. Seeing Wen Run's troubled expression, he chuckled lightly, pulling him closer and then kissed his eyelashes. Wen Run placed his hands on Yi Hanqing's chest, feeling the intense heartbeat underneath. Listening to his deep voice murmuring word by word in his ear, boyfriend, soul companion, heir, which one do you choose? Wen Run's breath caught, his eyes wide open, unable to utter a word with his mouth agape. Yi Hanqing kissed his forehead, wrapping his arms firmly around Wen Run's waist and embracing him tightly, smiling as he said, not choosing. Then I'll have them all. He forcibly placed Wen Run's arms around his waist, making him hug him back, then gravely stated, once decided, there will be no going back. Upon finishing his sentence and seeing Wen Run still dazed without any reaction, Yi Hanqing bit his lips in dissatisfaction. The pain brought Wen Run back to reality. He futilely pushed Yi Hanqing away, his voice soft and weak, Mr. Yi, please let me go. Yi Hanqing wouldn't release him, insisting stubbornly, call my name. With his mind in turmoil, Wen Run was completely disoriented, instinctively calling out, Mr. Yi, several times, only to incur a more severe punishment from Yi Hanqing. His nose reddened, finally yielding and calling out his name weakly. Hanqing. The two simple words carried sweetness akin to honey entering the ears. Yi Hanqing lightened his action, tenderly licking his lips while muffledly urging him, keep calling. The soft, sticky voice pleading his name sent shivers through every bone in his body. Chapter 50. Wen Run's face burned bright red, his eyes moist and his body trembling slightly as he was forcibly kissed and licked by him. He nervously bit his lips, refusing to call his name again, feeling completely unable to escape from his strong arms, as if he would be reduced to ashes in his embrace. Yi Hanqing tightly held him, feeling the slight struggles of the person in his arms. Beneath the pleased expression, a trace of gloom and apprehension finally leaked out. He finally stopped abusing those pitiful lips and instead leaned his forehead against Wen Run's, their breaths entwined. Do you want to back out? Wen Run's eyes flickered and he shook his head subconsciously, no. Yi Hanqing carefully observed his expression, seeing no sign of or resistance. The deeply concealed unease gradually subsided. The events that unfolded tonight had already surpassed his planned expectations. He had originally come to give Wen Run a birthday gift, but Wen Run was asleep. The quiet and obedient figure lured him into stealing a kiss, only for Wen Run to wake up right at that moment. Even though he woke up, he continued to pretend to be asleep, practically allowing Yi Hanqing's actions. How could Yi Hanqing resist? The person in front of him was too beautiful. He wanted to envelop him in his arms every moment, mark him with his own signature, and declare ownership. Willpower at night is always weaker than during the day. Moreover, Wen Run's almost passive acceptance further obliterated his reason. He thought this way, so he acted accordingly. His scent turned out to be sweeter than he could have imagined. He suddenly couldn't wait any longer. Originally, he intended to wait until Wen Run came to understand on his own and willingly let him kiss and embrace him. However, today's unexpected turn disrupted his plans. He no longer wanted to wait. Wen Run was like a foolish little lamb, both innocent and timid. If he didn't push him a bit, perhaps he would never take the next step, just like on the plane today when he secretly looked at him and then quickly hid upon being noticed, pretending nothing happened. Yet, just one look from Yi Hanqing could easily stir up all his emotions. With a touch of malice, Yi Hanqing hugged him tighter, deliberately blowing hot breath on his face, gazing straight into his eyes as he said slowly, "Then why won't you call my name?" "Boyfriend, Why wouldn't he call his name?" Though it was only 2 short words, Wen Run felt their weight carried 1,000 jin, and to utter them would consume all his strength. His heart beat rapidly, wanting to explain but not knowing how. Should he say that simply calling his name caused his heartbeat to become unbalanced and made his words jumbled? It was too embarrassing and too humiliating. Like an ostrich, Wen Run desperately lowered his head, hiding his face in his neck, as if that would hide all his shame and trepidation. Sensing his avoidance, Yi Hanqing forcefully supported his leg bend and lifted him up, placing him directly on his lap. Wen Run was startled and hurriedly raised his head, panicking, "Don't, your leg." "I don't care." Seeing that he was finally willing to look up, Yi Hanqing cupped his warm hand on his cheeks and asked again, "Why won't you call my name? Do you not like me?" He asked very slowly, his gaze firmly locking onto Wen Run's face, missing not a single change in expression. "No." Wen Run's eyelashes trembled, anxiously shaking his head, trying to say that he didn't dislike him, but when he opened his mouth and met his burning gaze, he simply couldn't say it. With a reddened nose, he could only shake his head forcefully. "Then you do like me?" Yi Hanqing did not give him a chance to catch his breath, pressing forward relentlessly. Wen Run's head was dizzy, his face burning hot, his thoughts disordered. Yet, seeing the glimmer of expectation in his eyes, he didn't want to disappoint him. Thus, swallowing his embarrassment, he faintly nodded. Yi Hanqing, however, wasn't satisfied with such a response, feigning ignorance. "What does nodding mean? Don't like me?" Cornered by Yi Hanqing, Wen Run's eyes and nose were entirely red. Giving up in despair, he said, "No, I do not dislike." By the end, his voice had taken on a crying tone. He felt both wronged and humiliated. His nature was always reserved and subtle. Just being pressed and kissed for half a while had already been enough to make anyone blush, yet now, he was also forcibly held by Yi Hanqing who professed affection, making him wish there was a shell to enclose himself within. And this man not only confessed himself but forced Wen Run to say it aloud. Wen Run felt like a clam caught by Yi Hanqing, who insisted on prying open its shell to knead the soft flesh inside. He felt both humiliated and wronged, but Yi Hanqing was too dominant, and he couldn't break free. Moreover, he didn't want to tell lies that would disappoint Yi Hanqing. Thus, enduring the shame, he opened his heart to let Yi Hanqing see. He wasn't sure when he began to feel unusual affection for Yi Hanqing, but he knew that he truly liked him. The seed that had been planted without him realizing germinated at the moment today when he saw Yi Hanqing come to pick him up. He wanted to avoid looking too deeply into it, but now, Yi Hanqing had cornered him and forced him to admit his feelings. "Coincidentally, I like you too," Yi Hanqing said softly when he saw Wen Run's red eyes and nose, full of resentment. Lowering his head to kiss his eyes and the tip of his nose, his deep voice confessed repeatedly in Wen Run's ear, "I like you so much that I want to hide you away, so only I can see." He nibbled on his earlobe, his voice tinged with delight. "You say? Is this what people call mutual affection?" Wen Run's heart beat like a drum, looked upon by Yi Hanqing's fiery gaze, and finally emitted a tiny moan like that of a mosquito. Yi Hanqing's lips curved higher, all the unease and gloom buried deep in his eyes disappeared, leaving behind only fervor. Their breaths intertwined as he asked again in a lowered voice, "Then from now on, does that mean I can hold you, kiss you, and also?" His final words vanished between their lips. Wen Run's face flushed, and his body moved uneasily, sensing something unusual about Yi Hanqing. His body stiffened as he could no longer move. His eyes gazed at Yi Hanqing nervously, wanting to ask, "What's wrong with you?" but unable to bring himself to speak. Yi Hanqing made no attempt to conceal his desire for him, but seeing his real panic, realizing that today's results were already the best possible, decided not to push too hard for fear that if he did, Wen Run might avoid him from then on. So, he just gave him a light kiss, acting extremely innocent. "What's wrong with me?" Wen Run was shocked by his brazen behavior, as if meeting an entirely different side of him, but found it utterly embarrassing to say aloud, so he merely pushed him slightly and whispered quietly, "Let me go." "Then you need to give me a kiss." Yi Hanqing pressed further, pointing to his own lips, seducing, "A kiss, then I'll let you go." Wen Run pressed against his chest, his expression showing confusion and hesitation. Finally, his fingers gripped his shirt tightly, closed his eyes, and hastily pecked his lips once. Warm and soft, they separated immediately. Yi Hanqing remained unsatisfied, but aware that today's harvest was already sufficient, he decided to give Wen Run some time to recover. If he pushed too far, Wen Run might shy away. Therefore, he ceased forcing and generously released the arms that held him prisoner. As soon as his grip loosened, Wen Run quickly slid off his lap like a startled rabbit, retreating back to bed and wrapping himself in a thin blanket. A glance at Yi Hanqing's unashamed figure prompted him to close his eyes dismissively. "I'm going to sleep, Yi, you should sleep early too." Yi Hanqing chuckled softly, leaned down, and lightly kissed his brow center, saying with utmost tenderness, "Good night, boyfriend." Wen Run's eyelashes quivered, burying his burning cheeks in the pillow. Annoyed, he thought, why did Yi Hanqing have to kiss him again? He used to be so different, why did he seem like another person tonight? Reluctantly letting him go while lingering by his bedside, noticing that when Run really wouldn't acknowledge him anymore and had burrowed deeper into his pillow, Yi Hanqing finally left unhappily. He didn't mind if when Run smothered himself, what mattered was that he was unwilling to leave. There would be plenty of time later, he mused. And in another wooden cabin just 200 or 300 meters away, Guo Zongfei was stealthily opening Shen Muqiuan's door. Today, he drank quite a bit of alcohol and after a quick wash, went to sleep. Somewhere in the middle of the night, woken up by a full bladder, he groggily got up to go to the bathroom. Afterward, though, he couldn't fall back asleep. Shen Muqiuan's room was right across from his, and its inhabitant was sleeping soundly, completely unguarded. Perhaps spurred on by the remnants of alcohol, Guo Zongfei grew unusually bold tonight. Quietly making his way to Shen Muqiuan's door, he tried twisting the doorknob, and it seemed like even fate favored him. The door was not locked, opening smoothly with a slight twist. Guo Zongfei rejoiced inwardly, slipping inside like a thief. In the middle of the bedroom stood a large bed, where faint movement could be discerned in the dark. Guo Zongfei held his breath as he slowly approached the bedside. Shen Muqiuan slept deeply, breathing steady and shallow, his usually severe features softened during sleep. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Guo Zongfei observed him carefully, increasingly liking what he saw, until emboldened, he reached out to touch his face. His skin was smooth and elastic. Swallowing, Guo Zongfei grew bolder and moved his hand lower. Shen Muqiuan had a great physique, his frame was covered with a thin layer of muscle, smooth and not exaggerated in line. As Guo Zongfei kept touching him, he grew even more fond of it, and his movements became bolder. He was enjoying himself when suddenly, a deep voice came from behind, "Feels good, huh?" Guo Zongfei instinctively wanted to respond, but then quickly realized the situation, instantly becoming terrified as he stared at Shen Muqiuan. Shen Muqiuan gave him a half-smile, his eyes unreadable in the dark. Seeing how shocked Guo Zongfei was, Shen Muqiuan simply grabbed him and pinned him down, reversing their positions. He looked at Guo Zongfei ambiguously, asking, "Do you want to continue?" Though Guo Zongfei was somewhat scared, he didn't want to lose face, so stiffening his neck, he touched Shen Muqiuan again and said defiantly but inwardly trembling, "Continue." Shen Muqiuan chuckled deeply, "Then I won't be polite." Before Guo Zongfei could fully understand what he meant, his hands were already pinned down. "What are you doing? Let me go." Guo Zongfei finally sensed that something was wrong and tried to move, only to find out that he couldn't escape. Shen Muqiuan was surprisingly strong, using one hand to hold both of his wrists tightly like an iron band. Despite being strong himself, Guo Zongfei found himself utterly powerless against Shen Muqiuan. Sensing his intentions, Guo Zongfei began to panic and shouted furiously, "Don't even think about it." Shen Muqiuan appeared calm and collected, his expression obscure in the darkness. "Does Shao know what I'm thinking?" Guo Zongfei glared at him viciously but didn't answer. "Shao has never experienced the feeling of being on the bottom, right?" Shen Muqiuan laughed lightly. "You dare." Guo Zongfei trembled and tried to kick him, only to be suppressed effortlessly by Shen Muqiuan once again. Seeing that he might be serious, Guo Zongfei was almost overwhelmed with fear. He struggled desperately, ignoring his pride, letting out a painful scream, "Ah! You damn let me go! If you dare! I'll never forgive you!" Shen Muqiuan looked at him coldly while continuing his actions, unfazed by Guo Zongfei's threats. Realizing his intention, Guo Zongfei shivered, bursting with energy in a desperate bid to protect his innocence. Regaining the use of his hands, he pushed Shen Muqiuan hard, scrambling out of the bedroom. He ran back to his room, still shaken, and slammed the door behind him. After locking the door, Guo Zongfei leaned against it, catching his breath. He narrowly avoided being violated. In the darkness, Shen Muqiuan smiled as he watched the retreating panicked figure of Guo Zongfei. He thought to himself that he had given Guo Zongfei a proper lesson this time, surely he wouldn't come and provoke him again so easily. Rising, Shen Muqiuan went to the bathroom for a shower. Scaring Guo Zongfei had unexpectedly made his own mood fiery. Chapter 51. The moment Yi Hanqing left, Wen Run immediately crawled out from under the covers. The weather at the end of April had already grown hot, and just that short while under the duvet had made him unbearably warm. He exhaled sharply and rubbed his cheeks, the heat on his face still not subsiding, whether it was from agitation or being covered, he wasn't sure. Hugging a light blanket, he sat at the head of the bed reminiscing about what had just happened. Then he threw himself back onto the bed in disappointment, covering his eyes. His performance had been utterly embarrassing. Not only was he flustered and disordered, but he couldn't even finish a sentence coherently. And then there was the kiss when his hands and legs turned weak. Wen Run was both angry at himself for being so incompetent at such an important time, as well as upset with Yi Hanqing for suddenly acting like a completely different person, always trying to kiss him and making his thoughts go hazy, unable to form coherent sentences. Annoyed, he gave the pillow a tug. Yet he couldn't help but recall how Yi Hanqing had called him boyfriend in that low, deep voice, which quickly turned his annoyance into sweetness. Previously, he never dared think along those lines, perhaps subconsciously feeling that Yi Hanqing's position was too high, and no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up to him. He'd never dared entertain any wild dreams of possibility between them, thus repressing those stirring feelings deeply, revering Yi Hanqing as a benefactor placed high upon a sacred pedestal. But now, after Yi Hanqing forced him to confront his true feelings, he could no longer deny it, he was actually happy and pleased. It was like suddenly winning the jackpot. At first, it felt unbelievable, dizzying, and overwhelming. But once he finally digested this wonderful news, a steady stream of sweetness and excitement began bubbling up from deep within him, endlessly bringing immense joy. He tossed and turned in bed, holding the blanket, his mind filled entirely with Yi Hanqing's deep voice and his tender yet forceful kisses, after lying awake on the bed for a long time, when Run was truly unable to fall asleep. Sitting up again abruptly, his lower leg suddenly brushed against something hard. Looking down, he saw a finely crafted box. It seemed Yi Hanqing had brought it over. However, amidst their fervor earlier, they'd completely forgotten about it. When Run picked up the box, curiously opened it, and discovered inside were 2 copies of an artist management contract. His gaze flickered slightly as he meticulously flipped through each page. On the last page, he saw the bright red seal of Stardom Media. The new contract represented an entirely new arrangement. The first contract when Run signed after joining Stardom was brought by his previous agent Song Li. Although the terms weren't bad, they certainly weren't excellent either. Later, when Jing Xian became his agent, the second contract provided significantly more favorable conditions, leaving Wen highly satisfied. Now, however, Yi Hanqing had delivered the third contract. This one stated Stardom would set up a personal studio exclusively for him, with all staff solely serving him alone. The profit-sharing terms were heavily tilted in his favor, marking one of the lowest ratios in the industry that he had ever known, and various other clauses, all of them strongly favoring him. If they signed according to this contract, Stardom would likely suffer severe losses, when Run thought as his finger tapped against the paper. But reflecting further, a smile involuntarily spread across his lips. These were opportunities laid out for him by the person he liked. Even though he didn't intend to sign such a remarkably advantageous contract, he was still thrilled by his considerate intentions. Was this what they called being blinded by love? Thinking about how the stern-faced Yi Hanqing would do something like this for him, when Run grinned faintly as he carefully packed away the contract, planning to discuss it with Yi Hanqing the next day. That night, he slept very soundly, smiling even in his dreams. The next morning, when Run woke up early. After freshening up, he went out to find Yi Hanqing still not having woken up. Glancing at the closed door of Yi Hanqing's room, when Run decided to call the front desk first and have the staff deliver breakfast. By the time breakfast arrived, Yi Hanqing still hadn't come out. Given Yi Hanqing's habit of waking up early due to lack of sleep, it was odd that when Run had been awake for quite a while, yet there was still no movement from him. Thinking it over, when Run walked over and knocked on the door. A muffled voice responded from inside, "Come in." When Run pushed open the door and peeked in, spotting Yi Hanqing who was in the middle of changing clothes. He had just put on his shirt but hadn't buttoned it yet, revealing a large portion of his chest. Blinking his eyes, when Run instinctively let his gaze sweep across Yi Hanqing's slightly defined pectorals before his ears burned and he shyly looked away. "Mr. Yi, breakfast is ready." Calling him Mr. Yi again, it was clear yesterday's punishment had done nothing to teach him a lesson. Yi Hanqing sighed almost imperceptibly, gesturing to him and saying, "Come over here and help me." Huh? When Run, confused, walked over, his eyes scanning up and down, unsure what kind of help Yi Hanqing needed. Yi Hanqing, however, simply spread out his hands, leaning back lazily and said, "I can't button my shirt, help me." When Run was utterly astonished. This encounter again reshaped his understanding of the person before him. It was obvious that Yi Hanqing was doing this on purpose. His face flushed bright red as he reluctantly responded, "You can surely button it yourself." Yet Yi insisted for him to do it, a gesture that clearly didn't mean well. Seeing his reluctance, Yi Hanqing's disappointment showed as he lowered his gaze, then sighed faintly, "Do you dislike me?" He touched his own leg with a melancholic expression. When Run furrowed his brows, wondering how not helping to button the shirt could be interpreted as disliking someone. Moreover, buttoning a shirt required hands, not legs. But all these retorts faded when he saw the dejected look in Ye's eyes. Fine. When Run inwardly sighed. He simply couldn't bear to see the man wear such an expression, so he finally knelt down to button each button on Yi Hanqing's unfastened shirt one by one. It was his first time doing such a personal task for anyone. Despite being cautious, every light touch of his fingertips brushing against Ye's skin sent small currents coursing through him. Watching quietly, Yi Hanqing's lips curved into an arc of satisfaction. After finishing with the buttons and carefully tucking the shirt into Ye's slacks, tying the belt, when Run finally looked up, his face flushed as he softly said, "Done." "Thank you." Seizing the moment before when Run stood up, Yi Hanqing pulled him closer and planted a kiss on his lips, his voice laced with triumph. "That's your thank you." Again. Mortified, when Run stumbled backward 2 steps, glaring at Yi Hanqing like a flustered little dog with glossy black eyes. The instigator wore an innocent face and even asked, "What's wrong?" Seething silently, when Run thought how wicked this man truly was. "Let's eat breakfast." Yi Hanqing turned his wheelchair forward without noticing when Run's annoyance. Taking his hand firmly, he led the way out. By the time they sat down at the dining table, and just as when Run had decided to forget about the incident earlier, he heard Yi calmly say, "Kissing between lovers is something very normal, you need to get used to it." Said with perfect calmness, as if kissing was no different than eating or drinking water. Meanwhile, when Run didn't share such thick-skinnedness, his face flushed once more, refusing to speak and poking a fried egg mercilessly into pieces with his fork. Yi Hanqing watched and sighed, reflecting internally that when Run's complexion was far too delicate. At this rate, how long would he have to endure? After breakfast, the pair decided to go for a stroll outside. The sun had just risen, casting pleasant breezes and warm sunshine through the woods, creating an inviting atmosphere. When Run originally wanted to push Yi Hanqing's wheelchair but found himself taking the lead as he grasped his hand. Contentedly playing with the soft fingers in his palm and sensing slight resistance, Yi Hanqing smiled and turned to him. I noticed other couples walking hand in hand during strolls. I've always wanted to try it myself. The tiny struggle from when Run's hand ceased instantly. Feeling uneasy, he turned away his reddening ears while unconsciously accepting the gesture, slowing his pace deliberately to match the wheelchair speed as they held hands and walked leisurely. Glancing sideways at when Run, Yi Hanqing's deep-set eyes radiated warmth. As they passed by the wooden house where Shen Muqing lived, they spotted Guo Zongfei squatting in front of it, sighing deeply with a look of total despair. Dark circles hung beneath his eyes, evidently, he hadn't slept well. Seeing Yi Hanqing and Wen Run approach, Guo Zongfei mustered some energy to greet them, only to witness their intertwined hands, leading to an overwhelming blow of envy and sorrow creeping further onto his face. Looking at the two, then thinking of his own ordeal last night, Guo Zongfei felt like crying. This world was so unfair. Just then, Shen Muqing emerged, still looking composed and proper as usual. Calmly greeting Guo Zongfei, upon seeing Wen Run and Yi Hanqing's joined hands, his eyes flickered momentarily as he gave Wen Run a probing glance. Blushing profusely, Wen Run subconsciously tried to withdraw his hand but was tightly held down by Yi Hanqing. Realizing there was no escaping, he let go and attempted to act indifferent while exchanging pleasantries with Shen Muqing. Observing this scene, Yi Hanqing smiled broadly toward both of them. Guo Zongfei couldn't help but feel a twinge of sourness in his chest. Recalling last night's experience, he glanced daggers at Shen Muqing who seemed prim during the day, only to turn surprisingly predatory at night. His eyes scanned Shen Muqing's face again, remembering the allure witnessed last night, causing him a slight itch of longing. However, seeing the other's calm expression as if nothing had happened, he grew irritated again. Why should he be sleep-deprived while this man looked so refreshed and unaffected? Thinking about it, his subdued mood from before returned. He believed that last night was just an unlucky mistake. If he went in prepared, who knew who would end up on top? He liked challenges like this. With renewed vigor, Guo Zongfei glanced provocatively at Shen Muqing, then grinned mischievously as he approached Wen Run and examined him from head to toe. Out for a stroll this early? Wen Run felt puzzled by his gaze but nodded. The air here is good. Seeing how steady he appeared on his feet, Guo Zongfei wondered, with their hands already intertwined, how could nothing have transpired last night between them? Sneaking another look at Yi Hanqing, Guo Zongfei inwardly rejoiced, thinking he wasn't completely defeated yet. He was determined to get someone into bed before Yi Hanqing did. As they conversed, Shen Muqing watched Wen Run quietly, having sensed Yi Hanqing's intentions earlier. But since he hadn't pointed anything out, and Wen seemed oblivious, Shen decided not to spoil things. Still, Shen couldn't believe how close these two had grown after just one birthday party. Observing Wen Run's reactions, though slightly shy, he wasn't forced or resistant, Shen relaxed, realizing that Wen himself didn't mind it. So there was no need for unnecessary words. Since they'd bumped into each other, the four decided to jog together, then planned to hang around for a bit before heading over to the restaurant for lunch. In front were Wen Run and Yi Hanqing, fingers interlocked without breaking their connection once. Behind were Guo Zongfei and Shen Muqing, whose atmosphere carried undertones of tension. It came mostly from Guo Zongfei. Glaring fiercely at Shen Muqing, he threatened under his breath, just you wait. I'll take revenge for last night. Shen Muqing cast a glance at his rear, unimpressed. If second young master doesn't mind soreness in your bottom, I wouldn't hesitate. Guo Zongfei. Shit. Is this person going to abandon all decency even in broad daylight? Grinding his teeth, Guo Zongfei sneered, who knows whose bottom will hurt more. Shen Muqing gave him a cool sidelong glance, conveying disdain without uttering a word. Guo's head buzzed with rage. Inwardly, he vowed, fine, from now on, his surname would be Shen too. During lunch, others joined them. Lu Zhan still felt hungover, shoveling food into his mouth carelessly before rushing off, citing afternoon engagements. Xia Yupan and Chu Yu also had errands to attend to and excused themselves after lunch. Shen Muqing left shortly afterward as well. Ultimately, only Yi Hanqing, Wen Run, Zheng Xian, and the idle Guo Zongfei remained. Fixated on plotting how to seduce Shen Muqing, Guo soon slipped away to consult his buddies. Meanwhile, having just finished his variety show recording, Wen Run planned to stay and rest for a couple days. Since he stayed, Yi naturally intended to accompany him. Watching this display, Zheng Xian cringed and complained, watch your actions. It's alright here since we're alone, but back home, please maintain at least a meter's distance. Must everyone know they're dating? Can't they keep it private? Pointing a finger at Yi Hanqing's desk, he warned, especially you, don't act as though everyone doesn't know you're together. Is being in a relationship such a big deal? Does the whole world have to know? Frowning, Yi Hanqing glared at him. I don't need your reminders. Jing Xian shrugged, I'm just worried you'll lose yourself. Remember, public outing might shock Wen Run. Coldly scoffing, Yi turned to Wen Run, his expression softening as he inquired about yesterday's gift. Did you check it? Upon hearing this, Wen Run remembered and hesitated, yes, but, isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Artists earn money for the company. Even when an artist establishes a personal studio, they bear their own profits and losses, usually merely affiliated nominally without much real involvement. However, the contract he offered Wen Run included the company funding and providing resources to set up a studio for him, pushing him to prominence, with all the earnings pocketed solely by Wen Run could already imagine what the shareholders would think of him once they found out. Yet Yi Hanqing smiled confidently, arching an eyebrow. What's inappropriate about it? All my assets will belong to you equally in the future. This minor agency agreement is insignificant in comparison. Chapter 52. Listening to his words, Wen Run's lips slightly pressed together. She felt a bit sweet in her heart but still insisted on her own idea. Yi Hanqing wanted to be good to her, and she of course also wanted to do something for Yi Hanqing. She overcame her shyness and softly argued, but I want to earn money for you too. The majority of the shares in Xingyu were in Yi Hanqing's hands, it was not an exaggeration to say he was the sole dominant figure. Wen Run knew that she could not help him much in business. The only thing she could think of was to perform well and make more money for Xingyu. Anyway, Xingyu was Yi Hanqing's. By approximation, making money for Xingyu was making money for Yi Hanqing. She looked at Yi Hanqing earnestly, her bright eyes sparkling with expectation, like a little animal desperately trying to prove itself. Yi Hanqing watched her, suddenly feeling an itch in his fingers, and wanted to scratch her chin. Maybe she would close her eyes and emit a pleasant growl like a kitten. With a glance filled with discontent at Jing Xian who was bothering them, Yi Hanqing held back this impulse and did not disappoint her expectations. His expression softened as he said gently, all right, everything will go your way. After finishing, he corrected it especially, however, it should be earning money for us. Wen Run's eyes opened slightly, a smile just started to spread, then blushed due to what he said next. A shallow dimple bloomed on her reddened cheeks, enticing one even more to scratch her chin. On the side, Jing Xian deeply felt that she shouldn't be at the table but under it. She coughed lightly, complained with discontent, in broad daylight under the clear sky, we're discussing serious matters. Don't start flirtations without warning. Show some respect to the agent, alright? Stop treating agents like non-human entities. Feeling embarrassed due to her thin skin, Wen Run covered her laughter with her mouth, no longer daring to look at Yi Hanqing. However, Yi Hanqing wasn't bothered by this. Just now they had overcome the barrier of their feelings and were at the moment of deep affection where they didn't want to leave each other. Especially since he had finally managed to coax the person dear to him into his arms. If it weren't for how busy both were, he would have wanted to keep Wen Run bound by his side 24 hours a day. Knowing that they would return to the city in the afternoon, all he wanted was to seize every moment to spend time alone with Wen Run. Unfortunately, Jing Xian had bad timing, sticking around to talk about serious things. Yi Hanqing frowned heavily, glaring at the table, speak quickly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly stating, don't think that I won't find a chance to get back at you later. Jing Xian immediately grasped the veiled threat contained in his words. She clenched her teeth and quickly told Wen Run, Jinling stage is going to air soon, remember to log on to Weibo and don't forget to forward and interact appropriately. Jinling stage was scheduled to start airing early May, which was just around the corner. Wen Run nodded to take note. Interaction among actors during show broadcasts served to promote the series better. Jing Xian was afraid that she might forget this because of love. After explaining, Jing Xian smartly excused herself, leaving behind Wen Run and Yi Hanqing. Shall we walk around a bit more? Yi Hanqing moved closer to her, finally resisting the temptation to lightly scratch her chin. His action was quick. After a brief light scratching, he swiftly withdrew his hand. Wen Run reacted slowly, looking at him in confusion, and instinctively reached out to touch the place where he scratched her. She really was like a silly kitten. That's what Yi Hanqing thought. Taking her hand, Yi Hanqing returned to his usual composed self, smiling and asking, we still have half a day. Do you want to visit any other places? The two wandered around the resort for half a day, and by the afternoon, they made their way back to City B. Upon returning to the city, they couldn't maintain the same level of intimacy as at the resort. Wen Run was currently highly sought after, and Yi Hanqing along with Xingyu were media focus points. Although they were unwilling, Yi Hanqing still had to consider Wen Run's future prospects. They both controlled themselves and kept their distance. After climbing upstairs, Yi Hanqing went home, while Wen Run continued forward. Upon reaching the door, she couldn't resist turning back for another look, catching Yi Hanqing's gaze exactly, prompting her to press her lips and smile before entering. Seeing her enter, Yi Hanqing shut the door. Looking at the dim and lifeless house, he experienced the feeling of dissatisfaction for the first time, and began to miss the person separated from him by just one wall. The good mood that arose due to Wen Run quickly darkened upon her departure. As he was about to step onto the balcony for fresh air, his phone rang suddenly, pausing his movement. Taking out his phone, upon seeing the message from Wen Run, the downturned corner of his mouth involuntarily turned upward. Boyfriend, what do you want to eat? I'll cook later. Yi Hanqing replied, I like everything you cook. Wen Run, looking at the standard answer on the chat interface, curved her eyebrows and her eyes filled with joy. I'll call you when it's ready. After putting his phone away, Yi Hanqing stared at the opposite balcony for a while, imagining Wen Run bustling about. After pondering silently for a moment, he wheeled out of his room and pressed the doorbell next door. Even though they needed to keep their distance in public to avoid suspicion, that was only necessary outside. The security at Songhai Houting was good, reporters wouldn't be able to sneak in. So why should they force themselves not to see each other within their own homes? The moment Wen Run saw him, her eyes sparkled as if lit up with countless stars. She smiled, inviting him in with a slightly excited tone. Didn't we agree to maintain our distance after coming back? Yeah, Yi Hanqing furrowed his sword-like brows, pretending to look troubled, but I missed you. Are you afraid? Nope. Wen Run shook her head forcefully, hesitated for a second, then quietly added, I missed you too. If they lived far apart, it would have been better, so they wouldn't constantly yearn for each other. But since they were living next door to one another, yet still had to pretend to be ordinary friends and limit their meetings, even resorting to chatting via WeChat instead of face-to-face conversations, it was definitely more challenging for the two blinded by love. Yi Hanqing squeezed her hand lightly and said, the security at Songhai Houting is excellent. Reporters won't be able to sneak in here. As long as we don't tell Jing Xian, it's fine. Just to avoid having Jing Xian nagging again. So annoying. Wen Run nodded in agreement. Having this shared little secret with the person she liked made her feel as though her heart was soaked in honey, sweet and joyous, yet tinged with a subtle thrill. After pouring tea for Yi Hanqing and laying out some fruits, Wen Run headed into the kitchen to start preparing food. Yi Hanqing felt much more at ease here than in the adjacent unit, improving his mood considerably. He placed his laptop on the table and started working while listening to the soft rustling sounds from the kitchen. After finishing dinner, the two tidied up the kitchen together. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. It was getting late, and seeing that Wen Run did not intend to let him stay overnight, Yi Hanqing decided to take his leave. Wen Run packed him 2 jars of fruit tea that Xie Yupan had recommended before, which he found tasty, so he prepared 2 jars for Yi Hanqing too. With his computer and the 2 glass jars resting on his lap, Yi Hanqing's expression turned somewhat gloomy due to the imminent departure. Furrowing his brows, he slowly said, the essential oil you gave me isn't working well. Huh? Wen Run looked surprised. How could that be? It works great for me. Yi Hanqing sighed softly as if unintentionally saying, probably because I've used so many sedatives before that I've developed resistance. He observed her reaction carefully, noticing her obvious concern, then lowered his gaze and stopped talking. Maybe massage would help. Wen Run frowned deeply, genuinely worried now. With just a slight hesitation, she added, in the future, I'll continue giving you massages in the evenings. It might work better when combined with massages. A hint of a smile tugged at the corner of Yi Hanqing's lips as he responded, all right. Wen Run was genuinely worried about his health, so she urged him to go back first, take care of personal hygiene, and change into comfortable clothing. Once she finished tidying up later, she'd come find him. Having achieved his purpose, Yi Hanqing became quite compliant, no longer making any trouble and returned to the neighboring apartment. After going back, he remembered something and sent her the lock code through WeChat. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after finishing tidying up and changing into cozy home clothes, Wen Run went to the neighboring apartment. She directly inputted the password to open the door. A small lamp in the entrance area was illuminated. Wen Run proceeded straight to the master bedroom, where Yi Hanqing had already changed into pajamas and was leaning half-reclined against the bedhead reading a book. Seeing her arrive, he put down his book and greeted her with a smile. He had already pre-lit the essential oil. A faint fragrance floated throughout the bedroom. Waiting for him to settle comfortably in bed, Wen Run began running her fingers through his hair, softly asking about his sleep situation. In fact, after using the essential oil given by Wen Run, Yi Hanqing's sleep had improved compared to before. However, he couldn't resist the delightful intimacy, so without hesitation, he lied, since you're not around anymore, my sleep has gone back to how it was before. His furrowed brows conveyed his distress. His voice was low and carried an air of despondency. It's hard to fall asleep, light sleep, and once awake in the middle of the night, I struggle to fall back asleep. The more Wen Run listened, the deeper her frown grew. Her heart felt as though gripped by some invisible force, leaving her with a sour ache. Thus, her hand's movements became ever more gentle, one hand lightly covering his eyes, soothing him in a soft, tender tone, no problem, just close your eyes and don't think about anything. You'll fall asleep soon. After a moment's consideration, she mustered her courage and lightly kissed his corner of the mouth, whispering a warm, good night. Feeling her gentle, treasured actions, Yi Hanqing's restlessness strangely subsided, his tense nerves gradually relaxing. His clear thoughts also became increasingly muddled under her comfort. Wen Run massaged until his breathing stabilized, confirming his steady respiration before stopping her actions. A small orange lamp was lit by the bedside, its light soft and not blinding. Wen Run sat at the edge of the bed under the hazy glow, slowly tracing the outline of the man's face with her gaze. Even in slumber, Mr. Yi appeared handsome and charming, his deep-set features and exquisite facial structure less daunting compared to daytime, yet exuding an additional layer of gentleness. Unable to resist, Wen Run lightly touched his furrowed brow where constant worrying had left a faint mark. With her tender fingertips, she smoothed out the lines while whispering softly, "Sweet dreams." During the 2 days when Run stayed at home to rest, Jinling Stage also premiered. Jinling Stage garnered significant attention from the very beginning of its filming process. Later on, during production, due to scandals involving supporting actors, it made headlines. It wasn't until after the actors were replaced that the show finally flew below the radar. But even so, the buzz around it didn't wane. Not to mention the inherent following created by the IP and the leads themselves, When Run and Shinmuchuan alone attracted considerable interest as well. This should have been When Run's first truly legitimate TV drama. Prior to this, she had only played bit roles in series that lasted just a few episodes. While standout performances in such minor roles could display one's acting ability, they provided limited opportunities for growth. After When Run shot to fame, debates about her acting skills never ceased. When Run wasn't exactly a bad actor, her loyal fans, or milk powder army, even donned a motherly lens through which everything about her seemed perfect. However, for many non-fans and casual observers, When Run still lacked a definitive body of work proving her talent. No matter how much the milk powder army tried to cut together clips showcasing her acting abilities in those small parts, critics remained unimpressed. The upcoming premiere of Jinling Stage, however, would soon clarify whether her acting abilities were truly good or just exaggerated claims. On the day Jinling Stage premiered, 3 topics simultaneously made the trending list, sparking heated discussions across all forums. #Jinling Stage premiere, #Divine Cast selection, and #When Run acting occupied prominent spots on the trending list. The first 2 topics were largely due to the promotional efforts of the production team, while the last one was instigated by detractors aiming to stir controversy. Clicking into the trending topic, the first result was a Weibo post criticizing When Run's subpar acting. Judging from the content, the original poster was a staunch black fan who had combed through every TV series When Run had ever participated in, extracting ugly screenshots to prove her point. Accompanied by a lengthy Weibo post and 9 unflattering images arranged in a grid, the author argued that When Run had undergone plastic surgery and her acting was abysmal. This Weibo post originally surfaced last year when Run had just started gaining popularity. Initially, a few members of her fanbase angrily countered with photos from her school years to debunk the claim that she had had plastic surgery. That poster likely abandoned the conversation after being overwhelmed by backlash. This exchange between critique and defense, commonplace on the internet, gained new traction when marketing accounts seized on the opportunity surrounding Jinling Stage's premiere to amplify negativity against When Run. Though When Run maintained a decent reputation within the industry, people often targeted those who stood out too much. As her status rose, other male stars with similar positions and styles gradually became rivals. Previously untouchable without proper ammunition, now, with marketing accounts stirring up trouble, some black fans and rival fandoms couldn't resist joining in. The original post had been shared tens of thousands of times. Roles in which When Run played unappealing characters were dragged into the limelight, with comparisons made between old photos and recent appearances, claiming she had gone under the knife. They said she had rigid expressions and lacked real talent, her rise was purely hype. Her face always looks odd, doesn't it? I guess it's all due to plastic surgery. Fans, where do you find your confidence to praise her perfect beauty? Of course her expressions are stiff, her face has probably collapsed. Please, zombies with Botoxed faces, stop boasting about acting, it's embarrassing. What blind eyes see hot ratings for? If you don't need them, consider donating. Seriously, compare her college pictures with current shots. They're exactly the same, aren't they? Stop brainless bashing. Audience isn't blind either, using someone's specially effects enhanced pictures to accuse them of plastic surgery. What kind of mind do these marketers carry? Never agreed with random attacks. Friends focusing on acting can watch episode 2 of Jinling Stage aired tonight before making any judgments, thank you. The comment section under the original post turned into a battlefield, forwarding rates skyrocketing while the trending rank kept refreshing. Meanwhile, amidst the online clashes, Jinling Stage finally premiered on Lychee TV under much anticipation. Chapter 53. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jinling Terrace aired on time on Lychee channel. A scene resembling an ink wash painting unfolded with a distant and vast background melody. Fine drizzle was falling from the sky, with egrets flying past over the river in the distance. By the riverside, there was a small pavilion where 2 figures, one in white and another in green, were playing chess. Black and white pieces lay scattered across the board, creating a tranquil yet intense battlefield. In the pavilion, the person in white placed the final piece, then suddenly the camera pulled back. On the opposite side of the river, 2 armies were engaged in battle. Blood splashed in the rain, weapons clashed chaotically, dyeing the picture red. And that tumultuous story began with the profound narration of a solemn voiceover. Lee K's dramas have always been famous for their exquisite visuals. Jinling Terrace took refinement to the extreme, whether it be the imagery or the music, all were meticulously crafted to high standards. The inkwash-style visuals and resonant music, unlike the common use of the Aobao filter in today's mass-production dramas, immediately caught the audience's eye. As the plot gradually unfolded, it made people reluctant even to change channels. Before the first episode finished airing, positive feedback had already exploded online. Many netizens expressed, just for these visuals and music, even if the plot is terrible, I'll follow. Those who followed Jinling Terrace's official Weibo account and watched some behind-the-scenes clips immediately responded, "Please finish watching the second episode before commenting." Lychee channel airs 2 episodes per day. When the first episode just finished and commercials started broadcasting, online discussions were fiercely ongoing. Many people, while waiting for the ads to end, spent their time chatting online. But when the commercials concluded, and the opening theme of the second episode began to play, many viewers sitting in front of the TV unconsciously shifted their focus back to the screen. The first episode mainly introduced the background through the Battle of White Water between Chen and Wei countries, leading into the situation of 6 contending states. The world was divided into 6 parts, namely the states of Chen, Wei, Yan, Zhao, Han, and Qi, each varying in strength. But no matter which state, they all harbored the ambition to conquer the other 5 nations and unify the world under one empire. Amidst this turmoil and incessant wars, countless talented individuals pledged allegiance to their respective countries, striving to serve their monarchs and vie for a name in history. At that time, Yan, the weakest of the 6 nations, faced the prospect of being swallowed by Wei as a result of the consequences of the Battle of White Water. Crown Prince Yan set up the Jinling Bureau at Jinling Terrace, using the secret treasures of Yan Palace as bait to attract numerous renowned scholars and talents to aid Yan, seeking to resolve Yan's predicament. The hermit from the White Water region, Shang Jianlu, also embarked on a journey to Yan accompanied by his bodyguard, Yan Wu. The beginning of the second episode saw master and servant arriving at the northern border of Yan, where they initially encountered the Crown Prince of the Zhenbei Wang. On a bustling street crowded with people, the Crown Prince galloped towards them. While many civilians hurried to avoid his path, only Shang Jianlu and Yan Wu strolled calmly without noticing him. The Crown Prince of the Zhenbei Wang was tall and handsome but spoiled beyond measure, treating human lives as insignificant as grass. Seeing that the pair did not yield the way, he showed anger on his face. Not only did he not stop, but he spurred his horse forward, charging straight ahead. Shang Jianlu stopped walking, still motionless. By his side, Yan Wu unsheathed his sword and leaped into the air, pointing the tip of the blade directly at the Crown Prince of Zhenbei Wang. Although frivolous, the Crown Prince was skilled in martial arts. He pushed off the horseback for leverage, drawing his sword and meeting the attack head-on. This scene marked Wen Run's debut in martial arts scenes and was also the first appearance of Shen Muqian, who replaced Ling Shangyao as the Prince of Zhenbei Wang due to scandal issues within the crew. Both actors shared a good relationship and strived for perfection in their performances. Much effort went into shooting this martial arts scene, enduring numerous difficulties, but the results were undeniably evident. After the second episode aired, this particular martial arts scene was highly praised by fans of both actors. Especially the fans of Wen Run, commonly referred to as Fumilkers, who had previously faced criticism from internet trolls questioning his acting skills prior to the series premiere. They could only endure the jabs in silence due to the lack of solid work to counter the detractors. However, now with Jinling Terrace, just one martial arts scene proved sufficient to make everyone speechlessly impressed. Wen Run typically has a gentle and unassuming appearance, with a personality matching such traits. Those who interacted with him always praised his amicable temperament. In the drama, however, there is not a trace of the real-life Wen Run left, his elongated eyes slant upward, revealing a cold demeanor. Whether holding his sword with a cold sneer or engaging in combat, he embodies the character, a silent, aloof young man in black robes concealing sparks of kindness within. Especially during this martial arts scene, Shen Muqian's well-regarded acting skills shone brightly. On par with him was Wen Run, neither falling short nor outshining. Each actor displayed unique qualities, but none of their performances could be criticized. Particularly given Wen Run's prior criticism for poor acting which once made headlines, the comparison highlighted his significant improvement. That evening, as soon as the second episode ended, a previous tweet by Hey Wen Run was brought up again. The Fumilkers chuckled and forwarded it. Those who said our idol Wen Run's acting is terrible, come out here and prove yourself. Are your faces swollen? Those who said our idol Wen Run got plastic surgery and has no expressions, keep barking. Today we're in a good mood, so let's crowdsource some money to treat you for your eye problems. Some of the marketing accounts that previously followed the trend of mocking had quietly deleted their tweets and acted as if nothing happened. But there were also those who stuck to their guns, unable to criticize the acting anymore. They still clung to a few blurry old photos, insisting that Wen Run had undergone plastic surgery. However, this time, the haters became more cunning, daring not to touch the topic of rigid expressions caused by plastic surgery anymore. Instead, they jokingly asked, in which hospital did Wen Run undergo his plastic surgery? If there wasn't an old photo comparison, we wouldn't have seen any traces. It's recommended that someone whose face looks wrong after surgery should take notes from him. The Fumilkers couldn't stand this, and countered with student-era photos. However, there were still people selectively blind, sticking to the few unflattering photos posted by the original blogger. Anyway, no amount of reasoning would work on them, nor would sensible communication, but their hating was going to continue regardless. This commotion inadvertently pushed the hashtag Wen Run cosmetic surgery back to the top. Some experienced fans quickly realized that someone must have intentionally bought the blacklisted hot search term to defame Wen Run at an opportune moment. The Fumilkers began their counter-black PR actions, but could not hold against the enormous traffic brought by the trending search. Many people merely glanced at the title before following suit without investigating further. As the blacklisted hot search climbed rapidly to the front row, Zheng Xian immediately caught wind of the situation and contacted the PR department to prepare for debunking the rumors and pulling down the trending hashtag. However, before the PR department even made a move, the seemingly dormant original blog suddenly came to life. The original blog only had dozens of zombie followers. Judging from the content, it seemed like a normal bystander. Later, when this complaint tweet was dug up and spread by marketing accounts, various private messages and comments were sent by both fans and detractors, but there had been no response from the original blog. Everyone assumed the original blogger had abandoned their account long ago. But now, this supposedly abandoned account came back to life. Not only that, the blogger also deleted the original sarcastic post and republished a long tweet instead. The first sentence of the long tweet was, "I sincerely apologize for my past blindness towards Wen-run, he is absolutely natural beauty, too fucking handsome for words. This guy is undoubtedly my favorite idol." The latest comments were filled with, "Oh, this hater turned into a fan." Not only that, she elaborated on her journey from being an ardent hater to a devoted fan. Because of her witty language and heavy use of emoticons, the effect was hilariously explosive, causing another wave of interest. An old saying goes, hate enough and naturally one turns to fandom, and it couldn't be more accurate. The original blogger confessed that she initially despised Wen-run, thinking he was no different from other fake stars who relied on propaganda and image management. In order to criticize him, she had dissected every TV drama Wen-run ever starred in, carefully selecting screenshots of his worst moments to post sarcastic tweets. But unexpectedly, this act drew fierce rebuttals from the Fumilkers, even presenting photos from Wen-run's student days to discredit her claims. Of course, the original blogger was not satisfied. She claimed she watched all the terrible films he participated in while suppressing her own disgust. Which celebrity doesn't have beautiful pictures? They're all edited, would they let you see unappealing ones? She firmly believed those pictures were edited, the real Wen-run must be ugly and outdated. So she went through the Baidu Encyclopedia's information to the high school and university forums of Wen-run, originally intending to dig up dirt or embarrassing photos to mock the Fumilkers. However, once she got there, she never left. The original blogger shared a side profile picture from Wen-run's college days. A naive young man sat inside the library wearing the most ordinary white t-shirt, holding a book with slightly lowered eyebrows, making even time seem to pause for him. The original blogger passionately advertised, "My idol is simply an angel. Common human vocabulary cannot describe his perfection. I strongly advise you all to check Q University's forum. These beauty selection threads about campus idols are treasures. Who wouldn't love such an adorable and obedient little angel?" After roaring with excitement, she added several links to Q University's beauty pageants thread, meticulously noting the exact comment layer where Wen-run's photo was posted. Truly considerate indeed. This lengthy Weibo post probably reached 1,000 words, half of which were full of enthusiastic praise, not just plain words but paired with images conveying heartfelt admiration. Regarding those who accused Wen-run of cosmetic surgery, the original blogger aggressively confronted them. "What do you think I'm doing by releasing so many full-angle, distortion-free high-definition photos? Are your eyes merely decorative?" No one expected this kind of unpredictable antics from the original blogger. Not only bystanders but even the Fumilkers themselves were astonished. Just as they were hesitating about whether to accept this dramatic black-to-pink turnaround from the small sister, the original blogger suddenly changed her fierce style. She gently released her main account and sheepishly stated, "In fact, this is my secondary account. I forgot about it after turning into a fan. At Everyday Milkwan Admiration, this is my main account." The Wen-run's fans collectively. There was no other reason. Everyday Milkwan Admiration was already somewhat well-known among Wen-run's fans. The blogger's photo editing skills were top-notch, and she had an exceptional talent for showering idols with praise. Every time she posted images in super topics, she would attract many followers. Later, several fan sites used her photos when releasing merchandise. Only this madam didn't seem to be an active Weibo user, she only came online when posting pictures. In the eyes of the Wen-run fans, she was considered beautiful, kind-hearted, and mysterious. But now, the carefully cultivated image had collapsed completely, and it turned out this madam was once an avid detractor. The Wen-run fans felt complex emotions. Regardless, the little sisters banded together to counterattack the real black PR first. After the old ranting Weibo was deleted, this newly issued Weibo soon rose again to the trending list. Half of the credit went to the Wen-run fans and passers-by, and the other half to the Star Realm Public Relations Department who took advantage of the situation. After pulling down the negative trending search, they cleverly utilized the new trending search to clarify and dispel rumors. The effects were obvious. Reversals and face-slapping scenes are always satisfying wherever they occur. With his true talent, Wen-run smacked the haters' faces, followed by fans taking over to double the blows. This tortuous yet satisfying plot greatly pleased bystanders. Except for a small portion, who might have been genuine haters or internet water armies still relentlessly bouncing around, the vast majority of the public recognized Wen-run's beauty and talent. The rumors such as plastic surgery and terrible acting were debunked without any effort. There were even many bystanders who became fans because of this incident, some busy licking their chops at the original blog's posted photos, while others joined the ranks of Wen-run fans, beginning to shower with effusive praise. Meanwhile, the newly launched Jinling Terrace took advantage of this windfall to successfully attract another wave of attention. A few days after its premiere, viewership steadily increased, not only maintaining high online discussion but also causing a binge-watching trend in reality. As Jinling Terrace was airing hotly, Yi Hanqing finally finished work and opened AI Juju, I Chase Dramas, webpage amidst his busy schedule. Apart from airing on Lychee TV, the online version of Jinling Terrace exclusively streamed on the AI Juju app. Yi Hanqing had registered an account and paid for membership since the premiere day, but due to his hectic schedule, he had continuously postponed watching it. Until today, he finally had some leisure time. Yi Hanqing put on headphones, sitting straight, facing the computer with a serious expression. Those unaware might think he was dealing with work, but in reality, the grand and magnificent opening theme of Jinling Terrace played through his headphones. Online updates lagged slightly behind Lychee TV, but even so, the barrage comments on the network edition covered the entire screen. Frowning, Yi Hanqing was about to close the barrage, but then he noticed that these dense comments mostly revolved around Wenrun. Or rather, Yan Wu whom Wenrun portrayed. It was known to all that Jinling Terrace was adapted from an IP and originally enjoyed considerable popularity. Various derivative works abounded. Among them, Yan Wu undoubtedly had the most CP pairings across hetero and BL categories. Who could resist a tragic backstory combined with martial arts prowess? Thus, after the series aired, many of the original novel enthusiasts naturally began pairing characters. What Yi Hanqing saw among the densely packed barrages was a clash involving three factions: the Shangyan couple fans, Shang Jianlu x Yan Wu, the Yunyan couple fans, Prince Yun Changshan x Yan Wu, and the Wuga couple fans, Yan Wu x Little Princess Yun Changa. These represented currently the hottest three CPs related to Yan Wu. Wuga couple fans claimed themselves to be the legitimate palace residents, insisting that homoerotic directions must die. Shangyan and Yunyan couple fans believed brotherhood and pure love were what truly mattered. Prince Yun/Big Brother was the ultimate destiny for Yan Wu. So, arguments ensued. Yi Hanqing glanced at the densely packed comment war and smirked coldly before blocking the barrage. Chapter 54. Yi Hanqing was no longer the same Yi Hanqing he used to be. Not only did he know what CP meant, but he also knew where these CP fans hung out online. After shielding the barrage comments and fast-forwarding through Wenrun scenes while contributing a few of his own barrage comments, he closed the video and logged into his Weibo account. He now had two accounts. One was the official account for the Star Realm President managed by his assistant, primarily for forwarding company and artist-related work updates. The other was his anonymous account, Xiao Xiao Wuya, which had previously trended on Hot Search. No one besides himself knew about it. He hadn't logged into this anonymous account since after Wenrun's birthday. Previously, out of curiosity, he joined a fan group for supporters, but he was kicked out after participating in the chat just once. Mr. Yi wasn't too happy about it and temporarily gave up using this account. However, upon logging back in today, his phone almost froze under the sheer number of notification messages. Yi Hanqing frowned as he waited for his phone to finally settle down. He saw that his message interface was filled with bright red 99-foot notifications for likes, comments, and private messages. Upon scrolling further, he saw countless private messages from strangers. Even Mr. Yi, usually composed and calm, was momentarily dazed. Randomly opening a few private messages, he noticed many were apologies directed at him. The gist was that they regretted kicking him out of the fan group earlier due to not recognizing his financial strength. They pleaded for forgiveness and begged their wealthy benefactor to continue supporting Wenrun. Some even invited him back to rejoin the fan group. After casually glancing through the private messages, comments, and tags, he finally understood what had happened. Understanding the situation didn't bother him much since these were merely young female fans, and he was above holding grudges. He went on Weibo mainly for the convenience of keeping tabs on Wenrun. As for other things, he didn't have time to deal with them. Despite his intention to ignore others, there were always some funny attempts to engage with him. In the eyes of these fans, Xiao Xiao Wuya was a wealthy beauty who spent lavishly on idols. Even though she might seem cold and quiet, her willingness to spend money stood out. If only this generous benefactor could share the same couple shipping preferences, how amazing that would be. Therefore, Mr. Yi received an overwhelming amount of recommendations, or so-called anlis. With so many suggestions, there naturally came various CP-themed fan fictions, show-related CPs, RPS, real-person shipping, sweet ones, sadistic ones. All kinds of couples and modes seemed available. Yi Hanqing accidentally clicked on one and followed the thread, getting angrier as he read along. These fans didn't stop at creating CPs within the drama, they even paired Wenrun up with a bunch of random characters like Qinyun, Shenmuchuan, Xiaoyu, Pan Chuyu, among many others. Wenrun belonged to him, what did these people have to do with it? Moreover, these fans produced a considerable amount of derivative works. Some even gained significant popularity, establishing specific super-topic discussions for the CPs with active followers inside. Whereas he could avoid such content before through blocking the barrage comments, he couldn't help but lose his temper when facing a whole lot of fictional pairings and trending topics now. Deleting them was impossible, so Yi Hanqing seethed as he exited Weibo and sent a message to Jing Xian. Jing Xian was already busy when his phone started ringing non-stop. Amidst his busy schedule, he picked it up and immediately felt a headache. His screen was full of messages, all from Yi Hansheng. Brother-in-law, links. Delete all of these. Brother-in-law, how many times must I say? No rumor-mongering is allowed. Brother-in-law, why aren't any of these CPs me? Brother-in-law, to let my formal boyfriend keep distance yet allow him to pair with others? Brother-in-law, resolve this tonight and give me feedback. Jing Xian. Jing Xian clicked on a few links to take a look. Most were super topic discussions pairing when run with various individuals. His head began hurting as he called back to try reasoning with Yi Hansheng. This isn't an official stir-up, it's fan-generated behavior that we can't control. You surely can't stop them from posting on Weibo, right? Despite being a domineering president capable of breaking rules, you couldn't possibly dictate what kinds of pairings people fancied, could you? Could he reason a little? Since when did he open the Weibo or create those super topics anyway? How could he possibly delete all of them? Jing Xian explained until his throat dried up, trying to make him understand. For a currently popular and single star, stopping fans from coupling them was nearly impossible. Rumors could be avoided, business performances could feel superficial. But could he really prevent fans from extracting sugar from different couplings? No, he couldn't, even as a CEO. Yi Hansheng sneered coldly, if you can't delete, then create another super topic, between Wen Run and me. A legitimate boyfriend still can't beat the cult. Jing Xian sighed helplessly, you know about the cults. Aren't you secretly infiltrating fan circles? After speaking, Yi Hansheng quickly realized the main point and immediately said, no. If you want to come out right now and ruin Wen Run's career, then go ahead. Yi Hansheng was taken aback, silent for a long moment, and then angrily hung up the phone. But the anger in his heart couldn't be swallowed so easily. This person clearly belonged to him, yet he still had to hide it, unable to declare ownership. This in itself was already torture for Yi Hansheng. He always had a strong desire for control over his things. If it weren't for Jing Xian constantly reminding him about Wen Run's future, if it weren't for Wen Run's eyes always being particularly bright when talking about acting, what he would most want to do is to confine the person by his side, going in and out together, rising and resting together, letting everyone know, this person belongs to him and can only belong to him. Yi Hansheng sat there gloomily, his expression no better than the stormy weather outside. He sat at his desk for a while, then took out his phone, logged into his alternate account, and quickly posted a Weibo. Xiao Wuya, Wen Run does not pair with anyone for CPs. Even after posting, he still felt it wasn't enough, so he added another post, Wen Run is mine. The mysterious tycoon who never appeared on the trending search suddenly posted 2 Weibos in quick succession, and the followers watching him exploded online. Wow. I thought the tycoon disliked all CPs from the first Weibo post, but then I realized from the second one that he's a possessive fan/doge. You may have money, but Nuren, Wen Run, is my husband. And I was here first. Nuren is my husband, but since you're rich, I don't mind sharing/doge. Just because you have some money, you think you're something special. Nuren belongs to all of us. Die or whatever if you disagree, hahaha. Yi Hansheng looked at the increasing comments, his gaze slightly cold. After pondering for a moment, he dialed the internal line to his assistant, send someone from PR department who knows how to operate Weibo. Although the assistant seemed confused, he still went to get someone from the PR leader. On the other hand, Jing Xian thought he had finally convinced Yi Hansheng with great effort and didn't worry about the matter anymore. He was accompanying Wen Run to the studio to shoot a public service short film advocating against smoking indoors. In earlier years, indoor smoking bans were promoted domestically. Over these years, the results have been noticeable, but with such a large population base, the problem of indoor smoking has remained difficult to eradicate entirely. In order to set an example and play a leading role, the Health Bureau began selecting some popular young stars in recent years to film anti-smoking public service advertisements, hoping to exert a positive influence. It was the same this year. As World No Tobacco Day approached, the shooting schedule for the public service advertisement was arranged. And since Wen Run gained popularity, he has always maintained a positive image and finally benefited from this trend. This public service advertisement invited a total of 3 artists, 2 males and 1 female, and Wen Run was among them. The other 2 people shooting with him were Chen Shi, a member of a former girl group, and Huo Guanyan, who made his debut as a child actor. Chen Shi is 2 years older than Wen Run and comes from a similar, grassroots, background as him. She only completed high school education, but due to her passion for dancing, she continued self-studying even while working at a factory. Later, she was spotted during an audition show and signed with a talent agency, making her debut as part of a girl group. After the girl group disbanded, she flew solo. Chen Shi excels in singing and dancing, maintains a positive image without scandals, although she might not be in the top tier, she is very popular among actresses of the same type. For this shoot, Chen Shi partnered with Wen Run to co-produce a series of short films. And Huo Guanyan would independently shoot another short film. He was 2 years younger than Wen Run, not yet 18 years old. But as a child star, he had been in the entertainment industry for nearly 10 years. Due to his cute appearance, gentle personality, and also being the offspring of a star, he was affectionately called the Little Prince by fans. When Wen Run arrived at the photography studio, he greeted both of them first. Chen Shi was extroverted and, wanting to build a rapport as they were about to cooperate, acted especially warmly, inviting Wen Run to practice lines with her later. Huo Guanyan elegantly arched his lips into a smile and said, "I've long heard of your great name, Teacher Wen, today finally I have the chance to meet you." Wen Run responded politely, and the three went to apply makeup. There was only one makeup room. The three sat next to each other but were spaced apart. The makeup artists were busy applying makeup and doing hairstyles. Sitting between the two, Chen Shi, bored, casually picked the topic. "Guanyan, aren't you about to take the gaokao? Are you well prepared?" "Preparations are long done, actually there's nothing special to prepare." Huo Guanyan glanced towards Wen Run and with a troubled expression said, "But my agent keeps worrying that I won't get into Q University. They said once this short film is done, work will be paused so I can focus on preparing for the exams." Chen Shi smiled and said, "Are you planning to take the entrance exam for Q University? I've heard your fans are guessing which school you're going to apply for, hoping to become your alumni." There's no need to consider any university other than Q, Huo Guanyan replied. After speaking, realizing Wen Run had not joined the conversation, Huo Guanyan added, "Isn't Teacher Wen also from Q University?" He joked, "Senior, do you have any tips for getting into Q University?" Upon hearing this, Wen Run thought seriously for a moment and said, "There are no particular tips, just study hard. Since you're well prepared, it shouldn't be a problem." Huo Guanyan felt a bit stuck for words, seeing that Wen Run wasn't taking his bait. Still, he managed to smile and said, "I've heard that Teacher Wen made it out from a rural area. With such limited educational resources in the countryside, yet Teacher Wen was still able to get into Q University at 15. You must have a lot of insights on studying, right?" This question seemed odd no matter how one interpreted it. Wen Run furrowed his brow slightly, grew cautious, and responded dryly, "No particular insights, just listen carefully in class and practice more problems." Sitting between them, Chen Shi noticed something amiss with the atmosphere by glancing around. Not wanting to be caught in the middle, she simply closed her mouth and stayed silent. Seeing both of them grow quiet, although Huo Guanyan felt a little reluctant, he didn't continue the subject but followed up lightly, "That's true. If I weren't so busy working, I would want to attend classes every day too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to only aim for Q University." Once makeup and hairstyling were done, Huo Guanyan went first to shoot while Wen Run and Chen Shi waited on the side, practicing their lines. When Chen Shi went to the restroom, Wen Run took the chance to quietly tell Jing Xian, "It seems like Huo Guanyan is targeting me. Have we ever offended him before?" Although Huo Guanyan's intentions were not obvious, Wen Run, being sensitive to emotions, noticed the strange tone and overemphasis on rural when Huo Guanyan asked questions. It seemed like he was trying to prove something. Jing Xian noticed Wen Run's alertness with his ears perked up and couldn't help but laugh gently. "You don't remember anything about him?" Wen Run looked puzzled and shook his head, "No, I don't think so." Then he hesitated, "We haven't collaborated before, have we? Without collaboration, there shouldn't be conflict. Why target him?" Feeling helpless, Jing Xian whispered, "Huo Guanyan was the previous brand ambassador for Fess Jewelry. Later, the Fess brand decided they wanted someone who better represented their image, found you more suitable, and after the contract expired, they did not renew with him. Instead, they reached out to me. Fess Jewelry was a high-end luxury brand, an international first-tier label. Many artists were willing to lower their endorsement fees just to represent these luxury brands for prestige. It was said that after the brand planned to switch endorsers, Huo Guanyan's agent even tried to reduce the endorsement fee, but the brand did not value that small sum as much as they valued their image. Because of this, there had been a minor clash between the two sets of fans once. Jing Xian assumed Wen Run might remember this. Now Wen Run understood, it was because he had taken away Huo Guanyan's job. No wonder Huo Guanyan didn't like him. He scratched his face and sighed, "All right, if he wants to target me, let him. After all, we're only collaborating this one time anyway." Chapter 55. The anti-smoking short film was divided into two parts for filming, but in fact, when connected together, it forms a complete story. In the short film, Wen Run, Chen Shi, and Huo Guanyan play as a family of three. Wen Run and Chen Shi are a married couple, while Huo Guanyan is their younger brother. The short film begins with the underage younger brother hiding in the staircase smoking, gradually revealing the dire consequences that ensue when a teenager gets addicted to cigarettes. After Huo Guanyan's segment finishes, the camera cuts to narrate the reasons why the younger brother got hooked on smoking. It turns out both the older brother and his wife are smokers. The younger brother grew up watching them smoke, and as he grew older, he learned to smoke too, eventually becoming heavily addicted. He would even sneer at his brother and sister-in-law when they tried to teach him to smoke less. "You guys smoke too, so what gives you the right to tell me what to do?" His brother and sister-in-law were left speechless with shock. At the end of the short film, the younger brother is diagnosed with bronchial lung cancer due to excessive smoking. The previously healthy and sunny boy now wears a patient's gown, his body emaciated, his expression numb from chemotherapy and pain. His heartbroken brother and sister-in-law can only silently cry in regret. The short film has a strong warning tone, emphasizing that smoking not only harms one's own health but also negatively influences loved ones, setting a bad example for children. To maximize promotional effectiveness, the health department chose Wen Run and the other two actors to perform in the film. Wen Run, looking at the emaciated and unwell-looking Huo Guanyun in the hospital bed, couldn't help but marvel at how perfect Huo Guanyun was for the role of the younger brother. Huo Guanyun had started acting as a child star, his parents being seasoned actors with superb skills. Growing up surrounded by such an environment and spending nearly a decade honing his craft in the entertainment industry, his acting was naturally impressive. Moreover, he looked inherently well-behaved. Even though he deliberately portrayed a troubled teenager in the short film, when lying on the hospital bed, exhausted and frail, his pale face made terrifying by special effects makeup still evokes pity through his lifeless eyes. Most of his fans are teenagers, so once the short film is released, its cautionary message should have a significant impact. As Wen Run sat on the side, watching Huo Guanyun shoot the final scene, he thought this young boy wasn't actually bad, it's just that he harbored an inexplicable hostility towards him. Otherwise, they might have been friends. While waiting, he searched his name along with Huo Guanyun's and found that the content coming up was either bickering or endless comparison between the two. From their family backgrounds to the time they debuted, from the works they participated in to their endorsements, even down to their college entrance exam scores and schools attended, everything was compared. Wen Run, watching the mutual comparisons of their fans, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. He roughly understood why Huo Guanyun seemed so fixated on Peking University, Cuda. Judging from the prevailing trend on Weibo, everyone assumed Huo Guanyun would apply to the Capital Film Academy in B-City, which is the largest and most professional film school in China, where many artists come from. Everyone expected him to go there, but they didn't know he was already planning to enroll at Cuda instead. Wen Run closed the search window, and his earlier unpleasantness was brushed aside. He guessed that Huo Guanyun probably saw some online comments and was determined to get into Cuda out of defiance. Simultaneously, this also explained why Huo Guanyun didn't take kindly to him, his point of comparison. In essence, it all boiled down to childish tantrums. Wen Run felt, being 2 years older than Huo Guanyun, that he was already a mature adult and shouldn't dwell on trivial matters like this, so he let it go. When Huo Guanyun approached, he greeted him with a friendly smile. But in Huo Guanyun's eyes, that smile was seen as a provocation. Still mindful of his public persona, he managed to twist his lips into a forced smile in return. Once turned away, he cursed Wen Run 100 times in his mind. TCH. Even more of a faker than himself. He had been noticing Wen Run for quite some time. To be precise, ever since Wen Run became famous, he had noticed this person. Because after Wen Run gained popularity, people constantly compared the two of them. Initially, Wen Run was considered inferior, merely a lesser version of him. Later on, the narrative evolved to suggest that he fell short compared to Wen Run, he was dismissed as a washed-up wave buried under the tide. Wen Run comes from a rural village, joined the industry halfway, and lacks any notable work. In contrast, Huo Guanyun's parents are veteran actors revered by half the industry. As a child actor, the first TV series Huo Guanyun participated in became a huge hit and remains a classic to this day. Although subsequent dramas weren't as explosive as the first, they were still commendable. By all accounts, Huo Guanyun should have outshone Wen Run, yet whenever people compared them, they would inevitably say, if Wen Run had Huo Guanyun's resources, he would definitely be stronger. Those people thought that Wen Run's appearance was more delicate, and his body proportions better. Although he came from a rural area, he was a prodigy who got into Cuda at the age of 15. In the years since his debut, despite having no splash, his acting improved visibly to the naked eye, and by the time he starred in Jinling Terrace, his acting skills were already on par with Huo Guanyun's. Even Feast Jewelry, with whom he had cooperated for years, didn't renew his contract after Wen Run became a big star. Instead, they changed their endorser to Wen Run. Huo Guanyun still couldn't forget what the Feast representative said when his agent proactively lowered the endorsement fee. This isn't about money, Feast's positioning is elegance and nobility. As a top brand, our endorser naturally has to be the best. We feel Wen Run's image fits our positioning better. An artist from a rural area, yet the brand considered him nobler than him, who had been trained at a prestigious school since childhood. How could he not hate? And then there was this historical drama produced through the collaboration between Chao Feng Entertainment and Xinyu Media. The male lead role originally belonged to him without a doubt, but was snatched away by Wen Run at the last moment. According to the information gathered by his agent, Xinyu intended to use this drama to propel Wen Run to even greater heights. Huo Guanyun felt that ever since Wen Run appeared, he began to have bad luck, almost being overshadowed by him in every single matter. Glancing coldly at Wen Run, Huo Guanyun ground his teeth, vowing that one day he would crush Wen Run underfoot, making everyone realize that the entertainment industry only needed one Huo Guanyun. Huo Guanyun hated with gritted teeth, while Wen Run was completely unaware. He was bidding farewell to the two people and getting ready to go home. The short film took a total of 3 days to shoot, concluding in the afternoon of the third day. During this period, he stayed in a hotel. It was unclear whether Yi Hanqing had eaten or rested properly during the 2 nights he wasn't there. After spending more time together, he gradually realized that although Yi Hanqing often had a stern face and seemed intimidating, he actually had a bit of a childlike temperament. He needed someone to cajole him into eating and sleeping properly. If Wen Run wasn't around, Yi Hanqing would definitely just deal with it casually. If asked, he wouldn't hesitate to tell white lies. But oddly enough, Yi Hanqing had such a good temper that he could at most pout and glare at Wen Run, which didn't really have much effect. Consequently, Wen Run strictly supervised Yi Hanqing's daily routine whenever they were at home. In his mind, he quietly planned that since Yi Hanqing had already adapted to his massages, the next step would be to try proposing to help massage his legs. During his leisure time, he had researched a lot about leg care. He knew that some patients may become too self-conscious of their deformed legs and refuse to let others see them easily. Therefore, he planned to take things slowly, letting Yi Hanqing gradually accept it. After planning for a while, Wen Run returned to Songhai outing together with Jing Xian. Jing Xian went out to buy groceries, and Wen Run prepared a few dishes Yi Hanqing liked before heading skillfully to the neighboring apartment to call him over. Unlocking the door directly with the password, Wen Run saw Yi Hanqing dealing with work on the balcony as expected. Smiling brightly, he approached joyfully and said, "I'm back." Yi Hanqing stiffened slightly upon hearing his voice and quickly placed his phone face down on the table. Then, he turned his wheelchair around calmly, greeting, "Didn't Jing Xian say you'd finish shooting tomorrow?" Feeling the warmth of their intertwined fingers, Wen Run smiled even brighter and replied, "Shooting went very smoothly, so we finished earlier. So, I've come back early." His eyes darted over Yi Hanqing's expression, sensing that his condition wasn't too bad, but still inquired, "Did you eat and rest on time while I was gone?" Without supervision, President Yi would certainly never eat or rest on time. Yi Hanqing pulled him onto his lap, kissed him, and seeing his ears slightly flushed yet preparing to speak, pressed his hand against the back of Wen Run's head, deepening the kiss. Their tongues tangled, and Wen Run made protesting noises like mhmph. Yi Hanqing cradled his waist, running his tongue over his palate, muttering unclearly, "I've done everything you asked. Eaten well, slept well, all I miss is you." Wen Run's waist trembled, clutching his collar tightly, relaxing his body to comply with the kisses. Jing Xian waited for a long time next door, and Wen Run, who went to call him for dinner, never returned. He massaged his temples and went next door to ring the bell. The ringing of the doorbell finally woke the two up. Wen Run pushed away Yi Hanqing, who wanted to continue, and whispered, "The meal is ready. Brother Zhang is waiting next door." "Why is he here again?" Yi Hanqing frowned, unwelcoming of his unsophisticated friend. Wen Run laughed softly, stepped out of his embrace, and tidied up his rumpled clothes. When he noticed the slight abnormality below Yi Hanqing's abdomen, his face reddened further, looking away pretending not to notice, and wheeled his wheelchair around from behind, saying, "Brother Zhang brought me back, so I've invited him to join us for dinner." Yi Hanqing responded indifferently with an, "Aha," and allowed himself to be wheeled to the next-door dining area. As for the phone that had been face down on the table, Yi Hanqing had already completely forgotten about it. With his idol right in front of him, everything else had to take a back seat. Meanwhile, the Weibo account Xiao Xiao Wei that he'd ignored resurfaced, causing an uproar among the fans. Just a few days ago, Xiao Xiao Wei had posted 2 tweets, only to be mocked by the fans afterward. Since then, she disappeared without deleting her posts or engaging in any disputes with the fans. After posting those tweets, it was as if she vanished into thin air. Some began speculating whether the wealthy supporter had been driven away by the mocking fans and might have even angrily stopped supporting the idol. While people were wildly guessing in the comments, the long-missing Xiao Xiao Wei posted another tweet. "Xiao Xiao Wei, as long as I live, you will all eventually become my concubines. #YiJiwen." Following the post, there was a new super topic called YiJiwen. Clearly, this was a fan-paired topic between Xiao Xiao Wei and Wen Run. The commenters started mocking her frowny face, creating a super topic. So what? I can create 100 topics right now. Big sponsor, don't let this bother you. However, some curious individuals clicked into the topic and were shocked when they saw various CP images, fanfiction, and even Xiao Xiao Wei's gender-swapped fiction inside. They were left speechless. This should not happen. Isn't this a super topic that was built just a couple of days ago? Where did all these contents come from? Moreover, many of the content creators seemed familiar. The fans stayed silent for quite a while before someone finally spoke up. "Rich people can do whatever they want. JPG. I give up. From now on, I declare myself a shipper. Without even having a super topic for our pairings, I don't deserve to be a fan of the wife side. Is being rich so amazing? Crying. Being rich is truly impressive. I also want someone to write fanfiction about me and my husband. I am so envious." The fans of the milk company were bewildered and agitated by this unexpected curveball. Besides their envy, all they could do was bow down in reverence. Impressive. Truly impressive. And extremely wealthy. Absolutely unable to fight back, they surrendered, deciding not to provoke them further. Perhaps because the blow was too heavy, after a long time, someone secretly tweeted in the new super topic. "What, don't you think, actually this pairing is, kind of shippable?" Although there was much material in this super topic, aside from the producers, no one else commented. It was nothing more than fake prosperity. However, after this sudden tweet appeared, quite a few sneaky fans who had been observing the situation couldn't help but jump out. 1. Have you ever thought, this wealthy supporter may actually know Wen Run personally? That's true. There have been examples before where someone became famous enough to marry their idol. Speaking of which, being the big sister to this wealthy supporter isn't bad either. She might even support us in helping the rankings, just kidding. A small group of fans quietly emerged. The number of followers in this inactive super topic slowly increased, and along with it, previously neglected fanfics inside began to receive likes and comments. Finally, it has worked. The girl sitting behind the computer sighed in relief, logging out of the secondary accounts she used on other platforms, and contacted the artists and writers to pay off the rest of their fees. After finishing all these tasks, she got up to make herself a cup of coffee. Since the boss brought her into his office and had her sign a confidentiality agreement, she moved into this separate office, fully taking over the management of the Xiao Xiao Ye account and the newly built super topic. Having worked in the Star Domain PR department for 3 years, Cheng Wei had fantasized multiple times about getting promoted and married to a rich man, but she never expected that day to actually come true. She took a sip of coffee, opened her mobile banking app to check her balance, and sincerely praised the generous Mr. Yi again. For this bonus, she would definitely make #YiJiwen rank first on the super topics list. Only then would she justify the bonus Mr. Yi gave her. After drinking the coffee, her colleagues in the PR department's small chat group started at ing Cheng Wei again. Cheng Wei glanced at it and smiled slightly, replying to all their questions at once. Not dead, not kidnapped, doing something big. Confidential. Can't say anything. Chapter 56. This May will probably be the month where Wenrun's career truly explodes. At the beginning of the month, Jinling Terrace started airing, breaking a rating of 1 in its premiere and steadily rising afterwards, reaching a peak of 1.72. The simultaneously released online version had also accumulated tens of billions of views, achieving great success both on television and online. Although it has been less than half a month since its release, the show is highly discussed across various platforms with an excellent reputation cycle. Initially receiving a score of 9.1 from popular review sites, it slightly dropped to stabilize at 8.7. Both the overall series and the actors have received extraordinarily high praise. Among them, the one who experienced a particularly massive breakout was Wenrun. The male and female leads are already well awarded, established powerhouse actors whose status cannot grow much further even if they break out again. On the contrary, Wenrun and Shenmuqian, who started relatively low but gave outstanding performances and portrayed characters beloved by audiences, gained significant exposure this time thanks to the favorable winds of this project. Due to character settings, the Yen Wu played by Wenrun turned out to be more popular than the Crown Prince of Zhenbei played by Shenmuqian, leading to higher heat. In these nearly 15 days of Jinling Terrace, Wenrun almost made it onto hot search lists every few days, his Weibo followers continuously skyrocketing, having now broken through 15 million. Right at this fiery moment, the broadcast of Eat Chicken Tonight added fuel to the fire. Eat Chicken Tonight is a long-standing variety show that has maintained a stable viewership since its debut, even experiencing several episodes of extraordinary success. The program has many fans and a solid foundation. Initially, the production team invited Wenrun due to the then-heated triangle romance controversy involving him, which meant there would certainly not be a lack of topics when the three were brought together. After the recording was completed, during post-production, the official microblog of the show deliberately released quite a bit of news. Many fans knew that the latest episode featured Wenrun, Xiaoyupan, and Chu Yu, and had eagerly awaited it for a while. By the day Eat Chicken aired, whether it was devoted idol watchers or casual bystanders looking for entertainment, everyone was glued to their screens. When the introduction of Eat Chicken Tonight began, bets had already been placed in the comments section, guessing which team would come out victorious in this episode. Placing bets among fans has become a tradition of the show, so the comments section was lively with participants. I'll bet one cucumber that W couple will win. After all, the young master is a CS professional player. One spicy stick added, W couple gets the chicken tonight. If they don't, I'll live stream eating devil peppers. Clown.png. Have you guys ever considered the possibility that the production team might separate the W couple? This is something the team has done before. Why isn't anyone betting on Wenrun? I bet my keyboard that he wins. Go Wenrun. If this was a beauty pageant, I'd definitely bet on Wenrun, but eating chicken, nah, blind faith is not wise. A can of Wangzai drinks on Lord Chu winning. As the betting in the comments section raged on, the guests had already arrived on the island and the director began announcing the game rules: 6 prisoners marooned on a deserted island, but the island only has 1 rescue boat. In other words, only 1 person out of the 6 will survive. Comments? This is not what we agreed on. Indeed, the production team lives up to its name. Not only did they change the rules this season, but to create conflict in topics, they didn't hesitate to split couples apart and set up scenarios where the 3 guests must turn against each other. After explaining the rules, for a while, comment sections were dominated with "I'm shocked" and "MMP, let's blow up the production team." Of course, blowing up the production team was impossible, so people could only continue watching while making sarcastic remarks. Once the 6 guests were all set up, the camera cut into 6 small grids showing each guest individually. The prompts from the guests' earpieces were used as voiceover narration, and after a mechanical sound indicating the start, the guests began their journeys exploring the deserted island. The production crew knew most attention was focused on Wenrun and the W couple, so when switching shots, they began with Xiaoyupan. Carrying her gun over her shoulder in her usual carefree way, she casually picked a road to walk down. With her lively and active personality, she touched and investigated any unknown plants she encountered. For one she couldn't identify, she asked the cameraman to explain, who vigorously shook his head like a drum toy, refusing to speak. If not for the requirement that cameramen stay close to the talent, he'd likely have preferred to avoid her altogether. Viewers sympathized with the cameraman. Meanwhile, as Xia Yupan engaged in her 10,000 whys scene, when Run had already set off. He proved much more practical, observing his surroundings carefully as he advanced. He appeared genuinely engaged in the game, appearing far more reliable compared to Xia Yupan, who seemed to be enjoying a casual excursion. The comments section was filled with relief, praising how when Run wasn't causing trouble for the follow-up cameraman, when suddenly on screen, he smiled innocently and turned back to ask the cameraman, follow-up teacher, do you know where the director hid the clue? The comments immediately went silent. Just now they were still praising him. The follow-up teacher, completely unprepared, blurted out, the director forbade revealing it. The post-production team had great fun with it, adding sound effects to turn his voice into a rugged male tone, repeating, the director forbade revealing it, 3 times. When Run then smiled slyly, so there really are clues, huh? Bullets in the chat room expressed confusion. Is this my pure and adorable Naiwan? Does this count as OOC, out of character? Is it too late to bet on Naiwan eating chicken now? Perhaps due to his consistent portrayal as a cute and obedient little puppy, the sudden scheming transformation caught both netizens and fans off guard. Comments started demanding harsher penalties for when Run. Just as the penalties were piling up, when Run halted, turning back again. If it was before, people might have guessed he left something behind or got lost or encountered an issue. But after tricking the cameraman earlier, everyone began speculating about his intentions. They watched as he returned to the starting point, aimlessly searching around the waiting zone, only to actually uncover a hidden stone tablet. On the tablet was a map along with specific location and time details of the arrival of the assault boat at the island. Comments. Is this even possible? Who came up with the nasty idea to hide the clue near the waiting area? Isn't this like hiding a light under a bushel? After finding the clue, when Run resumed his journey, and the camera finally cut to the other guests. Of the remaining 4 guests, Chu-Yu, who regularly plays CS and is experienced, searched the waiting zone right from the start, the other 3 randomly chose directions and set off. The show's editors truly showed their talent. Although the early segments lacked combat encounters, they included plenty of humorous situations during island exploration, edited together with special effects that made it seem more like a suburban picnic food program than a deserted island survival show. Especially with when Run, while other guests were agonizing over whether to eat their small bread, he had already found a stream and was lighting a fire to roast fish. The process was rough, but the cameraman chose excellent angles and lighting. Even though the roasted fish had no seasoning added, it appeared absolutely delicious. Since the variety show aired during evening hours, the bullet screen comments were full of protests. The production team is forcing me to gain weight. Everyone is invited to watch the grand outdoor culinary program, Tonight Eat Chicken. No words necessary, I just ordered roasted fish, making it approximately equivalent to having dinner with an idol. While the commenters were salivating over the roasted fish, the screen suddenly switched to Xia Yupan's side, hearing her excited shout, I smell roasted fish. Within seconds, she rushed to where when Run couldn't even hide in time. Comment, oh no. When Run didn't disappoint either, raising his gun cautiously. Just as everyone thought a good show was about to unfold, the background music suddenly changed, switching to a mournful Swona tune. Xia Yupan threw her gun onto the ground without any competitive spirit, alright, I'm your prisoner now. You can't mistreat a war captive. Shocked by my mom, I've never seen such an unsporting move. Food-loving Xia Yupan remains true to character. A woman willing to sell her ethics for a few roasted fish, funny.jpg. However, there seems to be no lower limit. The audience thought this was the lowest level of ethical degradation, unaware that something even less ethical awaited them. Seeing when Run glancing around shrewdly, he proposed a condition to Xia Yupan, who wanted more fish. After whispering together for a moment, Xia Yupan hesitated for a while, gritted her teeth, and stomped her foot to agree. Out of Xia Yupan's line of sight, when Run revealed another fox-like smile, paired with a sinister expression deliberately added by the post-production team. What did they say? I'm getting a bad feeling about this. It wouldn't be what I'm thinking, would it? How could Xia Yupan sell her husband for a few roasted fish? Oh no, I'm having a strong feeling my CP is going to be, wake me up please. Meanwhile, some comments took a different stance. Are U-Run girl spring days arriving? I'm fully hyped. No matter how reluctant the fans of U-Run couple were to accept the truth, they still had to cry and admit at the end of the variety show that their beloved CP was almost broken up just for a few roasted fish. The fans of U-Run couple were heartbroken, crying while trying to find some sugar in the glass shards. Is U-Run couple really B? Is my Jade going to form a CP with roasted fish? Is the true love roasted fish? Should we change the name to U-Fish couple? Shut up. There is no doubt about U-Run couple, the young master is so indulgent to Big Jade. Who dares to say it's not true love? Wow, I never expected that my shipped CP can't even beat roasted fish, the young master is so good. All blame goes to When Run's cunning mind. There is no doubt that When Run carried the entire show alone, and U-Run couple tragically perished in tears. In the barrage comments, apart from, "Holy shit," it was all sickening. I used to think the only difference between myself and the academic god was the college entrance exam score, but now I realize the real gap lies in our brains. Is it too late to switch back now? What about live streaming eating devil peppers earlier? Please start your performance. Dairy powder is making a great profit without loss, I want to invest. Even after the show ended, the heated discussions online didn't die down. The Eat Chicken production team truly knew how to stir up drama. They didn't go for the cliché love triangle, but this move made the three characters hurt each other more than if they had done a love triangle. It was so effective that the fans of You Run couple all wanted to send the whole production team spoiled roasted fish. Yes, that's exactly how resentful they were. After this incident, everyone realized that When Run looked like a white rabbit, but inside he was full of sesame seeds. Of course, Fenyi girls loved any kind of idol, even the ruthless black-hearted little rabbit who pretended to be innocent. Influenced by this image, all related CP works underwent changes as well. Instead of his usual cute and gentle image, he now exuded an aura of power. However, on the vast internet, there wasn't only one opinion. Some troublemakers seized the opportunity to criticize When Run as a scheming boy. But these minor criticisms couldn't stop When Run's skyrocketing popularity. Throughout the month of May, When Run dominated the trending topics non-stop, his popularity surging, and the offers poured in like snowflakes. The company has just secured 2 new endorsements, both from top international brands. One is for clothing, and one for cars. Zheng Xian pushed the endorsement contracts in front of him. When Run simply glanced through them before signing his name. Zheng Xian then placed 4 printed scripts in front of him. These are the recent new scripts sent to us, and I've picked out the best 4. You can take a look at which one suits you. His acting was recognized, his popularity steadily rising, and his relevance remaining high. When Run's current situation was hotter than ever, already becoming the leading figure among the 4 young actors in the industry. And he had just turned 20, at the prime age. When Run took the scripts and flipped through them, asking curiously, didn't the company say earlier that they would let me join their own investment drama? Xingyu Media also produced some dramas themselves, mainly to promote their own artists. Earlier, Xingyu Media and Chaofeng Entertainment jointly invested in a historical drama called Taiping Melody, set against the chaotic backdrop of the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, telling the story of Emperor Taizu of Song Zhao Yuanlang conquering during the chaotic times, unifying the country, and ascending the throne. This is a big male lead drama, and Zheng Xian had hinted earlier that the company intended to use this play to promote When Run. Although When Run had acted in 2 not bad dramas, one was as a male supporting role, and one as the second male lead, he hasn't yet been given the responsibility of being the main male lead who carries the ratings. With the current excellent momentum, all the invitations offered male lead roles, and Zheng Xian was deliberately letting him choose carefully. The first drama he would star in must either have good reputation or high ratings. Of course, Zheng Xian hoped that he could achieve both, which is why Zheng Xian wanted him to pick carefully. The script of Taiping Melody is pretty good, but the theme itself makes it difficult to become a huge hit. It's a historical drama after all. Zheng Xian had reviewed the script, it faithfully restores historical facts, and the costumes, sets, and props are very fine, but with how quickly viewer preferences change, the audience for historical dramas has already significantly reduced. When Run carefully reviewed each of the 4 scripts, finally keeping Taiping Melody. Zheng Xian had also listed the information about the production team. The director When Run recognized had, several years ago, filmed another Ming Dynasty-based historical drama that received tremendous acclaim and became a classic when mentioned even today. This director doesn't produce many works, having completed only 3 TV series so far, but every single one was a classic. He has the praise within the industry of spending 10 years refining a masterpiece. It's no wonder that with such an unpopular topic nowadays, Xingyu Media and Chaofeng Entertainment were both vying to invest in it. When Run pondered for a moment and said, I'll go with this one. Director Yuan's dramas are never too bad, and if I can participate, I can also learn more. Comparatively, he actually preferred enriching himself rather than pursuing ratings by acting in some sensational quick-profit dramas. Zheng Xian, seeing that When Run himself was interested, stopped being greedy. A major male lead drama that exploded in both reputation and ratings was rare and hard to come by, often requiring burning high incense just to get one, so he didn't dwell on it anymore and prepared to decline other invitations. There is one thing, although director Yuan accepts actors recommended by the company, the final selection of the cast still requires his approval. After all, if the main actor's performance doesn't pass muster, it would tarnish his own reputation. Chapter 57. When Run, of course, understood his meaning. Has the production team started casting? Zheng Xian, who had looked at the production schedule, said, the important supporting roles have already started auditioning. Only the male lead and male secondary lead haven't been finalized. The male secondary lead was the male lead's younger brother, so they had to wait until the male lead was chosen before they could confirm the secondary lead. In that case, I'll give it a try. Let me know when director Yuan has time, When Run replied, confident in his acting abilities. After learning from Wei Yi for so long, he was no longer the inexperienced actor he used to be. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. Zheng Xian glanced at the time. Auditions will probably take place within the next few days. Go over the script carefully yourself. It's getting late, shall I have an assistant see you out? I'll go myself. Wen Run thought for a moment and smirked cunningly. You go ahead, I'll stay in your office for a bit longer. Not fully understanding, Jing Xian trusted Wen Run as he wasn't the type to cause trouble, so he indeed left him in the office while he went to handle other matters. After he left, Wen Run checked the time, 6 p.m. At this hour, Yi Hanqing should also be about to leave. He sent a message to Yu Biao, who personally attended to Yi Hanqing, asking if he had finished work yet. Yu Biao said no, there was still about half an hour left. Wen Run's lips curved into a smile as he replied, could you please bring Mr. Ye's car keys down to me? Don't tell him. Yu Biao often followed Yi Hanqing and knew well about their relationship. Seeing Wen Run's message, he hesitated for a moment after glancing through the glass at the boss still working hard in the office but eventually delivered the keys downstairs. As a subordinate, one had to understand their employer's mind. He thought, since even the boss listened to Wen Run, not listening would definitely be impossible. Thus, Yu Biao quickly brought the keys down to the ground floor. By this point, Wen Run had already disguised himself, mask, sunglasses, and an unremarkable sun protection jacket were all in place. His equipment was complete. Having wrapped himself up well, he instructed Yu Biao, when Mr. Yi finishes work, send me a WeChat notification beforehand. Yu Biao didn't know what he planned to do, so he just complied blindly. After securing the keys, Wen Run, thinking he still had half an hour, slipped out of the company building through a side door that was not easily noticeable. He then bought a cold milk tea on another street and happily headed to the basement parking lot. Yi Hanqing's car was one that was commonly used. Wen Run spotted it immediately, opened the door, and got into the passenger seat, sipping the milk tea while waiting for Yi Hanqing to finish work. At 6:30, Yu Biao sent him a WeChat, Mr. Yi is leaving, coming down soon. Wen Run quickly hid the milk tea and turned off the car engine before hiding himself in the back seat. The lighting in the parking lot was dim. Through the car window, Wen Run saw Yi Hanqing slowly rolling his wheelchair over. Yu Biao stepped forward to open the back door for him. When he noticed the hidden Wen Run, he froze momentarily. Wen Run put his finger to his lips, gesturing for silence, and Yu Biao pretended not to notice and stepped aside. In the poorly lit basement level with only shadows from the nearby support column, the back seat remained darker. With thoughts on his mind, Yi Hanqing allowed Yu Biao to push him into the car without much awareness. Suddenly, from the side, a shadow leapt out shouting, robbery. Caught by surprise, Yi Hanqing instinctively reacted, grabbing hold of the person's wrist. But upon feeling delicate smoothness beneath his hand, he realized instantly, changing his grip to a pull, pulling the figure straight into his arms. He held Wen Run around the waist, half laughing and half sighing, teasing the skin of his inner wrist. What does the great swordsman desire? Wen Run's robbery attempt failed, instead forcing him to straddle Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing's car was specially modified. The rear seats were removed, replaced with a partition between the front and back, and the doors were altered to slide up and down, all for convenience with his wheelchair. Though originally spacious, with the added presence of Wen Run, the back area became narrow and cramped. Wen Run shifted uncomfortably, accidentally bumping his head against the ceiling. Don't move around, Yi Hanqing reached up to protect Wen Run's head, preventing any further collision. Why are you waiting for me here? Since they had established their relationship, Wen Run had become braver thanks to Yi Hanqing's indulgence, adapting more readily to being identified as Yi Hanqing's boyfriend. Even though his ears were turning red, he boldly replied, I came to pick you up after work. A flicker passed through Yi Hanqing's eyes. Slowly lowering his hand from Wen Run's head to press against the back of his neck, he kissed him deeply. His tongue swept through the warm mouth once, and Yi Hanqing arched a brow, eyeing him askance, sneaking milk tea again. Wen Run, with a flattering manner, grabbed his hand, his ears reddening even more as his eyes darted around. Nope, Brother Jing doesn't let me drink it. Bubble tea, being too high in calories, had long been on Jing Xian's blacklist. Yi Hanqing chuckled softly, finding him adorable in his attempts to cover up the truth, which only made him want to cradle Wen Run close. Lowering his voice seductively, he coaxed, Brother Jing doesn't let you drink, but I do. Where's the bubble tea hidden? Wen Run blinked his eyes, realizing he couldn't hide it from Yi Hanqing any longer after holding eye contact for a moment, and then turned around to tap on the partition panel, signaling for Yu Biao in the driving seat to pass him the bubble tea. There was still half a cup of bubble tea left, and Wen Run cherished this rare opportunity to have some, valuing it greatly. Yi Hanqing enclosed his hand around the one holding the bubble tea and gave a little pull, having Wen Run bring it closer so that he could sip directly from the cup. Though not particularly fond of overly sweet beverages, seeing Wen Run's longing gaze, he felt the taste wasn't bad after all, sweet enough. After swallowing a chewy, soft pearl, Yi Hanqing's gaze darkened, and he leaned forward to kiss him again. Wen Run let out a sound of surprise, pushing against his shoulder as if reluctant to push him away, ultimately going limp in his embrace, allowing Yi Hanqing to tease him with the pearl inside his mouth. The kiss ended, but the unfortunate pearl finally found its way down Yi Hanqing's throat, who then kissed Wen Run gently by his ear. If you want bubble tea next time, there's no need to hide it from me. Just tell me, and I'll feed you. Wen Run's face burned hotly, almost making him wish to flee the scene, but Yi Hanqing's arm around his waist held him firmly in place. He couldn't escape anywhere. Upon returning to Songhai Manor, Yi Hanqing didn't stop at his own door but followed Wen Run straight into his apartment. How true it was that people in love were the least able to control themselves. Living next door to each other, they were already finding it impossible to remain simply as neighbors. The fact was Yi Hanqing had become increasingly brazen, disregarding Jing Xian's warnings long ago, and now entering Wen Run's domain freely. Of course, their agent was none the wiser yet. After stepping into the apartment, Yi Hanqing, still unsatisfied, pulled Wen Run into another passionate kiss. When the longing had temporarily subsided, he said rather unhappily, "Why are you so busy recently? You're getting enough exposure now. There's no need for Brother Jing to schedule your work so tightly, is there?" They had confirmed their relationship nearly a month ago, but they had hardly spent a third of the time together. "I wanted to take on more work," Wen Run smiled at him. "Don't bother Brother Jing again over this." Yi Hanqing frowned, growing even more dissatisfied. "Why must you push yourself so hard?" But Wen Run remained silent, blinking and smiling mysteriously. "I'll tell you later." When Wen Run wouldn't explain, Yi Hanqing had no choice but to punish him with a playful bite on his lips. Naturally, Yi Hanqing had his own room here now, and Wen Run had prepared a complete set of necessities for him. Seeing him step out of the shower in pajamas, Wen Run brought out a wooden footbath basin and said, "A few days ago, Xia Yupan recommended a foot-soak basin paired with traditional Chinese medicine packages to promote blood circulation. They say soaking before bedtime can also aid sleep. Shall we soak our feet together?" Before saying these words, Wen Run had rehearsed them many times in his mind. He tried to appear casual while secretly glancing at Yi Hanqing's reaction. Yi Hanqing's brows slightly furrowed, and his drooping eyelashes hid his gaze. Fearing rejection, Wen Run leaned in closer and planted a light kiss on his cheek like a pouting child. "Will you soak your feet with me?" His fingers instinctively tightened on the wheelchair armrests as Yi Hanqing's brows furrowed deeper, remaining silent for a long while without answering. Wen Run stole a look at him, seeing his silence worried that he might push too far, sighed quietly in his heart, and slightly pulled back, continuing to smile. "If you don't like it, never mind. Then I'll soak my feet alone." He said this, intending to pick up the wooden basin and go fill it with hot water. Together, Yi Hanqing grabbed his wrist resolutely, despite looking troubled, and decisively declared, "We will soak our feet together." Sweat beads formed in the palms of his hands, but Wen Run silently sensed it and pretended not to notice. "All right, then I'll fetch some water first." The pre-prepared medicinal ingredients were sealed in sachets. Once hot water was poured in, a strong aroma of herbal medicines filled the air quickly. Wen Run sniffed the scent, finding it surprisingly pleasant. After carrying the wooden basin over, seeing Yi Hanqing sitting motionless, Wen Run rolled up his pants first and dipped his feet into the water. The temperature was a bit high, causing him to lift his feet with a slight hiss. Adding some cold water and ensuring the temperature was just right, he then invited Yi Hanqing. "The temperature's perfect. Why don't you give it a try?" Yi Hanqing kept his back straight, feeling somewhat stiff when he noticed Wen Run's smiling gaze on him. Slowly and cautiously, he bent over, taking his time to roll up his pants legs. He then gently placed his limp feet into the wooden basin with his hands. Having been disabled for 5 years, these feet had long lost much of their sensation. But in this moment, he seemed to faintly feel the scalding heat once again. There were 2 pairs of feet in the wooden basin now, one larger, the other slightly smaller. Seeing that Yi Hanqing was silent, Wen Run began massaging the top of his foot with his own foot softly. His feet were noticeably smaller than Yi Hanqing's, his soles white and thin while his toes remained plump, each one round and pink after being soaked in hot water, looking utterly adorable. In contrast, Yi Hanqing's feet appeared far less appealing. His soles looked unhealthy and excessively bony, his curled toes weak and lifeless. Faint blue veins bulged slightly on the tops of his feet. Moving upward, his calves were almost entirely muscleless due to atrophy, leaving only hard leg bones as proof that this man had once been strong and full of vigor. Wen Run felt a pang of pity, yet didn't let it show in the slightest. It was as if he completely ignored the stark difference between the 2 pairs of feet. Playfully, he splashed some water around with his soles, occasionally using his soft instep to rub against Yi Hanqing's feet. While doing this, he casually brought up work-related matters. "I'll probably be heading to the production team of Peaceful Melody for auditions in the next few days. If things go smoothly, I'll join the crew by mid to late June." There was a tinge of regret in his heart, knowing how little time they truly had together. Still, he had plans forming step by step in his mind, determined that this state of being apart more than together wouldn't last forever. Peaceful Melody was an investment Yi Hanqing had decided upon fully, and his expression softened as he replied deeply, "This script is quite good. I've been optimistic about it from the start. Don't worry, I've already spoken to Director Yuan, he's seen your performances too. The audition will go without a hitch." After finishing, he couldn't help but caress Wen Run's face, brushing his thumb across his cheekbone. "You've been working too hard lately. Don't always worry about me, make sure you rest properly yourself." Wen Run simply smiled with pursed lips, his eyes sparkling brightly like stars in the night sky. "I'm not tired." He found everything perfect at the moment. With his career and his lover progressing, along with goals worth striving for, the thought of their future made his heart brim with sweetness akin to having 10 cups of bubble tea. As they talked, they continued soaking their feet. Half an hour passed unnoticed, and Yi Hanqing wasn't nearly as tense as at the beginning. After drying his own feet first and putting on slippers, Wen Run squatted beside him, instinctively grabbing another towel and pulling Yi Hanqing's feet out of the water. With great gentleness, he dried them for him. Despite the fact that Yi Hanqing had no sensation in his feet, he suddenly flinched violently, sharply bending over and gripping Wen Run's wrist tightly, muttering hoarsely, "I can do it myself." Wen Run stared into his eyes for a brief moment before prying his hand loose, slightly puffing out his cheeks discontentedly. "I've already done half. Don't spoil it." With effortless naturalness, he dried the rest of the moisture from Yi Hanqing's feet, lowered the rolled-up pant cuffs, and slipped on indoor slippers, carefully placing the immobile feet onto the wheelchair's footrests. Then he repeated the process for the other foot. Yi Hanqing glanced down at him, his eyes devoid of any disdain or pity. No emotions pierced through his hardened interior, as Wen Run merely carried out the act ordinarily, afterward lifting his head and smiling while asking, "Do you feel relaxed after soaking?" Yi Hanqing nodded stiffly. Although his legs below the knees lacked sensation, 30 minutes spent soaking in medicinal herbs certainly had its effects. Improved blood circulation from the warm water filled his body with a comfortable warmth. Wen Run grinned, picking up the wooden basin and pouring away the water while commenting, "Then we'll soak our feet together from now on." Yi Hanqing watched his retreating figure, his chest rising and falling dramatically. Finally, leaning deeper into his wheelchair, he closed his eyes slightly and rasped, "All right." If roles were reversed, he would suppress all those feelings of imagined embarrassment. Wen Run emptied the water, stored the wooden basin neatly, washed his hands clean, and took a relieved breath upon seeing himself in the mirror. He gave himself a thumbs up as encouragement. This first step turned out easier than he'd anticipated. All that was left was perseverance. Once Wen Run composed himself outside, he returned to his usual cheerful demeanor. Yi Hanqing chose to stay overnight in the guest room rather than going back next door. Before sleeping, Wen Run prepared essential oil incense as usual to accompany the massage routine. However, this time Yi Hanqing was unusually uncooperative. As soon as Wen Run leaned over, he pulled him forcefully toward him by the waist. His lips were savagely sucked and bitten. Struggling to support his weight so as not to crush Yi Hanqing, Wen Run could only humbly protest with mph sounds. Yi Hanqing kissed him fiercely, only lightening his actions when the person above pushed against him with a sobbing tone. He then gently licked his lips and the wound there, full of tenderness. Wen Run vaguely sensed his hidden emotions and thought of those thin, powerless feet. His heart ached as if it had been twisted into knots, making him feel both sour and tender. He wished to offer all of himself in front of Yi Hanqing, compensating for the pain he once endured. Supporting himself on his arms, Wen Run shyly but actively initiated the kiss. Yi Hanqing opened his eyes, the deep and dark gaze filled solely with Wen Run's figure. Still craving more, he softly bit Wen Run's lips before pulling him up gently yet firmly. Wen Run, rarely having the courage to be so proactive, felt instantly lost and hurt when rejected, looking at Yi Hanqing with confusion and grievance. "If we continue, I won't be able to stop." Yi Hanqing supported himself, his hand resting on the back of Wen Run's head. His dry yet warm lips lightly kissed Wen Run's eyelids as he said, almost like a sigh or out of helplessness, "I'm not ready yet. Not ready to let you see my weak, powerless, and ugly side." He always thought he was fearless, until today when he realized that he was indeed afraid, just like those who are insecure and timid. Yi Hanqing gave a self-deprecating laugh, yet his voice was incredibly gentle. "Can you give me a little more time?" "Sure." Wen Run sniffed and threw himself into Yi Hanqing's arms, saying, "Even if you need a lifetime, I will stay by your side." Chapter 58. Wen Run tightly hugged his neck, his face buried in the hollow of his neck, their skin touching. They were so close that they could feel each other's heartbeat and breathing. Yi Hanqing held his body with great strength, clearly feeling the moisture in the hollow of his neck. He did not speak but instead embraced him even tighter, so strongly that it seemed as though the two people would fuse together. After a long while, Wen Run loosened his embrace with embarrassment, his eye sockets and nose tips slightly red. His eyes shone like water-washed crystal, and there was still some moisture clinging to his eyelashes. Although he was clearly saddened for Yi Hanqing, he looked even more pitiful. He gently touched his moist eyelashes, then Yi Hanqing moved closer and kissed the moisture on his eyelashes. Wen Run's eyelashes trembled faintly, and a shy blush crept up from behind his ears, but he didn't evade. Yi Hanqing's lips slowly rose until they finally landed between his eyebrows, softly saying, "Good night." Wen Run stared at him, seeing the laughter at the bottom of his eyes. Involuntarily, he followed suit with a smile, hesitating for a moment before mustering his courage to imitate him by placing a kiss on his eyebrow and replied, "Good night." That night, Wen Run did not interrupt the foot massage again, but Yi Hanqing slept very well anyway. Both enjoyed a restful night. The next morning, Wen Run prepared breakfast, and they ate together. After that, Wen Run saw Yi Hanqing off to work. Yu Biao, who came to pick him up, blinked when he saw the boss coming out from the neighbor's house and bowed his head. After Yi Hanqing left, Wen Run immediately contacted the doctor. The doctor was an old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner of quite advanced age, secretly introduced to him by Chen Zhen. After contacting this old TCM practitioner, Wen Run often consulted him about various issues, discussing much about Yi Hanqing's leg injury, while always keeping it hidden from Yi Hanqing. Even the foot-soaking basin recommended by Xia Yukan mentioned last night was just a ruse. In reality, the herbs were still prescribed by the old TCM doctor. Wen Run had been secretly planning for quite a long time and only took the first step yesterday. Achieving some preliminary progress, after Yi Hanqing left, he immediately gave feedback on Yi Hanqing's condition to the old TCM doctor. Apart from insisting on using herbs for foot soaks, the old TCM doctor still suggested regular leg massages. This was actually the initial suggestion, however, Wen Run knew it couldn't be achieved overnight, so he asked the elderly man to come up with a method more acceptable to Yi Hanqing. It turned out to be true, Yi Hanqing still cared too much and needed to gradually accept it step by step. After finishing discussing Yi Hanqing's situation, the elderly man sent him an acupuncture chart, telling him to start recognizing the spots, which would eventually prove useful. In this entire morning, Wen Run earnestly memorized the acupuncture points and occasionally pressed the corresponding positions on his own body. At noon, he ate lunch casually, and in the afternoon, carefully hid the printed acupuncture charts and took out the script, starting to write character profiles. When he received a WeChat message from Yu Biao at 5 o'clock saying Mr. Yi was leaving work, he began preparing dinner, waiting for Yi Hanqing to return home so they could eat together. Although it was inconvenient to go out, living like this within closed doors also brought its own sense of comfort and leisure. Wen Run cherished the time spent with Yi Hanqing, but reality didn't yield. Only after enjoying such peace for a few days, Zheng Xian sent a message saying that the meeting time with Director Yuan had been arranged for the following morning. Wen Run had no choice but to get himself ready and leave home. To say this was an audition, there were really only 4 people present: Wen Run, Zheng Xian, Director Yuan, and his assistant. The 4 met in a private room in a restaurant, and the atmosphere was relatively relaxed. Director Yuan, over 50 years old, looked energetic, appearing to be around 40. Especially his eyes, sharp like an eagle's. When he looked at you, it felt as though he could see through you entirely. Wen Run recalled someone once commenting on this director, praising him for being able to accurately assess people. Director Yuan spoke little, briefly exchanging pleasantries before heading straight to the point and discussing the script with him. Wen Run responded to his questions fluently, indicating that he had thoroughly studied the script and made adequate preparations. The director's initially tight expression eased somewhat upon hearing his coherent responses, so he delved deeper into questioning his understanding of Zhao Yuanlang. Unfazed, Wen Run confidently shared his insights into this Emperor Taizu. While working on the biography, he researched quite a lot and formed his own understanding of the emperor, which deviated slightly from the portrayal in the script. He spoke without hesitation about these discrepancies. Director Yuan listened to him talk eloquently. Though some points contradicted the script, he did not appear angry, instead showing even more admiration. Despite usually speaking little, he only nodded slightly after listening, saying, "Not bad. The production will begin filming in late June. Once specific dates and itineraries are confirmed, my assistant will inform you." After the discussion, Yuan did not stay longer, mentioning that there were many tasks in the production team. He left with his assistant. That settled the matter. A few days later, the official Weibo of Peaceful Tune announced that Wen Run would play the male lead, and shortly after, the actor for the second male role was also decided. It turned out to be Huo Guanyan, whom Wen Run had met once. When Wen Run learned this news, he was already on set taking costume-fitting photos. Costume fittings were shot beforehand, along with Wen Run, other key supporting actors were also shooting theirs one by one. Only Huo Guanyan, due to his participation in the college entrance exam, would start shooting 2 days later. Thinking about Huo Guanyan's hostility towards him, Wen Run felt a bit of a headache, hoping that he would perform well, otherwise, filming wouldn't go smoothly. Even before officially joining the crew, Wen Run had already been busy and could no longer stay home accompanying Yi Hanqing like he used to. In the last few days, Yi Hanqing's expression had not been good. With Wen Run being too busy to see, his mood worsened. Yet, seeing his exhausted face when he occasionally returned late, he couldn't help but feel heartache. But as much as Yi Hanqing wanted to manage Wen Run, he couldn't do so, instead transferring his anger to Zheng Xian, silently keeping count against his innocent agent. Naturally, Wen Run also noticed Yi Hanqing's subtle change in emotions. He thought it was because he was going to join the crew, so he especially comforted Yi Hanqing on the day before entering the group. Watching Wen Run leave in Zheng Xian's car until the tail of the car disappeared completely, Yi Hanqing turned back and dialed Gu Sinan's number. "Have you found the person?" Gu Sinan seemed to be outside, as the background noise was quite chaotic. "We found her, that old woman is shrewd, she almost got away. Just a month ago, there was a conflict at Lon Mountain Prison where several prisoners caused trouble. Afterward, during a check, it was discovered that several inmates were severely injured. The incident was quite significant and even made the local news. One of the drivers responsible, Wu Dague, was among those hospitalized. When a prisoner is injured in prison, the facility will notify their family. However, Wu Dague, who had done something wrong and feared retribution for his family, didn't have any relatives present at his trial. All contact information they had managed to gather was either outdated or cancelled. As such, the prison had no way to reach anyone. But Yi Hanqing believed that Wu Dague must still have some hidden means of contacting his family. Therefore, when Wu Dague was injured and hospitalized, Yi Hanqing bribed medical staff to falsely report the severity of his injuries, making him believe he might die soon, while simultaneously organizing people to monitor Wu Dague. Sure enough, not long after, someone secretly visited Wu Dague. The visitor was a 60-something elderly woman, dressed extremely inconspicuously. If Yi Hanqing hadn't preemptively arranged for people to keep an eye on Wu Dagui, she would likely have come quietly, seen him, and then left unnoticed. After receiving the message, Gu Sinan personally went with his men to track her down. Unfortunately, Wu Dagui's mother was very cautious. After leaving the prison, somehow realizing she was being followed, she started a scene at the bustling vegetable market, causing chaos everywhere before escaping in the commotion. Gu Sinan and his team searched for several days, even seeking help from local informants, finally locating where the elderly woman was hiding. She's already tied up. Should I send you over to take a look? Yi Hanqing paused for a moment, deciding to visit the location. Lawn Mountain Prison was located at the boundary between B City and J City, in a very remote area mostly inhabited by migrant workers. Yi Hanqing asked Yu Biao to drive him there and receive more material sent by Gu Sinan during the journey. They had previously never met any members of Wu Dagui's family. The only clues they had were some old photographs and brief pieces of information left behind by the suspect. This partly explained why it was so challenging to find them. However, he didn't expect that neither Wu Dagui's mother nor his wife was unintelligent. Somehow managing to get hold of money, they changed their names and lived comfortably under false identities in a small county. They even managed to enroll Wu Dagui's son in one of the best private high schools and purchased a house. Had their movements not accidentally been detected by Yi Hanqing's team, these three would likely have continued enjoying a peaceful life. Yi Hanqing gave a cold laugh and instructed Yu Biao to push him into an old-fashioned Baroque-style building in the dim, damp area. Most buildings in the region were similar, densely clustered together with dark, moist environments, almost devoid of light. Wu Dagui's mother and his wife Wang Li lived on the first floor. When Wu Dagui was deceived by Yi Hanqing's bribed medical staff, thinking himself gravely injured and close to death, he urgently informed the prison of a number he had concealed for years, wishing to see his family one last time. Hearing about his injury, Wu Dagui's mother and Wang Li naturally couldn't resist coming to see him. That's when they were finally intercepted by Gu Sinan and his men. However, in reality, after the corrupted medical staff told Wu Dagui the news about his supposed severe injuries, they also informed him it was a misdiagnosis. Wu Dagui, right now in the prison hospital, probably felt quite a range of emotions. Yi Hanqing's lips curled with cold disdain, his eyes narrowing as he pushed open the old door plastered with countless advertisements. After Yu Biao wheeled him inside and shut the door behind them, they found themselves in a closed-up rented apartment, windows sealed tightly. A faint smell of damp mildew hung in the air, while Wu's mother and Wang Li were bound at the hands and feet, their mouths gagged, thrown into the corner. Neither had ever seen Yi Hanqing before, but upon seeing the man in the wheelchair, terror spread across their faces. As Yi Hanqing moved closer in his wheelchair, he gave a chilling laugh. So you've recognized who I am? When the rags were pulled out from their mouths, Wang Li's hair was disheveled, and she shook her head frantically. Who are you? We don't have any money, please let us go. Wu's mother started cursing in her dialect, her insults vulgar, some understandable, some not, but the gist being, how dare they kidnap people in broad daylight, disregarding the law, this is a crime, the police will never forgive them. With an expression full of mockery as if hearing a joke, Yi Hanqing said, do you even know what a crime is? You enjoyed the money earned through someone's life, didn't you? Wu Dagui's son is close to taking his college entrance exam, isn't he? The house is all ready, just waiting for him to graduate from university, then planning on getting married and having kids. Wang Li's expression froze, trembling as she asked, what do you want? Xiaoli knows nothing. Yi Hanqing smirked, of course, father's debt shall be repaid by his son, his gaze swept over their expressions, deepening his smile, isn't that the correct saying? You black-hearted devil. Wu's mother, both scared and enraged, glared at him. You've made us flee far and wide, which is bad enough. If you dare harm my grandson, the Buddha won't forgive you. Gu Sinan had never encountered such an audacious family, speechless in fury. Yet, Yi Hanqing's face remained unchanged, coolly stating, is that so? Then there's no need for you to hide anymore. My mother has rested for several years below, I may as well send you down to pay respects. Wang Li's sobs stopped abruptly, Wu's mother's incessant cursing ceased too, seemingly intimidated by the menace in his words. Grab a few things from their persons, then send someone to Lawn Mountain Prison, and have a proper talk with Wu Dagui about his family's situation. Yi Hanqing cast a look of disgust at the two women, signaling Yu Biao to wheel him out. Gu Sinan followed behind, his expression laced with worry, Hanqing. Just keep them locked up for now. Yi Hanqing knew what he wanted to say, continuing, we'll discuss this when I feel better. As for the money left by Wu Dagui and the house they bought, find a way to get everything back. That money wasn't much to him, yet he couldn't bear for this family to live happily off funds tainted by his mother's blood. Wu Dagui might have wanted his family to live well, but Yi Hanqing vowed to make them destitute, more desperate and miserable than before. Glancing at Yi Hanqing once, Gu Sinan sighed, refraining from further comments, directing his subordinates to act accordingly. Chapter 59. Lawn Mountain Prison Hospital, Ward 3. Wu Dagui had been staying here for a month now. Looking at the doctors and nurses passing by, as well as the inmates lying in the ward just like him, he couldn't help but wonder how things had turned out this way. He only had 1 year left until his sentence was up. But a month ago, during the prison's airing time, two rival factions in his ward suddenly started fighting. Actually, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Even in prison, there were power factions, with the heads of these two groups disliking each other and having deep-seated grievances. There were always minor conflicts. However, this time, something inexplicable escalated the situation into a large-scale group brawl. He had always been an active participant in labor reform, never daring to get involved in such struggles. But on that day, for reasons unknown, someone pushed him, causing him to collide with the two people who were already fighting, and he found himself unwittingly drawn into the chaos. There were no weapons in the prison, yet the convicts who had undergone years of forced labor were physically strong. Their punches were brutal, capable of making someone vomit bile. In self-defense, he instinctively retaliated a few times, only to be stabbed by someone with a sharpened toothbrush. Clutching his stomach, he fell to the ground. Soon after came the shouts of the prison guards and the cries of the prisoners. When he woke up again, he was already in the prison hospital. He wore an oxygen mask, had needles inserted into his arm, and several tubes connected to the part of his stomach that had been stabbed. All he could feel was immense pain, though he didn't understand what exactly had happened. A familiar guard visited him, saying they couldn't contact his family and asked if he knew of any way to reach them for visitation. Instinctively, he refused. Back in the days when he accepted bribes, he dealt in cash and gold bars, all hidden by his mother. She then took his wife and son to hide in a remote small county where he used to work. The place was so isolated that no one would recognize them. When he worked as a driver, he met someone who specialized in fake documents. He got his wife, son, and even his mother-in-law new IDs. The contact phone number was registered under a false identity, known only to him and his mother. Not even his wife and son knew about it. As long as he survived these few more years and stayed out of trouble, he could eventually reunite secretly with his family. Unexpectedly, just before his release, an accident occurred. The guard said they could notify his family to visit, but he didn't dare take the risk, fearing that the young master from the Yi family might still be looking for revenge. Without family care, he lay alone in the hospital, with a catheter inserted by the nurse. Normally, he couldn't move much. His fellow inmates who were admitted along with him had recovered and returned, but he remained hooked up to various tubes without knowing when he'd improve. Unable to bear it, he asked the nurse who had been caring for him. The nurse wouldn't say, showing only sympathy on her face, giving him a look as if he was about to die. He also questioned the doctor, who hesitated, merely telling him not to worry and to focus on recuperating. Holding his aching stomach, Wu Dague thought he must have been severely injured and wouldn't live much longer. When the nurse delivered his food, she couldn't resist whispering to him that he should see his family while he still had the chance. She sighed deeply afterward. Though still fearing death, he pondered that his son must be around 14 or 15 now, his old mother advanced in age, and his shrewd wife probably resisting his mother's discipline over these past years. If he really were to die, he would need to meet his old mother at least once to arrange posthumous matters. After all, once he passed, the young master from the Yi family wouldn't be able to harm him anymore. Trembling with both fear and hatred, Wu Dague finally went to the prison guard and revealed a telephone number he had kept hidden for many years. After some time, his elderly mother secretly came to visit him once. They discussed matters of finances and property, agreeing that she'd bring his wife to visit in a few days. But when the appointed time arrived, neither his mother nor his wife showed up. Instead, the doctor informed him that the tubes could be removed in a few days, and if the wound healed well, he could be discharged within a week. Stunned, Wu Dague stutteringly asked the doctor if everything hadn't initially seemed dire. Why was he okay now? Both the doctor and the nurse showed impatience. He noticed that the nurse who had been taking care of him hadn't shown up for several days and had been replaced by a new nurse. Having spent a few years surviving at the bottom rung, he developed a sixth sense for danger. Considering that neither his mother nor his wife had come at the agreed-upon time, he began to suspect that he might have been set up. For 4 or 5 days, he endured the agony in the hospital, finally waiting for news of a family visit. However, it wasn't his mother or wife who came to visit but his older brother. Wu Dague's face turned pale, his back drenched in cold sweat. His mother only had him, so there was no elder brother. The prison guard brought elder brother to see him. This elder brother was named Wu Dafu, a tall and muscular man with an intimidating appearance. However, when he saw Wu Dague, he greeted him warmly, calling him cousin as he grabbed his hand. He said, "Mom and your wife were in a car accident on the way here, they're pretty shaken up. So, I'm the only one who could come visit you this time. Next time, I'll bring them with me." Wu Dafu laughed heartily and chatted enthusiastically about the family situation. His nephew Wu Xiaoli had enrolled in a private high school in town, and his grades were average. Things had been going well for the family over the years, they'd even bought a house, except that his mother and younger sister-in-law didn't get along well and frequently argued. He added that once Wu Dague was released, he should teach his wife some discipline. As Wu Dafu went on talking, Wu Dague felt icy cold all over, looking at the smiling face of his supposed elder brother, with fear. The ward door wasn't closed, and there was surveillance inside. A prison guard stood right outside, but Wu Dague didn't dare shout out for help. He could only let Wu Dafu ramble on about various funny stories from his nephew's school life. When Wu Dafu finally left, he grinned and said brightly, "Summer vacation is coming soon. Next time I come for a visit, I'll bring my nephew along too." He deliberately emphasized the two words, nephew. Wu Duguay's blood ran cold. His entire back was soaked in cold sweat, and even the almost healed wound began to throb with pain. He knew this man must have been sent by the young master of the Yi family. That person had wanted him to recant his testimony years ago, but he had clung tightly to his statement, refusing to confess. Though uneducated, he clearly understood the difference between vehicular manslaughter and premeditated murder. But now, they'd found his son, his old mother, and his wife. They were probably being held somewhere already. Thinking about his son, who was only 10 years old when he last saw him, Wu Duguay covered his face with both hands, overwhelmed with pain. Everything turned out exactly as Yi Hansheng had anticipated. Not long after Wu Duguay recovered and returned to prison, unable to bear the torment and inner conflict any longer, he voluntarily confessed to the crime he had committed 5 years ago when he had lost his mind and accepted money to kill someone. However, he had no more evidence in his possession. The only proof was a box of gold bars hidden by his mother and 50,000 yuan in cash that had not yet been spent. After Wu Duguay retracted his previous testimony, the police located Wu's mother based on his confession and dug up the items buried under the courtyard of the Wu family home. At first, Wu's mother put up a struggle and refused to admit anything, but Wang Li, Wu Duguay's wife, feared being implicated. She spilled everything she knew like beans pouring out of a tipped-over container, desperately trying to distance herself from it all. The money came from Wu Duguay, it never passed through my hands. It was all kept by the old woman. This has nothing to do with me. If you're going to arrest anyone, arrest her. You foul-mouthed bitch. You've lived off my resources and now you want to betray your own husband. Enraged, Wu's mother abandoned her pretense of resistance, lunging forward and grabbing Wang Li's hair before slapping her twice across the face. Wang Li screamed, tired of putting up with her constant abuse because of her greed for money. She retaliated by pulling the older woman's hair, and the two rolled around on the ground fighting tooth and nail. Even the officers standing nearby couldn't separate the two. Eventually, they had to wait until they wore themselves out before cuffing them and taking them all down to the station. The case file of the traffic accident from 5 years ago was reopened for review. Drunk driving leading to accidental death and premeditated murder belonged to entirely different legal categories, especially since the victim was the former chairman's wife of the Yi Corporation. With Yi Hansheng applying pressure from behind the scenes, the police quickly established a special investigation team and began gathering evidence again. Everyone initially assumed this reopened case would be difficult to solve. But ever since Wu Duguay retracted his testimony, new pieces of evidence started emerging. Without much effort, the special investigation team managed to track down the man who originally made contact with Wu Duguay. It turned out to be Ye's family butler, Zhou Su. Zhou Su was just over 40, having worked for the Yi family for 15 years. Sharp-witted and resourceful, he had helped Yi Makai handle quite a few shady affairs. As soon as the old case was brought back into the spotlight for a fresh investigation, he took his annual leave and claimed he was returning to his hometown to visit relatives. When the police went to his hometown, they discovered he'd disappeared without a trace. Zhou Su had fled. The police could only issue a warrant for his arrest. Meanwhile, when the public learned from the official bulletin that the intermediary involved in hiring the hitman was none other than Ye's trusted butler and close confidant of the chairman, speculation against this respected-looking Yi Corporation chairman began brewing. Zhou Su was merely a butler, he had neither the motive nor enough money to hire a killer to eliminate his female employer and her child. All of this pointed to a clear orchestrator behind the scenes. Who orchestrated it was practically self-evident. Although concrete evidence was still lacking, there was one truth that couldn't be denied: identify who benefited the most, and you've identified the murderer. The car accident from 5 years ago once again sparked heated discussions after 5 years. In today's world where the internet is more advanced and media coverage more extensive, many details became increasingly transparent under the watchful eyes of countless people. It simply could not withstand scrutiny. In the past, everyone only knew that Chairman Yi was a gentle and refined businessman, and his wife was also a tender and virtuous woman. They had a son and a daughter, and their family was harmonious, envied by others. Only those who were familiar with or had paid attention to the car accident from years ago knew that before the current chairman's wife, Yi Makai had an original spouse who also bore him a son and a daughter. But after that car accident, this son and daughter never again appeared on behalf of the Yi family. Now as it is brought up again, netizens kept digging deeper and found that beneath the appearance of this seemingly harmonious, admirable wealthy family, perhaps lay the bones of the first wife. And that elegant and polite Chiu Mrs., in fact, was the third party who intruded into another's marriage. Moreover, not long after the car accident involving the original wife and her 2 children, she brazenly entered the Yi family with her 2 illegitimate children. To say that there was no connection between these 2 incidents, only fools would believe it. Before Zhou Su was captured and returned, the 2 biggest suspects for hiring a hitman were Yi Makai and Qiu Jia. The chairman and his wife both became murder suspects. The already declining Yi Corporation faced further instability, its stock price plummeted overnight, erasing billions in market value. Yi Makai's position as chairman was precarious, and the Yi family was in turmoil. At the Yi ancestral home, Yi Makai's face was dark and shadowed with bloodshot eyes as he glared at his sobbing wife and daughter for a long while. Finally, he lifted his lips and coldly asked, "When did you start collaborating with Zhou Su?" Qiu Jieha hung her head, weeping softly. Upon hearing this, she looked up with red eyes to refute. What do you mean by that? Are you saying, like the people outside, that I hired Zhou Su to kill someone? She cried. Don't others know you don't? Zhou Su only listened to you. I rarely even spoke to him. All internal and external matters were handled by Mama Wang. Yi Makai watched her with uncertainty. Seeing her collapse into her daughter's arms crying, he became somewhat unsure again. Zhou Su indeed was his trusted confidant, usually doing tasks only for him, and rarely interacting with Qiu Jiehe. But if it wasn't Qiu Jiehe, then who bribed Zhou Su? Although he had little affection for his first wife, secretly nurturing a lover outside, and also compensating Qiu Jiehe for the children she bore him, he wasn't so malicious as to want them dead. After looking back and forth at Qiu Jiehe for a moment, Yi Makai finally shifted his gaze to their daughter, Yi Chirui. Mother and daughter were huddled together silently crying. Neither looked at him, they both showed the same sense of grievance. Her younger son on the side also looked exhausted, wanting to say something but too afraid. Yi Makai was irritated by the situation. He could only tersely order, things are unstable now. You all must stay at home during this time, don't appear in public, and don't speak to the media. Qiu Jiehe wiped her tears, nodded, and cautiously asked, should we send someone to look for Zhou Su? If we find him, we can uncover the truth. I'll handle it myself. Yi Makai shot her a warning glance, displeased. You just stay at home, and don't interfere. With that, he left without another glance at the mother and child. As soon as he left, Qiu Jiehe dismissed the servants, dried her tears, and pulled her daughter upstairs to the bedroom. Closing the doors and windows tightly, she whispered anxiously, did you find him? No. Yi Chirui was equally anxious, irritably complaining, he didn't go where we arranged. She went on criticizing, I told you Zhou Su isn't reliable. Qiu Jiehe's expression changed repeatedly, and her face turned somber. She tightly wrung the cloth in her hands. You have to find him. Leaning closer to her daughter's ear, she quietly revealed a place name. Yi Chirui looked uncomfortable, hesitantly answering, there are plainclothes officers watching outside, it's hard to send anyone. We must find him, and he absolutely cannot return alive. Qiu Jiehe gripped her hand tightly, her face twisted with malevolence, if he comes back, we're all finished. Yi Chirui's expression flickered as she was about to say something when the bedroom door suddenly swung open. Standing there was her husband, Zhongling, smiling strangely. I thought no one was here. What secrets are you whispering? Chapter 60. Yejia's turmoil reached when run only half a month after he joined the crew. Yuan director was strict, so every day besides acting, he would just say goodnight to Yi Hanqing on WeChat before sleeping. Yi Hanqing had shown no signs of abnormality, and he didn't go online either, until accidentally overhearing crew staff talking privately about Yi family's stock plummeting and luxury household disputes, thus realizing something was wrong with the Yi family. When Run forced down his worries and carefully finished his last scene. After wrapping up, he took out his phone and logged onto Weibo. By searching for keywords, he found out that the driver responsible for the car accident 5 years ago had retracted their confession. What was once a drunk driving accident had now turned into a case of hiring a hitman to murder. Even more shockingly, the person who hired the killer was none other than the Yi family's housekeeper. With today's advanced internet, netizens have always loved to watch dramas involving conflicts within luxurious households. Besides, as Zhou Su was still at large, with a warrant issued by the police, the Yi family except for the head Yi Makai, all refused interviews by staying indoors. Added to this was the fact that Yi family's stock prices had plummeted drastically, making this incident resemble an ongoing mystery series. Many onlookers were speculating who among Yi Makai and Qiu Jiehe was more likely to be the murderer, or perhaps it was a conspiracy between both. Due to the online discussions, Yi Hanqing inevitably got entangled in the matter. The evaluations online concerning him were filled with lamentations and sighs. Before the car accident, Yi Hanqing frequently appeared in front of the media, crowned with various honors, Yi family's crown prince, graduated from prestigious universities, devoted to charity work, outstanding ability. Each mention of him was filled with admiration. During the first 2 years after he took over the Yi Corporation, his reputation far surpassed that of his father, the chairman of Yi Corporation. At that time, the Yi Corporation's development was rapidly growing, with net profits reported each year climbing straight upwards. But this very individual disappeared for over a year following the car accident. When he re-emerged, he was in a wheelchair, and thereafter established Xinyu Media, which now occupied half of the entertainment industry. Yet, he rarely appeared in public since then, maintaining such a low profile like an outsider. And ever since his reappearance after recovering from the car accident, it seemed as if he severed all ties with the Yi family, apparent to anyone with eyes to see that he must have fallen out with them. 5 years ago, during the car accident, Yi Hanqing's biological mother died on the spot, his sister became a vegetable, and he himself broke both his legs and seemingly vanished for over a year. His actions upon returning verified even more strongly that the car accident had deep connections with his father or stepmother. While netizens were amazed and sympathized at the high-end drama, they could only lament that Yi Hanqing was truly unfortunate. But this was ultimately someone else's affairs, unrelated to them. Compared to how Yi Hanqing was, they cared more about what would happen next. Only when Run, who realized all this later, truly felt sorry for Yi Hanqing. Just last night, Yi Hanqing had spoken to him very tenderly when saying goodnight. His voice was soft, smoothing out his exhaustion from the day. When he put down his phone and slept well through the night, what was Yi Hanqing doing? Wen-run simply felt distressed at the thought. The man who had said goodnight to him gently might be bearing various speculations from the outside world, or might be suffering due to the search for the truth. In any case, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly like he did. After logging off Weibo, Wen-run, without bothering about the dinner his assistant brought him, gripped his phone and hurried back to the hotel room. Almost instantly, he sent Yi Hanqing a video call request, but immediately regretted it and quickly cancelled it. After hesitating for a while, he still sent the same message to Yi Hanqing via WeChat as usual. Yi Hanqing always replied promptly and directly sent him a video call request. There was no trace of abnormality on his face. He smiled slightly and asked, "Why are we video calling at this hour? Do you miss me?" As he spoke the last sentence, he raised his eyebrows subtly, and his deep eyes radiated warmth. For a moment, Wen-run didn't know what to say. Directly asking about the Yi family issues might reopen his wounds. But pretending not to know would cause him too much anxiety, fearing that he would confine all feelings inside and harm himself instead. His fingers anxiously tugged at the edge of his clothes where the camera couldn't see. Wen-run flashed him a pleasant smile, finally replying, "Yes, I miss you, very much." Yi Hanqing was momentarily surprised. Just as he was going to tease him a bit, he noticed something amiss in his expression, doubting and asking, "What's wrong? Is someone bullying you on the set?" Wen-run looked at him and saw that he didn't mention anything about himself but was still worrying about him. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he clenched his fingers tightly, and ultimately chose to be honest. If Yi Hanqing wanted to talk, he would listen attentively. If he didn't want to talk, he would act as if he knew nothing and just comfort him well. "I logged onto Weibo and saw everything," he said. Yi Hanqing's smile dimmed a little, noticing his furrowed brows and pursed lips. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he teased, "Are you worried about me?" Wen-run honestly nodded, then with some reproach, replied, "Something so huge happened and you didn't even tell me. Instead, in the evening, you acted like nothing was wrong and tried to comfort me. He sounded a little sad and upset. When you're feeling down, I also want to be your support." Wen-run wanted to say that if Yi Hanqing felt down, he could lean on him. He shouldn't pretend everything was fine just to avoid worrying him. Worse still, he even consoled Wen-run instead. Looking at Wen-run's melancholy expression, Yi Hanqing's heart softened too. After pondering for a moment, he revealed a part of the truth. "Actually, it's not such a big deal. Everything is under my control. I've long suspected that the car accident wasn't an accident. I've been gathering evidence." He laughed lightly. "Now the case is being retried, so you should be happy for me." Wen-run stared at him blankly, opening his mouth several times but unable to voice anything. He'd known this all along but kept it hidden from everyone till today. Wen-run felt a lump forming in his throat, and took a deep breath to cover up his trembling voice. "Yeah, I should be happy." Yi Hanqing helplessly shook his head, wishing he were by Wen-run's side. Then surely he wouldn't have the time or thoughts to dwell on these troubles from the Yi family. Now, all he could do was guess what the kid had conjured up in his mind, looking at him with a sympathetic gaze. Though Yi Hanqing occasionally exaggerated his hardships for small advantages, those were all trivial matters. Regarding his grudges with the Yi family, he didn't want to deceive Wen-run. Yet, at the same time, he didn't wish to reveal too much. The Yi family was full of snakes and rats. His actions to seek vengeance against them weren't entirely righteous either. This was another aspect of him he would absolutely never let Wen-run know about. Unable to explain further, Yi Hanqing could only offer consoling words while sidestepping the deeper truths. Wen-run couldn't quite tell if he truly absorbed these comforting words. No matter what Yi Hanqing said, he always obediently nodded. Even as they hung up, he gave a warm smile. Yi Hanqing put his phone aside and felt a slight headache coming on. That night, Wen-run read online analyses of the case till the wee hours of the morning. Knowing slightly more than the netizens, his private suspicions linked the car accident strongly to Yi Hanqing's stepmother. But he wasn't sure whether his father was aware of it or perhaps even involved. Yi Hanqing probably knew, yet chose not to say, so Wen-run didn't inquire further. Suddenly, he realized how much more there was to learn about this man. For many things, he only vaguely grasped their gist. But through Yi Hanqing's casual comments during their video call, he caught glimpses of the shadows of past events. Reading online summaries, he noticed that Yi Hanqing had gone missing for over a year. Nobody knew where he went. Many guessed he went into hiding to recuperate. However, even for a disability requiring recovery, vanishing for over a year seemed excessive. This made Wen-run suddenly recall what Chen Zhen had mentioned, that Yi Hanqing had undergone psychological treatment, and her unusual concern for him. Wen-run got a vague feeling that maybe things weren't as simple as he assumed. But since Yi Hanqing didn't wish to talk about it, he could only pretend not to know. In reality, in matters like these, he couldn't really help anyway. Continuously pressing for details would only reopen his wounds and make him suffer again. Rather, he might as well spend more time with him. More happiness could gradually help forget those unpleasant memories from the past. Deciding this, Wen-run started working with renewed vigor the next morning. After wrapping up his morning shoot, he approached director Yuan and asked if, due to filming faster than expected, he could take a 2-day leave to return home. Since joining the crew, Wen-run had worked hard and diligently without showing any star arrogance. Director Yuan already held a good impression of him. Seeing this unexpected request, he presumed there must be something significant and agreed after some consideration. Relieved, Wen-run thanked him and left. At that very moment, his gaze collided with Huo Guanyin's curious eyes. Huo Guanyin retracted his investigative gaze and flashed a seemingly innocent and harmless smile, then followed him to rest nearby. Ever since Wen-run joined the cast, Huo Guanyin seemed especially fond of sticking close to him. Usually, he justified it with rehearsing scenes, though actually, he was more interested in country life. Every day, he'd idly ask Wen-run questions about farming back home or about life in rural schools and its difficulties. No matter what he asked, it somehow revolved around the word rural. Huo Guanyin was young and had a good reputation in the industry. Therefore, when others occasionally overheard his inquiries, they simply thought he was curious like a child and did not think anything else of it. At first, Wen-run didn't think too much about it either. However, later on, when he noticed the brief disdain flickering in Huo Guanyin's eyes, he realized that Huo Guanyin was trying to find balance by comparing himself with him. Though feeling somewhat speechless, Wen-run was too lazy to bother calculating with Huo Guanyin. In the past, he might have humored him with a few words. But today, when Huo Guanyin approached him again, Wen-run didn't have the same patience as before. All his time needed to be spent on carefully studying the script. He must ensure that every shoot went perfectly so he could wrap up filming as soon as possible and request leave to go home. He had no extra time to waste on Huo Guanyin. Therefore, on this day, just as Huo Guanyin opened his mouth, Wen-run cut in ahead of him, asking, "The college entrance exam results are out, right? How did you do?" he asked deliberately. The night before, when he was on Weibo, he'd seen Huo Guanyin's college entrance exam results. Though Huo Guanyin didn't perform poorly, had he not applied for Daying Academy, Imperial Film Academy, he would still have been able to choose from most of the top universities domestically. He was just a little short of making it into Q University. Huo Guanyin's smile froze, his face turning green. It was average. Not even close to you. Wen-run feigned surprise. How so? Didn't you say your revision went well? Huo Guanyin was grinding his teeth so hard he might break them, forcing a smile. I didn't perform well. Wen-run responded with an "oh," then added that it was truly a pity. At that moment, Hao Li, who played the female second lead, came over to rest after finishing her scene. Hearing their conversation, she laughed and said to Wen-run, "What's there to regret? Don't listen to his false modesty, he did extremely well. His results even trended on Weibo." Only Wen-run knew that Huo Guanyin was planning to attend Q University, and since Hao Li assumed Huo Guanyin was being modest, she made a casual comment. Huo Guanyin's face turned red with embarrassment. After struggling to contain himself for a while, he muttered, "I'm nowhere near as good as Brother Wen." Not realizing the weight of her words, Hao Li consoled him, "You can't compare like that. Comparing people is like comparing yourself to death." Wen-run got admitted into Q University at 15. Most people would crawl into a hole if compared with him. Let's focus on our own improvements instead. And don't feel bad, look at me, I took 2 attempts to get into Daying Academy. Huo Guanyin stayed silent, glaring at nothing. Wen-run suppressed a laugh, joining Hao Li in consoling Huo Guanyin. But Huo Guanyin sat there uncomfortably for only a while before making some excuse and quickly fleeing, as though sitting on a burning chair. With Huo Guanyin gone and not disturbing him anymore, Wen-run focused on researching his script. During breaks, he would rehearse lines with others, which pushed the already smoothly progressing shooting forward even further. The whole crew praised Wen-run for his dedication and remarkable acting skills. Meanwhile, Huo Guanyin was grinding his teeth in frustration behind the scenes. Wen-run, on the other hand, finally managed to secure his leave from Director Yuan, boarding a flight back to B City that very evening. Chapter 61. When Wen-run arrived at Songhai Houting, it was already past midnight. He opened the door familiarly and went inside. Unexpectedly, he found a faint light coming from the study. Putting down his suitcase, Wen-run tiptoed over to check and, sure enough, Yi Hanqing was still working overtime in the study. He was a little angry that this person always said goodnight early but then put down his phone to continue working. This was purely hypocrisy. Wen-run stepped more lightly, preparing to catch him red-handed. Stealthily sneaking up behind Yi Hanqing, just as Wen-run was about to scare him, he noticed that Yi Hanqing had fallen asleep while propping his arm on the desk. His extended hand froze mid-air. Wen-run's heart sank as he moved around to the front and saw Yi Hanqing resting his index finger against his temple, eyes tightly closed, with a hint of dark circles beneath them. The computer in front of him was still on, the document filled with various data reports. The anger that had initially flared within Wen-run dissolved into sympathy. He reached out and gently touched the sharp eyebrows of the man, intending to wake him up and send him back to bed, but suddenly, he was pulled into a firm embrace by a pair of strong arms. "Didn't you say not to worry about you? Why are you still here?" Just waking up, Yi Hanqing's voice was hoarse, deep and low, as if dragging small hooks that hung on to every word spoken straight to Wen-run's heart. Pushing away slightly from his chest, Wen-run pinched his lips with his fingers in protest. "If I didn't come back, I wouldn't have known you were working late every night." The cold yet handsome Mr. Yi was forced to pout like a duckling as he listened to the blame laced with annoyance in Wen-run's voice, but his eyes sparkled with joy. He leaned forward, tapping Wen Run's forehead with his pouting duck lips, mumbling, "Just, this one time." Unfortunately, Wen Run caught him red-handed today due to bad luck. Wen Run did not quite believe his words but couldn't find it in his heart to scold him further when faced with the man's lingering gaze. After all, Yi Hanqing had so many responsibilities, it was busy work for him, and there was nothing much Wen Run could do besides being annoyed that he did not take care of his body. Relaxing his grip, Wen Run patted the dark circles under his eyes and grumbled, "Always staying up like this is harmful to your health. You'll suffer later on. And at that time, I won't take care of you." His expression seemed both reproachful and plaintive, yet the words painted a vague yet beautiful future that included them both. Yi Hanqing's heart warmed as he grabbed both sides of his waist and lifted him up, allowing Wen Run to straddle him, where they engaged in a tender kiss filled with longing. After a long while, he exhaled and whispered, "That cannot be. No matter how old you get, you must take care of me." Wen Run's face puffed up as his finger nudged Yi Hanqing's well-defined cheek. With a light hum, he shook his head. Previously, he thought this man was cold and serious, but now, increasingly, he found him more like a mischievous child who always required attention. Knowing he was wrong and ready to correct, Yi Hanqing held his hand, kissed it, and assured him, "This will be the last time, all right?" Wen Run's mood brightened, his brow relaxing as he got off his legs, pushing him towards the bedroom saying, "Then go rest now." How could Yi Hanqing dare to utter a single no? He softly hummed once and let himself be pushed back into the master bedroom. With merely an additional person in the house, it seemed as though more lively energy filled the atmosphere. Despite the tranquil night, as Yi Hanqing lay in bed, watching him busy setting up essential oils for him, he felt the hollow emptiness that once existed because he wasn't present was finally completely filled again. After adjusting the lighting, Wen Run was about to habitually give him a massage when Yi Hanqing stopped him, his eyes somewhat deep. "No massage tonight, would you sleep with me?" Wen Run's eyes widened, and visibly, his cheeks flushed red instantly, written across his face was unmistakable tension. Yi Hanqing smiled softly, stroking his hand back with his fingertips, "Nothing will happen, I just want to hold you, all right?" His tone naturally inclined lower, especially in such a flirtatious moment when it dipped further. That raspy ending note caressed Wen Run's heart repeatedly faster and faster. I need to shower first." Wen Run's words were disjointed as he wrested free from his grip and bolted off, embarrassed. Behind him, Yi Hanqing laughed delightedly. Fidgeting after his bath, Wen Run dressed in pajamas before nervously approaching Yi Hanqing's bedroom door. Like a rabbit emerging from its den, he peered cautiously inside. However, even rabbits make too much noise sometimes. Yi Hanqing spotted him right away and teased, "If you don't come in, I'll come grab you myself." Instantly, Wen Run withdrew his head and hid by the door. After some psychological fortification, he barely managed to walk in without losing his composure. Yi Hanqing shifted a bit to make space for half the bed. Seeing that he hesitated by the bedside, he tapped the bed with a deep voice and beckoned, "Come up." Wen Run's ears turned fiery hot, and he fidgeted uncomfortably with his fingers before carefully climbing into bed and lying down flat next to him. As soon as he lay down, an arm slipped around from his side, pulling him closer. Yi Hanqing's raspy voice murmured near his ear, "Why are you sleeping so far away? Don't you want me to hold you?" A question like this was something Wen Run couldn't answer, so he closed his eyes even tighter, pretending to sleep like an ostrich. Seeing his reaction, Yi Hanqing laughed even more joyfully. He embraced the man and adjusted his posture, then kissed his trembling eyelashes. "Holding you is much more helpful than a massage." He didn't expect Wen Run to reply, turning off the light by himself and whispering gently, "Good night." The next day, Wen Run woke up feeling hot. He shifted uncomfortably but found himself trapped in an unshakable cage, accidentally bumping against something hard and scorching hot, which jolted him awake instantly. Blearily opening his eyes, he saw the muscular chest of the man. It took him a moment to realize that last night he had slept together with Yi Hanqing. Somehow, in their slumber, it had turned into him being held around the waist by Yi Hanqing, partially sprawled across him. No wonder he felt the bed underneath him both hot and uncomfortable. Yi Hanqing seemed still asleep, so Wen Run rubbed his eyes carefully, trying to pull his arm away, but to no avail. Before he could react further, he heard a deep chuckle followed by a gravelly, "Good morning." Not daring to pull any more, Wen Run slapped his arm lightly. "Let go, it's time to get up." Having had a good night's sleep, Yi Hanqing was in great spirits. He loosened his grip slowly and sat up, propping himself on his arms. The blanket slid down, revealing a noticeable sign of arousal. At just one glance, Wen Run immediately understood what he'd touched during his drowsy state. It was already midsummer, a very hot season. Despite wearing long pants due to his injured leg, Yi Hanqing's summer pajamas were made of thin, slippery fabric, making the bulge even more obvious. The man acted as if nothing unusual was happening, slowly buttoning up his shirt that had come undone. Wen Run looked away, as if scorched, but couldn't help scolding him, "You, cover up." Yi Hanqing looked at him innocently. "Cover what?" Wen Run. Furious, he glared at Yi Hanqing, wondering why the guy wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Following his gaze, Yi Hanqing seemed to finally understand. Looking back at Wen Run, he said meaningfully, "A normal reaction for any man, you'll have it too. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Completely unable to argue, Wen Run's thin-skinned embarrassment prevented him from debating further on such an issue. As if on fire, he leapt out of bed without even bothering to put on his slippers and rushed out. Yi Hanqing chuckled lightly and said, "Come back to wear your slippers, don't run barefoot." Realizing this, Wen Run hurried back, put on his slippers, not once looking in Yi Hanqing's direction, and quickly ran away again. It was quite some time later when Yi Hanqing finally came out of the bedroom. By this time, Wen Run had finished washing up and changed his clothes. Upon seeing Yi Hanqing, his face flushed fiercely once again. His eyes darted nervously, convinced that something must have happened while Yi Hanqing stayed in the bedroom for so long. Even though it was normal, just thinking about what he had seen earlier made him so flustered that he wished to bolt right out of the door. Yi Hanqing glanced at him with a smile but refrained from teasing him further. Instead, he asked, "Do you want to have breakfast at home or at the company?" Without noticing anything strange about the question, Wen Run instinctively replied, "At home, I'll cook 2 bowls of noodles." "Alright, we'll head to the company after we eat." Yi Hanqing nodded. Only then did Wen Run realize something was off. "Am I going to the company with you?" The man washing his hands nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Didn't you come back to stay with me?" Wen Run nodded. Then Yi Hanqing happily said, "Then come work with me." Although he vaguely sensed something might be amiss, Wen Run couldn't pinpoint it right away and reluctantly nodded, heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After eating, when Yu Biao came up to pick them up, he paused momentarily upon seeing Wen Run, then respectfully greeted them. With Wen Run present, Yu Biao knew he was now redundant. Being smart, he excused himself saying, "I'll fetch the car from the garage," and went downstairs before they could leave. By the time Wen Run helped Yi Hanqing down the stairs, Yu Biao was already waiting below with the car. Together, they drove to the company. Thankfully, Yi Hanqing kept Qing Xian's warning in mind, allowing Yu Biao to push him up through the private elevator while Wen Run took the regular one. Wen Run did not immediately go to the president's office but went to find Qing Xian first. He had secretly taken leave this time and, despite ordering his 2 assistants not to report him, he knew Qing Xian would inevitably find out once he was in the company. It was better for him to take responsibility and apologize first rather than risk angering Qing Xian later. To his surprise, Qing Xian didn't say much and only responded, "Alright, since you're here, spend some time with him, he probably won't be in a good mood these few days." What happened? Wen Run was puzzled as he hadn't noticed any new developments since keeping track of the Yi family affairs and nothing seemed unusual last night either. "Zhou Su has been found," Qing Xian whispered, "but he committed suicide." What was discovered was merely a dead body. In fact, most of the matters related to the Yi family were being handled by Yi Hanqing's uncle. Having befriended several organizations overseas, and having some power locally, he gathered plenty of hands and information efficiently. After Zhou Su disappeared, not only did the police search for him, but Gu Xinan's people also actively sought out his whereabouts. However, Zhou Su hid so well that no one managed to locate him until now. It took quite some time before they finally obtained some leads, but when they got there, Zhou Su had already taken his own life. He hanged himself in his hideout. Gu Xinan's men did not touch the corpse but informed the police. The forensic results excluded foul play, concluding that it was a suicide from guilt. The trail abruptly ended. After Wu Dugui recanted his testimony, everything had been proceeding smoothly. All they needed was to catch Zhou Su and extract a confession to expose the mastermind behind the conspiracy, which would bring justice to the deceased. But unexpectedly, Zhou Su chose to commit suicide at this crucial juncture. This was something none of them had foreseen. Having served the Yi family for many years without marrying, Zhou Su was a trusted confidant of Yi Makai. Such a man should have had little reason to feel threatened into committing suicide. Also known for his astuteness and worldly wisdom, he should have realized confessing to gain reduced punishment would have been most beneficial for him. Yet, after fleeing in fear of legal retribution, he resorted to suicide. There must have been hidden circumstances unknown to them. With the case suddenly broken off, Yi Hanqing had looked particularly sullen for the past few days. This affected everyone working at Xingyu to act cautiously, not daring to breathe heavily. Furrowing his eyebrows, Wen Run asked, "Has the news leaked yet?" Qing Xian nodded. "The police have temporarily sealed the information. If the news spread, it would undoubtedly impact their plan." Previously, under Qing Xian's secret maneuvering online, Qiu Jiehe was almost unanimously identified as the murderer. As long as Zhou Su was captured, everything would be exposed, while simultaneously pushing Yi Makai and Yi Corporation into the shadows. Now that Zhou Su was dead, they had no choice but to attempt finding evidence in other directions. During this interim period, if either Qiu Jiehe or Yi Makai spotted an opportunity, they might orchestrate a plot reversal where the accused became the accuser. Wen Run thought that this must be why Yi Hanqing seemed so exhausted last night. After bidding farewell to Qing Xian, Wen Run headed to Yi Hanqing's office. When the ladies at the executive office saw him, they all treated him very enthusiastically. Currently in the limelight, Wen Run had even garnered some fans among them. Upon seeing him ascend to their floor, some even brought tea and snacks, taking their sweet time hoping to catch more glimpses of their idol. Yi Hanqing looked darkly grim, tapping his fingers on the desk and ordered, "Get out and close the door." The lady who had just delivered the snacks quickly withdrew with a forced smile. Before leaving, she shot a concerned glance at Wen-run, silently worried that Yi Hanqing's poor mood might startle her beloved treasure. As soon as the assistant left, Wen-run stood up, locked the door from the inside, and then picked up a fruit candy, unwrapped it, and brought it close to Yi Hanqing's mouth, saying, "Have some sugar, it'll lift your mood." Without hesitation, Yi Hanqing engulfed both the candy and Wen-run's fingers, sucking heavily before saying, "Did you go see Jingxian? What did he tell you?" Sitting with his elbows resting on the table, Wen-run stared at him with bright eyes and said, "He said you're in a bad mood, so I should stay and keep you company." A flicker of relief softened Yi Hanqing's gloomy expression. Finally, someone says sensible things. Wen-run chuckled, reaching out to press against the furrow between his brows and continued, "Anyone who commits evil will never escape entirely clean. Even though the lead with Zhou Su has snapped, there will surely be others, we just haven't discovered them yet. These people are not worth your anger, and their satisfaction won't last long." "I understand all the reasoning." Yi Hanqing wheeled himself next to Wen-run, pulling him into a tight embrace and murmured, "But when you're not around, I can never be in a good mood when facing those people. In that case, I'll always stay with you from now on." Wen-run blurted out without thinking. Yi Hanqing released him, his mood visibly brightening. "Good, then today you'll accompany me and not go anywhere else." Although Wen-run had originally come to stay with him, upon hearing these words, he felt as if he'd unwittingly stepped into some sort of trap. But looking at the man's eyes filled with laughter, he thought that if it was Yi Hanqing's trap, he'd willingly fall for it. Saying he would accompany Yi Hanqing, Wen-run indeed stayed put. The two were in the office together. Yi Hanqing was busy handling official duties while Wen-run played games on a tablet with headphones, snacking all the while. Occasionally, he fed the preoccupied man some candy, making it all rather cozy. Instead, the assistants outside in the president's office buzzed with speculation. They wondered what major issue could make Yi General suddenly call in the gentle Wen-run. Several assistants couldn't concentrate on their work, frequently glancing toward the office's direction. Eventually, one of them couldn't help but send a message in the private group chat. "Do you think, is Wen-run okay? When I went in earlier, Yi General looked so intimidating tat. Might our beloved little Wen-run be scared QAQ? And it's been so long without him coming out, what kind of discussion takes this long? Yi General hasn't had a good expression for days, could he be taking his frustration out on Wen-run inside?" The assistants wildly guessed within the group chat, but no matter how much they speculated, they couldn't figure out what the two men were doing inside. As the women closest to the president's office always had the most reliable information. Yet now, they couldn't make any sense of things. The group conversation slowed down for a moment before someone suddenly sent another message. "Actually, such a long time, there's also the possibility of some kind of play happening in the office." Everyone else. Chapter 62. A deathly silence fell over the assistant group chat. If the people in the office were replaced by any high-level company executive, their reactions would be entirely different. But the person currently in the office was Mr. Yi. Who is Mr. Yi? Mr. Yi is none other than the man rumored to have broken the legs of 3 young artists who attempted to seduce him. Although no one has seen it with their own eyes, the rumors were so vivid and detailed that they spread among the old employees of the company, making them sound almost true after hearing them repeated so often. So the assistants genuinely didn't misinterpret the situation at all. They unanimously believed that shutting the door and pulling the curtain meant there must be something very important being discussed. But now there was an oddball in the assistant group chat. An experienced assistant at D, the new small assistant who had suddenly started a horror story, seriously warning her, "Mr. Yi isn't that kind of person. They are definitely discussing serious matters." As for what they were discussing, that wasn't clear. It was enough to know they were having serious conversations. After all, neither Mr. Yi nor Naiwen was the type to mess around with male-male relationships. The assistant group chat returned to calmness. Meanwhile, the door to the president's office remained closed, with time ticking away. Finally, when noon approached, the little assistant responsible for ordering meals for Yi Hanqing kept glancing nervously toward the entrance. There still hadn't been any sign of movement from inside, hesitating anxiously before knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. In reality, the two people inside weren't doing anything special. Yi Hanqing's workload was heavy, even though a few assistants helped shoulder some of the trivial tasks, the large number of documents requiring the president's personal approval were still numerous. Although Yi Hanqing may have wanted to try some exciting activities, clearly today wasn't the right day. At most, while Wen-run fed him snacks, he playfully nibbled on his fingers. By comparison, Wen-run had much more free time. He played games for a bit, then scrolled through Weibo. Occasionally eating some snacks, he seemed far more relaxed than Yi Hanqing. Thus, when the little assistant came knocking, it was him who opened the door. "What's up?" Wen-run opened the door, greeting the visitor with a warm smile. Not expecting Wen-run to open the door, the little assistant blushed slightly and stuttered, I just came to ask if Mr. Yi wants to order lunch." Wen-run glanced at the time, it was indeed lunchtime. After a moment's thought, he replied, "We won't be ordering food today, we're going out to eat." "Oh." The little assistant peeked past him, seeing the president still buried in work, and wondered why Wen-run hadn't consulted Mr. Ye's opinion. Being just a lowly assistant, she dared not say or ask anything, merely nodding before returning to her desk. Sitting there dazed for quite some time, she finally snapped back to reality and excitedly took out her phone. Is Mr. Yi really this close with Naiwan? I'm dead. Naiwan's smile is so handsome and gentle, and his voice is amazing too. No wonder he's my favorite man. 1551. At Miss Ling, I think you've uncovered something juicy. If their relationship is this good, maybe they can have an office romance play. It makes sense, not forced pairing at all. Like ripples in a formerly still sea, the previously quiet assistant group chat surged with interest as everyone asked what happened. The little assistant shared the news about the two going out to eat and enthusiastically added more details about how good-looking Naiwan is. He really is so handsome. In person, he's 100 times better looking than on camera. He matches perfectly with Mr. Yi. As the end of the workday approached, instead of hurriedly ordering takeout, the assistants were intently watching the office door. So, when Wenrun and Yi Hanqing walked out, they received several gazes filled with enthusiastic curiosity. Wenrun subconsciously broke into an 8-tooth smile, nodded at the assistants, and then followed Yi Hanqing down the elevator. Assistants. No matter how fierce the assistants' thoughts were, Wenrun had already left with Yi Hanqing. To avoid suspicion, they invited Jing Xian along, forming a trio for lunch. Mr. Broker looked utterly disinterested and wasn't keen on going. But looking at both his artist and his boss, tears streaming down his face, he reluctantly went along. The restaurant was chosen by Wenrun, a Cantonese cuisine place. Wenrun booked a private room where he sat with Yi Hanqing together at the round table, while Jing Xian sat alone on the other side, sipping tea and feeling sorry for himself. He lamented how terrible his life was. Since Jing Xian was present, Wenrun behaved appropriately while eating. Yi Hanqing viewed Jing Xian as a $200,000 live light bulb, unable to kick him out, he could only pretend Jing Xian didn't exist. Seizing the moment, he enjoyed a sweet meal with his boyfriend. By the end of the meal, only Wenrun conscientiously finished 2 bowls of rice. Finally and during the meal, Jing Xian immediately wanted to leave. Just as he stood up, his phone rang again. After checking it, he sat back down, replacing his angry expression from being fed too much dog food with a slightly raised brow as he said, Zhongling has contacted me. Yi Hanqing paused mid-motion and looked at him, what does he want? He says he wants to see you, he's near the company right now. Leaning back into the chair, Yi Hanqing crossed his hands over his stomach, he contacts us now, tell him I'm not here and let him stew for a bit. Jing Xian's eyes darkened as he continued to stall Zhongling. Zhongling seemed very eager. Upon hearing Yi Hanqing wasn't available, he hastily claimed that the information he had was something Yi Hanqing would definitely want to know. Unrushed, Jing Xian dragged it out, everyone who needs something from him says that. If you don't bring anything valuable, he won't meet you. The indicator on Zhongling's side repeatedly showed typing, clearly showing hesitation and uncertainty. It even piqued Jing Xian's curiosity about what exactly he knew. Their focus had always been on the Yi family, they hadn't paid much attention to Zhongling, the gold digger son-in-law. But considering the period when he and Yi Qiurui were extremely close, it wasn't surprising if he could indirectly learn some things from her. Curiosity aside, in negotiations, the disadvantaged party is always the one making the request, and Jing Xian couldn't expose their weaknesses voluntarily. Placed on the table, after a long silence from Zhongling, another message appeared. I know why Zhou Su committed suicide. But I will only say it after meeting Yi Hanqing. Upon seeing the message, Jing Xian's relaxed demeanor instantly turned serious. He rotated the phone to show Yi Hanqing, shall we meet him? Yi Hanqing's expression shifted slightly. He had always suspected there was more to Zhou Su's suicide but couldn't uncover any suspicious details in a short time. Now Zhongling coming forward on his own initiative and providing this kind of bait meant it was worth a meeting. Meet, ask where he is. Jing Xian asked Zhongling, and Zhongling replied that he was at the entrance of Xieying. Yi Hanqing thought for a moment, I'll return to Xieying first with Wenrun, you bring him over. With Jing Xian agreeing, the three went separate ways. Wenrun returned to Xieying with Yi Hanqing. Entering the exclusive elevator, after watching the red numbers indicating the floors change, Wenrun hesitated before saying, I'll go sit in Brother Zhang's office for a while and wait until you're done talking before heading upstairs. Yi Hanqing paused briefly, then grasped his hand, there's a break room in the office, have the assistant prepare snacks and drinks for you, stay in there. After adding another sentence, listen if you want, or play games if you don't. But for now, Zhongling mustn't know about your existence. If Zhongling found out, the Yi family probably would too. Although Yi Hanqing wasn't afraid, if the Yi family used this matter against him, Wenrun would likely get hurt the most. And he didn't want Wenrun dragged into it. Alright, Wenrun smiled softly before following him back to the office. Sure enough, there was a small lounge inside the office. Yi Hanqing sent in some snacks and fruits, telling Wenrun to play in the lounge while sending a message to Jing Xian telling him to bring the person over. In the parking lot on the second basement floor, after receiving the message, Jing Xian brought Zhongling, who was in disguise, up via the special elevator. After locking the door tightly, Zhongling took off his sunglasses and mask, giving a nervous yet ingratiating smile, big brother. Yi Hanqing coldly glanced at him. Zhongling's smile faltered momentarily before quickly correcting himself, Mr. Yi. Do you know why Zhou Su committed suicide? Yi Hanqing's piercing gaze swept over him like sharp knives, making Zhongling feel restless. He had little contact with this older brother. By the time he married Yi Qiurui, Yi Hanqing had already split from the Yi family. However, through Yi Qiurui, he had heard many things about this older brother. Yi Qiurui always considered Yi Hanqing her greatest rival. The vast Yi Corporation, with its previous heir Yi Hanqing having stepped away from management, left the other heir Yi Qiuring as a useless rich kid. Only Yi Qiurui, as the daughter, had entered the management team, firmly controlling the financial power of the Yi Corporation. Yi Qiurui believed that only she was fit to inherit the Yi family business. Her father, Yi Makai, although fond of her, never considered letting her take over the Yi Corporation. Instead, he always intended for his eldest son, Yi Hanqing, to be its inheritor. Unfortunately, Yi Hanqing simply didn't care, and coupled with Yi Makai's domineering nature, as well as the fact that Gu Suyu's death stood between them, their meetings were always worse than seeing an enemy. Zhongling used to be very puzzled why Yi Qiurui was so determined to inherit the Yi family business. He thought that owning a portion of the shares and living a carefree life would already be excellent. However, secretly, Yi Qiurui had always looked down on her only younger brother and had become obsessively fixated on gaining control of the Yi family inheritance. It wasn't until later when Zhongling accidentally overheard a quarrel between Yi Qiurui and her mother. Swallowing hard, Zhongling took a sip of tea in front of him, barely calming down. He nervously rubbed his hands and said, "I know. But I want to go abroad. You need to give me a sum of money, help me divorce Yi Qiurui, and then send me overseas." His expression revealed some fear, as if he had gone through some kind of shock. He repeatedly emphasized, "Ensure that I'm safely sent abroad." Yi Hanqing responded, "That depends on whether the information you provide has sufficient value." "It does, definitely," Zhongling grinned strangely, "You'll thank me once you find out. Speak your piece. If the information is useful, I'll arrange for someone to send you abroad." Yi Hanqing heavily struck the desk, "But if the information you provide is false?" His icy gaze threatened Zhongling without words. Zhongling shrunk his neck, but not out of guilt. His Adam's apple moved up and down several times as if preparing for something. After a long while, he reluctantly said, "Yi Qiuring isn't Yi Chairman's biological son. Qiu Jihe and Zhou Su have been involved with each other for years. Yi Qiuring is actually Zhou Su's son." Jing Xian almost dropped the teacup in his hand, exclaiming, "How do you know? Do you have any evidence?" Yi Hanqing remained silent, his expression cold. "I don't have any proof," Zhongling quickly said, "but just conduct a paternity test, won't you immediately know?" Recalling something, his features twisted slightly, mocking himself, "And I learned this a long time ago by hearing their mother-daughter quarrels. There's no way it's wrong. Absolutely no mistake." He clearly remembered that day, it was the wedding anniversary of him and Yi Qiurui. At first, they weren't on bad terms either. After all, no man dislikes having a beautiful, wealthy wife who deeply loves him. Though being a son-in-law brought some embarrassment, he still went out of his way to please her. On that day, he had bought gifts early and returned home, originally planning to hide in the wardrobe to surprise her, but instead, he overheard a fierce argument between Yi Qiurui and his mother-in-law, Qiu Jihe. It seemed they were arguing about something. Yi Qiurui slammed the door and was furious, though she spoke in a hushed tone. She kept demanding that Qiu Jihe cut ties with a certain person. Qiu Jihe refused, which caused the two to argue further. Hidden inside the cabinet, Zhongling heard everything. It turned out that his little brother-in-law, Yi Qiuring, was the product of Qiu Jihe's affair with another man, none other than the Yi family's butler, Zhou Su. Zhou Su was familiar to him. They had met numerous times, but because Zhou Su was trusted by Yi Makai and held a significant position in the family, Zhongling rarely interacted with him. Thus, he had never seen Zhou Su and Qiu Jihe together. But from Yi Qiurui's complaints, he realized that their relationship had started much earlier when Qiu Jihe was still Yi Makai's mistress. Back then, since Yi Makai was already married, he discreetly supported Qiu Jihe outside the family. And since he couldn't personally visit his lover frequently, he often sent his trusted aide, Zhou Su, to look after her. Over time, Qiu Jihe and Zhou Su became involved, and she even got pregnant. At that time, 3 years had passed since Qiu Jihe gave birth to her first daughter, and she hadn't conceived again. Knowing that she needed a son to compete for favor, upon becoming pregnant again, she secretly checked the fetus gender. Learning it was a boy, she decided to conceal the truth and have the child born secretly. Having a son would not only ensure her ability to bind Zhou Su closer to her interests, but also allow her to obtain more benefits from Yi Makai. Moreover, legitimizing the boy might even pave the way for entering Yi Makai's main family. In reality, Qiu Jihe proved to be ruthless, and her plan was a success. When Zhongling first discovered this secret, he found both women utterly repulsive. Yet, since he depended on the Yi family's influence, he had no choice but to pretend he knew nothing. As a result, he lost interest in pleasing Yi Qiurui. If it weren't for recently overhearing their plot to kill Zhou Su, followed by Zhou Su's subsequent death, he wouldn't have hastily come to Yi Hanqing. Although Zhou Su claimed it was suicide, who can really be sure about these kinds of things? Before, when Yi Qiurui wanted a divorce from him, he had used Yi Qiuring's origin to threaten her. If Yi Qiurui decided to get rid of him by killing him to cover up the secret, it wouldn't be impossible. This time, it was Zhou Su who died under suspicious circumstances, but next time, it might be him. The more Zhongling thought about it, the more terrified he became, so he made a desperate decision to trade the information for money from Yi Hanqing and ask him to send him abroad. The mother-daughter duo of Yi Qiurui made him feel both disgusted and frightened, especially that hypocritical mother-in-law who cried all the time. Recalling her deceitful face, Zhongling broke out in cold sweat. No matter what, he would never go back to the Yi family. Chapter 63. After Zhongling finished speaking, he looked at Yi Hanqing with trepidation. Yi Hanqing's expression hadn't changed much from beginning to end. He was silent the entire time, making it impossible to read his feelings. But in Zhongling's opinion, even if Yi Hanqing wasn't angry, he would at least feel a little pleased. But Yi Hanqing remained silent the whole time. He started to feel uneasy, swallowed hard a few times, and then forced himself to bargain. The information I provided is enough for you to send me abroad, right? It's best if the procedures can be completed this month. I don't want to stay in the Yi family anymore. Yi Hanqing raised an eyelid and gave him a glance. After a long pause, he chuckled faintly. All right, I'll arrange for someone to send you abroad. With this promise, Zhongling sighed in relief but remembered something else and hesitantly added, and some money. 3 million yuan. Yi Hanqing showed no reluctance. In a week, someone will come to find you, and you can go. Afraid of angering him, Zhongling didn't dare to say more. He stood up and bent slightly toward Yi Hanqing before being led out by Jingxian. In the lounge, Wen Run had listened to everything. Although shocked by Qiu Jiehe's malevolence, it wasn't as surprising as it might have been. He already knew she wasn't a good person. His main concern was for Yi Hanqing. Approaching Yi Hanqing, Wen Run gently held his hand and leaned in to give him a soft embrace. Yi Hanqing rubbed against his neck and tightened his hold, teasing deliberately, why so proactive all of a sudden? Do you want me to hold you? Wen Run was a bit irritated, pushed him away, and straightened up. He was annoyed that Yi Hanqing would joke around at a moment like this, but when their eyes met, Wen Run's heart trembled again. In the end, he squatted down halfway, rested his head on Yi Hanqing's legs, and compromised somewhat, saying softly, yes, I want you to hold me. The slender and tall youth crossed his hands on Yi Hanqing's leg and rested his pointed chin on the folded arms. His head tilted upward slightly, and full lips exhaled tempting words. He said, I want you to hold me. Whether out of pity or comfort, Yi Hanqing couldn't resist such a request. Reaching out to lift the other person, Yi Hanqing tightly hugged him, burying his face in his neck, concealing all his emotions. He wouldn't grieve for anyone in the Yi family, not even sparing them pity. Yet, upon suddenly learning the truth, he realized these past years had truly been an unimaginably stupid joke. Yi Makai was too foolish, so foolish that Yi Hanqing found it laughable. As for the family members he cherished deeply, they suffered unnecessary hardships because of Yi Makai's idiocy. Holding tightly to the person in his arms, Yi Hanqing struggled to adjust the overwhelming emotions welling up inside. Wen Run felt the violent rise and fall of his chest but knew that words would be useless. He could only hold Yi Hanqing tighter, his palm patting Yi Hanqing's back gently. After escorting the guest out, Jingxian entered the room and unexpectedly saw this scene. On reflex, he closed and locked the door, clearing his throat loudly to remind them. Startled, Wen Run quickly let go. Yi Hanqing lifted his face and coldly glanced at Jingxian. Sensing the slight struggle of the person in his arms, he had no choice but to loosen his grip. I'm going to the restroom. Wen Run's ears burned red, he couldn't bear to look at Jingxian and hurriedly fled the office. Left alone with Yi Hanqing, Jingxian looked at him and got straight to business. What are you planning to do? Yi Hanqing showed no embarrassment, switching seamlessly into the role of a cold-blooded CEO. Lowering his eyes for a moment, he tapped the armrest of his wheelchair and said, leak the news to the police that Zhou Su was Qiu Jiehe's lover and let them investigate. They previously had no clue about the relationship between Zhou Su and Qiu Jiehe since Zhou Su was already dead. Without direction, the investigation was naturally difficult. But now that there was a lead, continuing the investigation became much easier. Are you not planning to tell Yi Makai about Yi Qiuring? Jingxian asked. There's no need to specifically tell him, Yi Hanqing replied, a hint of coldness creeping into his voice. Isn't it more tormenting to let him develop doubts gradually and then seek out the truth himself? If possible, I'd like to let him keep raising that useless waste for life. Finding out he has been raising another man's son for over 20 years must surely be a big surprise. Jingxian expressed helplessness at Yi Hanqing's twisted sense of humor and added, what about Zhongling? Are you really planning to give him a sum of money and let him live comfortably overseas? Though Zhongling hadn't directly involved himself in the Yi family affairs, he was far from virtuous. Seeking Yi Hanqing now was merely out of realizing the Yi family was in peril and wanting a way out. If Yi Hanqing gave him money and sent him off, that would be unbearable. Arrange for someone to send him to America, Yi Hanqing said. Foreign countries aren't exactly paradise. I'll ask uncle to have people take good care of him. Jingxian felt much more comfortable with this arrangement. After orderly arranging the matters, and taking advantage of Wen Run not being back yet, he warned Yi Hanqing, he only asked for 2 days off, he has to return to the filming site tomorrow afternoon. This was implying that Yi Hanqing should restrain himself and not indulge in anything inappropriate. Yi Hanqing coldly snorted, not telling Jing Xian that nothing had happened between them so far. When Run came back after washing his face in the restroom. By then, Jing Xian was no longer in the office. Yi Hanqing had returned to sit behind his desk, typing on the computer as busy as before, appearing to have calmed down emotionally. Observing him covertly for a while, feeling certain that Yi Hanqing wasn't making too much fuss over it, when Run was at ease. He also didn't unnecessarily bring it up again, instead enjoying himself playing on his phone nearby. The half-day passed by with the two together. At the end of the working day, they deliberately stayed a bit longer in the office to miss the rush hour, and then went home together. Back at Songhai Boutique Court, when Run named a few dishes he wanted Yu Biao to help buy, and then cooked with Yi Hanqing at home. When Run busied around in the kitchen wearing a lemon-yellow apron printed with Pikachu. Yi Hanqing was discussing something in the living room with Gu Xining. Occasionally, when Run would come out from the kitchen with small plates of dishes or soup for Yi Hanqing to taste. Their moods were entirely unaffected by Zhongling. Meanwhile, at their distant Yi family residence, the short-lived peace had turned into arguments once again. It began when Yi Qiurui discovered her husband was missing. Recently already irritable, she instantly erupted. Summoning all the servants one by one, she questioned where the son-in-law had gone. How could the servants know where Zhongling had gone? Asking around yielded no results, and the telephone couldn't reach him. In madness, Yi Qiurui commanded people to go out and search for him until Yi Makai returned and stopped it. What exactly are you planning to do? Isn't it chaotic enough at home already? Yi Makai's face turned icy cold, the wrinkles on his face becoming more profound. The troubles in the Yi family in just under a month had made him appear years older. His authority weighed even heavier. If Zhongling has legs of his own, how can servants find him? If he went out, he will naturally come back. Can he possibly run away? Can he possibly run away? Hearing this, Yi Qiurui was startled, mumbling for a moment but dared not say anything more. She certainly couldn't mention that Zhongling might hold their incriminating evidence and truly flee. Where is your mother and Qiuting? Yi Makai looked at the quiet living room with a heavy gaze. All the servants had been summoned by Yi Qiurui, and thus, no one was available to prepare dinner. My mother isn't feeling well, she's resting upstairs. Yi Qiurui worried inside about Zhongling but didn't dare show it on her face. Qiuting probably went out to play. Actually, she didn't know where Yi Qiuting had run off to either. She always held a somewhat disdainful view towards this half-brother, naturally caring less about him. At such a time, he's still running around outside. Call him back immediately. Yi Makai slammed the table angrily. With this sort of behavior, how could I ever trust Yi Group to him? Though Yi Qiurui smirked derisively, she still had to call according to his command. However, the call was answered only after ringing 3 times. With a bad tone, Yi Qiurui ordered him to return immediately. Yi Qiuting hesitated and stuttered fearfully. Dad has returned. If you don't come back now, don't bother coming back in the future. Yi Qiurui impatiently issued the final ultimatum. At Yi Qiuting's side, however, it seemed like he had completely collapsed. He screamed into the phone, crying out, "Sister, save me, I killed someone. I killed someone. I don't want to go to jail." Stunned, Yi Qiurui stammered, "What did you say?" Yi Qiuting repeated it again, almost shouting himself hoarse on the other end of the phone. As Yi Qiurui was thinking how to cover up the matter first, she realized that Yi Makai had already approached. His face looked terrifyingly dark, and he coldly said, "Give me the phone." Yi Qiurui trembled slightly, not daring to argue further, handing the phone over. Yi Makai didn't talk much, merely asking where he currently was. Yi Qiuting said he was at the hospital and provided the address. When the father and daughter arrived at the hospital, Yi Qiuting sat slumped in the seat, pale-faced and vacant-eyed. Around him were several men and women dressed shabbily, yelling in dialect incomprehensible to Yi Makai. The men, seeing Yi Qiuting's lack of response, intended to pull him up forcefully. Go separate those people from him. Yi Makai looked unpleasantly, figure out what really happened. Bodyguards moved in, pushing the surrounding crowd aside to protect Yi Qiuting. But these people wouldn't give up easily, attempting to fight. When the leader noticed Yi Makai, he said something, causing everyone to immediately shift their focus to Yi Makai, shouting in not-so-standard Mandarin, "Murderer! Pay up!" Yi Makai's face was ashen, realizing arguing with these barbaric people would lead nowhere. He told his bodyguards to drag Yi Qiuting over and viciously kicked him, scolding coldly, "What exactly happened? Explain yourself." Thrown back by the kick, Yi Qiuting sat on the ground, dumbfounded for a while before bursting into tears. "I killed someone. It wasn't intentional." In between sobs, he recounted the events. Recently, a friend had introduced him to a newly opened club, where they not only had princesses but also escorts, each young and fresh. As long as clients paid enough, they'd do anything. Out of curiosity, Yi Qiuting chose the best-looking escort. The person's skills were good, with plenty of tricks up their sleeve. After trying it once, Yi Qiuting became a regular here. He suffered from an embarrassing ailment that he couldn't talk about. It was ever since being tortured by Yi Hanqing, his bedroom activities had become increasingly rough. Women no longer aroused him, only men gave him the feeling of dominance. Often, he recalled the suffering he endured in the underground garage, yet out of cowardice, dared not retaliate. Over time, he redirected this resentment towards his bed partners. At first, he managed to suppress the darkness inside himself and played within limits. But because he showered them with money, the escorts indulged him further, making him feel more self-important. Recently, with troubles at home, his mood had been bad, so he went out for some fun and even took some stimulants. However, he accidentally overdid it, directly strangling the person to death. When he realized the person was still breathing faintly, he panicked and called 120. But by the time the individual was brought to the hospital, they stopped breathing and could not be saved. Afraid of taking responsibility, the club immediately contacted the victim's family. The victim's relatives then rushed over from the countryside to confront him and demand justice. Yi Chuting was originally just a second-generation playboy. Since losing his nerve after being frightened by Yi Hansheng, his personality grew darker and weaker. Except for when he was in bed, the rest of the time, he was timid and easily manipulated. Facing accusations from the family members, he didn't even have the courage to call home for help. If it hadn't been for Yi Chirui calling just then, perhaps he'd already be in jail before anyone else knew. You wicked son. Yi Makai's face turned bluish-gray as he again lost control and delivered another heavy kick. This time it was too forceful, nearly making him lose balance. If not for Yi Chirui holding him up in time, he might have fallen right there. Dizziness clouded his mind. Yi Makai massaged his temples, panting and saying, "Take everyone back home. Don't humiliate us further here." As the bodyguards prepared to leave with him, the family members weren't satisfied. Speaking broken Mandarin angrily, they protested, "Don't go. You must pay with your life. How much money do you want?" Yi Makai asked coldly. The leading member conferred with others uncertainly and gestured a number. Yi Makai instructed Yi Chirui, "Give them the money. Ensure they don't say random things to the media." Casting a glance at his collapsed youngest son and then at Yi Chirui, he emphasized gravely, "You must handle this properly." However, given that this involved murder and had already caused such a commotion in the hospital, keeping it hushed up seemed almost like a pipe dream. That night, someone uploaded videos of the incident online, quickly propelling topics like #Yejia second young master kills and #rich second generation abused until death onto the trending charts. Netizens clicked in to discover it was none other than the familiar Yi family. Just recently, Yi Chirui's parents had made headlines as suspected murderers. Now their son, determined not to lag behind, surpassed his parents, truly committing a killing. Suddenly, the entire Yi family plunged into a media maelstrom. Yi Chuting was swiftly taken away by the police. Yi Makai got so furious that he was hospitalized, with Yi Chirui and Chiu Jiha attending to him in the hospital. With bodyguards always nearby, the mother-daughter duo didn't dare show their faces publicly. The Yi family was once again embroiled in chaos. After the leads in Zhou Su's death disappeared, and with the 5-year-old car accident scandal gradually cooling off, Yi Corporation's share price, which had somewhat stabilized, even slightly recovered, plummeted again. Chapter 64. When Run was scrolling through Weibo with great interest. The incident where Yi Chuting accidentally killed someone while indulging in reckless play had already caused a great uproar online. Especially when Yi Mao's appearance at the hospital with bodyguards, his haughty and arrogant remarks about human life, were recorded and uploaded to the internet, fanning the flames further. In just 2 short hours, several topics trended on the hot search list. Clicking into them revealed various videos uploaded by bystanders clearly recording how Yi Mao relied on his power to bully others and belittle human lives. Netizens naturally condemned the Yi family en masse, with many tagging official accounts, demanding that Yi Chuting be arrested and punished according to the law. Some even stirred the pot and sang of impending doom for the Yi family. As usual, the web was once again ablaze with controversy. More idly curious netizens created memes of Yi Mao and shared them as jokes. During arguments, one could simply send a "How much money do you want?" .jpg meme. An army of hilarious netizens joined this meme competition. With the rapid and widespread circulation of these memes, not only did Yi Mao's but also the entire Yi family's reputation stank to high heaven. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. After this incident broke out, an unknown number of Yi Chuting's ex-lovers appeared online, exposing some of the outrageous deeds Yi Chuting had done in the past. This triggered even more revelations about other members of the Yi family and their company. Truths and falsehoods intertwined, too numerous to count. Nobody took the time to verify them or cared after verification, given that the incident concerning Yi Chuting alone was enough to nail the Yi family to the pillar of shame. In just one night, the hard-earned reputation of the Yi family and the Yi Corporation was completely ruined. Consequently, the slightly stabilized share price of Yi Corporation started plummeting again. Without batting an eye, Wen Run couldn't help but think back to the days when Xiu Jieha would bring her son arrogantly challenging Yi Hansheng. Now, it felt extremely satisfying. His eyes sparkled while scrolling through Weibo, fully focused on it, without noticing Yi Hansheng, who had just returned to the room after taking a shower. After last night's experience, Yi Hansheng moved into Wen Run's bedroom under the pretext that he needed him to sleep well. This was their second night of sleeping together under one big quilt. Yi Hansheng returned to the room in comfortable pajamas after taking a shower, expecting to see his little boyfriend shyly waiting for him under the covers. However, upon entering, not only was there no shy little boyfriend, but his boyfriend was actually scrolling through Weibo, completely ignoring his arrival. Mr. Yi immediately became a little upset. He fixed his wheelchair and shifted his body onto the bed using both arms. His unfathomable gaze rested on the side where Wen-run was. Realizing a moment later that the indentation beside him meant someone had sat down, Wen-run turned his head to see a displeased expression on the man's face. Instinctively giving him a smile, the man beside him leaned over instead, resting his chin on Wen-run's shoulder and peering at his phone, asking, "What are you so absorbed in looking at?" Wen-run casually tilted his phone screen towards him for convenience, allowing Yi Hanqing to look along with him. Hot search. His finger slid across the screen as he happily showed Yi Hanqing, eventually commenting, "Evil gets its own retribution." Yi Hanqing chuckled at his childish action, though his eyes betrayed a chilling coolness as they rested on the hot search topics. His information had naturally come earlier than the trending topics. Moreover, the reason why the relatives of the strangled young master could arrive at the hospital so quickly was thanks to Gu Senian's efforts. He hadn't expected the Yi family to be stupider than he'd imagined. Yi Mao actually blurted out such words in a fit of anger. If Yi Hanqing didn't seize this opportunity to exploit the situation, he would have been unworthy of Yi Mao's arrogance. Accustomed to being powerful, Yi Mao thought that times were still like those when the chairman could overshadow everything, overlooking the role of public opinion. Therefore, Yi Hanqing intentionally arranged for water armies to assist them subtly from behind the scenes. The effect was better than anticipated. And right now, Yi Mao probably still doesn't know about Qiu Jie's infidelity, let alone that the son he had raised for more than 20 years was not his own offspring. At this point, he should be both angry and anxious, yet still have to figure out ways to separate Yi Quding from the matter. After all, she is his offspring. Yi Hanqing was quite looking forward to his reaction upon discovering the truth soon. The shadows flitted in his eyes as he nonchalantly gathered his emotions and snatched the phone out of Wen-run's hands. Shifting the head that was resting on his shoulders up a bit, he planted a kiss on Wen-run's chin and murmured in a lowered tone, "What's so interesting about this? Why don't we do something else?" The spot where his chin had been kissed tingled as if an electric current had passed through it. A fluffy head still rested on his shoulder, and Wen-run sat up straight, trying to appear composed despite his increasingly red ears and trembling voice betraying his embarrassment. "What do you want to do?" Yi Hanqing chuckled softly, then wrapped an arm around him and pulled him close, making him straddle his waist. Then he firmly pressed the back of his head down, giving him a bite on the lips before hinting with a husky tone, "Naturally, we should do something interesting." The deep, hoarse voice right by his ear made Wen-run shiver. He propped himself up on Yi Hanqing's chest, instinctively trying to shy away a bit. However, his hand brushed against something accidentally, making his body stiffen in surprise, too frightened to move anymore. Helplessly and bashfully, he looked at Yi Hanqing. He looked like a timid little rabbit, all nervous but letting itself be picked. Despite his alert ears and quivering limbs, his body was gentle and compliant. Breathing heavier, Yi Hanqing gazed deeply into his eyes, touched his own lips lightly, and seductively coaxed while pressing on his back, "I always kiss you, it wouldn't be fair if I didn't let you kiss me back today, would it?" Wen-run trembled visibly in his heart, a strange heat surging within him. His face flushed crimson as his gaze locked onto Yi Hanqing's lips. Sensing the prey hooked, Yi Hanqing smiled enticingly, licked his lips subtly, and increased the pressure on his hands, pulling him closer. They were nearly nose to nose, breaths mingling. Indeed, Wen-run trembled again, and Yi Hanqing caught sight of his dainty throat moving slightly, so inviting that he wanted to take a bite. But seeing the hesitant yet eager little rabbit, he decided to hold off for now. Wen-run's heartbeat quickened. It wasn't his first time actively kissing Yi Hanqing, but this time felt different. Maybe because he was above, having the sense of initiative, or perhaps due to the night's allure. Anyway, focusing on Yi Hanqing's beautifully shaped thin lips, he followed his pounding heartbeat, slowly lowering his head. Their noses barely missed each other, their lips touched tenderly, breathing mingling, and hearts synchronizing. Wen-run's head swam in dizziness. Following pure instinct, he mimicked what Yi Hanqing used to do, grazing his lips gently at first, then tentatively stretching out his tongue to flick at the closed seam. Yi Hanqing parted slightly, letting him in like a victorious soldier marching ahead unopposed. His tongue explored and conquered Yi Hanqing's oral cavity. Still, being inexperienced, after just a moment of glory, he was quickly tangled up by Yi Hanqing. His tongue was entwined and sucked, creating muffled sounds from their mouths. After a long passionate kiss, they finally parted, gasping for air. Wen-run's eyes shimmered with moisture, his lips bright red, and his face glowing faintly with desire. Unconsciously shifting a bit, feeling somewhat restless, he was stopped by Yi Hanqing, who whispered gently against his ear, "Don't move, I'll help you." Wen-run hummed softly, burying his face into the crook of Yi Hanqing's neck. Gently embracing him, Yi Hanqing wiped both of them clean with wet wipes after a while, and kissed his fluttering eyelashes tenderly, saying, "That was fast." Mortified and furious, Wen-run hid his face like an ostrich refusing to talk. After quite some time, when Yi Hanqing thought he might not speak to him anymore, he heard the youth mumble from within his arms, "Do you want me to help you?" Yi Hanqing chuckled lowly, brushing his cheek against the top of his head, "Let's sleep. I'll spare you this time." Relieved, Wen-run tried to distance himself a bit to sleep, but was tightly embraced back. With his head resting on his arm, he fell asleep soundly. As the two embraced each other in slumber, the Yi family mansion was brightly lit, with the whole household staying awake all night. After managing to soothe the bereaved family, Yi Chirui brought Yi Tuding home just in time to discuss finding a scapegoat somewhere, when someone suddenly leaked a video online. Older in age, Yi Makai wasn't clear about the internet's influence, but she fully understood its power. She immediately reached out to Sina Weibo and the account owner asking for deletion of the post. Yet, both Sina Weibo and the whistleblower maintained the same stance: one couldn't handle it, the other refused to delete. Helplessly, she could only watch as more and more bystanders came forward with revelations, propelling the topic straight to the top trending list as fast as a rocket. She couldn't believe there was no one orchestrating this behind the scenes. However, in the current situation, even if there were indeed masterminds involved or not, she had more pressing concerns because the Yi family was already on the brink of collapse. The bereaved family had been pacified, and it seemed that as long as they took the money and left without pursuing further action, then dealt with the club by finding a scapegoat, everything would be over. But now it had all come out, and some troublemakers had even reported to the police. By that evening, officers had shown up, taking Yi Tuding away. The Ye family was one of the largest taxpayers in the city, always maintaining a good relationship with the government. But the police who arrived this time apparently acted under public opinion pressure. They didn't utter any polite words, conducting the matter strictly and officially leading him away. Yi Tuding screamed and resisted going, unwilling to leave. Qiu Jihan had only ever had one son whom she spoiled since his childhood, so upon witnessing this, her heart was shattered. She paid no attention to the police present and kept insisting there would be no problem, the family would definitely find a way to save him. The expressions on the faces of the few arresting policemen grew increasingly grave. Finally, it was Yi Makai's roar of anger that stopped the wailing mother and son, allowing the police to take him away. Qiu Jihan was almost reduced to tears, sitting lifelessly on the floor, crying as she gazed at Yi Makai. "This is my only son. No matter what, I cannot let him go to jail." Even though Yi Makai was frustrated too, Yi Tuding was also his son, so how could he not feel pained? But at this moment, he was more worried about the situation within the Yi company. Moreover, all the unrest and noise in his household gave him an unbearable headache. While rubbing his temples, Yi Makai was about to sit down for a breather when his body suddenly swayed back and forth before collapsing straight backward. "Dad!" Yi Chirui shrieked, helping support him while shouting urgently, "Quick! Call the ambulance!" That night in the Yi family estate, first Yi Tuding was taken away by a police car, followed closely by Yi Makai being rushed to the hospital by an ambulance. Such a vast mansion was left with only a few servants watching over it. Yi Makai was admitted for emergency care, regaining consciousness the next day. He found Qiu Jihan alone by his bedside upon waking up. For a brief second, confusion swept over him, trying to understand where he was. His mouth opened, but producing sound was abnormally hard. "Qi, Yu, Rui." With no sleep the entire night, Qiu Jihan's eyes were red and swollen. Upon noticing his awakening, she immediately pressed the nurse call button. "Chirui has gone to handle matters at the company." Frowning, Yi Makai thought the company's condition must be poor and that his daughter wouldn't be able to cope alone, so he tried saying, I want to," stammering repeatedly. He realized something was wrong, raising a hand to touch his face, feeling an unnaturalness. Then turning toward Qiu Jihan, he asked, "What happened to me?" Wiping her tears, Qiu Jihan lowered her head, replying, "The doctor says you suffered from a stroke caused by extreme stress. However, it's not severe. As long as you rest well, you'll recover quickly." Stroke. Yi Makai's mind suddenly exploded as realization dawned. In despair, he demanded hoarsely, "Mirror. Give me the mirror." The arriving nurse held him down, urging him not to get agitated. Yet Yi Makai was triggered, struggling fiercely for the mirror. Ultimately, unable to do anything, Qiu Jihan retrieved a makeup mirror from her bag and handed it to him, consoling softly, "Don't panic. The doctor said this is temporary, and full recovery can be achieved through proper rest." She didn't deceive Yi Makai. The degree of his stroke wasn't serious, he merely experienced a slight drooping of the mouth and difficulty speaking. With adequate rest and recuperation, he could return to normal. Throughout his lifetime, Yi Makai remained dominant. He represented the face of Yi Corporation and Yi family alike. He could not tolerate any sign of weakness, much less the deformed appearance and garbled speech after the stroke. Staring ferociously at his reflection in the mirror, heavy breathing emitted from deep within his throat. Due to the drooping corner of his mouth, the mirrored figure appeared even more grotesque, saliva even trickling involuntarily out of the corner of his mouth. Eyes wide open, gasping with hee, the nurse hadn't yet managed to administer a tranquilizer shot when Yi Makai abruptly closed his eyes and slumped sideways, falling unconscious again. Chapter 65. When Run only took 2 days off. On the afternoon of the second day, he was already prepared to return to the film set. Yi Hanqing saw him off at the airport. Although he didn't say much verbally, his face was full of discontent. The man was always reticent, and even knowing that when Run had to go back to work, there was no way for him to prevent it, so all he could do was frown, exuding an aura of, "I'm not happy but I won't say anything." At the airport, with others around, when Run didn't dare to make any overly extravagant gestures, so he could only give Yi Hanqing a reassuring smile and whispered, "I'll video chat with you again tonight." Yi Hanqing's icy expression softened a little. He touched his fingers lightly to his lips, cast an affectionate gaze on him, watched him until his eyes curved into laughter, then turned towards the boarding gate. Not until Wen Run's flight took off did Yi Hanqing head back to the company. After resting for 2 days and returning to the set, Wen Run naturally became busy again. He shot scenes during the day, and after shooting at night, he would sneak under the covers to make a video call with Yi Hanqing. Sometimes when Yi Hanqing was busy working, Wen Run would just look at his profile and feel as though his heart was filled with honey, making him feel sweet. The busy filming schedule continued until mid-July, and Wen Run was about to shoot his first horse riding scene. Director Yuan adjusted the shooting schedule for this equestrian scene, allowing Wen Run to learn horse riding from a professional equestrian instructor first. So far in Wen Run's role, there hadn't been a need for horse riding. However, for the next scene he faced, the actor's equestrian skills were required to be quite advanced. A young general rides a warhorse, wielding a long spear that sweeps through thousands of enemies. Wen Run not only had to learn how to ride a horse, but also master several high-difficulty moves while mounted to perfectly depict this famous battle scene. Director Yuan had strict requirements, and since filming began, the crew and actors rarely used stunt doubles. Over time, this influenced Wen Run as well, making him unconsciously more rigorous with himself. He rejected the suggestion of using a double offered by his assistant and decided to perform it himself. Knowing he couldn't ride, Director Yuan gave him some time to learn. Wen Run donned protective gear and first familiarized himself with the horse under the guidance of the equestrian coach. This was a black mare, with shiny fur and black, bright eyes that were moist and gentle. Upon seeing Wen Run approach, she flicked her tail, and her standing ears quivered slightly. "It's called Taimo, it has a very good temper. Try touching it," said the equestrian instructor, holding on to the reins. Wen Run tentatively extended his hand, lightly brushing against the moist nose of the horse. Taimo seemed to like him, blinking its eyes and gently rubbing its moist nose against his palm. The person and the horse quickly became acquainted. The instructor then taught Wen Run the essentials of horse riding, which he carefully memorized before being helped onto the horse by the coach. The horse beneath him snorted loudly, its hooves stepping on the spot. Wen Run comfortingly patted it, lightly pressing his foot in the stirrup against its sides, commanding Taimo to move forward. All morning, Wen Run spent trying to build familiarity with Taimo. His grasp was relatively quick, and he had already been able to ride Taimo at a trot without the assistance of the equestrian instructor. However, during filming, he would have to wear armor and perform many more difficult movements. It was significantly more challenging than now, fully equipped with protective gear. Even after specially learning for 2 days, all he could manage was trotting on horseback wearing armor. To make flashy moves on the horse still posed a challenge. When Huo Guanyan finished his own scene and came to watch, he noticed Wen Run sitting on the horse practicing swinging a long spear. The set props were finely crafted. While the long spear wasn't an actual, heavy weapon, its weight in his hands was substantial enough. Wen Run was inexperienced, having to control the horse beneath him with one hand while trying to swing the spear beautifully with the other, appearing somewhat clumsy. "Wen Gu, you're doing that movement wrong," Huo Guanyan smirked slightly, masking his sense of superiority, then stepped forward and said, "When you're spinning the spear, you need to lean your waist back further, that will make your action look better." He was someone who specifically learned horse riding, naturally making him more proficient than Wen Run. Following his advice, Wen Run attempted leaning his waist backward while swirling the spear above his head. But before he could sit up straight, his horse moved a few steps forward, causing Wen Run to lose balance momentarily. He barely caught the reins in time to stabilize himself. "How about letting me demonstrate it for you?" asked Huo Guanyan arrogantly, with a slight smile on his lips. "Then you can follow my movements." Wen Run glanced toward the equestrian instructor, noticing that he didn't object, dismounted, and said to Huo Guanyan, "In that case, thanks for the help. Be careful." Huo Guanyan responded indifferently, climbed onto the horse deftly without changing into his costume, and examined the spear in Wen Run's hands, saying, "Let me use that spear for a bit." Wen Run handed over the spear, stepping back a little to give him space for demonstration. As everyone, including Wen Run, watched him, Huo Guanyan proudly smiled and shot a somewhat contemptuous glance at Wen Run. After being suppressed by him for so long, this time he would taste what it was like to be overshadowed. "Watch closely." Huo Guanyan nudged his horse's side with his legs and gave a soft shout of "Giddy up." The horse immediately took off forward upon command. In the rhythm of the horse's movement, Huo Guanyan flicked his wrist, leaned his waist back, and spun the spear above his head into a floral pattern before straightening his supple waist again and sweeping the spear horizontally. The surrounding crew members exclaimed in amazement, even the equestrian instructor praised Huo Guanyan's horsemanship. With a satisfied heart, Huo Guanyan grabbed the reins to turn back, but suddenly the horse under him neighed loudly, rearing up its front hooves and violently threw him off in an aggressive manner, bucking wildly on the spot. Everyone watching was stunned by the sudden mishap. For a moment, no one reacted. The black horse snorted anxiously as its hooves stomped restlessly. And there lay Huo Guanyan struggling within less than a meter from the horse's hooves. If the horse moved further forward, it could trample his body. "Quick! Someone help him!" Wen Run was the first to react. After shouting, he rushed forward and pulled Huo Guanyan, who was unable to move, out from under the horse's hooves. The black horse was startled again and kicked its hooves restlessly in the arena until the equestrian instructor came to calm it down and led it away. It only gradually calmed down then. "Are you alright?" Wen Run placed Huo Guanyan flat on the ground and saw that one of his arms hung limply. At this point, others also gathered around. Huo Guanyan's agent pushed through the crowd, screaming, "Call the ambulance! Call the ambulance!" Someone frantically dialed 911, and soon the semi-conscious Huo Guanyan was carried onto a stretcher and taken away. What started as a normal horseback riding practice turned into an accident scene. Director Yuan arrived promptly and looked around with a serious expression. What happened? Was the horse inspected? What went wrong? The equestrian instructor calmed the agitated black horse and was a little perplexed. Taimo has always been well-tempered, I don't know why it got angry today. After checking the horse and the area immediately, he found nothing abnormal. Eventually, it was attributed to the horse being easily frightened, causing it to suddenly go wild. Huo Guanyan had already been sent to the hospital, and everyone present was also shocked. Given that it was not early, they decided to wrap up the day early and return to the hotel to rest. The production team sent the assistant director to represent them and visit Huo Guanyan at the hospital. That night, Huo Guanyan's fall from the horse during filming became a trending topic. As a popular young actor, Huo Guanyan had many fans. Once they heard he was injured, they all flooded to Huo Guanyan's studio and the official microblog of the production crew to inquire about his condition. The production team quickly responded, confirming that Huo Guanyan indeed fell from the horse and was injured and had been sent to the hospital. They needed to wait for the hospital's diagnosis to learn the extent of his injuries. However, Huo Guanyan's studio did not issue any response. Worried fans could only keep praying for Huo Guanyan under the studio's Weibo account, hoping he would be alright. Wen Run was also concerned. Huo Guanyan's fall was quite severe. After returning to the hotel, he contacted the assistant director who was visiting Huo Guanyan to ask about his condition. When the assistant director arrived at the hospital, Huo Guanyan had already been plastered and was wheeled out. He had fractured his left hand and sustained numerous abrasions. Luckily, due to wearing armor, he avoided more serious harm. However, his fractured left hand would require a period of recuperation. After hearing this, Wen Run let out a sigh of relief and prepared to visit Huo Guanyan tomorrow. Although the boy wasn't very likable, it was because of demonstrating for him that Huo Guanyan got injured, which made him feel slightly guilty. Not long after Wen Run rested, someone claiming to be an insider of the film crew posted a lengthy comment under the Weibo post where fans were praying for Huo Guanyan. This individual claimed to know the truth behind Huo Guanyan's injury. This insider said Huo Guanyan got hurt because Wen Run didn't know how to ride a horse, and Huo Guanyan fell off when demonstrating for Wen Run. Then the tone shifted and questioned why the horse was fine when Wen Run rode it, but once Huo Guanyan got on, the horse went crazy. The blogger carefully avoided key details. After pointing out the suspicious circumstances of Huo Guanyan's fall, they abruptly mentioned that Huo Guanyan's lost endorsement actually went to Wen Run, and in Peaceful Tunes, Huo Guanyan could only play a supporting role to Wen Run. Between the lines, they suggested that Wen Run and Huo Guanyan were at odds, having previously competed over resources and roles, and now allegedly set a trap to make Huo Guanyan fall from the horse. The lengthy review seemed like a rational and neutral analysis on the surface, but in fact it was stirring up emotions and inciting the fans everywhere. Originally, Huo Guanyan and Wen Run had overlapping style and positioning, with not much difference in their status within the circle. In the eyes of their fans, they were mortal enemies. The fan groups of both parties had already disliked each other for quite some time, even going head-to-head in several clashes. With this conspiracy theory fanned into flames, some fans could no longer hold back and went to the production crew's Weibo page to demand the truth and justice. Some went as far as flooding under Wen Run's Weibo post to hurl abuse. Die, you scheming woman. If my brother Huo gets hurt from this, you will be buried alive. Feeling happy after snatching endorsements and roles? All day acting pure like a lily. Go take your pretense somewhere else. Wen Run SL, 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 Wen Run SL. Even though Huo Guanyan's fall off the horse did not evoke joy among the Wen Run's fans, they also didn't offer much concern, simply leaving messages asking their idol to be cautious during filming. However, they couldn't have foreseen being implicated and suddenly cursed by the opposing fans. Bewildered, they quickly understood the situation and launched counterattacks without backing down. If your ZZY falls off his horse, that's his misfortune, what does it have to do with our Baitao? Do monkeys lack brains? Without evidence, you are just barking blindly over there, doesn't your ZZY know? Hasn't your ZZY died yet and you monkeys already start howling? Well, I can only wish all monkeys the best on their way to hell then. Both sides battled into the deep night, soon attracting attention seekers and marketing accounts who enjoyed causing trouble. Some marketing accounts even followed the train of thought initiated by the initial long review, analyzing in detail who was most likely to sabotage Huo Guanyan behind the scenes, subtly hinting that Wen Run was the culprit. This particular analysis Weibo post was heavily promoted by Huo Guanyan's fans, directly hitting the hot search list. Despite Wen Run's fans persistently questioning for evidence, the believers in the conspiracy theory among Huo Guanyan supporters would not listen and continued launching personal attacks on Wen Run. Some extremists even extended the blame to include the production team, accusing them of covering for Wen Run, saying he had powerful patrons supporting his bullying tactics. When Wen Run woke up planning to visit Huo Guanyan, he realized the atmosphere in the production team had become somewhat unusual. His assistant quietly updated him about the Weibo feuds, leaving Wen Run thoroughly confused. Director Yuan called out everyone from the crew to identify the insider who appeared on Weibo. But after a thorough search, no one was found. The atmosphere at the scene was tense and oppressive, staff members silently focused on their noses, not daring to make a sound. Director Yuan had always been particularly annoyed by such nonsensical issues. His cold gaze swept over everyone present, before declaring sternly, "Many people were present yesterday when the incident happened, and Huo Guanyan's accident was immediately investigated concerning the horse and the scene afterwards, confirming that the fall was purely accidental. Should I find out who is spreading rumors behind closed doors and sowing discord, I will not only kick him out of this production team, but ensure that he cannot stay in this industry either. Consider carefully what is at stake and control your mouths." Chapter 66. After the director had a big tantrum, everyone on the set quietly focused on filming. At least, no one dared to openly discuss the matter anymore. After all, there were quite a few people at the scene that day. Those with eyes could clearly see that Huo Guanyan's fall from the horse had nothing to do with one run, they were too far apart. But this was something everyone only thought in their hearts. Director Yuan continued to wear a dark expression, and no one dared to post anything on Weibo. Unfortunately, even though the production crew wanted to avoid conflict and stay low-key, it seemed they couldn't escape being dragged into controversy. The backlash online grew stronger with each passing moment. Some rumors and brainwashing packages, when heard often enough, became accepted as truth. Then Huo Guanyan's assistant posted another photo, Huo with his arm in a cast, his face pale. This further incited the already irrational fans into a frenzy. The fans established what they called the Galaxy Battle Team to protect their beloved star. They united with a vow to seek justice for Huo Guanyan and punish the mastermind behind the incident. On one hand, they scoured everywhere for supposed dirt on Wenrun, and on the other, they flooded the comment section of Wenrun's Weibo account, unleashing large-scale insults and personal attacks. Initially, Wen supporters, called Pinfen, managed to hold their ground, but as the Starfen escalated their language to increasingly vile levels, the Pinfen eventually retreated. Engaging in verbal battles only made them look worse to neutral observers. Thus, under the unified organization of the fan club, the Pinfen changed their strategy. Instead of confronting the opposition directly, they spread debunking messages in the popular comments of trending topics. No matter what the opposing side claimed, the Pinfen would demand evidence. Wenrun's Weibo account was temporarily handed over to her assistant. After the rumor-spreading Weibo post hit the trending search, Zheng Xian immediately contacted CNET to remove it from the hot searches. However, Huo Guanyan's fans were relentless, and with numerous marketing accounts fueling the situation, every time a trending topic was removed, they created another. Zheng Xian lacked the energy to fight off these crazy fans chasing after trends. She simply informed Wenrun not to log onto Weibo and transferred the control to the assistant. Once the assistant took charge of the Weibo account, she promptly turned off the comment feature. Wenrun's latest post had garnered over 200,000 abusive comments. Wen had glanced at them briefly before ignoring them entirely. Now, with the assistant handling things, the commenting function was completely shut down. Deprived of an outlet for venting, the Starfen proceeded to attack Wen's super topic discussion page and public forums. Their messages mocked, "Afraid of showing your true colors now? Guilty conscience. Don't close the comments if you're so bold." The frustrated Pinfen could only respond by refuting the claims while simultaneously reporting the malicious posts en masse. The drama persisted until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, during which time Wenrun, who had stayed silent since the incident occurred, finally released her first tweet. "Wenrun v. My cooperation with that Huo Guanyan has been very pleasant. When he fell off the horse unexpectedly, I was deeply concerned. The equestrian training session had professional riding instructors and multiple crew members present. Following the accident, the crew investigated the causes but found no signs of human interference. I have no idea if the so-called crew insider actually witnessed the event or is just speculating about a conspiracy theory. I've seen all the rumors online, but still wish to emphasize, #rumors_end_with_the_wise. Right or wrong will be decided fairly." This post quickly gathered over 10,000 retweets within moments. The Pinfen all shared the same message upon retweeting, "rumors_end_with_the_wise, right or wrong will be judged impartially." Meanwhile, the enraged Starfen responded with biting sarcasm. "Who the hell said we cooperated pleasantly? Stop putting gold foil on your own face. Right or wrong, naturally judged impartially. Sounds like you two conspired together. I bet the next minute, the crew sends out an announcement clearing his name. Take a good look at this idiotic statement." Regardless of how the fans battled against each other, after Wenrun's Weibo statement, both Wenrun Studio and Star Universe Media reposted her message. Wenrun Studio v. Regarding the horse riding incident involving at Huo Guanyan, we express deep sympathy. But the false statements circulating online have severely damaged the reputation of Wenrun. To address this, we intend to take legal action to defend our rights. #rumors_end_with_the_wise, pictures 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 attached. The studio's post included screenshots of several rumor-mongering marketing accounts, along with the first conspiracy theory-infused popular comment. Finally, they included an image of a lawyer's letter. Unlike Wenrun's Weibo, the studio didn't turn off the comment feature. The Pinfen rallied each other and posted screenshots of the rumor-mongering weebos that had over 500 forwards. If we're going to fight, let's make it loud, sue all these rumor-mongers together. Meanwhile, some arriving starfans sneered sarcastically, lawyer's letter threat.jpg, so terrifying / rolls eyes. Some extreme fans who thought they had grasped the truth posted another long Weibo post, deducing from the aftermath of Huoguanyun's fall off the horse, it must be Wenrun who harmed our Yungu. But he has strong backing, so he must have found a way to destroy the evidence already and may have even bribed the crew to provide false testimony. We can't submit to evil forces. For Star, we cannot concede or retreat. And just after this long Weibo post, the official Weibo account of The Peaceful Tune production team also posted. TV series The Peaceful Tune v. #clarification # at Huoguanyun's fall off the horse was an accident caused by the horse being startled. There were no human interference factors. The post also attached a high-definition video of Huoguanyun falling off the horse at the scene. When Huoguanyun was about to demonstrate his horsemanship, a staff member specifically recorded the entire process with a camera for use as a bonus feature later on. Unexpectedly, it came in handy at this moment. From start to finish, the plot was complete and the footage was clear. The video truthfully restored the scene of Huoguanyun falling off the horse. In the video, apart from Huoguanyun borrowing Wenrun's spear, the distance between them at other times was never less than 2 meters. Even after Huoguanyun fell off the horse and was almost trampled by the panicked horse, it was Wenrun who reacted first and rushed over to rescue him from under the hooves. Bystanders who had been following the drama didn't expect such a reversal, and seeing the Star fans still shouting about conspiracy theories, they finally spoke up. Can you monkeys make a little sense? The production team released the video. Watching it shows that not only did Wenrun not harm your steamed bun but also saved his life. A real-life farmer and snake story? I think Wenrun shouldn't have bothered rescuing him. If Huoguanyun's legs were crushed by the horse, the fans would be happy. WTF, I've never seen such shameless fans. Instead of being grateful that he saved your steamed bun, you turn around and slander him. Seek treatment if you're sick. Don't you find it strange? Why has Wenrun spoken out along with the production team, but Huoguanyun hasn't said a word? The assistant releasing the inciting photos of online violence, is it intentional? Once the production team's video was released, many rational bystanders switched sides. With evidence, the Pinfen immediately boosted morale and worked harder to clarify the rumors everywhere. Only the Star-obsessed fans who were blinded by hatred refused to admit their mistake. They insisted that Wenrun was acting and had bought off the production team, believing that everyone was conspiring to harm their brother. Some fans analyzed the possibility of Wenrun secretly causing harm from various angles. Maybe he didn't do anything during the event, but he could have drugged the horse beforehand. Otherwise, how to explain that he rode fine while Star got the horse startled upon riding? It might have been him who poked the horse when he handed over the spear. In the video, his wrist touched the horse. If there was a needle or something sharp hidden there, poking the horse would be easy, right? The onlookers were amazed at the fans' wild imagination. Do you think this is wuxia, where someone can kill without a trace? Star fans are indeed like brainless kids, as expected. Suggest you spend less time chasing stars and more time reading to fill your empty brains. Amidst endless ridicule and defection from the onlookers, a group of tech-savvy people thoroughly studied the video, zooming in on the frames and finally found a plausible reason for the fall. They then took screenshots and wrote a detailed long Weibo post. The blogger himself loved horses and often posted pictures from the stables, showing his knowledge about horses. After repeatedly enlarging and comparing the video, he concluded, when Huoguanyun retracted the spear and turned his horse's head, the accessory on his wrist accidentally snagged the horse's mane. The horse, feeling pain, was startled and suddenly went berserk. The video was sufficiently clear. After enlarging the footage several times, he circled it in red lines. In the enlarged screenshot, one could clearly see the strand of hair caught on the metallic wrist accessory worn by Huoguanyun. Along with the screenshot, there was a slow-motion GIF. The speed of the GIF was very slow, allowing viewers to see clearly from the moment he retracted the spear, grabbed the reins, turned the horse's head, snagged the mane with his wrist accessory, tore off a piece of hair, followed by the horse going wild and rearing up to throw him off. This blogger presented solid evidence and was far more convincing than the baseless speculations of the Star fans. Soon, some Pinfen used the blogger's screenshots to request the production team verify. The production team brought out Tomo for inspection. After Tomo went berserk, he was taken by the equestrian master for rest and did not participate in any further shooting work temporarily. The equestrian master brought out Tomo once again under the director and other staff members' witnessing eyes, conducting a thorough examination. Finally, they found a wound on Tomo's neck. The injury was covered by the horse's mane because a piece of skin had been torn away, which wouldn't be noticed unless carefully examined. Following this, the production team posted videos and photos of the inspection on Weibo, thoroughly proving Wenrun's innocence. Huoguanyun's fall off the horse was indeed an accident, and it was caused by his own operational error. The trend that had already shifted in favor of Wenrun tilted even further. The Star fans who had previously made eloquent analyses and acted outrageously were individually called out and asked to apologize to Wenrun. Some fans, who had regained their senses, apologized sincerely and stated that their behavior was unrelated to their idol. Others stubbornly clung to their stance, refused to admit their mistakes, or simply disappeared. When Run's Weibo comments section reopened, and the tweet that had received over 200,000 abusive messages was brought up again, many people started speaking up in his defense. Topics like hashtag when Run good man wronged, hashtag farmer snake, and hashtag Huoguanyun fans apology were pushed onto the trending list by Pinfen and bystanders alike. The Huoguanyun fan support group had no choice but to issue an apology. However, the more hurtful they had been with their words before, the more insincere their apologies now seemed. After the truth reversed, they suddenly became the ones receiving insults and ridicule instead of dishing them out. Immediately after them, both Huoguanyun and Huoguanyun Studio, who had remained silent until then, finally spoke up. Huoguanyun belatedly posted a safety assurance Weibo, stating that his injury was unrelated to Wen Run and that his condition was not serious. He hoped his fans wouldn't make random speculations and also mentioned that he and Wen Run had a good relationship. It was purely some people taking advantage of the situation to sow discord. He also tagged Wen Run and expressed his apology. At the end, he included a photo of himself semi-reclining in a hospital bed with his left arm in a sling. Huoguanyun Studio then forwarded Huoguanyun's Weibo post, urging fans to rationally chase stars and not be misled by rumors. The star fans under Huoguanyun's Weibo hugged, kissed, and praised him profusely, claiming this was a matter between fans and not related to their beloved brother. They told him not to worry and focus on recuperating. Netizens were shocked by their ability to change faces so quickly. You insulted Wen Run hundreds of thousands of times, and now you act as if nothing happened. And claim it's unrelated to your brother. If your brother had spoken earlier, would this have escalated so much? Now that you see the wind shifting and can't blacken Wen Run anymore, you come out whining like victims. Sending those conniving tactics back to you. Wen Run is truly pitiable. He was harshly criticized earlier without a word from his good friend, and now that the tide has turned, they suddenly proclaim friendship. As if he would acknowledge it. Indeed, Wen Run did not recognize this good friend. After Huoguanyun posted the Weibo tagging him, Wen Run forwarded the post and only added 5 words, wish for a speedy recovery. Afterward, Wen Run's studio tagged a well-known lawyer, announcing that all legal matters concerning defamation would be fully entrusted to Mr. Xing. Following the studio's post, Mr. Xing retweeted it and mentioned that he had already contacted Sina Weibo to request information about the rumor-spreading bloggers. He was collecting evidence to prepare for a lawsuit. It was at this point that everyone realized how serious a warning letter could be. It wasn't just empty talk. And those trolls hiding behind their screens along with the clickbait accounts began to panic genuinely. Chapter 67. In the VIP ward of a certain hospital, Huoguanyun sat on the bed with an unpleasant expression while his assistant stood by the bedside, not daring to make a sound. Since the online public opinion turned against them, leaving the fans of Xing, a celebrity, ridiculed and also dragging Huoguanyun into various jokes, his mood had been gloomy ever since. The agent picked up the phone that had fallen to the floor, handed him a cup of water, and consoled, "This has nothing to do with us, so what are you upset about? Let's wait a couple of days and then release some news, the heat will die down." Huoguanyun angrily said, "Isn't this your idea to take the chance to smear Wen Run? Now we didn't gain anything but lost big time, even bringing ridicule onto me. Isn't it because I can't stand seeing him always overshadowing you? The agent is Huoguanyun's cousin, 8 years older than him." He patted his head and continued, "Ultimately, this incident is all the fault of the fans, and it doesn't relate to you at all. I think this is just a big commotion scaring people. There are so many marketing accounts blackening him, along with those fans. Can he possibly sue everyone one by one?" Huoguanyun thought about it and realized that this kind of situation was common in the entertainment circle. Most of the time, it just involved issuing a lawyer's letter, and no one actually made such a serious effort to sue everyone individually, as that would result in great losses. After consoling him, the agent noticed that the assistant was still standing nervously and said irritably, "You go comfort that fan. Remember not to involve Ah Yun. All the previous statements were just your personal speculations, understood?" "Yes, I understand," the assistant nodded and left with her phone gripped tightly. Her phone kept vibrating incessantly. A Weibo user named, Guarding Xing, kept sending her private messages. "Are you there? Didn't you say that Xing was secretly harmed by Wen Run? Why are they now saying online that Xing accidentally provoked the horse? Is the video real or fake? Wen Run's studio has contacted a lawyer to sue. My name is on the list. What if they really find me? Talk to me. I'll hang you on Weibo if you don't reply." Seeing that the messages became increasingly aggressive, the assistant started to feel a little panicky. This girl was a relatively active manager in the support group. Due to frequently organizing activities, the assistant had some interactions with her. She was a hardcore fan of Huoguanyun, actively participating in all events and anti-black campaigns. Because of their competitive relationship, she was also very active in blackening Wen Run. After the news came out about Huoguanyun getting injured due to falling off a horse, she immediately confirmed the information with the assistant. Under the instructions of the agent, the assistant then told her some misleading information. As expected, she subsequently used a secondary account to post a long comment, inciting her group of fans to start blackening Wen Run. The fans of Xing united unprecedentedly, and the public opinion was initially leaning towards their side. If Wen Run's camp couldn't provide evidence proving his innocence, this blemish would be impossible for him to erase. However, unexpectedly, someone managed to analyze the cause of the fall from the video and found evidence, reversing the narrative. Moreover, although Wen Run appeared gentle, his studio acted fiercely and directly hired lawyers to prepare for lawsuits. Ordinary people might not know, but since she'd been in the industry for a while, she knew that although the internet seemed hidden, in reality, if anyone wanted to investigate, ordinary users could be traced even if using secondary accounts. It was just that previously, no one was willing to put in that much effort. Although the agent said it was all bark and little bite, she inexplicably felt that maybe Wen Run's team was dead serious. If they sued and found, guarding Xing Xing, what would the consequences be? The assistant looked at the Weibo private message and organized her words. Whether they were real threats or bluff, she needed to pacify the person first. Just been busy working. I'm not sure about the video either. What I saw at the scene is what I told you. Maybe I misunderstood. Regarding the lawsuit threat from Wen Run's studio, it's a common practice in this industry, probably just to scare people. How can they have the energy to sue everyone individually? And is the one being called out as Xingchen Boyuo, you? Didn't I tell you not to spread it without evidence? After explaining, she countered her backpedaling. Guarding Xing Xing, indeed fell silent. After a long pause, she replied, I was just too angry. Seeing that her argumentative tone weakened due to the guilt, the assistant half-heartedly comforted her a few more times before exiting Weibo. Whether it was Huo Guangyun and others, casual onlookers, or even the marketing accounts facing potential legal action, everyone thought that the warning from the lawyer would be the end of it. But none of them anticipated that Wen Run's studio had decided to take real action. Not only did they hire a renowned lawyer, but the legal department of Xingyu Entertainment was also mobilized. This team of lawyers quickly gathered evidence and prepared the lawsuit materials before submitting them to the court. 7 days later, Lawyer Xing posted on his Weibo account a notice of acceptance for filing as well as some of the written material submitted. Lawyer Xing himself is an influential online personality who frequently posts legal knowledge and has gained quite a number of fans. After being commissioned by Xingyu Entertainment to handle Wen Run's defamation case, he garnered even more followers. Initially, after the studio announced that they would pursue legal means, the incident gradually lost its heat. However, 7 days later, he suddenly posted this tweet, reigniting the passions of the silent fans and curious netizens. In the 9-grid Weibo post, aside from the receipt of acceptance for filing, the rest were all marketing accounts being sued. Among them was Xingchen Boyuo, who had single-handedly incited her fan group to cyberbully. Although the information in the real world was pixelated, it did not stop everyone from indulging in the gossip. Holy crap, Xingyu Entertainment is so efficient. I'm going to switch allegiance as a passerby. Some of those defendants are toxic elements in the industry that have long needed to be cleaned up. Let these dumb marketing accounts spread rumors again or defame Brother Wen. Mr. Xingyu will teach you how to behave. Doesn't Brother Wen get treated like a favorite son? I heard the entire legal department was mobilized. Which other artist under Xingyu Entertainment received such treatment before him? Netizens cheered on one hand for these rumor-mongering marketing accounts finally facing justice, while on the other hand marveled at the preferential treatment Wen Run was receiving, which seemed akin to being the favored son of Xingyu Entertainment. How envy-inducing. If their own idols could enjoy half of this treatment, there wouldn't be so many detractors out there. What none of them knew was that this wasn't favorite son treatment, it was president's wife treatment. The president himself sat in his office listening to the legal department's update on the latest developments. Dissatisfied upon hearing that the trial still required waiting for the court schedule, he grunted unhappily, by the time we reach the trial, it'll all be over. There's plenty to investigate with this Xingchen Boyuo. Pressure her a bit, then find a way to drag Huo Guangyun into it. Although Xingchen Boyuo used a secondary account, it was incredibly simple for Xingyu Entertainment to track down her real identity. Not only did they smoothly obtain her real-life information, but they even discovered her main account. She turned out to be guarding Xing Xing, the administrator of Huo Guanyun's fan club, with a main Weibo account followed by hundreds of thousands of fans. Her usual work was organizing events, combating black publicity, and blackening opposing artists. This rumor originated from her spreading it through a secondary account, stirring up the entire fan community to cyberbully and slander Wen Run. To say that this had no connection to Huo Guanyun and his studio, Yi Hanqing didn't believe it. These major fans typically receive first-hand information from studios and have close ties with them. Taking it a step further, it's possible she was acting under instructions from Huo Guanyun's studio. After receiving the directive, the legal department left to busy themselves with other matters. Yi Hanqing leaned back in his chair, took out his phone to call Wen Run, then remembered he was likely shooting a scene at the moment, so he put his phone away and dialed the internal line to summon his assistant. Book me a flight to Y City tonight. Surprised, the assistant glanced up and quickly lowered her eyes, suppressing her wild guesses inside and accepted the task before retreating. Once outside the office, she immediately opened a private chat group. Report. Yi President is going to Y City tonight. Shocked my mom, are they really together? I think they are. Only true love can do this, rushing to protect a friend. Haha. When the legal department of Xingyu Entertainment was mobilized to sue the marketing accounts, they privately speculated that it must have been Yi President's intention to support Wen Run since their relationship was so good. Now hearing that the president was going to Y City, the whole presidential office felt they had uncovered a significant secret. Everyone who followed Wen Run knew that the Taiping Jiao crew was currently filming in Y City. Just after something happened, the president was now flying to Y City. Who would believe that there was nothing going on? Yi Hansheng was completely unaware that his assistants were speculating about his relationship with Wen Run. He simply hadn't seen Wen Run in a long time and wanted to find a reason to see him. At the same time, he intended to lend his support and express Xingyu Entertainment's stance. With clear instructions from the president, Xingyu Entertainment's attitude was crystal clear: support Wen Run fully, and hit back against anyone who attempts to smear him. Not long after the case was filed, another shocking revelation surfaced online. It turned out that the notorious account Xingchen Boyuo, which had been spreading rumors about Wen Run and faced legal action, was none other than Shouhu Xingxing, the administrator of Huo Guanyun's fan club. Although lawyer Xing released partial evidence with blurred real-life information that didn't reveal much to the general public, it so happened that Shouhu Xingxing frequently attended offline events and many people recognized her face. Her occasional Weibo location tags also pointed to her residential neighborhood, matching the province and city mentioned in the Xingchen Boyuo account. Additionally, someone investigated the IP addresses of both Xingchen Boyuo and Shouhu Xingxing and discovered they were identical. With all these pieces put together, Shouhu Xingxing was unmasked. This revelation made the scandal far bigger. The administrator of Huo Guanyun's fan club was revealed to have not only spread rumors but also led the smear campaign against rival artists. Netizens found it hard to believe this was entirely her personal decision without any involvement from either Huo Guanyun or his studio. Typically, fan actions are separate from their idols, and while some mocked Huo Guanyun over this, it never amounted to more than mere online ranting with little real impact. However, once Shouhu Xingxing was unmasked, the entire situation took a serious turn. Many speculated she was an industry insider and likely acted on instructions from the studio or even Huo Guanyun himself to defame rivals. As a result, Huo Guanyun, previously seen as flawless, was dragged off his pedestal for the first time. Of course, Huo Guanyun's fans weren't going to accept this easily. Fans with foresight apologized quickly after realizing the change in public sentiment, emphasizing that this was purely the individual act of one fan and not related to their idol. Yet despite their efforts, Shouhu Xingxing essentially dragged Huo Guanyun into the fray by implication alone. Fans and bystanders alike bombarded Shouhu Xingxing with messages demanding an explanation for her actions. Shouhu Xingxing herself was bewildered. When she saw the lawsuit announcement posted by lawyer Xing, she was already at a loss. She couldn't fathom how everything escalated to this point. She had supported Huo Guanyun since high school. Coming from a modest background, she saved every penny just to participate in support activities for her beloved star. By the time she graduated college and entered the workforce, her idol became increasingly famous, and she climbed to the position of fan club administrator. Within the fan community, she held significant sway, even establishing connections with the staff at Huo Guanyun's studio, bringing her closer to him. She felt her dedication finally paid off. To her, Star was like her guiding beacon. His growth motivated hers too. He gave her hope for a brighter future. And because of this, she could not tolerate anyone smearing or hurting him. The thought was intolerable. It was as if years of her effort were negated. Unable to bear it, after learning that Huo Guanyun fell from his horse following a riding demonstration to show Wen Run, suffering what seemed to be a suspicious injury rather than an accident, she reached out to the studio assistant. From fragmented and vague statements, she pieced together what she believed to be the truth. Though the assistant warned her there was no concrete evidence and urged her not to spread the information further, she was incensed and wanted justice for her idol. She registered a secondary account and posted her assumptions, garnering overwhelming support from fellow fans. Believing firmly in her own righteousness, she thought she was defending her idol. Reality struck her harshly instead. Even now, she could hardly believe she was facing a lawsuit. To make matters worse, she was exposed to be Shouhu Xingxing. Watching netizens speculate about her motives, labeling her as an instructed career fan, she wanted to refute these claims. But then she remembered another ambiguous conversation with the assistant and began to realize she might have been caught in a trap, yet she couldn't accept it. Her beloved star would never do such a thing to her. So, she quietly retreated behind the anonymity of the internet and stopped speaking up. However, the subsequent moves from Huo Guanyun's studio and fan club shattered her last remnants of fantasy. Huo Guanyun's studio issued another Weibo post clarifying that Shouhu Xingxing's actions were entirely her own and unrelated to either Huo Guanyun or the studio, calling for an end to unfounded rumors. Meanwhile, the fan club collectively decided to revoke her administrative role and expelled her from the fan registry. Chapter 68. Weibo exploded in chaos. Countless people flooded to the Weibo of Guarding Stars to attack and curse at her. Whether they were bystanders or former fans of Guarding Stars, they all joined in. The internet was always like that, everyone judged others' lives from behind a screen and a net line with their keyboards. They once went to Wen Run's Weibo to insult him for the sake of giving Huo Guanyun justice. After the truth was revealed, they now began attacking Guarding Stars in order to give Wen Run justice. Guarding Stars, watching the flood of insults on her Weibo, and thinking about the upcoming lawsuit, felt completely dazed. Her family was well off, and she had lived peacefully for more than 20 years. She even didn't dare to let people around her know everything happening online, only daring to complain to her one trusted relative. But all this happening online was not even the worst blow she could have imagined. Due to the constant events unfolding online, she hadn't slept well for several nights, and during the day, she was constantly distracted at work. When sending materials to a client, she accidentally sent an internal company pricing document, causing a major client who was about to sign the contract to break off negotiations. She collapsed in tears on the spot. Her company's leadership did not require her to compensate but knew she couldn't continue working there. After aimlessly returning home, she felt a level of despair she had never known before. Online, countless posts berated her, especially those from former star fans who had been close as family but now attacked her the fiercest. She even saw several familiar IDs, those of friends who she used to meet offline. Now, to prove she was actually an undercover agent, they listed all her supposed black marks, determined to crush her under the mud. They dismissed all her years of effort and dedication. No one believed her, no one was willing to let her go. She sobbed uncontrollably on her bed, then retrieved all the merchandise related to her idol and piled it together, taking photos of each piece. These were things she had once cherished above all else, filling most of the space in her rented apartment. She had thought she would never part with them. But reality told her that people do change. She couldn't afford to love stars anymore. Her job and life had been utterly ruined by herself. After much psychological preparation, she finally opened Weibo, refraining from reading the abusive comments, quickly edited a Weibo post, and uploaded all the pictures of these collectibles. Guarding stars, spreading rumors was my mistake. I apologize to it when run, I'm truly sorry. I've already been punished, and I regret it now. But I am not a career fan. I've loved stars for so many years, contributed so much, it's not something you can just revoke by declaring me unworthy. And why do you think I spread the rumors? It was because Star's assistant told me. Here's the screenshot, believe it or not, it's your choice. Let's just say that I've fed my years of sincerity to dogs. Let's part ways henceforth. The Weibo post included images of all her collectibles over the years and screenshots of private messages with the assistant. After posting the Weibo, she uninstalled the app and slumped onto the floor, feeling entirely drained. She didn't want her years of devotion to end this way, but she truly had no other option. When Guarding Stars unleashed explosive information that ignited Weibo, when Run was driving out to meet Yi Hansheng. He had returned to the hotel but didn't have time to freshen up before receiving a call from the other party. Upon hearing the background voice announcement, he immediately recognized it as Y City Airport. Yi Hansheng had originally intended to keep it a secret, but still, when Run quickly figured it out. When Run drove steadily but was inwardly anxious. It had been so long since they last met, and both Yi Hansheng and When Run missed each other deeply. Racing swiftly to the airport, When Run parked his car and took out the sunglasses and masks he had prepared earlier, concealing most of his face. He then disheveled his bangs, put on a thin coat, and donned a cap before cautiously stepping out of the car. He deliberately hunched over, pretending to be timid and introverted. He wandered around the terminal building for half a circle until he found Yi Hansheng waiting. Sitting in a wheelchair, Yi Hansheng's gaze was also roaming. Yu Biao stood nearby. When Run jogged towards him, forcing himself to stop just before getting too close. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, gleamed brightly. Seeing When Run dressed so furtively, Yi Hansheng held his hand somewhat helplessly. Why did you come here yourself? I wanted to pick you up. When Run smiled faintly while pursing his lips, unfortunately masked by his face covering, which Yi Hansheng didn't get to see. Shall we head straight back to the hotel? When Run asked. Seeing When Run's outfit, Yi Hansheng didn't dare to linger outside any longer and chuckled, let's go back to the hotel first. When Run pushed Yi Hansheng in the wheelchair and took the elevator down to the underground parking lot to retrieve his car. Upon arriving, they both stared at the small sedan with a bit of awkwardness. The car model was tiny and hadn't been modified for accessibility, there was no way Yi Hansheng's wheelchair could fit inside. When Run's eyes twinkled as he tentatively asked, would you let me carry you in? Yi Hansheng remained silent, his face stoic. Inside, When Run felt a strange thrill, inexplicably sensing that Yi Hansheng wouldn't be angry with him. Emboldened, he stepped forward and scooped Yi Hansheng into his arms. To his surprise, Yi Hansheng was heavier than expected, causing him to stagger momentarily. Adjusting his grip and stabilizing Yi Hansheng higher in his arms, he signaled Yu Biao to open the car door and carefully placed him in the position behind the driver's seat. Throughout the process, Yi Hansheng didn't utter a single word. After adjusting himself and removing the mask, When Run smiled at him before bending down to fasten the seatbelt around Yi Hansheng. Once everything was set, he closed the car door, moved to the other side, got in, and sat beside Yi Hansheng. Yu Biao folded the wheelchair and placed it in the trunk before driving away from the airport. The atmosphere inside the car grew somewhat somber. Afraid of offending Yi Hansheng's pride, When Run hesitantly extended his hand, sneaking it under Yi Hansheng's fingers like a playful kitten scratching him softly. Unable to maintain his stern look any longer, Yi Hansheng slightly curled his lips upwards, grabbed When Run's hand firmly, and whispered gently, don't mess around. Emboldened by this reaction, When Run's fingers began moving restlessly in Yi Hansheng's palm. In response, Yi Hansheng brought their entwined hands to his mouth, giving them a light bite. His gaze turned deep and dark, laden with unspoken warning. Realizing what the glance implied, Wen Run immediately ceased all movement, removed his sunglasses and mask, then turned to Yi Hanqing with an apologetic smile, asking innocently, "What would you like to eat? I can have my assistant go buy it." Yi Hanqing let out a soft laugh, his eyes filled with mockery as he tilted closer, leaning towards Wen Run's ear where he murmured slowly, "You." Startled, Wen ruined his neck instinctively like a frightened little quail, too scared to move another inch. Of course, Mr. Yi was just teasing. There were no real opportunities yet for anything serious to happen. Back at the hotel, Wen Run instructed his assistant to order food to be delivered. He then joined Yi Hanqing for dinner. Given Wen Run's sensitive identity, the two had nowhere else to go but remain inside the hotel. After dinner, each holding a cup of tea, they nestled together on the sofa watching TV. Yi Hanqing wrapped his arms around the other man, observing him up and down carefully. Wen Run, busy scrolling through Weibo, noticed the scrutinizing gaze and touched his face curiously. "Is there something on my face?" Smiling, Yi Hanqing caressed Wen Run's face tenderly. "I'm worried you might feel upset over things happening online." That's why he hurried over despite his tight schedule. Every comment targeting Wen Run infuriated him. Though the Weibo posts had been deleted, the memories still stung. Unexpectedly, Wen Run only chuckled lightly, squeezing his fingers reassuringly. "Why should I get angry about that? I barely even saw those comments. And knowing the nature of this industry, I've prepared myself mentally long ago. After all, he wasn't money, nobody could please everyone. Besides, I couldn't care less about what people online think." His bright eyes looked up at Yi Hanqing meaningfully. "Only those who matter to me could ever hurt me." As he spoke, his eyes never left Yi Hanqing's, as if implying, "I only care about you." Touched by this sentiment, Yi Hanqing's heart trembled. He pulled Wen Run closer, chest against back, whispering earnestly into his ear, "I won't allow anyone, including myself, to ever hurt you." Wen Run nodded trustingly with a simple, relaxing completely into his embrace as he resumed browsing Weibo. Suddenly, he let out an exclamation of surprise, "Hey!" and held up his phone for Yi Hanqing to see. "Have you seen this post on Weibo?" They were looking at the trending topic concerning Guarding Stars' latest Weibo update. After posting, Guarding Stars disappeared once more, yet her new Weibo post again caused an uproar. This was not only due to her countless collections of magazines, albums, and various merchandise but also because of the screenshots she released showing conversations with Hu Guanyun's assistant. From the chat records, it seemed Guarding Stars initially sought confirmation about Hu Guanyun's injuries, but it was the assistant's vague conjecture which inadvertently led her down this path. Many had already suspected that this entire matter involved Hu Guanyun's studio, and now the screenshot provided almost definitive proof. Not just fans of Stars, but many others were tagging Hu Guanyun's studio and his assistant on Weibo, demanding an explanation. Hu Guanyun's studio also quickly responded, with the broker posting on social media that neither Hu Guanyun nor his team were aware of the situation. They also released several photos of Hu Guanyun in the hospital, explaining his poor spirits after being injured and that the broker was busy taking care of him, leaving no energy to manage other issues. Additionally, they stated the assistant was newly hired and originally a fan of Hu Guanyun, who probably made wild guesses out of concern for her idol, which constituted as an individual action. The studio claimed ignorance beforehand and would later demand this assistant to apologize and fire her. Not long after, the assistant indeed posted an apology tweet. Under this apology tweet, some passers-by mocked her as the scapegoat, while some fans of Stars berated her harshly. One leak after another left the fans of Stars completely losing their minds. A few still rational chose to step back and observe, but most fans couldn't accept the truth. They felt that it was the assistant's stupidity that harmed their idol. They also thought that Guarding Stars had defected and harmed the idol in retaliation. In their view, all these actions had nothing to do with the idol. As long as the assistant and Guarding Stars were proven despicable, then their actions and those of Hu Guanyun would be considered faultless. The comments section under Guarding Stars' post soon saw a surge in abusive comments, even with some fans digging up her real-world information and spreading her pictures everywhere. Wen Run found this truly excessive upon seeing it. Guarding Stars did make a mistake and deserved punishment, but this went too far. After all, she was just a pawn in Hu Guanyun's hands. Wen Run used to think Hu Guanyun merely loved competition a bit more but wasn't particularly malicious. He never expected that Hu Guanyun would go so extreme as to use his own fans to smear someone. This was the first time he truly felt repulsion. There is nothing worth looking at. Yi Hanqing took away his phone. Jing Xian is watching over this, let him handle it. Wen Run clung to his arm and, after being silent for a moment, suddenly said, "How about we don't sue that girl anymore? She has already paid for her mistakes. After all, she was just a trigger, and if it hadn't been her, it might have been someone else." Yi Hanqing played with his fingers and lightly said, "Are you going soft now?" Wen Run muttered quietly, "She's just a normal fan, and doesn't seem too old from her age. If she were a marketing account, I wouldn't have been merciful." "Alright then, follow your wish." Yi Hanqing ruffled his head and handed over his phone without any principles. "You talk to the lawyer yourself." Wen Run lit up his phone screen and found a selfie of himself set as the lock screen wallpaper. Raising his eyelids, he glanced at Yi Hanqing before smiling at the corner of his mouth and asking, "What's the password?" "Guess." Wen Run puffed out his cheeks and tried Yi Hanqing's birthday first, but it was incorrect. He thought again and entered his own birthday this time, which finally worked. He stole a smug smile and opened WeChat, searching for Lawyer Xing's contact. He sent a message asking him to withdraw the lawsuit against Guarding Stars. Lawyer Xing replied with a confirmation and didn't ask any further questions. Wen Run thought for a moment and added another sentence, if possible, could you tweet something about this case? Lawyer Xing. What happened to the sudden politeness? He somehow felt like Mr. Yi had changed into someone else, yet couldn't quite figure it out, so he decided to comply with the request and posted a tweet first, tagging Guarding Stars and stating the intention to withdraw the lawsuit against her. Curious internet users. What's happening? Many netizens, including fans, went to Star Domain official blog and Wen Run Studios Weibo for verification, asking for reasons. In the end, Jing Xian appeared in response to Wen Run's message and issued a Weibo post. Studio of Wen Run v. Withdrawing the lawsuit against Guarding Stars is the decision made by Wen Run. Starching should be a beautiful and happy experience where fans grow alongside their idols, and together become better people. Regardless of what Guarding Stars has done, she has already paid for her mistakes and formally apologized for them. Wen Run accepts her apology and therefore decides to drop the lawsuit against her. There's still a long journey ahead, and many beautiful experiences waiting for us. Whether it's Guarding Stars, or our beloved fans of Wen Run, we hope everyone can learn positive and sunny aspects from their idols and grow together into better individuals. This is the true significance of idols' existence. Please #starch rationally and strive to become a better version of yourselves. Chapter 69. Once the Weibo post from Wen Run Studio was released, it immediately sparked a strong resonance. Countless fans and netizens quickly forwarded it. Within just one night, the number of forwards exceeded 1 million. The hashtags #rational starching and #the meaning of idols trended at the top of the hot search list with unprecedented levels of discussion. These two topics not only attracted people inside the circle but also resonated deeply with many non-fans who don't chase stars. They too enthusiastically shared the Weibo post while sharing their own thoughts. Most people expressed appreciation towards the studio and Wen Run's attitude. Often, what people oppose isn't actually the act of starking itself. Even ordinary individuals who don't star chase usually have their own role models or idols. What sets starking apart is that fans love celebrities in the public eye. But this isn't something that should be condemned or seen as shameful. A good idol can grow alongside you, making you feel joy and fulfillment. Years later, when you look back on this youthful phase, your heart will remain gentle. In reality, however, many irrational behaviors of chasing stars have tarnished the neutral term, starking. Many people associate these behaviors with too much toxicity, toxic presence, or bad smells. Therefore, when #rational starching and #the meaning of idols were once again brought up, they stirred profound emotional resonances among countless individuals. Even many non-star chasers jokingly remarked in the comments, if everyone fanned idols like Wen Run, positive energy and correct values, people wouldn't be prejudiced against star chasing. But what's truly feared is mistaking the person to follow. For someone unworthy, one might even lose themselves completely. An anti-example would be Guardian Star. After Wen Run Studio posted an announcement indicating his willingness to accept an apology, many people's disdain for Guardian Star transformed into sympathy. When they revisited her Weibo account, they felt she had been overly punished. Some started voluntarily leaving messages under Guardian Star's posts, hoping she could repent and live better thereafter. Since the main subject involved had chosen forgiveness, the online community had no right to continue dwelling on it. Pengfen, the fandom of Wen Run, were most touched by the situation. Numerous Pengfens left blessings under the heavily criticized tweet made by Guardian Star, overshadowing abusive remarks left by the stars of her fandom, simultaneously reporting all visible third-dimensional information. Although there wasn't much they could do, the Pengfens weren't genuinely fond of this girl who once spread rumors about their idol. However, since Naiwen had chosen to forgive, they decided to follow his lead and strive to become kind, warm-hearted, and wonderful individuals. The actions taken by Wen Run and his studio gained numerous new followers. Be it other fanbases or casual observers, they significantly increased in positive feelings. Naturally, the internet wouldn't harbor a singular voice, those opposed never run out. Some people sarcastically claimed that Wen Run's decision was too saintly, akin to acting like a white lotus, yet such dissenting voices were drowned quickly by both Pengfens and regulars. On the contrary, fervent stars of Guardian increasingly believed that withdrawing litigation indicated collusion between Wen Run and Guardian Star. Despite this, with Wen Run's immense influence now, they couldn't possibly hold their ground. They resorted to posting snide microblogs within their own chat rooms and platforms. Meanwhile, the internet sentiment shifted to discussing #the meaning of idols, almost no one giving them a second glance. For several days, Huo Guanyun paid close attention to online trends. After noticing everyone's focus shifted entirely to the topic of rational starking, away from himself, he sighed in relief but subsequently grew somewhat irritated. All this fuss ended up dressing the wedding for Wen Run. Clutching his teeth tightly, his expression fluctuated uneasily. His agent, having worked with him for years, instantly saw through his thoughts and consoled him, as long as we stay green, we'll never lack firewood. This is only temporary. Once this storm passes, who will remember today's events? You concentrate on recuperating, sign the contract with Lewis in a few days. Whatever said online doesn't matter. What we hold in our hands is real. As long as you maintain your popularity, there'll always be fans. Lewis is the Asia director of the world's top luxury brand, Lewis Premier, whose standards for spokesmen are extremely high. So far, all endorsers have been European-American celebrities. If this collaboration gets finalized, Ho Guanyin will become the first Asian endorser for Lewis Premier. The status of Lewis Premier is more than enough to crush all of Wen Run's current endorsements. In a circle like this, people only care about your strength. As long as you have the ability, whatever you've done in the past, aside from those out to smear you, won't matter much to others. This is an industry where one is judged by success or failure. It's always been pragmatic. Ho Guanyin obviously realized this too. Being the most outstanding individual since childhood, it was natural for him to feel uncomfortable with someone like Wen Run constantly outshining him. But after reflecting, he concluded that no matter how much Wen Run bounced around, his foundation would never be as deep-rooted. Ho Guanyin smiled faintly and said, "Is that assistant all arranged?" "Rest assured." The agent replied, "We've already paid her a gag order, she wouldn't dare to say anything. Just focus on recovering." The two had everything planned out, but they didn't anticipate the major scandal exposed the next day that shattered all their calculations. Guardian Star committed suicide. No one expected her to take such a drastic step after sending her last Weibo post. It was Cold Crow, her only relative and friend, who broke the news early the next morning. During the time when Guardian Star was being surrounded and attacked by Star fans and bystanders alike, Cold Crow had once tried to clear things up for her. She stated that Guardian Star wasn't a professional black fan, emphasizing that she was manipulated by others. However, no one was willing to listen, not just regarding Guardian Star, even she herself nearly got swamped in hatred and almost shut down her account. She hadn't shown up again until that early morning, when she suddenly reappeared. She sent out a tweet mentioning Ho Guanyin Studio, and Ho Guanyin's global fan support group, directly accusing them of being executioners. Cold Crow at Ho Guanyin Studio at Ho Guanyin Global Fan Support Group. You all wanted her dead, now she truly is. You forced her off the cliff, every single one of you is an executioner. The Weibo was accompanied by images from the hospital's operating room, along with screenshots of conversations where Guardian Star had poured her heart out to her. Since the post was made at midnight and directly referenced Ho Guanyin, naturally the first arrivals were Star fans, who, losing their heads, left malicious comments under the tweet, ridiculing her as trying to elicit sympathy. Cold Crow did not bother to argue with them. Half an hour later, she published the entire chronology of events. After Guardian Star sent her last Weibo post, she came to Cold Crow to talk extensively, expressing pain, confusion, and also a sense of relief. At the time, Cold Crow thought she was merely going through another bout of immense pressure and seeking someone to vent to. She knew about Guardian Star's experiences and had been enraged on her behalf, but her own power was too small, especially since they were in different cities, leaving her unable to offer much help. Ultimately, she could only comfort her as she usually did. Later, when Guardian Star's emotions calmed somewhat, she told her that she wished to go to bed early that day, saying goodbye. Cold Crow felt that she seemed somewhat abnormal that day, but assumed she'd let go and was preparing to start anew. However, when she saw Mr. Xing's and Wen Run Studios' Weibo announcement that they intended to withdraw the lawsuit, overjoyed, she sent QQ messages to inform Guardian Star immediately. Yet, there was no response from her friend. She hesitated for a long time between calling her to wake up or leaving it till tomorrow, but eventually decided that Guardian Star would surely want to know the good news sooner rather than later. After 3 hours, she couldn't resist and called her. Only then did she find out that Guardian Star had attempted suicide and had already been rushed to emergency care. After bidding farewell to Cold Crow, she slashed her wrists inside her rental apartment. Perhaps fearing she wouldn't die, she cut vertically, creating deep wounds, soaking them in warm water. Had she not called for help in her final moments, she might have quietly passed away unnoticed inside her rental apartment. These were details Cold Crow learned from medical staff upon arriving at the hospital. At that moment, Guardian Star's parents were still en route, while she, coming from a neighboring city, waited outside the surgery room. Just imagining the scene sent chills down her spine. As for why she determined herself to commit suicide and yet struggled to make a call for help before dying, it was something Cold Crow discovered only after Guardian Star woke up. By that point, Guardian Star had become mentally disoriented due to excessive blood loss. Having endured too many blows within a short period, she feared facing the online hate, feared the judgment of those around her, and dreaded even more informing her parents. Losing her job and potentially facing a lawsuit loomed heavily on her mind. Each issue weighed heavily on her heart, and she dared not reveal even a word. Finally, in her weakness, she chose death as an escape, believing if she died, she wouldn't have to face these issues anymore. While delirious from blood loss, she noticed the brightened phone screen displaying a barrage of messages sent by Cold Crow. Cold Crow said that Wen Run had accepted her apology and was preparing to withdraw the lawsuit against her. She added that there weren't as many people on the internet cursing her anymore, and all those leaks of her real-world information had been reported and deleted. At last, she mentioned that when the weekend came, she would visit from the neighboring city to help her take a break and start anew. Start anew. What a beautiful phrase. The dazed, guardian star woke up immediately. She thought of her elderly parents, and her lost will to survive struggled back. Suddenly, she didn't want to die like this. If she died, only her family and close friends would grieve for her. With the little remaining consciousness she had left, she called emergency services. After several hours of emergency treatment, Guardian Star pulled through and regained consciousness. Her parents and friends were by her side, crying tears of joy. The Weibo post, Cold Crow, sent while Guardian Star was being treated again redirected everyone's attention back to Huguanyin. The internet's memory is always short-lived, one trending topic can quickly change direction. But if another shocking piece of news emerges, attention can instantly be drawn back. Netizens obsessed with debating the meaning of idols remembered once more what Huguanyin's studio had done. A life nearly slipping away rekindled their anger, causing them to aim criticism directly at Huguanyin. Especially those fans who supported Huguanyin, they had spread rumors attacking Wen Run earlier, but after the truth came out, they shifted their focus to attack Guardian Star, accusing her of retaliating unfairly. Even after Wen Run chose to forgive, they sarcastically suggested there must have been some kind of deal between the two. Previously, their actions had slipped past unnoticed due to diverted attention, but when these incidents resurfaced in front of the public, it stirred genuine outrage against them. Huguanyin's studio and Huguanyin himself could not escape responsibility for leading fans to do all these things. The good reputation and image Huguanyin had built since his child actor days completely collapsed at that moment. Quite a few people even believed he might be too young but far too malicious, fearing that his continued activity would twist the values of his fans and lead to negative influences. There was an outcry for him to be blacklisted. This call for his blacklisting received widespread support, and several influential official accounts on Weibo were tagged with the message, "A person like this doesn't deserve to be a star, they should return to school and get re-educated." When Huguanyin, recovering in the hospital, saw the updates in the news, he felt a chill run down his spine. He threw his medicine at the agent and yelled, "Didn't you say nothing would happen? Where's the PR team? Are they dead? Tell them to take down the trending topics." Just as the agent was about to inform him that the trending topics couldn't be removed, his phone rang. Hesitating briefly, he answered it. On the other end was Lewis's assistant, who apologetically yet firmly informed him that Lewis had already learned of the recent news. Their collaboration would be cancelled, and there was no need for either party to schedule any further meetings. Thinking to keep this information hidden from Huguanyin temporarily, the agent's phone wouldn't stop ringing. Annoyed, he hung up one call, but another immediately started ringing. When the caller ID flashed Huguanyin's father's name, he had no choice but to hand over the phone. "Uncle is calling." Pale-faced, Huguanyin took the phone. His father did not say much, nor offered any comfort. His voice dripped with suppressed anger and disappointment as he declared Huguanyin's fate word by word, "I've already spoken with Director Yuan, you won't be playing in Taipingjiao. I've arranged for a foreign university. Once your injuries heal, you're leaving the country. And regarding your cousin, he isn't suitable as your manager anymore. I've assigned a new broker to take over. Follow his instructions." And with that, he ended the call abruptly. Huguanyin's father and mother were veteran artists who had devoted their entire lives to the performing arts. Both cherished their professional integrity and were highly regarded in the industry. They never imagined that nearing the end of their careers, their son would destroy decades of hard work. Staring blankly at the disconnected call interface, Huguanyin's heart grew colder by the second. Frantically, he opened his phone and logged into Weibo, where he saw posts all over the platform detailing how the senior Huas appeared publicly to apologize, and how they visited Guardian Star, seeking forgiveness. His proud parents, who had bent low before reporters in apology for failing to raise their child well, bore all the curses and attacks without resistance. The stubborn Huguanyin who refused to admit fault suddenly teared up. Only at this moment did he truly feel regret, more regret than ever before. He couldn't stand being overshadowed by Wen Run all the time, because he had always been the best, just like his parents. He couldn't tolerate tarnishing their reputation by not being good enough. In everything he did, he strived for perfection. But over time, his ambition drove him to increasingly extreme actions. Now, not only had he undone all his past efforts, but he also dragged his parents into cleaning up his mess. Huguanyin covered his face with his hands, tears spilling out from between his fingers. He wasn't exceptional at all, in fact, he had become a stain on his parents' reputation. He was wrong. Chapter 70. Huguanyin logged onto his Weibo account, scrolling through the comments one by one. Now, most of the comments under his posts were filled with abuse about how hypocritical and malicious he was, while only a small portion of his fans continued to stand by him, believing he wouldn't do such things and waiting patiently for his explanation. With a bitter laugh, Huguanyin felt for the first time like the hypocritical bastard described in those comments. His shining aura had lasted for too many years. When he first entered the entertainment industry, he truly treasured every fan. But as time passed, and as he gained more, his gaze shifted further ahead. Instead, those who had always supported him faded from his view. He once again clicked into Guarding Star's Weibo account. That girl's Weibo was entirely related to him. In her latest post, boxes of merchandise were stacked together, and he even spotted his very first album among them, an experimental work from several years ago that hadn't been well received or sold well. Yet, he saw in the screenshot an entire box of that same album. She had followed his steps wholeheartedly, yet he had so easily exploited and abandoned her. Those people were right, he didn't deserve to be an idol. He ordered his agent out and remained silently in the hospital room for a long time before decisively editing a Weibo post, closing his eyes briefly before pressing send. Guanyan v. Regarding everything that happened after my fall from horseback, I sincerely apologize here. All of this was caused by my selfishness, and I am sorry. The accident happened because of my own misjudgment. However, driven by jealousy, I instructed my assistant to intentionally mislead at Guarding Stars, leading her to spread rumors against it when run. Out of jealousy, I hurt a colleague who has always been tolerant towards me, as well as the fans who have been protecting me. It was wrong of me, and I have become aware of my mistake. Here, I solemnly apologize to it when run and at Guarding Stars. I'm really sorry. I don't expect you to forgive me, I only hope this can convey my apology. You are right, I indeed don't deserve to be an idol. After all these years in the entertainment industry, I have lost my original intentions. There is still much I need to learn. Therefore, starting today, I commit to formally retiring from the entertainment world and will go abroad for further studies. My return date is uncertain. To the stars who still trust me and wait for my explanation, I'm sorry for disappointing you. I am not a good idol and am unworthy of your support. Thank you for accompanying me all these years. After Guanyan's Weibo post went up, many people were dumbfounded. Although they had criticized him, they hadn't expected him to leave the circle so easily. Those loyal Stars fans who stayed behind went wild, crying and begging in the comments section. Some ridiculed him, others sighed at his departure, and there were those who genuinely wanted him to stay. Guanyan did not turn off the comments. He watched as they rapidly increased, then made another call to his father. Perhaps upon seeing his Weibo post, his father's anger subsided a bit, though fatigue could not be concealed from his voice. Have you thought it through? Yes, I've thought it all through. Guanyan took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry, it was me who brought shame to you. I will personally apologize. Once everything settles down, I'll go abroad. His father's voice softened slightly and said, all right, Dad will accompany you. The next day, Guanyan and the host quietly went to the hospital where Guarding Stars was staying. Her parents were also present. After learning about the identities of Guanyan and his family, they were momentarily stunned, their expressions neither favorable nor overly hostile. They only had one daughter, who had grown up without incident until she nearly lost her life due to a celebrity. They found it hard to forgive the perpetrator. But the mood of Guarding Stars herself seemed fine, neither jubilant nor hateful. Having walked through life and death, having been forgiven by others, she had learned to forgive as well, achieving a certain level of inner peace. Guanyan sincerely apologized to her, and she accepted it. As a gesture of apology, when Guanyan left, he paid for all of Guarding Stars' future medical expenses. After leaving the hospital, Guanyan sent his parents off on a plane. He returned alone to Y City and went back to the film set. The filming crew continued to operate in an orderly fashion. After Hua's decision to leave for studies abroad, Hua's father personally visited director Yuan and recommended another artist capable enough to replace Guanyan's role. Although Guanyan's scenes would need to be res-hot, it minimized any major impact on the production team. On this visit, Guanyan first went to apologize to director Yuan. Director Yuan maintained his usual stance of disinterest in unnecessary disputes. He merely accepted Hua's apology and said indifferently, your role has already been replaced by someone your father arranged. The actor's compensation has been cut in half, and your penalty fee has been paid. After speaking, he continued to monitor the screens. Guanyan watched him walk away and then looked at Wenrun who was still filming. He waited on the side. As some staff members passed by, they sneaked glances at him, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity, quietly questioning why he had come back to the set. Guanyan heard them and gave a bitter laugh as he observed Wenrun filming from afar. He had always thought that he wasn't far behind Wenrun, and because of his family background, he should even be stronger than Wenrun. After all, Wenrun's success today was merely due to good luck. However, when he now viewed things without bias, he realized just how much more talented Wenrun truly was compared to him. Whether it was in character or acting skills, Wenrun was clearly a step above him. Guanyan stood alone to one side, waiting until Wenrun finished filming before stepping forward to stop him. Surprised, Wenrun stopped and looked at him questioningly, what is it? Guanyan's face flushed red as he struggled to apologize after several tries, I've come to say sorry. I'm sorry. Wenrun's eyebrows slightly moved. Seeing Guanyan's sincere expression, he knew this wasn't an act and nodded, let bygones be bygones. I didn't suffer any real harm. In fact, Guanyan's failed scheme had only pushed Wenrun forward even further. He disliked him simply because of his behavior towards his fans. Now that Guanyan had realized his mistakes, Wenrun no longer cared to dwell on it. Although he accepted the apology, Wenrun still couldn't warm up to Guanyan. Their relationship had never been particularly close in the first place, so there wasn't much to discuss. After apologizing, Guanyan left the set, and Wenrun rested for a moment before resuming filming. Since 5 in the morning, he hadn't taken much of a break. Wanting to finish shooting for the day as soon as possible, he planned to return home early to spend the last day with Yi Hansheng. The film crew changed roles midway through, requiring all previous scenes to be reshooted. Progress was rushed, leaving Wenrun unable to spare time to accompany Yi Hansheng. Meanwhile, new developments arose on the Yi side, meaning Yi Hansheng would stay one final night at the hotel before returning to B City. Rushing against time, Wenrun completed all his scenes past midnight. Changing into casual clothes and barely removing his makeup, he hurriedly headed to the hotel where Yi Hansheng was staying. Yi Hansheng was dealing with official business in his room and, seeing him come at such an hour, turned off his computer, poured him a cup of lukewarm water, and affectionately rebuked him. "Didn't I tell you not to come if the set was too busy?" Wenrun's eyes gleamed brightly, his demeanor slightly stubborn. "I wanted to come." If both were busy, they might not see each other again for at least 2 or 3 months, so Wenrun wished to spend more time with him. After saying this, he sniffed his nose, closing his eyes like a cat catching the scent of fish. "What smells so delicious?" "It's chicken soup that I asked Yu Biao to bring over, kept warm all along." Yi Hansheng pinched his nose gently and smiled. "Sit down, I'll bring it over." Wenrun didn't listen. Setting down the water cup, he followed him closely, scooping out 2 bowls of soup before bringing them out, sitting across from him while they each sipped slowly. The taste of the chicken soup was incredibly fresh, but it didn't compare to the sweetness in Wenrun's heart. Sipping a bit of the soup, he glanced at Yi Hansheng, his mouth curving high, dimples appearing faintly, looking both adorable and captivating. Yi Hansheng breathed deeply, finishing his own bowl, and then leaned closer, licking his lips as he said, "I've finished mine. Should I pour you another bowl?" Wenrun placed down his bowl and offered. "No need." Yi Hansheng wheeled himself closer, suddenly leaning over to capture his lips with a smile on his face, murmuring, "I'll taste yours myself." Wenrun tilted his head back slightly, cooperating fully as Yi Hansheng kissed him, his arms around his neck almost unconsciously. Their kiss was filled with the sweet taste of the chicken soup. After a long, lingering kiss ended, Yi Hansheng nudged his ear softly, laughing lightly. "Your soup tastes sweeter than mine." Wenrun, being rather shy, couldn't argue with him. With a touch of irritation, he glanced at him, taking both empty bowls to tidy up. That evening, Wenrun stayed at the hotel. Yi Hansheng had an early flight. After sending Wenrun back to the set, he made his way to the airport. A few days after returning to B City, Yi Hansheng received a message from Gu Senian asking if he wanted to visit Yi Makai at the hospital. It seemed there would be a dramatic confrontation that day. Thinking it over briefly, he decided to go. Not seeing Yi Makai's expression after learning the truth would be too great a pity. After over half a month, Yi Makai's stroke condition had improved considerably. His mouth wasn't drooping noticeably, and as long as he spoke slowly, it was hard to notice any abnormalities. He stayed in a VIP ward where Chiu Jihe and Yi Qiurui took turns caring for him. Now that he no longer had the energy to oversee Yi Group, and Yi Qiudong was in jail, despite all his efforts, he couldn't get him out. He had no choice but to temporarily hand over the massive Yi Group to Yi Qiurui for management. However, Yi Group was now on its last legs, barely surviving on the strength of its past foundation. When Yi Hansheng arrived at the ward, he heard Chiu Jihe speaking gently about Yi Qiudong's life in prison. The evidence against Yi Qiudong was irrefutable, leaving no room for alteration, compounded by public opinion pressure, making it impossible for anyone to cut a deal. They could only hire a lawyer and hope for leniency during the court trial. As Yu Biao wheeled him in, Yi Hansheng sneered and turned his gaze toward Yi Makai lying on the bed. Yi Makai frowned unhappily. He instinctively wanted to vent his anger but remembered the doctor's advice and managed to suppress his temper, saying, "Do you even know why you've come?" "There are too many matters in the company," Yi Hansheng replied coldly without paying heed to his anger. "Managing both Xingyu and Hengxi takes all my time." Yi Makai paused, puzzled. "Hengxi? What do you mean?" Yi Hansheng looked at him with mockery. "It means exactly what you think. Hengxi Real Estate, a new rising star that emerged suddenly in recent years, specializes in commercial real estate just like Yi Group and has developed rapidly. In merely a few short years, it had become a formidable rival of Yi Group. Especially during the recent setbacks caused by negative publicity that dragged Yi Group down with crashing stock prices, Hengxi Real Estate snatched several projects originally owned by Yi Group, raking in substantial profits. The president of Hengxi Real Estate was a cunning middle-aged man who Yi Makai had interacted with several times before, regarding him as a thorn in his side. Yet, behind the scenes, Hengxi was controlled by Yi Hansheng. Staring incredulously at his calm eldest son, Yi Makai stammered furiously, You vile son." Yi Qiurui also wore an expression of shock. After taking charge of Yi Group, she planned to find an opportunity to meet with Hengxi's president, hoping to cooperate to stabilize the crumbling Yi Group. But she didn't expect the person behind Hengxi to be Yi Hansheng. Frowning, she said, "Brother, this is going too far. Yi Group is the 100-year-old foundation of our family. Get out." Yi Makai grabbed a cup nearby and threw it at him angrily, yelling, "Leave now. I have no such son." Yu Biao deftly caught the cup and placed it aside, then stepped back behind Yi Hansheng. Unfazed, Yi Hansheng even gave a light-hearted smile. "I thought you already disowned me long ago." He then glanced at the enraged Yi Makai and added meaningfully, "No, to be precise, you no longer have any sons. Infuriated, Yimakai moved to press the bell to summon the nurse to evict them, but before he could act, a knock came at the door. Shio-jiha went to open it and found 2 police officers standing there with a nurse. Shio-jiha's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding rising in her chest as she hesitated and asked, "What is this about? Who among you is Shio-jiha?" One of the officers scanned the room briefly before returning his focus to her and showing his badge. "We need you to come with us for investigation." Shio-jiha took a startled step backward, forcing a smile. "Could you please tell me what needs investigating?" Stepping forward at this moment, Ichirue stood protectively in front of her mother, dissatisfied as she asked, "What exactly are you investigating?" Seeing their reluctance to comply, the 2 officers sternly stated, "Our investigation indicates that Shio-jiha had an affair with deceased Zhou. Since there are still questions surrounding Zhou's death, we need you to come with us." Shio-jiha stumbled slightly, her face turning deathly pale. From behind came a loud crash. Yimakai had knocked into a bedside cabinet, but paid no heed to the pain. His voice trembling fiercely, he demanded, "What did you just say? Say it again." "Shio-jiha had an affair with deceased Zhou. We need her to accompany us for investigation," repeated the officers, aware of the Yi family's influence but resolute in repeating themselves. With 2 police officers flanking her left and right, Shio-jiha was escorted downstairs, leaving Ichirue with a racing heart. She alternated her gaze between her mother being taken away by the police and her father wavering precariously. Taking a deep breath, she supported Yimakai, soothing him, "Dad, sit down first. It might just be a misunderstanding." Yimakai shoved her away forcefully, his bloodshot eyes fixed sharply on Yi Hanqing, who appeared indifferent, demanding through gritted teeth, "How much do you know?" Yi Hanqing raised an eyebrow, smirking mockingly at him, "I know too much. Which part would you like to hear?" "It was you." Yimakai was chilled to the bone by his smirk, muttering uneasily, "Did you?" Yi Hanqing scoffed, "I don't have the ability to let your true love and capable subordinate get together. Are you not curious about how many years they've been messing around behind your back?" As he spoke, he suddenly leaned closer to Yimakai, his tone filled with intense malice as he enunciated each word. "They climbed into bed a year before Yi Churing was born, behind your back. Tell me. Isn't this your karma?" Chapter 71. His eyes were full of mockery and hatred, Yi Hanqing's sharp gaze like a pointed blade, peeling away layer by layer the filth hidden beneath the surface of light. Yimakai's eyes were wide open, his chest heaving violently as heavy breaths carried an air of deep despair. He straightened his spine again, putting some distance between them. Yi Hanqing even took the time to smooth out the wrinkles on his hospital gown before pressing the bedside call button for him. "You must take care of yourself," he whispered with a curl at the corner of his lips. "You haven't paid off all your debts yet, the show has just begun, you must live long and well." Yi Hanqing turned the wheelchair back slightly, addressing Yu Biao who stood nearby. "Let's go, we'll visit Chairman Yi next time." Yu Biao had been forced to watch a dramatic family feud and quickly wheeled him out upon hearing this, knowing too many of the boss's private matters was not beneficial. "Stop right there." Seeing herself ignored, Yi Chirue's face turned pale with anger as she blocked the doorway and questioned, "Did Zhongling come see you?" She knew how Zhongling, that coward, suddenly found a great lawyer, dared to insist on divorce, and quickly left the country. It was clear that Yi Hanqing had intervened. Casually brushing away non-existent dust from his shirt, Yi Hanqing looked at her with cold and solemn eyes. With an almost amused expression, he said, "He did come to me, and I hired his divorce lawyer." He tapped lightly on the armrest of the wheelchair and spoke gently. "He is currently in America. They say he can't afford meals and has to wander homeless on the streets. Would you like me to send you to be reunited with him? It's often said that when a couple works together, nothing can stop them. Maybe then you wouldn't have to sleep on the street." Yi Chirue shivered, retreating 2 steps, startled by his gaze. Though smiling, the look in his eyes seemed sinister, as if an evil spirit had risen from the 18 layers of hell, ready to tear off his facade of kindness and pounce, devouring her and the Yi family whole. "My affairs are none of your business." Yi Chirue moved aside the door, inching closer to the bedside. Yi Hanqing gave her a derisive glance, signaling Yu Biao to leave. Behind him, everything in the hospital room faded into oblivion. Though the Yi family was clearly about to suffer retribution, he didn't feel the happiness he imagined he would. The past of the Yi family felt like a toxic vine coiled around his body, tightening night and day, feeding on his blood, causing him unbearable pain. Yet now, as he severed the vine with his own hands, there was only endless frustration and nausea. An oppressive feeling clogged his chest, unable to rise or fall. Annoyed, Yi Hanqing rhythmically drummed on the armrests, the pace quickening as he suppressed his almost out-of-control emotions. This suffocating sensation made him want to destroy something to relieve his irritation. At this moment, his phone abruptly rang from inside his pocket. His thoughts were interrupted. Pulling out his phone, he saw a WeChat message from Wenruan. "Today my assistant bought me some flour cake, it tastes especially good. I sent 2 boxes to your office, remember to check for it equals 3 smiley face." Attached to the text was a selfie he had taken while biting into a flour cake. In the photo, Wenruan still wore his costume, laughing warmly with crescent-shaped eyes and faint dimples peeking through. Unknowingly due to growing another year older, his youthful charm had faded somewhat since their first meeting, bearing the appearance of a handsome young adult now. But no matter what form he took, Yi Hanqing softened at the mere sight of him. Touching the screen close to the young man's photo, the oppression in Yi Hanqing's chest slowly dissipated. He was like a sudden ray of light entering his world, harmonious and warm, always appearing in time whenever the darkness lurking in his heart stirred, pulling him back to earth with the most tender words. Saving the picture, Yi Hanqing sent him a reply, "All right. Take care during filming, /kiss kiss." Having received the reply, Wenrun massaged his heated earlobes before sending a kiss emoji back. Then after finishing the rest of the flower cake in 2 bites, he wiped his hands and continued shooting. After Yi Hanqing left, an eerie silence enveloped the hospital room. Leaning half against the head of the bed, Yi Makai allowed the nurse to examine him with a blank expression. In front of his eyes, Yi Hanqing's face kept flickering, that youthful countenance filled with hatred and disgust for him. His gaze fell on him like a fierce beast's, eager to bite several bloody holes into him. The blood in his veins gradually cooled, and for the first time, Yi Makai strongly felt the intense animosity his eldest son held toward him. He had always believed that the conflict between him and Yi Hanqing was due to the latter's youth and black and white mindset. As he grew older and settled down with a family, he would understand the common flaws of men, and the natural bond between father and son. After all, he was still a person of the Yi family. He would understand, sooner or later, how foolish it was to dwell on a dead person and forsake the vast Yi family just for that. But today, Yi Hanqing had personally torn away the last shred of pretense between them. He clearly told him, not only had he not let go of his mother's death, but he was also meticulously planning his revenge against his enemies. Moreover, he harbored hatred toward his own flesh and blood father, and even against the Yi family itself. Neither the Yi family nor the Yi corporation would be spared by him. Yi Makai sneered suddenly, muttering to himself, "You'll regret this." Yi Qiurui, noticing his abnormal demeanor, cautiously stepped forward, pouring a glass of warm water and offering it to him. "Dad, don't get upset. Big brother has always been like this." She didn't finish her sentence before Yi Makai violently knocked the glass out of her hand. It shattered into pieces, splashing water all over the floor. Yi Makai roared in a fierce voice, "Did you know about this earlier?" Yi Qiurui's expression froze for a moment, but she quickly masked it, forcing a smile. "Dad, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Yi Makai shoved her aside, coldly laughing, "You've known this all along, haven't you? And you helped that woman hide it from me, isn't that right? Fine, fine, you truly are my good daughter." He glared fiercely at his visibly tense daughter, growing increasingly furious. Teeth gritted, he said with resentment, "Does Chuding know too? Have you all been hiding this from me?" His voice suddenly halted as he remembered Yi Hanqing's words. "You've long lost your son. They got into bed together a year before Chuding was born. A year before. Yi Chuding." Yi Makai's eyes widened slowly, turning his head gradually to look at Yi Qiurui, whose face bore obvious signs of guilt. A possibility began to form in his mind. Yi Makai abruptly clutched his chest, curling up in pain, emitting heavy gasps from his throat. Yi Qiurui assumed he was distressed by memories of their mother's infidelity and rushed forward to comfort him. But once again, Yi Makai shoved her away with force. His face contorted, his eyes bloodshot, he wildly grabbed the vase on the table and threw it at her, cursing, "Go away. Get out of here." Yi Qiurui narrowly avoided the vase, which shattered loudly on the ground into countless pieces. Trembling after looking at the porcelain shards on the ground, she took a cautious step backward while still soothing him, "Dad, I'm leaving. Don't get upset. I'll leave now. Get out." Breathing heavily, Yi Makai searched for the medicine bottle on the table, swallowing a few pills directly. The erratic beating of his heart slowed down somewhat. Regaining his breath, Yi Makai picked up his phone and called his secretary. An hour later, the secretary arrived at the hospital room. The mess caused by the previous chaos had been cleaned up thoroughly, leaving no trace of the conflict. The secretary stood respectfully at the bedside. "Mr. Yi, may I assist you with anything?" Leaning against the headboard, Yi Makai looked much more haggard, his temples throbbing faintly. Yet besides himself, there was no one else he could trust. "How is the company doing?" The secretary hesitated, unsure whether he should speak frankly. "I need the truth." Yi Makai glanced coldly at him and spoke firmly. "Not good." The secretary hesitated further, not daring to make eye contact. "Rui Mao's funds have fallen short, and Director Yi is trying to raise capital. Rui Mao was Yi Corporation's largest project currently, which had been under development for over 2 years. According to the original plan, it was intended to become the largest mall in City B, with significant amounts of money already invested in design and bidding processes. Half the mall had already been constructed when problems arose within Yi Corporation. Pulling out wasn't an option anymore, so they were struggling to raise the necessary funds urgently, hoping to complete the project soon to recover liquidity. Yi Makai closed his eyes momentarily, a sense of exhaustion overwhelming him. His eyelids drooped listlessly as he continued, "How is Director Yi performing in the company?" The secretary carefully gauged his expression but couldn't figure out what he wanted to hear. Thus, he answered cautiously, "The board of directors seems dissatisfied." Yi Makai twitched his facial muscles, unsure what expression he should make. Among his 4 children, the most capable one was undoubtedly Yi Hanqing, followed by Yi Qiurui. However, Yi Qiurui was overly ambitious, lacked courage, and had poor foresight, making him never regard her as a suitable successor. The heir he always favored was Yi Hansheng. However, at this point, who took over Yi Corporation might not matter much. Deep down, he vaguely realized that if Yi Hansheng really was the mastermind behind Hanshi Real Estate, then Yi Corporation wouldn't escape unscathed. Moreover, now aside from Yi Chirue, there was no one else who could take over the Yi Corporation. Swallowing back what he had originally intended to say, he didn't bring up the matter of replacing Yi Chirue again. Yi Makai then brought up another issue: you find someone to go to the prison and figure out a way to obtain Yi Chiring's DNA, then send it for a paternity test. Regardless of the method you use, it needs to be done quickly. The secretary's heart leapt, cold sweat pouring down his back. He hadn't expected that Yi Makai would suddenly call him for this kind of task. Although the secretary was deeply trusted by Yi Makai, it was all business-related matters. Such private affairs were usually handled by Zhou Xiu. But Zhou Xiu was already dead. The secretary agreed with a sweat-drenched head. After seeing that Yi Makai had no other instructions, he hurriedly left the hospital room and looked at the clear blue sky outside, letting out a soft breath of relief. It seemed like he needed to find another master soon. As Yi Corporation was facing turbulent times, and Yi Makai was even assigning such tasks to him, he definitely did not want to meet the same end as Zhou Xiu. After pulling some strings, the secretary managed to get a sample of Yi Chiring's hair, and along with Yi Makai's sample, sent both for the paternity test. By the third day, they had received the results. The results were sealed in a brown paper bag, which he dared not peek into. Then, he drove back to the hospital. In the ward, only Yi Makai was present. The secretary carefully held out the brown paper bag and handed it to Yi Makai. Receiving it, Yi Makai gazed emotionlessly at it for a moment before reaching to untie the corded loop. Even though he'd anticipated this, when he pulled out the report, Yi Makai's fingers still trembled. His teeth clenched tightly as he slowly extracted the report. The first thing on the conclusion page read, excluded the father-son relationship between Yi Makai and Yi Chiring. A sudden darkness blurred his vision, and the report slipped from his hand onto the floor. Clutching onto the wall, Yi Makai barely kept himself upright. Bent over, his face shifted through several emotions before settling into a calmness born out of fury. After a long time, he turned around and told the anxious secretary, you arrange for another test for Yi Chirue. Just as the secretary was about to agree, he saw Yi Makai suddenly close his eyes and collapse straight down. The secretary had no time for anything else. He hastily went out and called the doctors and nurses inside. Yi Makai was carried on a stretcher and rushed into the emergency room. Upon hearing the news, Yi Chirue approached the secretary standing outside the operating room door and had a flicker of ominous foreboding. She raised her chin and asked, "What happened? Why are you here?" The secretary lowered his head, feeling regretful for getting entangled in this family drama while maintaining respectfulness. "Mr. Yi instructed me to come." "What did Mr. Yi ask you to do?" "Didn't I tell you already that since Mr. Yi isn't well, none of you should bother him and report to me first?" Yi Chirue said angrily. "Just take a look yourself." The secretary handed her the brown paper bag from his chest. Confused, Yi Chirue took it and pulled out the papers inside. Upon seeing the conclusion on top, her complexion instantly changed. "When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me?" 3 days ago, Mr. Yi forbade me from telling anyone." 3 days ago. Yi Chirue recalled, it was exactly the day Yi Hansheng came. Her mind raced, thinking how to resolve this situation. However, with everything tangled together like jumbled yarns, she simply couldn't sort them out. "What else did Mr. Yi tell you?" The secretary hesitated a moment before replying, "To investigate your DNA too." Hearing this, Yi Chirue wasn't overly surprised. She thought for a bit, getting a paternity test might actually work to her advantage. Yi Chiring was undoubtedly abandoned already. And Yi Hansheng had already broken ties. That left her as her father's sole option. Her lips curled slightly upward, Yi Chirue said, "We'll wait until Mr. Yi wakes up for the testing. You can leave for now." The secretary more than willingly left. Alone outside the operating room door, Yi Chirue was deep in thought about how to clean herself off after her father got discharged. It was probably impossible to save Yi Chiring. But her mother had been with her father for many years, so she might still beg appropriately on her behalf. As for anything further, she'd have to plot once she had full control of the Yi Corporation. She planned things meticulously, but she didn't expect the person being wheeled out from the surgery room to be a paralyzed, distorted version of Yi Makai. The drastic ups and downs of his emotions, coupled with the shock of the paternity test, meant luck no longer favored Yi Makai. After this fainting episode, he never stood up again. A severe stroke left his entire lower body paralyzed. He couldn't even control his bladder and bowels. His remaining life would only be spent lying on a hospital bed, relying on caregivers to see him through. After waking up, Yi Makai's face was grotesquely distorted with rage. He frantically beat his legs that had lost sensation, screaming incoherently. Yi Chirue attempted to console him but was frightened by the wild look in his eyes, shrinking back a step before managing to maintain a calm voice and saying, "Dad, the doctor said that as long as you keep your emotions level and persist with rehabilitation therapy, there will still be a chance for recovery." Yi Makai stopped his movements, giving her a sidelong glance, curling his lips, then falling expressionless as he lowered his head again. Chapter 72. Yi Makai had a dream. He dreamed of the time right after he got married to Gusiyu. Back then, under family pressure, he had no choice but to break up with his first love Chiojiha and married Gusiyu instead. Although it was a forced marriage, there was no denying that Gusiyu was well brought up by her family. She was gentle, generous, and a good homemaker. During the early days of their marriage, before he reconciled with Chiojiha, they actually got along quite well. Though not driven by the heat of romantic love, everything was filled with warmth. In fact, Gusiyu was truly suited for domestic life. But back then, he was upset inside, only caring about Chiojiha and easily ignoring this short but warm period of time. Later, when he found Chiojiha and kept her outside, he increasingly failed to notice Gusiyu's merits, thinking she was too stiff and uninteresting, lacking even half of Chiojiha's tenderness. Their relationship became purely perfunctory. However, at this moment in the dream recalling the past, Yamaukai realized that he began to yearn for those brief yet warm times. His chest tightened with pain as Yamaukai gasped and opened his eyes. The morning light outside the window was just beginning to brighten. The hospital room was quiet, only the regular dripping sound of the instruments could be heard. After pinching his temples, Yamaukai let out a wistful sigh. This was the first time in 5 years that he had dreamed of Gusiyu. He thought he had already forgotten her appearance, yet in the dream, every smile and frown was vividly recalled. She was a simple and gentle woman. Yet all these years, his eyes were only on Chiojiha. For the sake of Chiojiha and her son, he neglected his legal wife and children, putting all his attention on her. For the first time, he felt a strong sense of regret. If it were Gusiyu, she would have never betrayed him. If Gusiyu were still around, the Ye family would certainly be harmonious, and even Ye company would rise further under Ye Hanqing's hands, rather than struggling on the brink of collapse. Family harmony, career success, none of that would have happened if not for Chiojiha and her bastard child infuriating him to a stroke. Yamaukai's face contorted as endless hatred welled up from within him. It was all because of Chiojiha, this despicable woman, that he had fallen to such a state. He swore he would never let her off. Yamaukai lay in bed for a long time until dawn broke, when the nurses started working. Only then did he call the guards from the Ye family mansion over. When the guards came, they also pushed in a wheelchair. After the doctor finished the examination, Yamaukai ordered the guards to move him into the wheelchair. With 2 guards supporting him on either side, he was helped towards the wheelchair. His paralyzed legs dragged helplessly on the ground, giving him a strange and humiliating sensation. Yamaukai closed his eyes, needing a while to barely accept the reality. Gripping the armrests tightly, the drooping skin on his face formed deep creases, making Yamaukai look even more grim. To the Ye Tower. The guard pushed him down and drove him to Ye Tower. This was the first time he visited the Ye Tower since his illness. Perhaps his state of mind had changed, so even this skyscraper that had stood firm for many years seemed now to exude an oppressive aura. 2 guards accompanied him upstairs. Some employees who saw him initially looked shocked, then respectfully greeted him. Yamaukai went straight-faced to the floor where Ye Chirue worked. Ye Chirue was approving documents in her office. With the continuous problems happening in the Ye family, the company accumulated numerous issues. Added to this, after Yamaukai suffered a stroke, she felt inexplicably fearful, so she conveniently claimed she was too busy with work and reduced her trips to the hospital. Unexpectedly, Yamaukai arrived himself. Seeing her father sitting in the wheelchair looking much older, Ye Chirue momentarily showed panic in her eyes, but quickly concealed it, replacing it with an expression of concern as she welcomed him in. "Dad, how did you suddenly leave the hospital? If you needed me, you could have just called." Not yet very proficient in maneuvering the wheelchair, Yamaukai circled the office once before pulling up the corners of his lips and smiling faintly. "You're too busy, and I happen to have some things to discuss with you, so I came." Ye Chirue poured him a cup of tea. "What is it, Dad?" Yamaukai took a sip of tea, his turbid pupils fixed on her as he abruptly turned to the guards. "Both of you go outside and wait at the door." Following orders, the 2 guards left the room, causing Ye Chirue to feel increasingly uneasy. "There's no need to be so nervous," said Yamaukai. "You are my biological daughter, I wouldn't do anything to harm you." He deliberately emphasized the word biological, revealing a cold and sinister gaze. Not long after regaining consciousness, Ye Chirue brought over the results of their parentage test. Although it proved a blood relation, Yamaukai didn't seem particularly happy about it. On the contrary, his gaze on her was occasionally shadowed with coldness and malice. Ye Chirue could only give him a forced smile in response. "I came today because I just want to have a sincere conversation with you," Yamaukai said, putting down his teacup and staring steadily at her. "Suppose you had to choose between me and your mother, who would you choose?" Ye Chirue twitched involuntarily as she met his chilling eyes and blurted out without hesitation, "Of course it's you." Yamaukai gave an odd chuckle. "Then why did you help that despicable woman deceive me for so many years?" Unable to answer smoothly, Ye Chirue's uneasiness deepened. Yamaukai seemed particularly off today. "Never mind, I don't plan to bring up the past," Yamaukai gestured grandly with his hand, softening somewhat. "I'll give you another chance." "What do you mean?" Ye Chirue dared not let down her guard, cautiously probing. Yamaukai did not answer her directly. Instead, he continued, "You've seen it. Your elder brother hates me and the Yi family down to the bone. Jia has become a vegetable, and the Yi family has only you left. Yet Chirue's heartbeat gradually accelerated. She couldn't believe that the wish buried in her heart for so many years might be fulfilled today. Swallowing hard, yet Chirue tried to maintain her composure, saying, "Father, stop saying that, the Yi family still has you to lean on, doesn't it? I'm old, nearly unable to support it any longer." Yamao Kai's eyes dimmed slightly, but his face maintained a gentle smile. "The Yi family will eventually be handed over to you." Before Yechirue could react, he quickly added, "But..." A heaviness weighed on Yechirue as she heard him go on, "With a mother like yours, I simply can't trust you." Yamao Kai looked at his dazed daughter like a kind father and smiled. That despicable woman committed such atrocious deeds. The Yi family cannot accommodate her or that illegitimate child. As long as they are alive, they will disgrace our family. His keen eyes never left Yechirue's expressions as he slowly said, "As the successor of Yi Corporation, you should understand the bigger picture, right?" Yechirue's dull eyes rotated sluggishly until she finally noticed the cruel intent hidden in Yamao Kai's eyes. Then, she understood what he meant by giving another chance from the beginning. He was using Yi Corporation to force her to choose between him and her mother. If she chose him, Yi Corporation would be hers. If she chose her mother and younger brother. Yet Chirue didn't know what the outcome would be, nor dared to imagine it. Forcing a stiff smile onto her rigid face, yet Chirue managed to say with effort, "I understand what you mean. Whether for the Yi family or Yi Corporation, your daughter stands firmly on your side and won't do anything foolish anymore." "Very good," Yamao Kai responded contentedly with a laugh. "I originally prepared 3% of shares which were supposed to leave to you after my death. Anyway, it's no use to me now. Let's transfer it to you within these few days." An eerie grin creased on the aged face as Yamao Kai approvingly regarded her. "And the rest of the shares, if you perform well, father will leave them all to you too." Hearing this, Yechirue rejoiced, and her strained smile became more sincere. "Thank you, Dad. I will not disappoint you." Yamao Kai patted her hand and called the bodyguard inside. "Go back to your work. I'll go see your mom." Yechirue momentarily paused her smile, then quickly concealed it and cooperated in creating a scene of filial piety and parental kindness. "In that case, I'll see you out." After leaving the Yi Company building, Yamao Kai headed for the detention center. Since being taken away, Chiu Jiha had been temporarily held here. Earlier, Yechirue even found a lawyer trying to get her released since the police currently only suspected her without concrete evidence, and there was no reason to keep her locked up. However, right before Chiu Jiha was about to be released, the police obtained new evidence. They tracked down the bank account holder who made the transfer to Zhou. Coincidentally, the account holder also surnamed Xiu, and following the lead, the police traced down the real person. The person admitted to being a distant relative of Chiu Jiha and identified the 5 million yuan transferred to Zhou as being given by Chiu Jiha. With both witness and physical evidence secured, there was no denying it. Chiu Jiha was the mastermind behind those actions and had already been formally arrested. With conclusive evidence against her and no room for rebuttal, Yechirue could only try to seek lighter punishment through other means. Before she came up with any plans, Yamao Kai confronted her, forcing her to make the choice. Yamao Kai visited Chiu Jiha alone. During her time at the detention center, Chiu Jiha had endured a great deal of hardship. However, when she learned that Yamao Kai was coming to visit her, she carefully groomed herself, making sure her prison uniform was neatly pressed and her hair freshly pinned up. Though her face appeared weary, it only added to her pitiable appearance. When she saw Yamao Kai wheeled in on a wheelchair, her eyes reddened with shock, and she covered her mouth while choking back sobs. "Makai, how could this have happened to you?" She looked at him with 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts heartache, her frail frame swaying as if about to collapse. Her face full of guilt and pain, she said, "It's all my fault. If I had been by your side, how could this happen to you?" Yamao Kai watched her act but felt not an ounce of sympathy in his heart. In fact, just thinking about how she used this same facade to deceive him before made him almost unable to suppress his warped hatred. He tightly gripped the armrest of his wheelchair and gave a sinister laugh. "Isn't this all thanks to you?" Chiu Jiha paused for a moment, sensing something was off about his demeanor, and eventually attributed his anger to her involvement with Zhou. With trepidation, she sat across from him, lowering her head while lamenting, "I know you're still angry at me, but it's not what you think between me and Zhou. It was him who forced me." Tears welled up in her eyes. "He is your trusted aide, and I feared you wouldn't believe me or might reject me if you knew. That's why I didn't dare tell you." As she spoke, her sobbing voice became quieter, evoking pity. The old Yamao Kai might have believed her, but he now recalled raising that good-for-nothing illegitimate child for over 20 years, feeling nothing but bitter irony. How blind he had been to protect such a venomous woman all these years. Was it Zhou who forced you into bed with him? Was it also Zhou who forced you to give birth to that bastard? Yamao Kai fixed his gaze on her, seeing her panic-stricken and stiffen, then sneered, "Go ahead, keep pretending." Chiu Jiha hadn't expected him to already know this much, and her prepared explanations got stuck in her throat. She could only stare blankly at him, frozen in confusion. With a grim expression, Yamao Kai leaned forward and stared intently at her like a venomous snake that would not let go of its prey. "For your sake, I lost my home, my son, everything. And you? You betrayed me and cavorted around with Zhou Xiu behind my back. Not only did you bear his illegitimate child, but you also tricked me into raising him as my own. Tell me, don't you deserve to die? How dare you even expect me to help save him? Ye Mao Kai gave a cold-blooded smile. Both you and him will be locked away for life. What do you mean? Xiu Jihe's face turned pale, her hands gripping the edge of the table as she struggled to ask, where's Chirui? I want to see Chirui. She won't come see you. Ye Mao Kai narrowed his eyes, pleased by her look of terror, knowing betrayal would make her life worse than death. Before coming here, I visited her, he gloated with a smug grin. I made her choose between you and the Yi family. She chose the Yi family. She won't care about either of you anymore. Ye Mao Kai said coldly. Xiu Jihe's eyes widened as she saw his triumphant smirk, resembling a victor's. Suddenly, she stood up and lunged toward him, screaming hysterically, Ye Mao Kai, you despicable bastard. I deserve death, but don't you deserve it too? There's no way you'll escape your punishment. Her distorted face resembled a demon as she screamed curses at Ye Mao Kai. Before she could continue, she was restrained by the jail guards and forcibly taken back to her cell. Ye Mao Kai adjusted his collar, watching her dragged away with disdainful amusement. Accompanied by his bodyguard, he left the prison. Pausing briefly outside the prison, recalling Qiu Jihe's desperate cursing, Ye Mao Kai felt little regret and decided to check out Xinyi next. Ye Hansheng was his only son now. Since learning the truth, his status in Ye Mao Kai's heart had fundamentally changed. No matter what, he couldn't afford to lose his only remaining son. When Ye Hansheng received the call from the receptionist saying that Ye Mao Kai was waiting downstairs, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why would Ye Mao Kai come here? Though curious, he harbored no fear, casually instructing, let him come up. After being guided upstairs by the assistant, Ye Mao Kai was led into the office. Sitting calmly behind the desk, Ye Hansheng crossed his hands over his abdomen and looked at him mockingly. What brings you here, Chairman Ye? Chapter 73. Ye Mao Kai looked at him, and for a moment was at a loss for words. He had not had a decent conversation with this son, once his pride and joy, for nearly 5 years. After the car accident, Ye Hansheng seemed to go mad, wanting to kill everyone. After he stabbed Xiu Jihe, Ye Mao Kai had no choice but to send him to a psychiatric hospital, essentially giving up on his son. But unexpectedly, over a year later, Zheng Xian got him out of the hospital, and he returned to normal. However, his temper became much more volatile than before. Since then, father and son rarely saw each other, and when they did, their meetings often ended in arguments. Thinking about it now, Xiu Jihe, that despicable woman who hired a hitman and sowed discord between their father-son relationship, truly deserved her fate. Ye Mao Kai scrutinized him carefully. It had been a long time since he had properly observed this son. Looking at Ye Hansheng's calm demeanor, he found himself liking what he saw more and more. From a young age, Ye Hansheng was handsome, inheriting all the best traits from both Ye Mao Kai and Gu Xiu. Even now, though wheelchair-bound due to his leg disability, he still exuded an air of superiority. Furthermore, not only had he founded Star Domain Media, but he was also the hidden mastermind behind Hanxi Real Estate. Truly, he did not disappoint as his son, far surpassing Ye Quten, that worthless bastard who could not be relied upon. He even began to regret not sending him abroad to treat his legs after the accident. Now, sitting in a wheelchair himself, he realized how humiliating and painful it must have been. If it weren't for that deceitful woman, Qiu Jihe, constantly lying to him, he would never have abandoned such an excellent son. Looking at Ye Hansheng's cold face, Ye Mao Kai felt he had understood his thoughts. He put on a smile, which he thought appeared kind, and spoke to him with an unprecedented gentle tone, Dad has come to see you. In the past, it was Dad's fault, deceived and provoked by that despicable woman, causing Griado your mother, sister, and you. Ye Hansheng's eyes flickered slightly as he glanced at him. Buoyed by what seemed like encouragement, Ye Mao Kai continued, now that Dad has seen through the true nature of that woman, I will no longer allow her to drive us apart. She and that bastard will spend their entire lives in prison, making amends for your mother's death. As for Yi Qiuru, although she carries the bloodline of the Yi family, she also bears the blood of that woman and helped her deceive me for so long. I won't easily let this pass either. However, for now, she is still useful. After you take over the Yi Corporation, Dad will send her away. The family fortune will belong to you and Jejia. Ye Hansheng stared at him incredulously, almost believing that his father had gone senile or suffered a brain injury after the stroke, so now you're here to apologize. To ask me to return to the Yi family. Shocked, his deep voice rose several tones. Yes, said Ye Mao Kai with a laugh, tinged with bitterness and nostalgia. In the past, it was Dad's fault. Dad apologizes to you. Once we get home, I'll have the servants refurbish the old house. You and Jejia can move back in. He touched his own legs, then glanced at Ye Hansheng's legs, continuing to outline his plans. I've already found Jejia's doctor. When the time comes, you and I will accompany Jejia abroad for treatment, and will also look into your legs. Dad is old, it might be hard to cure, but you are still young. Don't give up easily. After speaking, he gazed expectantly at Ye Hansheng, waiting for his reply. Ye Hansheng smiled oddly, spun his wheelchair around the desk, and slowly approached Ye Mao Kai. With strange eyes, he laughed and said, "Dad, I always knew you were cruel, but I never expected you to be so stupid and naive." Staring straight into Imakai's eyes, he asked word by word, "What makes you think a mere apology will make me forgive you?" Stunned, Imakai stared at him, the wrinkles on his face trembling slightly from the surging emotions. "What do you mean?" "Meaning is, I and the Yi family, it's a life and death grudge." Suddenly serious, Yi Hengsheng's eyes revealed unhidden hatred as he looked at the man whose face had turned cyanotic because of just one sentence of his. He smirked maliciously, leaning closer to him and said softly, "Do you really think nothing is your fault, and everything was done by Chiyojiha?" Imakai's lips quivered but remained silent. But deep down, he believed exactly that. It was Chiyojiha who seduced him, who deceived him. He didn't know anything, therefore he was innocent. Once Chiyojiha was punished, everything could start anew. But now, Yi Hengsheng tore off his selfish facade right in front of him. His mouth curled high with mockery, his eyes filled with ridicule. "Imakai, having lived 50 or 60 years, and you're still so irresponsible. Deciding to break up with Chiyojiha, inheriting the family business and marrying into the Gu family were all your own choices. Yet you vented your anger on mother, keeping Chiyojiha outside even while she was pregnant. The car accident 5 years ago had countless flaws. Just by investigating deeper, we could have found evidence of Chiyojiha hiring a hitman, but you deceived yourself for the sake of superficial harmony for so many years. Now that the truth is exposed, you're shifting all the blame onto Chiyojiha and her son. And you even dare to fantasize about me forgiving you." Yi Hengsheng's fingers covered his throat and slowly tightened. "Tell me, are you selfish and cowardly? Can there be another man more selfish and less responsible than you in this world? You weren't indeed the one who killed mother and Jejia, but you deserve to die more than they did." Yi Hengsheng gritted his teeth, tightening his grip around his neck, watching Imakai struggle under his hand almost with satisfaction. Many years ago, he wanted to do exactly this. Imakai's face turned red, using both hands to try breaking free from Yi Hengsheng's fingers. But due to his long-term physical training, Yi Hengsheng was far stronger than him. His fingers clamped down like iron tongs, impossible to break loose. Struggling to open his mouth wide, Imakai's eyes whitened, momentarily feeling death's boundary in that very instant. "Doesn't it hurt?" Yi Hengsheng leaned closer, a grim smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "At first, I endured a pain much worse than what you're experiencing now. Letting you die like this would already be letting you off too easily." He released him with disdain, causing Imakai to collapse onto the wheelchair, coughing and gasping for air, revealing an obvious deep purple imprint of fingers around his neck. Trembling as he looked toward Yi Hengsheng, Imakai thought his expressionless face resembled that of a demon from hell. His supposed madness had never healed, he was crazy. You're insane. Had you only realized this now?" Yi Hengsheng feigned surprise. "Did you forget, it was you who personally ordered my confinement and sent me to the psychiatric hospital?" Yi Hengsheng flicked his fingers idly, his gaze lingering on Imakai's neck as if ready to strangle him again at any moment. "Do you know what they make you do in psychiatric hospitals? Every day, they force various pills on you until your head feels like it will explode. With headaches, you can't sleep, and without sleep, you go crazy." He chuckled mockingly. "Even if a normal person went in, it wouldn't take long before they became insane. Are you curious what psychiatric hospitals do to those patients during outbreaks of madness?" Startled by his crazed demeanor, Imakai couldn't manage words beyond stammering. He could only shake his head in terror. However, Yi Hengsheng continued anyway. He relished in the fear etched on Imakai's face, wanting him to experience every bit of the horror and suffering he once endured. During such outbursts or when uncooperative, the doctors take these patients to the electroshock therapy room. They force them into restraining chairs, delivering repeated shocks until they calm back down. "Surely, you've never experienced that, right?" Yi Hengsheng patted his face lightly. "That makes life feel unbearable, taking away all dignity." Imakai's complexion shifted between pale and flushed, his body trembling unnaturally. Stuttering, he attempted to rotate his wheelchair back to distance himself further from Yi Hengsheng, regretting having come here. Yi Hengsheng was a lunatic wearing a mask of sanity. He needed to leave. But Yi Hengsheng wasn't satisfied yet and wouldn't let him escape easily. Gripping the handles of Imakai's wheelchair, he smiled and said, "I haven't finished speaking yet. Aren't you interested in hearing more? After all, you'll be staying inside there for a good decade or two." Turning sharply to look at him, the sunken eye sockets made Imakai's eyes appear larger, bloodshot veins crisscrossing the whites of his eyes, which stared wildly ahead as though they might burst out. "What? What did you say?" "I mean, you will also be entering a psychiatric hospital," Yi Hengsheng patiently explained. "It's the same place where I stayed. The bed is already booked for you, enough to see you through the rest of your life." Yi Hengsheng seriously instructed him, "Make sure to stay alive for a few more years so that my hospital fees aren't wasted." Furious and frightened, Imakai's eyes widened significantly, yet under the intense glare of Yi Hengsheng's piercing eyes, he shrank back, unable to utter a word. Only the faint convulsions of his body and the water dripping from his wheelchair expressed the fear in his heart. Disgusted, Yi Hengsheng took a step back, glancing disdainfully at him before dialing the intercom to summon his assistant. "Send the cleaning staff in. The office needs to be thoroughly mopped again." The assistant arrived with the janitor auntie shortly after, along with Yi Mikai's 2 bodyguards following inside. Upon seeing Yi Mikai's condition, they instinctively glanced at Yi Hanqing but dared not inquire about the bruise on his neck. Yi Hanqing offered an explanation instead. Chairman Yi seems to have some mental issues. We were chatting fine when he suddenly started choking himself. In the future, you'd better take him out less. When I have time, I'll send him for a psychiatric evaluation. The assistant and the cleaning lady silently breathed a sigh of relief. They knew it wasn't done by President Yi. Although rumors say President Yi has a bad temper, he wouldn't go so far as to beat his own father. The 2 bodyguards didn't dare to refute and could only echo Yi Hanqing's words, quickly pushing Yi Mikai out of the Star Domain building after he finished speaking. The cleaning lady was doing her job while Yi Hanqing sat in the office for a moment, feeling as though even the air had been polluted by Yi Mikai. He wheeled himself out and gave another instruction, after mopping the floor, call someone to disinfect the place again. After leaving the office, Yi Hanqing didn't know where to go. When Run was still shooting outside, and with no one at home, returning there would just feel empty. He thought for a bit, then called Yu Biao to drive. Let's go to the cemetery. Gu Siyu's ashes were placed here. Yu Biao pushed him to the grave before retreating slowly. Alone in front of his mother's tombstone, the gloom in Yi Hanqing's brows slightly eased. He took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the photo on the gravestone clean. Mom, I've avenged you. The person in the black and white photo gazed at him with a smile, silent. He continued, at that moment, I almost strangled him. If not for him, we could at least have lived together peacefully. The gravestone remained silent, except for the crimson evening glow flowing at the horizon and the gentle breeze brushing past from afar. But in the end, I let him live. Yi Hanqing smiled, talking to himself, if I'd let him die, it would have been too merciful. Besides, I have Wenrun and Jiejia, they're both so naive. I must stay alive to protect them. Having spoken, he fell silent again, meticulously wiping the black and white photo clean. He then placed the roses from his arms in front of the grave and said, Mom, next time I'll bring Wenrun to see you. He's wonderful, you'd surely like him. The woman in the photo smiled, watching over him. That's decided then. Next time, I'll bring him here. Yi Hanqing laughed, his expression filled with ease, then he turned his wheelchair to leave. After leaving the cemetery, Yi Hanqing went to the nursing home to see Yi Jiao. The nursing home, located in the suburbs, had mountainous surroundings and clear water. It was tranquil and was one of the most comprehensive care facilities in City B. Neither Yi Hanqing nor Jing Xian could stay by her side constantly, so they had her stay here while finding time to visit. According to the caregiver looking after her, Yi Jia's condition had improved significantly over the past year. She hadn't continued to lose weight, her cheeks were even plumper. She appeared to be in good spirits. Yi Hanqing and Jing Xian once thought she might regain consciousness. They asked the doctor repeatedly to conduct tests, but the results were unchanged from before. Despite some disappointment, seeing her health improving brought comfort to Yi Hanqing. As he smoothed the hair around Yi Jia's face, Yi Hanqing quietly told her about his plans. There is no longer any threat to the Yi family. I plan to send you abroad for treatment. Jing Xian will accompany you. After I'm done with my current affairs, I will visit you with your sister-in-law. Dr. Bruce is skilled in medicine. Jing Xian has discussed your condition with him many times. Don't be afraid, when your illness is cured, you'll get to see this world again. Gently tapping his sister's nose, Yi Hanqing joked, Jing Xian has even prepared the wedding room, just waiting for you to wake up and marry him. If you do, I won't oppose this marriage anymore. After talking with Yi Jia for a while, the nursemaid came in to bathe Yi Jia, prompting Yi Hanqing to step out. He sat under a big tree in the courtyard of the nursing home. Not far away were patients exercising or strolling. Yi Hanqing couldn't hear their conversations clearly but vaguely caught the liveliness carried by the wind. He suddenly missed Wenrun immensely. Even knowing Wenrun might still be shooting, he tried sending a video call anyway. Surprisingly, it was Wenrun who picked up the video call. Wenrun's smiling face appeared on the screen. Due to poor signal quality, the video flickered for a moment before Wenrun reappeared on the screen, complaining, the signal was really bad just now. Did you finish work so early today? Not yet, it's not my turn yet. Wenrun sat in a quiet corner, laughing until his eyes formed an arc as he looked into the video camera. There's still a scene tonight. Did you finish work so early today? Aha. I came to the nursing home to see Jiejia. Yi Hanqing didn't mention the incident involving Yi Mikai but looked at the tender youth in the video and suddenly said, have I introduced my family to you yet? Wenrun nodded earnestly in the video, his already big eyes widening even more in anticipation of what was to come. Yi Hanqing smiled gently and said softly, after you're done filming, shall I introduce them to you? Wenrun observed his expression, sensing vaguely that something might have happened. But given Yi Hanqing's appearance, it didn't seem to be anything bad. A smile curled at the corner of his lips as he softly replied with a sure. Chapter 74. In late August, the trial of Qiu Jiehe for hiring a hitman to commit murder began. Qiu Jiehe had been in prison up until this point. The Yi family hadn't visited him once. Yi Chirue didn't dare to go because of the pressure from Yi Mikai, while Yi Mikai would have loved to eat her flesh alive. It was said that the Yi family hadn't even hired her a lawyer, it was Qiu Jiehe who applied for her own defense lawyer. The trial date was set for August 21st and openly processed at the Intermediate People's Court of City B. Wen-run also took leave from the director at dawn on that day and rushed back to Songhai-Houting. This moment was very important to Yi Hansheng, so Wen-run had to be there with him. However, when he got home, Yi Hansheng wasn't there, so Wen-run called around looking for him. Yi Hansheng was currently at the nursing home with Jing Xian picking someone up. After the caretaker had dressed her and styled her hair, Jing Xian gently lifted her and placed her on the wheelchair, then wheeled her out. Wen-run called just as the three were getting into the car, about to leave for the court. "I'm back, where are you?" "I've come to the nursing home to pick up Jia." Yi Hansheng signaled Yu Biao to wait. "Have you returned to Songhai-Houting?" Wen-run replied affirmatively. Yi Hansheng curved his lips and said, "Then don't go anywhere, I'll come get you." He then asked the driver to go to Songhai-Houting first to pick up Wen-run. Wen-run waited downstairs. Because he hadn't rested well due to taking the early morning flight, his eyes appeared slightly dark. But upon seeing Yi Hansheng, all his fatigue disappeared, replaced by pure joy. "You've sneaked back again." Yi Hansheng touched the dark circles under Wen-run's eyes, his tone somewhat helpless, although he was indeed glad that Wen-run came back to accompany him, yet seeing his exhausted face made him unable to resist pitying him. Wen-run held his hand, his cheerful expression making even the black eye circles adorable. "This is such an important time, I want to be with you." Yi Hansheng gripped his hand firmly, indicating him to get in the car. In another vehicle, Jing Xian reminded uneasily from the car window after noticing that he only wore a baseball cap and sunglasses, "Where's your mask? And please wear your mask. There will surely be a lot of reporters at the court. Do you want to make headlines?" Frowning, Yi Hansheng looked at Jing Xian but couldn't argue against what he said. He then asked Wen-run, "Do you have a mask on? If not, I'll ask Yu Biao to buy one now." "I have it, I just took it off for some fresh air." Wen-run pulled out a black mask from his shirt pocket, put it on, and deliberately leaned closer to Jing Xian, saying muffledly, "Okay." Jing Xian was marginally more satisfied but reiterated his instructions, "Be careful once we get to the court, those reporters have sharp eyes." Wen-run said he knew, since he dared to come, he was already prepared. The four got into their vehicles and headed towards the court together. Sure enough, many journalists were waiting outside the court with their equipment ready to enter. Their two cars were parked waiting, and when they noticed the journalists starting to enter, another car stopped next to them. Gu Sunyan reached out and knocked on their window, asking, "Why haven't you gone in yet?" Lowering his window, Yi Hansheng replied, "We're waiting for the journalists to go in first." They waited for a short while before noticing that almost all the journalists had entered. They followed closely behind at the tail end of the queue. Wen-run, wearing an oversized plaid shirt, baseball hat, mask, and sunglasses that covered his entire face, subtly mixed in between the others. Court staff checked everyone's IDs, surprised at the sight of him. Pulling down his mask, Wen-run gave them a brief smile and flashed a SH sign. Blushing lightly, the staff member nodded and let them enter. In the public seats, the journalists who entered earlier already had their cameras set up. The group found seats in the front row, with Wen-run protected in the middle. Surprisingly, none of the Yi family members showed up. When all the judges and prosecutors arrived and were seated, both Chiu Jiehe and Wu Dugui were brought into the defendant's dock. After verifying each defendant's identity, the prosecutor read out the indictment. Chiu Jiehe was identified as the main perpetrator for hiring a hitman, whereas Wu Dugui was charged as the accomplice. The crimes they committed, listed one by one in the indictment, were recited by the prosecutor solemnly. Defendant Chiu Jiehe, Defendant Wu Dugui, do you have any objection to the crime facts and charges stated by the prosecution? With head hung low, Wu Dugui confessed to his guilt. He seemed more defeated than ever before, devoid of any vitality. Facing the accusations, he simply answered mechanically, "No objection." In contrast, Chiu Jiehe looked a bit more presentable than Wu Dugui. Even as she faced accusations while standing in the defendant's box, she was still neatly groomed and dressed. However, no matter how tidy her clothes or hairstyle were, they could not conceal her sallow complexion and sunken eye sockets. Her gaze swept venomously over the audience seats where Yi Hansheng and others sat before she gritted her teeth to answer, "No objection." What followed was a lengthy cross-examination between the prosecutor and the defendants. The prosecution had already gathered sufficient evidence prior to the trial, and now each piece of evidence was verified one by one in court. Chiu Jiehe had a lawyer defending and advocating on her behalf, but Wu Dugui had already given up his struggle and confessed without reservation to all charges against him. Occasionally, there was the soft click of a camera shutter from the spectators' seats. Yi Hansheng sat upright with his spine stiff, his thin lips tightly pressed together, and his eyes fixed unblinking on the defendant's stand. His face did not show much emotion, except for his tightly clenched hands, which betrayed the inner turmoil he tried so hard to suppress. Under the cover of his oversized plaid shirt, Wen-run quietly extended his fingers and lightly scratched on the back of Yi Hansheng's clenched hand. Yi Hansheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he turned his head to look at him. Wen-run smiled at him and seized the moment when Yi Hansheng loosened his grip to slip one of his fingers into the other man's tightly closed fist. The damp palm felt warm and soft with body heat from the finger that slipped inside it. Instinctively, Yi Hansheng gripped it, savoring its warmth, which helped to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. Both of them watched the trial intently, completing this brief exchange of affection unseen by others. Though sitting neither too close nor too far apart, their interlocked fingers were hidden beneath the clothing. The trial lasted nearly an hour. Wu Dugui admitted to all criminal acts charged against him, while Chiu Jihe's defense attorney worked hard to defend her case in an effort to reduce her sentence. However, the nature of hiring a hitman was extremely malicious and caused a highly negative impact online. The verdict for Chiu Jihe's fate had already been sealed. The presiding judge announced the ruling on the spot. After examination by the collegiate panel, we unanimously hold that defendant Chiu Jihe is guilty of intentional injury, for which the punishment is death, with permanent deprivation of political rights. Defendant Wu Dugui, having been hired to kill, is also found guilty of intentional injury, sentenced to life imprisonment with permanent deprivation of political rights. If you are dissatisfied with this judgment, you may file an appeal through our court or directly to the Higher People's Court of City B within 10 days starting from the second day after receiving the judgment document. The presiding judge hammered the gavel and declared, "Now, court adjourned. I don't accept it. I want to appeal." When the gavel fell, Chiu Jihe snapped out of her daze as if waking from a dream and began shouting crazily. She struggled to rush towards her defense lawyer, the clinking sound of her handcuffs and leg shackles filling the air. "I'm appealing. I don't accept it." Police officers quickly moved in to restrain her and forcibly led her away. Still resisting, Chiu Jihe twisted her head back defiantly, glaring at Yi Hansheng. "I won't let you get your way. I'm appealing. I won't die." She was hauled away sobbing and yelling while Yi Hansheng maintained a cold expression, watching the direction she was taken, his lips curling slightly in a rigid smile after a long pause. Yi Jia was sitting beside him. Yi Hansheng reached out and gently patted her head, speaking softly. "Jia, look. The bad people who hurt you have been punished." Yi Jia slightly bowed her head, unable to respond, yet her fuller cheeks appeared to regain some color. Wen Run nudged his arm lightly as a reminder. "We should leave now." One by one, they walked out, and Wu Dugui, escorted by police, passed them by. Suddenly stopping, he dropped down and knelt before Yi Hansheng, imploring, "Mr. Yi, I've reaped my karma. Please, be generous and spare my family. I'll bow to you." Saying that, he prostrated himself on the ground and banged his head 3 times loudly. Coldly glancing at him, Yi Hansheng ignored his plea and continued walking away. Wen Run closely followed, also not sparing another look, thinking silently, if only he had known such an end would await him, why had he chosen to do such things? It harmed others and destroyed himself. Gu Sunyan remained at the back, smirking disdainfully at Wu Dugui, whose tears streamed down uncontrollably as he refused to get up despite the policeman pulling him up. "Mr. Wu, what kind of nonsense is this? Mr. Yi always follows the law and has never done anything illegal." Having said that, he left Wu Dugui dumbfounded and hurried to catch up with Yi Hansheng and the rest. Only Wu Dugui remained on his knees, pale-faced. In fact, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law who had been temporarily detained earlier were released long ago. However, the cash that Wu Dugui hid underground in the yard, along with the house bought by the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in a small town, had all been confiscated. Wu Dugui's wife was a person, having long been on bad terms with her mother-in-law. Seeing no profit in continuing, she left their son behind and fled with the money. Wu Dugui's son attended a private middle school but, after losing his economic support and being exposed, he was forced to drop out of school and began living with his elderly grandmother. It was rumored that at such a young age, he started hanging around with a group of hooligans and didn't even have a proper job. Gu Sinan lowered his gaze and smiled. This was supposed to be the fate of Wu Dugui's family. There was no need for them to interfere too much, this family could ruin themselves. Nevertheless, Gu Sinan still did not intend to tell Wu Dugui about it. Let him live the rest of his life in prison, worrying anxiously and enduring torment. As soon as Yi Hansheng and the others walked out of the courthouse, they were blocked by reporters lying in wait. Fortunately, he had already called over a team of bodyguards, instructing them to clear the way in front and refuse all interviews. Wen Run was tightly surrounded by bodyguards, not revealing a single bit of his face or head, and successfully got into the car without any problems. Gu Sinan drove ahead to lead the way as they headed to a private restaurant he had reserved. The seats had been booked in advance, specifically to celebrate Chiu Jihe finally receiving her just desserts. The private dining room was exclusively booked for the occasion. Apart from a few servers, there were no other people present. Only then did Wen Run take off his disguise, sighing in relief as he exhaled deeply. Upon noticing Gu Sinan curiously observing him, he belatedly felt somewhat embarrassed. Inside the car, Yi Hansheng had already introduced him as his uncle. Recalling how Yi Hansheng mentioned introducing his family members to him before, his pale ear tips turned red as well. Seeing his sudden awkwardness, Yi Hansheng gave a short laugh and pulled him forward to straighten his hair which had become messy under his hat. He then led him to Gu Sinan's side. "I'll formally introduce you now. This is Gu Sinan, my uncle." After a brief introduction, he took Wen Run to Yi Jia's bedside, where his facial expression softened visibly. "This is Jia, my younger sister. If she wakes up, I'm sure she would really like you." Wen Run knew Yi Jia, but only by name, never seeing her in person. Now finally getting to meet her, he naturally became curious. He squatted down slightly and looked back at Yi Hansheng questioningly. "Since we are meeting for the first time, shouldn't we shake hands?" Yi Hansheng couldn't help laughing. "Jia is your sister too, so there's no need to be so formal." Wen Run slightly pressed his lips together and gently grasped her fingertips, shaking them gently. Hello, I am Wen Run, Yi Hanqing's boyfriend. As he said that, his ears turned slightly red, but he continued nonetheless, you should wake up soon so that both your brother and I can take care of you. Jing Xian, watching from the side, felt a surge of emotion and pried apart his hand. Alright, Jia heard you. Wen Run glanced at him, then at Yi Jia, and then again at Jing Xian. His large eyes brimmed with doubt. Yi Hanqing sneered coldly, he pursued Jia for 4 years. What do you mean, pursued? Jing Xian retorted indignantly, Jia has agreed to be my girlfriend. We just hadn't told you guys yet because we've been together not long. I'm her official boyfriend. Seeing that they were about to start bickering again, Gu Sinan quickly stepped in to mediate. Alright, will Jia's waking up not make everything clear? Let's eat. Only then did everyone take their seats. Gu Sinan opened a bottle of red wine, poured it for each of them, and raised a glass. This one's to see you soul in heaven. The 4 clinked glasses, and as the wine went down their throats, it brought an initial sourness followed by a fragrant aftertaste. Wen Run's cheeks turned red after a single glass due to his low tolerance for alcohol. Supporting his cheek, he looked toward Yi Hanqing, asking quietly after a moment, when will you take me to see Aunt Gu? Promising to meet the family, why wasn't he meeting Mom? Yi Hanqing raised an eyebrow, noticing his flushed face but unsure whether it was from drinking or shyness. Thumbing away a trace of red liquid lingering at the corner of his mouth, Yi Hanqing coaxed softly, so eager. Shall I take you right after dinner? Wen Run had actually wanted to hide immediately after saying it due to embarrassment, but Yi Hanqing's family and past fascinated him immensely. He not only wished to be his boyfriend but also to replace his deceased mother and become his family member. Eagerly wanting to get closer to him. That's how people in love behave. Once, they dared not even dream of acquiring his affection. But once they've obtained it, they tentatively explore carefully. Then, as their desire grows, they aim to possess everything about him. With a flushed face, Wen Run tried hard to suppress his shyness and nodded firmly, okay. Chapter 75. While Wen Run and his companions were having dinner to celebrate their success, news articles about the trial of Qiu Jihe had already flooded the internet. Because this case had attracted significant attention online, many journalists had applied to attend the trial as observers. Almost immediately after the court proceedings concluded, major news websites began pushing out reports. Topics such as #Yi family chairman's wife goes to jail #the truth behind the car accident 5 years ago is revealed #, stellar president attended trial and #no Yi family members at trial quickly topped the trending charts, overshadowing numerous celebrities and dominating the headlines once again. Many netizens had already guessed during the evidence-gathering phase that Qiu Jihe was the culprit. But due to lack of concrete evidence, a lot of people back then refuted these speculations and even defended Qiu Jihe. Now with the trial over and her crimes officially declared, many who had disliked Qiu Jihe for a long time could finally criticize her openly. A murderer deserves death. There were even those who found it disgusting when they heard that Qiu Jihe intended to appeal against her verdict and started brushing the topic #Qiu Jihe death penalty # on their own. The internet has always harbored intense hatred towards such women who destroy others' families, especially someone like Qiu Jihe who managed to rise from being a third party but committed murder to eliminate the original spouse and her children. After the trial, Qiu Jihe fell utterly, with online opinions unanimously demanding that the original judgment be maintained and immediate execution carried out. Even Yi family's propaganda machines couldn't keep up with them. This dragged Yi group's reputation, public image, and stock prices all the way down into rock bottom. Netizens would never forget this scoundrel who sought out a mistress. Yet, neither Yi Makai nor the 2 children of Qiu Jihe showed up for the trial. Without finding anyone, the angry crowd all flooded into the official microblogging page of Yi group to leave comments. The mistress is about to die, how come the scoundrel still survives? I suggest that these despicable lovers meet in the underworld. Not showing up at the trial, the mistress not only has poor taste in men but also raises ungrateful offspring, proving that blood really matters. The above one, you're mistaken. The younger son didn't intend to skip the trial, it's just that he's still in prison and cannot show up. But it's undeniable that the daughter is ungrateful. Yi Corporation should collapse early so we can have our hard-earned money back. An official microblog with merely a few 10,000 zombie followers was soon completely overtaken by irate netizens. Some insulted, some ridiculed, some gleefully gloated, while others mourned their losses in the stocks they had invested in Yi Corporation. Just amidst this torrent of criticism and backlash, there emerged an anonymous whistleblower claiming to be an employee of Yi Corporation, revealing that the mistress's son wasn't actually Yi Makai's biological child but rather Zhou Su's. Melon-eating netizens. Holy sh*t. This is truly a big bombshell no one has encountered before. Fresh, juicy. Someone swiftly dug out pictures comparing Yi Qiuting, Yi Makai, Zhou Su, and Yi Hanqing. It might have been better if the comparison hadn't been made. Upon doing so, the less you looked, the more unlike each other they appeared. Both Yi Makai and Yi Hanqing share a colder, harder temperament with deep and defined features, just the look of them makes people intimidated. Yet Yi Qiuting's looks tend to be softer. However, Qiu Jihe herself had a delicate appearance, so much so that even Yi Makai once thought his son resembled Qiu Jihe. But now when netizens overlaid the photos of Yi Qiuting and Zhou Su, everyone noticed that Yi Qiuting actually resembles Zhou Su more. The facial features were nearly identical. Only because Zhou Su had gained weight due to middle age, if one weren't paying close attention, they would never have realized just how similar they were. That tweet with comparative images was retweeted tens of thousands of times. Many who retweeted mocked, "What goes around comes around." Of course, there were those who opposed, arguing that mere resemblance doesn't prove anything. When discussing resemblance, aren't Yi Hanqing's features different from Yi Mikai's as well? It's only the similar air between the two that shows any relation. Under this comment, someone immediately rebutted, "Open your dog eyes and take a good look. Yi Hanqing's features resemble his mom." Fortunately, he didn't take after that bastard, or else I wouldn't even feel the stomach to admire him pair. She uploaded a comparison photo of mother and son, probably taken at some event. Enlarging the photo revealed a striking resemblance indeed. Although sharing similar features, these features softened in Mother Gu's face, whereas on Yi Hanqing's, they added an additional coldness. Face-oriented netizens rushed to shower admiration. Holy sh*t, both mom and son are beauties. I wanted to say this earlier, Mr. Yi is really handsome. Super cool and attractive. Though sitting in a wheelchair, I still want to kneel before him QAQ. Cage warning upstairs. I don't know what kind of person could win Mr. Ye's affection, but I'm already feeling sour. As netizens lavished praise on Mr. Ye's looks, suddenly a comment stood out among the crowd, "Stop guessing blindly. I announce, Wen Run is together with Mr. Yi." The comment was accompanied by 2 photos from the trial scene. In one of them, 5 people were seated in a row. 3 of them were circled, and it was obvious that the man in the wheelchair was Yi Hanqing. Beside him sat a man wearing a checked shirt. The third person circled at the edge was Wen Run's agent, Jing Xian. The man beside Yi Hanqing wore a loose-fitting checked shirt, black mask, and even indoor sunglasses, completely hiding his face. However, his build bore great resemblance to Wen Run, especially the part of his neck that was showing, which gleamed white under the light. Since the agent also appeared, some people were half convinced. They searched for other photos from the trial for comparison. Unfortunately, the man had shielded his face entirely and not revealed any bit of it. Without a clear look at his face, this piece of evidence wasn't convincing enough, so the fans of Wen Run immediately came forward to debunk it. First, Wen Run is currently shooting a drama in Y City with a tight schedule, he has no time to appear in court. Second, Jing Xian and Mr. Yi are university classmates, if they're close friends, accompanying each other to listen to the trial is normal. Please don't mix personal matters with work. Third, there are videos after the trial when leaving the courtroom. You can compare. The man in the check shirt looks similar in stature to Wen Run, but their walking styles differ. The man in the check shirt slightly hunches his back and walks pigeon-toed, while Wen Run has deliberately trained posture that's elegant. If you don't believe me, find the video yourself and compare. Wen Run's filming schedule was publicly disclosed and easily verifiable. Just a few days before, fans organized a visit to the set and posted large group pictures of themselves with Wen Run. Blackening my brother makes the haters happy every day, but unfortunately, Wen Run has been shooting on set. Do your homework. Because of the rapid debunking by Wen Run's fans and netizens comparing the video footage, it became evident that while the men did look alike when stationary, once the man in the check shirt moved, his aura vanished, he was clearly a level below Wen Run. Moreover, Jing Xian and Yi Hanqing were university classmates and roommates, which was easy to verify. On the contrary, Wen Run had little known interaction with Yi Hanqing. Thus, the rumors quickly dissipated. However, netizens remained curious about the man in the check shirt. After all, the other 4 attending the trial didn't cover up, only this one person was fully concealed. If he weren't a public figure, was it really necessary? Someone speculated wildly, maybe he's just too ugly. Amidst the various online guesses, soon the topic deviated into a discussion dominated by those obsessed with appearances. Some even made bold statements, upon closer thought, actually Wen Run and Mr. Yi do match well. Star domain protecting Wen Run might just be Mr. Ye's idea. Hahaha, I'm shipping this couple first, you go ahead and follow suit. Of course, this comment was promptly criticized by Wen Run's fans. As Qiu Jihe and the Yi family dominated the trending searches, Wen Run and his companions had just finished dinner. After the meal, Yi Hanqing indeed took Wen Run to pay respects at a tomb. Wen Run had heard from Yi Hanqing that Mother Gu liked roses, so he specifically picked the finest bouquet of roses. Yi Hanqing held the flowers for him as he pushed Yi Hanqing to the gravestone. Yi Hanqing had paid respects not long ago, so the gravestone was wiped spotless. The woman in the black and white photo forever exuded a gentle smile. Mom, I've brought Wen Run to see you. Wen Run took the flowers and bent down to place them in front of the gravestone, greeting awkwardly yet bashfully, Auntie Gu, hello. Unsatisfied, Yi Hanqing raised an eyebrow, calling Auntie Gu is too distant. Other couples meeting the parents call Mom right away. Wen Run turned a bit red in the face, giving him a glance before muttering softly, it's our first meeting. Besides, they hadn't even discussed marriage, why would he change titles? Yi Hanqing chuckled at his resentful gaze, suddenly reaching out to hold his hand. His strong fingers interlaced with Wen Run's as he said, Mom, this is the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. If you have no objection, then I'll give him the jade pendant. Silent though the gravestone was, it naturally offered no opposition. Yi Hanqing took this as her approval, pulling out a jade pendant from his wallet and placing it in Wenrun's hands. His deep eyes stared at him earnestly. This has been passed down in the Gu family. My grandmother gave it to my mom, who gave it to me, instructing me to hand it over to my future wife. If you accept it, there will be no going back. Yi Hanqing tightly gripped his hand, the jade pendant resting in Wenrun's palm. His profound gaze fixed on him as if awaiting his decision. His eyelashes trembled slightly, his warm fingers closing around the jade pendant in his palm as he made a firm yet bashful promise to the tombstone. I will take good care of him for you, so please rest assured. After speaking, he gave a slight bow. The jade pendant passed down through the Gu family was tightly clenched in his hand as if it were some precious treasure. After the two finished their respects, the others went up one by one to pay their respects. Afterward, they had to send Yi Jia back to the rehabilitation center. Once they arrived at the facility, after the nursing staff changed Yi Jia's clothes and reconnected her equipment and instruments, the group entered the ward. Dr. Qin also arrived around this time to adjust the machines and conduct various tests on Yi Jia. Dr. Qin compared many numerical values in his notebook and showed surprise. All of her bodily functions are better than before. Earlier, the nursing staff mentioned that Miss Yi seemed improved, but I wasn't entirely convinced. However, after today's examination, Miss Ye's condition was indeed gradually improving. Although still unconscious, both her ability to swallow food autonomously and her vital signs across all organs were somewhat better than before. You see, patients in vegetative states usually lose consciousness and survive only on 4 drips. Even with the best care provided by nursing staff, bodily functions tend to progressively weaken. Few cases, like Yi Jia's, experience spontaneous improvement. Pushing his glasses further up, Dr. Qin said, Miss Ye's condition is better than before. It could be a sign of recovery. However, given the limited facilities at the rehabilitation center, she should be sent to undergo a comprehensive checkup. Yi Hanqing had come this time specifically for this matter. We plan to process her discharge from the hospital and send her abroad for treatment. Dr. Qin expressed no surprise at this decision, nodding in agreement. I'll collate Miss Ye's medical records over the years. Yi Hanqing accompanied Dr. Qin to process the paperwork, while the rest stayed behind in the ward with Yi Jia. Wenrun examined Yi Jia lying on the bed and realized how much the 3 members of her family resembled each other, the kind of resemblance that instantly reveals them as biological relatives. He felt the same way when he saw the picture of Mrs. Gu earlier, but seeing Yi Jia now, she even looked more like Mrs. Gu than Yi Hanqing. Both mother and daughter shared delicate features and a gentle, elegant aura. The only difference was that Yi Jia was now thinner, but her beauty was still evident. Jing Xian noticed he kept looking at Yi Jia and brought up stories from the past. Don't you think they look alike? Wenrun nodded. Jing Xian continued, but their personalities couldn't be more different. Jia Yi inherited her aunt's calm, gentle nature, although she can be stubborn sometimes, harder to comfort than even her brother. Recalling these past events, his eyes sparkled. When we first entered university, Yi Hanqing introduced me to her, and I immediately fell for her. It took 4 years of chasing, and it wasn't until just before graduation that I finally succeeded. Unfortunately, we didn't even get a kiss before an accident happened, wasting so many years. Wenrun hesitated, trying to offer a few words of comfort. However, seeing Jing Xian's face wasn't sad, he swallowed back those comforting words and instead smiled. Did Mr. Yi let you chase after her like this? Based on his understanding of Yi Hanqing, this wouldn't have been easy for Jing Xian to accomplish. Jing Xian frowned disapprovingly. If he hadn't kept telling Jia Yi that studies came first, we might have been together long before now. He commented humorously, this so-called brotherly bond is very superficial. How have I remained friends with him for so long? Wenrun chuckled softly, feeling certain that the time he hadn't been involved must have been filled with warmth and joy. Looking toward Yi Jia Yi lying on the bed, he sincerely hoped she would wake up soon. Since Jia Yi is going abroad for treatment, Jing brother, you're planning to go along too? Wenrun asked suddenly. Jing Xian was slightly surprised, but seeing Wenrun's calm expression without any hidden emotion, he shrugged. Yeah, I haven't thought about how to tell you, but you figured it out already. Wenrun smirked cunningly. It makes perfect sense for you to go. Is Mr. Yi going as well? No, there's still business in the Yi Corporation left unresolved, Jing Xian replied. As for your side, I've chosen a new agent to handle your work during my absence. When we return, I'll introduce her to you. You can start getting familiar and coordinating together. Wenrun nodded, naturally trusting Jing Xian's judgment. While they were conversing, Yi Hanqing returned after finishing the formalities. They arranged to pick up Yi Jia mid-September and then the 4 of them drove home. Wenrun still shared a car with Yi Hanqing, but unlike before when Gu Senian rarely spoke, this time he followed them and claimed the seat next to Wenrun, shoving Yu Biao out of the way. Yi Hanqing furrowed his eyebrows. Aren't you going home? Gu Senian shrugged, glancing sideways at Wenrun. I heard you two are cohabiting. Aren't you going to invite me, your uncle, over for dinner? Before Yi Hanqing could voice his refusal, Wenrun spoke up. If you don't mind, you're always welcome to come over anytime. Yi Hanqing. From the rearview mirror, Gu Senian caught sight of his nephew's uneasy expression and grinned. I don't mind at all. I've wanted to visit for a while now. They say choosing a good day is less important than seizing the moment, so let's make it today. Chapter 76. The three of them returned to Songhai Houting together. Yu Biao parked Gu Sinen's car and left. Wen Run pushed Yi Hanqing upstairs. Gu Sinen followed 2 steps behind them, observing them with interest from behind. Yi Hanqing obviously wasn't happy, and Gu Sinen knew why he was unhappy. But at this moment, seeing his, "I don't welcome you but my boyfriend agreed so I have to keep it bottled up" expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Compared to his previous emotionless demeanor that always had everything planned out, Gu Sinen actually liked his current state better. Although it seemed a bit immature, there was vitality in him, like a person who was truly living well. He no longer needed to constantly worry about him exploding one day and doing something irretrievable. The three went upstairs, passed by Yi Hanqing's house, and continued walking inside without stopping. Gu Sinen raised an eyebrow slightly, not expecting Yi Hanqing to be living in Wen Run's house. After Yi Hanqing became disabled in both legs, the furniture at his home was custom-made, even the height was adjusted for convenience in his daily life. Gu Sinen had always known that they might be living together, but he didn't know until now that Yi Hanqing moved into Wen Run's home. The look of interest in his eyes deepened as Gu Sinen followed the two of them inside. After changing into indoor slippers in the foyer, Yi Hanqing skillfully turned his wheelchair and went to the bedroom to change clothes without offering any polite words to entertain his uncle. Wen Run lightly coughed, instinctively wanting to explain a few things for Yi Hanqing. But then he thought that since Gu Sinen was Yi Hanqing's real uncle, he should be more familiar with his temperament than himself, so he withdrew his explanations and said, "Please sit for a while. Would you like tea or juice?" "Tea," replied Gu Sinen as he wandered around the house with great interest. Everywhere were traces of the two people living here, from the large rocking chair on the balcony to the fresh flowers placed on the coffee table. It was clear that the owner of this house really knew how to live well. "Your place is really good," complimented Gu Sinen. It was far better than Yi Hanqing's house filled only with black, white, and grey colors, dead everywhere. No wonder Yi Hanqing chose to move over here. As Gu Sinen sat down on the sofa, Yi Hanqing came out after changing clothes. He had changed out of his formal shirt and pants into a set of clean casual wear. Despite still being somewhat displeased when he saw Gu Sinen, he didn't say anything. After transferring from his wheelchair to the sofa, Yi Hanqing casually turned on the TV. After a while, seeing that Gu Sinen was still looking around, he finally couldn't resist saying, "If you've seen enough, go back early. Do you have nothing else to do?" Gu Sinen rarely came to his house before, and now that he suddenly followed them here, it made Yi Hanqing feel as if his life was being intruded upon unpleasantly. Moreover, having another person around felt like a giant light bulb had been added to the house, even holding hands with Wen Run made him feel shy. There were only 2 days of vacation in total. To have someone occupy their time felt unbearable, which was clearly reflected on Yi Zong's face. However, Gu Sinen didn't find anything improper at all. On the contrary, he realized that as long as Wen Run agreed, this nephew wouldn't drive him away outright. Thus, he acted with considerable impunity. Wen Run prepared the tea and served it, placing a cup in front of each of them, and then naturally sat down beside Yi Hanqing. Gu Sinen sitting on the single-seat sofa showed a slight change in expression, realizing their intimate attitude indicated that this was likely how they interacted normally at home. After teasingly glancing at Yi Hanqing and getting ignored, Gu Sinen turned instead to talk to Wen Run. Being introverted, Wen Run faced his elder relative with caution in his speech, almost answering whatever Gu Sinen asked. This sincerity made Gu Sinen almost feel sorry for him. "You took leave to come back. When will you return to the film set?" "The flight is the night after tomorrow." "Is shooting very hard?" "You're commuting between places for Hanqing's sake." "Not tired, I want to be with him." "Does Hanqing usually bully you?" "He has a bad temper, don't indulge him. If you feel wronged, you can come to your uncle. I'll stand up for you." Wen Run glanced at Yi Hanqing whose face turned pitch black, softly explaining, "His temper is really good." Gu Sinen's mouth twitched. He didn't know how the label, good temper, could stick to Yi Hanqing. However, seeing the sincere look on Wen Run's face, it wasn't merely to save face for Yi Hanqing, so he didn't say more. On the side, Yi Hanqing slightly curled the corner of his mouth with a hint of arrogance as he cast a sidelong glance at Gu Sinen. Gu Sinen shook his head, thinking that given Wen Run's honest nature, he would be no match for Yi Hanqing and might even help count the money when tricked. Gu Sinen stayed at home until the afternoon. By evening, Wen Run was in the kitchen making dinner, 5 dishes and 1 soup. They were all simple home-style dishes but with full color and fragrance. Gu Sinen traveled back and forth between domestic and foreign locations year-round. In China, he didn't have a fixed residence, usually staying long-term in local hotels wherever he went. He had grown tired of hotel chefs' cuisine long ago. Seeing the tableful of dishes Wen Run made, and smelling their aroma, he praised immediately, "Your skills are much better than hotel chefs, it just looks appetizing." Wen Run, who was already slightly tipsy, smiled upon hearing this and said, "It's just home cooking. Please give it a try." Without any hesitation, Gu Sinen picked up a piece of spare rib and finished eating it in 2 bites before taking another piece, saying while chewing, "It truly tastes better than hotel food." Yi Hanqing glanced coldly at him and said to Wen Run, "Don't pour him any more alcohol, he still has to drive later." Wen Run agreed silently, intending to switch to fruit juice when Gu Sinen took away his wine glass instead, sipping slowly as he grinned and said, "If I get drunk, I can call for a chauffeur." At the worst, there's always a guest room in such a big house where I can stay the night, right? While talking, Gu Sinan looked at Yi Hansheng. The latter's face turned pitch black, shooting him a glare before lowering his head to drink some soup. After finishing the meal, Gu Sinan insisted on helping clean up. However, Wen-run wouldn't let a guest do so. He declined the help, offering some fruits for Gu Sinan to watch TV instead. Wen-run went into the kitchen to clean the bowls after tidying them up, with Yi Hansheng following closely behind. As Wen-run washed the dishes, Yi Hansheng helped dry the cleaned plates and put them away in the cabinets. Then Yi Hansheng said, "We should call someone to install a dishwasher someday." Before Wen-run moved in, no one had lived here. Dishwashers or such appliances were not installed. Since Wen-run considered himself living there temporarily, he did not want to make arbitrary changes. However, now that they confirmed their relationship and lived together, he enjoyed these warm moments of doing chores. When he did household work, Yi Hansheng would help within his capability, like how couples seriously built a life together. "We'll think about it later. Two people's cutlery isn't much, and it's unnecessary to be this troublesome." Wen-run cleaned the sink thoroughly, glancing toward the living room door. They could vaguely see Gu Sinan watching TV, and he lowered his voice to ask Yi Hansheng, "Do you not have a good relationship with your uncle?" Initially, he didn't notice, but after returning home and observing how the two interacted, the more he watched, the stranger it felt. Yi Hansheng lightly coughed and said, "Not exactly bad." Wen-run asked curiously, "Then why don't you welcome your uncle to come over?" His words were filled with the implication that he wanted him to leave soon. Yi Hansheng had a complex expression. But seeing Wen-run's confused face, lying seemed wrong. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke slowly, "He didn't like me when I was a child." Wen-run. Testing cautiously, Wen-run asked, "So you also don't like him?" "It's not entirely because of that." Yi Hansheng looked awkward. Actually, his feelings towards Gu Sinan were quite complicated, not dislike, yet also not very close. But at the moment, he couldn't find an appropriate way to describe it, eventually nodding in agreement. "Yes, since he didn't like me when I was little, now that I'm grown up, I don't like him either." Although somewhat immature, it somehow made sense. "Do you like him very much?" Yi Hansheng thought for a bit, then became somewhat displeased again, pulling Wen-run's fingers to gently bite down. "Why do you have to treat him so politely?" Wen-run looked puzzled, innocently saying, "He is your uncle. Since he's your relative, of course I should be good to him." Yi Hansheng stared at him for a while, understanding his intention. His mood improved slightly, finally showing magnanimity. "Yes, he is an elder. Just being polite is fine, no need to be overly ingratiating." Wen-run bit his lip and chuckled secretly, finding Yi Hansheng at this moment resembled a petty-minded kid. He nodded smoothly, "All right, understood." Gu Sinan saw the two whispering something in the kitchen. When Yi Hansheng came out, his face had become bright with a cheerful demeanor. Sitting together with their uncle, the nephew and uncle finally managed to watch some TV harmoniously for a short while. Wen-run prepared a guest room for Gu Sinan to stay in. He also fetched a set of unworn sleepwear belonging to Yi Hansheng. After Gu Sinan finished washing up and came out, he saw Yi Hansheng sitting in the living room with his pants rolled up soaking his feet. In the wooden basin lay some medicinal packets, and the smell of bitter Chinese herbs permeated throughout the living room. Meanwhile, Wen-run, with his sleeves rolled up, squatted beside Yi Hansheng massaging his feet and lower legs skillfully. Seeing Gu Sinan come out, Yi Hansheng's expression stiffened momentarily before quickly covering it up, lowering his head pretending not to notice. His originally relaxed fingers resting on his knees subtly clenched. Although he had already accepted Wen-run touching his injured leg, being suddenly seen by Gu Sinan still left him somewhat unaccustomed. Gu Sinan was immersed in sheer astonishment, failing to notice his minor emotional changes. He only knew that the two had a good relationship. Yi Hansheng valued Wen-run highly. However, he didn't know it had reached the point where Yi Hansheng allowed him to touch his taboo areas. Yes, after the car accident, his disabled legs became something Yi Hansheng couldn't allow anyone to touch. At its worst, even doctors weren't allowed near them. Back then, when they tried getting him proper treatment for his legs, it took significant effort. But ultimately, Yi Hansheng refused to continue receiving treatment and had been confined to a wheelchair ever since. Gu Sinan felt thrilled, and his gaze toward Wen-run subtly shifted. Sitting down casually in a random spot, Gu Sinan started chatting idly with Wen-run. "What are you doing?" Wen-run replied, "Massaging acupressure points to improve blood circulation so the muscles don't atrophy or die." Indeed, Gu Sinan chuckled as if this was unintentional, saying, "You're truly talented." Back then, no matter how much Chong Xian and I tried persuading him, he wouldn't listen. If we'd let the doctors treat him properly back then, maybe he wouldn't have to be in a wheelchair now. Hearing this, Wen-run paused, startled, and turned back to ask, "Mr. Ye's legs can still be cured?" Yi Hansheng suddenly looked up at him, eyes warningly. Afraid that if he continued speaking, he would really get kicked out, Gu Sinan vaguely said, "Doctors mentioned there was a chance back then." Ignoring Yi Hansheng's icy gaze afterward, he poured himself a cup of water and retreated into the room. Wen-run was slightly distracted but skillfully continued the massage, pondering over Gu Sinan's earlier words. It turns out Yi Hansheng could have stood again. He wanted to ask why Yi Hansheng refused further treatment back then but hesitated upon seeing the latter's somber expression. Not continuing must have had reasons behind it. He feared asking too much might end up poking into Yi Hanqing's deep-seated scars. After finishing the massage, both went to clean up. With matters weighing heavily on his mind, Wen Run lingered for a long time before finally leaving the bathroom. Yi Hanqing was already semi-reclined on the bed waiting for him. Wen Run slowly moved closer, lying beside him, restless and tossing about. Yi Hanqing quickly grabbed him and tilted his head to look down at him. "What's on your mind?" After exchanging glances for a moment, Wen Run hesitated, biting his cheek before blurting out, "Your uncle said there was a chance your legs could be treated." That was a while ago. Yi Hanqing lowered his eyelashes, hiding the expression in his eyes. "Now, perhaps it's not fixable." Gripping his fingers tightly, pinching and releasing them anxiously, Wen Run eventually hesitantly asked, "Then, why didn't you go ahead with the treatment back then? If it had been addressed promptly, perhaps it wouldn't be like this now. Are you dissatisfied with me?" Yi Hanqing slightly narrowed his eyes, pinching Wen Run's earlobes lightly but firmly. Wen Run frowned and suddenly pinched Yi Hanqing's mouth, making it flat like a little duckbill. "You know that's not what I mean. No matter what you turn into, I will never despise you. It's just, I feel heartache for you. A person so proud reduced to sitting in a wheelchair." Although he'd never shown it, judging by his refusal to let others touch his legs, it was clear he had always been bothered by it. These disabled legs made him feel inferior and humiliated. Before this, Wen Run had believed Yi Hanqing's legs were beyond repair, so he just convinced him to accept massages to avoid pain due to muscle atrophy later. It wasn't until today that he learned Yi Hanqing's legs originally had a chance to be cured. He got somewhat angry. Angry that he didn't cherish his body enough, angry that he had hidden this from him all along. But whenever he faced this person, he found it impossible to get mad at him. All he felt was heartache, wishing to keep him inside his heart and turn all those bitter memories into sweetness. So, in anger, he simply gripped Yi Hanqing's lips, not allowing him to say more annoying words. Noticing the irritation lurking in his eyes, Yi Hanqing quickly reined in his behavior, gently holding the hand that pinched his mouth. Slowly, he loosened the grip, softly cradling the stubborn hand against his own before somewhat regretfully saying, "I was wrong. It wasn't that I didn't want to treat it. Just the surgery success rate was only 50%. Besides, the recovery process, including pre- and post-surgery care plus rehabilitation, would take nearly 3 years altogether. Back then, I was focused solely on revenge and abandoned the treatment." There was another reason he hadn't said. He carried immense guilt about his mother and sister's deaths, feeling only he survived while they perished. He had to live to exact vengeance for his mother and sister, unable to die to apologize for his sins. That's why he gave up the treatment opportunity, using these disabled legs to force himself to remember his mother and sister's grievances every day. Of course, all these thoughts were things of the past, no longer needing to burden Wen Run with such knowledge. By now, even though he had long moved past the shadows of his past, he had never entertained the idea of continuing treatment. This was simply because he knew the hope for recovery was slim, and he didn't want Wen Run to get his hopes up in vain. 5 years ago, the chance of a cure was only 50%, so one could imagine how much slimmer the odds were after 5 more years. Rather than going through pointless turmoil and constantly being disappointed despite clinging to false hope, it would be better to just let things take their course until the end of life. During his time in the hospital, he had witnessed many instances where, after enduring prolonged illness, one party eventually gave up and left the other. He didn't want that to happen between him and Wen Run. Chapter 77. A flicker of concern passed through Yi Hanqing's eyes, but he quickly hid it. His fingers gently rubbed the inside of his wrist as Yi Hanqing softly asked, "Do you want me to continue with the treatment?" Wen Run lowered his gaze and thought seriously for a moment before finally saying, "Whether your leg gets better or not doesn't matter to me. The most important thing was that person." As long as Yi Hanqing remained Yi Hanqing, even if he had to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life, Wen Run would willingly take care of him. "Do you want to continue the treatment?" Wen Run lifted his hand and touched his brows and eyes, his slender and graceful fingers grazing over his eyebrows and straight nose bridge, finally lightly pressing against his left chest. "If you want to try the treatment, I'll be with you. If you don't, there's no need to force yourself." Whether he chose treatment or not, all Wen Run hoped for was that Yi Hanqing could live more easily and freely. If his disabled legs were no longer a burden, then not treating them wouldn't matter much. Conversely, if Yi Hanqing still wanted to stand again, Wen Run would accompany him in attempting it step by step. "Little rascal." Yi Hanqing pulled him close, letting him lie on his chest. Their noses touched tip to tip, their breaths intertwined. "Throwing such a hard question at me." Wen Run affectionately rubbed his nose against him and whispered, "No matter how you choose, I support you, as long as you can be happy." They were so close that Yi Hanqing could see the shimmering brilliance in his wide-open eyes, full of wholehearted trust and support. Yi Hanqing sighed. He even felt that perhaps all the suffering he endured beforehand was meant to exchange for this person being with him for the rest of their lives. If it were true, he would embrace it with joy. Yi Hanqing questioned himself sincerely, how could he not wish to stand up again? He also wanted to be like normal people, holding hands and going out for a walk at summer evenings together. He also wanted to bend down and carry him when he got tired. There were many things he wanted to do, but he never dared to dream of realizing them. In truth, he was a timid person, fearing that longing too much might result in losing even this last bit of warmth. But now, Wen Run looked at him and said that whatever choice he made, he would support him. His earnest tone gave Yi Hanqing a feeling of illusion, as if the two of them had already agreed to spend a lifetime together, never letting go of each other's hands until death. I will treat my leg. Yi Hanqing helplessly moved his forehead against Wen Run's, like a wronged beast hugging its beloved, seeking candy, but you have to promise me one thing. Instinctively sensing his request wouldn't be anything good, Wen Run immediately became cautious, hesitatingly saying, tell me first. Yi Hanqing hugged him even tighter, leaning his thin lips close to his ear, whispering low words. Wen Run's face slowly turned red, and eventually, even his neck reddened. Shocked, he stared at Yi Hanqing, struggling for a long time. Does it really have to be like this? Yi Hanqing firmly said, yes. After a long silence, Wen Run bit his lip, murmuring, okay. But. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Hanqing cut him off with a kiss. After a long kiss, Wen Run angrily pressed his hand, not today. Uncle is still here. Unwillingly stopping his actions, Yi Hanqing thought of Gu Sinan next door and indeed realized it wasn't appropriate. Grating his teeth unhappily, he bit Wen Run once, leaving a red tooth mark before reluctantly saying, then we'll owe it. Wen Run nodded rapidly like a little chicken pecking rice, pulling the quilt kick to the foot of the bed to cover himself. Lying down facing away from Yi Hanqing, his heart was still, thumping, irregularly. Yi Hanqing's requests were too much beyond the expected standards, and he simply wasn't psychologically prepared yet. Better to delay if possible. Seeing him turn his back to him, curling up in a ball with the quilt, Yi Hanqing delightedly smiled, turned off the light, and in the dark, carefully turned the person around to face him, holding him closely before sleeping contentedly. The next day, Gu Sinan was ready to leave after eating breakfast. While escorting him downstairs, Wen Run seized the opportunity to ask for the contact details of the previous doctor while Yi Hanqing was absent. What did the old doctor say? I want to accompany him to do another checkup. If there's hope, we'll keep the treatment going, Wen Run said. Gu Sinan was surprised. I thought it would take some time to convince him. Wen Run smiled. Others' persuasion won't work much. He has to want to figure it out himself. You're right, Gu Sinan raised an eyebrow, understanding his meaning. He clicked his tongue and added, apart from you, no one else has the ability to make him realize on his own. Seriously looking at the person in front of him, he couldn't help but admit, Yi Hanqing's insight was truly commendable. Not finding a partner for 30 years and then immediately finding someone completely suited for him. Perhaps it was destiny, seeing how miserable he was, that sent him such a person to sweeten his life. Here's Dr. Zhao's phone number, just mention Yi Hanqing's name and he'll know who you're talking about. Let me scan your WeChat, I'll add you. Gu Sinan opened up his WeChat. After they added each other on WeChat, Gu Sinan sent him Dr. Zhao's number along with 10,000 yuan via transfer. He grinned as he said, I didn't prepare a proper meeting gift, so I'll send you this red envelope first. The actual gift I'll save for next time. From now on, you can call me uncle just like Hanqing. Wen Run instinctively tried to decline but then realized that this should be considered a traditional red envelope given by an elder upon the first meeting. After all, Yi Hanqing had only one close elder remaining, and according to their custom of meeting parents, refusing such a gift would be disrespectful. Thus, he slightly bashfully accepted the red envelope and said, thank you, uncle. Please visit again when you have time. Gu Sinan thought to himself if he came over too many times, Yi Hanqing might end up blocking him, yet he smiled on the surface, definitely will, definitely will. After bidding farewell to Gu Sinan, Wen Run returned home with the freshly obtained phone number. Today, Yi Hanqing hadn't gone to the company. Seeing him return in high spirits, his expression flickered with interest. What did you guys talk about? You look so happy. Wen Run replied, Uncle gave me Dr. Zhao's number and sent me a red envelope. Yi Hanqing wasn't particularly interested in Drs. Zhao or Li, his focus immediately honed in on, red envelope. How much? Wen Run showed him the transfer record. Despite trying hard not to smile, a trace of joy still escaped from the corners of his mouth. In their tradition, receiving red envelopes or gifts from elders signified recognition of their partner. Unexpectedly, Yi Hanqing frowned, unsatisfied. That's it? So little. He quickly grabbed his own phone and sent WeChat to Gu Sinan. Just after Gu Sinan stepped into his car within the neighborhood, he received the message, are you broke recently? Gu Sinan. Realizing the underlying complaint was about the insufficient amount, he stopped the car to type back, it's pocket money. The real meeting gift will come later. Only then did Yi Hanqing feel satisfied. Putting away his phone, he told Wen Run, Uncle owes you a proper meeting gift, remember to ask for it when you see him next time. Wen Run hadn't encountered someone so straightforward and confident before, his thin-skinned nature made him choke, stammering, it's not really appropriate. Yi Hanqing pinched his cheeks, according to the rules of the Gu family, this is how it is. Since the grandparents and mother are no longer here, naturally everything falls on him. Don't worry, he's never short of money. Wen Run muttered an oh, since Yi Hanqing spoke with such certainty, he didn't dwell on it further. He thought that if necessary, he could invite uncle over for dinner next time. After the banter ended, they got back to business. Wen Run showed Yi Hanqing Dr. Zhao's number, uncle said he was the doctor who treated you before. Should I give him a call to inquire? Yi Hanqing maintained a poker face, faintly responding with an indifferent, go ahead. Wenrun squatted down, partially lying across his legs, and dialed Dr. Zhao's number. The call connected after several rings. He switched the call to speaker mode and the gentle voice on the other side asked, "Hello, may I know who this is?" Wenrun cleared his throat. "Hello, is this Dr. Zhao?" Glancing at Yi Hansheng and noting he intended to stay silent, he continued, "I'm a family member of Yi Hansheng, and I'd like to consult with you regarding his leg treatment." The voice on the other end perked up. "He's willing to get treatment." Wenrun responded with a, is there still hope for a cure? Dr. Zhao hesitated, hard to say. "Come to the City People's Hospital for a checkup first. By the way, Gu Sinan and I are classmates, so don't be too formal, calling me Uncle Zhao would suffice." Wenrun happily followed suit, calling out Uncle Zhao and asking when would be convenient to schedule the examination. "Are you available today? If so, just come directly. I'm not on duty today, I'll wait for you at the hospital." After expressing his gratitude multiple times, Wenrun hung up the phone. His eyes brightened as he looked at Yi Hansheng. "Shall we go now?" Yi Hansheng seemed a bit dazed, and when Wenrun repeated his question, he seemed to snap out of it, nodded slowly, and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Wenrun went to pack his things and brought along his small notebook recording Yi Hansheng's condition details. Then both of them headed towards the hospital. It took half an hour by car to reach the municipal hospital. After they arrived, Wenrun made another call and soon saw a tall, lean, elegant-looking middle-aged man walking towards them. He looked about 35 to 36 years old, bearing a scholarly air. Wenrun glanced at the nameplate reading Zhao Cheng on his chest and hesitantly called out, "Uncle Zhao." Zhao Cheng extended his hand with a smile. "Nice to meet you, I'm Zhao Cheng." Wenrun shook hands with him and introduced himself, "I'm Wenrun." Because of the mask, his voice was a bit muffled. Zhao Cheng scrutinized him for a moment before hesitating and asking, "Aren't you that popular celebrity? You're his family member?" Wenrun nodded, revealing an apologetic look in his eyes. Zhao Cheng glanced between them both. Fortunately, they'd arrived through the side entrance where there weren't many people around. He scanned the area quickly before saying to the two, "Follow me. Let's not get noticed. There are too many people here, and if you're recognized, it will cause trouble." Wenrun nodded and pushed Yi Hansheng behind Zhao Cheng as quietly as possible. Zhao Cheng took them to his office. After closing the door, he said to Wenrun, "No one will come in now, stay here." After thanking him, Wenrun finally removed his cap and mask. "You look better than last time," Zhao Cheng noted seriously after examining him, then added, "Pull up your pants so I can take a look at your legs." His expression turned serious as he got down to business. Yi Hansheng stiffened his body, tightly pressing his lips as if holding back some emotion. Just when Wenrun was about to help roll up his pant leg, Yi Hansheng slowly bent down to do it himself, exposing the area below his knees. Having done this, Yi Hansheng closed his eyes awkwardly, gripping the wheelchair armrest tightly. Standing behind him, Wenrun placed his hands on Yi Hansheng's shoulders to silently soothe him. "Looks like no one has been taking care of those legs over the past few years," Zhao Cheng remarked severely as he checked each leg one by one. "With such youthfulness, you've been careless with your own health." Yi Hansheng didn't reply. Wenrun anxiously asked, "Is there still time to treat it?" Zhao Cheng shook his head, then sighed, "It's been too long. I'm unsure myself. First, let the nurse take him for a muscle strength test." Wenrun nodded, "Then I'll go handle the payment." "No need, I'll cover it first." "Let the nurse handle the formalities for you," Zhao Cheng interrupted, adding, "If you go downstairs now, you might be recognized, which could cause unnecessary problems." Wenrun understood, feeling somewhat apologetic, "I've caused you inconvenience." "Not at all. Since Gu Sinan and I are classmates, consider us elders in this relationship, you don't have to be so formal." "You don't look like someone of the same generation as Uncle Gu," Wenrun observed, something he'd been thinking ever since meeting Zhao Cheng. Gu Sinan was 45 and looked just over 40, but Zhao Cheng appeared merely 35 or 36. "Don't I look much younger?" Zhao Cheng suddenly lowered his voice and asked with a sly smile. Wenrun nodded earnestly, "You indeed look only 35 or 36. Hearing this, Zhao Cheng's face lit up brightly, "Yes, I always appear younger. But actually, I am 42. Surprised, Wenrun closely observed Zhao Cheng again, noticing fine wrinkles by his eyebrows and eyes but realizing his good skin condition made him appear younger. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door from the nurse. Wenrun gripped Yi Hansheng's hand once, then said, "I'll wait right here." With that, he stepped aside behind a curtain. The nurse entered after permission was granted, carrying Zhao Cheng's prescription slip and guiding Yi Hansheng downstairs. Once they left, Wenrun emerged from behind the curtain, a worried expression etched on his face. "Is his condition very bad?" "For 5 years it's been untreated. The muscles have already started to shrink," Zhao Cheng explained. "He is way too stubborn. If he had agreed earlier to undergo surgery, I would have been half sure I could cure him. Right after the car accident, his lower leg nerve suffered trauma and pressure damage, nearly half the nerves were damaged. If timely surgery had been performed, the pressure on the undamaged nerve fibers could be lifted, followed by using acupuncture electric needle stimulation therapy, thus giving him half a chance to heal. But now it's delayed too long. His lower leg nerves have likely already been completely damaged," Zhao Cheng stated grimly. Isn't he currently unable to feel anything? Wen-run felt his heart sink as he hesitated before nodding. Is there really no other way? He just started agreeing to accept treatment. In truth, Yi Hanqing agreed to restart the treatment because he still held hopes of being able to walk again. If there was absolutely no chance, perhaps it would be better if he hadn't agreed to the treatment in the first place. Avoiding hope turning into disappointment. It's not entirely without hope, Zhao Qing comforted him. After they finished the muscle strength testing, we'll see how things stand. I know a couple of very skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have treated him before. If the nerves haven't completely degenerated, combined acupuncture and therapy can bring hope for recovery. Once the nerves can respond to stimulation and restore partial activity, there's still a chance for surgery. But this process will be long and painful, and you need to prepare mentally. Zhao Cheng looked at him seriously. You're usually busy, aren't you? I've seen a lot of similar patients whose relatives couldn't support them for long. I will arrange my time properly. Wen-run smiled. As long as there is a hope for cure, I'll stay by his side. Zhao Cheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he said nothing more. He sat in front of the computer, entered Yi Hanqing's name to query, and found that Yi Hanqing's electromyography had already been uploaded to the system. After looking at it for a while, his relaxed demeanor gradually became serious. Wen-run didn't dare to disturb him and held his breath waiting. Not until Yi Hanqing returned after completing the electromyography did his gaze leave the computer screen. Your condition is even worse than I imagined, Zhao Qing said. The nerve damage is severe, the motor function is grade M1 with slight contraction. Sensory function disorder is grade S1/1, only deep pain sensation exists. Under this current situation, surgery cannot be performed yet. To undergo surgery, both motor function and sensory function disorders must reach at least grade 2. Yi Hanqing frowned, relaxing his fingers a bit. If it can't be done, then so be it. Haven't you previously mentioned that electroacupuncture therapy can stimulate neural activity? Wen-run asked anxiously. Zhao Qing nodded. That's what I was about to say next. If you want surgery, you must first go through electroacupuncture therapy. Wait until the nerves recover their activity and meet the surgical conditions before performing the surgery. He looked at the two of them, his tone somewhat heavy. If recovery goes well, the success rate of the surgery is at most 50%. Before Wen-run could get excited, he continued, but if the surgery fails, it may affect the nerve function of the thigh. In the worst case, amputation might be necessary. You need to consider carefully. Wen-run widened his eyes, his lips trembling slightly, and after a long pause, he thanked with a pale face. Thank you, we will seriously consider it. Shall we go home today? He looked at Yi Hanqing. Let's give it a try. Yi Hanqing gripped his hand and said to Zhao Qing, I'll first try the electroacupuncture treatment, and if it works, I'll come back to see you. Wen-run instinctively said, but. No buts, Yi Hanqing interrupted him. Since we've decided to try, don't easily give up. Have you forgotten what you said yesterday? Wen-run's eyes trembled slightly. He had said that whatever choice Yi Hanqing made, he would support it. Okay. Wen-run squatted down and gently stroked his legs. Then let's start with the electroacupuncture treatment. Yi Hanqing patted his head, and Uncle Zhao has said, amputation would only be in the worst-case scenario, right? He looked at Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing helplessly nodded, yes. Electroacupuncture therapy is a conservative treatment, you can start it first. As for whether or not to have surgery, you can think about it slowly. The three reached an agreement, and Wen-run and Yi Hanqing left first after bidding farewell. After returning from the hospital, Wen-run also contacted two old traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. The two TCM practitioners introduced by Chen Zhen were skilled and kept up with modern methods. Although they were quite old, communication was basically seamless. The medicinal foot soak packages and massage techniques used earlier by Wen-run for Yi Hanqing were all taught by them. After inquiring about Yi Hanqing's thoughts, Wen-run pulled him into the small group of 3 people and sent Zhao Cheng's suggestions into the group chat. After some discussion among the two TCM practitioners, it was finally decided that Dr. Qin, located in the neighboring city, would come over to diagnose Yi Hanqing. Dr. Qin's full name is Qin Xiao, 66 years old, but he looks like he is just over 50 due to his expertise in health preservation methods. Dr. Qin worked in the B City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital when he was young, renowned for his superb medical skills. After retirement, he moved to the neighboring city for retirement, rarely seeing patients unless introduced by acquaintances. This time he agreed to come over in consideration of Chen Zhen and Wen-run's favor. Wen-run originally wanted to send a driver to pick him up, but Dr. Qin refused and packed his luggage immediately, driving to B City himself. It takes more than 3 hours by car from the neighboring city. When Dr. Qin arrived at around 3:30 in the afternoon, Wen-run waited downstairs and greeted him. Upon seeing him, Dr. Qin laughed heartily. You're really that very popular celebrity. I thought it was just a coincidence with the same name. My granddaughter adores you. The elderly man remains youthful at heart, proficient with various electronic devices, and Wen-run occasionally sees photos on his social circle where he travels with his granddaughter. He never expected the doctor to be a fan of his. Wen-run took his luggage and said mischievously, then I'll give you a few signed photos later, which your granddaughter can use to give away. That would be wonderful. Dr. Qin chuckled heartily, stroking his little beard. I was just worrying about what to give her for her birthday. The two of them laughed and chatted as they went upstairs. The guest room had been prepared long ago. Wen Run first put his luggage away before asking if they wanted to go eat dinner. Dr. Qin, however, shook his head. It's neither too early nor too late to eat, let me check his legs first. Yi Hanqing was waiting nearby. When he saw that Dr. Qin was about to examine him, he quietly rolled up his trouser legs. Dr. Qin squatted down and held his two legs, pressing around various areas. Each time he pressed, he would ask Yi Hanqing about his reactions. But each time, Yi Hanqing could only shake his head, no sensation. The elderly man sighed, young people shouldn't gamble with their own health. Your legs will be hard to treat now. Let me try acupuncture on you first. I'll also reconfigure a new set of medicinal packets. Try for a month first. If you can feel anything, then we'll continue. Otherwise, I won't have any other options. Yi Hanqing maintained an unchanging expression and nodded in agreement, then let's give it a try. Thank you for your efforts. Dr. Qin shook his head and went to the guest room to retrieve his small box, which contained all the acupuncture tools he brought along. After washing his hands and disinfecting them, he instructed Yi Hanqing to lie down and relax his body. After wiping his legs with alcohol, he quickly inserted fine needles into the acupoints. His movements were fast, precise, and effective. Within less than 10 minutes, both calves were covered with needles at various acupoints. He then wrote several prescriptions and handed them to Wen Run so he could buy the medicines. Wen Run sent the prescriptions to Yu Biao, instructing him to procure the necessary materials, while staying by Yi Hanqing's side. Acupuncture itself wasn't painful, especially since Yi Hanqing's legs had already lost all sensation. Still lying motionless for 40 minutes was indeed a test of patience. Wen Run feared that Yi Hanqing might get bored, so he began chatting with him. Seeing this, Dr. Qin smiled. He's not a child, why does he need someone to keep him entertained during acupuncture? Feeling a little embarrassed, Wen Run pressed his lips together and handed his phone to Yi Hanqing so he could entertain himself. Shouldn't you be working on a film set? My granddaughter told me you're shooting a drama somewhere, right? Dr. Qin seemed rather calm. As one grows older, one tends to become more talkative. Since he formed a good impression of Wen Run, he held a cup of tea and started a conversation with him earnestly. I took 2 days off and need to return to the crew tonight. Dr. Qin scrutinized the two for a moment, and then leaned closer, asking, are you two a couple? Startled, Wen Run hesitated momentarily, unsure how to respond. Noticing that the old doctor showed no signs of disgust, he finally nodded cautiously, yes. Relax. I've seen plenty of homosexual couples over the years, there's nothing unusual about it. Dr. Qin waved his hand dismissively, teasing, back when I was young, many people came to see me for medication, you know what for. He gestured suggestively, looked at Wen Run, and grinned, maybe I should prescribe some for you as well. According to patients who've used them, the results are pretty good. Young men need to start preserving their health early, or they'll suffer later in life. Wen Run blushed red, surprised that such topics could arise from casual conversations, but realized the elder's advice made sense. Thus, he clenched his teeth, agreeing quietly like a mosquito humming. After 40 minutes of acupuncture, Dr. Qin asked Wen Run to massage Yi Hanqing using the techniques he taught earlier. Wen Run's hands were steady, and his motions standard. After completing the full 30-minute massage, Dr. Qin nodded approvingly, your technique is quite accurate. From now on, if you're at home, you should do the massage. Wen Run wiped the sweat from his forehead and agreed. Dr. Qin temporarily stayed in the guest room. Because Yi Hanqing had begun treatment, Wen Run, worried and hesitant, called the director again to request 2 more days off, promising to return to the production once the treatment was on track. Yu Biao had already purchased all the herbs required by Dr. Qin and delivered them to the house. Since electroacupuncture therapy also required pulse electric devices, Wen Run arranged for Zhao Qing to help obtain such equipment, which was installed on the second floor in a spare room converted into a treatment room. Thereafter, Yi Hanqing received 1 hour of electroacupuncture treatment every afternoon, followed by massages and herbal soaks. Wen Run accompanied him throughout these 2 days, observing that Yi Hanqing adapted well without any adverse reactions, before reluctantly heading back to the production. Before leaving, he specifically hired a nanny, as neither he nor Yi Hanqing had ever enjoyed having live-in nannies in the past, preferring to hire cleaners for scheduled visits. With Dr. Qin now present, Wen Run feared inconveniencing him and therefore arranged for a nanny dedicated to his daily care. Once everything was properly arranged, Wen Run prepared to leave reluctantly, this drama is almost finished. Once it wraps up, I won't take any new roles and will stay with you. Yi Hanqing chuckled, I'm not a kid anymore. You should prioritize your career first, otherwise, Zheng Xian will nag again. If you're worried, we can video call every night, alright? Wen Run made a silent decision in his heart and did not argue further, replying instead, alright, then I'll video call you every night. The one picking up Wen Run was Zheng Xian and the new agent, Chu Su. This time, as Wen Run returned to the film set, Chu Su accompanied him. Being an eloquent talker herself, she quickly bonded with Wen Run who had a pleasant disposition. Before boarding the plane, the 3 of them ate a quick meal outside the airport. Zheng Xian earnestly entrusted Wen Run into Chu Su's care, asking her to look after him well, especially warning her about preventing any improper photos or scandals involving Yi Hanqing. Chu Su's expression showed a mix of surprise, while Wen Run tried hard not to laugh. Soon enough, he was scolded by Jing Xian, "You better watch yourself too. Yi Hanqing might be careless, but you should know better. It's not easy to get this far, don't ruin it easily. If you really want to go public, make sure you have a backup plan step by step to minimize losses. Understand?" Jing Xian was genuinely afraid that if Yi Hanqing flirted a little, Wen Run would naively expose their relationship, which might give him a heart attack all the way in the US. After bidding farewell to Jing Xian, Wen Run boarded the plane with Chu Su back to City Y. Because he took 4 days off, quite a lot of his scenes were delayed. He started working overtime day and night once he returned, managing to only squeeze out a short time at night to video call Yi Hanqing. Meanwhile, after Wen Run left, Yi Hanqing continued with his treatment as planned. In the daytime, he went to work at the company, and in the afternoon when he came home, he received electroacupuncture treatments, massages, and herbal baths, all supervised responsibly by Dr. Qin, who now stayed long-term in the house. Perhaps because of the herbal bath, Yi Hanqing had been sleeping better recently, and overall seemed refreshed. After efficiently clearing out all pending matters from his company, Yi Hanqing found time to visit the Yi family again. Currently, there was only Yi Makai left in the Yi household, with most of the servants dismissed, leaving just a few. Yi Makai lingered listlessly in the mansion, visited occasionally by Yi Chirui. At present, Yi Chirui had taken complete control over the Yi Corporation, and Yi Makai transferred half of his shares to her. Together with the remaining shares, it was enough incentive for Yi Chirui to diligently contribute to the Yi Corporation, becoming a dutiful daughter. As for Yi Makai himself, he spent his days cooped up in the old residence, too afraid to even step outside. All the disgraceful secrets of the Yi family had been exposed and widely known, whether by acquaintances or strangers. Everyone knew that Yi Qiuting was another man's illegitimate child, and Yi Makai had been betrayed. He felt humiliated. And with his body in such a pitiable state, he no longer had the strength to stir up any trouble. The last hope of reconciling with Yi Hanqing had failed, resulting even in an embarrassing episode where he lost bladder control, leaving him feeling utterly drained, like a hollow shell. But Yi Hanqing hadn't let go of him yet. After living in fear for quite some time, Yi Hanqing arrived with a group of healthcare professionals. Doctors dressed in white coats surrounded his sickbed, someone holding onto his arms trying to lift him up. "What are you going to do?" Yi Makai struggled in terror, glaring at Yi Hanqing standing calmly by the doorway and yelling, "You wicked son. What are you going to do? Let me go." His eyes widened with anger, red blood vessels clearly visible on the whites of his eyes. His darkened, cracked mouth spewed unintelligible curses. He truly looked like a madman. Yi Hanqing said coolly, "My dad is somewhat unstable mentally. Be careful so as not to upset him." Yi Makai stared fiercely, "You're sending me to a mental asylum? You dare. I won't go. I won't go." The more he resisted, the more serious the medical staff believed his condition to be. Consequently, they gripped his thrashing arms even harder, forcibly carrying him out and laying him down on a stretcher, transporting him directly to the ambulance. "Dad, the doctor said you shouldn't get too agitated right now." Yi Hanqing pushed his wheelchair behind, watching the medical staff close the ambulance door before he got into the car behind them, saying softly, "Let me send you on one last journey." The ambulance led the way, followed closely by Yi Hanqing's car. When they arrived at the mental hospital, Yi Hanqing looked at the familiar gate and gave a cold smile. He completed the admission procedures for Yi Makai and paid him one final visit. Yi Makai wept bitterly, apologizing, "I've done wrong, it's my mistake, don't lock me up here. The medical facilities here are excellent." Yi Hanqing smiled lightly, "Stay here until you're cured. When you're healed, you'll naturally be allowed to leave." When Yi Makai saw that he was not moved, he immediately changed his expression and started cursing loudly. His curses were extremely vulgar, but Yi Hanqing didn't even flinch, just giving a mocking smile before turning around and leaving. Chapter 78. Ye Chirui learned the same day that Yi Makai had been forcibly sent to the psychiatric hospital. When she received the call from the servant, she had just returned from an outing. Hearing the servant's panic-stricken voice explaining how Ye Hanqing had sent Yi Makai to a mental institution, she momentarily thought it was utterly absurd and then realized it was exactly what she should have expected. What wouldn't Ye Hanqing do? She found time to visit Yi Makai, who had gone completely mad, muttering curses under his breath. When he saw her, he didn't say a word but stared straight at her with a chilling gaze. After instructing the medical staff to take good care of him, Ye Chirui hastily left. It might be better to let Yi Makai stay in the psychiatric hospital. This would save her the trouble of pretending to be the filial daughter amidst her hectic schedule anyway. Now that half of the shares were already in her hands, she had the final say in the company. The remaining half would eventually be hers after Yi Makai passed away. The Ye family was indeed cold-hearted. If there was any deep bond between her and Yi Makai as father and daughter by this point, it was all for show to outsiders. Now that there was no need to act anymore, she enjoyed her freedom. But while she thought it was over, Ye Hanqing wasn't about to let the Ye group off so easily. News of Yi Makai being sent to the psychiatric hospital quickly spread. The stock price of Ye Group plummeted to rock bottom, with angry shareholders daily berating on the official Weibo page. Cooperation partners cancelled contracts en masse to cut their losses, and the banks also rushed to collect debts and stopped approving loans to Ye Group. Ye's capital chain was completely broken. The new mall project had to stop construction, and what followed was the forced delisting of the Ye Group from the stock market. Having incurred continuous losses for 3 years, especially more severe losses in the final year, the once long-listed Ye Group faced its first forced exit from the stock exchange. To keep up, Ye Chirui had no choice but to sell off some businesses to repay the debts. But it was like trying to fill an ocean with a teacup. As a real estate company, Ye Group carried massive liabilities. Especially in the past 2 years, all their chips were bet on the new mall project, which, due to a disrupted capital chain, halted operations. With funds unable to recirculate and accumulating huge debt, Ye Group teetered on the brink. Mass layoffs, asset sales. To hang on, Ye Chirui did everything possible, yet could not prevent the decline of the Ye Group. When Ye Hanqing heard the news, he merely sneered mockingly. The downfall of Ye Group was inevitable. After his withdrawal, problems had started seeping into the foundation of the Ye enterprise. Though Ye Makai could still hold things together, switching leadership to Ye Chirui meant complete collapse. It was only a matter of time. And it required almost no effort from him, just waiting. In mid-September, after all the paperwork was finalized, Ye Hanqing sent Jing Xuan and Ye Jiao abroad. Accompanied by a medical team, they directly chartered a flight to the U.S. Dr. Bruce's experimental projects had always been sponsored by Ye Hanqing, so after confirming that treatment for Ye Jiao would begin, Dr. Bruce temporarily set aside other projects to focus entirely on preparing for Ye Jiao's arrival. Upon reaching the U.S., Ye Jia underwent comprehensive examinations, and Jing Xuan handed over all domestic case data for Dr. Bruce to study. After nearly half a month of deliberation and discussion, they formulated an initial treatment plan, intending to adjust according to treatment feedback. Although Ye Hanqing didn't accompany them to the U.S., he communicated regularly with Jing Xuan regarding Ye Jia's condition. In the daytime, juggling the affairs of 2 companies, at night following medical advice to treat his legs and video calling Wenruan. Throughout the summer and autumn, he remained occupied. When December arrived, Taiping Tune finally wrapped up production. After the wrap-up banquet, Wenruan instructed Xu Su to delay press releases and returned home. It was noon when he arrived. Ye Hanqing was still at the company, Dr. Qin was visiting an old friend during the day, and even the maid had stepped out. Songhai Grand Courtyard was completely empty. After putting down his suitcase, Wenruan collapsed face down on the bed. Exhausted, as he flipped over to drift off to sleep, his fingers accidentally brushed against soft clothing. Sleepily, he grabbed it, finding it was one of Ye Hanqing's often worn dark blue shirts. The shirt smelled clean and refreshing, like the fragrance of the scented oil Ye Hanqing often used, a scent he liked very much. Drowsily, Wenruan crumpled the shirt into his arms, rubbed his cheek against it, and soon drifted off. When Ye Hanqing came home from work in the afternoon, he saw the familiar suitcase right at the door. His heart stirred, and he wheeled himself to the bedroom where Wenruan lay sleeping curled up, facing away from the door. Exhausted to the bone, Wenruan had fallen asleep without changing clothes. Shaking his head helplessly, Ye Hanqing pulled up the quilt that had been kicked to the foot of the bed and covered him with it. Unexpectedly, he discovered that Wenruan was tightly hugging a familiar piece of clothing in his arms. He pulled out a corner of the fabric for a closer look. It was indeed the shirt he usually wore. Now, this shirt was tightly embraced by the sleeping figure, held in a manner filled with attachment. A sudden pang of tenderness surged in his heart. Ye Hanqing's fingers traced Wenruan's brows and eyes, then he slipped off his outer coat, carefully climbed into bed, and hugged the deeply sleeping figure into his embrace, letting him rest his head on his arm and continue sleeping. Wenruan stirred slightly, mumbled a few incoherent words. Ye Hanqing gently patted his back, and soon he fell back into deep slumber, his red cheeks pressing against Ye Hanqing's chest. Wenruan slept for a long time, only waking when the sky outside had already turned dark. The scent lingering at his nose tip was familiar, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself staring at a well-defined chest. When did you come back? Why didn't you wake me? Wenruan yawned and struggled out from his embrace, causing the shirt trapped between them to fall onto the bed. Startled, Wenruan realized too late what he'd done and his ears flushed red. Quietly trying to grab the shirt and hide it under him, he was stopped by Ye Hanqing, who seized his wrist. Picking up the rumpled shirt, Ye Hanqing chuckled lowly, "You were sleeping while clutching my shirt. Do you miss me so much?" Wenruan's face burned crimson, but since it was something he'd done and caught in the act, all he could do was stammer in embarrassment without providing any reasonable excuse. But Ye Hanqing wasn't done yet. Whispering near his earlobe with an affectionate tone, he asked, "I'm back now. Can I let you hug me as much as you like?" Wenruan shivered involuntarily, arching his back and whispering softly into his chest, "Don't, stop. Don't like it this way." Ye Hanqing laughed huskily, "Or would you rather I wear this shirt for you?" Overwhelmed with both shame and frustration under Ye Hanqing's questioning, Wenruan had no defense left, merely allowing himself to be teased, turning as red as a boiled shrimp. A few physiological tears welled at the corners of his reddened eyes, dampening his dark lashes until they glistened, a sight that was only more irresistible. As the temperature in the bedroom rose, there came 3 heavy knocks at the door. Dr. Qin's robust voice carried through, 7 o'clock. Time for today's acupuncture. Ye Hanqing paused his actions, his expression betraying a hint of exasperation. Taking advantage of the moment, Wenruan pushed him away and hurriedly got up, panicking, "We're coming right away. You should quickly get dressed properly." As Wenruan smoothed out the wrinkled clothes and glanced over at Ye Hansheng, the buttons of his shirt had been undone due to their struggle, exposing a large portion of his toned muscles. His whole demeanor screamed improper behavior. From outside, Dr. Qin continued knocking fiercely, dong dong dong. Ye Hansheng let out a light sigh of disapproval, looked down briefly, spread his hands open, and tilted his chin upwards. This is what you've unfastened. He said it with such righteous confidence, clearly stating that unless Wenruan fixed the buttons for him, he wouldn't budge. Biting his cheek slightly, Wenruan had no choice but to approach and fasten the buttons scattered across his chest. Only after this did Ye Hansheng sit contentedly in the wheelchair and will behind Wenruan to open the door. Dr. Qin stood at the doorway and, upon seeing the two come out, gave an audible sniff and told Ye Hansheng, let's go upstairs for your needle treatment. Electroacupuncture therapy had lasted for 3 months. After the first month, Ye Hansheng's lower legs had finally regained the faintest sense of pain. Although slight, this was a very positive sign. Only with sensory feedback could the treatment proceed further. Dr. Qin stayed permanently in City B and stuck to his daily routine of giving him acupuncture treatments every night without fail. Wenruan accompanied him upstairs to observe, and after the electroacupuncture ended, Dr. Qin handed over the leg massage duties to Wenruan. Over the course of 3 months of treatment, Ye Hansheng's condition had visibly improved significantly, even noticeable enough to Wenruan, who realized that when applying pressure on the acupressure points now, his calf muscles occasionally showed some reactions. Everything was moving towards a better direction. As December arrived, the weather grew colder, and the festive atmosphere on the streets became increasingly lively. Merchants and common people alike prepared enthusiastically for the upcoming Christmas celebration. And Wenruan was also secretly preparing, not for the holiday, but for Ye Hansheng's birthday. In 10 days would be Ye Hansheng's 31st birthday. Yet, Wenruan still hadn't decided what gift to give him. Upon asking Jing Xuan quietly, Wenruan learned that since the passing of Ye Hansheng's mother-in-law, he hadn't celebrated his birthday anymore. Thus, Wenruan planned to throw him a cheerful birthday this year. It wouldn't need to be a grand banquet, inviting close friends would suffice. Given that cooking everything himself might prove quite a challenge, he booked seats early at a hotel. Regarding the birthday cake and longevity noodles, he planned to prepare these himself, his only worry being what present he should buy. Wenruan agonized for a long time, then went to seek advice from Jing Xuan and Guo Zongfei. Strikingly, both of them gave him the exact same answer, so much so that Wenruan suspected they might have colluded beforehand. Just tie yourself up with a ribbon and present yourself to him. He'll surely like it. Wenruan remained silent for a long time, reluctantly acknowledging in his heart that what they said was likely true. He remembered once more the request Ye Hansheng had whispered near his ear some days before. That day, they hadn't done anything because Jojo was still around, but Ye Hansheng had never forgotten about the debt he owed. Anyway, it would have to be repaid sooner or later, so Wenruan steeled his resolve and decided that he would fulfill Ye Hansheng's wish on his birthday. In order to give a perfect gift that night at the birthday party, Wenruan quietly searched and studied many resources. However, it seemed as if the sources he found were not quite right. After watching all sorts of bizarre films, Wenruan's face had gone completely pale. At least now he knew what to do. Ashamed to go out and buy things himself, Wenruan could only muster the courage to ask Dr. Qin. Dr. Qin saw Wenruan standing red-faced before him, unable to speak for a long moment, and thought he must be sick. Surprisingly, he asked, "What's wrong? Let me take your pulse." "I'm not sick." Wenruan hastily shook his head, stuttering as he said, it's. Last time you mentioned something about a certain medicine. Do you have any left?" His voice was barely louder than a mosquito's hum, and Dr. Qin didn't hear clearly. Leaning in closer, he asked, "What medicine?" It's that kind of nourishing medicine." Gritting his teeth and throwing caution to the wind, Wenruan blurted it out. "Oh. That one," Dr. Qin finally understood. Seeing how flustered Wenruan was, turning completely red with embarrassment, Dr. Qin couldn't bear teasing him further. "Do you need it before or after?" What did before and after mean? Confused, Wenruan hesitated and asked uncertainly, "Can I have both?" Now Dr. Qin got the hint. Examining Wenruan carefully from head to toe, he realized these two had been behaving all cuddly every day, yet had never actually done anything. He waved a hand and said, "All right, I'll prepare a little of each for you. Come back in a few days to pick it up." Gratefully, Wenruan hurriedly fled. Before they knew it, December 25th arrived. It was Christmas Day and also a Saturday. Even the neighborhood property management had set out Santa Claus and reindeer decorations at the reception area, while the streets were bustling with young people enjoying the festive season. Wenruan spent most of the day baking a 2-tier birthday cake and rolling out dough. As invited guests began arriving one by one. Besides the elders Gu Xinyan and Qinzhen, Ye Hansheng didn't have many friends. Jing Xuan being stuck in the U.S., Wenruan invited only Guo Zongfei and Yuxin, with the rest being Wenruan's own friends, there to support the occasion. Guo Zongfei and Shenmushuan were the first to arrive. Carrying their gifts, Guo Zongfei appeared just as energetic as ever, bursting through the door loudly demanding to give Wenruan an affectionate bear hug. Wenruan deftly dodged and thrust a bunch of balloons into his arms. "Perfect timing. Help me blow these up." Holding the balloons, Guo Songfei cried melodramatically, "We haven't seen each other in such a long time, and you don't even miss me?" Wenruan paused and seriously considered this for a second. With how busy he'd been, whenever he had free time, he'd always used it to think about Ye Hansheng. There was no way he could have thought of Guo Songfei instead, so he cautiously replied with a vague, "I've been super busy. I really don't have time to miss you." Guo Songfei was struck hard by this revelation and begrudgingly started blowing up the balloons while dragging Shen Wuxiuan over too. "Come on, help out too. Don't try to skip out on this." They had barely gotten started when Xie Yupan and Qiyu also arrived, followed quickly by Lu Zhan. Finally came Yuxin and Gu Xinyan among others. The drinks and presents brought by the group filled up the living room coffee table. Everyone worked together, spending over 2 hours decorating the entire house with balloons and colorful lights. With everything ready, the prepared cake was wheeled out and placed in the center, and the food freshly delivered from the hotel was neatly arranged. After tidying up the scene, Wenruan sent a message to Yu Biao, asking how much longer it would take him to get home. Yu Biao replied that he was already downstairs. "He's almost here." Anxious, Wenruan instructed everyone, "Turn off the lights quickly, hide yourselves." The lights in the room immediately turned off, and everyone hid in various spots. Wenruan nervously held the switch for the colored lights, hiding by the entrance hall. The first person Ye Hansheng would see upon coming back would be him. Ye Hansheng ascended the stairs along with Yu Biao, holding a Christmas present he prepared for Wenruan. Previously, he had never bothered with holidays like these. But that morning, he'd unintentionally overheard his assistants discussing where they would celebrate the evening. Only then did he realize, he probably should prepare a gift for his young boyfriend. If everyone else could exchange presents, how could he possibly be an exception? Ye Hansheng left work early in the afternoon and spent a long time selecting a watch, buying 2 identical ones and having the shopkeeper package them well. Ye Hansheng also booked a private room at a famous couple's restaurant in City B, preparing to give Wenruan a surprise. Opening the door with great anticipation, the house was pitch black inside. Frowning, Ye Hansheng wondered whether Wenruan was asleep or had gone out. Just as he was about to turn on the lights, a shadow suddenly leapt out and hugged him. At the same time, countless twinkling star-shaped lights lit up all around, looking like a sea of stars. "Happy birthday." Wenruan placed the custom-made birthday hat he prepared on his head. His glossy black eyes seemed to reflect the stars. The sound system played the "Happy Birthday" song, and others emerged from their hiding spots, gathering behind Wenruan to say, "Happy Birthday," together to Ye Hansheng. Ye Hansheng's Adam's apple moved, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone's faces until finally landing on Wenruan's. The corners of his mouth unconsciously curled upward, and he gently hugged him before saying, "Thank you." Wenruan smiled, then took Ye Hansheng's hand and led him inside. The ceiling was filled with colorful balloons, and star-shaped lights hung all over the walls. On the living room wall were 4 large words spelled out with balloons, "Happy Birthday." In the center of the living room stood a 2-tier birthday cake. On the cake were 2 cartoon figures sitting shoulder to shoulder, both holding a chocolate sign that said, "Happy Birthday Ye Hansheng." Everyone surrounded Ye Hansheng and led him to the front of the cake. Wenruan lit the candles and grinned at him. "Make a wish first." Ye Hansheng stared at the flickering flames, clasped his hands devoutly, made his wish seriously, and then blew out all the candles in one breath. After making his wish, Ye Hansheng was once again surrounded and taken to the restaurant. The marble dining table was filled with dishes, the wine already poured, waiting only for today's birthday celebrant to take his seat. Guo Songfei, calculating that Ye Hansheng wouldn't bother him today, grew bolder. He picked up the wine bottle and poured 2 large glasses of wine, handing one of them to Ye Hansheng and cheering on him, "Today you're the star, we won't go home until we're drunk." Lu Zhan chimed in, "If President Ye doesn't drink, let Wenruan drink." Ye Hansheng gave them a glance, a faint smile curving his thin lips as he took the wine glass and clinked it against theirs, finishing it all in one gulp. Guo Songfei fearlessly refilled his empty glass and said, "The previous one was a toast to our friendship, this one is a toast to Wenruan." As for why their drinking had anything to do with Wenruan, no one knew, anyway, just drinking was what mattered. The table was rowdy, and before they ate much food, everyone started drinking heavily. Ye Hansheng's mood seemed particularly good today, almost accepting every drink without refusal, 1 cup after another. By the time the party went on, even Guo Songfei was slurring his speech, yet Ye Hansheng's face remained unchanged. He could still steadily peel shrimp for Wenruan. Unable to knock Ye Hansheng down with drinks, Guo Songfei ended up getting himself drunk instead. He stumbled to Wenruan's side and mumbled incoherently, I got him drunk for you, now you can have your way with him, hee. Drunk and dizzy, Guo Songfei leaned close to Wenruan and loudly whispered what he thought were quiet words, "Are you grateful?" Wenruan sneakily glanced at Ye Hansheng who had an indiscernible expression, then looked back at Guo Songfei who was completely oblivious. Unwilling to continue the topic, he faked agreement, "Yes, thank you." Guo Songfei laughed stupidly, leaning even closer, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Just listen to me, it'll be fine." After saying that, he passed out sleeping face down on the table. Wenruan secretly glanced at Ye Hansheng and their gazes happened to meet. His eyes carried a deeper look, his slightly curled lips forming an enigmatic smile. He tilted his body towards Wenruan, bringing his intoxicating breath close, "You don't need to get me drunk to have your way with me." Chapter 79. Wen Run's face turned red from his alcohol breath, and he saw a trace of drunkenness in his eyes. You're drunk. I'll go make you some sobering soup. I'm not drunk, Yi Hanqing said as he rested his chin on Wen Run's shoulder, rubbing against the crook of his neck with a hoarse voice, asking, where's my gift? Mentioning the gift made Wen Run's heart race. He pushed at his face awkwardly, trying to create some distance, but Yi Hanqing was too heavy and hardly used much force, naturally leading to Yi Hanqing lingering close by, continuously demanding his birthday present. One of Wen Run's ears had turned red from being rubbed. Glancing around at the others out of the corner of his eye, he saw them drinking or eating their food casually, with some like Guo Zongfei having passed out on the table after drinking too much. Relieved that no one noticed this side, Wen Run relaxed slightly and whispered in his ear, I'll give it to you when we get back to the room. Satisfied with this response, Yi Hanqing moved his head from Wen Run's shoulder and calmly continued eating his longevity noodles. Wen Run, however, became tense from his words earlier, considering his plan for later. Taking a deep breath, he poured himself another glass of red wine to bolster his courage. The lively dinner party lasted until midnight. Dr. Qin and Chen Jin were older and could not endure staying up late, so they went to sleep first. The remaining people were full of energy. After finishing all the food on the table, they somehow started drinking again. Especially Guo Zongfei, who initially tried to get Yi Hanqing drunk but ended up passing out himself. After lying there for a while, he woke up again, now cheerfully holding a bottle of red wine, enthusiastically inviting Shen Wuxian to drink. The others watched the commotion. Lu Zhan secretly came over and whispered in Wen Run's ear, what's going on between those two? What's going on? Wen Run, having drank a bit more, thought slowly and didn't understand what Lu Zhan meant right away. Lu Zhan blinked and nudged his shoulder, don't you find something strange about them? Earlier, Guo Zongfei was always following Shen Wuxian with scripts, trying to get him to act, but Shen kept refusing until suddenly he agreed, Lu Zhan murmured. Seeing Wen Run's blank look, he exclaimed in shock, didn't you know? Filming starts in September. After realizing something, he muttered to himself, you'll be shooting on set in September, so it's no wonder you didn't know. But they are weird, Lu Zhan persisted analyzing, do you think they hooked up? He quickly denied it himself, saying, Shen Wuxian doesn't seem like he'd go for someone like Guo Zongfei. If he liked that type, wouldn't he have been into me first since we lived together for 2 years? Lost in self-adoration for a moment, Lu Zhan shivered immediately afterward, anyone bold enough to hit on Shen Wuxian deserves respect. Shen Wuxian is terrifying. Listening to Lu Zhan's continuous chatter, Wen Run's mind grew hazy. Staring at the two of them for a while, he vaguely felt that something seemed different compared to before, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Just something wasn't quite the same. Lu Zhan still marveled at how wild Guo Zongfei was, while Wen Run's thoughts began drifting elsewhere, thinking about the plans after the gathering. His gaze would instinctively wander toward Yi Hanqing. Being the guest of honor, he certainly had a lot to drink, yet his capacity appeared excellent. Even after 2 rounds, his expression remained calm without obvious signs of intoxication. His manner of drinking was still elegant and appealing. This was far different from the other side where Guo Zongfei looked like he was drunkenly swaying. Wen Run observed him for a bit, feeling someone pushing him. Turning around bewilderedly, he saw Lu Zhan angrily saying, I've called your name dozens of times. Your eyes are almost glued to him. Ah, I didn't hear. Wen Run blushed guiltily. Lu Zhan scoffed, all of you have found new loves, and none of you care about me anymore. Wen Run appeased him by pouring him a cup of yogurt to help sober up, what do you want to say? I'm listening. Lu Zhan held the yogurt and took a sip, staring blankly for a long time before finally exclaiming in frustration, I forgot because of the distraction. The several bottles of red wine brought by Xin were entirely consumed. Apart from Yi Hanqing, who still looked fine, everyone else was about 7 or 8/10 drunk. Fortunately, Wen Run had already instructed the housekeeper to prepare the guest rooms, and with the combination of the 2 suites guest rooms, there was enough space. After properly arranging everyone, Wen Run let out a gentle sigh and returned to the bedroom. The bedroom was dark when Wen Run entered, only to be abruptly embraced from the waist by a shadow. Startled, Wen Run relaxed once he realized who it was and allowed him to hold on while he fumbled for the light switch and then closed the door. Why don't you take a shower? My gift, you haven't given it to me yet. Wen Run's face became even redder. The alcohol was still working its way through his system, leaving his head slightly dizzy as his heart thudded in his chest like a drum. Why you go take a shower first? I'll give it to you afterward. Unsatisfied, Yi Hanqing nudged against him, but seeing his persistence, reluctantly made his way to the bathroom. He was actually somewhat tipsy, but his mind was still clear. A couple of days ago, he had felt something odd about Wen Run, he would flush whenever he saw him. He had asked once but didn't pursue further when he noticed how flustered Wen Run became. At that time, he hadn't known why. After all, it had been years since he last celebrated his birthday, a day he had intentionally forgotten over time. However, today's surprise prepared by Wen Run still brought him joy. And he had an inkling that Wen Run might have something special, a surprise, waiting for him. Cooperating with going to shower, Yi Hanqing even stayed longer in the bathroom than necessary, giving Wen Run plenty of time to prepare. When he emerged from the bathroom, the ceiling light in the bedroom was already off, with only a small bedside lamp glowing warmly in orange hue. Its light illuminated the pale skin of the person lying on the bed, making it shine like fine warm jade. The heater was running, so Wen-run wore just a thin black silk sleeping robe, covered with a light blanket below the waist. Leaning half reclined against the headboard, his face was flushed with drunkenness. He turned his head slightly, looking at him with hazy eyes. Yi Hanqing's breathing deepened. Resting both hands on the edge of the bed, he slowly climbed onto the bed. His dark eyes fixed unwaveringly on Wen-run for a long moment before asking, "Where's my gift?" A hand moved under the covers. Wen-run swallowed nervously, the corners of his eyes turning red. "You, lift the cover." Yi Hanqing's gaze grew heated as he lifted his hand and slowly pulled away the lightly draped quilt covering Wen-run. What caught his eye first was a streak of red, a fine ribbon tied elegantly around his wrist in a beautiful bow. Against his pale skin, paired with the black silk pajamas, the soft red constraint appeared vividly enticing. Lower down were his long legs bent upward. The black silk nightgown extended almost to his calves, revealing only a little skin where his feet were tightly bound together. Around his ankles, red ribbons mimicked the design, tying a beautifully crafted bow. "Is this my gift?" Yi Hanqing idly played with the bow as he asked in a low hoarse voice. Even Wen-run's collarbone turned crimson. He gave an imperceptible nod and whispered softly, "Yes, do you like it?" In fact, he knew very little about matters between men. In his last-minute scramble to research, everything he found seemed either too embarrassing or bizarre, pushing beyond his limits of shame. Thus, within the range he could accept, he opted for what seemed simplest. As Yi Hanqing untied the bows, he smiled gently, "I love it." Once freed, Wen-run finally exhaled deeply, though not before Yi Hanqing covered his eyes and murmured, "Close your eyes, don't move." Confused but obeying, Wen-run shut his eyes, feeling the same red ribbon that bound him earlier now draped gently over them. Instinctively opening his eyes, his vision filled only with searing red, causing some panic as he grasped at Yi Hanqing's hand. "Why are you blindfolding me?" With a husky voice, Yi Hanqing said, "Afraid you might get scared later. Be a good boy and don't take it off, all right?" His usually firm tone softened, almost hypnotic, and Wen-run instantly understood his concerns. Though still flustered, he nodded anyway. Pleased, Yi Hanqing chuckled lightly and tilted forward to kiss him. Lights out. The next morning, when Wen-run woke up, every inch of his body ached as if run over by a truck. With difficulty, he pried open his sore eyes, the room still dim. Not sure of the time, after fumbling around on the bedside table for a bit, he discovered it was already noon. There was no one beside him. Yi Hanqing must have already woken up and gone to the company. Feeling too lazy to move but desperately needing water, Wen-run tossed restlessly in bed for quite a while before deciding to get up. Just as he sat up, he let out a sharp intake of breath at the painful discomfort. It was a feeling that words couldn't adequately describe. Thankfully, the area had been cleaned and ointment applied the previous night, so although uncomfortable today, it was bearable. As Wen-run shifted toward the edge of the bed to put on his shoes, the door opened. Yi Hanqing rolled into the room in his wheelchair. Seeing him trying to get up, he furrowed his brows. "What are you doing?" "Dr. Qin said you should rest more." "I want to drink water," Wen-run asked in confusion. "Why didn't you go to the company?" "I don't want to." Yi Hanqing brought him a warm glass of honey water and took out a soft pillow for him to lean on. "Are you still in pain? If you're uncomfortable anywhere, tell me. I'll have Dr. Qin take a look." "No." Wen-run choked on a sip of water and started coughing fiercely, his face flustered with embarrassment as he said, "I'm fine. There's no discomfort anywhere." Yi Hanqing hesitated. "Last night. It's all fine now." Wen-run quickly cut him off. "I'm hungry." Yi Hanqing was indeed distracted by this, saying, "The housekeeper made some congee, I'll bring it over." "I'll go with you," Wen-run insisted, not wanting to stay in bed. Anyone with eyes would know what they did last night. Seeing Yi Hanqing's disapproval, he persisted, "I'm really fine." Yi Hanqing was skeptical but couldn't argue further, so he agreed to let him come along. As soon as they stepped out, Wen-run caught several intense glances. Guo Zongfei glanced at his exposed wrist and smirked. "Wow, that was pretty fierce." Others followed Guo Zongfei's gaze toward Wen-run's wrist, noticing two obvious red marks there, the kind left by something tied around them. Gu Xinyan cast a meaningful glance at Yi Hanqing before turning back to Wen-run. "Don't spoil him too much." Wen-run pulled down his sleeve, his cheeks blushing as he moved to sit somewhere else. Yi Hanqing gave a cold glare to those teasing and then went into the kitchen to take out the chicken silk congee that had been kept warm. The soup was smooth and fragrant, perfectly soothing Wen-run's upset stomach. Watching from the side, Guo Zongfei grew envious, thinking sorrowfully that if he'd been more resolute last night, he might already be enjoying a love life right about now. His gaze lingered regrettably over Shen Wuchuan, and Guo Zongfei inwardly decided that next time, no matter who would top or bottom, he wouldn't miss his chance with Shen Wuchuan. Being single was too painful. He no longer wanted meaningless things, he found it much more fun to seek a partner, or even to be sought after. After sitting in the living room for a while, Wen-run became increasingly uneasy under Guo Zongfei's resentful stare and retreated back into the bedroom. It wasn't until the others gradually left that he timidly slipped out again. Seeing that the living room was empty, he finally relaxed, planning to breathe some fresh air on the balcony. Unexpectedly, he ran into Dr. Qin descending from upstairs. The old man looked at his flushed face and earnestly advised, "Young people, do exercise some restraint. Feeling like the entire world knew what he did last night, Wen Run nodded absent-mindedly, his face burning as he hurriedly hid on the balcony. Dr. Qin chuckled, shaking his head and picking up his bird cage to go visit friends. Letting such intimate couples alone was the best choice for an elderly person like him, no need to ruin the ambience, not good, not good. Chapter 80. After resting at home for 2 days, Wen Run's discomfort finally dissipated completely. However, Yi Hansheng had become accustomed to indulgence and almost every night would pull him into all sorts of antics. Wen Run thought it was too much, yet couldn't refuse his requests. After wasting away at home for half a month like this, when Guo Zongfei came knocking again, he was so shocked that his eyes nearly bulged out. "Have you been outside recently?" Wen Run felt baffled, shaking his head to say no. For the past half-month, he had rested at home because going out always required careful disguise, which was too inconvenient. As such, he basically maintained an attitude of avoiding outings unless absolutely necessary. "That's right. You'd better avoid stepping out. If those paparazzi snap pictures of you, who knows how they'll fabricate stories about you." Guo Zongfei plopped down on the couch, habitually attempting to cross his legs but winced halfway through and dejectedly returned them. Placing both hands on the sofa pillow, he said in a bossy tone, "You look like a pampered flower right now, white with a blush. Clearly, you've been well taken care of." TSK. "Don't talk nonsense," Wen Run said, giving him an incredulous look as he subconsciously touched his own face. Recently, indeed, his skin condition was better than before. But it had nothing to do with what happened, probably due to good eating habits recently. Dr. Qin gave me a dietary supplement prescription, and I've been taking it for over 10 days already. Guo Zongfei rolled his eyes, not believing a word. But today he had come to seek help from Wen Run, so he didn't dare offend him. Therefore, he avoided dwelling on this potentially embarrassing topic that might provoke anger. Instead, with a cunning smile, he moved closer to Wen Run, flattered him saying, "Have you been in contact with Shen Wuchuan recently?" Wen Run shook his head, "No, why?" Guo Zongfei asked, "Do you know where Shen Wuchuan is from?" "What are you asking this for?" Wen Run asked suspiciously, "And aren't you in the same film crew? Can't you just ask him yourself?" "We got into an argument." Initially, Guo Zongfei sounded resentful, but then somewhat sheepish. The movie wasn't even finished, yet he left. Every day lost means burning money, and I must quickly bring him back. Recalling Lu Zhan's analysis on his birthday banquet, Wen Run still found something strange about Guo Zongfei's statement. He reasoned, Shen Wuchuan isn't that kind of person, he treats shooting films very seriously. There's no way he'd abandon filming halfway through. Examining Guo Zongfei closely, he began to think the problem more likely lay with him. Did you take advantage of your producer status to bully him? The deeper he thought about it, the more he became convinced it could be possible. Narrowing his eyes menacingly, Wen Run guessed, "You're not trying to pressure him into a deal, are you?" Choked by this implication, Guo Zongfei protested, "This kind of relationship thing, how can it be called coercion?" He suddenly stood up but groaned painfully, sitting back down, clutching his butt and shouting angrily, "Besides, it was clearly him sleeping with me," and then off he went, returning home to go on blind dates. Wen Run slowly opened his mouth wide, stunned by the information in his words. After a long while, he responded perplexedly, "So what you're saying is that you two slept together, and then Shen Wuchuan abandoned the production team, returned to his hometown for a blind date?" With neck stiffened, Guo Zongfei replied indignantly, "Exactly, no sense of responsibility whatsoever. He has no intention of being responsible to me and plans to marry another woman and have children." "What is that?" "That's fraud, you know. I will tell you his home address, I need to personally expose his insidious face." Wen Run was almost tricked into telling him, but at the last moment he sensed something amiss. Having interacted for over 2 years, though he couldn't claim full understanding of the man, he trusted Shen Wuchuan's character. Shen Wuchuan had been in the industry for many years without random liaisons and rarely created scandalous rumors. To say that he had gone to bed with Guo Zongfei and then returned home for a blind date leading to fraudulent marriage arrangements seemed highly unbelievable. There may be a misunderstanding. "Let me ask Shen Wuchuan first," Wen Run advised sincerely. "Shen Wuchuan's parents are old. If you really make trouble at his home, what if you scare them elderly people sick?" Guo Zongfei looked quite discontented. "What if he does get married successfully? Doesn't that mean I wasted my effort for nothing?" After consoling him a little, Wen Run went to the balcony to call Shen Wuchuan. Guo Zongfei peered around the living room, anxious and impatient, utterly frustrated. Actually, he wasn't exactly deceiving Wen Run. He had indeed slept with Shen Wuchuan, and Shen Wuchuan had indeed returned to his hometown. However, he took advantage of Shen Wuchuan being drunk, engaging in post-alcohol indiscretion, or maybe Shen Wuchuan let him do it willingly. The next afternoon, Shen Wuchuan asked for leave and left the production crew, not answering calls or messages. He only found out by hearing from people on set who were closer to Shen Wuchuan. It seemed that his childhood sweetheart had returned from overseas and his parents had called him back for an arranged blind date. Damn childhood sweetheart. Guo Zongfei was so angry he wanted to hit someone. If this succeeds, wouldn't all the effort he put in be wasted? And his butt still hurt. Shen Wuchuan was truly a damn animal. He wouldn't let him off easily, and definitely not allow him to get married through blind dates. Guo Zongfei thought angrily. Wen Run called Shenmuchuan, and it took quite a while before the call was answered. Shenmuchuan's voice sounded somewhat weary. Hey, Wen Run. Is there anything? Wen Run hesitated for a moment, unsure how to broach the matter, finally saying, What Songfei is here. On the other end, Shenmuchuan seemed to chuckle slightly. The laughter was too brief, making Wen Run uncertain if it really was a laugh. All he heard was, sorry for troubling you. Tell him I'll be back in a couple of days. In the end, the things Wen Run wanted to ask didn't come out, and the other side quickly hung up. When he returned to the living room, What Songfei's neck was stretched long like a giraffe, eagerly looking at him. What did he say? He said he will be back in a couple of days. What Songfei flared up, by then the woman might already be pregnant. No way. I must go catch him back. Wen Run, suffering from a headache, held on to him. Shenmuchuan is not that kind of person, can you wait patiently? At least wait until he returns. No. When Guo Songfei got angry, his injured butt throbbed even more painfully. He glared at Wen Run furiously. I still call you dad. Just tell me if you'll help or not. After hesitation for a long time, seeing his anger and distress, Wen Run eventually couldn't resist his gaze attack, and gave him Shenmuchuan's home address. You talk properly, don't be impulsive. Guo Songfei looked at the address. Shenmuchuan's home was in S City. If he flew there now, he could arrive in the afternoon. He patted Wen Run's shoulder sincerely. You are my real father from now on. I'm leaving first. If it works out, I'll send you candy. Wen Run just saw him storm off again, but his gait looked rather awkward, making him both amused and helpless. Finally, he could only send another WeChat message to Shenmuchuan, telling him that Guo Songfei went to S City to find him. The message sent to Shenmuchuan fell into silence. Wen Run worried for most of the morning, until Shenmuchuan replied late in the afternoon, saying there was nothing wrong, asking him not to worry. Only after this did Wen Run's heart settle down. If calculated by the time, Guo Songfei should have arrived in S City by now. Shenmuchuan was always reliable. When he said there was nothing wrong, it meant there was really no issue. Guo Songfei's unexpected visit was merely a small episode. Wen Run put it aside once he confirmed there was no problem between the two. In the evening, when Yi Hansheng came home after work, Agent Chu Su also followed along. Chu Su carried a thick stack of documents, and every time she saw Wen Run's rosy face, she couldn't help but look longer. Placing the pile of documents on the coffee table, she said, You've rested for half a month. It's time to resume work. These are some pretty good resources lately. I've sorted them out. Choose a few you fancy. This large stack of documents was categorized according to movie scripts, TV drama scripts, and variety show drafts. When Run glanced through them one by one, the movie scripts were all quite average. Since he had never touched the film industry before, what he could currently get were merely some low-budget commercial films, mostly lacking impressive production teams. The TV dramas were produced by powerful teams, but he had decided to spend more time with Yi Hansheng, so he shook his head and put them aside. Finally, he looked at the two variety show drafts. One was a classic slow travel show called Traveler, the other was last year's popular mystery game variety show Suspect X. The filming location for Traveler was in the Sun Country, lasting for half a month. For Suspect X, the shooting site was in L Province, with a duration of 3 days. When Run passed over the script for Suspect X, let's do this one. Chu Su felt a bit powerless. Won't you check the script again? There are two really good ones with potential to become blockbusters. I've just finished filming Taiping Diao, and I want to spend more time with my family. Plus, Zheji is going to air soon. I don't need to worry about exposure for the moment, so taking on a variety show works fine. When Run had already made up his mind clearly. Whether it was Jing Xian or Chu Su, they all hoped he would prioritize his acting career, but in fact, although he liked acting, it all came after Yi Hansheng in his heart. To him, what mattered most was Yi Hansheng. Yi Hansheng was currently undergoing treatment, and if things went well, surgery might be possible next year. He hoped to be by his side during this period. Great scripts would always come around later, and even if his popularity dipped, he could always make a comeback. But lost time together could never be regained. And speaking of scripts, Director Lin invited me to act in his movie long ago. When Run smiled and said, I've already agreed. We'll start preparing after Spring Festival, so my availability won't last long. Chu Su couldn't persuade him with logic, nor did she dare push too hard, so she left again with another stack of files. Before leaving, she still tried one more time, then how about you don't take on TV dramas but endorse some products instead? Endorsements wouldn't take much time. When Run nodded, no problem. Only then did Chu Su leave happily. After Chu Su left, Yi Hansheng came out from the study. Do you have new work already? When Run grinned widely, yes, next Monday I'll film a variety show for 3 days. Yi Hansheng arched an eyebrow. That's it? That's all. When Run blinked. Mr. Yi, you wouldn't blame me for being lazy and not making money for the company, would you? You're getting more mischievous. Everything is yours anyway, let alone the company. Yi Hansheng chuckled softly as he tapped his nose and said helplessly, I'm only worried that you sacrificed too much for me. When Run's eyelashes fluttered lightly as he smiled, you can't have both fish and bear's paw. There needs to be a balance between career and family. Besides, I'm just reducing my workload, not abandoning my career. He continued cheerfully, "It's almost Lunar New Year, so I can spend more time with you. After the holiday, I may follow director Lin to film a movie." Thinking about it, Yi Hancheng also agreed, pulling him over for an embrace. He nuzzled against Wen Run's neck and murmured softly, "We should catch up on everything before you get busy." The omitted words reached only Wen Run's ears. He bit his cheek slightly, blushing as he pushed Yi Hancheng away. "Dr. Qin prescribed me some ointment and said I should abstain for 2 weeks. What kind of medicine? Why didn't you tell me?" Yi Hancheng frowned deeply, darkening his expression. Wen Run beamed but didn't tell him. It was he himself who proactively sought Dr. Qin's prescription for the ointment. On Monday, Wen Run bid farewell to Yi Hancheng and set off for El Province with Chu Su and 2 assistants. Located in northeast China, El Province experiences harsh winters in December. As soon as Wen Run stepped off the plane, he bundled himself up tightly, head to toe wrapped except for his eyes. Biting winds raged outside the airport until they got into the car, where it became warmer. Seeing him trembling from the cold, Chu Su reminded him, "This show is filmed in real snowy mountain conditions. You'd better adapt beforehand." Suspect X had aired many episodes already. The episode Wen Run would participate in was called The Malignant Spirit in the Snow Mountain, filmed in the real snow-covered mountains of El Province. The name and location sent shivers down the spines of the guests. Rubbing his hands together, chattering with cold, Wen Run requested, "Bring me plenty of heating pads." Chu Su was checking their luggage while replying, "They're all packed, don't worry." Upon arriving at the hotel, Wen Run warmed up again and came back to life. He took a hot bath at the hotel and only descended once fully clothed in a down jacket and gloves. The production crew staff and the other guests were also at this hotel. When Wen Run came downstairs, the other 3 guests had already arrived. Surprisingly, there were 2 familiar faces. Wen Run. Lu Zhan saw him and was thrilled, almost leaping into the air, rushing over to give him a warm bear hug. "You're here too." Besides him, Wang Yu, whom he worked with on Chicken Tonight, also smiled and greeted him warmly. The show wouldn't reveal participating guests ahead of time. They only learned their co-stars upon arrival. Alongside Lu Zhan and Wang Yu, the 3rd guest was a petite and adorable girl named He Ming, who starred as the female lead in a popular idol drama. Of the 4, He Ming had the shallowest experience, but she took the initiative to greet everyone respectfully, calling them teacher. Because of her small frame and pleasant personality, she quickly integrated into the group. By the afternoon, the 4 of them had become close friends. Lu Zhan was the most outgoing one. After becoming close with everyone, he started to encourage everyone to cheat tomorrow. "I've learned that the director's team only checks backpacks and won't check what the guests wear. We're dressed so warmly, we can sneak some food and heating pads in without them noticing." Wen Run had already done similar things long before and immediately nodded in agreement. "Chu Su prepared a box of heating pads for me, I'll bring more tomorrow." "I'll bring protein bars," Lu Zhan immediately said. He Ming thought for a while and said, "Then I'll bring some instant noodles." Wang Yu considered and said, "Then I'll bring some tools for making a fire, which can be used for boiling water or cooking noodles." The production team hadn't told them how the recording would proceed the next day yet, but based on this episode's name and the program's previous tendencies, they guessed there would definitely be a segment on survival in the snow mountain. If they didn't prepare well in advance, it would ultimately be themselves who suffered. The 4 collaborated, and each got up early the next day, all dressed thickly in full. As it turned out, their preparations were right, as the production crew could get even more extreme. The chief director waved a red flag energetically and explained the background story and rules of the show to the guests. The Suspect X allows great freedom. The script is just a summary of a simple plot, and all the plots and clues need to be explored by the guests on their own, like solving puzzles. Characters in the script are NPCs, non-playable characters, while the guests play the game. During the game process, different options will pop up, and different choices made by the guests will affect the direction of the plot. A wrong choice could lead to the death of the entire group. In order to make the experience more realistic, the production team records scenes in real locations for every episode, enhancing the sense of realism. This episode's script, called The Malignant Spirit in the Snow Mountain, was harsher than previous recording environments, creating an even more terrifying atmosphere. After the 4 guests wore their mountaineering gear and packed their backpacks, they heard a mechanical voice in their earpieces. On an uninhabited snow mountain, an airplane crashed unexpectedly, and only 5 people survived: a doctor, a journalist, a businessman, a female white-collar worker, and a teacher. When escaping, the doctor found a map showing that 3,000 meters south of the snow mountain, there was a shelter built by patrolmen. They need to reach the shelter to wait for rescue. However, the teacher broke his leg during the crash. The sky is darkening, and the wind and snow are raging. Their supplies are almost exhausted. They must reach the shelter before it gets dark. But if they take the teacher, the entire team's progress will be slowed. At this moment, a mountaineering team is also trapped on the snow mountain by the storm, about to meet with the survivor group. The game starts. Please find the surviving group within half an hour, mountaineering team. Standing at the foot of the mountain, looking far ahead at the snowy expanse, the 4 exchanged glances and walked towards the snow mountain together. Meanwhile, the director's team set up tents at the base of the mountain. Drones followed the guests to understand their situation with the extras in real time. For this episode, the team adopted advanced aerial shooting techniques and did not assign cameramen, relaying all instructions through communication devices. The production team spent a lot of time finding such a mountain. Its elevation wasn't high, and its terrain was relatively flat. A recent snowfall covered the area, and after investigating the surrounding environment for over a month, they defined safe zones, eliminated hazardous obstacles, and reinstalled communication equipment to ensure smooth signals. Dressed in thick, warm climbing suits, the four braved the icy winds and headed forward. Four drones hovered above them closely. With great difficulty, Lu Zhan looked up at the drone, signaled to the three others, and they quickly gathered in a circle to block the view of the drone. Lu Zhan patted his bulging stomach and said, "I brought 2 boxes of protein bars. What about you guys? A bag of heating pads. Have you applied yours?" When Run curled up and unzipped his jacket to take out the heating pad, "Let's divide them first. I brought instant noodles and sausage." Ming excitedly pulled out her stash from her clothes. Her small frame concealed how much she'd stuffed inside, and when everything was removed, it included 6 packets of instant noodles and 2 sausages. As soon as everything was taken out, her once bulging jacket suddenly seemed empty. She hissed that it was too cold, then stuck another pair of warming pads inside her clothing given to her by Run. Wen Yu brought a foldable stand, a mini pot, a packet of solid alcohol, and a few lighters. The four happily divided the provisions right there. Meanwhile, in the aerial footage transmitted back to the director's team, they saw the 4 individuals suddenly crouching down on the spot, their heads close together as they formed a circle, whispering intently and bustling about. After, fooling around, with their rucksacks for quite some time, they stood up and continued on their journey. However, those supposedly empty backpacks now appeared noticeably fuller, whereas the 4 guests who had previously looked like bears were now thinner all around. What they'd done before was self-evident. The chief director turned around and roared, "Didn't you check what the guests were wearing?" The staff helplessly locked eyes with him. Who TF could have known this batch of guests would be so sly, hiding supplies inside their clothes? Since everything was already hidden, and they had started climbing the mountain, it was impossible to chase them down and retrieve the supplies at this point. The director could only instruct the extras NPC waiting on site, telling them that the guests had smuggled supplies with them, and they needed to devise ways to get the items out. Otherwise, turning such an intense survival script into a leisurely touristic experience wouldn't make for good viewing material, right? When Run and the others were still unaware that they were already being monitored by the director. Up ahead, a group of intimidating extras waited for them. With heating pads plastered all over, they took one deep step after another through the snow. The white, desolate snowy landscape offered no road signs, only numerous scattered footprints. When Run squatted down and counted them, there are 4 sets of footprints. They should be clues deliberately left behind by the production crew. If we follow these, we'll find the surviving group. Isn't there supposed to be 5 people? Lu Zhan shivered, feeling somewhat unsettled. Why are there only 4 sets of footprints? The teacher hurt his foot and couldn't walk, when you didn't consider anything else. Let's go check once we get closer, Wen Run said. He pulled out a rope from the backpack, handing one end to Wen Yu, then spoke to Lu Zhan, "You take care of Ming. We'll divide into pairs and watch out for each other, so nobody gets lost." The 4 split into 2 teams, connected by the climbing ropes, and advanced. About 10 minutes later, they faintly spotted a group ahead. They could hear the muffled sounds of quarreling and crying carried by the wind. They cautiously approached, hearing a girl in a red down jacket shriek, "We can't leave Meow Meow here." Another girl sitting on the ground wailed, "Please don't leave me. Please, please." The bespectacled elderly man tried to reason, "It's too cruel to just abandon her like this." After a brief silence, one of the young men eventually relented. The tall man bent down, letting the crying girl climb onto his back. "Then we'll take turns carrying her." The 4 lingered nearby for a moment, realizing the scene had officially begun. The teacher was injured, and the rest of the group wanted to hurry forward but didn't want to bring her along. After exchanging glances, they were about to approach and say hello when the survivor group noticed them first. The tall man put the girl down and walked toward the 4. His gaze held a tinge of surprise. "Are you also stranded in a snow-covered mountain? Do you know the way down?" When Run shook his head, "We're tourists who got lost while climbing the mountain." Upon hearing this, the man's face fell. He extended his hand to Wen Run, "I'm Mr. Lin. There's a shelter not far from here. Are you planning to go there with us?" After Mr. Lin extended the invitation, a mechanical voice sounded in the guests' earpieces, "Mr. Lin has issued a team-up invitation. Accepting the invitation will trigger the plot." The 4 complied with the storyline and agreed to join the survivor group on their way forward. Mr. Lin led them over, and both teams introduced themselves. The girl in the red down jacket was Miss Zhang, the teacher with the broken leg was Teacher Chen, the bespectacled elder was Dr. Wang, and the young journalist was Sun. Mr. Lin carried Teacher Chen as both groups proceeded under Dr. Wang's lead. Lu Zhan, being the chatterbox and because the game required many details to trigger relevant plots involving NPCs, which were critical to the survival of the mountain climbing squad, was dispatched as the diplomatic ambassador. He chose Miss Zhang as his target since she had been affected by her best friend's injury and seemed rather upset. Upon seeing Lu Zhan come closer, she showed no intention of speaking to him. Thick-skinned, Lu Zhan pressed on regardless, not in a good mood. What were you guys arguing about just now? Miss Zhang gave him a glance and abruptly asked, do you have any food? I haven't had a proper meal in 2 days. Lu Zhan hesitated momentarily, secretly guessing whether this was part of the plot or if the director had discovered their secret stash of food and let the extras seize the opportunity for blackmail. Seeing he wasn't responding, Miss Zhang pouted and muttered something about him being stingy, then quickly stepped forward to walk alongside Sun the journalist. Hesitating for a moment and considering that he still needed to gather information, Lu Zhan took out a Snickers bar and stealthily slipped it into Miss Zhang's pocket as he stepped forward, muttering quietly, this is all I've got. Miss Zhang puckered her lips slightly. Hearing the director's delighted praise through her earpiece, she smiled at him and said, thank you, you're really a good person. Chapter 81. Lu Zhan waved his hand and asked while the situation was still hot, what's going on here? The plane crashed, only 5 of us survived. Zhang Baijing glanced at the teacher being carried on someone's back and slowly explained to him, Miao Miao and I are best friends, we originally planned to travel together any country, but who would have thought this would happen? Miao Miao's leg got injured in the fall, and I couldn't carry her alone. Mr. Lin was eager to reach the shelter, so he said to dig a snow cave, leave some food, and let Miao Miao stay there alone until we find supplies and come back for her tomorrow morning. Zhang Baijing angrily said, leaving Miao Miao alone in the freezing cold, who knows if she'll survive till the next day. Lu Zhan looked confused, but Mr. Lin's method isn't wrong. Teacher Chen is injured, and if she cannot walk easily, staying in the snow cave waiting for rescue is indeed the safest choice. In the perilous snowy mountain, the greatest fear is the cold wind taking away body heat. If you can't find a shelter, it's best to dig a snow cave and hide in it to resist the wind. Staying longer improves the chances of being rescued. Among the surviving team of 5, only Mr. Lin and Mr. Sun were able-bodied adults, and carrying people through the biting cold was indeed no small feat. Turns out you're on Mr. Lin's side. Zhang Baijing suddenly flared up and glared at him fiercely, businessmen always prioritize profit maximization, and I actually thought you were a good person. She then stormed over to Sun Reporter and ignored Lu Zhan. Sun Reporter murmured something to Zhang Baijing, and her mood slightly improved. Lu Zhan stood there bewildered, just as Sun Reporter looked at him, eyes flickering with a hint of hostility. At that moment, an automated voice from the earpiece alerted, Zhang Baijing's likability towards you has decreased by 10 points, Sun Reporter's likability towards you has decreased by 5 points. Players, please note, unpredictable events will occur if NPC's likability drops too low. Lu Zhan. Holy crap. This wasn't mentioned before. Why is it like this? Not only did the mission fail, but he also lost a snack bar, and Lu Zhan returned dejectedly, lamenting, women really are hard to deal with. When Yu curiously asked, what did you say to her? Lu Zhan recounted their conversation and the system's prompt about likability, scratching his head in confusion, I didn't say anything wrong. When Yu analyzed, it might be due to the character settings. Zhang Baijing has an irritable temperament. Or perhaps she has a prejudice against businessmen. When Run asked curiously, why does Zhang Baijing dislike you, and why does Sun Reporter show hostility towards you? That's right. Lu Zhan suddenly realized, why is Sun Reporter's likability towards me negative? I haven't even spoken to him. Could it be because I'm better looking than him? He Ming rolled his eyes and sarcastically remarked, maybe he regards you as a rival. For a brief moment, everyone fell silent, glancing at each other, actually, that possibility was real. As they observed Zhang Baijing and Sun Reporter closely afterward, they noticed that Sun Reporter indeed doted on Zhang Baijing, and most of the time, they walked together. They noted this fact carefully. Because of the dimming sky and fierce cold winds, coupled with their heavy luggage, Mr. Lin had struggled to carry someone any further and suggested again, I can't carry her anymore. Why don't we leave her here? Dig a snow cave, leave enough food, it won't be dangerous. After tonight or once we find help, we'll come back immediately. Dr. Wang tightened his scarf, leaving a girl here alone is too unsafe. Will you carry her then? Mr. Lin loudly questioned. Dr. Wang hesitated, tightening his own scarf, saying nothing. In the end, Sun Reporter stepped forward to mediate, continuing to carry Teacher Chen ahead. However, his physical strength was far inferior to Mr. Lin's. Not long after, he stopped, exhausted, and panting heavily as he put down the teacher to rest. Mr. Lin mocked, aren't you showing off your bravery? How come you're not walking anymore? If we keep dragging along like this, all of us will freeze to death here. Sun Reporter looked at Zhang Baijing whose face had turned red with anger, and finally remained silent without further arguments. Traversing the freezing snow mountain itself was physically demanding, and carrying another not-so-light person ahead compounded the difficulty. Fine. If you two won't carry her, I will do it myself. Zhang Baijing, infuriated, moved forward, bending over so the teacher could climb onto her back. Miao Miao, get on, I'll carry you forward. But she herself was already exhausted, her strength barely enough. With the teacher on her back, she staggered a few steps and ended up falling into the snow with the teacher. Teacher Chen sat in the snow, quietly sobbing, while Zhang Baijing looked around in despair and finally directed her gaze at Wen Run and his group. Can you help me? After she spoke, the 4 people heard the voice prompt in their earpieces again. Zhang Baijing requests assistance from the mountain climbers team. Will the mountain climbers provide help? Players, please note that each choice relates to whether you will survive smoothly. Choose carefully. He Ming had the softest heart, even though she knew it was all an act, these extras were putting so much effort in, it seemed so real. She softly said, why don't we help them? Wen Yu also agreed but remained a bit more rational, analyzing, if we provide help, won't that increase our likability? Let's try first, agreed Wen Run, thinking similarly. I have this gut feeling, one of these two must be related to Snow Mountain Vengeful Spirit. If following the horror story pattern, one of these two might turn into the Vengeful Spirit and return for revenge. Those who help the Vengeful Spirit may get some immunity. Lu Zhan listened in confusion. Then Wen Run suggested, Lu Zhan, go carry her first and see if your likability increases. Obediently, Lu Zhan trotted over, lifted Teacher Chen from the ground, and allowed her to lean on his back before saying, let's go. Teacher Chen wiped away her tears and quietly thanked him. Zhang Baijing's pale complexion improved slightly, and she stayed close by his side. At that moment, a mechanical voice notified them, Zhang Baijing's likability towards you +1, Teacher Chen's likability towards you +5, Sun Reporter's likability towards you -10. Players, please note that if the NPC's likability drops too low, unpredictable events will occur. Sure enough, it was like this. Lu Zhan turned his head back and winked at Wen Run and the others, confirming their hypothesis. Later in the journey, Wen Run, Wen Yu, and He Ming all took turns carrying the teacher for a distance. However, aside from Lu Zhan, the first one to provide help, no one else received an increase in likability. They guessed only the first helper would increase their likability. Instead, when Wen Run was chatting with Dr. Wang, he learned much about the doctor's deceased wife, unintentionally increasing his likability by a little. The sky gradually grew darker, and the temperature noticeably dropped. When Wen Run wanted to take a rest after placing the teacher down, Dr. Wang suddenly gazed at the sky and said, a blizzard is coming. We need to find shelter quickly. Without any thought, Wen Run looked up at the sky. However, the northwest part of the sky showed not a single cloud. There was an old saying, look southeast in the morning, northwest in the evening. Another went, clouds coming from the northwest bring no good things, either strong winds or hailstones. Even though Wen Run hadn't particularly studied weather forecasting, he remembered those proverbs passed down through generations, which were still quite reliable when predicting weather. The current northwest sky had not a single cloud, making the possibility of a blizzard rather slim. So how did Dr. Wang deduce that a snowstorm was coming? Or why was he lying about the upcoming blizzard? Wen Run scrutinized Dr. Wang with probing eyes, but after speaking, the latter pulled most of his face back into his scarf. Soon enough, Wen Run found the answer. Mr. Lin and Sun Reporter had started digging a snow cave as darkness set in, and they worked fast. After completing the snow cave, Mr. Lin stepped forward to lift Teacher Chen. With her injured leg, Teacher Chen struggled to retreat, begging pitifully, don't bury me here, I beg you, don't leave me. Save me. Mr. Lin said nothing, forcefully lifting her and placing her inside the snow cave. He also placed her backpack in there along with her. Teacher Chen then looked toward Zhang Baijing, crying out, meow meow, meow meow. Don't abandon me, I don't want to die. Please save me. However, Zhang Baijing didn't speak this time, unusually choosing silence instead. He Ming couldn't bear it, asking, are you really going to leave her here? What are you going to do if you don't place her here? Can you carry her? Mr. Lin scoffed, if you can't bear it, stay and keep her company, we'll leave first. He Ming was left speechless. As she wanted to argue further, the robotic voice in her earpiece reminded her, players, please reach the shelter as soon as possible. Reluctantly, she had to let it go. After settling the teacher, Mr. Lin urged, let's go quick. It will be terrible once the blizzard comes. Zhang Baijing squatted in front of the snow cave and promised Teacher Chen, meow meow, hold on, I will definitely organize rescue personnel to come and save you. Teacher Chen shook her head, struggling desperately to grab her hand, calling out her name repeatedly in a voice full of pleading. Zhang Baijing, however, with tears in her eyes, pried Teacher Chen's fingers away and quickly caught up with Mr. Lin's group. The last thing Wen Run saw was her huddled into a ball in her white down jacket, seemingly blending seamlessly with the snow. Unencumbered, both groups moved much faster. They managed to find the shelter Dr. Wang mentioned just before the sky turned completely dark. The shelter was a small wooden house covered in snow, not too large, but it looked rather sturdy. It could at least shield them from the wind and snow. Surviving the sudden drop in temperature during the night would make things better in the daytime. As the group entered the wooden house, it was pitch black inside. It was as cold as outside, but at least there was no wind. Mr. Lin rummaged through a corner and found a charcoal brazier along with a bundle of firewood, yet no tools to start a fire. Wen Yu quietly took out a few blocks of solid alcohol, placed them in the charcoal brazier, lit it, and let them place the firewood inside. When the firewood ignited, 8 people gathered around the brazier for warmth. Dr. Wang warmed his hands by the fire, sighed contentedly, then pulled out a few slices of bread from his travel bag and placed them beside the charcoal brazier. In these exceptional circumstances, to ensure we all survive until rescue arrives, it's best to pool our food together and distribute it evenly. I still have some more bread. His elderly gaze swept over each person before he lowered his head again and stirred the firewood in the fire pot. "This is all my food," Mr. Lin said as he placed his food next to Dr. Wang's bread. With someone taking the lead, Sun Reporter and Zhang Baijing soon handed over their own food as well. Then the four of them stared intently at Wenrun's group. Wenrun discreetly signaled to the others and took out 2 sausages and a pack of instant noodles, embarrassedly saying, "I only have these left." Lu Zhan and the others also took out a little bit of food as a gesture. Stacking the limited food together, Dr. Wang chuckled, "These will be temporarily under my care. Everyone remember how much there is so we can fairly distribute it later." After saying that, he took out a portion of the food and evenly distributed it among everyone as dinner. After barely filling their stomachs, the group chatted around the brazier. Through conversation, Wenrun learned more about the other individuals. For instance, Mr. Lin was a wealthy coal mine owner, Dr. Wang was a retired surgeon who had gone on vacation with his wife but lost her in a plane crash, while Sun Reporter had taken his annual leave to unwind. Zhang Baijing rarely spoke, tightly wrapping herself in a large fluffy blanket. Even so, she continued shivering uncontrollably. Dr. Wang was an eloquent and witty elder, skilled at setting the atmosphere. With everyone sleepless due to the biting cold, he suggested, "Let me tell you a story." Seeing no objections, he began slowly. Once there was a mountain climbing team that encountered misfortune, leaving only 2 survivors. One was injured, and the other, in order to survive, hoarded all the food. Later, the injured one starved to death. The survivor buried him, but every morning, the corpse would be sleeping next to him, so he buried it again, it appeared again, and he buried it again. The old man's deep and hoarse voice added a sense of eeriness to the cold winter night. "What happened after that?" Lu Zhan swallowed hard, quivering as he asked. "After that?" Dr. Wang chuckled meaningfully. "That's where the story ends." Lu Zhan involuntarily edged closer to Wenrun, lowering his voice, "I think they're really playing tricks. These extras were truly terrifying." Wenrun soothingly patted him, observing the expressions of the others, which were indeed similar to Lu Zhan's. However, after realizing Dr. Wang had lied about the snowstorm, he became wary of the doctor and, despite hearing the ghost story, didn't feel scared. Instead, he wondered about the purpose behind this story. Did he lie about the snowstorm because he wanted everyone to abandon the teacher? And now, did he tell a horror story about a mountaineering team to warn others against hogging food? Or was this actually a clue given by the program? While Wenrun was contemplating this, Zhang Baijing suddenly said, "I need to go to the bathroom." Sun Reporter responded, "It might be dangerous to go alone. Let me accompany you." After speaking, the two left the house together. Chapter 82. A long time after the two went out, they did not return. Mr. Lin said, "I'll go take a look," and he got up and left too. Only the mountaineering team and Dr. Wang were left in the cabin. Wenrun had been observing Dr. Wang, noticing his eyes were fixed on the backpack containing food while his Adam's apple kept moving up and down. No one spoke again. The firewood in the brazier occasionally sparked a few dots of firelight, making the quiet wooden cabin eerily unsettling. At this moment, the robotic voice in the earpiece issued a new task. "Zhang Bailing and Sun journalist have not returned after leaving, perhaps something unexpected has happened. Please retrieve Zhang Bailing and Sun journalist within an hour." The four exchanged subtle glances, then Wenrun suggested, "Zhang Bailing and Sun journalist haven't come back, Mr. Lin's also been gone for quite some time. We should check on them to make sure nothing bad has happened." "It is time to check," Dr. Wang concurred with a sentence before falling silent. "It's cold and dark outside, and it's unsafe as well. Lu Zhan and I will go out." Wenrun said, "You stay in the cabin and watch the luggage. Be careful." He addressed the last sentence specifically to Wen Yu and He Ming. As the climbing bag contained survival supplies, both Wenrun and Lu Zhan strapped it on their backs. Wen Yu and He Ming saw them off, and Wenrun took the opportunity to quietly instruct them, "Watch out for the doctor. He's not a good person." Although the doctor hadn't directly done anything bad until now, judging by his lying demeanor, it was necessary to keep guard against him. After saying goodbye to the two, Wenrun and Lu Zhan tied the climbing rope around their wrists, holding faintly bright flashlights, and followed the disordered footprints. There was no wind or snow at night, so the footprints on the snow were still visible. Following the tracks, they speculated that Zhang Bailing and Sun journalist must have turned back to fetch the teacher. Lu Zhan rubbed his hands together while muttering, "Did they suddenly feel remorse? They want to bring the teacher back." Wenrun shook his head, feeling the program production team wouldn't be that kind-hearted. He took out 2 Snickers bars from his pocket and handed one to Lu Zhan. As the two walked and ate, Wenrun said, "We'll know when we get there." After finishing 1 Snickers bar and 2 sausages, the two finally caught sight of a flicker of light in the distance. As they approached, Lu Zhan waved his flashlight and saw Sun journalist holding a small entrenching tool, turning his head to look at them. Zhang Bailing was sitting on the ground, her back towards them. It was too dark at night and the flashlight's brightness wasn't enough, so neither of them could see clearly what was happening over there. Wenrun shook his flashlight and asked, "You've been out for too long, we came to check on you. Are you here to pick up Teacher Chen?" While speaking, the two approached, but upon seeing what lay on the snowy ground, Lu Zhan jumped 3 feet high in fright, quickly hiding behind Wenrun and only revealing half of his face. "What the hell is this?" There lay a simulation dummy buried in the snow, its naked hand stretched forward tightly grabbing Jean Bailing's trouser legs. Above the shoulders, the dummy had already separated from the snow, surrounded by congealed red liquid on the white snow which resembled blood. When Run looked at the shovel in Sun Journalist's hand, then glanced at the broken simulation dummy whose hairstyle and appearance resembled Teacher Chen. He guessed that Jean Bailing and Sun Journalist had probably come to find the teacher. The teacher had been frozen in the snow, and when Sun Journalist tried digging him out, he accidentally cut the teacher into 2 parts. Even though he knew it was all staged and it was just a dummy. But in the dead of night, it was still creepy. Lu Zhan shakily complained, "Do you really work so hard on your show recordings?" Sun Journalist looked at him, suddenly breaking into a cold smirk. Jean Bailing seemed to finally realize something as she kicked the dummy's hand off, scrambling up in panic, screaming as she ran away, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't cause you're deaf." Lu Zhan saw half of a severed dummy's hand clinging to her trouser leg as she fled. Seeing this, Sun Journalist coldly gave them a glance and swiftly chased after her. At the same time, both of their earphones received a mechanical alert. Jean Bailing's favorability toward you -20, Sun Journalist's favorability toward you -15. Players please note, if the NPC's favorability drops too low, unpredictable events may occur. Jean Bailing's favorability toward you -19, Sun Journalist's favorability toward you -10. Players please note, if the NPC's favorability drops too low, unpredictable events may occur. Lu Zhan stood dumbfounded. What did I do wrong? When Run conjectured, the sudden decrease in favorability might be because we witnessed Jean Bailing and Sun Journalist killing someone. Did they have murderous intentions, wanting to kill us to silence us? Lu Zhan clung tightly to him, yearning to cry. This reality show was really terrifying. Isn't it called the ferocious spirit of the snow mountain? We haven't seen a single ferocious spirit yet, but the NPCs are trying to kill me to silence me. The so-called ferocious spirit might not be a ghost at all, and maybe the production team intentionally misled us with the name. From what they had observed, there was no sign of the ferocious spirit, but each of the 4 surviving NPCs seemed suspicious in their own way. When Run patted his dog's head affectionately and consoled, "If you think all this is fake, then you won't find it scary." Lu Zhan followed his suggestion, muttering under his breath, "All of it is fake, all of it is fake," about a dozen times. But when he looked at the dummy cut into 2 parts again, he still felt unnerved. He pulled on When Run as he turned back towards the cabin. "Nope, I can't take it anymore. Let's go back quickly." When Run allowed himself to be pulled forward for a short while, noticing the chaotic footprints on the ground, and suddenly remembered something important, exclaiming, "Where's Mr. Lin?" Mr. Lin had come out earlier to look for people, but they hadn't encountered him along the way. So where could Mr. Lin have gone? Something's wrong. We need to get back immediately. Suddenly, when Run recalled the task previously announced, it only instructed them to bring Jean Bailing and Sun Journalist back, without mentioning Mr. Lin at all. When Run hurriedly pulled Lu Zhan and ran back. As soon as they could see the wooden cabin from afar, the robotic voice broadcasted, "Player Wen Yu has been eliminated. Player He Ming has been eliminated. Remaining players, please do your best to survive and wait for rescue." Shit. Lu Zhan stared blankly. What the hell is going on? How did they die? They quickly rushed back to the wooden cabin, pushing the door open to find that neither Wen Yu nor He Ming was there, and their bags were also missing. Dr. Wang still sat by the fire pit in the same position as when they left. Jean Bailing had wrapped herself in the old fur blanket again, her head hanging low, murmuring something quietly. Sun Journalist turned around to look at them, his gaze somewhat strange. "Where are our companions?" When Run asked. Dr. Wang slowly raised his head. "Since you didn't return, they went out looking for you." When Run frowned, doubting his words. "Has Mr. Lin returned yet?" When Run asked Jean Bailing and Sun Journalist again, "Did you see Mr. Lin?" "He went ahead of us to find you." Jean Bailing remained silent, while Sun Journalist shook his head. "We haven't seen him." Just as they spoke, the wooden cabin's door opened again. Mr. Lin walked in quickly, rubbing his hands near the fireplace, complaining about how cold it was outside. He glanced at Jean Bailing. "Why did you run just now? I called you for such a long time, but you ignored me. It almost made me take the wrong path and fall into an ice crevasse." After finishing, the wooden cabin fell silent. No one said a word. "What's everyone looking at me for?" Mr. Lin asked confusedly. Sun Journalist moved his lips hesitantly, saying hoarsely, "I've always been together with Jean Bailing. I never saw you." "That's impossible." Mr. Lin's expression stiffened. "Then who did I see?" "The long hair, red down jacket, it couldn't be anyone other than Jean Bailing, right?" Sun Journalist lapsed into silence. Jean Bailing lifted her head, her eyes filled with terror, murmuring, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." When Run scrutinized Mr. Lin carefully, assessing whether his words were true or false. Before entering the wooden cabin, he suspected the murderer might be Mr. Lin, but everyone else had been inside the cabin, and Mr. Lin was the last one to return. Moreover, he met Jean Bailing. This left him uncertain. Were the others the ones who killed Wen Yu and the others? Or was Mr. Lin lying to cover up the murders he committed? At this moment, Dr. Wang spoke slowly. "I've heard that things aren't peaceful on snow-capped mountains at night. Occasionally, people encounter some unnatural entities. Everyone should just stay inside the cabin instead of going out. We'll wait until dawn. He adjusted his scarf, curling up his body. Let's sleep early. A nap will make the day break sooner. Mr. Lin mocked his statement disdainfully. You're supposed to be a doctor and yet you don't know that sleeping in this cold weather might result in never waking up. Sun journalist asked, then what shall we do? Can we possibly stay awake all night? We can take turns keeping watch, Mr. Lin suggested. When I was in the storage room of the wooden cabin earlier, I found several sleeping bags. We can alternate shifts, with someone staying awake each time, which will ensure no one falls asleep forever. After searching through the storage room for a bit, they indeed found 6 sleeping bags. The firewood in the brazier had burned out, leaving only some scattered embers behind. Mr. Lin proposed arranging the sleeping bags in a circle with the still warm fire pit in the middle. They would sleep for an hour in rotation while the person closest to the door would keep watch. Similar to the Four Corners game, the next person would wake up the previous person, repeating in a cycle. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Mr. Lin said, I'll start the night watch first. He slept in the first sleeping bag near the door. The order of the next watches would be from left to right: Zhang Beiling, Sun journalist, Lu Zhan, Wen Run, and Dr. Wang. Everyone crawled into their sleeping bags. Wen Run and Lu Zhan were side by side. They exchanged a glance, and Wen Run subtly waved his hand to indicate that Lu Zhan shouldn't sleep yet. Then he climbed into his sleeping bag. With the sudden deaths of Wang Yu and He Ming, the biggest suspects were Mr. Lin and Dr. Wang, while Sun journalist and Zhang Beiling had smaller chances but weren't completely ruled out either. In short, these 4 people all seemed highly questionable, so caution was necessary. It was better not to sleep. Wen Run curled up in his sleeping bag and reviewed everything that had happened since the game began. Just as he started to feel drowsy while reviewing the plot, he suddenly heard faint chewing sounds in the otherwise quiet wooden cabin. His sleepiness vanished instantly, and he pretended to turn over, trying to locate the source of the sound. The sound seemed to come from Dr. Wang's sleeping bag, quiet rustling noises, as if someone was eating something. Wen Run poked his head out of the sleeping bag, pretending to have been woken up. Lowering his voice, he asked, Dr. Wang, what are you doing? The fine chewing sound abruptly stopped. Dr. Wang's voice sounded muffled. Sorry, I tend to grind my teeth when I sleep. Wen Run didn't say anything more. After a while, the soft chewing sounds resumed, only quieter this time. The chewing continued until the end of the first round when Mr. Lin stood up to wake Dr. Wang. After Dr. Wang woke up, and they switched sleeping bags, it was Zhang Beiling's turn to keep watch. There was no chewing sound this time. Wen Run lay in his sleeping bag with his eyes wide open, not sleeping. However, in the pitch-black cabin, he could see nothing, and after holding out for a bit, he started feeling sleepy again. Struggling to wait for the third round of switching positions, Wen Run woke up Lu Zhan ahead of him. After swapping places, he crawled back into his sleeping bag. Just lying there made him too drowsy. Wen Run reached out, fumbling inside his climbing pack, and pulled out a Snickers bar to nibble on slowly. He always had a premonition that something would definitely happen. But even after he lazily finished the sweet Snickers bar, nothing occurred. He strained his ears, listening hard to the sounds of the night. When the third round of the night watch ended, Sun journalist hesitated to get up and call someone, followed by panicked footsteps and cries, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Wen Run popped out of his sleeping bag, flashlight in hand, only to see Sun journalist and Zhang Beiling already crouching beside Mr. Lin's sleeping bag. There were signs of dragging on the sleeping bag, and Mr. Lin inside was stiff, his breathing gone. 2 red dots appeared on his exposed neck. What happened? Wen Run asked. Dr. Wang got up at this moment. After checking the body, he gave the conclusion, he froze to death, and he has been dead for 2 hours. How could that be? When I was keeping watch, I called him to wake up. Zhang Beiling screamed, as 2 hours earlier was exactly the second round, during which she was keeping watch. The person in front of her was Mr. Lin, and the one before Mr. Lin was Dr. Wang. Zhang Beiling broke down. If he was already dead, then who did I call, and who woke you up? Sun journalist also asked, if he froze to death, then how did the 2 holes on his neck appear? Dr. Wang's murky gaze swept over everyone with varying expressions. He lowered his head and slowly said, there's a ghost in this house. Lu Zhan. Geez. Just to film a variety show, do they have to go this far? The group carried Mr. Lin's body outside to bury it, removed his sleeping bag, and then divided among themselves the last little bit of remaining food before going back to sleep. Both Wen Run and Lu Zhan stayed on high alert. However, aside from the faint crunching sounds, there were no other movements. By the end, even the crunching sounds disappeared. After enduring that hour, when it came time for the next shift, everyone discovered that Dr. Wang was also dead. Zhang Beiling was the first to notice his death. Her lifeless eyes stared blankly as she sat on the ground, muttering, another one is dead. Wen Run observed Dr. Wang's corpse. There were 2 red dots on his neck, just like Mr. Lin. What was different was that his stomach was swollen to an immense size, as though he had eaten something that made him bloat. After searching through his sleeping bag, Wen Run found a few partially melted ice lumps, each bearing faint tooth marks. Lu Zhan mischievously pressed Dr. Wang's bloated stomach, muttering to Wen-run, "This belly padding is quite realistic." After saying that, he couldn't help pressing it a couple more times and heard faint plastic sounds from his pocket as if something was hidden there. Feeling curious, Lu Zhan said, "Huh," and reached into the pocket, pulling out a wrapper for a Snickers bar. He exclaimed in shock, "He's been eating our Snickers bars." Wen-run quickly realized, they must be owned by Wang Yu and He Ming. After Wang Yu and He Ming died, their backpacks disappeared. It was clear that Dr. Wang had taken them and also helped himself to all of their food. Did he eat too many ice lumps and die from overeating or freezing? Wen-run glanced at the found wrappers, then looked at the tooth marks on a few ice lumps, recalling the persistent chewing sounds, and made a guess. Zhang Beiling suddenly said, "It's Meow Meow. She came back to take revenge." She pointed at Dr. Wang on the ground and then at Wen-run and Lu Zhan, shouting shrilly, You will all die." Sun journalist let out a forced laugh and patted her shoulder to comfort her, saying to Wen-run, she might have been traumatized. "Let's bury him first. Leaving him here is unsettling." Thus, the three of them worked together to carry Dr. Wang outside to prepare for burial. The sky outside was still dark. Wen-run shone the flashlight as Lu Zhan and Sun journalist dug a hole, not very deep. As Lu Zhan wiped sweat off his forehead and met Wen-run's eyes, he understood the plan. When they were carrying Dr. Wang, Lu Zhan suddenly threw a handful of snow at Sun journalist's face. Reflexively raising his hand to protect his face, Sun journalist was pushed by Wen-run into the snow pit. The pit wasn't very deep, but when Sun journalist struggled to get up, Lu Zhan bravely blocked him with a spade and arrogantly said, "Choose your death. Would you like to be buried alive or cut into 2 pieces?" The actor playing Sun Journal immediately caved, lying down peacefully in the snow pit and closing his eyes. "I'm dead." Lu Zhan grinned, "That's what we call striking first, don't you understand?" Although they didn't know why they should strike against Sun journalist first, following Wen-run's lead was definitely right. Now only Zhang Beiling remained in the house. Wen-run remained alert, telling Lu Zhan, "I'll lure her out, then you act fast and rush inside. Close the door." Lu Zhan nodded and hid on the side. Wen-run stood far away and used a spade to push open the door. Zhang Beiling holding an axe rushed out wildly shouting, "You will all die." Lu Zhan yelled, "Shit," and quickly rushed into the house, blocking the door. Meanwhile, Wen-run ran for his life. It has to be said that the actors hired by the production team were fully committed, chasing after Wen-run with the axe in no time. After running around the wooden cabin once, Wen-run finally rushed inside and held the door together with Lu Zhan. Zhang Beiling screamed madly outside, hitting the door harder than someone who was genuinely crazy. While pushing the door, Lu Zhan remarked fearfully, "Fuck, I'm never coming back to this twisted program again. Even if I wasn't sick, I'd scare myself sick." After Zhang Beiling went berserk and shouted for a while outside, she finally calmed down. The two just started to relax when they heard loud knocking from outside. "All right. We're done recording. You can come out for rest." Lu Zhan hesitated for a moment. His first thought was that the other party wanted to trick them out, so he shouted, "It's not dawn yet. The game hasn't ended. Don't even try to deceive us." The director sighed with a mixture of laughter and frustration, "We really are done. The remaining part can be filmed early tomorrow morning. Come out and rest for a bit." Only then did the two half-believe and half-doubt open the door. The production team, including the actors who had already died, returned. They stomped their feet, asking the staff to move the generator inside and set up some lights before saying, "We've brought hot pot ingredients. Do you want to sleep first or eat something?" As the last ones surviving, they had barely slept through the night. The production team and other staff members also stayed up for most of the night, now cold and hungry. "Eat hot pot." Lu Zhan was the first to raise his hand and asked curiously, "Where are Wang Yu and He Ming?" The chief director replied, "It's too cold. Their parts have already been filmed, so they went back to the hotel to rest." Lu Zhan suddenly looked sorrowful and turned to Wen-run saying, "If only we had died earlier. That way, they could have gone back to the hotel to rest earlier without worrying and being scared the whole time." The chief director laughed heartily, "I was originally worried that you would exit too early, so I planned to ask the actors to hold back. But you guys performed exceptionally well and pulled it off at the end." Lu Zhan focused intently on the beef balls in the pot and humbly said, "Not at all, it was all thanks to Wen-run's leadership." The extra actor of Sun journalist also felt curious, "When did you start suspecting me?" Wen-run took a sip of hot milk tea and narrowed his eyes. "I've suspected you for a long time. In fact, the production team had provided many clues within the game, such as favorability, Sun journalist's unusual courtesy towards Zhang Beiling, Dr. Wang's lie about an incoming snowstorm, the bare arm of the dummy, and the drag marks left by the sleeping bags on the ground. These easily overlooked little details were actually numerous. If one paid attention to these details, it would be quite easy to deduce the personalities of each character and their motives. In reality, everyone in this game was the mountain's ghost. Chen Teacher was buried alive by someone, which was intentionally set up by the production team as the first ghost to create a sinister atmosphere and mislead others. In truth, the 4 survivors were the actual mountain ghosts. Lin Boss claimed to be a coal businessman, but he was physically strong and highly experienced in wilderness survival and had a hard heart. To save himself, he twice suggested abandoning the teacher. Later, under the pretense of looking for Sun journalist and Zhang Beiling, he secretly returned to kill Wang Yu and He Ming and take their food. Dr. Wang seemed kind and approachable, but in reality, he was selfish and greedy. When everyone abandoned Teacher Chen, he only offered verbal persuasion and never once carried the teacher on his back. Later, he lied about an upcoming blizzard, indirectly forcing everyone to abandon the teacher. Moreover, when Lin Boss came back to kill Wang Yu and He Ming, he must have been there but did not intervene, instead choosing to split the food with Lin Boss. After Lin Boss died, he probably guessed that Zhang Beiling and Sun journalist were behind it, but he still chose silence, ambiguously muttering something like, "There's a ghost inside." Zhang Beiling was supposedly best friends with Teacher Chen, but in the end, she abandoned her friend. Though her conscience wasn't entirely lost, she went back with Sun journalist to find the teacher, but after Sun accidentally killed Teacher Chen, she stripped off the teacher's clothes for warmth while the teacher wasn't completely dead yet. This is why when Run saw the dummy tightly gripping Zhang Beiling's pants leg, exposing a bare arm. At first, when Run thought it was just an incomplete prop, but later, upon accidentally hearing Zhang Beiling repeatedly whisper, "I'm sorry," while staring at the white sweater hidden beneath the old blanket, he realized this was a clue hinting Zhang Beiling had already become unstable. Thus, during the night watch rotation, Zhang deliberately skipped over Lin Boss, letting him freeze to death in retaliation for the teacher, transferring her guilt smoothly into action. Lastly, Sun journalist merely followed Zhang Beiling due to his feelings for her. When Run guessed that they might have known each other beforehand, and Zhang Beiling may have promised him something. Therefore, Sun accompanied Zhang to look for the teacher but accidentally killed her. Later, during his night watch, he helped Zhang quickly switch Lin Boss's sleeping bag to cover up Zhang skipping Lin Boss and calling Dr. Wang instead, leading to Lin freezing to death. All of these events could be inferred from the carefully laid out clues by the production team. However, at the beginning, people were easily misled by the theme name of the episode, focusing all attention on the mountain ghost rather than the real danger surrounding them. Thus, when Run understood after Dr. Wang's death that to survive, he needed to first eliminate the threat nearby. This led to him collaborating with Lu Zhan to trick-kill Sun journalist. After listening to his analysis, the chief director sighed in relief. "Thankfully, I didn't ask them to hold back." He even became furious because some of the guests smuggled food, allowing several extras to properly entertain them. Although the show was finished earlier than expected, the edited result should still turn out well. After eating a warm hot pot meal, everyone cleaned up the cabin and hurried to rest for a few hours. As dawn broke, they continued filming the subsequent plot. The two surviving mountaineering team members suffered through the entire night and finally waited until dawn for the rescue team. When they opened the door, Zhang Beiling had already frozen into a snowman outside, while Sun journalist still clung to a breath of life, dug out by the rescue team, and taken down the mountain. After the recording was complete, everyone packed up and headed down the mountain, marching grandly back to the hotel. Upon returning, when Run soaked in a hot bath and drank a large bowl of ginger soup forced on him by Chu Su, but he still caught a cold. By the time they returned to City B, he looked pitiful, red eyes, red nose, sneezing occasionally, truly pathetic. While Yi Hanqing angrily fed him medicine, he muttered, "No more shows like this in the future." When Run hummed and obediently opened his mouth to take the medicine, his face scrunching up at the bitterness. Seeing Yi Hanqing's anger, he dragged out his complaints on purpose, so bitter. Yi Hanqing immediately stopped being angry and held the cup to his lips, coaxing gently, "Just one last sip, then you can have a candy." With a pained expression, when Run swallowed the last of the medicine, only for a piece of candy to be promptly popped into his mouth. The sweetness swirled around his tongue, finally neutralizing the bitterness. Seeing that Yi Hanqing was still frowning, when Run's eyes twinkled mischievously as he suddenly said, "The spring festival is coming soon. How about spending the new year at my place this year?" Chapter 83. He asked so suddenly that Yi Hanqing was momentarily stunned, and after a long silence, he said, "There's no need to be in such a rush. It's the spring festival. Spend it well with your family. But I don't want to leave you here alone." When Run thought about how last year, he and Jing Xian were eating instant noodles next door and felt his heart ache. Now, Jing Xian had gone to America and hadn't come back. There really wasn't anyone left to keep him company. Then just come back earlier. Yi Hanqing pushed the strands of hair on his cheek aside. "This time, I will take good care of myself." He would no longer torture himself like before. He had to stay healthy and live through the many years ahead with him. No way. When Run crushed the candy in his mouth and seriously said, "I still can't feel at ease." He grabbed Yi Hanqing's hand and earnestly said, "I've already made up my mind. This time when I go back, I'll temporarily not tell my parents, just say that you're my friend who has come over for the spring festival. Then later, I will gradually tell them. Anyway, they will find out eventually. I can't possibly hide it from them forever." When Run's attitude was very calm, at the latest next year. "I'll come out to my family, and now I'll give them a heads up. My parents both have good tempers, if I explain properly, they will understand." He carefully calculated their future with his fingers, and Yi Hanqing's gaze softened. He had never known that when Run had secretly considered all this. His only relatives left were his uncle and his sister who slept without waking. Gu Sui couldn't control him, and his sister hadn't woken up yet, so he was almost entirely alone. Whether or not to come out didn't matter much to him. But he knew Wenrun was different. Wenrun cared deeply about his family, especially since they lived in a small mountain village where the acceptance level of homosexuality could be imagined. Yet, Wenrun still planned to reveal their relationship to his family. Moved involuntarily, Yi Hanqing leaned down to taste the two lips which kept talking, indeed sweet all the way to his heart. "We're having a serious conversation." Wenrun blushed red, pushing the person further away against his chest. "Be careful not to pass the cold on to you." Yi Hanqing chuckled lightly. "I'm also handling the serious stuff." Wenrun was interrupted by him, and immediately lost the ability to continue speaking. He glared angrily, peeled a tangerine-flavored candy and put it into his mouth, while taking another one himself and murmured, "Anyway, I've already asked my assistant to book tickets for 2 people. We'll go back together during the spring festival." How did things get increasingly intense? Yi Hanqing sighed helplessly and could only comply with his arrangements. It took a whole week for Wenrun's cold to completely subside. Right after that, Ji Zhe started airing exclusively on Lychee TV's primetime slot. To promote the new drama, he joined the production team in participating in a reality show. The reunion of Mr. Yu's couple and Wenrun brought more heat than the drama itself, earning the three a new nickname, the Golden Triangle. In the drama, their characters are part of a love triangle, and off-screen, the three of them are good friends too. Fans were wildly shipping various couples based on the scenes both inside and outside the drama, leading to frequent trending topics. The crew was happy to have free publicity, often adding fuel to the fire by encouraging interaction between the trio on social media. Occasionally browsing Weibo, Yi Hanqing saw trending searches involving Wenrun and others as CPs, precisely because Wenrun was out shooting magazine covers. Yi Hanqing had finished work early and was alone at home, finally remembering the secondary account he entrusted his subordinate to manage. He logged on to WeChat and fished the long-forgotten subordinate out from some hidden corner. "Take a screenshot, JPG, take down this trending topic and buy a new one." After sending the message, he switched his Weibo account and logged into his own secondary account. After not logging in for a long time, he discovered that his secondary account already had over 1 million followers. Moreover, he was the host of the super topic, #Yenyejuwen. He entered the super topic to take a look, finding out that #Yenyejuwen ranked number 18 on the CP super topic list, with 290,000 fans following and 890,000 posts. Scrolling through the content, there were wealthy tourists checking in, people writing fan fiction, drawing fan art. Levels varied, though most were a little jarring, but it at least looked vibrant and flourishing. Mr. Yi was very satisfied, planning to give his subordinate a bonus. But poor subordinate could barely be happy at all. Looking at the requirements her boss sent, she pulled at her increasingly thinning hair and cautiously asked, "What kind of trending topic should we buy?" Yi Hanqing replied as if it was the most natural thing, "This one, #Yenyejuwen. This name is so good, clearly indicating it is the CP name for him and Wenrun." The poor subordinate nearly knelt down before him. She had worked hard to grow the super topic account to its current size. Now it had fans and organic attention, no longer needing to spend money on fake data manipulation. But Mr. Yi still wanted to buy trending topics. Was he asking for trouble with fans? She'd never seen such a daring fan create a super topic between themselves and their idol, let alone buy a trending topic. Wasn't this just asking for drama? The trembling subordinate typed out her cautious advice, "Mr. Yi, buying a trending topic might result in getting attacked by fans." Unfortunately, Mr. Yi knew nothing about fan culture, and he completely failed to understand his subordinate's concern. He couldn't appreciate what it was like to be torn apart by fans, yet he insisted on purchasing the trending topic. On top of that, he added, "Also, I don't want to see any more CPs involving Wenrun appearing on the hot search list. Have PR keep an eye on it." The subordinate. Now she deeply regretted it. How foolish. Initially, she shouldn't have been tempted by the bonus, or transferred over at all. Had she not come here, she could have remained worry-free as a regular office worker. And now, being single and increasingly balding. QAQ. Pressed by her boss' demands, the subordinate ultimately bought a trending topic for #Yenyejuwen. Watching the trending rise, the subordinate silently turned off her Weibo notifications, opened several computers in front of her, logged into QQ, and at all members in the CP group chat, preparing them for anti-black campaigns to face the imminent wrath of dairy powder fans, Wenrun's fandom. The trending tweet posted by Xiao Wuya was a giveaway retweet celebrating over 30,000 fans in the super topic. With generous prizes, the retweets had already surpassed 20,000, and the topic #Yenyejuwen occupied the 3rd position on Weibo's trending list. Many passers-by clicked and then puzzledly exited, real-time tweets filled with question marks, #Yenyejuwen. What the heck is this? How did it even get trending? Some saw the giveaway and didn't hesitate, retweeting first without second thought. The retweets quickly shot up past 50,000 within a short time. Amidst countless bewildered faces and giveaway retweets, there were those curious enough to click into #Yenyejuwen's super topic. They looked at recent elementary productions, viewed earlier major works, and followed through the host team's activities until they reached Xiao Wuya's Weibo account. Someone finally remembered the horror of once being dominated by an extravagant fan. WOC. Is the wealthy fan creating trouble again? Can the super topic satisfy her anymore? Why resort to giveaways and buying trends? Backseat worships the wealthy fan. How many seconds till the dairy powders arrive? Truly, I beg this wealthy fan to cancel their subscription ASAP. One such fan outweighs 10 haters. You are exactly that person. A blood plea for you to unsubscribe. Baby N Runsan is just a child, please let him be. Two-person blood plea. Wealthy fan, stop imagining scenarios please. Even if you buy 10 more trends, Baby N will never pay attention to you, thank you. Hearing the news, the dairy powder fans saw the familiar Weibo ID and typical antics. Their feelings, beyond anger, shifted toward helplessness. Why did their idol end up with a crazy fan like this? Everyone else's idols had plenty of extravagant fans, but none as wild as this one. All the fans cared about was how pitiable N Runsan was. In masses, the dairy powders gathered under Xiao Xiao Wuye's Weibo to leave desperate pleas, begging her to unsubscribe and spare Baby N. At least they refrained from abusing her family, making the situation better than anticipated. The subordinate had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this crisis would pass, and once the trend cooled down, everything could return to normal. But before she could fully exhale, refreshing the Weibo page brought up a new tweet on her homepage. Xiao Xiao Wuye v. /snarling smile. The combination of humph and the snarling smile carried maximum ridicule. The dairy powders exploded immediately. In less than half an hour, major fans drafted a long Weibo post targeting her, recounting Xiao Xiao Wuye's offenses. There was another giveaway at the end, with numerous fans increasing the prize pool. In less than 2 hours, the long Weibo post received 80,000 retweets. The trending topics hashtag Xiao Xiao Wuye 1 fan tops 10 haters and hashtag Yinyijiwen appeared consecutively. Bystanders who entered the thread were left in awe. After finishing his magazine cover shoot, Jing Xian walked out of the photo studio, where Chu Su grinned and handed him her phone. You're trending again. Huh. Recently, Jing Xian made frequent appearances on the trending list, most often due to the publicity needs of Gigi. Usually, he paid no mind to these, but since Chu Su specifically showed him. Jing Xian tapped on the trending link and saw the two consecutive trending topics closely tied together. After clicking into both topics and checking their backgrounds, he proceeded to browse the posts under hashtag Yinyijiwen's super topic. Immediately, Jing Xian fell silent. It was truly his first time hearing about Xiao Xiao Wuye. And looking at the super topic hashtag Yinyijiwen, if it weren't for the fact that the Xiao Xiao Wuye within it was female, he would have thought this Xiao Xiao Wuye was Yi Hansheng. Isn't there an ancient poem with the line? Extracted, it's Yi Hansheng's name. But soon after, he dismissed this assumption. Not only does Yi Hansheng rarely go on Weibo, but with how busy he is, where would he find the time to manage a Weibo or super topic? It must just be a coincidence, and Wen Run didn't give it much more thought. He logged out of Weibo and chuckled, probably just some little rich girl playing around. Chu Su shared the same thought, teasing him a couple of times before seeing him home. Yi Hansheng was instructing his subordinate to take down the trending topic related to powdered milk. The poor subordinate left in tears, after which he glanced at the time, estimating that Wen Run would be returning soon. Thus, he closed the Weibo interface and opened the company's financial report. When Wen Run came into the study to look for him and saw Yi Hansheng diligently working, it further confirmed his suspicions. After all, it couldn't possibly be Yi Hansheng, such a busy Mr. Yi wouldn't have the time for such trivialities. Chapter 84. After Mr. Yi returned from Wenruan, he lost all interest in work and quickly turned off his computer. Ye Hansheng pulled someone to have dinner together. Tonight's dinner was made by the nanny. Since it was nearing the spring festival, Dr. Qin had already returned home to celebrate, but the nanny's vacation hadn't started yet, so the 3 daily meals were prepared by the nanny. After dinner and a little walk for digestion, Ye Hansheng was urged to take a medicinal bath. Since Dr. Qin wasn't around, electroacupuncture treatment was temporarily suspended, but neither the baths nor massages stopped. Ye Hansheng still soaked in Dr. Qin's specially prepared medicine bag every day. The medicine bag promoted blood circulation throughout the body. After soaking, not only did the usually insensate calves feel slightly warm, but the entire body felt overheated. After washing off the herbal residue, Ye Hansheng draped on a bathrobe, got onto his wheelchair, and slowly returned to the room. Just after finishing the medicinal bath, there was still a strong scent of Chinese medicine on him, which wasn't unpleasant. It smelled of a bitter, fresh aroma. Wen Ruan sniffed, realizing immediately that he had come in. Ye Hansheng sat on the bed, reaching out to grab Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan dodged his hand and shoved a pillow into his arms. Lie down properly. I'll give you a massage. Mr. Yi had no choice but reluctantly lay down, yet his heated gaze still wandered over him, revealing his obvious thoughts. Since starting the medication, the two hadn't been physically close again. And with Ye Hansheng soaking in the medicine bath every day to enhance circulation, he'd managed to stoke up his own fiery desire, which now simmered without relief. Wen Ruan acted as if he didn't notice this, earnestly massaging his legs. Unhappy about being ignored, Ye Hansheng occasionally touched here or pinched there, acting much like an older child with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. Every time Wen Ruan waved away his hands, Ye Hansheng would glare at him pitifully. Poor thing. So pitiful. Wen Ruan. Unable to bear it any longer, Wenruan embarrassingly said with a mixture of frustration and helplessness, "In 3 more days, the ointment will be used up." Implying that they only need to remain abstinent for 3 more days. Only then was Mr. Yi satisfied. He leaned back against the headrest and watched him busy himself with bowed head. Once Wenruan finished the massage, Ye Hanqing pulled him over to sit in front of him, resting his chin on his shoulder while holding an iPad. "Take a look, are these gifts enough for our trip back home? If not, I'll add more." On the iPad was a gift list sent by his assistant. Ever since learning that Wenruan intended to bring him home for the new year, Mr. Yi had instructed his assistant to start preparing gifts: expensive tobacco, alcohol, tea, clothes, tonics, jewels, and jewelry, all expensive items included. Wenruan casually flipped through the list, finding 5 full pages. Wenruan gave him a sidelong glance filled with helplessness before leaning back against his chest, pinching his fingers. "Are you nervous?" "I am not," replied Mr. Yi, keeping a straight face. "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Wenruan chuckled. "We're not going home to open a department store. Why have you prepared so much stuff? Anyway, it'll just be the 2 of us, and we can't carry all this back." Ye Hanqing calmly responded, "It's better to be prepared." This response made Wenruan burst out laughing, turning around to plant a kiss on his chin before saying, "My family is easy to get along with. They don't need so many things. Bringing overly extravagant gifts might make them uncomfortable." Tracing the iPad screen with his finger, Wenruan read aloud, "My father and grandfather like tea, so we can bring 2 cans of it, 2 bottles of mitai would also be fine. For grandma and my mom, we can offer some jiao. As for my 2 elder brothers and younger sister, we could each give them a watch. Your choices seem too flashy, they probably won't accept them. I'll pick something from a lower profile brand. Additionally, let's take some special products from City B, that should be sufficient." "Isn't it a bit too little?" asked Ye Hanqing, furrowing his brows involuntarily. "It's my first visit to your home." Wenruan smiled, "We're all family, no need to be overly polite. The thought counts." No matter what, he always seemed to have the final say, so Ye Hanqing had his assistant adjust the list, leaving only the few items Wenruan suggested, and ordered the assistant to gather local specialties from City B. Since bringing expensive gifts was out of the question, he decided adding more local specialties wouldn't hurt. After New Year's Day, the countdown to the Spring Festival accelerated. Some companies with earlier holiday schedules had begun their vacations, and Xinyu Media Company also held its annual corporate gala once a year. The gala took place at the largest hotel in City B, with almost all Xinyu Media artists who could attend present, and those unable to due to work reasons sending video blessings. As the year came to an end, Wenruan declined a number of job offers and naturally had time for the annual gala. The stylist picked out a silver-gray suit for him and applied light makeup. His jet-black hair was combed back, revealing even more distinct features. Perhaps due to growing older, his once gentle and rounded facial features now carried a hint of sharpness. Standing tall with good posture, he was already a handsome young man. After applying setting spray, the stylist praised, "You'll definitely be the handsomest person there today." Reporters were present at the gala, so walking the red carpet required careful attention to appearance. Chu Su and the stylist checked repeatedly to ensure there were no flaws before sending Wenruan out. Lu Zhan waited outside in a flashy red sports car. Seeing him come out, he arched an eyebrow and said, "I suddenly regret walking the red carpet with you." Wenruan opened the passenger door and laughed, "Would you be happy to walk with Shen Mushuan?" Lu Zhan instinctively pulled his neck back, shocked and said, "Never mind, I'll just endure walking with you." After saying that, he stepped on the gas and drove toward the hotel. Xinyu Media Company had substantial power, and its influence grew stronger every year. The grandeur of the annual gala also increased significantly, with the red carpet laid all the way into the banquet hall, where journalists stood ready with their cameras. At 7 p.m., they entered the venue according to seniority order. After several seasoned actors and actresses walked in, Wenruan entered alongside Lu Zhan. The surrounding flashes illuminated as Wenruan displayed a well-timed smile while walking shoulder to shoulder with Lu Zhan. Among newer talents, aside from a few senior veteran artists who had reached stardom, Wenruan was already Xinyu Media's top star among the new generation. Following him were Lu Zhan and Shen Mushuan. It was indeed destiny that brought them together initially under the same former agent, Song Li. They lived together in the company dormitory for 2 years, virtually unknown to anyone. Later, when Song Li left, Wenrun's agent became Jing Xuan, and Lu Zhan and Shen Mushuan also got new agents. These 3 once obscure individuals now each rose to fame. Even the company dormitory they used to live in now has aspiring newcomers fighting to move in, hoping to ride on their good fortune and dream of one day making it big too. Once the red carpet event concluded, the atmosphere inside the hotel banquet hall was less chaotic. Only a few media companies close to Xinyu Media were invited inside, while the other reporters stayed outside waiting. Ye Hanqing, as the president of Xinyu, arrived earlier. He was currently mingling with a few high-level executives. Wenruan and Lu Zhan took a glass of wine, then went over to greet them. Ye Hanqing's eyes lingered on Wenruan for a few seconds before shifting subtly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he raised his glass and toasted with them. With many eyes watching during the annual gala, the two didn't have much chance to talk further. After exchanging some formalities, Wenruan and Lujan went off to greet a few senior predecessors. After greeting the seniors and while the gala hadn't formally begun yet, they found a spot to rest. Unlike the past, when they could sit quietly without being noticed, they now drew attention, whether it be the curious glances of new talent or cameras constantly capturing their every move. Bold newcomers might approach to strike up conversations, or even declare themselves fans, seeking autographs or photos. Their table remained lively throughout, only calming down slightly after the gala officially started at 8 o'clock, causing the wave of people trying to build relationships with them to finally relent in disappointment. The gala included leadership speeches, performance programs, and lotteries. Entertainment companies were never short of talented artists. Wenruan, being one of Xingyu's heavily promoted talents, performed the opening program. Not coming from an acting school, apart from acting, Wenruan didn't possess standout talents, so his prepared act was the simplest, singing. Naturally gifted with a good voice, he sang beautifully. After training specifically for the gala, his voice immediately silenced the previously noisy hall, accompanied by soft, soothing background music. He sang a heartfelt love ballad, looking gentle with an enchanting voice. Think about it, love really doesn't make sense. Will it last a lifetime? Will it hold my heart unwaveringly? Only you are naturally the one who captivates me. Can we be together like this? No one can take your place. Falling for you feels like destiny. No one is like you. From the first glance, you've swayed my heart. He sang earnestly and deeply, his gaze slowly sweeping through the crowd and eventually landing on Ye Hanqing in the front row. No one else noticed this, but Ye Hanqing received it and understood. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he was sincerely dedicating a love song to him. After slowly sipping the wine, Ye Hanqing's sharp gaze softened suddenly as he silently watched Wenruan. There was a depth of emotion in his eyes that only Wenruan could truly understand. The annual gala wasn't over yet, but videos of Wenruan singing had already gone viral on Weibo. Netizens and fans alike were enthusiastically reacting to the screen, all marveling at how good-looking and heartfelt their idol's singing was. If he sang this way just for them, they'd die happily from excitement. The openly confessed Yi general manager was equally excited. Only by constantly drinking did he barely suppress the urge to go find him. Today, Wenruan seemed to strike every one of Ye Hanqing's weak points, the elegant outfit, and that deep, lingering voice singing, "No one is like you, you captivated my heart at first glance," it all drove Ye Hanqing to distraction. He couldn't care less about any of the following performances, preoccupied with only thoughts of Wenruan. It felt like an eternity waiting for the gala to end. Since the hotel was crowded and there were many prying eyes, the two parted ways separately. Ye Hanqing arrived home first. He waited at the entrance, not turning on any lights, sitting in the darkness, repeatedly reminiscing about Wenruan's expression and those touching lyrics. Wenruan was inherently reserved and shy, rarely uttering bold words of love. But tonight, he had publicly declared feelings for Ye Hanqing in front of everyone through those heartfelt lyrics. For Ye Hanqing, this was akin to a public confession, more intoxicating than even the strongest aphrodisiac. His blood boiled in the dark as he hummed softly those familiar lyrics, patiently awaiting the return of his beloved. Wenruan circled around Songhai Houting on the road for half an hour before finally driving back. Opening the door, the house was pitch black. He muttered softly to himself, why hasn't he come back yet? As he was about to turn on the light, suddenly a pair of strong arms pulled him into an embrace. In the darkness, Ye Hanqing kissed his lips intensely, exploring them passionately, in a way he had never done before. Wenruan involuntarily grabbed onto his shoulders, emitting muffled grunts from his nose, intending to remind him that the door was still open, but Ye Hanqing's kiss was so forceful that soon his brain lacked oxygen, forcing him to breathe heavily and ignore everything else. Ye Hanqing closed the door, forcefully pulling him down onto his lap while maneuvering his wheelchair towards the bedroom. The curtains in the bedroom weren't drawn, and colorful neon lights poured inside, intensifying the mood. Ye Hanqing carefully laid him on the bed, and before Wenruan could rise, he leaned down again to kiss him. In the dimly lit room, where colors and shadows mingled beautifully, quiet panting and soft sounds filled the air, heating up the moment. Ye Hanqing bit his lips hard and hoarsely whispered, "You tempted me." Barely having escaped this entrapment, Wenruan faced Ye Hanqing's preemptive accusation. Wide-eyed, his tail corners were red, and his moist gaze resembled an innocent little beast facing a hunter's blame. Ye Hanqing covered his eyes, his low, raspy voice laced with laughter, but I liked it. The night was long and deeply dark. Neon lights outside the tall buildings shone brightly throughout the night, and the tender melody played non-stop within the bedroom. After a wild night, when Wenruan woke up the next morning, he deeply regretted choosing that particular song. Ye Hanqing loved to play games. Yesterday, he insisted that it was Wenruan who had lured him and made him sing the same song over and over again on the bed. Wenruan slapped his burning cheeks hard, vowing that he would never think about singing that song ever again in his life. After the gala ended, Xingyu also went on its year-end vacation. Ye Hanqing didn't have to go to the company anymore. After packing up all the gifts at home and shipping them out, they took a private plane back to Wenruan's hometown in a discreet manner. Because it was peak travel season, fearing too many people might recognize them in the first-class cabin, Ye Hanqing simply chartered the entire first-class section. Therefore, the only two passengers aboard now were them. Wen Run sat by the window, a small blanket draped over his legs, quietly introducing his family to Yi Hanqing. Sitting upright, Yi Hanqing memorized everything Wen Run said silently. My family really is very easy to get along with. After finishing, Wen Run looked up and saw his solemn expression. Unable to resist, he chuckled softly, whispering into his ear, don't worry, our family has consistent aesthetics, if I like someone, they'll definitely like that person too. Seemingly comforted, Yi Hanqing relaxed his previously tense body slightly. Wen Run curled his lips, hiding under the blanket to interlace their fingers, silently soothing him. Their older brother came to pick them up. Driving a Mercedes-Benz SUV, he immediately spotted Wen Run bundled up tightly and pushing Yi Hanqing's wheelchair through the crowd. Getting out of the car, he waved and took the things Yi Hanqing was holding. The men in the Wen family were all tall. Wen Dage and Wen Urge, having worked on the farm in earlier years, were much stronger than Wen Run. Despite this, when they took the gifts easily into their hands, they still remarked, we've already told you long ago, come back if you're coming, no need to buy anything. Whatever we lack, my second brother and I have bought. All these are what he bought. Wen Run nodded towards his boyfriend without hesitation, shifting the blame. Wen Dage put the gifts into the trunk and said aloud while extending a hand for Yi Hanqing to shake, once you've come, you're one of us. Next time don't be so polite. Yi Hanqing stiffened his jaw and shook his hand, replying, they aren't very valuable anyway. Wen Dage laughed loudly, opened the rear door for him and said, all right, then I won't be overly polite either. Let's go home quickly, Mom and Dad are waiting. When he opened the car door, Yi Hanqing noticed that the rear seats had been specially modified into barrier-free seats. These seats were designed for those with mobility issues for easier access in and out of the car. Yi Hanqing looked at Wen Run, his smile becoming even deeper. There was no one in the Wen family who needed this seat. Clearly, it was prepared specifically for him after being informed by Wen Run beforehand. The two sat in the back seat, and when Wen Dage drove off without noticing, Wen Run secretly winked at Yi Hanqing playfully. It would take some time to travel from the city to the village. Worried they might get bored, Wen Dage started talking about some changes in the village. For example, the money Wen Run donated earlier was used to construct a wide road, making transportation much more convenient now. Also, due to the emergence of a big star, Yuan Mountain Village's reputation improved greatly, and many tourists came especially to visit the village. A lot of villagers set up rural tourism businesses and specialty stores, which significantly improved everyone's living conditions. He kept on chatting about the changes back home while Wen Run occasionally interjected a few words and interpreted them for Yi Hanqing. Unnoticed, more than 2 hours passed, and finally, the three arrived home. The four-story house of the Wen family stood out prominently. With more tourists visiting the village, Wen father built courtyards around the small building, planted pine trees along the walls, keeping everything green even in winter. As soon as Wen Dage's car reached the front gate, curious villagers came over to peek, asking if Wen Run had returned. Wen Run lowered the window to greet them before Wen Dage drove the car into the courtyard. Brother. Before the car stopped completely, Wen Xiaomei rushed over and gave him a bear hug upon getting out, saying, I miss you so much. Wen Run hugged her briefly, then went to the trunk to push out Yi Hanqing's wheelchair, making it easier for him to get out. Wen Xiaomei peeked curiously and exclaimed when she saw Yi Hanqing get out, you said the friend who wanted to return with you for the new year is actually General Manager Yi? Yi Hanqing glanced at her, slightly raising an eyebrow. Do you also know General Manager Yi? Wen Run asked her. Wen Xiaomei has already entered her first year of university, having taken part in the college entrance examination last summer. Her scores weren't enough to get into Wen Run's alma mater, so she resentfully enrolled in a university in S-City. Now she's a statuesque young beauty. Wen Xiaomei chuckled, I know quite a lot. At this moment, when Mother approached and patted her head, girls should be calm and composed. Wen Xiaomei stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything else but instead hid behind her older brother and curiously eyed Yi Hanqing. With her big brother being a major celebrity, she naturally wanted to learn more about the entertainment circle. Since the president of Xinyu Media was so famous and even appeared several times on hot searches, it wasn't surprising that she knew. But she never expected her older brother would have such a good relationship with General Manager Yi. The Wen family warmly welcomed Yi Hanqing inside. When father offered cigarettes, when mother brewed tea, when Dage and when Erg brought out snacks and fruits, and when Xiaomei joked around on the side. The whole family sat together in the main hall chatting, making Yi Hanqing feel as though he'd been part of the Wen family from the start, with no awkwardness or stiffness. Turning sideways, Yi Hanqing glanced at Wen Run, just in time meeting his gaze. They both smiled simultaneously. The meal had been prepared early by Wen mother. After chatting for a while, the family sat down to eat and give the two of them a proper welcome. Yi Hanqing was normally silent and efficient at work, but in the Wen family, he became gentle and eloquent. He could hold his liquor well too. Opening the 2 bottles of Mao Tai he had brought, exchanging toasts, he pleased Grandpa Wen and Wen father thoroughly. If it weren't for the intervention of the 2 Wen brothers, Wen father almost proposed adopting Yi Hanqing as a godson on the spot. Later, Yi Hanqing was still a little displeased and whispered privately to Wen Run, being adopted as a godson isn't bad. Unfortunately, he was blocked by his 2 brothers-in-law. Wen Run smiled helplessly, isn't my brother worried about embarrassing you? Whoever gets adopted as a godson after just drinking a round of wine? Of course, Mr. Yi was not at all difficult and was very willing to participate in the family's activities. It wasn't even an issue about just becoming a godson, he might as well become their actual son. Even though he didn't end up as the godson, after a good meal and drinks, Mr. Yi still won over the favor of his future father-in-law and also got along well with the two elder brothers-in-law. As for Wen Xiaomei, she couldn't stop teasing her brother, saying how the news online exaggerated everything. Mr. Yi was actually so easygoing, nothing like what was reported. After they had eaten enough food and drunk plenty of wine, Wen Run and Yi Hanqing went outside into the yard to digest. The front and backyards of the Wen home were rather spacious but without much embellishment. The Wens were simple people by nature, and although all three sons were now highly capable earners, Wen mother still planted vegetables herself. The ground in the courtyard was divided into sections where winter seasonal vegetables grew abundantly. All this was completely different from the refined and ostentatious Yi family. Though the Yi family was luxurious, its inside carried only filth and coldness. In contrast, the Wen family radiated sincerity and warmth everywhere, bringing peace and comfort. "Your family is great," Yi Hanqing said. At that moment, the neighbor's big yellow dog crawled through the door crack and wagged its tail enthusiastically towards them. Wen Run squatted down to pet its head, then looked sideways at Yi Hanqing sitting on the wheelchair, whispering words only they could hear, "Now it's your family too. It's your family too." Yi Hanqing carefully savored these words, unconsciously curling the corners of his mouth. Gazing gently at the young man playing with the big yellow dog, Yi Hanqing thought that after so many years, he had once again acquired a home. Winter days darkened early, and there weren't any entertainment activities in the countryside. People generally slept early. Following the local customs, Yi Hanqing also prepared for rest early. Wen Run had informed the family beforehand, so Wen mother had already arranged an empty room downstairs earlier. When learning that they would sleep separately, Yi Hanqing felt slightly discontented, but seeing Wen mother come happily with the bedding in her arms, that bit of dissatisfaction quickly vanished. Wen mother laid out the bed cover on the bed, fluffing it until soft, and then said to Yi Hanqing, "Wen Run's room is upstairs. If anything inconveniences you at night, call my husband. Our room is right ahead, once you call, we'll hear you immediately. Or I'll sleep downstairs." Wen Run naturally continued, "If there's any inconvenience, surely he wouldn't feel comfortable calling you too. If I stay downstairs, I can take care of him more easily." Upon reflection, Wen mother agreed, and since the bed was 2 meters long and could accommodate 2 grown men comfortably, she added, "Then I will bring another quilt for both of you." After Wen mother delivered the quilt, Wen Run closed the door and drew the curtains before smiling brightly at Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing wheeled closer, stretching out his hand to make Wen Run bend over and softly whispered in his ear, "Aren't you worried your mom might suspect?" "This is nothing." Wen Run replied, "When our family was poor, I also shared one bed with my older brothers. My parents wouldn't misinterpret." Gently pushing Yi Hanqing away, he said, "I haven't massaged you today yet. Let me fetch water for you." Skilled in carpentry, Wen father had numerous wooden basins at home. Wen Run picked a new wooden basin, soaking the medicine bag in hot water, and carried it back to the room. Sitting on the edge of the bed soaking his feet, Yi Hanqing snuggled under the blanket while holding a phone scrolling through Weibo with one hand and resting his other hand on Yi Hanqing's abdomen, keeping warm. Once warmed, he switched hands to continue warming the other side. Being located centrally, Yuan Mountain Village lacked heating, and the winter was both damp and cold. Running air conditioning would be prone to causing internal heat problems, so they simply chose not to use it. After Yi Hanqing finished soaking his feet, Wen Run poured out the water and then proceeded to massage him for half an hour. Afterward, both burrowed into thick, soft blankets, hugging each other to stay warm. With Wen Run's slim frame curling perfectly against Yi Hanqing, who encircled him like a small creature fearful of cold weather, pressing his head against his chest, both of his hands rested on the warm abs, basking in the warmth as his eyes drooped and softly narrating village anecdotes to Yi Hanqing. In the cold winter nights, the warmth between two lovers talking privately about trivial matters made them gradually drift off to sleep. The next day was the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Wen's family rose early to start cleaning the house, posting spring festival couplets, and preparing to welcome the new year. Cleaning was left entirely to Wen father and Wen mother, while the younger generation handled sticking window flowers and couplets in the yard. In past years, the Wen family would buy pre-made spring festival couplets, but this year, with Yi Hanqing present, upon hearing that he could write Chinese calligraphy, Wen father merely bought red paper, ink, and brushes, asking Yi Hanqing to write the couplets himself. Yi Hanqing practiced calligraphy from a young age, his handwriting as fluid as dragons and snakes dancing across the paper. Even if most couldn't read his writing, knowing it was beautiful was enough. After finishing the couplets, several of the brothers split up to post them around the house. Wen Run stood on a stool, adjusting a pair of couplets while checking the position. Are they aligned? Move a little to the left. Yi Hanqing stepped back to get a better view and gave directions. Wen Run then moved a little more to the left. Once the couplets were neatly posted, he went on to fetch the window flowers to paste. The day passed by busily in such cheerful preparations. Chapter 85. On New Year's Eve, the Wen family was bustling early in the morning. In the kitchen, Mother Wen was preparing the reunion dinner, while Father Wen assisted her with the task of thunk chopping pig trotters and spare ribs. Grandpa Wen and Grandma Wen were watching over the heat on the braising stove. The 4 younger ones tried to help, but as soon as they went in, they were scolded for being a nuisance and were chased out. It was the first time that Wen Run had been rejected this way. Yi Hanqing found it amusing and couldn't help but laugh. I thought you would be the one in charge of cooking at home. After all, Wen Run's culinary skills were indeed impressive. My mother and grandmother cook much better than I do. Wen Run wrinkled his nose slightly, speaking softly to Yi Hanqing, and actually, our family somewhat spoils the children. In the past, when the family was poor and Mother Wen wasn't in good health, it wasn't very obvious. Later, as Mother Wen's health improved, whenever she could handle it herself, she wouldn't ask the children to lend a hand. Therefore, the eldest and second eldest bore most of the chores in the Wen family. The later born Wen Run and the fourth child, although not as indulged as city children, still belonged to the spoiled ones in the village. Just like now when they returned, there was basically no need to pitch in with the household work. All tasks were handled meticulously by Mother Wen from inside to outside. This is great, Yi Hanqing smiled. Loving and harmonious parents, along with filial and obedient children, were already a kind of happiness many envied. The reunion dinner will take some time yet. Let me show you around the village. The weather hadn't been too good the previous 2 days, cold and dreary, so the two of them hadn't ventured out much. Today being New Year's Eve and also a sunny day, the warm winter sunshine made people feel lazy and relaxed. Wen Run thought of taking him out for a stroll. Even though Far Mountain Village was located rather remotely, its ecological environment was quite nice. As soon as Wen's little sister heard this, she eagerly raised her hand indicating she wanted to go along. Naturally, the two older siblings joined in as well. Wen Run then went to inform Mother Wen that they'd be going for a walk and returning for dinner. The scarf is ready. Go take it out from my room's cabinet and wear it. I've also knitted one for Xiaoya, remember to give it to him. Mother Wen noticed he was wearing something light and couldn't help but remind again, wear more, don't catch a cold. Wen Run responded with an, all right, and retrieved the scarves from the cabinet. Mother Wen was dexterous and skilled. In the past, she often knitted sweaters and gloves for them. Now with improved living conditions and growing older, she only knit a few scarves every couple of years for her children. Made of soft and comfortable cashmere, the 5 scarves were neatly stacked together. Wen Run handed them out, letting everyone pick first until only a gray and black one remained for him and Yi Hanqing respectively. My mom knitted these herself, Wen Run whispered. She specifically knitted one more knowing you'd be spending the new year here. After putting on the scarf, Yi Hanqing's simple black style scarf paired perfectly with his wool coat. Wen Run asked him to stay still and snapped a photo with his phone, then showed it to him, saying, looks good. Why does brother 3 only take pictures of manager Yi? Wen's little sister complained loudly on the side, let's go up to the dike. We'll take a group photo. Go ahead. Wen Run pocketed his phone, pushed Yi Hanqing forward, and started off with a large entourage. More people meant more fun. Villagers who spotted them came over to say hello, joking around with Wen Run a bit. Upon seeing Yi Hanqing, an unfamiliar face, they became curious and asked a couple of questions. Wen Run simply explained that he was a friend visiting for the new year. Most of the villagers were elders since young people with better living conditions usually bought houses elsewhere. They would return to the village during Chinese New Year to visit relatives and friends. Thus, there was no concern about anyone recognizing Yi Hanqing. The roads in the village were newly constructed, but the surrounding environment hadn't changed much. As Wen Run walked, he introduced various places to Yi Hanqing, like which walls he used to climb as a kid or which tree he picked fruit from. Listening to Wen Run talk at length, Yi Hanqing imagined the small-sized Wen Run, short hands and legs, with mud perhaps smudged across his face like a little kitten, unsteadily following after his 2 older brothers as they scaled walls and climbed trees. The more he thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. That mischievous boy from back then had grown into the graceful young man standing before him now. Walking behind the others, Yi Hanqing's lips curved slightly upward in a smile, reaching out quietly to hook the palm of his hand resting by Wen Run's side. A ticklish sensation passed through his palm. Wen Run curled his fingers and, seeing that the older brother ahead didn't turn back, quickly extended his hand and scratched Yi Hanqing's hand. The tingling sensation sweetly reached straight to his heart. Walking slowly towards the big river dike, Wen's little sister turned back shouting, "Big brother, why are you so slow? Coming." Wen Run pushed Yi Hanqing forward, striding briskly onto the river dike. The water in the large river was significantly reduced in winter, but it remained crystal clear. Someone's wooden boat was tethered to the shore, contrasting beautifully with the distant fields, creating a poetic and picturesque scene. Wen's little sister brought a selfie stick. The 5 of them positioned themselves on the stone bridge. She pressed the shutter button, calling out loudly, "Cheese." The smiles of the 5 were captured in the photo. Wen Run and Yi Hanqing were at the front, with Yi half squatting and leaning on the armrest of the wheelchair, very close to Yi Hanqing. Both wore scarves of the same style, one gray and the other black, one exuding a cold firmness while the other an understated softness, forming an unexpectedly harmonious pair. Behind them stood the 3 siblings of the Wen family, with Wen's little sister standing in the middle as her 2 brothers awkwardly shaped a heart with their hands around her, mixing hilarity with warmth. Wen's little sister posted the picture in the family WeChat group, then realizing Yi Hanqing wasn't in it, asked Wen Run to add him. Without hesitation, Wen Run pulled Yi Hanqing into the group. Looking at the WeChat chat named Wen Family, Yi Hanqing's smile deepened slightly as he saved the image that resembled a family portrait to his album. After wandering around the river dike for quite a while, distant firecracker sounds could be heard. They guessed it was about time for the reunion dinner, so they returned home. On the round table in the hall of the Wen family house, dishes had already been laid out. Seeing them return, Mother Wen smiled and said, "I was just about to call you back. It's time to eat." As each dish was brought to the table, Wen's eldest brother set up the fireworks prepared long ago at the doorway. Once everyone was seated, he lit the fireworks, filling the yard with bursts of noise. After finishing the reunion dinner and cleaning up, twilight had fallen. The family gathered on the second-floor living room to wait for the Spring Festival Gala. With no elevator in the four-story Wen family home, Yi Hansheng was carried up along with his wheelchair by Wen Run's two elder brothers. Before the gala began, old and young in the Wen family were eating snacks and chatting idly. Yi Hansheng went to Wen Run's room, claiming to visit. Wen Run's room was simple, with furniture all in a natural wood color scheme. Aside from the bed and wardrobe, what caught the eye most was a cabinet full of books. Turning his wheelchair around, Yi Hansheng found that there were textbooks from elementary school all the way to university, many already quite old, the edges frayed but still neatly arranged inside the cabinet. "All these are collected by my mom," picking up a book randomly. Wen Run flipped through it and chuckled. "When I got into university, a bunch of people came over to borrow my books. She didn't even consider giving them away, only allowing others to photocopy and return the originals." Yi Hansheng took a book casually to read through, which seemed to be a university textbook, with neat notes carefully written within. A glimpse showed him it was from a diligent student indeed. He was just about to place the book back when, accidentally, a pale pink envelope fell out. Yi Hansheng was a bit surprised, pinched the envelope, and looked at it curiously, raising his brows slightly. "What is this?" "What?" Wen Run was also puzzled, taking it to open. Inside turned out to be a letter. There even lingered a faint fragrance. After scanning a couple of lines, he immediately understood, cleared his throat, and explained, "I don't know when it was inserted, I've never seen it." "Love letter?" Yi Hansheng maintained a calm expression, even laced with a smile, "From a female classmate?" And he added indifferently, "There must have been a lot of people chasing you back in school, right?" This series of questions made Wen Run feel slightly uneasy. Though he hadn't done anything wrong, he still felt a sense of guilt. Clearing his throat, he tightened his face and said, "I don't know who it's from, I have no impression. I had to focus on studying in high school and university, no time for anything else," implying naturally not knowing whether someone pursued him or not. Yi Hansheng's smile grew a bit more genuine, but his tone remained tinged with jealousy. "Regardless of the past or now, there are many who like you." Having come to understand Yi Hansheng so well, Wen Run immediately responded upon hearing the subtle undertone, "But I like only one person." Indeed, being consoled, Yi Hansheng cheered up. He held Wen Run's hand and kissed his knuckles lightly, replying, "And I only like one person." Then he took the envelope from Wen Run's hand and said calmly, "It's been so long since then, and you already have a boyfriend, you shouldn't keep love letters like this anymore." What else could Wen Run say? He could only admit, "You're right." After disposing of the love letter, Yi Hansheng's mood brightened again. He strolled around Wen Run's room, even becoming absorbed in admiring the small trinkets on Wen Run's desk. Seeing how much he liked it, Wen Run could only let him go ahead. Unexpectedly, as he observed, he suddenly remarked, "Once my legs get better, I can sleep on the second floor." Currently, moving around in a wheelchair made ascending and descending between floors inconvenient, so he could only temporarily reside in a guest room on the first floor. But gazing now at this room full of Wen Run's personal touches, he started feeling that the second floor was better. Leaning on his arms to watch him, Wen Run noticed that under the gentle glow of the lights, the side of his face appeared particularly tender, his sharp features filled with warmth. "All right," Wen Run said softly, "the second floor was originally prepared for my wedding anyway. But getting married now was impossible. Instead, the old Wen family would soon have an extra son." On New Year's Eve, after watching the Spring Festival Gala and past midnight, every household set off firecrackers to bid farewell to the old year and welcome the new one. The old year had passed, and the new year had arrived. On the first day of the new year, the younger generations went to pay respects to Grandpa and Grandma Wen after waking up in the morning. The two elders handed out red envelopes to each of them. Seeing that their eldest and second sons still didn't have girlfriends, they couldn't help but urge them to get married, bring a granddaughter-in-law back next year. The elder brothers mumbled vague promises while rushing off to pay respects to their parents. Mr. and Mrs. Wen also handed out red envelopes. Even Yi Hansheng received one. Watching him tightly press his lips as he accepted it, Wen Run smiled secretly. The new year was all about visiting relatives and friends, eating, drinking, and having fun. Due to his special profession, Wen Run didn't follow his parents around to visit others and stayed at home with Yi Hansheng. With everyone else from the Wen family gone, only the two of them were left at home. They began by sitting properly and watching TV, but before long, they forgot what started it and ended up kissing. During these few days at home, they hadn't held hands once except when sleeping at night because of the family being around. Now finally having the chance, Yi Hansheng made sure to make up for everything they'd missed over the last few days. When Run's lips turned a bright shade of pink, seeing that Yi Hansheng wanted to continue, he gently pushed him away and whispered softly, "Let's go to my room." Yi Hansheng let go of him, and the two were just about to head to the room when suddenly Wen's little sister's voice came from outside, "Brother, I'm back." Chapter 86. Wen Run quickly let go of Yi Hanqing's hand and didn't have time to tidy his clothes before Wen Xiaomei had already rushed upstairs with a thump thump thump. "How did you come back so soon?" asked Wen Run, barely regaining his composure. "It was too boring, so I came back early," said Wen Xiaomei suspiciously looking at him, then glanced casually at Yi Hanqing who acted as if nothing happened. She asked, "Why is your face so red, brother?" "It's hot." Wen Run forced a smile and, putting on an excellent acting performance, pretended to open the window for ventilation. "Oh." Fortunately, Wen Xiaomei didn't dwell on this question. She sat down on the sofa and said, "Brother, can you make me a bowl of noodles? I'm starving. I hardly ate anything at the relative's place. What kind of noodles do you want?" Wen Run stood by the window enjoying the cold breeze for a while until he finally felt his face wasn't as hot. Seeing his sister shift her attention elsewhere, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Shredded meat noodles." Wen Xiaomei affectionately linked arms with him and said, "I'll go downstairs with you." Tugged along by her, Wen Run helplessly turned back to ask Yi Hanqing, "Do you want to eat?" Yi Hanqing shook his head. Upon seeing that, Wen Xiaomei immediately pulled him towards the stairs in urgency, "Hurry up. I'm starving." And thus, Wen Run was pulled down to the kitchen. He rummaged through the cabinets for noodles and told Wen Xiaomei, "Take out the meat from the fridge." However, Wen Xiaomei stayed put, instead walking to the door to look around furtively before closing the kitchen door. "What are you doing?" Wen Run was baffled. "You're making it seem like we're committing a crime just to make some noodles." "I saw everything earlier," Wen Xiaomei directly declared. "You two were kissing on the sofa." Wen Run choked, the normal color returning to his face only to redden completely once again. He opened his mouth to say something but found it futile when he met his sister's eyes. "What do you want to know?" Wen Xiaomei eyed him cautiously, softly asking, "Between you two? Was it because of him or did you do it willingly?" Although she doesn't follow celebrities closely, due to her brother being a star, she is aware of the entertainment industry. A company president and one of their entertainers, those unspoken rules are pretty clear. And her third brother seems easy to bully. "What nonsense are you thinking?" Wen Run sighed, seriously saying, "We're in a serious relationship, not what you think." Wen Xiaomei paused, "Are you two dating?" Wen Run nodded, "We've been together for over half a year. So all those things on the internet were true after all." Wen Xiaomei remembered the rumors she read online before. At the time, she was filled with righteous indignation and scolded people alongside the fans. Little did she know, they were all true. She hesitated and asked, "Are you going to tell Mom and Dad?" "For now, let's not say anything," Wen Run replied, "I fear they might have difficulty accepting it outright. Let them get familiar with it first. Take it slow, they may be more likely to accept gradually." Wen Xiaomei sighed maturely, "Then I'll have to keep it secret for you." Wen Run rubbed her head, "Yes, who made you see us?" Wen Xiaomei looked dejected for a moment, then eagerly asked, "Then should I call you boss, brother-in-law, or sister-in-law in the future?" This. Wen Run hadn't thought about it. After hesitating, he replied, "Just call him brother." He continued while raising the noodles in his hands, "Do you still want to eat?" Wen Xiaomei nodded hurriedly and took out the green peppers and meat from the fridge, "Eat. Eat." Quickly washing and cutting the green pepper and pork neatly, Wen Run heated the oil in the pot, quickly stir-frying the green pepper shredded meat. Wen Xiaomei leaned on the marble countertop watching him. After a while, she suddenly said, "What if you two get caught on camera in the future? That's something you don't need to worry about. I'll handle it properly." After finishing cooking the meat, Wen Run added water to the pot. When the water boiled, he dropped the noodles in. Freeing his hands, noticing her still worried expression, he pinched her face and said, "Don't worry, I have a plan. Go fetch the bowls to serve the noodles." With an "oh," Wen Xiaomei trotted off to get the noodle bowls. In exchange for a bowl of noodles securing her silence, Wen Run told Yi Hanqing later that night. Yi Hanqing fell silent for a moment and suddenly said, "Shouldn't I give Xiaomei a red envelope to compensate? It's appropriate for the first visit home to gift the younger sister-in-law either a present or a red envelope." Since they haven't disclosed the relationship to the family earlier, he didn't want to be too overt. Now since they know, he feels that it needs to be compensated. Wen Run was taken aback by his logic, pausing before replying, "If you want to make up for it, you can." Yi Hanqing then took Wen Xiaomei's WeChat and requested to add her as a friend. As for what Wen Xiaomei felt after being suddenly transferred a huge sum of money when she accepted the friend request, that is unknown. The two stayed at home until the 7th day of the first lunar month before setting off back to City B. When they left, the three siblings went to see them off. The trunks of both cars were filled with food and utensils prepared by Wen's mother. After helping with the consignment, the two watched Yi Hanqing and Wen Run board the plane before reluctantly returning. On the way back, while listening to the two older brothers say things like how easygoing Mr. Yi was, Wen Xiaomei smirked disdainfully. "You know nothing." In City B, Yu Biao drove to the airport to pick them up. The two left via the VIP passage directly onto the car, letting Yu Biao handle the luggage consignment procedures. They then returned directly to Songhai Haoding. After enjoying a comfortable spring festival in their hometown, the two returned feeling a bit lazy and unwilling to move. Wen Run was fine since there wasn't much work right after the new year. But Yi Hanqing had to go to the company on the morning of the 8th day. Yi Hanqing was very unhappy. What made him even unhappier was running into Guo Zongfei just as he was about to leave. "What are you doing here?" Yi Hanqing blocked the door and didn't want to let him in. Guo Zongfei shamelessly smiled and waved the fruit in his hand. "I've come to visit you and my little father." The usually stern Yi Hanqing was amused by his word choice and magnanimously allowed him in. As soon as Guo Zongfei saw Wen Run, he approached like he saw his own mother, enthusiastically holding the fruit. "Little father. I've come to see you." Wen Run trembled at the address, goosebumps rose all over his body, and he disdainfully said, "Just say what you have to say. Don't call me that recklessly, I don't have a son as old as you." Guo Zongfei casually placed the fruit and candy on the coffee table, happily saying, "Didn't I mention last time? If things work out, I'd send you candy." "Are the two of you really together now?" Wen Run asked. "Yeah," Guo Zongfei beamed with joy. "Shen Muchuan said that after he finishes filming, he will invite you all for a meal." "So what was the argument between you two before the new year about?" Wen Run asked again. "That was all a misunderstanding." Guo Zongfei waved it off, subconsciously trying to cross his legs but stopped himself, smiling. He went home to come out to his family. Back then, upon hearing a crew member's remark, he anxiously asked Wen Run for Shen Muchuan's home address and hastily flew to City S to catch them cheating, only to witness Shen Muchuan being beaten and driven out of the house instead of catching anything. Shen's mother did pity her son, but Shen's father, a high school teacher with a rather rigid mindset, was so angry that he wanted to expel his son from the house. When Guo Zongfei arrived, Shen Muchuan was kneeling there already. Luckily, the elderly couple moved into a small villa bought by Shen Muchuan, where neighbors were far enough away that no one saw this incident, otherwise, it might have become a trending topic, forcing him to reveal his sexual orientation. At the moment, Guo Zongfei hesitated for a second, but quickly knelt beside Shen Muchuan. The two kneeled all night outside the door. Although their knees were bruised blue, Shen's father finally let them inside. In front of Shen's parents, Guo Zongfei confirmed his relationship with Shen Muchuan, which made him feel elated enough to want to run around the block a few times. He thought that since the star was willing to come out for him, he should also act like a man and give his partner some sense of security. So, during the Spring Festival holiday, without much consideration, he came out to his father too. His father beat him up and threw him out of the house, freezing all his bank cards and confiscating his car. He even declared that unless Guo married, he would never allow him to step into the Guo household again. All his friends and acquaintances were warned not to support him financially. During the festive season, Guo Zongfei had no choice but to seek refuge at Shen Muchuan's place. He enjoyed a happy spring festival there, and only after the film set resumed work did he realize, damn, he had no money. In order to get Shen Muchuan to join the production, he invested heavily. The director he hired was a renowned one, costumes and props were top-notch, and publicity was extensive. None of these came cheap. Now, with his card frozen, his brother withdrawing funds under their father's pressure, and the movie half-filmed, the cash flow broke down. Shen Muchuan wanted to help financially, but Guo Zongfei felt this shouldn't happen. Being almost 30 and having messed around for so many years, now that he'd finally found someone special, he hadn't even had a chance to properly take care of his partner before asking him for financial support. How inappropriate. If his father knew this, he would definitely scold him again. Dependent on your father's resources failed. Then resorting to relying on a man. When will you ever make something of yourself? Guo Zongfei recognized himself as somewhat playboy-like but still valued his dignity. Moreover, he truly devoted his heart to this drama afterward. He kept an eye on the crew every day, half for Shen Muchuan's sake and half because he genuinely wanted to do a good job with this production. Now that his father had cut off his funds, he didn't want to abandon it, he must finish shooting the drama at all costs. He counted through his rich friends who weren't afraid of his dad and ended up going to Wen Run's house. After telling him about his situation with Shen Muchuan, Guo Zongfei grinned foolishly and rubbed his hands together. Can you lend me some money? How much do you need? Guo Zongfei gestured with his hand to show an amount, and Wen Run paused silently for a moment. I don't have that much liquid cash. Actually, Guo Zongfei didn't really come to borrow money from Wen Run, such a large sum was something he hadn't expected Wen Run to simply pull out. From his bag, he took out a stack of documents and handed them to Wen Run. Take a look at these first. If you think it's feasible, then put in a good word for me with my dad and try to pull some investment. Wen Run flipped through the materials and asked, why don't you go talk to him yourself? To be fair, the two of you have known each other for longer. Although Guo Zongfei wanted to go, he was afraid Yi Hanqing wouldn't even spare him a glance, so he resorted to coming around via Wen Run, hoping the family could help smooth things over. However, Wen Run wasn't so easily swayed. He roughly looked over the materials and said, I can only help you pass on the materials. As for whether or not to invest, that's the company's decision. I don't interfere with the company's affairs. Guo Zongfei nodded quickly, that's enough. If Yi Hanqing would take the time to seriously review the materials, Guo Zongfei still had a fair chance of securing the investment. The worst-case scenario would be if Yi Hanqing thought he wasn't reliable and rejected him without reading it. After Wen Run promised to get the materials to Yi Hanqing, Guo Zongfei drank a couple more cups of tea and enthusiastically showed off their relationship for a while before reluctantly leaving. In the afternoon, when Yi Hanqing came back, Wen Run showed him the pile of materials on the table. After flipping through them for a bit, Yi Hanqing suddenly said, do you want to try investing? Wen Run was a little startled. I haven't looked into this area. All his acting fees were managed by a financial manager, and he really had no experience or knowledge regarding TV drama investments. It won't result in a loss, Yi Hanqing rarely complimented Guo Zongfei, saying, this drama is good. With some luck, it might even explode in popularity. There won't be any worries selling it. Since Yi Hanqing saw potential in the project and everyone involved were acquaintances, he soon reinvested in the crew. However, he didn't use the official Star domain accounts but rather co-invested under both his and Wen Run's names. When Guo Zongfei secured the investment, he happily continued tracking the progress. But when he saw the adjacent names of Wen Run and Yi Hanqing on the investment contract, he felt slightly jealous, muttering, even signing names has to be so lovey-dovey. Being affectionate is such a big deal. I can flaunt too. After the 15th day of the New Year, Lantern Festival, Wen Run also got busy. First, the high-end brand Louis Premier designated him as the Asian region spokesperson. Chu Su mentioned that the regional director originally contacted Huo Guanyin, but after Huo became embroiled in a scandal, the cooperation fell through. The other party was about to continue using Western actors until they accidentally noticed Wen Run and found him more suitable, hence extending an olive branch. By this point, Wen Run already held 3 endorsements for luxury brands. Next, Lin Jing arranged a meeting with Wen Run to discuss movie collaboration details. Lin Jing had been preparing this movie for quite a long time, inviting Wen Run to join during a previous meeting with Wei Yi. At that time, Wen Run read the script and found it impressive, agreeing to collaborate. It wasn't until now that Lin Jing had everything fully prepared, officially negotiating the collaboration matters with Wen Run. I made adjustments to the script later. Lin Jing pushed the script toward him. Initially, you were fitting for the male lead's rival, but after adjusting the script, I believe you're more suited for the main role. Upon receiving the script, Wen Run carefully browsed through it and found that the previously undetermined name was now set. It was called Muse. The male lead of the movie was an extraordinarily talented painter, achieving fame early, whose paintings amazed the entire art world and won countless awards. However, the painter had a fatal flaw. His skills were inconsistent, fluctuating between high and low levels. After becoming famous, he could no longer produce works that astonished people. Once admired and praised, now all that remained was ridicule of burnt-out talent. The painter gradually became depressed, relying on marijuana and alcohol to get through each day. Soon, he fell into poverty. Such days continued for 2 years. One day, while going out to buy liquor, the painter accidentally met a man 5 years older than him, a high school art teacher. The teacher was a fan of the painter and knew all about his works. Unexpectedly, the two hit it off well and, after spending some time together, became close friends. With the teacher's companionship, the painter finally pulled himself out of his decadence and began to try painting again, but he was unable to find inspiration or passion for painting. Something as simple as an uncomfortable brush could make him extremely irritable. Later, the teacher invited the painter over to his home, where the painter discovered all the paintings he had discarded in the past, along with various other small items. The torn paintings had been carefully restored and framed by the teacher, and the paintbrushes were washed clean and well preserved. Everything remained intact, all objects he had once discarded. The teacher returned these things to him, and the painter picked up his old brushes again. At the end of the story, the painter painted a masterpiece that stunned the world. It was a fully bloomed flower, its petals seemingly dyed crimson under the sunset, vibrant red. The painter named this painting Muse, signing it with the teacher's English name. After the painter regained fame, the gentle high school teacher never appeared again. The painter bought that house and moved in, continuing to wake up early every day like when the teacher was still around, going to the market to buy fresh vegetables and fruit, then returning home to cook a delicious meal, setting 2 pairs of chopsticks and bowls. Is the entire movie just about the painter and the teacher? Wen Run asked. Lin Jing nodded. Therefore, it demands extremely high detail performing abilities from the actors. Even though the whole movie revolves around only 2 people, there is intense conflict and deeply detailed emotional portrayals. Friendship and romance, life and death, good and evil. All these elements are intertwined in the film. The actors must precisely express these emotions so the audience can feel the characters' contradictions and conflicts. This tests both the actors and the director. When Run closed the script, I'd like to give it a try. But have you found someone for the male supporting role? He's ready, Lin Jing said. He's a newcomer I personally selected from the Film Academy. His acting might be somewhat naive, but he has great insight, and playing the teacher shouldn't be a problem. Actually, most of the drama in the script lies on the painter, making this role require higher acting skills. That's why Lin Jing modified the script, allowing Wen Run to take on the leading role. If you're sure about participating, we can start filming in February, Lin Jing said. Wen Run smiled, I'm already sure now. Let's set a time to sign the contract. The contractual matters would be handed over to Chu Su for negotiations. After reaching an agreement, Wen Run brought the script home. When he got home, Yi Hanqing was undergoing electroacupuncture treatment upstairs. Dr. Qin had come back after the Lantern Festival to continue the treatment that had been paused before. When Wen Run went upstairs to check, he noticed beads of sweat on Yi Hanqing's forehead, his jaw tightly clenched, looking extremely painful. Alarmed, Wen Run asked, "What's wrong?" Dr. Qin stroked his beard and smiled, "It's a good thing, the perception ability in his calf has increased." Look carefully at his leg. Wen Run bent down and observed carefully, noticing that his calf muscles were slightly twitching, unlike before when there was no reaction. Now they could respond to pain stimuli. Wen Run was delighted. Does that mean there's hope for a cure? Dr. Chin chuckled. It's still early days. Even if things improve, it would only reach the stage of surgery, and how successful that will be is another matter entirely. But even so, Wen Run felt greatly relieved. He carefully wiped the sweat off Yi Hanqing's forehead with a handkerchief, then folded a clean one and placed it between his teeth so he wouldn't bite his tongue or injure his teeth. This session of acupuncture lasted an hour, and when the needles were removed from his legs, Yi Hanqing's whole body was soaked in sweat after sitting up. After massaging his legs, Wen Run pushed him downstairs for a bath and fed him some chicken soup, gradually restoring some color to his pale face. With concern, Wen Run gently caressed his tired eyebrows and eyes. Do you want to rest for a bit? Yi Hanqing, seeing his worry, smiled faintly and pointed to his lips. A kiss, and it won't hurt anymore. Though knowing he was just trying to comfort him, Wen Run still gave him a light peck on the lips. You lie down for a while. Yi Hanqing casually pulled him into his arms and embraced him closely, mumbling, then stay with me. Wen Run stayed still, quietly snuggling into his embrace. Yi Hanqing's treatments couldn't stop for a single day. During the time Wen Run spent at home, he constantly changed the ways to stew soups for Yi Hanqing. A month later, perhaps because he became accustomed to that level of pain, Yi Hanqing didn't suffer as much anymore. At the end of February, Wen Run was about to join the film crew to shoot the movie, so he first accompanied Yi Hanqing to the hospital for a re-examination with Dr. Zhao Cheng. This time, the examination results were good. Even Dr. Zhao said, if we continue like this for some more time, it will be almost time to perform surgery. Wen Run, pleasantly surprised, hugged Yi Hanqing tightly. All his suffering hadn't been in vain. After Yi Hanqing finished his medical checkup, Muse officially began filming, and Wen Run rushed to the film set to prepare for shooting. The shooting location for Muse was in a small town in southern China. Besides the director and the crew staff, there were only two main actors. The actor playing the male supporting role was Wei Chen, a student in the final year at D Film Academy. He had a scholarly and delicate appearance. When he wore glasses, he exuded an air of refinement. He was even a year older than Wen Run. When they first met, Wei Chen was somewhat nervous and respectfully called him Teacher Wen. After shooting a few scenes and working together for a few days, the two quickly became familiar with each other. Lin Jing's judgment was indeed excellent. Wei Chen had remarkable acting talent, but his shortcoming was the lack of practical experience, which made his performances somewhat stiff. However, he showed great insight and willingness to learn. As someone who had already been through this process, Wen Run occasionally guided him, sharing some of his own insights, and one could clearly see Wei Chen's acting skills improving. After a month of filming, the progress of the movie had surpassed halfway, and finally, they reached the scene where the painter regains his brush but becomes frenzied because he cannot find inspiration. The painter sits helplessly amidst the chaos in his studio as the teacher enters through the door, bringing light. Wen Run, wearing a disheveled white shirt stained with oil paints at the bottom tucked into black pants loosely, had over-ear-length hair tied up casually behind his head. His eyes appeared dark and red-rimmed, exuding decadence and melancholy. The teacher stood in the doorway of the painting room. Behind him lay the March-spring scenery of the small town, warm and gentle. Would you like to come over to my place? The teacher asked. The painter sat amidst the disorder, tilting his face slightly upward. A lean jaw revealed faint traces of a blue beard stubble. His long and narrow eyes narrowed slightly, gazing intently at the teacher standing in the light. Cut. Lin Jing called out, approaching them and saying, your emotions aren't quite right. Wei Chen's expressions are too blatant, Lin Jing pointed out, the affection from the teacher should be restrained. That fervor and obsession, like molten lava beneath volcanic ash, is barely revealed through the cracks. You've shown too much emotion here. We're portraying subtle ambiguous feelings, not a gay movie. Do you understand? Sorry, let me try to capture that feeling again. To Wen Run, your gaze is too explicit, too aggressive. The painter isn't a purely malicious person. Throughout the story, he has been confused by his actions. By this point, he wishes for the teacher to become his muse, but deep down, his murderous intent hasn't surfaced yet. While looking at the teacher, he should unconsciously be drawn in fascination and tinged with bewilderment. You both need to better capture these feelings before we reshoot the scene, Lin Jing concluded. Thus, Wen Run and Wei Chen faced each other to adjust their emotional state. When Yi Hanqing entered, what he saw was Wen Run deeply locked in an intense stare with another man, as if they were about to kiss any moment now. Yi Hanqing expressionlessly called out Wen Run's name. Wen Run, startled, turned around to see Yi Hanqing standing nearby. Surprised and delighted, he bid farewell to Wei Chen and Lin Jing and ran over. Why did you come? Yi Hanqing indicated toward Yu Biao behind him with his chin. In Yu Biao's hands were 2 suitcases. I came to visit. Yu Biao distributed the bubble tea among everyone, while Wen Run moved a stool and sat beside Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing looked him over carefully, saying, you've lost weight. Smiling, Wen Run replied, it's just makeup. Actually, I haven't lost much weight. Dissatisfied, Yi Hanqing touched his waist, saying, we'll get your weight back after the shooting wraps up. While they conversed, Wei Chen approached Lin Jing and whispered, "Isn't that Yi General from Star Domain Media? What's his relationship with Wen Run?" Lin Jing gave him a glance, replying, "What kind of relationship?" "Friends, obviously." Wei Chen gave him a disbelieving look, clearly doubting Lin Jing's answer. However, Lin Jing refused to say anything further. Yi Hanqing stayed at the film set for 2 days. During these 2 days, Wen Run always wrapped up his scenes earlier than usual. He didn't eat dinner with everyone anymore either, getting picked up right after his scenes ended. People on the set vaguely realized something, but since the director Lin Jing hadn't said anything, no one dared to comment. On the contrary, Wei Chen seemed a bit sour and was criticized by Lin Jing, "Don't get too absorbed into the character. Just focus on acting well." After being seen through, Wei Chen turned red and scurried off. Yi Hanqing managed to stay at the film set for 2 days. After 2 days had passed, he reluctantly parted ways with Wen Run and returned to City B to continue his work. The crew once again entered a period of intense shooting. Before they knew it, May arrived, and Muse was about to wrap up filming. Meanwhile, there was another piece of good news from Wen Run's side. He had been nominated for the Orchid Award for Best Supporting Actor for his role as the Warlord's young master, Zhang Lanji, in Wrecked Vessel. In the past year, Wen Run had gained prominence through 2 television series. In the first half of the year, it was Jinling Terrace, and in the second half, Wrecked Vessel. Jinling Terrace aired first. Although Wen Run's performance as bodyguard Yen Wu stunned audiences and earned their tears, his screen time was too limited. Moreover, at that time, his acting skills were not yet fully refined, and some other supporting actors in the drama who had bigger roles and more experience surpassed him. Therefore, the production team nominated the actor who played the male lead's rival for Best Supporting Actor. Broken Spear aired later, and it became one of the most popular series of the latter half of the year. Wen Run played the role of a young warlord heir who had returned from studying abroad. His acting, already honed by Jinling Terrace, had improved further, and his brilliant performance in the drama made it a natural choice for him to be submitted for nomination. A nomination is an affirmation. Regardless of whether he would win the award in the end, it was certainly a cause for celebration for Wen Run. Chapter 87. After the nominations for the Orchid Award were announced, each of the nominees trended on the hot search list. Regardless of whether they were main or supporting characters, the awards were a form of recognition for the actors' hard work. Though everyone was modest before the results were out, it would be false to say that they didn't want their side to win. The fans, fearing to bring negativity to their idols, tried to stay low-key during the nomination period, waiting until after the award ceremony to do anything else. However, there were still some people who liked to stir up trouble, comparing the nominated actors to determine who was superior. Others would criticize one while praising another, deliberately trying to incite more hatred. Wen Run was clearly the most watched nominee in the Best Supporting Actor category. A popular actor is never lacking in attention wherever he goes. Especially since Wen Run was also the youngest and least experienced among them. Some praised him, naturally others envied and slandered him. Wen Run's acting ability was evident, making it impossible for awkwardly negative comments. So, some started spreading rumors saying that Wen Run, who had been in the industry for just over a year, suddenly became famous after changing agents and then received nothing but green lights, all of which wouldn't have been possible without a backer or powerful connections. Who else could the backer be but Yi Hanqing, the president of Star Domain? This wasn't the first time rumors of a patron-client relationship between the two had surfaced. All sorts of claims were made. But every time someone leaked these rumors, they couldn't provide solid evidence and instead faced backlash from the idol's fans, Fenru, referring to his fans, and righteous bystanders, preventing them from speaking recklessly again. Every time such rumor-making followed a similar pattern, the fans had learned how to counter them effectively. This time was no different. When a major Weibo account spread lies for traffic, the fans directly demanded solid proof along with reports accusing the blogger of slandering. However, this time around, the blogger didn't crumble easily. After allowing the fans to dominate the comments section and generate sufficient buzz, he released a set of leaked photos. The pictures were taken outside a hotel. A man in a suit sitting in a wheelchair tilted his head upward, while another man wearing a mask bent down to talk to him. They were standing very close to each other, their poses intimate, and there were also a few photos showing them entering the hotel together. Only the side faces of the two men were visible, with the only fully exposed face being that of the bodyguard, who was prominently highlighted. When compared to a photo of Yi Hanqing attending an event with his bodyguard, it confirmed that they were the same person. The man in the wheelchair was none other than Yi Hanqing, the president of Star Domain. As for the young man wearing a mask, although his entire face was not captured, the blogger compared their builds, showing little difference between him and Wen Run. Coincidentally, Wen Run was also shooting a movie in the same small city at that time. Comparing all the evidence together, the possibility of coincidence was exceedingly slim. In the comments section, bystanders reacted with shock, tagging Wen Run and his studio to request an explanation. Meanwhile, the fans' first instinct was disbelief. Even if their full faces weren't captured, what was so scandalous about two men meeting in broad daylight? They might have been discussing serious matters, as evidenced by the fact that the bodyguard was still nearby. Yet, this kind of salacious news always spreads fastest. No matter what stance the fans took, the public believed it. Even those who didn't believe it were watching with amusement. Topics like hashtag when run secret meeting with star domain president in hotel hashtag and hashtag when run suspected of being kept hashtag quickly soared to the top of the trending charts. Chu Su acted swiftly to take the topic off the trending list and then reported to Yi Hansheng, preparing emergency public relations actions. But after removing one hot topic, another quickly appeared. The popular Weibo posts were filled with vulgar comments, mostly from minor accounts whose remarks were highly consistent. Chu Su asked the PR department to investigate, revealing that they were all paid online trolls. There were genuine internet users mixed in the crowd enjoying the drama, but the ones making the biggest waves were almost entirely online trolls. Someone is trying to muddy the waters behind the scenes, intending to make a big deal out of this. Yi Hansheng looked at the report sent to him below and also glanced at the several leaked pictures. These photos were taken from across the street from the hotel. They are taken from far away, yet are crystal clear, indicating they were stolen using a camera. It's clear that they came prepared. Moreover, Yu Biao, a former Special Forces soldier, had a strong anti-surveillance awareness, yet even he hadn't noticed anyone following them. This could only mean the other party had prepared thoroughly, was familiar with Yu Biao's abilities, and was likely even a professional themselves. Thus, they had managed to carefully evade detection despite Yu Biao's precautions. The lengths the other party went to in scheming against those close to him showed that their target wasn't Wen Run, the true aim was Yi Hansheng. They knew of Wen Run's connection to Yi Hansheng and thus wanted to expose their relationship, intending to attack Wen Run as a way to get back at him. Yi Hansheng only thought for a moment before he roughly figured out who was behind it. After the Yi family fell, the Yi group managed to survive on its last legs, with only Yi Chirue avoiding disaster because she hadn't committed any crimes. Yi Hansheng originally thought that after the fall of the Yi family, her massive debt would be enough to send her to prison. But it seemed she couldn't even wait this short period of time and chose to risk everything to test his limits. He sent a message to Gu Xining, "Help me look into what Yi Chirue has been up to recently." Gu Xining quickly replied with an affirmation. Yi Hansheng put down his phone and rhythmically tapped his fingers on the desktop. "For now, don't worry about the internet trolls, I've already had someone take care of it. You should first get the trending topic removed and clarify the rumors as soon as possible. Wen Run had a scene to shoot that night, and we didn't stay at the hotel for long. Contact Lin Jing and coordinate your statements with him before clarifying, he will cooperate with you." Chu Su noted all this down and tentatively asked, "What about your schedule?" "I'll say I was there to discuss project collaborations. The local tourism bureau is considering expanding the film studio to boost tourism," Yi Hansheng explained. "I've instructed the head of Haynes Real Estate to negotiate, and within 3 days at the latest, we can announce the cooperation news of the film studio project." As for their meeting, he and Wen Run's agent were close friends, so it wasn't unusual for them to be acquainted. Given this friend relationship, if one was shooting locally and the other happened to pass through for business, it was reasonable they'd meet up. However, plans never go smoothly, and when it rains, it pours. Just as they'd settled on their PR strategy, someone else leaked a bombshell, that Wen Run and Yi Hansheng were living together. Wen Run's address had always been kept confidential, and thanks to the excellent security measures at Songhai Mansion, no one knew they lived in the same neighborhood. But now, pictures showed both Wen Run's and Yi Hansheng's cars entering the gates of Songhai Mansion. The online community was abuzz. Those who had initially been hesitant, waiting for more evidence, could no longer resist jumping ship. Too many coincidences meant that it must be true. Soon, more details emerged as more people became involved, noticing even finer clues. For example, the hit reality show, Let's Grow Crops Together, which had helped launch Wen Run's career, featured public welfare funds sponsored by Yi Hansheng. Some had even meticulously revisited that episode, discovering that while the production team tried to edit out certain shots, flashes of a wheelchair could still occasionally be seen. These details were easily overlooked before, but now upon revisiting them, they became glaringly obvious. Some also dug up footage from Chiu Jiehe's trial, claiming that the plaid shirt standing beside Yi Hansheng was actually Wen Run. Initially dismissed due to discrepancies in walking posture and Wen Run filming in Y City, these claims resurfaced and were now considered highly credible. At Wen Run, "I'll stream eating my keyboard live if this isn't true." Looking at the timeline, isn't it clear that Wen Run only became famous after connecting with Yi Hansheng? It's different with a sugar daddy backing you up. I've been saying this for ages, but that inspirational academic genius idol facade has finally crumbled under backlash. Numerous critics took the opportunity to attack. Former artists from Star Domain even surfaced, accusing Wen Run of seeming pure and virtuous while playing double standards in private. They claimed that merely criticizing the two privately led to Wen Run reporting them to the president, resulting in their subsequent blacklistings. This previously obscure whistleblower gained quite a few followers quickly, with many netizens showing support for seeking justice against Star Domain. Yi Hansheng, Wen Run, Chu Su, and the PR department had held an emergency meeting overnight to rework the PR plan. Looking at the sharp-featured man and his worried agent, Wen Run suddenly suggested, "Why don't we just hold a press conference? As long as we lie, there's always the possibility of being exposed later. If future lies are uncovered, it may cause even greater backlash. Instead, we should tell everyone the truth." Chu Su was the first to object, "Absolutely not. Once you do, your career will be ruined." After clarification, as long as we persistently deny it and drop some other explosive news to divert public attention, over time, they will forget about it. But Yi Hanqing remained silent, staring deeply at him. However, your premise assumes I won't disclose it ever again in the future. Wen Run said, but if I choose to go public at any point later, then lying now means inviting backlash later. The memory of the internet is short, but sometimes, it lasts long. Chu Su was speechless. Are you really ready to come out publicly? Do you know what that implies? There are quite a few homosexuals in the industry, but so far, none of them have come out publicly. Even the film emperor Wei Yi has only semi-publicly disclosed his sexual orientation within the circle. Once an actor comes out publicly and gets labeled as gay, it's almost a devastating blow to their career. While people talk about freedom and equality of sexual orientation, in reality, the majority still discriminate. Capital parties, considering the impact, will no longer choose such actors. I know, Wen Run said slowly, in fact, I've been thinking about it for a long time. In my plan, I should make it public a bit later. But since it's already leaked now, why not face it openly? He smiled and looked at Yi Hanqing. Shall we hold a press conference tomorrow? Yi Hanqing fell silent for a moment and then said hoarsely, all right, let's do it together. Chapter 88. Chu Su was practically driven crazy by these two people. She recalled how Jing Xian had repeatedly emphasized fire prevention, theft prevention, and general Yi prevention before he left. She thought that Jing Xian still hadn't seen through the situation clearly enough. Wen Run was bolder than General Yi. However, for the things that the two protagonists had already decided on, apart from giving support, they also had no reason to object. The head of the PR department had already gone to contact the well-connected media in preparation for tomorrow's press conference. Chu Su called a meeting with several assistants and informed them of Wen Run's decision, warning everyone not to talk nonsense online. Yi Hanqing had been looking at Wen Run all along, his gaze profound as if lost in thought. The most composed person in the entire venue was none other than Wen Run. He sat next to Yi Hanqing, scrolling through Weibo on his phone. By now, most comments on Weibo were curses directed at him. Some accused him of hype, some denounced his homosexuality as disgusting, some claimed that his rise was due to improper conduct and lack of ethics, while others demanded that he leave the entertainment industry altogether. Among all this chaos, the only ones holding out hope were his loyal fans who continued to wait for his response. Curious onlookers had mostly turned against him, whereas previously, these very same loyalists were fervently defending him despite mounting evidence. They were now waiting silently, hoping that either Wen Run or his studio would soon release an official statement to clarify the matter. They're bound to be disappointed, Wen Run muttered after reading the comments left by his fans on Weibo. Initially, he intended to wait until he grew stronger, until the moment seemed perfect before revealing this himself. Sometimes, the effects of voluntarily disclosing something versus being forced into disclosure can differ significantly. As it was now, no one would believe that he and Yi Hanqing were genuinely in a romantic relationship. They would instead perceive it as merely a financial transaction, a notion suggesting that Yi Hanqing kept him. Online criticism had shifted focus from solely criticizing him to also dragging Yi Hanqing into the scandal. Before, people idolized Yi Hanqing, now they cursed him viciously. Some trolls even took this opportunity to whitewash the Yi family's reputation, claiming that Yi Hanqing was merely reaping what he sowed. Wen Run was surprisingly unfazed when he read the insults hurled his way. After all, why should he care about complete strangers? However, when those vile words began targeting Yi Hanqing, he felt infuriated. Putting down his phone, Wen Run let out a deep breath and turned to Yi Hanqing with an apologetic look, saying, I'm sorry, I've dragged you into this. If he had fallen in love with an ordinary person, perhaps it wouldn't have stirred up such intense hatred. Chuckling wryly, Yi Hanqing tightly held Wen Run's hand. I sought this with every fiber of my being. Who knew how much he longed to declare their relationship to the world? It was only because Jing Xian had continuously warned him that he managed to suppress the urge. Now, with Wen Run taking this bold step, Yi Hanqing felt a secret joy mingled with heartache for the young man's bravery. In the end, their feelings were aligned. I'll post a Weibo, Wen Run said, pulling his chair closer to lean his head on Yi Hanqing's shoulder, so he could view his phone together with him. What should we say? Wen Run interlaced his fingers with Yi Hanqing's, clicked the photo, and grinned. Let's make an announcement. This is how I've seen other stars declare their relationships. The picture captured their intertwined hands, one large and strong, the other slender and elegant, perfectly harmonizing in the frame. Quickly editing a Weibo post, Wen Run double-checked it and then posted it without hesitation. Wen Run v. Allow me to introduce this at Yi Hanqing to everyone officially. He is my boyfriend, not a sugar daddy, and there are no hidden agendas here. Our relationship is founded on mutual love. On April 29th last year, we became a couple, and for over a year now, our relationship has been good and stable. We've already met each other's families, and we have clear plans for our future. The purpose of writing this much is simply to inform you all that, although he and I are of the same sex and different identities, we came together because of love. Gender is not a chain that restricts love, nor does social status matter. Since I love him and he loves me, gender and status don't concern us. I've seen all the comments online, and I will work hard to bridge the gap. Time will prove everything. Lastly, I apologize for revealing our relationship in this manner. To all the fans who love and protect me, I'm truly sorry for disappointing you. For your sake, I can strive to be a good actor and a good idol, but I cannot stop loving him. Love doesn't follow any rules, so please allow me to be selfish just this once. I don't expect everyone to readily accept this, but I hope that my final impression on you will remain one of warmth and kindness. If anyone still doubts the nature of my relationship with Yi Hancheng, we will hold a press conference at Caesar International Hotel at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning to answer all questions. The accompanying picture on the Weibo post was of two hands tightly clasped together. Yi Hancheng was the first to repost Wenrun's Weibo, Yi Hancheng v at Wenrun, boyfriend. Does this mean I can now openly visit you on set, / Wenrun v? Following quickly after him were reposts from Wenrun Studio and Xinyu Media official accounts. Once these posts went live, their effect was akin to throwing a bucket of oil onto a roaring fire. The entire Weibo server boiled over, collapsing for half an hour before it was barely salvaged back into service. Even so, the number of comments under Wenrun's Weibo surged exponentially, with an additional 300,000 comments within just half an hour. But this time, there was no one-sided ridicule or cursing. Wow! In my lifetime, I never thought I'd see someone coming out of the closet alive. Is this giving up already? Not even trying to salvage the situation anymore? Or switching tactics to promote true love conquers all? I feel sorry for those who adore him as a boy band idol. Fans have turned into lovers, which is too much. Sad times. Above commenter, do you want me single? Even if he came out of the closet, I still love him. I'll never unfollow him, not in this life. Anyone gloating, get lost. Wah. It's true love for sure, right? Though I'm still adjusting to the fact that he loves men, mommy still loves you, and I respect your choice, / crying heavily. Supporter or what? If you want to keep him, fine, but damn it, true love exists. Fake rules about getting positions are disgusting. Homosexuality is also disgusting. Wenrun leave the entertainment industry already. If the commentary section under Wenrun was still fraught with conflict and arguments, the repost by Yi Hancheng had a notably more harmonious atmosphere. After all, he wasn't part of the entertainment circle, so his comments section lacked as many fanatics and haters. Instead, it became a paradise for CP supporters. I'm slowly typing out a question mark. Did Yi Hancheng's repost exude a joyous tone over finally making an underground relationship public? Am I hallucinating? Hallucination +1. But why does it seem like he's genuinely happy? Isn't this true love? People calling this financial support must be blind. It's clear Yi Hancheng wanted to reveal this but held back because of Wenrun's career. Now, although forced to disclose it publicly, deep down he must be elated inside, / Doge. In any case, after the pair openly disclosed their relationship, previous jeers and mockery significantly subsided. And while netizens were celebrating this event, another group jumped in, adding fuel to the fire. Xiaoyupan v. Finally made it on Weibo, at Wenrun, at Yi Hancheng, when you get married, make sure I'm one of your witnesses. I personally witnessed the two of you getting together. Chu Yu v. Big U is right. Lu Zhan v. And me. And me. I've seen with my own eyes how my baby was swept off his feet, / crying heavily. Shenmuchuan v. I also want to be a wedding witness. Wei Yi v. At Wenrun at Yi Hancheng, remember to send an invitation to the teacher for the wedding. After the baby formula powder, nickname referring to fans, expressed their stance, Wenrun and Yi Hancheng's friends also chimed in one after another. Each one of them either famous young actresses or actors at the peak of their popularity. In the end, even international star Wei Yi joined the fray, leaving the online audience unsure whether to marvel at Wei Yi being Wenrun's teacher or his boldness in reposting and supporting. In summary, this chaotic performance, mixed up by various parties, showed no signs of conclusion anytime soon. As for Wenrun and Yi Hancheng, after posting on Weibo, they carried on with life as normal except for having more bodyguards around them. This defeatist mindset greatly upset Jing Xian, far away in America. A hurried international call came through to lecture them, where's the cyber army? Deploy them to control the comments. Also stir up all the promotional accounts. Publish several soft articles. The love story needs to be touching. Do you still want to come back? Just indulging in love has no future. Disgusted, Yi Hancheng pushed the phone further away and whispered into Wenrun's ear, ignore him, let him babble on. Wenrun, on the other hand, listened patiently until the end before replying, we're holding the press conference tomorrow. Afterward, I plan to take a break for some time to stay with Yi Hancheng for his surgery. This was actually one of the reasons he wanted to come out. After more than half a year of electroacupuncture treatment, herbal baths, and massages, Yi Hancheng's legs had improved significantly and were now ready for surgery. Dr. Zhao said the operation could happen anytime. Wenrun had researched related information beforehand. According to Dr. Zhao, the surgery itself wouldn't cause pain. The real torment would begin afterward. If the surgery failed, amputation might follow. If it succeeded, it would require a difficult and long rehabilitation period. Whichever the result, it would be an excruciating ordeal for Yi Hancheng. Continuous family care would be ideal. Though the exposure was accidental, Wenrun thought it might not be a bad thing. At least both of them had calmly admitted their relationship. Now he could accompany Yi Hancheng in his rehabilitation without hiding anymore. As for what others said, that was their business. He didn't care and didn't want to care. Upon hearing that, Jing Xian quieted down, falling silent for a moment before saying, taking a break is good too. You still have one TV drama and one movie left to release. No need to worry about exposure. Moreover, I believe these two works can aim for awards. Winning as best actor in a drama series or film before your return would truly be an honorable return. When Run smiled at him, they haven't even been released yet, you're dreaming too far ahead. Jing Xian sighed. He wished not to think so much, but recalling what Chu Su had told him, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. One must always have a long-term vision. Small awards like those shouldn't be on our mind. When Run slightly paused, sensing the meaning behind his words, is there any news regarding the Lanhua Award selection? Chu Su just told me, she dared not tell you, fearing it might upset you, Jing Xian said. Someone from the judging panel conveyed a message, saying the controversy might negatively impact the evaluation results. Given Wen Run's acting skills, he stood a great chance of winning the award. However, now being exposed and publicly coming out, some members of the evaluation panel felt it could damage their public image, potentially affecting his chances. But surprisingly, Wen Run wasn't as disheartened as expected. So what if I end up running alongside without winning? There will be plenty more opportunities to win awards later. Hearing his genuine nonchalance, Jing Xian was somewhat reassured. After issuing a few reminders, he hung up the phone. Will you regret this? Yi Hanqing hugged his waist from behind, asking. When Run turned around, crouching down lightly resting on his legs, looking up at him, I don't regret it. There are many awards, losing one doesn't matter because there's another. But there's only one Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing touched his face gently, the seriousness melting away from his eyes. You're right. Since fair judgment isn't possible, then we don't need it. The next day, the entire Caesar International Hotel was swarmed by reporters. Xinyu Entertainment and the hotel staff had mobilized security teams early to maintain order. Apart from the on-site media interviews, they also arranged for live streaming online. By the time the press conference began, over 5 million viewers had already joined the live stream. If the chat box with comments were to be opened, the screen would be flooded with messages leaving no space visible. At exactly 10 a.m., under the anticipation of journalists and netizens, when Run slowly pushed Yi Hanqing forward. 2 teams of bodyguards flanked them closely, prepared for any situation. Their arrival caused instant excitement among the crowd, reporters rushing forward in chaos. Yi Hanqing raised a hand and pressed down slightly to signal for calm. There's no need to rush. Everyone please maintain order and safety. We'll do our best to answer all questions. This press conference has no time limit. The reporters who had been pushing forward with cameras calmed down slightly after hearing that. Chu Su stepped forward to adjust their microphones and announced, now we can begin with questions. The first few media outlets were relatively friendly with Xinyu Entertainment and enjoyed high reputations in the industry, thus their questions were gentle, about their relationship, when they met their parents, whether they planned to marry in the future, etc. However, there were still quite a few tabloid reporters seeking clicks and attention, whose questions grew increasingly sharp. Mr. Yi, how do you view the rumors about you receiving financial support from Mr. Wen online? Many people claim that you and Mr. Wen developed true love through this sponsorship, is it true? Nonsense. Yi Hanqing frowned darkly, my relationship with Wen Run started with my pursuit of him. From start to finish, there's never been any financial support involved. Next question. As same-sex marriage isn't legal domestically, may I ask how you plan to ensure the stability of your union? Are you planning to get married abroad? How will domestic property be divided? Will either of you consider entering a heterosexual marriage or seek surrogacy for inheriting property? My relationship with Wen Run aims towards marriage, and most of our family members reside domestically, so the wedding is likely to happen here in China. Regarding ensuring the stability of our marriage, a relationship is not maintained solely by a piece of paper. My guarantee lies in transferring all properties under my name to Wen Run. My properties belong to him, and he belongs to me. As for children, we don't plan for it at the moment since neither of our families require heirs. The reporter who asked the question was rendered speechless. In contrast, the chat room in the live stream exploded with joy. If this isn't love, then what is? Yi President really lives up to the title of Bastard CEO, perfect response. Properties go to him, and he belongs to me. Confirmed case of being henpecked by his wife. I don't care. This CP, I'm completely addicted, they're so sweet together. After being repeatedly rebuked by Yi Hanqing, some wiser reporters turned to Wen Run for questions. Many people say that all your achievements are due to Mr. Ye's help. Do you feel any unfairness because of the gap in status and position between you and Mr. Yi? I don't. I've already made it clear on Weibo. The gap in status and position is never an obstacle between us. Wen Run spoke calmly, in my relatively short acting career, he has indeed helped me a lot. I've never denied it nor have I ever felt ashamed about it. He gave me many opportunities, but these opportunities were ones I seized through my own efforts. And I've been striving all along, striving to be someone who deserves to stand beside him. The press conference continued with more questions, while the live streaming chat room had already taken off on a different tangent ever since Yi Hanqing started retorting at reporters. The entire screen was filled with jubilant CP, couple, fans. Carry the flag high, Yi Wen shippers charge ahead. Tears streaming today over this celestial romance QAQ. Naiwen is truly amazing, always so gentle no matter what. Is anyone else wondering about their positions and roles in bed? Once the question regarding bedroom positions popped up, it led to much contemplation. Logically speaking, President Ye's commanding presence definitely pointed toward a strong A, but unfortunately, his leg condition left some doubts. Could it mean Wenrun was on top? A heated discussion ensued in the chat room, lasting even until the press conference ended and the live stream was closed, without reaching any conclusions. However, during the closing remarks, Yi Hanqing's comments once again threw those fans rooting for Wenrun as the dominant partner into turmoil. The press conference stretched on for 4 hours before concluding. Satisfied reporters saw Yi Hanqing give them one final cold glance, saying, "We've clearly answered all questions here today. Wenrun is my only partner. We hope that you will report honestly. If there are fabricated distortions, don't blame me for not being courteous." The bustling venue fell quiet momentarily as Chu Su stepped forward, announcing, "This concludes the press conference. Please exit in an orderly manner." Having issued the warning, Yi Hanqing then exited with Wenrun under the escort of bodyguards from another side. Videos and news from the press conference soon flooded everywhere. Preceded by Yi Hanqing's warnings, nobody dared misinterpret or write falsehoods. Most news articles were fairly accurate accounts. What created even more impact were the video clips netizens extracted. Especially Yi Hanqing's rebuttals against reporters became internet memes created by these witty netizens. "Don't ask anything, if you must, know that there is no throne waiting to be inherited in our house." Due to their candid attitudes, previous malicious speculations naturally disappeared. While there were still plenty of people who didn't accept or understand, most others offered well wishes. After all, how does it concern onlookers when two people fall in love? Moreover, their fans did not make much noise. Following Wenrun's announcement on Weibo, a small number of his fans unable to accept the truth chose to unfollow. But out of past affection for him and considering Wenrun's sincere apology, even those who chose to leave rarely attacked back. They just quietly retreated from following him online. Meanwhile, the majority of his fans respected Wenrun's decision. Just as Wenrun mentioned on his Weibo, he has consistently strived hard in his career. He's not anyone's exclusive idol, he's been kind to his fans and has never betrayed their expectations. As for who he dates, that's his personal life. Fans can choose not to accept it or choose to distance themselves. But they don't have the right to interfere with an idol's relationship based on their preferences. With the potential troublemakers among his fans choosing respect and blessings, plus support from their friends, Wenrun's coming out drama began amidst vile rumors and gossip, yet gradually settled down in waves of numerous blessings. Chu Su, having worked non-stop for several days, collapsed in the office muttering, "Amitabha Buddha protect us" continuously. Her assistants looked on, unable to bear her superstitious rants and urged her to sleep. These few days, they had all braced for a fight, with the PR department ready to face hordes of raging internet mobs. But the situation unfolded far better than expected. At such resolution, both Chu Su and the head of PR were nearly moved to tears. "You guys should go rest too. Work for 1 day tomorrow, wrap things up, claim bonuses, and then take a 7-day vacation." Chu Su staggered toward the resting room, then remembered something important to remember to reply to all those emails from the collaborators who wanted to cancel contracts. "Just tell them we agree. You guys handle the formal paperwork, I lack the energy to deal with them anymore. I need to sleep for 3 whole days and nights." Chu Su randomly found an empty resting room and went into sleep. On Wenrun's side, after a few days of calm, he received a warning call from his younger sister, saying that their parents had seen the press conference video. However, their emotions seemed relatively calm, not as intense as expected. After discussing with Yi Hanqing, Wenrun decided immediately to return to their hometown to explain things clearly to his parents. The best outcome would be gaining their understanding. If they couldn't comprehend it immediately, time would help. Since decisions at home were made by his mother, whose heart was soft, she might eventually accept it. In fact, Wenrun's guess was not wrong, his mother indeed had a soft heart and felt sorry for her son. After the press conference, the two men coming out of the closet video spread everywhere, and all sorts of apps were pushing this sensational news. When mother unexpectedly saw the news recommendation. At first, she didn't understand it fully, but once she clicked into the news and finished watching the video, she fell silent. She didn't rush to find the two children but discussed what to do with father. Neither of them had high educational levels and rarely surfed the web, so they had no clue about the situation online. All they knew was that their son and Xiaoyi suddenly became a couple and were surrounded by reporters asking questions, which appeared quite frightening. When mother started off somewhat angry but then grew concerned as she watched the video. She discussed with father, "Husband, do you think anything bad will happen? What if we call them back and ask?" When father took an irritable puff on his cigarette. "Two men living together, what kind of a situation is that?" "No." When mother interrupted anxiously. "Didn't you see those videos where so many people chased after them with questions? Their pressure must be immense now. If we as parents start pressing questions too, and something happens to the kids, how will we deal with it?" She worriedly added, "I heard that third auntie's second son liked men too, and he was forced to get married. Afterward, he became mentally unstable, acting crazy till now." She definitely didn't want to push her own son to that point, yet remained uneasy, instructing him, "You can't call them back. And don't phone to ask either. Then what do you suggest we do? Wen father crushed his cigarette butt. Just watch our son be with another man. Wen mother fell silent again before quietly replying, maybe, let's call fourth daughter back first. She's close to her brother. Let her go and find out what's going on. That's better than us asking directly. After deliberating for a while, the couple thought this plan feasible and called their youngest daughter in city, subtly hinting at the matter. Clever Wen little sister quickly understood what was happening, carefully teasing out her parents' intentions. Listening to their tones, concern outweighed anger. She immediately bought her return ticket while simultaneously giving her brother a heads up. Their eldest and second brothers who did business along the coast also saw the news. The two brothers consulted each other and felt that the little brother could probably handle himself well enough, but there might be trouble if their parents also saw the news. They bought tickets and hurried back to their hometown as well. Regardless, as long as they were present, perhaps they could mediate a bit. Although neither of the elder brothers wished for their younger brother to be with a man, seeing the press conference video made them realize that Wen Run was set in his ways. There was no turning back on the younger brother's end, but perhaps their parents' side could still be persuaded. That day, the anxious Wen parents waiting at home for their youngest daughter returned instead to see the youngest daughter, eldest son, second son, and even the youngest son with his boyfriend all arriving back together. Chapter 89. Wen Mu looked at them, a bit confused, and instinctively turned back to blame Wen Fu, didn't I tell you not to call? It wasn't me who called them back. Wen Fu felt extremely wronged and said with a serious face. How did they both come back? Wen Mu glanced at her younger son and tried to act as if nothing had happened. Mom, my sister has already told me everything. Seeing her avoiding mentioning it carefully, Wen Run felt a bit sad, hugged her lightly, and said, I came back with him. We will explain everything to you. Wen Mu didn't know what to do, patted his head, and glared at the younger daughter, didn't I tell you not to tell your brother first? Why did you bring him back so soon? Wen Xiaomei stuck out her tongue and said, if I didn't let my brother come back, wouldn't you and Dad worry yourselves to death? Wen Mu had no answer but to pat Wen Run's back and said, let's talk inside, everyone come in. When her gaze fell on Yi Hanqing, she sighed deeply and said, Xiao Yi, come in too. Wen Mu beckoned them to go in, while Wen Fu kept silent on the side. He also lowered his head and followed them into the house. Wen Xiaomei stood together with her elder brother and second brother, whispering, you guys have seen the news, right? The eldest brother responded irritably, didn't you know earlier? Why didn't you inform us sooner? Now we are scared and rushed home. The younger sister replied calmly, no, I only knew when Mom called me. I was panicked and forgot about all of you. The second brother glanced at her, let's go in first and deal with the situation flexibly. Since the parents were not being difficult and their attitude seemed okay, they couldn't really persuade either, so they could only act flexibly. A few people sat down in the living room. Wen Fu sat in the main seat, and Wen Mu sat next to him, holding Wen Run's hand, hesitated for a while before tentatively asking, what's going on with those news stories? Are the things they say true? They're true. Wen Run lowered his head, gripping her hand and softly said, Yi Hanqing and I have been together for over a year. I wanted to tell you later because I thought you might not be able to accept it. So, you were already together when you came back for the new year? Wen Fu asked grimly. Wen Run nodded. Wen Fu got angry, your wings have grown hard. Do you still respect me and your mother? Why are you yelling at the child? Wen Mu turned around and gave him a glare, can't you talk properly? Wen Fu was momentarily silenced, and immediately stopped his rant. Wen Mu turned back, softened her expression, and asked cautiously, you two are men, if you're together, it'll be harder than normal marriages. Is it necessary to be together? Mom. Wen Run blinked his eyes, and his eyelids suddenly reddened, sorry, I truly like him. I can follow your wishes on other things, but in this life, I only like one person. He whispered, even if I'm not with him, I won't be able to accommodate anyone else in my heart. Mom is not trying to force you apart. Seeing his red eyes, Wen Mu hurriedly wiped his tears with a handkerchief. The youngest son was smart and sensible from a young age, he was always the most obedient and filial child in the family, never going against their wishes. As she wiped his tears, Wen Mu felt heartache thinking, it seems that they truly can't be separated. You've thought it through, this road is not easy, once chosen, you must commit for life. If it's just an impulsive decision, even if you blame me, I will not agree. Wen Run embraced her, suppressing the ache in his nose, I understand, I've thought it all through. I won't make you and Dad worry about me. Wen Mu patted his back and looked at Yi Hanqing, beckoning him over with a wave. Yi Hanqing moved his wheelchair closer, his Adam's apple moved slightly, his fingers slightly gripped the armrest tighter, and you're a good boy too. Wen Mu patted his hand, sighing, since the two of you want to be together, we elders cannot forcibly separate you. But as your mother, I also need to clarify some things to you. Don't think I'm showing favoritism. Yes, Aunt, Yi Hanqing responded solemnly. Wen Mu slowly said, don't look at how mild-mannered Wen Run appears to be, he's actually very stubborn inside. Just like his father, once determined, he would give up everything for you. Our family is an ordinary one. To truly become related with you, truthfully speaking, we don't deserve such an alliance. You young ones now have strong feelings, and feel like every obstacle can be overcome. But life is long ahead, there are many more years ahead. Perhaps without notice, love may fade. Yi Hanqing opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by Mrs. Wen, who continued, let me finish first. I'm not saying that you two will definitely end up like this, but having lived several decades more than you, I've seen more things than you have experienced, so I can't help but think more about it. For an ordinary couple, even if their feelings fade after being together for several decades, they still have blood ties to rely on, and they can continue despite quarrels. But in your case, there's neither marriage nor family ties, so the eventual changes will be too many. What I want to say is, I hope you can live well now, but if one day in the future your feelings fade, then we should part ways amicably. Mrs. Wen worriedly said, you may not like what I just said, but Wen Run is a stubborn kid, so I need to plan ahead more for him. I understand what you mean. Yi Hanqing tightened his jaw slightly, nodding lightly, seriously stating, I know that your trust in my lifelong promise might not be very high now. I assure you, I will live well with Wen Run. In case one day I change my heart, I'll let go voluntarily and never do anything to hurt him. After all, Mrs. Wen still thought the gap between their statuses was too large. Yi Hanqing was wealthy and powerful, she feared he would fall for a fleeting passion. When the passion faded, the love might disappear, and only her son would be deeply entangled. Now as the two were affectionate, she couldn't force them to break up, yet she did her best to leave her son a way out. If one day the two really couldn't carry on, she hoped Yi Hanqing could remember today's promise, release him, and part amicably. Good, Mrs. Wen patted his hand, nudging the silent Mr. Wen with her elbow, Dad, make a comment. Mr. Wen was taken aback, muttering, you've said everything already. Since you agree, how could I play the bad guy? Mrs. Wen shot him a glance and said to Wen Run, since you're back, stay at home for a few more days. You've lost a lot of weight since the last New Year, Mom will nourish you back. Wen Run sniffled, croaking, okay, we'll stay longer. You haven't cried in years, are you not embarrassed? Mrs. Wen tapped his forehead, worrying again, I saw frightening news. Those people didn't scold you, did they? Being a star isn't easy. If it gets unbearable, find another job, live a quieter life. No one scolded me. Wen Run smiled to comfort her, most people can accept it. Mrs. Wen doesn't use the internet, hearing him say this set her mind at ease. She heard from someone before how harsh words people used when mentioning the distant relative Aunt Three's foolish son. She didn't want her own son to face such criticism. After everything was laid bare within the family, Mrs. Wen finally felt relieved, glancing at her son and daughter standing silently without a word, then went to prepare food for everyone. Mr. Wen has a reserved personality. Now that Mrs. Wen had put down her demands lightly, he couldn't say much either, staring at Yi Hanqing for a while, finally lighting a cigarette in his mouth and gloomily said, later, we old men will have some drinks. Mrs. Wen quickly stir-fried a few dishes, and brought up a bottle of white spirit for them to drink. The men of the Wen family held slight resentment towards Yi Hanqing in their hearts, but though they kept quiet verbally, they were relentless in raising toasts. Yi Hanqing didn't decline any, drinking cup after cup. After 3 rounds of drinks, Mr. Wen, with a bit of intoxication, patted his shoulder, saying, last time, I wanted to recognize a godson, but the elder ones blocked me. This time, they can't block it anymore. Yi Hanqing's eyes flickered, holding the wine glass with both hands, deftly changing his address, yes, Dad. Mr. Wen stared at that glass of wine for a moment, received it and finished it, mumbling to himself, from now on, our old Wen family has gained another son. Wait a minute. Mr. Wen wobbled back into the room, and after a while, came out with a thick red envelope in his hand, this is our local custom, call recognition fee, take it, and live well with Wen Run in the future. Yi Hanqing accepted it, his face brightening with a smile, thank you, Dad. Mr. Wen waved his hand, swaying slightly as he went back. The older sons looked at this new brother-in-law, the necessary words had been spoken by their parents, they had nothing more to delegate, vigorously patting both shoulders, they also wobbled back to the room to rest. Wen Xiaomei was best at reading the situation and guessed that the two must have something to say. She quickly found an excuse and rushed out. Wen Run glanced at him and poured him a cup of tea, are you drunk? Not yet. Yi Hanqing gave him a smile, leaning sideways to rest his head on his shoulder, softly saying, today is such a joyful day, I don't want to get drunk. Although that was what he said, in the end, he still fell into a daze and slept under the influence of alcohol. Wen Run helped him back to the room, took off his outer clothing, and let him sleep soundly on the bed. Mrs. Wen knocked and came in, holding a pot of tea to relieve drunkenness. Is he asleep? Let him drink some when he wakes up, otherwise, he will have a headache. Wen Run took it and put it on the table, closing the door and going out with her. After they went out of the door and walked to the yard, Mrs. Wen whispered, there's no way to treat Mr. Ye's leg, right? Why don't you take him to old Mr. Chen? He's pretty capable, maybe he can help. She had held back mentioning this before for fear of hurting Yi Hanqing's self-respect and only brought it up now in secrecy. It's being treated. Wen Run understood her concern and softly replied, we're estimating that surgery is due in June, with a 50% success rate. If the surgery is successful, then he'll be able to stand up afterward. That's good. Mrs. Wen was somewhat comforted, stroking his head, Mr. Yi doesn't seem like one of those playboys. If you two can get along well for a few years, then come back to the village later. We'll hold a small banquet at home so your father can officially recognize him as his godson. This will make everything clear and prevent people from gossiping later. Wen-run smiled, gently hugging her and rubbing against her affectionately. Thank you, Mom. Mrs. Wen patted his head and returned to the kitchen to continue with her work. Wen-run and Yi Hanqing stayed at home. The two hadn't made any public appearances since the press conference. Although the storm online had settled down, the topic's popularity still remained high. At this point, staying in B City meant just being cooped up at home without being able to go anywhere while also having to guard against paparazzi tracking them down. After discussing it, they decided to retreat to their hometown temporarily to avoid the limelight. Besides, Yi Hanqing still had some unfinished business. Yushan village might be remote and inconvenient, but it was safe enough. The last time he had Gu Xuanyan check on Yi Qirue's whereabouts, they unexpectedly caught onto evidence of her misconduct. Gu Xuanyan collected all the evidence and sent it directly to the police station. The police immediately opened an investigation. However, when they attempted to arrest Yi Qirue, they found she had disappeared. The police force, along with Gu Xuanyan's people, were searching for her location but still had no results. They suspected that Yi Qirue might have fled abroad with the money. A warrant for Yi Qirue's arrest has been issued by the police. And with the originally shaky Yi group already weakened significantly, after another blow like this, there was no chance of turning it around. They had officially filed for bankruptcy. As things stood, with the person not yet found, Yi Hanqing was worried that she might lash out and do something to harm Wen-run. For now, the two staying in faraway Yushan village, living their simple life, was quite nice. Chapter 90. Wen-run and Yi Hanqing spent half a month living leisurely in their hometown. Every morning, they would go for a walk and then return home to eat breakfast. They took a nap at noon, and in the afternoon after dinner, they would carry a small stool and sit under a big tree in the village, listening to the elderly villagers talk about domestic matters. Occasionally, Yi Hanqing would be called by Wen's father to accompany him while he drank some liquor. The men in the village were very generous with their drinking, but Yi Hanqing wasn't intimidated either. After several drinking sessions with Wen's father, he was already considered as a close younger generation by uncles and grandpas in the village. Meanwhile, Wen-run had gained nearly 10 pounds due to the care of his mother. Wen's mother pitied how thin he was and made an effort to nourish his body through 3 varied meals a day. This helped restore the weight he had lost from filming movies, leaving his face pale but rosy, his skin both white and tender. The two were the last to leave. Wen's younger sister needed to go to school, and the eldest and second brother still had business to attend to, so they left ahead of time. On the contrary, Wen-run and Yi Hanqing stayed the longest at home. When it was time to leave, not only did Wen's parents not want them to go, even the neighboring family's big yellow dog came wagging its tail to bite Wen-run's pants. Wen-run pulled at the dog and said to Wen's mother at the door, "Mom, don't send us off any further, you should go back inside. I'll call you once we arrive." Wen's mother waved her hand at him and watched as the two got into the car, escorting them until they drove far away. The two had already made their romance public, so during this flight, there was no need to hide anymore. Wen-run just wore a pair of sunglasses, both of them dressed in the same style but different colors of casual wear, casually finding their seats. Some passengers recognized them. At first, they looked absolutely astonished, later secretly sneaking more glances. Finally, they confirmed that they truly had run into their idols on the plane and worked up the courage to ask if they could sign an autograph or take a picture together. The one asking was a 20-something young woman who became so excited that her cheeks flushed red. Upon seeing Wen-run look at her, she stuttered badly and couldn't even speak coherently. "Hello, I am your CP fan. Could you please sign an autograph for me?" Wen-run smiled and nodded, signing on the front page of the book she passed over. After finishing, he saw the girl lingering hesitantly without leaving, looking anxiously towards Yi Hanqing and timidly asking, "Could Mr. Yi also sign one please?" She pointed beside Wen-run's signature and said, "Just here." Yi Hanqing glanced at the book, his lips slightly curving before accepting the pen and neatly signing his name right next to Wen-run's. Unbelievably approachable, the young woman hugged the book and repeatedly thanked them, taking a photo together with Wen-run's consent before finally returning to her seat contentedly. The girl's seat was quite far from theirs. Once the plane took off and free movement was restricted, she could only faintly see their exposed heads. It seemed like the two were speaking closely, leaning their heads together affectionately. After landing at the B City airport, Wen-run and Yi Hanqing directly departed via the VIP channel. However, the young woman who met them by coincidence on the plane connected to the internet immediately after, posting the autographs and photos onto Weibo with excitement. "Ah! You won't believe who I met on the plane. Warmy is so warm and cuddly, much better looking than in photos or videos, with exceptionally good skin. But Manager Yi looks somewhat fierce QAQ. Nonetheless, I mustered my courage and got couple autographs / happy." The girl didn't have many followers on Weibo, originally not likely to be noticed soon. However, since the press conference, neither Wen-run nor Yi Hanqing had made another appearance. Whether fans of either individually or the couple jointly, they all felt bored. Plus, there were non-stop trolling comments following the release of the news, putting fans in a highly vigilant state, patrolling Weibo squares hundreds of times daily. Thus, within 5 minutes, this girl's Weibo post was discovered. All the latest comments were exclamation marks. "It's actually Warmy. I almost thought I wouldn't see Warmy again QAQ. OMG, they appeared together. Are you a savior of the galaxy in a past life? I'm so envious. I also want couple autographs, woo woo woo. Comments kept increasing below the Weibo post. Soon, someone noticed the girl's Weibo location, this airport. Wasn't Warmy's hometown located here? Under this comment, all replies read. The poster quickly verified this information and returned, even providing screenshots. This is correct, so Warmy brought manager Yi back to his hometown. Didn't Warmy announce on Weibo that both sets of parents had already met? So after the press conference, they went straight back to their hometown for vacation. The fans in the comments were guessing wildly, but all signs indicated that their missing idol for over half a month had indeed taken Mr. Yi back to his hometown. The CP fans were almost moved to tears. Whoever says Yi Wen is putting on a show, I'll smash their dog head. They've already met each other's parents. This is the fairy tale romance I've been wanting. There's nothing else I want to say, I just want to build them a civil affairs office right here and ask them to get married quickly. Soon after returning home, when Run found out that in their small group chat, Lu Zhan was frantically tagging him and sent a screenshot of a trending topic in the chat, #wish_to_give_Yi_Wen_civil_affairs_office hashtag, which was circled with bold red lines. At Wen Xiaorun, I'm advising you to be low-key about showing off your affection, it's bound to bring bad luck with lightning strikes. At Shen Mushuan, don't you think so? Shen Mushuan. Shen Mushuan at Wen Xiaorun, are you back in B City? Are you free tomorrow? Come over for dinner and officially announce things. Shen Mushuan, pictures. A series of photos were sent, all showing Shen Mushuan and Guo Zongfei together, including holding hands, both sporting matching rings that could blind single people. Is you Lu Xiaoye? Is you Lu Xiaoye, when did you two start messing around together? Why didn't I know about this? Shen Mushuan, there's plenty you don't know. Shen Mushuan, it wasn't me who posted that. Shen Mushuan / showing teeth. Is you Lu Xiaoye, Guo Zongfei, I'm going to rip you apart. Wen Xiaorun, I'm free, but I'll have to bring my family. Is you Lu Xiaoye? Is you Lu Xiaoye, I understand, I'll leave the group myself, /has/bye. When Run lay on the couch laughing until his stomach hurt, and he pulled Lu Zhan back into the group despite his angry departure. Yi Hanqing came in with washed grapes and curiously asked, what's so funny? When Run changed position and positioned his head next to Yi Hanqing's, showing him the chat records, Shen Mushuan said he'd invite us to dinner at his place tomorrow. Yi Hanqing hummed, noticing that Lu Zhan was still arguing with someone on Shen Mushuan's account in the group. Is you Lu Xiaoye, Guo Zongfei, go use your own account if you've got something to say. Shen Mushuan, fine, then I will. He sent the message and then saw the group notification, Shen Mushuan has invited Shen Mushuan's man to join the group. Shen Mushuan's man at Is you Lu Xiaoye, grandpa is here. Yi Hanqing quietly observed for a while, then suddenly told Wen Run, add me to the group. Wen Run looked surprised, but Yi Hanqing's expression remained calm, eyes firm, Guo Zongfei's already in. Wen Run held back laughter and invited him to join the group chat. As Lu Zhan argued with Guo Zongfei, he noticed new notifications in the group. Wen Xiaorun has invited Yi Hanqing to join the group. Yi Hanqing, best wishes and good fortune. Is you Lu Xiaoye? Alone as a single dog, Lu Zhan angrily grabbed Yi Hanqing's red envelope. I'm leaving, don't pull me back. We'll see you in another lifetime. Wen Run tried to drag him back, but Lu Zhan declared he would never return until he found someone. They all had fun in the group chat for a while and finally agreed to have dinner at Shen Mushuan's place the next afternoon. Setting down his phone, Wen Run popped a grape into his mouth and muttered, get checked by Dr. Zhao tomorrow morning, then we'll go to Shen Mushuan's house in the afternoon. Dr. Zhao was preparing for surgery. Yi Hanqing's electroacupuncture treatment had completely stopped. Yi Hanqing only needed to maintain the stability of his leg condition, and once Dr. Zhao determined the surgical plan, they could proceed with the operation. Do what you want, Yi Hanqing casually answered, plucking a grape to feed him. As Wen Run opened his mouth to eat, Yi Hanqing's gaze deepened and deliberately poked his soft tongue inside with his finger. Since I'll follow all your instructions for the surgery, shouldn't you follow some of mine, huh? Yi Hanqing withdrew his finger and instead used his lips to taste the sweetness. Feeling his desire, Wen Run compliantly tilted his neck up, closing his eyes to meet him. His dark lashes trembled dramatically. He seemed like a fragile butterfly, allowing himself to be conquered. During their more than half a month in the hometown, since he truly feared his parents might notice something, the two only helped each other twice. There was not a single real moment of intimacy between them. Now, they were finally alone. In fact, he also kind of wanted him. When oxygen ran out, Yi Hanqing reluctantly released him, idly pinching another grape to feed into his mouth, whispering in his ear with a raspy voice, savor well, don't steal food ahead of time. I'll check later. After a wild night, the next morning Wen Run endured the soreness in his waist and got up early to dismantle and wash all the sofa covers before the housekeeper arrived. Yi Hanqing was awakened by the noise and came out in his bathrobe. Why not let the housekeeper wash these? Wen Run glared at him angrily, they're all stained. How can we let the housekeeper wash them? Recalling their activities from last night, he couldn't help but feel annoyed again. He had asked several times to return to the bedroom, but this person just wouldn't listen. Looking at the soiled covers, Yi Hanqing coughed slightly, feeling somewhat remorseful for overstepping. He turned his wheelchair over and pulled Wen Run up. If they're dirty, let's just throw them away. It's tiring to clean yourself. Seeing that Wen Run still wanted to resist, Yi Hanqing grabbed his waist with one hand while controlling the wheelchair with the other, forcibly taking him back to the bedroom. In soothing tones, he murmured, "You've already washed them with water, no one will notice. Let the housekeeper handle the rest. Come, sleep a little longer, we have to go to the hospital at 10. At the mention of the hospital, Wen Run finally calmed down reluctantly. After drying his hands, he climbed back into bed and slept for a bit more. At exactly 10 in the morning, they arrived at the hospital where Zhao Cheng was already waiting. After Yi Hanqing finished his examination with the nurse, he stayed in the office with Wen Run to discuss the surgery plan. Upon confirming Yi Hanqing's condition was stable enough for the surgery, Dr. Zhao discussed with his students and assistants for days and nights, eventually finalizing a surgical plan. This is currently the safest plan, but the success rate is only up to 50% at most. If the operation fails, it could significantly affect the thigh nerve. The worst outcome may require amputation of the thigh. Dr. Zhao honestly informed them of all the risks associated with the surgery. Please think carefully. My staff and equipment are fully prepared, and the surgery can be arranged at any time. Yi Hanqing looked at the documents pushed over by Dr. Zhao, paused silently, and then said firmly, "Let's do it. Arrange the surgery schedule as soon as possible." "Alright, I'll start arranging. The earliest we can perform the surgery is the day after tomorrow," Dr. Zhao replied. Yi Hanqing nodded, "Thank you." As the two left the hospital, their expressions were somewhat heavy. Yi Hanqing got in the car, but instead of heading for the passenger seat, Wen Run followed and sat in the back seat. Squatting there, he clutched Yi Hanqing's hand tightly after hesitating for a long moment. "Maybe we should delay the surgery. Perhaps in a few years, there will be more advanced technology available, which might increase the chances of success." Dr. Zhao had elaborated on the potential consequences of the surgery earlier, and the more detailed he became, the more panic-stricken Wen Run felt. Although he knew the risks of failure before, the impending surgery made him afraid now. A deserter, perhaps that's what he is called when fear overtakes resolve. Scared? Yi Hanqing gently stroked his cheek, leaning down to place a comforting kiss on the top of his head. Wen Run honestly nodded, gripping his hand even tighter. Yi Hanqing chuckled softly and sighed, "If the surgery fails and requires an amputation, will you look down on me?" Now his legs are intact, but if the surgery fails, even this small shred of dignity would be gone. Without hesitation, Wen Run shook his head, wrapped his arms around Yi Hanqing's waist, rubbed his cheek against his leg, and whispered, "No, whatever happens, I'll always love you the most." The corner of Yi Hanqing's mouth curved slightly upward, and he threaded his fingers through Wen Run's hair, gently brushing them. "Isn't that settled then?" He firmly cupped Wen Run's face and made him look straight into his eyes. "Shall we bet on this chance?" Leaning closer, he pecked Wen Run on the lips. "Ever since I met you, my luck has been great, I won't lose." Wen Run gazed into the flickering light in his eyes, suddenly throwing himself into his embrace, his voice hoarse, "Okay." After a short moment of intimacy in the back seat, they both calmed down. Wen Run moved to the front passenger seat and drove toward Shen Mushuan's home. When they arrived, Guo Zongfei greeted them with a smile like a sunflower, inviting them warmly inside. Lu Zhan reclined lazily in the couch with his arms crossed, seeing his demeanor and mocked coldly, "Don't laugh too much, otherwise, you'll qualify for social assistance as someone with intellectual disabilities." Guo Zongfei shot him a glare, fanning his hand in front of his nose, making sounds of dissatisfaction as he asked Wen Run, "Did you smell something sour when you walked in?" Wen Run just smiled without speaking, wheeling Yi Hanqing to the other side and watching the two squabble. Today Shen Mushuan was cooking, and several dishes were already laid out on the table. Guo Zongfei boasted proudly, "Our Shen is really good at cooking." Just as he was about to embark on a grand 800-word compliment, Shen Mushuan called out from the kitchen, "Guo Zongfei." Guo Zongfei let out an and hopped into the kitchen, while Lu Zhan rolled his eyes dramatically from behind. Foolish dog. Chapter 91. On the day Yi Hanqing underwent surgery, it was also the night of the Orchid Award ceremony. The internet buzzed with discussions as Wen Run anxiously waited outside the operating room, despite his calm appearance. Yi Hanqing had already been inside for 3 hours, and he and Gu Sinan were sitting in the waiting hall, watching the electronic screen that showed which stage of the operation was currently ongoing. Wen Run had been gazing up at the screen for 3 straight hours, hardly changing position. Gu Sinan sat beside him, her voice strained with tension. "Don't worry. I've consulted a master who has calculated Hanqing's fate. His difficulties are all behind him now. From now on, everything will go smoothly, and there won't be any problems with the surgery." "Do you actually believe in this stuff?" Wen Run forced a smile. Gu Sinan gave a self-deprecating laugh, fingers twisting a string of sandalwood prayer beads. "When human efforts fall short, we can only pin our hopes on the gods and Buddhas." Wen Run reflected for a moment and found her words reasonable. He folded his hands together, staring at the electronic display showing Yi Hanqing's name. Silently, he vowed, if only Yi Hanqing's surgery went well, he would do good deeds for the rest of his life to repay the favor. The surgery lasted 5 hours. When Yi Hanqing was wheeled out of the operating room, the anesthesia hadn't fully worn off. He managed to glance at Wen-run before drifting back to sleep. How did the surgery go? Wen-run asked as he watched the nurses wheel Yi Hanqing into the elevator. The surgery went smoothly, but he needs to be observed overnight in the ICU. If everything goes normally, the outlook should be optimistic, Zhao Qing replied. Good, thank you. Wen-run expressed his gratitude repeatedly to Zhao Qing before heading to the ward with Gu Sinan. Yi Hanqing had already been transferred to the ICU. As family members were not allowed inside, they could only wait outside. Wen-run packed all the necessary items for the ICU and handed them to the nurse before continuing to wait with Gu Sinan. The surgery began at 10 in the morning, including preparation time. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Gu Sinan exhaled lightly, saying to Wen-run, I'll stay here tonight while you go home and rest well. Tomorrow, when he wakes up, it will be your turn. Wen-run considered it for a moment. It wouldn't be productive for both of them to keep staying awake, so he nodded in agreement. Then I'll go buy you dinner. After delivering dinner to Gu Sinan, Wen-run drove back home. The house was empty. The sunset filtered through the balcony's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a shadow of gloom over the entire house. Wen-run sat down on the sofa and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Rubbing his face, Wen-run thought about Yi Hanqing in the hospital. Suddenly, he imagined, after Yi Hanqing's leg healed, they could adopt a lively dog. That way, no matter who was left alone at home, neither would feel lonely. After being tense for hours at the hospital, Wen-run fell asleep on the sofa shortly after returning home. When he woke up again, it was completely dark outside. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone to check the time, only to find his notification page flooded with messages. Perplexed, he opened them and saw messages from friends and Chu Su. What happened now? Wen-run rubbed his temples, barely gathering enough energy to open the messages. Chu Su's message advised him not to respond and leave it to the studio to handle. She also inquired about the status of Yi Hanqing's surgery. Lu Zhan and others were asking if the rumors were true, their tones filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Confused, Wen-run opened Weibo and finally understood what had happened. Tonight was the Orchid Award ceremony. His mind was entirely preoccupied with Yi Hanqing's surgery, having completely forgotten about this event. As one of the nominees for Best Supporting Actor, Wen-run had always been highly anticipated to win, but ultimately, the award went to Rao Li, the actor who played the second male lead in Jinling's stage. Normally, there wouldn't have been much controversy over Rao Li winning the award since he was a seasoned actor with a decent reputation, making the result widely accepted. However, the issue arose after Rao Li won. Some of Wen-run's detractors seized the opportunity to stir up trouble, using Rao Li's victory to denigrate Wen-run's acting skills. All that hype blew up big time before, didn't it? Guess you're eating your own words now. It's clear his acting skill is average, yet people still kept exaggerating it to the skies. How does it feel to crash down so hard? Stick to being an idol if that's what you want. Don't pretend to have acting talent, something you clearly lack. Hope certain people know their limitations and stop awkwardly hyping up his acting. Such comments appeared frequently after the ceremony. His fans, referred to as Formula, were indignant, naturally defending and refuting these claims. Before the award ceremony, those who exaggerated about Wen-run's acting ability and confidently claimed he'd definitely win weren't actual fans, rather, many were promotional accounts stoking interest. However, their defenses were entirely ineffective. After Wen-run publicly came out of the closet, his haters became more numerous than ever. Whenever there was a ripple of wind, this group would jump out to mock him. The online fandom and hate groups clashed back and forth. Amidst this chaos, a minor account that claimed insider knowledge suddenly appeared and commented, saying that in fact, the best supporting actor selected by the committee at the very start was actually Wen-run. But after Wen-run coming out stirred up too much controversy, some homophobic judges on the panel insisted it would be inappropriate to award Wen-run and so changed the winner to Rao Li. The details provided by this whistleblower account were pretty thorough, even mentioning how long the judging panel debated and how many arguments occurred among several judges. This insider leak lacked definitive proof, so its credibility wasn't high at first. However, someone went digging into this year's judges and discovered that both the chairperson of the jury and another judge had previously made public remarks criticizing homosexuality, which corroborated with the claim about homophobic judges. Immediately, the credibility of this leak on Weibo shot up. Some people specifically sought verification from the judges, but all the judges involved in the selection maintained silence, neither refuting nor confirming these statements. The more ambiguous their attitude, the more it made others feel like something shady was going on behind closed doors. Moreover, Wen-run himself didn't even attend the award ceremony. If he hadn't been privy to any inside information, why wouldn't he show up as one of the nominees, especially since he also had no work commitments that night? The more they thought about it, the more everyone felt there was an inside story. Onlookers who were interested split into three camps, those who empathized with Wen-run sided with his fans, while those who insisted the award selection relied purely on actor talent, calling the leak slanderous, stood with Rao Li. Meanwhile, others remained neutral, enjoying the drama without picking sides. It was quite lively. By the time the Orchid Awards just ended, the quarrel on Weibo had already reached fever pitch, completely overshadowing even the buzz over the Best Actor and Actress awards. And Wen-run, having waited for hours outside the operating room, knew nothing of this. Chu Su was also aware of his situation, only reminding him not to respond and let the studio handle everything else. After figuring out what had happened, when Run logged off Weibo, replied to his messages one by one, then switched his phone into airplane mode and took a shower in the bathroom before heading back to bed to continue sleeping. The Orchid Awards or even the Red Flower Awards no longer mattered to him, nor did he have the energy to concern himself with the internet squabbles. He still needed to rest well and gather his strength to take care of Yi Hanqing in the hospital tomorrow. When Run went to bed early, but the dispute online didn't cease just because he was indifferent to it. In fact, as the topic hit the hot search list, the commotion escalated further. Even Rao Li himself couldn't keep quiet anymore. He posted on Weibo, "Every award I've won has come through sheer ability, and if you're dissatisfied, come fight me again at When Run." Rao Li's Weibo immediately ignited the fan versus anti-fan spat directly onto the celebrity level. Some criticized him for lacking emotional intelligence. Why tag When Run if it wasn't him leaking anything? Others praised him for being bold, appreciating his straightforwardness. But When Run, despite being tagged, never responded. Instead, When Run Studio issued a tweet, at When Run didn't attend the award ceremony due to conflicting private engagements, so please don't overthink it. They didn't mention a word regarding any inside story involving the Orchid Awards. Chuckles. Playing coy, eh? What kind of private affairs could possibly matter more than an award? He's already issued a clarification via Weibo, so would it kill him to explain further? Isn't it clear whether When Run deserves the award based on his skills? You guys need to get real. Is the studio doing this on purpose? Trying to insinuate something? If you're not satisfied, say it outright instead of being so evasive. Don't you risk suffocating yourself with your own ambiguity? Many mocked and sneered under the studio's Weibo post, but Chu Su ignored them. One of the judges this time had a personal relationship with Jing Xian, and after the selection process, they sent news ahead to her privately. Chu Su held off informing even When Run and was quietly preparing the gala outfit for him to wear, never expecting the sudden turn of events when Run came out. Not long afterward, the judge conveyed another message, stating the winner had been changed due to some members of the judging panel strongly opposing When Run's nomination, a subtle hint towards the influence of When Run's outing. Chu Su was angry but powerless. When it comes to selecting awards, there has always been a lack of uniform standards. Every decision is argued through during each year's judging sessions. Even if you clearly see bias, you can't bring that into the open and challenge it outright. Now that someone had revealed the backstage antics, Chu Su naturally welcomed it and had no intention of helping the judging committee save face. After releasing the tweet, When Run Studio didn't issue any further response. In the eyes of his fans, it almost amounted to admitting there had been unfairness in the selection process. However, Rao Li supporters and some online trolls viewed this silence as a sign that When Run couldn't accept defeat, his chest was too narrow. A small group of more radical netizens directly attacked When Run, mocking him by saying that not only did he lack acting skills but also had questionable character compared to Rao Li. Some even listed all the films and TV dramas Rao Li had acted in, comparing them to When Run's work dismissively. With such a personality and subpar acting skills, When Run doesn't deserve to be an actor. This Weibo post got forwarded by many, each forward mocking When Run. He didn't show up at the award ceremony, sure, but now he can't even respond properly on Weibo. Maybe he should just change his name to When Coward. As the forwarding of this Weibo gained traction, one of the judges finally made a public statement. I've participated in the judging of the Orchid Awards drama category for 3 editions now. The awards are based purely on talent and acting ability. No other factors should influence these decisions. This veteran actor had won numerous accolades himself and his words carried weight. By referencing other factors, without elaborating, everyone immediately understood what he meant regarding the current controversy surrounding backdoor dealings. The insinuation was clear. His Weibo post almost confirmed the claim that, When Run failed to win because he came out publicly, meaning that if judged solely by talent and skill, the award should have gone to When Run. The courageous defense from this veteran actor quickly reversed the wind of opinion online. Those who previously mocked When Run were now proven wrong and their faces thoroughly slapped by the turn of events. And it wasn't over yet. After the senior judge, several bystanders surfaced and posted some photos. The blogger who released the photos tweeted, "A relative of mine also underwent surgery today, and I coincidentally met When Run in the surgery waiting area. Initially, I didn't plan to post anything, but seeing how much people misunderstand, I think it's necessary." In the pictures, When Run was seated on a resting chair in the waiting area, wearing a mask and a baseball cap, his face mostly hidden. But those familiar with him could still recognize him. He sat with his head tilted upward, staring intently at an electronic display screen showing Yi Hanqing's name prominently. It was then revealed what the studio had referred to when mentioning private commitments, Yi Hanqing's surgery. Now it became clear why When Run hadn't attended the award ceremony and why he hadn't responded since. His boyfriend was in surgery. How could anyone have the heart to check Weibo under those circumstances? All previous doubts were resolved. Fans and bystanders alike rushed to either the couple's Weibo pages or super topic forums to wish Yi Hanqing a successful surgery. Some continued to cling to the past argument, posting sarcastic comments on Rao Li's Weibo questioning whether gloating over someone else's misfortune was worth it. Praised for being spirited, Rao Li deleted his earlier Weibo post as the number of mocking comments kept increasing and chose not to speak again. While the netizens fiercely debated who was right or wrong, Wen Run slept soundly and woke up as soon as the sky brightened. At home, he stewed a fish soup and prepared breakfast. Then he packed everything into thermal containers and brought them to the hospital. Arriving early, the ward remained quiet. He treaded lightly and went straight to the ICU where he found Gu Sinan leaning against a chair, sleeping fully dressed. He woke the man up and said, "Go back and rest, I'll stay here." Gu Sinan yawned and looked at the time. "You're already here so early." Wen Run handed him the smaller thermal container. "Yes, eat a bit of breakfast before going back to rest." Gu Sinan accepted without hesitation and started eating after opening the box. After finishing his meal, he checked into a hotel near the hospital to rest. Meanwhile, Wen Run replaced him at the ICU. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhao Qing came to examine Yi Hanqing's condition and confirmed his situation was stable enough to move him to the VIP ward. With a hint of joy on his face, Zhao Qing said, "Things look good, better than I anticipated. His legs have regained sensation. However, due to his unique condition, he cannot use pain pumps post-surgery, so the wound will hurt quite a lot over the next few days. It would be best to find ways to distract him. Once the wound recovers, his leg function will mostly return, but standing and walking normally like others require consistent physical rehabilitation." Hearing this news, Wen Run's eyes widened with surprise, and for a moment, his throat tightened. Biting his lip firmly, he suppressed the lump in his throat. "Thank you, really thank you. It's my job, I should do it." Zhao Qing patted his shoulder and said, "All right, go see him now, he should be awake already." Wen Run sniffled softly, pushing down the emotions in his throat, and hurried back to the ward. Yi Hanqing lay on the hospital bed, just waking up. Due to the anesthesia, he still appeared a little lethargic and his reactions were somewhat slow. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he slowly turned his head toward it, eyes filled with anticipation. However, when he saw the person enter with red-rimmed eyes, he couldn't help but furrowed his brow. "What's wrong?" "I'm just so happy, Dr. Zhao said your surgery was very successful." Seeing that Yi Hanqing had woken up, Wen Run quickly stepped closer, gently touching his pale cheek. "Are you in pain?" Yi Hanqing's lips curled slightly as he rubbed his face against Wen Run's palm, his voice hoarse. "I don't feel pain when I see you." Chapter 92. Perhaps it was due to the recent surgery, Wen Run felt that the man lying on the hospital bed seemed somewhat fragile. His hair had been tousled from resting on the pillow, a few strands swaying across his forehead, interrupting the sharp slant of his ink-black eyebrows. Beneath those brows, his dark eyes revealed joy and dependence, while his bloodless lips curved into a gentle arc. Wen Run gently rubbed his cheek with the palm of his hand, causing the man to blissfully close his eyes like a soothed wild beast. Suddenly, Wen Run realized that he didn't know when it started, but this man had changed from what he used to be. It was a subtle transformation, one that went unnoticed at its inception. But as these minute changes accumulated over time, one day, upon recalling his former self, he would suddenly realize, he had truly changed a lot. He really had changed. The tension in his brow had eased, no longer shrouded in perpetual gloom, his gaze was now gentle, no longer resembling a deep cold pool radiating with icy severity, even his diamond-shaped lips were softer, every kiss careful and treasured. This Yi Hanqing wasn't the same coldly forbidding figure that Wen Run met 5 years later, nor did he seem exactly like the mild-mannered man of 5 years ago. If one were to describe him more precisely, it would be as though the him from 5 years ago and the him from 5 years later had finally merged into one. The current Yi Hanqing was like a beast who had tenderly retracted his claws, his heart holding a flicker of light, thus responding to the world with brightness. "How come you're staring at me like this?" Yi Hanqing turned his face sideways unhappily and lightly nibbled on his fingertip. Wen Run bent his eyes into a warm smile and extracted his finger, lightly tapping it on Yi Hanqing's lips. "I suddenly noticed how much more handsome you've become." Yi Hanqing took the opportunity to catch his finger again with his teeth, grinding it gently as he asked indistinctly, "Is this what they call, beauty lies in the lover's eyes?" Perhaps, replied Wen Run, withdrawing his finger and refraining from further teasing. He then asked softly, "Are you hungry? I brought some fish soup." Yi Hanqing tilted his head slightly, his eyes lingering on Wen Run's slender, white fingertips before saying, "Yes, I'm hungry, but I have no strength. Feed me." Men always spoke falsehoods without a blush or a skip of the heartbeat. After all, it was his leg that underwent surgery, not his hands. Wen Run laid out the fish soup on the table, its milk-white broth still steaming with a fresh, fragrant aroma wafting directly into their noses. Yi Hanqing half closed his eyes and sniffed appreciatively, "Smells delicious." Wen Run sat by the bedside with the bowl of soup, first testing the heat with a spoonful, then blew gently on another spoonful before feeding it to him. As Yi Hanqing drank, his gaze lingered on Wen Run's moistened lips, suddenly saying, "It's a bit hot." "Really? Is it still hot?" Wen Run wondered, having tested the temperature himself, which should be just fine. Yi Hanqing nodded, "Yes, quite hot. If you don't believe me, try again." True to form, Wen Run tried another spoonful, finding it pleasantly warm without being too hot. Yet since Yi Hanqing said it was hot, he continued blowing for longer before feeding it to him again. After drinking another mouthful, Yi Hanqing insisted it was still hot. Furrowing his brows, Wen Run expressed confusion, "Why is it still hot? It's perfectly fine. If we wait any longer, it will get cold." A slight smirk crossed Yi Hanqing's lips as he concealed his amusement, pretending to ponder, "It is strange indeed, why don't you try another sip?" Without thinking, Wen Run took another sip, just as he was about to say, "It's absolutely not hot," when he suddenly caught Yi Hanqing's gaze, realizing the game. Annoyed, he scolded, "You're deceiving me." "Where am I deceiving you?" Yi Hanqing grinned as he stared at him intently. "You simply wanted to trick me." Wen Run stopped mid-sentence, irritated yet unsure how to complete his accusation. It only made him angrier that even after surgery, Yi Hanqing couldn't remain still and managed to playfully tease him while drinking fish soup. However, ignoring him entirely was out of the question. He sighed and reluctantly shot him an exasperated glare, "Just finish your soup properly." This time, Yi Hanqing obediently opened his mouth and drank, yet afterwards, he kept staring at Wen Run until his cheeks turned scarlet before lazily murmuring, "I'm not lying. You drink first, then when it's my turn, it feels hotter. Not only does it burn the mouth, other places feel warmer too." At this remark, Wen Run's neck flushed red along with his face, his eyes wide with irritation, shimmering like glistening autumn water, utterly endearing. Yi Hanqing sighed regretfully, knowing he could only look on helplessly right now. Worried about truly angering Wen Run, Yi Hanqing behaved better and opened his mouth in a childish manner, cooing, "More please." Reminding himself silently that Yi Hanqing was still recovering from surgery, and therefore should not provoke him, Wen Run puffed up indignantly but continued to feed him fish soup. Yi Hanqing had to wait for the surgical wound on his leg to heal before he could be discharged from the hospital. Wen Run turned down all his work arrangements, focusing entirely on accompanying Yi Hanqing in the hospital. Gu Sinan originally intended to take turns caring for him, but Yi Hanqing was very disdainful and bluntly said, "It's better to let the nurse take care of me." Gu Sinan helplessly shrugged, seeing that he was recovering well and didn't bother clinging to him any longer, only visiting during his work breaks. Most of the time, Wen Run was still by his side. Guo Zongfei and others also came to visit at the hospital with fruits and flowers. Wen Run went to wash the fruits and returned just as Guo Zongfei was sitting by the bedside passionately confessing, "Dad, you'll be my real dad from now on. I've saved your share of the money onto this card. Next time there's a project, we'll make money together." The drama series Guo Zongfei invested in, after receiving renewed funding from Yi Hanqing, was finally smoothly completed and, upon airing, became a minor hit with soaring ratings. Guo Zongfei earned substantial profits and felt especially vindicated in front of his father. This time, he not only came to visit but also brought over the dividend share for Wen Run and Yi Hanqing. With excitement, he kept boasting about their earnings, calling Yi Hanqing "Dad," without pause, completely oblivious to Shen Wuchuan's grim expression nearby. Wen Run coughed lightly, interrupting Guo Zongfei's enthusiastic self-promotion. "Everyone, have some fruit." Though reluctant to stop, Guo Zongfei eagerly placed the fruit platter in front of Yi Hanqing. "Dad, please enjoy first." Yi Hanqing cast a cold glance at him, turning his head away disdainfully. Guo Zongfei looked rather disheartened, lamenting inwardly how difficult it was to latch on to his dad's favor. He made quite a fortune from his first investment in drama series, but those funds were mostly reinvested into another one. If something went wrong again, he might once more face a financial crunch, so he decided to look for a reliable partner. He now realized clearly that if he wanted his father to accept Shen Wuchuan, he had to prove himself worthier first. Otherwise, having his dad freeze his credit cards would end everything. On this recent home visit, his father showed signs of softening. Guo Zongfei believed that as long as he continued making achievements, bringing Shen Wuchuan into the Guo family household wouldn't remain a distant dream. After deep consideration, Guo Zongfei found film and TV series investments appealing since they yielded significant profits. However, acting alone left him vulnerable, with his father waiting for him to admit defeat and his brother unwilling to help. The only viable choice left was to firmly cling on to Yi Hanqing, hoping to benefit from the latter's powerful backing. Lost in thought and feeling a little melancholic, Guo Zongfei suddenly heard Lu Zhan teasing him, "Since you call Yi boss Dad, then Wen Run would be the little dad, right? Shouldn't you call me uncle too?" Guo Zongfei's eyes bulged angrily as he retorted, "Lu Zhan, are you looking for a fight?" Lu Zhan glanced at Shen Wuchuan's dark expression mischievously. "I won't fight you, someone else will settle the score with you." Following Lu Zhan's gaze, Guo Zongfei met Shen Wuchuan's gaze, noticing him grinning mockingly. "Crap. I forgot Shen Wuchuan is here." Guo Zongfei instinctively shifted closer to Wen Run, nervously enduring Shen Wuchuan's glaring eyes. Shen Wuchuan gave a chilling laugh, conveying a clear message through his eyes, "Want to call people dad? We'll see how much you like calling it when you get home." Guo Zongfei shrank back, no longer showing off, sulking silently on the side while occasionally shooting resentful looks at Lu Zhan. Ignoring them, Lu Zhan ate fruit contentedly with a small fork, enjoying himself immensely. "You want to flaunt your love, huh? Pfft. Now you're getting what you deserve." After spending over an hour in the ward, they stopped disturbing further and left one by one. Guo Zongfei was particularly reluctant to leave, pulling Wen Run and babbling incoherently for quite some time. Eventually, Shen Wuchuan dragged him away directly. After sending everyone off, the once lively ward became quiet. Actually, Wen Run was someone who liked lively company, even though he often seemed quiet and spoke little, the sense of being surrounded by liveliness was very nice. After feeding Yi Hanqing a piece of Hami melon, the previous random idea resurfaced in his mind, more strongly this time. When Run suggested, after you're discharged, let's get a dog. Do you like dogs? Why do you suddenly want to raise a dog? Yi Hanqing played with his fingers. I just suddenly want to. When Run wouldn't tell him that actually, on the night of his surgery when he was alone at home, he suddenly found the house too quiet. If they got a dog, things might always feel lively, right? Don't you like it? No, Yi Hanqing said, I've never raised one. Let's go pick one out together after I'm discharged. When Run's face was full of smiles as he opened his phone album and showed him the pictures. Which one do you like? Both Alaska Malamutes and Huskies are good, and there are also Samoyeds. He flipped through the dog pictures in the album, eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Later, we can go out for walks together. Yi Hanqing couldn't help but laugh as he was infected by his enthusiasm, pointing at a husky. This one is pretty good. When Run nodded, then I'll have my assistant contact the dog breeder first, and when you're discharged, we'll go pick one out together. Yi Hanqing chuckled, he had never seen him so eager before. He softly said, all right. After staying in the hospital for a month, Yi Hanqing's leg injury was fully healed. Zhao Qing gave him one last checkup and sighed with relief, saying, the recovery is good, next is rehabilitation. He told Yi Hanqing, in the future, try to sit in the wheelchair as little as possible. Your legs already have sensation, and nerve function has returned to normal. They are sufficient to support your standing. You need to regain the feeling of standing and walking before gradually recovering. Don't rely too much on the wheelchair. As he spoke, he asked the nurse to bring over a pair of crutches. Try this first. Yi Hanqing sat on the edge of the hospital bed, took the crutches and leaned them against the ground, tentatively letting both feet touch the floor. It was an unfamiliar, surreal feeling, as he could feel the chill from the ground. He slowly moved his toes and put on his shoes, attempting to stand up with both crutches. However, his calves that had lost sensation for several years had already forgotten the feeling of exerting force. Just as Yi Hanqing stood up, his body swayed, and he suddenly lunged forward. When Run narrowly caught him, supporting his armpit and letting him lean on him, take it slow, get used to it first. One hand holding the crutches and the other on When Run's shoulder, Yi Hanqing struggled to walk 2 rounds in the ward. Although the distance wasn't long, the subtle pain in his calf made him sweat profusely on his back. Dr. Zhao looked on nearby and consoled him, at the beginning, it will be a bit difficult, but don't give up, once you get used to it, it'll be fine. Yi Hanqing nodded, although his complexion was slightly pale, there was still a smile playing on the corner of his mouth. Although controlling his legs wasn't yet smooth, the feeling of standing up again was quite pleasant. After completing the discharge procedures, When Run supported him down the stairs. Yi Hanqing still couldn't rely solely on himself to stand, so most of his weight was on When Run's shoulders. When Run was shorter than Yi Hanqing, now standing by his side, Yi Hanqing's arm naturally rested on his shoulder while his other hand held the crutches. The two were mutually dependent, looking affectionate. By the time they came downstairs, both of their foreheads were sweaty. People passing by glanced at them occasionally. To avoid causing a stir in the hospital, When Run had worn a mask and hat, but some passers-by still recognized the two and were tempted to approach from afar. After helping Yi Hanqing into the passenger seat and properly storing the crutches, When Run finally pulled down his mask and smiled toward the group watching from not far away, putting up his index finger to press lightly against his lips, making a shoo gesture. The female onlooker blushed red, standing in place and watching as he drove away. After When Run left, someone posted the backshot they had just taken onto Weibo. Congrats to Boss Yi for being discharged. Today, I ran into Brother Nguyen and Yi at the hospital. Their relationship is so sweet, they support each other, depending on each other completely. This is my ideal kind of love. I'm so envious and suddenly want a sweet romantic relationship, but I don't have a partner QAQ. Not long after this post was sent out, a large crowd of Yiwen CP fans gathered around. Ah, congrats to Boss Yi for being discharged. With your leg healed, can I look forward to seeing Yiwen in front of the camera again? It's been so long since I've seen Brother Nguyen, I can only survive by licking old photos 1551. With Boss Ye's leg recovered, can we look forward to more collaborations? Had too many umbilical oranges and am getting tired. Ah, it's Brother Nguyen. Finally, I see fresh Brother Nguyen again QAQ, Mom misses you so much. Since Yi Hanqing's surgery, When Run hadn't attended or participated in any activities, going completely off the grid. Although the fans knew When Run was taking care of Yi Hanqing, idol disappearing for such a long time already had the fans anxiously waiting. Even though people knew they were at the hospital, local fans passed by the hospital door 3 times a day trying to bump into them without success since the news of Ye's surgery. Both pure fans and couple shippers kept rational and none went to disturb them at the hospital. As a result, everyone missed Nguyen immensely, even idol, hardcore single fans who swore they would never ship any couples finally couldn't bear it anymore and headed to the Yiwen Super Topic for food. Consequently, the ranks of Yiwen couple shippers grew significantly larger. Chapter 93. Yi Wenchao's Super Topic was getting more and more attention from fans, and more people were producing content. However, when the fans really started to dig up material, they found that there were indeed very few photos of these two being together before they went public. The consequence of doing such a good job of keeping secrets was, the couple's fans had no material. There was no place to enjoy their interactions, so the broadcast video of the press conference with these two was repeatedly viewed by fans. After the press conference, only a few photos of the two burst out. Fans who couldn't bear it anymore began to dig up photos from their youth, at which point they would Photoshop them together. That was also a form of sugar. But while digging, someone thought something was off. When Run's youthful photos have been dug up by many people, nothing particularly strange. The problem was with Yi Hanqing. In his early years, when Yi Hanqing was active in various media, the internet wasn't as developed as it is now, so not many people paid attention to him. By now, though more people cared about him, he was already the president of Star Media, and due to his disabled legs, he rarely appeared in public. Therefore, fans weren't particularly familiar with what Yi Hanqing looked like when he was young. When some photos and videos from a few years ago surfaced, quite a few fans were drooling all over the screen. Was President Yi this fresh when he was young? I swear I used to think President Yi was too old, turns out President Yi was this cute when he was young. Also, is there any big guy who could Photoshop the young President Yi with Baby When Run? I'll ship it to death. Not that. Haven't you guys noticed yet? Young President Yi actually appeared with Baby When Run. This comment popped up, and all replies below were question marks. Sister, be responsible for your words, but if you show me the picture, I'll forgive you. Everyone thought it was some CP shipper gone crazy and followed up by mocking, show the original post, we won't mind if you Photoshop it without an original picture. The poster did not reply after commenting, and when everyone was teasing whether she got scared away, she reappeared, really posting a picture. It's this one, right? You've probably all seen it before. At the time, I just said the person next to Baby When Run kind of looked like President Yi, but I didn't give it much thought. The picture she posted was indeed one that everyone had seen. When someone was digging up When Run's high school information, they had seen this group photo, where When Run in high school held a scholarship in the middle, surrounded by school leaders and sponsors. In this group photo, two people were circled, one was When Run, and the other was the younger version of Yi Hanqing. It's no wonder no one recognized him. In the group photo, Yi Hanqing was smiling, and back then, his features were far less sharp than they are now. Instead, he looked more like a wealthy family's young master, gentle and elegant. His completely different aura now, plus his younger and gentler appearance, made it so no one recognized him. A fan quickly found other pictures reported on for comparison, and discovered that it was actually the same person. I'm speechless for a moment. What a fateful connection is this? I've already imagined a million-word backstory. Does Baby When Run know? Does President Yi know? They should both know, right? I've read Baby When Run's interview. Baby When Run once said in high school he almost dropped out of school, but was able to survive the toughest period thanks to someone's sponsorship. That person is President Yi, right? Ah, what a godlike romance. 5 years ago, President Yi helped Baby When Run, so 5 years later Baby When Run came to repay the favor. 15551, this mutual protecting love is too good to ship, no one call me. Ozil, crying every day for godlike love, don't know if worshipping Yi When can make me find true love either. 030. Originally, comments were all about the godly romance, with everyone falling head over heels for it, but after the worship Yi When for true love comment appeared, it suddenly swerved into another direction, even the trending topics looked strange. Bystanders, utterly confused, clicked into the hashtag Yi When bless me to find love hashtag topic, only to see the whole screen full of, Yi When bless me to get paired early, worship Yi When, I want to be as sweet as Yi When, hope Yi When blesses my doggy and me 99. People often follow trends, and this phenomenon is especially prevalent online. After making it onto the hot search list, many people started following suit, forwarding this Weibo post, seeking true love seeking destiny. Forward this Yi When, and you too will have divine romance. I originally didn't believe it, but as soon as I forwarded this post, my idol asked me out to dinner. Sisters, go for it. Seeing Yi When made me believe in love again, forward this to draw someone as my partner, gender not limited /Doge. While the Weibo meme forwarding spree was in full swing, there was a small contingent that remained stubbornly prejudiced and dismissive. Hype machines are at it again. How long is this hot search obsession going to last? And divine love, it's probably fake, under the guise of sponsorship, gross. These kinds of comments were few but enough to irk the fans. However, after weathering numerous storms, both factions, fans of Yi Hanqing and CP enthusiasts alike, had matured into a cohesive group. They didn't troll or argue back but instead cheekily aligned themselves in response. This layer owner must be single, dumb, vicious, and poisonous. We should, grin with sharp teeth. At the Mass Singles Day event on Weibo, Yi Hanqing also noticed it. It wasn't because he had intentionally followed it, but a news notification arrived with the title, forward this Yi When, and you too can have divine love. Super effective. Out of curiosity, Yi Hanqing glanced inside and was surprised to find that there were indeed plenty of comments below. It looked like a big superstitious gathering. The object of such superstition turned out to be none other than himself and When Run. Yi Hanqing felt utterly baffled as he scrolled upward through the news article. Although the push notification title was quite unsatisfactory, the content itself was surprisingly decent. It narrated how When Run and Yi Hanqing met, knew each other better, and fell in love, though at least half of it seemed fabricated. Nonetheless, Mr. Yi enjoyed reading it immensely and thought this little editor truly wasted their talent by not writing novels. What are you looking at? When Run walked over holding some clothes. Try this one. In his arms was a summer leisure outfit, a simple and comfortable style t-shirt with pants made from matching fabric to what he wore currently. Take a look at this. Yi Hanqing patted the couch beside him, signaling him to sit down. Curiously, Wen Run sat next to him. Instantly, Yi Hanqing passed the phone over, indicating for him to read. Though not entirely realistic, the story is written pretty well. Upon seeing the title, Wen Run already sensed something off-putting, and after reading the content, his face turned red. All made-up nonsense, I'm nowhere near. After hesitating for a while, he finally found an appropriate term, a snail girl. It practically portrayed him as a little spirit coming to repay kindness. The only thing missing was revealing his mythical origin. Yet, Yi Hanqing's laughter sounded particularly pleasant. Leaning closer to him with a gleeful expression, he whispered in his ear, honestly speaking, when you first signed with Star Media, wasn't it to repay me? Otherwise, why would an excellent college student go to any company? Yet he ended up being talked into signing by Song Li, becoming a struggling junior artist. It wasn't. Wen Run pushed himself away from the lips pressing close to his earlobe. His face flushed bright red as he stammered, I just got caught up in the moment. How could you who does everything so meticulously act on impulse? Yi Hanqing wouldn't believe him and pressed closer without relenting. Back then when I called you to my office and treated you that way, you didn't refuse. Pressing most of his body against Wen Run, he softly murmured, truthfully, you liked me early on, right? Liked to the point where even favor trading was okay. I didn't. Wen Run's mind became scattered, leaning back against the sofa, struggling with his hands to keep Yi Hanqing's chest away from further advances. You're making things up. Regardless of his rejection, Yi Hanqing placed a kiss on his eyes and chuckled hoarsely, then, at that time in the office, if it had been anyone else, would you have been just as compliant? Wen Run hesitated for a moment before instinctively shaking his head fast. There, you see, you did like me all along. With satisfaction in his voice, Yi Hanqing clearly knew the answer already, only I can make you behave that way, right? He gently pecked Wen Run's face with every kiss carrying an intense sense of ownership. Indeed, ever since witnessing Wen Run unhesitatingly toss aside the room card thrust upon him by the producer with obvious disgust, he had vaguely understood that obedient and tender youth in the office might only show such expressions towards him. If it had been someone else, he would have acted more rebellious. From that point onwards, the more Yi Hanqing observed, the deeper he fell. Wen Run's face had become moist from his actions, his eyes' corners flushed a shy pink, appearing all the more endearing and pitiable. Deep within, Yi Hanqing's animalistic instincts began stirring restlessly. He lightly bit his soft, pale ear, wickedly asking lowly, were you trying to seduce me from then on? No. Finally unable to withstand his teasing, Wen Run began crying softly, tears rolling down from his tightly closed eyes and dampening his raven eyelashes. He had teased the person too much and even made them cry. Yi Zong felt a bit remorseful. He gently kissed away the tears on his face, holding the person in his arms as if comforting a child and apologized, don't cry, it's my fault, I was the one who seduced you. Is it all my fault? He grabbed the soft hands and placed them on his own face, it's all my fault, let you punish me however you want. Wen Run sniffled, wiping away the tears with a sense of shame, casting an angry yet charming glance at him. Pouting, he said, you'd better change your clothes yourself, and then grabbed all the clothes from the sofa and threw them into Yi Hanqing's lap before returning to the bedroom. How come you're getting more and more aggressive? Yi Zong held the clothes in his arms, watching his puffed-up back figure, and felt that being aggressive also made him likable. Anyway, whatever the case, he liked it. Without the care of his beloved one, Yi Zong struggled to change his clothes by himself. It's always easy to go from frugal to luxurious, but hard to go from luxurious to frugal. When his legs had no sensation at all, changing clothes for himself used to be as common as meals for him. But after the surgery, Wen Run pitted his hard rehabilitation process, so he did almost everything personally, taking even more detailed care than before the operation. Naturally, it was Wen Run who took charge of changing Yi Zong's clothes. All Yi Zong needed to do was follow orders obediently, lifting his arms or legs when asked. Now that he had angered the other, Yi Hanqing managed to change his clothes on his own, sighing deeply and limping with his crutches toward the bedroom. Stop being mad, aren't we supposed to see the puppies today? Wen Run had a small temper and was already not very angry by this point. Seeing him struggle with the crutches, he instantly felt heartache again, stepped forward to support him, and complained, go slower, careful not to fall. After over a month of arduous rehabilitation, Yi Hanqing could already slowly walk with crutches. However, Wen Run still remembered how in the early stages of rehab, Yi Hanqing often accidentally fell, even though a thick carpet was specially laid out on the floor. Just watching made people feel heartbroken. Can I fall that easily now? Yi Hanqing coaxed while resting his head on Wen Run's shoulder and rubbing it affectionately. Stop being mad, shall we go see the dogs? Wen Run softly, ed once, straightened his disheveled clothes, and then went downstairs together. Wen Run fetched the car while Yi Hanqing naturally sat in the passenger seat, and they drove to the kennel together. The assistant had already contacted the kennel. Just 2 days ago, the owner called saying there were a litter of puppies ready to be picked, asking if they wanted to take a look. Just as Wen Run had long desired to keep a dog, they arranged to visit today. The kennel location was rather remote, but the inside environment wasn't bad. The owner saw the two of them and was startled for quite some time before approaching with obvious excitement. "I didn't expect it would be the two of you, truly honored." The host warmly welcomed them in, leading them to check out the puppies. The kennel had excellent hygiene. A series of dog houses and outdoor play areas were neatly maintained. When Run arrived, 5 or 6 fluffy little huskies rolled around on the ground. Seeing their master, they all swarmed over and wagged their tails at them through the fence, barking, "Ow-woo, ow-woo." The owner opened the door, allowing Run to enter and pick a puppy. All these are top-tier quality, the best litter of appearance. Run squatted down, and a group of puppy tails wagged towards him, trying to jump onto his body. But because of their chubby bodies and short limbs, they could only barely grip his legs, persistently barking, "Ow-woo." One slightly clumsy puppy failed to push its way to the front and instead tripped because of its chubbiness, getting trampled under its siblings' feet, unable to crawl up for quite a while. It kept barking loudly in distress. It was a silver-gray puppy, round and fat, with short limbs, looking like a plump ball. Run picked it up at once. The little puppy immediately licked his hand affectionately and barked several times as if lodging a complaint. This one, Run immediately clicked, raising the puppy to show Yi Hansheng. "What do you think?" The puppy kicked its legs and barked, "Ow-woo," once toward Yi Hansheng. Mr. Yi indulgently touched its fluffy doggy head and said, "Not bad, it's this one." When Run carried the puppy to pay, the owner laughed cheerfully and offered to give the puppy to them for free, wanting Run to just sign an autograph, mentioning earnestly, "My daughter is your fan, she has always admired you." Run smiled politely and signed for him but insisted on paying the price before bringing the new member home. The little puppy was very fond of Run. In his arms, it kept snuggling into his chest, grunting continuously, with its tail wagging like a fan. Once in the car, Run couldn't drive and hold the puppy at the same time, so he handed it over to Yi Hansheng. The puppy was a bit dissatisfied, scrabbling with its limbs and trying to leap towards Run. Yi Hansheng held it with one hand while lifting its little head with the other, staring at it expressionlessly for a moment before saying, "Don't move." The puppy's ears drooped immediately as it let out a pitiful whimper, obediently lying down and not daring to move anymore. Chapter 94. On the way home with the puppy, they came across a pet store. Run realized that nothing had been prepared at home, so he got out of the car again to buy pet supplies and puppy food. The trunk and back seat were filled with the little pup's things. It sniffed and decided not to stick close to Run anymore. Instead, it attempted to climb onto the back seat using all 4 paws, its tail wagging excitedly. Yi Hansheng squinted, flipping the pup over onto its back and holding its furry belly down with one hand. As the little pup struggled to flip itself over, completely helpless like a turtle flipped on its shell, the straight line of his lips slightly curled into a smile. Run fastened his seatbelt and reached out a finger to tap the puppy's forehead, gloating, "If you don't behave, your dad will beat you." Yi Hansheng raised an eyebrow and looked at him meaningfully. "It calls me Dad, what does it call you?" Run replied matter-of-factly, "Daddy." Yi Hansheng's eyes lit up with amusement as he leaned in and whispered something softly, "Shouldn't it be calling you?" His voice was so low only Run could hear. Pretending to remain calm, Run pushed Yi Hansheng's face away, expressionless. "Sit properly, I'm driving." Yi Hansheng stared at his ears which were red enough to drip blood, and chuckled. After getting home with the dog, Run arranged an empty room for the little pup. While Run was decorating the new room for the pup, setting up the newly bought dog bed and litter box, Yi Hansheng, who still couldn't walk without crutches, sat on the carpet playing with the puppy to keep it from disturbing Run. The puppy was very sociable, showing no fear of the new environment and eager to play. However, Yi Hansheng artificially drew a boundary around the puppy, dragging it back whenever it ventured outside this area. This chubby puppy turned out to be quite timid, whimpering pitifully when glared at coldly by Yi Hansheng, flattening its ears and tucking its tail between its legs. After a while, once it felt Yi Hansheng wasn't glaring at it anymore, it forgot its lesson and scrambled towards Run, only to be pulled back by Yi Hansheng for another scolding. This cycle repeated continuously, yet everyone seemed to enjoy it. With an inscrutable expression, Yi Hansheng pinched the skin at the back of its neck and gazed into its 2 small black bean eyes for a while before saying to Run with a complex tone, "I feel like this dog is kind of dumb." After cleaning up the room, Run took the dog and examined it carefully. The little pup snuggled and rubbed against him cutely, making adorable sounds, leading Run to firmly reject Yi Hansheng's judgment. "Not at all, it's just too cute, probably because it's still young." Yi Hansheng played with the short tail and suggested, "Let's give it a name first." Run held the dog and thought hard for a long time, then said, "What about Hatai, Walnut?" He lovingly petted the dog's head. "Walnuts are good for the brain, maybe it'll grow smarter." Thus, the dog's name was decided. Following its father's surname, its full name became Hatai. Hatai didn't think it was dumb at all. It believed it was very clever. It knew it had 2 fathers, one was super strict, so it should stay away. The other was incredibly gentle and could be showered with affection. So, Hatai stuck close to the gentle father like a shadow, even biting his trouser leg and dragging it along everywhere. Run was thrilled and carried the dog all day, unable to put it down. But when night fell and he tried to place it in its dog house, Hatai wouldn't have any of it. Struggling out with its tiny legs, it followed Run into the bedroom, yapping all the way. Seeing Run climb into bed, it stood on its stubby front legs and clawed at the edge of the bed, attempting to get up. You cannot come up on the bed. Wen-run understood the necessity of training the dog from an early age and not indulging bad habits, so he picked it up again and placed it back in its own house. You must sleep alone. Hatai didn't understand. When Wen-run left, it whined and followed him to the door. Wen-run was exasperated, realizing that his words held no weight with the dog. He looked to Yi Hanqing for help. Just out of the bathroom, Yi Hanqing wore a loose bathrobe revealing broad muscles. Wen-run averted his eyes respectfully but troubledly said, Hatai doesn't want to sleep in its kennel. Yi Hanqing chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling mischievously, do you want my help? Wen-run nodded and handed the dog to him, you tell it. Leaning on his cane with one side of his body pressed against the wall for support, Yi Hanqing leisurely said, what's in it for me? Wen-run became annoyed, Hatai is your son too, and you should also participate in raising it. The older dad is too tired to have energy for teaching. Yi Hanqing licked his lips with a devilish grin, little daddy needs to offer some reward for there to be strength. So, what reward do you want? Seeking help from him, Wen-run had no choice but to compromise. Yi Hanqing's gaze swept up and down over him, his Adam's apple bobbing as he leaned in close to his ear and whispered softly, you show me later. Wen-run felt like his brain had exploded. His exposed skin was all flushed with red. Embarrassed and angry, he glared at the calm man and tightly pressed his lips together before putting the dog back into its nest himself. Hatai lay in the nest and looked at him with bright little black bean eyes full of excitement, obviously ready to bolt out as soon as Wen-run stood up. Wen-run sighed in frustration and scolded it harshly, stay put and don't come out, or I'll lock you in the room. Hatai yelped innocently, wagging its tail and licking his hand. You see, it doesn't fear you at all. Yi Hanqing chuckled softly from behind, his voice slightly hoarse, do you want to consider my offer? As if on cue to support his words, Hatai sneaked out of the nest when Wen-run wasn't paying attention, trying to burrow into Wen-run's arms. Wen-run's face turned red with embarrassment as he tugged at its small ears out of irritation. Looking into its round, black bean eyes, however, he couldn't bring himself to discipline it harshly and could only place it back into the nest with a stern expression. He crouched there for a while, locking eyes with the puppy. Wen-run mumbled, let it stay in the nest and not follow me. Yi Hanqing chuckled deeply, gazing at him with burning eyes, wait for me in the bedroom, Wen-run fled in embarrassment, his face flushed. Hatai bounced out instinctively to follow him but paused hesitantly upon noticing someone blocking the doorway. With its tail between its legs, it emitted a few whines directed towards its father. Yi Hanqing made a light, tisk sound and slowly sat down by the wall for support. Using one hand, he easily lifted Hatai by scruffing its neck. Hatai held its tail even tighter, its whining laced with. Yi Hanqing poked its furry belly and placed it back in the nest, warning, behave yourself and stay in the nest. After that, his eyes scanned the room until they fell on a large cardboard box left lying around. He put the doghouse, toilet, and food bowl inside this box. Satisfied, he lingered outside the box, ensuring the little pup wouldn't be able to jump out using its 4 tiny paws, then left with a smirk. When he slowly returned to the bedroom, he found Wen-run already waiting for him. The next morning, Wen-run discovered Hatai staring pitifully at him from within the cardboard box. Wen-run's face flushed alternating colors as he clutched his aching waist, reminiscing about last night's various insatiable demands made by that person, which filled him with regret. How could he have believed Yi Hanqing's nonsense? A man's words are just lies. After playing house husband for 2 months, the time entered August, and the drama, Peaceful Tune, starring Wen-run, also began airing. Unable to bear it any longer, the agent finally came to drag Wen-run out of the house. Before that, because of the coming out incident and Yi Hanqing's surgery, Chu Su was considerate enough to push away many invitations to events, allowing Wen-run to rest at home properly. Partly because he knew Wen-run needed to take care of Yi Hanqing, who certainly wouldn't leave the house to work during this period, partly because the coming out had some influence on his career, leaving few good resources available anyway. But seeing how comfortably Wen-run was living now, raising pets, happily sending and picking his partner up from work, plus walking their dog Sun, he showed clear signs of not wanting to return. This finally drove Chu Su to act without further ado, seizing the opportunity while Peaceful Tune was hotly airing, forcibly dragging him out. Peaceful Tune aired in late July. Director Yuan Renan had the reputation of spending 10 years sharpening a sword. Combined with the intense commotion caused by Wen-run's outing, it was impossible for the drama not to attract attention. Although not all viewers were interested solely in the drama itself, having their attention was already a win. However, some people criticized the show simply because Wen-run starred in it, criticizing before it had even started properly. They say Director Yuan has an excellent eye, but hasn't he slipped up this time? Won't Peaceful Tune flop so badly that its mother won't recognize it? I will never watch anything featuring Wen-run. Screw him. Who would watch a drama performed by a homosexual actor? There are romantic subplots, right? Would watching him with a female co-star not feel completely off-key? Light a candle for Director Yuan, my favorite director has been ruined by the celebrity I hate most. As the premiere of Peaceful Tune approached, controversies surrounding it grew larger. Some extreme detractors even incited opposition online, saying that Peaceful Tune should not be broadcasted. However, despite the ridicule online, Peaceful Tune aired on schedule. What was beyond everyone's expectations was that 1 week after the premiere of Typing Tune, the viewership ratings had astonishingly reached 1.87, and this was just the beginning. As the plot unfolded, the ratings continued to soar. On Weibo, there were countless fans who had been persuaded by the show's quality selling it to others. One trending topic after another emerged, always leading back to repentant fans claiming they had found a new appreciation for the series. Seriously, I beg you all to watch this show. I said I would never watch it, but now my face is so red, and Yuan Renan is amazing. When Run is amazing. No more words, my face is swollen, but the drama is genuinely good. I repent for being narrow-minded. Starting from now, I'm both a director fan and a When Run fan. Shit, watching this show has made me realize why everyone said that Rowley Lee picked up an unexpected Best Supporting Actor award. When Run's acting is simply divine. My Teenage General, CAC. As the show became increasingly popular, online communities brimmed with these converts sharing their admiration. After entering August, the viewership of Typing Tune broke the 2-point mark, not only capturing younger audiences but also attracting middle-aged and elderly viewers alike into becoming avid followers. The massive success of Typing Tune spurred extensive analysis from many industry professionals. From the script, costume design, to casting, every aspect was meticulously dissected. In the end, everyone had to admit that the show was a mutual triumph. Whether it was the script, costumes, or actors, each element excelled, contributing to its unprecedented popularity. This analysis even sparked a wave of introspection within the industry. In the past, many lamented how hard modern audiences were to please due to rapid changes in taste, yet Typing Tune powerfully proved that as long as you put your heart into creating something great, audiences can clearly see its value. Director Yuan Renan certainly lived up to his reputation as someone who sharpens his sword for 10 years. His discernment truly stood out. The entire series, from the leads to supporting roles, blended seamlessly into the characters, effortlessly evoking genuine emotions. Especially When Run, portraying a youthful general who starts with zest and friends galore, evolving bit by bit until becoming a cold-blooded emperor relinquishing military authority over wine cups. Some mourned the disappearance of the youthful general, while others were deeply moved by the emperor's loneliness. This character seemed brought back to life through his portrayal. Whenever the historical figure was mentioned, the first thing that came to mind was him. Once battered by coming out, When Run's damaged reputation and standing finally rebounded due to his impeccable performance, climbing even higher than before. No one questioned his acting skills anymore. Even on his Weibo page, numerous casual commenters who once criticized him for coming out returned to profess their newfound love. I'll never talk nonsense again. From now on, Brother When Run will be my idol forever. As someone who previously mocked Brother When Run's acting, today I'm here to speak fairly. I'm blind-eyed. Best Supporting Actor isn't enough for him, he deserves Best Leading Actor directly. In the past, I genuinely detested same-sex relationships, it nauseated me. But seeing Brother When Run now, I feel like I've been incredibly narrow-minded before. An individual's effort and achievements should not be dismissed based on sexual orientation. Sorry, I've switched to his fandom, and I won't say anything bad about Brother When Run anymore, CAC. Such repentance-filled comments flooded When Run's Weibo feed. Online behavior often follows trends, criticism can come fast and fierce, especially in response to coming-out revelations, but when sufficient talent shines through, people flip sides just as easily. Actions once deemed unacceptable suddenly transform into qualities like spontaneous or upright. With the tailwind of Typing Tune, When Run's skills were recognized, and his popularity skyrocketed. Though no awards had been granted yet, the undeniable quality of Typing Tune cemented his status as a king without a crown. Movies directed by Lin Jingqiu, such as Muse, which were still awaiting release, received significant attention from newly joined fans eagerly inquiring about release dates. Capital investors moved swiftly along with market dynamics, readjusting their stance and extending olive branches to When Run once more. With the influx of offers pouring in like falling snowflakes, Chu Su decided to pull When Run out of his warm cocoon at home. Meanwhile, those previous collaborators who terminated their partnerships due to his coming-out embarrassment tried reaching out again shamelessly, sending emails hoping for meetings, but Chu Su turned them all down ruthlessly, leaving behind regretful consequences for them later to mull over. Chapter 95. After being at home for too long, When Run's schedule became busy again after the holiday ended. First, he participated in a variety show recording with the Typing Tune crew, then shot a magazine cover, followed by all sorts of activities. Chu Su was afraid that he would suddenly take another few months off, so she made sure to pack his itinerary tightly, almost hoping to stockpile exposure for him even for next year. By the time When Run finally had a chance to catch his breath and rest, it was already the end of September, the transition between late summer and early autumn, with the sun still blazing fiercely. When Run got out of the car dragging his suitcase, Chu Su sent him the itinerary on WeChat and said, "The premiere of Muse is the day after tomorrow, I'll pick you up." When Run nodded, waved at her, and dragged his suitcase upstairs. It was still noon, Yi Hanqing hadn't finished work yet, so the only people at home should be the maid and Nut. The maid was specifically hired to take care of, as both he and Yi Hanqing had jobs, they were worried about leaving Gat home alone, so they discussed it and specially hired a maid. When they weren't at home, the maid would come over to take care of and walk it outside on time. Wen Run calculated that it had been about half a month since he'd seen its father. As soon as Wen Run opened the door and started to change shoes, there came a sound of running from inside the house. A silver-gray dog wagged its tail and rushed over, rubbing against him hard. Had grown quite a bit larger. It ate a lot and exercised a lot, looking significantly bigger than other dogs of the same age. Although no longer as round as when it was little, it was still a chubby pup. Wen Run squatted down, teased it for a while, then patted its fur head and said, "Sit well, wait for me to change my shoes." Nuclear stuck out its tongue to grab his slippers, its blue eyes flashing with excitement. The slippers were carried away by it, and Wen Run couldn't retrieve them back. After scolding it a few times, Nuclear thought it was playing a game and happily wagged its tail faster. "You're really the dumb dog your dad said you are," Wen Run pulled its ear and walked inside barefoot. The maid saw this and quickly took out a new pair of slippers for him, but before he could wear them, they were pressed under the belly of the dog. The dog's ears twitched as its round eyes brimmed with joy, as if trying to earn approval. "Forget it, I won't wear them." Wen Run shook his head at the maid, put the luggage aside, sat down on the sofa, with Nuclear following close by. Seeing him sit down, it grabbed the slippers and lay down beside his feet. Wen Run simply used his foot to mess with its furry belly, while casually asking the maid, "Did you take Nuclear for a walk today?" "Not yet. It's not yet time for its usual outing." Wen Run nodded, "Then finish early today." "I'll take it out." The maid agreed, tidied up, and went home after finishing work. Wen Run packed away the clothes in his luggage, took a shower to rinse off the sweat, changed into comfortable casual wear, then prepared to go out with the collar and leash on Nuclear. By this time, Nuclear had abandoned the slippers, sticking out its tongue and circling around Wen Run. Normally, it would go out for a walk at this time, seeing Wen Run putting the collar and leash on it meant it was going to play outside. Instead of making a fuss, it obediently held the leash waiting on the side. When Wen Run changed his shoes and picked up the leash, one man and one dog left the house. Instead of walking the dog in the neighborhood, Wen Run drove a car, intending to pick up Nuclear's dad after work. Even though they haven't seen each other in half a month and talked only through video every day, though shy to say it out loud, Wen Run actually missed him very much. Everyone in Star Domain Media now knows that Wen Run is the president's wife. Wen Run, holding the dog, just entered the company. The receptionist warmly greeted and said, "Teacher Wen is here to see President Yi. He's in a meeting right now." Saying this, she called the president's office upstairs to inform them. "Then I will wait in the office." Wen Run nodded and swiped the card to take the private elevator upstairs. It was the first time for the dog to come to the company, and it excitedly looked around everywhere. Seeing anything interesting, it tried to bite it with its mouth. Wen Run repeatedly pulled it back and seriously educated it, "Do not bite things randomly outside, understand?" The dog tilted its head, and its blue eyes blinked innocently. "Are you really dumb or pretending to be?" Wen Run tugged at its head. "If you say it is stupid, it has plenty of cunning ways, and after doing bad things, it knows to go to Wen Run to beg for forgiveness. If you say it's smart, but it never learns from mistakes, doing wrong things again and again." It was only because of Wen Run's good temper and patience that he didn't get angry with it much, otherwise, this dumb dog would have been eaten by his master long ago. "Once you see your father, let's see how arrogant you'll still be." Wen Run tapped its nose and let it out of the elevator. The executive assistant had been waiting at the elevator entrance after receiving the call from the front desk. When they saw Wen Run walking the dog out, the assistant immediately brightened up and warmly welcomed him into the office. "Mr. Yi is in a meeting and will finish in about half an hour. Should I inform Mr. Yi?" "No need," Wen Run replied, "it's not urgent, I can wait." The assistant nodded. "Would you prefer tea, coffee, or juice?" "Just tea, thank you." With that response, the assistant left with frequent glances back. Wen Run casually took a tablet from Yi Hanqing's desk to play with, while couldn't sit still for more than 2 minutes before pawing its leash and making AO woo sounds trying to get free. Wen Run refused its request without mercy, even tying the leash to the wooden coffee table leg as a warning, "No running around. Or your dad will beat you when he comes." When the assistant entered with the tea, all they saw was a dejected, sprawled-out dog. Wen Run leaned back on the sofa, one hand holding a tablet reading documents, the other resting on the dog's head, occasionally moving unconsciously, teasing the dog's head. The assistant shivered cutely, almost dropping the tray. "Your tea." "Thank you." Wen Run looked up and smiled at the assistant. The assistant left blushing. Assistant group chat, "Teacher Wen is really godlike in beauty prrr. How could there be boys so beautiful? One look almost drains my health bar. Didn't you notice? Teacher Wen's skin and complexion are better than ever. I heard that if sex life is harmonious, the skin and complexion improve dramatically. This is true. I remember Teacher Wen's schedule has been packed solidly recently. Normally, he should have looked haggard. Obviously irrigated by Yi total male sign. When Yi Hanqing came out of the meeting room, he saw several assistants acting suspiciously. He frowned deeply and asked in a low voice, "What are you doing?" The assistants were startled, their daydreams disappeared completely at his serious expression. The assistant sitting closest to Yi coughed once and responded gravely, "Teacher Wen is waiting for you in the office." Yi Hanqing did not pursue further questions and walked straight into the office. Inside the office, when Run was educating, "You're already a big dog now, you should know some things, don't run around recklessly and don't bite random stuff, understood?" Nuclear placed its fluffy head on his knee and looked at him with an "I don't understand what you're saying" expression. Before when Run could continue teaching, it suddenly let out an "Ayo woo," tightly tucked its tail, sat upright, pressed its ears down until they were nearly invisible from the front. Did it cause trouble again? A deep male voice came from behind. Surprised, when Run turned around and saw Yi Hanqing standing at the door. "No, I'm just talking to it to make it more mindful." When Run moved forward to support him, and Yi Hanqing put away his cane, leaning half on when Run as he helped him sit on the sofa. Smartly stepped aside to give way, then approached adoringly after he sat down, testingly rubbing its head against Yi Hanqing's legs. Yi Hanqing glanced at it indifferently, noticing its meek posture, and eventually decided not to scare it further. Instead, he turned to speak to When Run. "When did you come back?" When Run replied, "I got back at noon." Since he returned at noon, that meant he hasn't eaten yet. Yi Hanqing said, "I'll have my assistant book a restaurant. We'll eat out today." When Run had no objections, so Yi Hanqing instructed the assistant to reserve a table. When the assistant came in to confirm the dining time and cuisine style, after thinking for a while, he said, "Isn't there a famous couple-themed restaurant? Let's go there. 7 o'clock in the evening. Ask if we can bring a pet." "Yes." The assistant paused with their pen, sneakily glanced at the two, and left dreamily. President Yi actually knew about B-City's famous couples restaurant. Knowing this, he still planned to go. The assistant thought maybe they misunderstood something about President Yi. After confirming the reservation, the assistant informed the pair that pets were allowed in the private couple's room. Seeing it was nearly quitting time, Yi Hanqing decisively skipped work, and the family of 3 headed home to have dinner. The restaurant address was sent via WeChat. Following the navigation, when Run discovered that Yi mentioned a couple's restaurant located on the top floor of the mall. Much of the restaurant featured floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a view of dazzling lights and a slowly rotating Ferris wheel not too far away. The private room they reserved was semi-open, with highly artistic flower walls separating the front and back, while a crystal curtain faced the corridor, blocking the view from outside perfectly without making anyone feel suffocated. It was already night, and the chandelier above emitted an ambiguous light. Yi Hanqing looked at When Run across from him and suddenly said, "Does this count as our first date?" When Run paused, thoughtfully reflecting on it, and realized that since they had been together, they indeed hadn't ever formally gone on a date. Yi Hanqing, propping his chin in his hand, cast a deep gaze that under the lights appeared even gentler. "What do people usually do on dates? Have dinner? Watch movies? I've never dated anyone else." When Run mumbled softly, unconsciously tugging at the dog's fur. Yi Hanqing chuckled lightly. "A few days ago, I heard someone say that this restaurant isn't bad, very suitable for dates." It was only after he finished listening to that did he suddenly realize that after they got together, they haven't really had a proper date. Therefore, he thought of bringing When Run here once he returned. "What else would you like to do?" Yi Hanqing asked. "I'll be there with you." When Run leaned his palm against his chin, tilting his head to think for a moment before smiling and saying, "We can do anything." There was another half sentence he didn't say. As long as he was with Yi Hanqing, he was already extremely contented. His wants have always been simple, no need for elaborate surprises or gifts, just having this person by his side is more than enough. "Anything?" Yi Hanqing's gaze deepened slightly, casting a light glance at him. "Then let me arrange it for you." When Run had no clue that anything was off, nodding absent-mindedly as he ate, conversing quietly with Yi Hanqing. Hu Tao squatted nearby, greedily eyeing the food on the table but dared not touch. As they chatted and ate, the meal passed in 2 hours. Hu Tao aimlessly pulled at the tassels of the sofa cushion, looking thoroughly bored. Meanwhile, their two fathers were now completely lost in each other, eyes devoid of any trace of attention towards their son. When it came time to settle the bill and leave, it was nearly 10 o'clock. "Where would you like to go next?" Yi Hanqing asked. "Aren't we going home?" When Run questioned curiously. Yi Hanqing smiled knowingly. "Since you don't know where to go, follow my lead." When Run, puzzled, could only agree and obediently followed instructions. After a couple of turns based on navigation, they stopped in front of a hotel. When Run became even more confused. "Here." Yi Hanqing narrowed his eyes slightly. "Let's wait a little longer." After waiting in the car for about 10 minutes, a vehicle pulled up beside them, and Yu Biao got out. Before When Run reacted, he approached and tapped on the car window. "Mr. Yi, Mr. Wen." Yi Hanqing leisurely got out of the car, Hu Tao hopping down as well. Yi Hanqing casually handed over the leash to Yu Biao. "Let it stay with you tonight, and bring it directly to the company tomorrow." Yu Biao glanced briefly at the hotel name behind him, solemnly accepting the task. Hu Tao looked baffled as it followed automatically for a few steps. Seeing Yi Hanqing and When Run still unmoving, it yelped in confusion. Yu Biao opened the car door, quickly picking it up and placing it inside before it could react, whereupon Hu Tao frantically clawed at the glass from inside. Yi Hanqing turned around, saying to a similarly bewildered When Run, "Let's go." "Isn't Hu Tao coming home with us?" "Not tonight." Yi Hanqing chuckled lightly, urging him toward the hotel. "We're staying here." When Run wanted to ask why they were staying in a hotel when he met Yi Hanqing's deeply meaningful eyes, immediately losing his voice. The heat started burning from his ears, prompting a soft question to Yi Hansheng, why are we going to the hotel? Can't we stay at home? Change it up. Yi Hansheng smiled lightly, didn't you agree to let me decide? This seems to be the general flow of couples dates. Wen-run originally didn't quite understand what Yi Hansheng meant by changing it up. But when they entered the room and saw the red round bed covered in rose petals and the mirror on the ceiling, he instantly grasped everything. Embarrassed, he glared at Yi Hansheng, you planned this all along, didn't you? Sitting on the sofa, Yi Hansheng loosened his tie in comfort, his smile radiant, how could that be? Just spontaneous. He nodded his chin at the roses on the bed, innocently saying, don't believe me? Look at the flowers on the bed. They just arrived, fresh as ever. Chapter 96. Wen-run had a restless night filled with new experiences. The next day, as they were leaving, the flush on Wen-run's face hadn't faded. If Yi Hansheng hadn't stopped him, he would have washed the soiled bedsheet himself before leaving. When they got into the car, Wen-run held back for a while but eventually complained softly, let's not stay in hotels next time. Hotels always gave him a sense of shame, as if everyone knew what they had done there. And their home was so big, it wasn't like they lacked rooms. Why must they go to a hotel? Okay, we won't next time, Yi Hansheng nodded in agreement and whispered, yesterday, it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. I heard that other couples usually end up getting a room after dining and watching movies. Yi Hansheng's face carried a satisfied smile, I just wanted to do something couple-like with you. Wen-run hesitated, then blushed and mumbled, lowering his voice, dining and watching movies are fine, but, let's go home next time. Yi Hansheng chuckled happily, alright. Wen-run directly dropped Yi Hansheng off at the company. They had left early, so they arrived before the official start of the workday. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, they heard Walnut howling. A group of young women surrounded Walnut, teasing him with little snacks. Walnut, surrounded by them, rubbing against some or licking others, no longer showed any signs of yesterday's melancholy about being abandoned by his dad. Yu Biao saw them first and greeted warmly, good morning, Mr. Yi, Mr. Wen. Thank you for your trouble last night, Wen-run smiled. Yi Hansheng also nodded, this month, ask finance to add 10% to your performance bonus. Yu Biao scratched his head and grinned from ear to ear, thank you, Mr. Yi. As the three conversed, the assistants dispersed and returned to their respective positions. Walnut, however, wiggled his bottom and darted straight into the office without paying attention to Wen-run calling him. He squeezed his whole rear under the coffee table and hid. Your son is mad, Wen-run said helplessly. Furrowing his brow, Yi Hansheng realized it was indeed him who sent this silly dog to someone else's house last night. After thinking for a moment with a serious face, he approached an assistant, are there any more snacks from earlier? The assistant paused, which kind did you mean? Not knowing which exactly, Yi Hansheng simply replied, the kind you fed Walnut earlier. Confusedly nodding, the assistant pulled a small basket full of snacks from the bottom drawer and handed it over, there's all these, Walnut has tasted a bit of everything. All inside were jerky and other dried meats. Yi Hansheng glanced briefly and took the entire basket, have Xiaolu reimburse you for the cost of the snacks and buy another batch for the tea lounge. The assistant muttered, oh. Still dazed when Yi Hansheng entered the office, she couldn't gather her thoughts. Inside the office, Wen-run squatted beside the coffee table trying to coax Walnut out. But Walnut was still angry, turning his head inward, whining sorrowfully in his throat. Try using this, Yi Hansheng handed over the basket of snacks. Wen-run hesitated, selected a plain beef jerky, opened it, and waved it around outside the coffee table, Walnut. Come out and eat some meat. Walnut peeked out slightly, sniffed the air, and retreated again. Wen-run frowned, he's still upset. Yi Hansheng looked at the basket of snacks, then broke open 2 pieces of meat and placed them atop, pushing the entire basket toward the pup, come out, and it's all yours. Awoo. Walnut probed its head halfway out, blue eyes shining brightly, tentatively pawing the basket with a claw. Come out, and then it will be given to you, Yi Hansheng calmly dragged the snack basket a bit farther away. Walnut tilted its head, thought for a moment, perhaps understanding or not, and like a turtle, it extended its body partially out from beneath the table. Wen-run fed it a piece of beef jerky, and Walnut immediately brightened, quickly wriggling entirely out. Waving his tail, he came over to Yi Hansheng, tongue lolling out, eagerly eyeing the snacks in Yi Hansheng's hands. However, Yi Hansheng only fed him the unwrapped jerky, and locked the remaining basket right in front of Walnut into the drawer. Walnut clawed at the drawer, finding it unmovable and then tried to wheedle Yi Hansheng with affection. But Yi Hansheng cruelly patted his dog's head, I tricked you, too much snack isn't good for you. Walnut. His blue eyes blinked blankly, and the dog finally realized that his father didn't plan to share the hidden snacks. Instantly yelping, Walnut jumped into Wen-run's arms and whined pitifully. I'll cook something nice for you when we get home. Wen-run struggled to embrace him and comforted while complaining, don't keep teasing him, once he gets upset, it takes effort to calm him down. Moreover, Yi Hansheng was definitely not the one to do anything, so in the end, it was left to him to suit their son. Yi Hansheng shrugged and said coldly, indulgent mothers often spoil children. You shouldn't indulge him too much. Walnut turned around and let out an "Ayo" sound at him, as if arguing back. Wen-run couldn't deal with the two of them, so he could only pinch Walnut's furry ears to keep it from arguing with its dad. After all, it would never win, and losing might even lead to a beating. Yi Hanqing had to go to work, and Wenrun didn't stay long either. He took the discontented puppy home first. Once they got home, the dog was a little happier without seeing his big daddy. It pulled a toy out of its nest and played by biting on it while following beside Wenrun. To make up for it, when preparing lunch, Wenrun deliberately cooked a piece of beef just for it. Walnut hummed happily as it finished eating and returned to happiness. Wenrun stayed home to rest for a day. The next day, the premiere of Muse arrived, and Chu Su drove over to pick him up to attend the premiere press conference. The movie Muse had received considerable attention before due to the great popularity of Peaceful Tune, which Wenrun starred in. The once obscure crew thus gained some fame. On the premiere day, numerous media outlets were present, and quite a few fans specially came from other places to see Wenrun. The main creative team of the movie, except for Wenrun who had a large fanbase, were all newcomers in the industry, including the director and the male supporting actor. They lacked notable reputations. Originally, the media were there mainly for Wenrun. But upon arrival, they discovered that not only Wenrun but also the renowned film star Wei Yi was there. Wei Yi became famous years ago and retired behind the scenes after winning all major awards, rarely acting in TV series or movies anymore. However, his achievements were not forgotten, and his status only grew more unattainable. When Wenrun came out as gay, he revealed himself to be Wenrun's teacher. Now suddenly appearing at this event, everyone assumed he was here to support his student, as this was Wenrun's first movie, so it wouldn't appear overly embarrassing. Only Wenrun smilingly faced the media knew that Wei Yi was here to support his lover. After the premiere of Muse, professional film critics soon wrote reviews highly promoting it. The subject matter of Muse predetermined it wouldn't be a mass-market movie for all age groups. But this did not mean it wasn't excellent. Lin Jing prepared for this movie for a long time, and both actors perfectly brought out the feelings he wanted. With passionate imagery and cheerful musical themes, he told a story about a dark and shadowy relationship. Light and darkness, fast and slow, the joy of meeting and the hidden sadness that grows in secrecy, everywhere was a beautiful scene, yet every place was a trap. Every detail in the movie was like a hook, hinting at what would later unfold. This was a movie that at first glance seemed insignificant, but if you watched carefully, it would captivate you deeply. When the movie was released, Wenrun ran around promoting it at more than 10 venues. His efforts ultimately paid off. Muse had a low opening box office but then steadily improved. 2 days after its release, the good reputation rapidly spread online, with plenty of promotions everywhere. Under this momentum, on the third day of the release, Muse exceeded 100 million yuan in single-day box office earnings, and the accumulated box office reached close to 200 million yuan. Subsequently, the trend continued to rise, and the cumulative box office of the first week surpassed 500 million yuan. On Weibo, discussions weren't just about the movie plot but were also praising Wenrun's acting skills. Wei Chen, as the second male lead, although slightly inferior, also debuted successfully thanks to this wave, shooting straight into stardom. When Wenrun finally finished all the press conferences and celebrated success with Lin Jing and others, it was already October. The box office of the movie far exceeded expectations. Director Lin Jing became instantly famous, gaining both fame and fortune. So he invited friends to celebrate together. All familiar faces were at the celebration banquet, including Wei Yi. Lin Jing, usually aloof, surprisingly drank a lot, unusually losing composure. He leaned on Wei Yi and laughed softly, muttering unclearly, "Once I get my award, I can come find you to shoot another movie." Wei Yi helplessly held half of him, preventing him from sliding down. "Even if you don't win, can't you still find me to shoot?" Lin Jing made an effort to sit upright, blurred in drunkenness, saying, "That's different." "Different." "Sorry, he's drunk." Wei Yi looked at Wenrun and Wei Chen apologetically. Wenrun shook his hand. "No problem, shall I call you a chauffeur?" Wei Yi shook his head. "My assistant is outside. I'll leave with him." Wenrun and Wei Chen saw them to the door. After Wei Yi got into the car and left, Wenrun bid farewell to Wei Chen. "I'll go first. Be careful on your way home." "When teacher?" Wei Chen called out to stop him. His gaze was filled with complexity, and there was some struggle in his expression as well. Are you serious with Mr. Yi?" Wenrun was momentarily taken aback. When he saw the turmoil in Wei Chen's eyes, his brow furrowed and his expression turned serious. "Of course," he said firmly. "He is my only chosen partner." "But..." Wei Chen muttered reluctantly. "There's such a big gap between you two. You're so good, you deserve someone better." "Someone better?" Wenrun shook his head, meeting his gaze directly. "There's no one better. He's the best in my eyes, and there will never be anyone better than him." Wei Chen hesitated as if wanting to say more but was cut off by Wenrun raising his hand. Wenrun continued, "Wei Chen, acting is a very demanding profession. Each character we portray affects us to some extent. A qualified actor needs not only to get into the role but also to detach from it afterward." Looking at him deeply, he advised sincerely, "This is the last piece of advice I can give you." After finishing his words, Wenrun turned around resolutely and left, only to unexpectedly spot a familiar figure on the roadside. Yi Hanqing stood beside the car with an upright posture without using his cane, his deep gaze meeting Wenrun's eyes. Frowning, Wen-run rushed over and supported him, worriedly asking, "Why aren't you using the cane? Dr. Zhao said you need to take things step by step. Rushing might harm your legs." As he gently reprimanded Yi Hanqing, he helped him into the car. Yi Hanqing glanced coldly at the stunned Wei Chun over Wen-run's shoulder before getting into the car himself. Wen-run naturally followed suit and got into the car too, closing the door before softly patting Yi Hanqing's calf and knee with concern. "Do you feel any discomfort anywhere?" Instead of answering, Yi Hanqing asked back, his tone darkening. "Who is that person?" Wen-run lifted his eyes. "You heard our conversation." Annoyed, Yi Hanqing pursed his lips. "I did. Why are you still upset then?" Wen-run pinched his fingers affectionately. "He's just an actor I've collaborated with once, nothing more than being overly immersed in the role." Yi Hanqing sniffed lightly and looked down. "When I don't know, are there many people like this who make you too immersed and let you leave me?" "No," Wen-run felt a warning bell ringing inside and replied earnestly. "He's the first and the last." Upon receiving his assurance, Yi Hanqing's mood improved slightly, the gleam in his eyes flickering. "What did you say to him earlier? I didn't catch it clearly, could you repeat it?" Wen-run hesitated, looking at Yu Biao driving ahead and lowered his voice. "Let's talk about it when we get home, okay?" Feeling smug after gaining leverage, Yi Hanqing finally settled down, tightly gripping Wen-run's hand. He emphasized, "In the future, don't work with such scheming people." Wen-run had no choice but to agree. Yi Hanqing made another request, "Whenever you go out for social engagements, I'll come to pick you up." "All right." Yi Hanqing added, "After we get home, I'll have my assets under my name cleared and transferred to you, then we'll go abroad to get married." Wen-run instinctively blurted out a "yes" before abruptly stopping, disapproving. "There's no need for that, even if I receive them, I won't manage them. Do you not want to marry me?" Yi Hanqing frowned unhappily. Wen-run thought he was unreasonable, marriage doesn't require transferring properties. But Yi Hanqing argued confidently, "Isn't it common practice to exchange dowries and gifts during marriage?" He stared intensely at Wen-run, slowly saying, "Tell me, does what I'm giving count as a gift or dowry?" After thinking seriously, Wen-run said, "Since I won't return to the Yi family anyway, I'll follow you back to your hometown in the future. Shouldn't this be called living in?" Gently stroking Wen-run's delicate wrist, he leaned closer and whispered urgently, "Mr. Wen, my dowry is ready. What about your gift?" Overwhelmed by Yi Hanqing's consecutive questions, Wen-run alternated glancing at Yu Biao in the driver's seat and then shifting his eyes back to Yi Hanqing. The latter's intense gaze made him shyly avert his eyes, gazing outside instead. Seeing his silence, Yi Hanqing embraced him and chuckled lowly, "If you can't think of anything, I'll choose for myself." Chapter 97. Yi Hanqing has always been a man of action. Not long after returning, he engaged a lawyer to liquidate all the real estate and shares under his name, intending to transfer them to Wen-run's name. Wen-run was troubled just by thinking about the handling fees for the transfer. He pinched Yi Hanqing's lips and scolded him in a rough tone, "Businessmen all pursue maximum profit. Whether it's under your name or mine, it doesn't change. Why bother with such a troublesome and expensive transfer?" Leaning back against the sofa, seeing Wen-run pouting while pinching him, Yi Hanqing decided to play along. He puckered his lips higher and pulled the person into his arms, saying, "I'm happy." He approached stickily, touching Wen-run's nose and asked, "From now on, my wealth, my company, even me as a person, will all belong to you. All right?" The man's eyes contained a smile but still deliberately furrowed his brows, pretending to worry. "After this, I'll be broke, and can only depend on Mr. Wen to take care of me." The dog Hu Tao, sprawled at their feet, let out an approving woof as if he had understood something, twisting his body in an attempt to wedge himself between the two, like he was saying there's also him. Rarely did Yi Hanqing show any disdain for his dumb son, patting its head as he said, "See, even Hu Tao thinks so. The responsibility of supporting the family will be entirely yours from now on." He held Wen-run's hand, freed his own mouth, then led him into the study. He sat him down in front of the desk. Yi Hanqing pushed a pen into his hands, whispering to persuade, "Sign. There are too many things I want to give you, these don't count for much." Wen-run helplessly took the pen and signed his full name. After he finished signing each document one by one, he noticed that under the thick stack of papers, there was a rectangular box lying beneath. The box was a deep burgundy red color, beautifully tied up with an elegant silk ribbon. "What is this?" Wen-run already had a vague guess in his heart and looked at Yi Hanqing with bright eyes. Yi Hanqing hugged him from behind, his chin resting on Wen-run's shoulder as they both stared at the box together. "Go ahead and open it." Wen-run untied the ribbon, opened the box, and sure enough inside were a pair of men's diamond rings. And below the rings were 2 plane tickets heading to the US. "Mr. Wen, would you be willing to spend the rest of your life with Mr. Yi?" Yi Hanqing softly asked in his ear. Wen-run extended his finger and wiggled it before Yi Hanqing. "When exactly did you measure the size?" "I secretly measured while you were asleep." Yi Hanqing slipped the diamond ring onto his middle finger, then placed a soft kiss on the back of his hand, pointing to the ring as he whispered, "The size is perfect, it has sealed us together for life." Wen-run lowered his gaze to inspect, pulling Yi Hanqing's hand, picking up the other ring and slipping it onto his finger. "You're sealed now too. It's more than I could have hoped for." Yi Hanqing murmured deeply, turning the chair and person together around, delivering a passionate kiss. The matching diamond rings on their fingers sparkled brilliantly under the indoor lighting. Wen Run slightly closed his eyes, feeling his touch as his fingers lightly traced over his skin. The addition of that cold metal sensation made it even more sensitively electrifying. Yi Hanqing kissed him devoutly, interlocking the hand adorned with the ring with his. Both their breaths became quicker. Wen Run flushed a deep pink, resembling a freshly cooked little shrimp, yet still responded passionately to him. That metal band on his finger seemed to encircle not just his hand but his very heart, making him yearn urgently to feel him, possess him, and merge with him. His arms wound around Yi Hanqing's neck as Wen Run gazed at him hazily and murmured in his ear, "I want you." "Don't rush," Yi Hanqing treated him exceedingly gently, his voice husky as he whispered, "It'll be yours, soon." The night stretched on indefinitely, and in the study, everything was filled with lingering affection. Outside the study, Hu Tao scratched at the door fiercely for a while. Seeing it couldn't be opened, he dragged his pad out of his nest and lay down right outside the door to keep watch. By the time their passion subsided, it was already midnight. In a drowsy state, Wen Run remembered those plane tickets and forced himself to stay awake, asking, "What are the tickets for?" "To see Jiejia." Yi Hanqing kissed his eyes and explained tenderly, "Jing Xian sent me a message, saying Jiejia is almost awake. Let's go see Jiejia first, and then we'll go register, all right?" Gently caressing the side of his face, nose to nose with him, he added, "After registering, we'll come back and have the wedding ceremony. One in City B. As for our hometown, we'll consult based on what Mom and Dad say." There was some hesitation in his tone as he spoke, but Wen Run, though tired, still keenly picked up on it. He curled up and snuggled closer into Yi Hanqing's embrace, softly saying, "I'll take care of Mom and Dad's part. Mom has already spoken to me earlier, wanting to officially acknowledge you as her godson." "All right," Yi Hanqing adjusted the blanket covering him from behind and spoke warmly, "Sleep, we'll discuss tomorrow." The flight tickets were for 3 days later. After Wen Run and Chu Su arranged the work-related matters and had the nanny move in to take care of Hu Tao, he then set off to the US with Yi Hanqing. In these 3 days, good news kept coming from Jing Xian's side. After almost a year of treatment, Yi Jia has gradually regained consciousness. Although she hasn't woken up completely yet, she could already make simple responses. The day Jing Xian informed Yi Hanqing was also the day when Dr. Bruce told him that Yi Jia might wake up at any moment. According to the doctor, since they sent her to the US, Yi Jia had already exhibited some signs of consciousness. However, at that time, the duration of her consciousness recovery was very brief, so no one noticed. Perhaps due to those occasional instances of restored consciousness, Yi Jia's strong survival instinct allowed her condition to improve significantly as the treatment progressed. By now, she had finally struggled to awaken. It was like a bird breaking out of its shell. Once her consciousness could break through, she would truly wake up. When the two arrived in the US, Jing Xian drove to pick them up. A year hadn't seen much change in him except that he looked more serious now. His hair was cut shorter, and his clothing was simple and casual, which made him somewhat different from the flamboyant peacock Wen Run met initially. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, any such illusions vanished quickly. He glanced at Wen Run and smirked, "What did I tell you before I left? As soon as I'm gone, you jump right into his arms." Yi Hanqing turned red with anger and pulled open the car door to let Wen Run get in first, muttering, "Silence speaks volumes." Jing Xian chuckled twice and turned his head to Wen Run, "Do you really put up with his nasty temper?" Wen Run smiled without answering but cleverly changed the subject, "How is Jiejia today?" Mentioning Yi Jia immediately drew Jing Xian away from flirting around. He became serious and said, "This morning, I fed her a bowl of porridge before leaving. The doctor said all her body organs have started functioning normally. She cannot rely on just intravenous fluids anymore. Some liquid food needs to be given." He spoke animatedly, "She definitely recognized me. Every time I fed her, she was especially cooperative." Yi Hanqing coldly snorted, "Don't overestimate yourself." Jing Xian laughed, "You'd better tone down your nasty temper when you see Jiejia, or she might not even recognize you." Before Jiejia's accident, Yi Hanqing was still an elegant and composed young aristocrat, not someone as irritable and unwelcoming as he is now. As expected, Yi Hanqing fell silent upon hearing this and stopped talking altogether. Yi Jia stayed in a private hospital invested by Yi Hanqing. Dr. Bruce and his team were conducting research in the hospital laboratory for a long time, and all their research funding was sponsored by Yi Hanqing. Thus, as a reward, after Yi Jia was sent there for treatment, the entire team led by Dr. Bruce gave her priority attention. A small house was built separately in the hospital's ward exclusively for Yi Jia. Apart from necessary medical devices, everything else was arranged according to Yi Jia's preferences. And Jing Xian lived in the room opposite hers, making it convenient to take care of her. When the three arrived, the nurse had just finished changing Yi Jia's clothes. She was dressed in a pink striped hospital gown, and her skin was no longer as pale and frail as before. Instead, it now radiated a healthy glow. Her cheeks appeared fuller than they used to be domestically. When Jing Xian greeted her, he even saw her eyelashes lightly tremble, and the eyeballs beneath her thin eyelids were rapidly moving. "Jiejia," Yi Hanqing approached, gently holding her hand, "Big brother came to see you." The hand he held responded slightly by bending slightly, just touching his palm. Realizing this movement, Yi Hanqing was so shocked that he forgot how to speak for a long while before reacting. She moved. Jia, can you hear me? Yi Hanqing incredulously glanced at the others, firmly gripping her hand, and his voice carried a hint of sobbing. Jing Xian remarked, Jia is now awake for a long time. The doctor said we need to interact more with her. Once her awakening consciousness is intense enough, she will regain full awareness. Yi Hanqing sat by her bedside, calmed his emotions, then seated Wen Run next to him and introduced him softly to Yi Jia. He talked about many things related to the two of them, such as having adopted a husky named Hu Tao who is rather foolish, and that they plan to register their marriage in the US once she wakes up. Wen Run occasionally added a few words on the side. The three gathered around the sickbed, chatting warmly while Yi Jia, though unable to respond verbally, was continuously flexing her fingers, as if trying her best to join in. Since Dr. Bruce had said that Yi Jia could wake up at any moment, the two of them didn't rush back. Jing Xian had a house near the hospital, and Yi Hanqing and Wen Run stayed there. During the day, the two would go to the hospital to talk with Yi Jia, and Wen Run would follow the doctor's advice and cook different types of porridge for Yi Jia to supplement her nutrition. By night, they'd return to rest. When Yi Hanqing occasionally needed to go out to discuss partnerships in the US, Wen Run would visit Yi Jia alone and secretly tell her some embarrassing stories about Yi Hanqing while he was away. Because she had always been accompanied by someone nearby, when Bruce came again to examine her, he smiled and told them, her body functions are recovering well, it should be the presence of family that keeps her in good spirits. A positive attitude is always beneficial for recovery. Before they knew it, the two had already been in the US for over a week. Afterwards, Gu Sinan also returned to the US. His main business was in the US, so after handling some domestic matters, he came to visit Yi Jia too. Perhaps it really was the presence of family that awakened her. More than half a month later, on an ordinary Saturday, as Wen Run was carefully feeding her the porridge like usual, the eyelashes hanging down suddenly started shaking violently. Before Wen Run had time to call anyone, the dark eyelashes flickered and slowly opened. Wen Run stared at her for a while, nearly spilling the porridge on the bed. He barely managed to catch it and turned his head to shout for help. She woke up. Jia woke up. After shouting, he clumsily pressed the bedside call button. The girl on the bed didn't speak from start to finish, just quietly looked at him. After Wen Run regained his composure, he realized and apologized to her, don't be scared. Your brother and Jing Xian just went out to eat, they'll be back soon. Yi Jia slowly shook her head, trying to move her lips but without producing a sound, showing only a faint smile. Doctors and nurses quickly arrived to check Yi Jia's condition. Yi Hanqing and the others who were slightly slower also made it just in time but hesitated outside the door, unwilling to enter. Jing Xian repeatedly confirmed with Wen Run, did she wake up? Really? Yi Hanqing and Gu Sinan silently gazed at him, as if terrified of breaking this wonderful dream. Really, she woke up. Wen Run recalled those two words when she couldn't make a sound, involuntarily smiling and saying, she even called me, big brother. Jing Xian wiped his face and peered inside from the doorway, only able to see doctors and nurses surrounding the bed, with Dr. Bruce in the middle, seemingly asking something. Jing Xian chuckled nervously, finally awake. On the side, Yi Hanqing wasn't much better. His expression seemed to waver between laughing and crying. When Wen Run approached and grabbed his hand, he found Yi Hanqing tightly clenched his fists, nails biting into the flesh. Only Gu Sinan still managed to maintain some composure, walking around saying, it's good she woke up. See, you can rest easy down there too. All bodily examinations took more than 2 hours. After they were finally done, Dr. Bruce emerged with his assistants, warmly congratulating them, congratulations, her condition is very good. His Chinese wasn't great, so after saying this sentence, he gestured for his assistant to explain. The assistant said, Miss Ye's brain function is normal, her consciousness is very clear. She has recovered very well. As he flipped through the examination results, he continued, however, due to prolonged bed rest, her motor function has weakened, and her vocal cords have also been affected. Later, rehabilitation will be necessary to help her regain control of various limbs and organs. In short, although she woke up, she temporarily couldn't speak or move. But even so, it was already a tremendous surprise. After seeing Dr. Bruce off, they prepared to go in and see Yi Jia. Yi Hanqing and Gu Sinan entered first, but Jing Xian fell behind, grabbing Wen Run anxiously like a 20-year-old greenhorn. How do I look today? Am I handsome? Do I look too old? Wen Run scanned him thoroughly from top to bottom, nodding affirmatively, very handsome, not old at all. Jing Xian breathed a sigh of relief but immediately became tense again. Do you think after all these years, Jia will still recognize me? What if she doesn't remember me at all? In novels, characters usually suffer from amnesia. Wen Run was left speechless, or maybe you should go inside first. As Jing Xian hesitated further, he heard Yi Hanqing's deep voice from the ward, Jing Xian, if you don't come in now, you'll never get in again. Coming. Jing Xian sharply drew a deep breath, stepping inside with trepidation. Chapter 98. Yi Jia lay half reclined on the hospital bed, her eyes fixed on Jing Xian who was approaching her step by step. For a fleeting moment, her gaze revealed a tinge of melancholy. Jing Xian appeared much more mature and also older. Her memories still lingered in the past 5 years. Back then, she was nearing graduation, and Jing Xian confessed his feelings to her under the shadow of her brother's presence. That young man had held a large bunch of roses, smiling deeply yet mischievously. But Yi Jia knew that he was actually the most timid person. After secretly pondering for 4 years, he finally gathered the courage to confess properly. He even deliberately chose the time when her brother was out of town on business because he feared her brother's opposition. Back then, she thought they had plenty of time ahead, a long future allowing them to slowly plan their lives together. But unexpectedly, upon waking up, things had changed drastically. That once young boy had already become a sophisticated adult. Their best 5 years of youth had passed like this, hollow and lost. Yi Jia couldn't take her eyes off the man walking towards her, tears gradually welling up in her eyes. Jia. Jing Xian was startled by her sudden tears, at a loss as he attempted to wipe them away. Don't cry. Yi Jia shook her head lightly, emitting a small sob. She wanted to tell him that she didn't mean to cry but couldn't control herself. However, her dry throat wouldn't cooperate, only producing short breaths. Yi Hanqing handed her a tissue to wipe away her tears, coldly stating, "Is Jia unwilling to see him? I'll make him leave now. Don't cry, it's bad for your eyes." Jing Xian grew annoyed. You. Yi Jia shook her head again forcefully. The hand resting on the blanket moved slightly as her watery eyes focused on Jing Xian. Seeing her cry made Jing Xian panic and disoriented. But when he met her gaze, he forced himself to calm down. Gently holding her hand, he whispered softly, "I'm here, don't cry." Yi Jia sniffled quietly and nodded. Jing Xian carefully wiped away her tears. "Do you still remember what happened before?" Yi Jia hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. "It's good that you remember." Jing Xian gently brushed her messy hair behind her ear while explaining the current situation. "You were in a car accident and have been sleeping for a long time. It has been 5 years since the accident." After saying this, fearing her worry, Jing Xian quickly added, "But Jia looks just as beautiful as she did during university days, nothing has changed." Yi Jia faintly curled her lips, a warm smile appearing in her eyes. "The doctor said since you've slept for too long, your body hasn't adjusted yet. It will take some time for you to fully recover. So don't rush, we'll all be with you." Yi Jia nodded again, her gaze shifting to Yi Hanqing, showing some confusion as she looked at his cane. Yi Hanqing understood her concern and smiled lightly, "It's no big deal, I'm almost recovered." Yi Jia furrowed her brows, her eyes searching around. Her lips opened and closed a few times before blurting out a muffled word, "Mom." Everyone listened intently, falling silent after understanding what she said. As her eyes scanned the faces of the silent group, Yi Jia's confused expression gradually turned into one of worry. Struggling to speak, she could only silently and sadly look at Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing's Adam's apple moved, his eyes slightly reddening. But facing his sister's question, all he could do was raise a hand and gently stroke her hair, hoarsely explaining, "Mom. Mom is gone. We were in a car accident, and Mom didn't make it through the rescue attempt." Before he finished, tears had already streamed down Yi Jia's face. Yi Hanqing tenderly wiped them away, trying his best to comfort her gently, "Don't worry, Big Brother is here. Big Brother will protect you." Yi Jia leaned closer into his embrace, her shoulders shaking slightly. "Once you're better, we'll go back home, I'll take you to visit Mom. She would surely be so happy if she knew you woke up." Yi Hanqing patted her back gently. Upon learning the sudden bad news, it took Yi Jia a long time to calm down. By then, her eyes were swollen red from crying. Wen Run fetched a damp towel and carefully cleaned her face. Yi Jia remembered his voice, it was a sound she often heard during the periods when her consciousness was clear. Some voices belonged to people she knew, others were strangers. In reality, much of the content spoken during those times she couldn't recall clearly, but she had memorized this particularly gentle tone. "You should rest for a while now." Wen Run wiped her face clean and gave her a soft smile. Yi Jia responded with a faint smile and let him adjust the bed lower to lie flat before closing her eyes. Seeing her close her eyes and fall asleep, the others left the ward quietly without disturbing her further. Exiting the room, none of them spoke for a while. This originally joyful event had turned heavy when they touched upon old matters. Gu Sinan sighed deeply, looking at Yi Hanqing, "How do you plan to tell Jia about the Yi family affairs?" Yi Hanqing paused for a moment in silence, rubbing his temples wearily. "If Jia doesn't ask, let's not tell her for now. We'll tell her everything once she recovers so as not to disturb her emotions." Jing Xian also agreed. Knowing today that Auntie is gone will be enough to sadden her for a while. There's no need to make her worry further about those distressing matters. "Then we must all speak cautiously, and avoid slipping," Gu Sinan said. Once they came to an agreement, they left the hospital. Gu Sinan had to return to the company to handle some affairs and left first. Jing Xian muttered something about getting a new hairstyle and drove away as well. In the end, only Wen Run and Yi Hanqing were left. Since Yi Jia was resting, the two couldn't stay by her side, so they went back to their temporary residence together. Yi Hanqing clearly looked a bit downcast. Wen Run thought for a moment, then served him a bowl of porridge. "You guys didn't have time to eat earlier, right? Have some porridge to settle your stomach." When Yi Jia woke up, the three had just left. Wen Run assumed they hadn't eaten yet. I'm not hungry. Yi Hanqing leaned back against the couch tiredly, opening his arms toward Wen Run. Hug me. Wen Run hesitated slightly but put down the bowl and sat beside him. With one long arm, Yi Hanqing pulled him into an embrace and relaxed his chin onto his shoulder. Neither of them spoke for a long while. Finally, Yi Hanqing opened his mouth. Jia isn't like me. Maybe she still has feelings for Yi Makai. Back when Yi Jia was in school, many things Yi Hanqing discussed with his mother, and the details weren't shared with Yi Jia. After the car accident, Yi Jia fell into a coma and never woke up. So she wasn't aware of what Yi Makai had done. Jia has a soft heart. I'm afraid she might forgive Yi Makai, or even worse. Blame me. Yi Hanqing paused after these words and did not continue. He did not want to make such assumptions about his own sister, but fear crept uncontrollably into his mind. Yi Jia was the closest family he had left. He couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if Yi Jia blamed him, or if she begged him to spare Yi Makai. By nature, Yi Hanqing was cold-hearted, even towards his biological father, showing no mercy. But Yi Jia was different. She was kind-hearted, gentle, and often sympathized with the weak. She didn't see the evil in Yi Makai, who had already been sent to a psychiatric hospital by the time she awoke. Now, having lost her mother, Yi Hanqing knew he would soon be taking her father away too. He almost couldn't face her potential reproachful eyes. He never regretted any of the actions he had taken regarding the Yi family, yet he feared Yi Jia might harbor resentment towards him because of it. It won't happen. Wen Run comforted him earnestly. He thought Yi Hanqing was overly anxious. Although he had little direct interaction with Yi Jia, their conversations indicated that Yi Jia was an independent, opinionated young woman. Even though she'd been spoiled, she wasn't fragile nor naive. You should have more faith in her, Wen Run consoled. Think about it, had she cared about Yi Makai, why wouldn't she have mentioned him at all since waking up? Instead, she's been grieving over Mom. Wen Run believed that even if Yi Hanqing didn't say it, Yi Jia must have understood deep down and had already made her choice. But because of Yi Hanqing's excessive concern, he imagined so many worries. Maybe Wen Run's consoling worked, or maybe Yi Hanqing really thought it through. His tense body finally relaxed a bit, and they sat quietly embraced for a while longer. In the afternoon, after the nurse finished checking Yi Jia, the group was allowed back into the ward. Jing Xian had gotten a new haircut, short stubble made him look like a fresh out-of-school student, and he'd swapped out his mature suit for a t-shirt and long pants, looking much younger. Finding a bit of confidence again, Jing Xian flamboyantly showed off his new look, animatedly asking Yi Jia, "Did I look like this in my youth?" Yi Hanqing scoffed, "Just as stupid as when you were young." Jing Xian shrugged off his glare, eagerly awaiting Yi Jia's response. "Am I similar? Do you feel a sense of familiarity?" Yi Jia nodded with a smile, her gaze filled with nostalgia. Encouraged by her affirmation, Jing Xian became prouder, glancing smugly at Yi Hanqing and saying cautiously, "From now on, I'll dress like this every day. The more you see me like this, the more accustomed you'll get." Yi Jia nodded and shook her head, her lips curving into an even wider smile. The group accompanied Yi Jia for dinner. Just woken from her coma, her intestines were still very fragile. She was drinking porridge again, but she could now have a bit of meat. After finishing dinner, Jing Xian wheeled out a wheelchair, picked her up gently and placed her in it. He then draped a down coat over her and gave her a hand warmer, saying, "It's still early, I'll take you out for some fresh air after the meal." Yi Jia sat in the wheelchair with bright eyes, clearly looking forward to exploring the outside world. So Jing Xian pushed the wheelchair, accompanied by the other three, taking Yi Jia out for a stroll. Even though it was winter, the weather today was fine, without a breath of wind, and even the sunset felt warm. Yi Jia blinked her eyes, trying hard to take in every blade of grass and tree around her. Everything here was unfamiliar and novel to her, her missing years too numerous to recover overnight. They would have to patiently help her adjust to this strange new world. Jing Xian kept talking animatedly about the current changes around them. Yi Jia listened attentively, raising her head slightly when interested. Jing Xian could instantly understand her hints and recounted those points she found fascinating. Watching this from the side, Yi Hanqing couldn't help but feel jealous bubbling up inside him. Although he wanted to tell his sister stories as well, he was used to being taciturn. His speech was typically concise and cold, unsuitable for storytelling and might even scare his sister. Thus, despite his inner annoyance, all he could do was watch silently. Wen Run found the scene beside him amusing and whispered, "It seems Brother Zhang and Jia have a good relationship. Once Jia recovers fully, they will probably get married." Hearing this, Yi Hanqing frowned instinctively, beginning to say, "Jia is still young," but then realized that Yi Jia was already 27 this year. Although the 5 years of her coma left little mark on her, making her look like a naive college student, the fact remained, she was already 27. If not for the car accident, perhaps she and Jing Xian had already been married. Even worse, maybe he would have already had an adorable nephew or niece. Yi Hanqing sighed lightly and fell silent. Wen Run took his hand naturally and smiled, saying, "Afterward, we can buy houses close to Jia and Jing Xian, right?" Originally, Yi Hanqing prepared 2 adjacent apartments at Songhai Court, but before giving them away, an incident occurred involving Yi Jia. Later, he lived in one while Wen-run occupied the other. Renovating them would be troublesome, and besides, Wen-run believed Yi Jia shouldn't live there again anyway. Alright. Yi Hanqing squeezed his hand back. I know of a newly opened villa district nearby with great greenery and large gardens. After we return, let's go take a look together. If you like it, we'll buy 2 sets, one for us and another for Jiejia. Wen-run smiled and continued discussing, having a garden is great, walnuts always being cooped up at home must get boring. When the time comes, we can build a little house for it in the garden, letting it play freely. The 4 wandered around in the courtyard of the hospital ward for a while until the temperature dropped and returned to the ward. After walking a circle outside, Yi Jia's complexion and spirit were excellent. After returning, the nurse brought water to help her cleanse herself. The others felt it wasn't appropriate to stay, so they departed. From start to finish, she did not inquire about any details regarding Yi Makai. Wen-run and Yi Hanqing stayed in the US for another half-month. By late November, their leave couldn't be extended any further, so they bid a reluctant farewell to Yi Jia and prepared to return. While packing their luggage to leave, Yi Jia arrived. She could now speak short sentences, besides necessary medical treatments. Dr. Bruce consistently encouraged her to engage more in outdoor activities, which would facilitate her recovery. Thus, Jing Xian brought her along to see them off. During this period, Yi Jia grew increasingly closer to Wen-run. Seeing him go, she clutched his hand with reluctance and pointed to her phone. WeChat, video. Wen-run understood her meaning and nodded. Once we arrive, we'll do a video call with you. Yi Jia broke into a faint smile. Just as the 3 were chatting, Yi Hanqing received a call from Gu Sinan. Whatever Gu Sinan said on the phone caused Yi Hanqing's expression to change momentarily, but he quickly masked it. With a subtle glance at Yi Jia, he calmly responded, alright, I've got it. I won't leave today. Let's discuss the detailed cooperation tomorrow when we meet. Is it something business-related? Are you not leaving today? All looked at him curiously. Yi Hanqing smiled smoothly, leaving no room for suspicion. Yes, a client wants to suddenly increase investment. I need to stay a few more days to finalize the deal before leaving. Seeing his enigmatic look, Wen-run glanced suspiciously at him but didn't ask further. However, Yi Jia, knowing they wouldn't leave temporarily, happily laughed, pulling at Wen-run's sleeve, saying softly, go back together. Wen-run smiled and replied, all right. The 4 of them retraced their steps, and after seeing Yi Jia off back at the hospital, Wen-run turned anxiously to Yi Hanqing, what's wrong? Chapter 99. The 4 returned by the same route. After escorting Yi Jia back to the hospital, Wen-run turned anxiously toward Yi Hanqing, what happened? Yi Hanqing hesitated for a moment and said, my uncle's men accidentally discovered Yi Qirui's whereabouts. Yi Qirui is in America. Wen-run guessed from his expression. After the Yi family went bankrupt, Yi Qirui carried a huge debt and was involved in economic crimes. Before the police arrested her, she fled to avoid punishment. Gus Nian, Yi Hanqing, and the police force had been searching for her, but there were no clues within the country for a long time. Later, they vaguely found out that she had escaped abroad. But it was never expected that they would encounter her in America. It was such an unlikely coincidence that Wen-run felt something wasn't quite right, yet he couldn't pinpoint the problem immediately. Did they catch her? No, she got away. Yi Hanqing's face darkened slightly as he showed him a photo sent by Gus Nian. She was spotted near the hospital. The roadside surveillance only captured a blurry profile. But judging by the figure, it should definitely be her. The photo was likely extracted from the surveillance footage. Yi Qirui wore a bulky black down jacket, peering cautiously around from across the street of the hospital for a while before hurriedly walking away with her head lowered. Although the image was somewhat blurred, the revealed side face resembled her by about 7 or 8/10. Appearing at the hospital where Yi Jia was hospitalized, and in a foreign land, made it highly likely that this woman was Yi Qirui. No wonder Yi Hanqing decided on the spot to stay. Don't tell Ji about this for now, she might get scared, said Yi Hanqing. Moreover, the troubles surrounding Yi Qirui tied into the Yi family's problems which would complicate things if explained. It was better to keep it hidden for now until she was located. Wen-run nodded in agreement, reorganizing the luggage inside his suitcase neatly. To prevent Yi Jia from noticing any abnormalities, Wen-run continued visiting her in the hospital just like before. However, Gus Nian, Yi Hanqing, and Jing Xian all used business meetings as excuses to leave more frequently. Though the visible security guards at the hospital hadn't increased, more personnel were discreetly added as precautions. Everything remained peaceful for a week without incident. The woman who appeared in the surveillance footage suspected to be Yi Qirui hasn't shown up since then. Furthermore, Gus Nian's people practically turned Sudani state upside down but still failed to find any traces of Yi Qirui. Having operated in America for years, Gus Nian had connections with some local powers. This time, not only did his own people search, but these connected forces also helped look for her. Yet after combing through the entire Sudani area, they still came up empty-handed. The bodyguard who initially spotted Yi Qirui began doubting whether he had mistaken someone else for her that day. Jing Xian looked rather displeased, furrowing his brow, tell everyone to search again and check if there are any places overlooked. Yi Qirui suddenly showing up near the hospital always left him uneasy. Yi Hanqing agreed as well. On the contrary, Gus Nien rubbed his temples feeling difficult. I'll have my people continue the search and inquire about Yi Chirue's entry records too. But if we still can't find anything, I'm afraid we'll need to temporarily halt the search. After all, you cannot expect constant alertness forever, just like one cannot continuously steal for 1,000 days. Moreover, despite their great efforts, they couldn't find even a trace of evidence, so Gus Nien leaned towards believing that the woman seen at the hospital merely bore resemblance to Yi Chirue. Alright, but the hospital's security must not be relaxed, thought Yi Hanqing carefully. He and Wenrun had already stayed in America for far too long. While he could handle company affairs remotely, Wenrun couldn't afford further delays. Chu Su had called multiple times asking when they would return. The plan was set accordingly. While the external team continued searching for Yi Chirue's whereabouts, the hospital's internal security formed a tight perimeter around the premises. 2 days later, Gus Nien reported back, saying that no records of Yi Chirue entering the country were found, and everyone finally relaxed their tense nerves. Even so, considering the previous events, the additional security guards deployed at the hospital were not withdrawn. Yi Hanqing and Wenrun reset their departure date. By this point, it was already December and Christmas was approaching. Wenrun thought that this would be Yi Jia's first holiday after recovering from serious illness, so he proposed spending Christmas with her before returning to China. Anyway, they had already delayed for so long, and a few more days wouldn't matter much. Thus, during the days leading up to Christmas, Yi Hanqing and Jing Xian were sent out in their spare time to pick out Christmas decorations and gifts, while Wenrun stayed at the hospital discussing with Yi Jia how to decorate the ward. Yi Jia's health had recovered significantly. Now she could not only utter short sentences but also control her wheelchair to move around on her own. Dr. Bruce said that she was recovering quickly, and by early next year, she would be ready to return to China for further treatment. In her heightened spirits, Yi Jia grew even more excited. She held an iPad, whispering as she discussed with Wenrun about what kind of decorations should adorn the room. Having studied design in university, her eyes sparkled brightly when they talked about it. Let's go with this one. Wenrun picked a plan from her 2 options, got up and said, it's about lunchtime. I'll go to the kitchen and bring out the porridge. Yi Jia softly hummed in agreement, keeping her head down as she continued enthusiastically improving her decoration plan. As Wenrun went out, he happened to meet Dr. Bruce coming with 2 nurses for Yi Jia's checkup. Dr. Bruce smiled and greeted him, saying in his somewhat broken Chinese, hey, today is Miss Ye's last checkup. Tomorrow we're celebrating Christmas. Thank you for your hard work. Wenrun nodded with a smile. I'd like to wish you a Merry Christmas in advance. After exchanging pleasantries, Dr. Bruce led the 2 nurses toward Yi Jia's ward. Wenrun crossed paths with a nurse who looked downward as she walked, then he headed to the kitchen to retrieve the porridge. The porridge had been simmering since the morning, turning soft and thick after several hours. Yi Jia's gastrointestinal system was no longer as fragile as it initially was, and she was tired of eating vegetable porridge. After consulting Dr. Bruce, Wenrun began alternating by cooking her meat-based porridge. After dishing the porridge out, Wenrun also plated some baby greens and carried everything back using a tray. On his way back, he encountered Dr. Bruce's group again, but this time there was only one nurse behind him. Wenrun casually asked, how did the checkup go? Where is the other nurse? Dr. Bruce replied, everything is normal, Miss Yi is recovering well. Her clothes got wet, so Susan is helping her change. They exchanged a few polite words and parted ways. Wenrun took a couple of steps, then suddenly glanced back at their retreating figures, inexplicably recalling the nurse trailing behind Dr. Bruce. He hadn't paid much attention earlier as she had her head down, but upon reflection, her figure seemed unusually similar to Yi Chirue. Suddenly startled, Wenrun felt his right eyelid twitch uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, trying hard to recall that figure, yet the more he remembered, the more certain he became of the resemblance. Without hesitation, he hurriedly strode towards Yi Jia's ward only to find the door tightly shut. Stopping abruptly, Wenrun hesitated for a moment, pulled out his phone, swiftly called Yi Hanqing, and set it to silent mode before putting the phone back into his pocket. Adjusting his expression and steadying the tray, he approached the door and gently knocked. Jia, are you done changing? Yes, you can come in. A different voice came from inside the room, low and slightly hoarse, not Yi Chirue's voice. However, Wenrun tightened his grip on the tray. As someone who had acted in countless productions, he was extremely sensitive to tones. The voice inside clearly belonged to someone deliberately lowering their voice. Taking a deep breath, Wenrun mentally prepared himself, smiling as he pushed open the door, I'm coming in. Long time no see, Mr. Wen. Yi Chirue sat on the bedside wearing a white coat, with a sharp Swiss Army knife pressed against Yi Jia's unconscious neck. She grinned and said, don't call anyone, lock the door. Wenrun appropriately displayed a flicker of panic, nearly dropping the tray in his hands but managing to steady it just in time. Are you Yi Chirue? Why have you come here? Actually, he had never met Yi Chirue face to face. But due to his connection with Yi Hanqing, both sides were already quite familiar with each other. Yi Chirue let out a cold laugh, moving the blade along Yi Jia's neck ominously as she gloomily said, I heard Yi Jia woke up, so I decided to take a look. Her expression turned fierce, Yi Hanqing ruined me so thoroughly while living happily here. Her gaze swept over Yi Jia vaguely for a moment before she chuckled harshly, you really have good fortune, you didn't die even in such circumstances. And now, you've actually woken up. Wen-run calmly reminded her, Yi Jia is also your sister. Yi Chirui snorted with disdain, her voice coarse and ugly, I don't have a sister. She eyed Wen-run darkly and continued, but coincidentally enough that you're here too, I was thinking that just killing Yi Jia wouldn't be enough. What do you plan to do? Wen-run slowly furrowed his brow, showing some fear on his face. There are bodyguards outside. They'll discover soon, and there's no way for you to escape. What I plan to do? Yi Chirui's facial muscles twitched neurotically, with a hideous expression, you'll find out soon enough. I'm going to make Yi Hanqing wish he were dead. Yi Chirui's emotions had already become somewhat abnormal. Wen-run quickly thought of a plan as he glanced covertly at Yi Jia who was unconscious in bed. Recalling the call he'd made from his pocket earlier, Yi Hanqing must have already detected the abnormality by now. His task now was to stabilize Yi Chirui temporarily so she wouldn't hurt Yi Jia. Wen-run calmed down slightly, adjusting his expression to look more fearful and scared, if it's about vengeance and grudges, why don't you just go after Yi Hanqing directly if you want him to suffer worse than death? Shut up. Yi Chirui snapped, indeed infuriated. After several twitches at her mouth corner, she regained normalcy while gritting her teeth and muttering, right. I will kill him, I will kill Yi Hanqing. Before Wen-run could catch his breath, he saw her suddenly raise her head and leer grimly, saying, but it doesn't matter, I'll kill you first, then go after him. At the same time, the knife in her hand pressed harder, while her other hand fumbled around inside the loose white coat, taking out a bottle of pale yellow liquid and throwing it in front of Wen-run, open it and splash everything on the floor. Another twitch under his eyelid, Wen-run placed the tray on the ground, picked up the bottle, unscrewed it, and smelled the faint scent of gasoline. It turned out Yi Chirui threw an entire bottle of gasoline at him. Seeing his hesitance, Yi Chirui applied even more pressure with the knife. Immediately, red appeared on Yi Jia's neck, splash all over the floor, starting from the hospital bed, not a single drop left. Wen-run wanted to delay but feared Yi Chirui might lash out and hurt Yi Jia before help arrived from Yi Hanqing. He therefore complied with her demands and splashed the whole bottle of gasoline across the room. Gasoline spread underfoot, and the entire ward was now filled with the pungent smell of gasoline. Yet Yi Chirui seemed to be savoring it as she took another breath, then pulled out a lighter, ignited it excitedly, and said, burn you both alive, Yi Hanqing must be feeling unbearable pain. Wen-run cast an inconspicuous glance toward the window behind her, where a shadow flickered past. However, protective bars were installed on all windows on the first floor, preventing any outsiders from entering. Clutching his fists tightly, sweat dripped down from Wen-run's palms. His face grew pale as he stared at the lit lighter in Yi Chirui's hand, softly saying, the room is full of gasoline, if fire starts, you won't be able to escape either. How would you then avenge yourself by killing Yi Hanqing? Seemingly never considering this, Yi Chirui paused for a moment, looking dazed, muttering something quietly. Just when she lost focus, Wen-run abruptly lunged forward straight toward the lit lighter in her hand. Though quick, there were still 2 steps between them. Yi Chirui immediately came back to senses, letting out a scream and raising the knife in madness to stab at him, yelling, all of you die. The cold edge of the knife was approaching his body, yet Wen-run did not evade, seizing the opportunity clearly aiming for the lighter in her hand. He clamped it firmly in his palm to snuff out the flame and held onto the extinguished lighter tight in his grasp. At the same instant, a gunshot resounded outside. The motion of Yi Chirui pulling the knife out again to stab stopped suddenly, then she collapsed stiffly backward. Wen-run. Yi Hanqing burst through the door, only to see Wen-run lying next to the hospital bed, his light-colored down jacket soaked in blood. Call a doctor fast. Jing Xian rushed in and pressed the emergency button, carrying Yi Jia off the bed and out first. Hold on, the doctors are coming. Yi Hanqing knelt half on the ground and lifted the injured person gently into his arms, paying no attention to his own pale complexion or the blood-soaked clothing as they exited the ward. Bodyguards subsequently dragged Yi Chirui's corpse out. She had been hit straight between her brows, dying instantly. The doctors arriving hurriedly removed their gas-drenched coats, put the patient on a stretcher, and rushed them into the operating room. Not long after, Yi Jia in her comatose state was also wheeled into the operating room by Dr. Bruce and his team. Looking at the consecutive closure of the operating room doors, Yi Hanqing sank heavily onto the floor. Clenching his fists, his palms felt slick with Wen-run's blood. He closed his eyes briefly, unable to bear the sight of the blood on his hands as an endless wave of panic swept over him from deep within. Chapter 100. Yi Hanqing and Jing Xian waited outside the operating room. Gu Sinan, upon hearing the news, hurried over and joined them in the waiting hall. More than an hour later, Yi Jia was wheeled out. Her injuries had been properly dealt with. She underwent another thorough examination before being moved to a more heavily guarded ward. She had inhaled an excessive amount of ether and her neck was slashed by Yi Chirui, so she remained unconscious. The operating room where Wen-run was still firmly closed. Yi Hanqing's eyes were fixed on that door with great concern. Wen-run will be fine, Jing Xian patted Yi Hanqing's shoulder as he followed Dr. Bruce's team who took Yi Jia back to the ward. After arranging for Yi Jia to settle down, the 3 waited for another 2 hours before Wen-run was finally wheeled out. He lay on the bed, his eyes tightly shut, his face pale as paper and his lips almost colorless. Yi Hanqing suddenly stood up, stumbling but managing to keep steady, anxiously asking, how is he? The doctor responsible for the operation didn't understand Chinese and looked confused, struggling to indicate that he didn't comprehend what was said. It was only then that Yi Hanqing realized the situation and repeated the question in English. The doctor reassured him with a smile, explaining that the patient's condition was stable. The knife from Yi Chirui hadn't hit its mark accurately, and since winter clothes are thick, though the stab reached his abdomen, it avoided any vital spots. Though the loss of blood was considerable and looked alarming, the wound would not cause major problems after suturing. After some recuperation, there would be no significant danger. Only then did Yi Hanqing feel somewhat relieved, his tense frown easing. Gently stroking Wen Run's cheek, he followed the nurse to return him to the ward. Wen Run and Yi Jia were arranged to stay in the same VIP ward, with a line of bodyguards stationed outside the room. Yi Jia had already woken up. Due to the effects of the ether, her spirits were low and she even vomited once, but fortunately, despite some discomfort, it didn't cause much harm to her body. Once this passed, she'd be fine. It was Wen Run who continued to remain asleep, not yet awakened. It's all my fault. Yi Jia turned her head and looked at Wen Run with a guilty expression. Having been a vegetative person for 5 years, her impression of Yi Chirui had become quite faint. Additionally, Yi Chirui's current appearance was vastly different from her memory. When Yi Chirui followed Dr. Bruce to check on her, she momentarily hesitated to confirm. After the examination, just when the other party accidentally knocked over a glass of water onto her clothes and proposed to help change her clothes and bedding, she cautiously asked. Unexpectedly, her response came in the form of a handkerchief covering her mouth and nose, leaving her unconscious thereafter. This isn't your fault, Yi Hanqing caressed her head, saying, I never clarified things to you clearly enough, which made you let down your guard. They simply thought that keeping Yi Jia safely protected without mentioning the truth could shield her from harm, but a slight oversight led her to get injured, and almost endangered Wen Run. Is something wrong at home? Yi Jia carefully inquired. Actually, she'd already guessed something internally. Since waking up and learning about their mother's passing, Yi Hanqing hadn't mentioned their father or the Yi family once. Considering that their mother had already prepared to divorce before the car accident, Yi Jia surmised that something else must have happened during the 5 years she slept. They didn't mention it, seemingly trying to protect her from the details, so she refrained from asking. Initially, I planned to tell you after you fully recovered, Yi Hanqing looked down into her eyes, slowly stating, but accidents happen sooner. If you want to know, I'll tell you everything. Yi Jia stared at him for a while before seriously nodding, tell me, I can handle it. Yi Hanqing sighed lightly, recounting the series of events after the car accident, his disputes with the Yi family and all related complications. Yi Jia listened quietly, hearing how he sat paralyzed in a wheelchair for 5 years, and learning the chain of events after the car crash, eventually reaching the root cause of the car accident. As the story unfolded, Yi Jia's complexion became paler, and by the end, her lips trembled slightly. Things are roughly like this, Yi Hanqing gently tucked her disheveled hair behind her ears, mother and son Qiu Jiha are in prison, Yi Makai is in a mental hospital. If you wish to visit him. Brother. Before he finished speaking, Yi Jia interrupted him. Biting her lip, she shook her head, I don't want to see him. She gripped Yi Hanqing's hand with such force that her knuckles turned white, yet she still firmly declared, word by word, sorry, all these years, it's been you carrying everything alone. Although Yi Hanqing narrated the story lightly, she could sense much heaviness and helplessness in his words. She almost couldn't imagine how he managed to get through those 5 years while she was asleep. She was indeed soft-hearted, but that didn't mean she would blindly forgive those who had harmed them. After we return to the country, let's visit Mom together, Yi Jia, suppressing her tears, forced a smile and said, tell Mom, from now on, no matter what happens, we will face it together as siblings. Good. The corners of Yi Hanqing's mouth curved upwards, showing signs of relief and comfort. He had always worried that Yi Jia might feel his actions were too ruthless or overly lenient towards Yi Makai. Now, with Yi Jia's response, he finally put his heart at ease. With affection, he patted her head, and reminded her, everything that needed to be said has been spoken. Don't overthink it, rest well. Yi Jia nodded and gave a weak smile to Jing Xian who was patiently waiting beside her before closing her eyes to rest. After she fell asleep, noticing that Wen Run still showed no sign of awakening, Yi Hanqing left the ward to see Yi Chirui. As the effects of the anesthetic wore off, Yi Chirui had woken up. She was temporarily confined in the suite Yi Jia used to live in, surrounded by bodyguards watching her closely, even with wings, she wouldn't be able to fly away. Seeing Yi Hanqing approach, the bodyguard handed him a set of printed documents. This is sent over by Mr. Gu's secretary. Previously, they had almost turned Sudan's state upside down searching for Yi Chirui without success, only to discover that she somehow managed to infiltrate the hospital. Immediately after, Gu Sinan had his people trace the matter backward, discovering that Yi Chirui had illegally crossed borders. After absconding with funds abroad, she first landed in Canada attempting a comeback. However, being new and alone, she quickly attracted the attention of local black forces and had to spend a lot of money just to keep her life, fleeing hastily to America via smuggling. Due to entering the country illicitly, with her money nearly exhausted, she led a very destitute existence, barely managing to survive by washing dishes across various places. There was even a period where she had been spotted in the red light district. Perhaps this impoverished phase of her life in America had broken her spirit, leading to mental instability. Just before coming to the hospital, she was fired from a restaurant after suddenly losing control and attacking a customer. Later, she somehow learned about Yi Jia's information and eventually made her way to Sudan State. In order to have enough money to convince the hospital nurse to allow her to take turns working there, she even became involved in a robbery case. After reviewing the materials, Yi Hanqing chuckled coldly, indeed inherits some traits from Yi Mikai. The bodyguard asked, the local police are still investigating the robbery case. Should we hand her over? Hand her over, Yi Hanqing replied, opening the door to see Yi Chirue with bound hands and feet, then sneered coldly, hire her a decent lawyer, obtain proof of her insanity, strive to send her back to the country to reunite with Yi Mikai. Dropping down to her level, Yi Hanqing smiled cruelly, you injured Wen Run and Jia, in return, I'll send you to reunite with Yi Mikai's family, how does that sound? Yi Chirue, unable to speak because her mouth was covered, emitted a few desperate mumblings upon hearing his words, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, struggling in her disheveled state resembling a crazed madman. Ignoring her resistance, Yi Hanqing stood up and left, gesturing to the bodyguard with a wave of his hand, handle this as soon as possible. Having arranged for Yi Chirue's transfer, Yi Hanqing prepared to go back to the ward to see Wen Run. On the way, he remembered that if Wen Run woke up during this time, he would probably feel hungry, so he turned back to the kitchen intending to prepare some soup and porridge to bring over. There was half a chicken and a bunch of vegetables in the fridge of the kitchen. Yi Hanqing stood solemnly in front of the refrigerator, feeling perplexed staring at these ingredients. Previously, it was always Wen Run who cooked while he merely helped out sometimes, never actually knowing how to cook himself. Recalling Wen Run's methods, he attempted to handle the ingredients independently. When it came to cooking, however, he hesitated again, and after thinking for a moment, sent a message to the captain of the guards, asking if anyone knew how to cook. After checking, the captain found someone capable and immediately sent them over. With the guard's guidance, Yi Hanqing struggled for quite a while, eventually succeeding in simmering a pot of chicken soup and cooking vegetable porridge in another. Watching the steam-filled kitchen, Yi Hanqing's tense face finally eased a little. More than an hour passed, and the chicken soup and vegetable porridge were ready. Though they didn't taste as good as Wen Run's cooking, after tasting them himself, Yi Hanqing felt they were passable, thus packed them into thermos food boxes and carried them nervously to the ward. It was the first time he ever tried to cook. In the ward, Wen Run had already woken up and was exchanging a few words with Yi Jia and Jing Xian. Yi Hanqing calmly placed the thermos box on the table, took out 2 bowls to serve the porridge and soup, giving one portion to Yi Jia and the other to Wen Run. Are you hungry? Have some soup first, and there's also porridge. Jing Xian glanced at the chicken soup as soon as he received it, furrowing his brows in disdain. Who did you hire as your cook? Why is this chicken soup so greasy? The fat hasn't even been skimmed off properly. Yi Hanqing tightened his lips, giving him a cold sidelong glance, but chose not to respond. Feeling somewhat guilty, he turned his attention to Wen Run, holding the bowl of soup toward him awkwardly. His voice became slightly strained as he said, would you like to try? I've made sure to remove all the grease, it's not oily at all. Wen Run still looked pale but appeared much better in spirits. Staring at him for a moment, as if uncovering a secret, he gave a faint smile and accepted the bowl of chicken soup, taking a sip. The taste of the chicken soup wasn't exquisite, but it wasn't unpleasant either. However, considering that this bowl of soup was likely the result of someone's frantic efforts, he felt that the soup tasted exceptionally fresh. He drank several sips before raising his head, gazing at him gently with a soft smile. He whispered lightly, it tastes great, I really like it. Chapter 101. Yi Hanqing immediately felt relieved and gave Jing Xian a sidelong glance. Then, he served another bowl of porridge for Wen Run, finished the soup first, then have some porridge. Wen Run replied with a smile and agreed to it. However, when he tried to reach for the porridge after finishing the soup, Yi Hanqing dodged his hand and fed him directly with a spoon, let me feed you. Caught off guard, Wen Run glanced at Jing Xian and Yi Jia sitting nearby, and blushed, extending his hand shyly, I can do it myself. But Yi Hanqing was obstinate and pressed the spoon against his lips while whispering softly, I want to feed you. After locking eyes for a few seconds, Wen Run couldn't help but give in and obediently ate the porridge fed to him. Seeing that he had eaten, Yi Hanqing's lips curled slightly as he continued to feed him while blowing on the porridge to cool it. After dinner, Yi Hanqing personally brought warm water to help Wen Run clean his hands and face. Although concerned about safety issues, Wen Run and Yi Jia were staying in the same VIP ward which was spacious enough. The curtain in the middle separated them effectively without affecting one another. As Yi Hanqing wiped him clean gently, Wen Run reached out to touch his tired face, you should go home and rest tonight. I'll call the nurse if anything happens. Though Yi Hanqing intended to stay, he didn't argue verbally after hearing Wen Run's words, instead lowering his hospital bed and saying, all right, you take good rest. After bidding him good night, Wen Run closed his eyes to sleep. Quietly tidying up everything in the ward, Yi Hanqing went over to check on Yi Jia. Yi Jia, being taken care of by Jing Xian, was also lying down resting already. With an understanding look exchanged between the two, they quietly gathered up the thermal container and left the room together. Upon closing the door, Yi Hanqing finally loosened his formerly tight manner and sneered coldly towards Jing Xian because of what Jing Xian said earlier, tomorrow is Christmas Eve, the chef has a day off. You'd better remember to cook. Zheng Xian looked bewildered and exclaimed in astonishment, cook? Yi Hanqing frowned and asked, what's wrong? Can't you cook? And even if you're with Jie later, are you going to make her cook for you? I'm not saying that. Zheng Xian was baffled by his circuitous thinking and began to suspect whether Yi Hanqing was fishing for evidence, swirling with various speculations inside, but still speaking up, of course I won't let Jie cook for me. But we could hire a maid. Zheng Xian mumbled with a furrowed brow, it's no secret that I don't know how to cook, so what if I did it? Would it be edible? Moreover, didn't you say you weren't cooking either? Zheng Xian couldn't resist adding after some thought. How do you know I'm not cooking? Yi Hanqing gave him a dignified glance, somewhat smugly replying, in the past, it was because conditions didn't allow. Now that the conditions permit, I will naturally cook. You've never cooked before. Zheng Xian hadn't finished this sentence when suddenly a light bulb moment hit him, reminding him of that overly greasy chicken soup from earlier, blurting out, that chicken soup and porridge today weren't made by you, were they? Yi Hanqing fell silent for a second, arched an eyebrow, and retorted, they were made by me. What about it? Wen Run and Jie have both finished eating. Zheng Xian finally understood why Yi Hanqing had been irrationally snide towards him all this time, throwing up his hands in surrender, it's my fault. I'll cook tomorrow. Only after hearing this did Yi Hanqing feel better. He threw a cold look at Zheng Xian before heading back to freshen up. He planned to return to the hospital afterward to keep watch. He also booked the neighboring ward of Wen Run, planning to stay there until Wen Run was discharged. The next day was Christmas. Although an accident had happened, causing both Wen Run and Yi Jia to be hospitalized, Yi Hanqing still asked the bodyguard to purchase all the decoration items according to the elaborately designed decoration plan by Yi Jia. Together with Zheng Xian, he decorated the ward manually. Since neither of them could leave the hospital, they decided to spend this Christmas here. The two men, over 180 centimeters tall, awkwardly followed Yi Jia's instructions and decorated the Christmas tree. Gu Sinan came in later and found their work a mess. Rolling his sleeves up, he stepped in after removing his wool coat and joined the battle. He was much more dexterous than Zheng Xian and Yi Hanqing and managed, under Yi Jia's direction, to finally decorate the ward well. Two modest-sized Christmas trees stood near the ward door, Santa Claus ornaments hung on the windows, and balloons and ribbons floated on the ceiling. It added quite a bit of festivity. The Christmas dinner eventually came from the hotel. Though Zheng Xian had every intention to show off his cooking skills, his limited ability didn't allow for that. He fiddled around in the kitchen for half a day, yet the results weren't even as presentable as Yi Hanqing's. After getting mercilessly mocked by Yi Hanqing, he sulkily called the hotel to place an order. Because there were two patients, the dishes ordered were all easy to digest. The five of them spent Christmas in the hospital room. After Christmas, the weather became increasingly cold. Yi Jia's injury had healed not long after, though her rehabilitation wasn't over yet, and she could only move around temporarily in a wheelchair. Still, she was freer than Wen Run. Wen Run had been injured in the abdomen, his wound sutured, and due to it being winter, the wound healed slowly, so he could only occasionally get out of bed for a few steps. The group could only continue staying in the US. As the new year approached and Wen Run's injuries weren't going to allow him to leave the hospital quickly, they ultimately decided to celebrate the Lunar New Year in the US and return home only after Wen Run fully recovered. Regardless of how Chu Su reacted upon receiving the company news about this decision, Wen Run concocted several reasons after careful thought, so as not to worry his parents, before making the call home. Though disappointed that he wouldn't be coming home for the new year, Wen Run's father and mother understood once they learned that Yi Hanqing's sister had awoken but was still under treatment in the US, prompting Wen Run to stay and accompany her through the holiday. They didn't say more, but instead worried if they'd eat well abroad. They promised to save some preserved flavors for their return, instructing them to bring Yi Jia back with them when they came. Then, they naturally asked about Yi Hanqing's condition, reminding him to come back with Wen Run and advising him not to buy too many things, among other words. As elders tend to chatter, this phone call lasted nearly an hour. After hanging up, Yi Hanqing rubbed Wen Run's head gently and said softly, we'll go back together later. Wen Run smiled and nodded, Jie will go too. At this moment, Zheng Xian squeezed in, dissatisfied, wherever Jie goes, I'll go too. Take me along. Yi Hanqing frowned with disdain, what's it got to do with you? Laughing and playing like this, time slipped by, and by the time Wen Run was discharged, and the group prepared to return home, it was already mid-February the following year. Yi Jia's rehabilitation went smoothly, and Dr. Bruce examined her and finally approved that she could return home. There was no longer a need for constant observation of her health conditions. Just regular checkups every 6 months until she fully recovered, then there would be no further issues. Upon hearing the news, Yi Jia's smile never faded, as she had awakened already in the US and had long wished to return home for a visit. They tidied their luggage, said goodbye to Dr. Bruce, and boarded the flight back to China. However, Gu Sinan had already planned to relocate the headquarters of his company back to China and thus did not go with them. To avoid trouble, the four of them chartered the first-class cabin, flying directly from the US to City B. While Wen Run and Yi Jia sat together chatting about changes in China, they were unaware that 1 hour ahead of their flight, Yi Chirue was being escorted back to China by two tall, muscular bodyguards. The robbery case Yi Chirue was involved in had been reviewed. Yi Hanqing hired the best defense lawyer for her, combined with the mental illness diagnosis report provided, ensuring Yi Chirui avoided jail time and was deported back to China instead. Yi Hanqing did not wish to dirty his hands. He and Wenrun had a long way to go and would certainly not commit any illegal acts. Since Yi Jia's awakening, his mindset grew increasingly peaceful. Beyond the initial anger and fear concerning Yi Chirui, all that remained now was disdain and indifference. Such a person, sent to accompany Yi Makai, would be perfectly suitable. Yi Chirui held deep resentment towards Yi Makai, while Yi Makai likely harbored no parental love or care towards this sole daughter of his. Though parent and child, the pair despised each other more than foes, so let them torment each other. Retrieving his thoughts, Yi Hanqing's gaze unconsciously softened as it fell on Wenrun and Yi Jia. The four of them did not publicize their return journey, yet when disembarking from the airport, Wenrun was accidentally recognized by someone. Since the explosive success of the movie Muse starring Wenrun, he had not taken on any more projects. Initially, he would still participate in events or shoot magazine covers, but after word spread of his vacation abroad, he completely disappeared, dragging Yi Hanqing into seclusion as well. The baby formula fans and CP fans had eagerly waited for almost 4 months before finally getting updates about their idols, sparking immense excitement, making Weibo livelier than a holiday celebration. In tears, Chu Su sent screenshots of comments under the studio's Weibo account to Wenrun, angrily questioning, "When do you plan to get back to work? I can't think of any more excuses." In the previous years, Wenrun's works released one after another. Especially last year, between TV dramas and movies, it was considered his breakout year. But by this year, he hadn't taken even a single drama yet. Although his foundation was solid now, this behavior was still unreasonable. Without new works, how would he maintain popularity? Perhaps due to Chu Su's overly sorrowful and angry tone, Wenrun felt unprecedentedly guilty. While abroad, with the distance from the spotlight, he hadn't given it much thought. But now that he was back, he realized he had indeed rested for quite a while. This wasn't like him before. With a sigh, Wenrun repeatedly assured his pitiful agent that upon returning home, he would carefully choose scripts. There had been numerous offers during these days. Even a few high-quality movie scripts were among them. However, during the time of his injury, Yi Hanqing forbade him from handling any work-related matters, which consequently delayed everything. Satisfied by Wenrun's assurance, Chu Su finally calmed down somewhat. The four of them went straight back to Songhai Mansion. There was nothing in the apartment Yi Hanqing owned, making it impossible to live in. So they all moved into the house where Wenrun lived instead. The housekeeper opened the door upon hearing the news, only to see an imposing husky rush out from the living room towards Wenrun and Yi Hanqing, licking and rubbing against them and barking woefully as if full of grievances. Compared to when they left, Walnut had grown significantly and now resembled a big dog. Wenrun barely managed to dodge its wet tongue as he dragged himself inside with an oversized carry-on. "Is this Walnut?" Yi Jia looked curiously, hesitating to touch the dog. "Yeah," Wenrun replied. "It has grown much bigger since we left. You can pet him, he doesn't bite." Taking courage, Yi Jia tentatively reached out and patted Walnut's head. Walnut, being bold and somewhat overly friendly, immediately leaped into Yi Jia's lap after she touched him. Maybe because Yi Jia was also sitting in a wheelchair, giving her a familiar presence, Walnut showed particular affection towards her. His tail wagged furiously like a fan as he emitted woeful sounds and snuggled up to her. Chapter 102. The four people and one dog entered the house. Yi Jia walked around with her Walnut, smiling and saying, "It's much better than I imagined." Although the house was spacious, it wasn't desolate, signs of life were everywhere. At a glance, it seemed warm and cozy. It was clear that the owner of the house was someone who lived carefully. Just by looking at the furnishings in the house, it was obvious that Yi Hanqing was currently living well at the very least. "It's all been taken care of by Wenrun." Yi Hanqing smiled and glanced at Wenrun. Wenrun responded with a smile and took Yi Jia to see her room. Before they returned, he had sent a message in advance to the maid to prepare the guest room on the first floor. He also deliberately inquired about Yi Jia's preferences and redecorated the room according to her style with new furniture and decorations. Yi Jia placed her bag and luggage in the room, and seeing how well it suited her tastes, she sincerely thanked Wenrun. The gratitude was not only for his care but also for his companionship with Yi Hanqing. What kind of family talks about thank you? Wenrun tousled her hair, his eyes crinkling. Actually, by age, Yi Jia was a few years older than him, but since Yi Jia had been comatose for so long, she still carried an air of youthfulness. Meanwhile, Wenrun was always accustomed to taking care of others, so he couldn't help but treat her like a younger sister. After Yi Jia finished checking the room and put away her luggage, Wenrun instructed the maid to start preparing dinner. Jing Xian, carrying his suitcase, asked unhappily, "What about my room?" Yi Hanqing gave him a sidelong glance. "Where did you get a room from? Haven't you come home during your long stint abroad?" "I won't," Jing Xian said straightforwardly. "My dad said if I don't get married, I shouldn't go back." After Yi Jia's car accident left her in a coma, Jing Xian never dated again. Zheng's parents just thought he hadn't gotten over it yet, so they didn't take it seriously at first. But as Jing Xian grew older without dating and instead kept going to the hospital to care for Yi Jia, they started to worry. A patient in a vegetative state with almost no hope of recovery, yet it looked like Jing Xian intended to guard her forever. As the only child of the Jing family, his father became frantic and arranged blind dates for him. Several times, Jing Xian managed to mess them up. But his father refused to give up, so Jing eventually had to tell his parents outright that he would only marry Yi Jiao. If Yi Jiao woke up, he would marry her, if not, he would wait a lifetime. Hearing this, Zheng's father became so angry he nearly fainted, cursing him as an ungrateful son, and immediately expelled him from the house. Only because of Zheng's mother's compassion and mediation could he occasionally return to eat a peaceful meal with his parents. But later, when Yi Jia went to the US for treatment and Jing Xian wanted to accompany her due to his concerns, upon hearing the news, Zheng's father became furious once more and drove him out of the house, proclaiming that if he didn't get married, he'd never set foot in the house again. Yi Hanqing knew about this matter, so after hearing what Jing Xian said, he fell silent momentarily before coldly replying, "Have Mrs. Zhang prepare the guest room for you later." Jing Xian arched a brow, taking it a step further, saying, "I want to stay long-term." Impatient, Yi Hanqing snapped, "You can discuss your requirements directly with Mrs. Zhang." Looking at his displeased back, Jing Xian winked at Yi Jia and grinned. He didn't believe that two living, breathing people living under the same roof wouldn't make Yi Hanqing relent sooner or later. He wondered who would crack first. After returning to China, Wen Run quickly got busy. Chu Su sent him a tightly packed schedule filled with advertisements, endorsements, variety shows, TV series, films, and various events, making his head spin. He simply decided not to look at it anymore, blindly following Chu Su's arrangements, relying solely on his assistant notifying him of time and content. However, he carefully read through the scripts Chu Su sent over. He loved acting, and his future plans revolved around it, but he didn't want to overwork himself to the point where he couldn't return home. Over the past few years, as fluctuations in the industry had occurred, he had become even more grounded. Although he still cared about his fans, he no longer overly worried about fame and popularity. Acting, ultimately, was a passion career for him. He enthusiastically and willingly devoted himself to it, but he didn't plan to bind himself entirely to it. In his vision, he aimed to be an excellent actor recognized for his talent rather than just a star popularized by fan bases and traffic figures. His acting career was important to him, but clearly, Yi Hanqing mattered even more. He desired more time to nurture their relationship and family. Fortunately, now he already had the qualifications to choose scripts selectively. As long as he selected good scripts, it wasn't impossible to take on 2 high-quality productions a year. With this thought in mind, Wen Run was especially meticulous when selecting scripts. Chu Su had sent over 5 scripts, 3 TV series and 2 movies. The TV series were all adapted from IPs, 1 ancient romantic drama and 2 modern dramas. The movie scripts, on the other hand, were original works, one was a light comedy, and the other a rare science fiction. Wen Run spent half a day reading them over and ended up liking the sci-fi script the most. Chu Su knew how confused he must be picking right at this moment. "You really want to act in this?" In fact, when she first received this script, her intention was to directly reject it. After all, Chinese films were notorious for their cheap special effects. A regular movie didn't guarantee good quality, let alone a sci-fi film. If not for the director, she wouldn't have even sent this script to Wen Run. The director of this script was Enlushing, an acclaimed new director who gained fame with a single art film and won awards. Most of his subsequent works followed the artistic and fresh style, with positive word-of-mouth and box office returns, as well as receiving more awards along the way. However, many people's impressions of him were fixed. He'd been trying to shift his career, but none anticipated such a drastic change, to direct a sci-fi movie. Chu Su thought that Wen Run would never pick it. Surprisingly, though, he chose exactly this one. "Before you, director, and also approached others. I heard that they refused without even reading the script," Chu Su explained. "You know the situation of domestic sci-fi movies, they are cliched, full of cheap special effects. Even if released, nobody expects it to do well at the box office. Not getting scolded would already be considered fortunate." She knew Wen Run must have already thought about these aspects, yet he truly liked the script and insisted, "The script is indeed excellent. I want to give it a try. Even if it doesn't succeed commercially or critically, it will still count as a new experience." He smiled and said, "No one walks the right path forever. Just keep a calm heart." Chu Su couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, considering what he said made sense. Moreover, given Wen Run's current popularity and status, even if the movie flopped, it would just be a short-term setback. With solid fundamentals, as long as good works continued to follow, there was no need to fear not making a comeback. Therefore, she could only agree. 3 days later, Chu Su arranged for Wen Run to meet director Enlushing. It seemed Enlushing did not expect things to go so smoothly. When meeting Wen Run, he beamed and shook Wen Run's hand fervently, treating him like a confidant already. The meeting went very pleasantly, and the contract was signed on the spot. The movie was still in the preparation stage, and shooting would officially begin in early April. In the meantime, Wen Run spent his time mulling over the script while participating in 2 events and photographing a magazine cover and advertisement commercial. The rest of the free time, he stayed at home. During the day, he would stroll around the neighborhood garden with Yi Jia to walk their dog. After walking the dog, they would casually buy groceries and return home to experiment with new recipes together. By the time Yi Hanqing and Jing Xian came home from work, dinner was ready. After returning, Jing Xian did not resume working as Wenrun's agent but instead entered Star Domain Management and began participating in managing the company. Hence, he worked alongside Yi Hanqing. Only recently, Yi Hanqing found Jing Xian increasingly annoying. Though they lived together and commuted together, they deliberately drove separate cars to show his anger. While waiting for the elevator after parking the car, Jing Xian glanced at Yi Hanqing's icy face and said, "Do you not consider letting Jie move in with me? My house has already been fully renovated, with a hired nanny, making the environment much more suitable for Jie's recuperation." Previously, Yi Hanqing would outright reject this suggestion, leaving no room for negotiation. But this time, he fell silent. Following his own thoughts, he naturally wanted Yi Jia to live with him. Her health hadn't fully recovered, and they hadn't registered their marriage. Living together without formal recognition felt wrong. He was definitely not pleased with that idea. But after living under the same roof for over a month, Yi Hanqing finally discovered that although everything was clear-cut concerning Jing Xian, his relationship with him had not improved. Songhai Haoting's house might seem spacious for 2 people, but for 4, it wasn't enough. To take care of Yi Jia, the maid had continued to live in the house, and there was also a hyperactive dog prone to restless behavior due to any disturbance. This size of the house was fine during the day, but problems arose at night when everyone tried to relax. Wenrun was rather reserved, always fearing being overheard by neighbors. In this past month, they managed intimacy merely 2 or 3 times, leading Wenrun to feel incredibly frustrated. Thus, every time he looked at Jing Xian, he became increasingly irked. Jing Xian didn't care whether Yi Hanqing liked the idea or not. He had long wanted to bring Jie to live with him but was blocked every time by Yi Hanqing, a man notorious for applying double standards, only allowing others to do what he permitted. Now, after waiting so long, Jing Xian's little scheme finally seemed to bear some fruit. Seeing his wavering attitude, Jing Xian continued to push his luck. "My parents' house is close to mine. They've been wanting to meet Jie too. And isn't Wenrun looking to change houses as well? Why don't you two just buy one next door to us?" Jing Xian's neighborhood was an upscale garden villa community, with detached villas featuring small private gardens. The area boasted high greenery coverage and a particularly pleasant environment. Wenrun had even looked at properties here during his previous house hunting trips. Yi Hanqing stayed silent with a cold face for a while before finally saying, "I'll discuss it with Wenrun." The corner of Jing Xian's mouth lifted as his eyes narrowed slightly in triumph. Chapter 103. Although extremely reluctant inside, Yi Hanqing still brought up the topic of buying a house to Wenrun for the sake of future harmonious living. Wenrun had already been considering switching to a house with a yard. Songhai Haoting was nice, but for the current walnut-sized residence, it was a bit small. He had previously picked out 2 or 3 neighborhoods. Now that Yi Hanqing had mentioned it, he took the time and the 2 of them went to check out the neighborhoods in person. Wenrun was especially satisfied with the large garden in front of the villa. Building a doghouse outside would be enough for Walnut to vent its abundant energy without feeling confined and wailing at home all day long. Seeing his satisfaction, Yi Hanqing immediately made the decision. The villa came with high-end finishes, but the style leaned towards opulence which wasn't too suitable for daily life. Wenrun didn't like it much and decided to redo the interior decoration. Therefore, moving in would take some time. Jing Xian, on the other hand, had prepared everything carefully beforehand, bringing his bride home under Yi Hanqing's cold gaze. Perhaps to silence Yi Hanqing, after bringing her home, Jing Xian arranged a dinner just a few days later with his parents and Yi Hanqing's group to discuss the engagement matters. Yi Jia's health had not yet fully recovered. She wanted to wait until her body was completely well before holding the wedding, so Jing Xian, following her wishes, prepared to hold an engagement banquet first. No need to invite too many people, just close friends and family for a lively celebration and a witness. Naturally, Yi Hanqing had no objections. Zheng's parents had been hoping for their son's marriage for several years, and with the 2 families swiftly settling the engagement plans, they selected an auspicious date in the near future and began preparations for the engagement ceremony. The day of their engagement was March 10th. Early spring, gentle spring breeze, soft and warm sunlight, exactly the season when all things come alive. In the hotel hall, melodious music played as Yi Jia, dressed in an elegant white gown, was carried by Jing Xian towards the wedding platform. On the platform stood a wheelchair adorned with flowers. Jing Xian placed her in the wheelchair, knelt down on one knee, and in front of everyone, slowly slid the engagement ring onto her middle finger. Below in the audience, applause erupted like thunder. Guo Zongfei started hollering from below, loudly shouting for them to kiss. Unbothered by public attention, Jing Xian, who had waited for this moment for many years, couldn't refuse now. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he smiled faintly, then cupped Yi Jia's face, leaning in to kiss her. After the engagement banquet, Jing Xian brought Yi Jia back to Songhai Haoting to pack their belongings. It seemed that since the engagement had sealed their relationship, Jing Xian became very overconfident, sticking closely to Yi Jia affectionately all the way, no longer pretending to be proper in front of Yi Hanqing. Disgusted, Yi Hanqing turned his head and looked out the window, muttering silently that they were engaged, finally suppressing the urge to hit someone. When they arrived at Songhai Haoting, ready to leave after packing, Yi Jia hugged Walnut's head somewhat reluctantly. She had taken Walnut downstairs every day for a walk recently, developing an unexpected bond. Walnut was playful but clearly understood Yi Jia's poor health, rarely disturbing her. Walnut bit into the hem of her dress and let out a whine, seemingly aware that she was leaving. "Or you can follow us." Wen Run, finding it amusing, pushed Walnut's furry buttocks lightly. Walnut's ears twitched, pushing against Yi Jia fiercely before trotting back to Wen Run's side. It appeared that though it was reluctant to let her go, it still preferred to stay with its real dad. On the side, Jing Xian said, "When we get back, we'll also adopt one, it can keep Walnut company." Yi Jia thought it reasonable. Besides, once they moved, they could still see each other often. Thus, bidding them farewell, she left with Jing Xian. After the engagement banquet, time flew by quickly, reaching late March. The new house had already begun renovations. Occasionally, Wen Run would check on the progress. After recording another episode of a reality show, he prepared to enter a new filming project. And Lushing finally confirmed the name of the movie, Earth Light Years. After the official movie Weibo account was set up, promotional campaigns started immediately. Wen Run's comeback after Muse caught the attention of quite a few people's curiosity. However, upon learning it was a sci-fi movie, opinions divided drastically. The fans naturally supported their idol unconditionally. But many casual viewers believed that Wen Run chose the wrong script. Muse, unexpectedly becoming a blockbuster, helped ignite his fame in the film industry, and if he followed up with good work, taking it to the next level wouldn't have been difficult. Yet he opted for a science fiction film that screamed box office flop. Just hearing that name. Earth Light Years. At a glance, it screamed pretentious artfulness, a typical director's artsy indulgence. A small independent film director trying his hand at sci-fi. It would indeed be a miracle if it turned out well. Despite the divided opinions, the majority of external evaluations were rather pessimistic. Fortunately, both Lushing and Wen Run had adopted a very balanced mindset, so the external reviews did not affect them much. After packing his luggage, Wen Run bid farewell to Yi Hansheng and set off for the film set with his agent and assistant to take the costume photo shoot. In fact, if you think about it, some of the online comments weren't entirely wrong. Though this was a sci-fi movie, its overall tone leaned more toward emotional, artistic sentimentality. Earth Light Years, though the name included Earth, the majority of the story actually takes place on Mars. At the start of the story, humanity had already entered an interstellar era, with years marked by star calendar. Humanity's mother planet, Earth, in the first year of the star calendar, when the surviving humans relocated to Mars, had already become uninhabitable due to population explosion, global warming, melting glaciers, extreme climate deterioration, and frequent natural disasters. The story begins in the 1075th year of the star calendar. The surviving humans have settled on Mars, allowing their interrupted civilization to thrive anew. The once barren deserts and dunes of Mars have gradually been developed. However, Mars' environment and climate aren't particularly habitable. Surface temperatures can soar up to 80 degrees Celsius, precipitation is scarce, and violent sandstorms occur frequently. Even so, humans, with their tenacious willpower, took root on this planet and even built bustling underground cities beneath the desert dunes to protect against wind and sand. Nevertheless, the precious video records left by the earliest Earth settlers still stir a longing for the mother planet Earth. Wen Run's character in the movie, Feng Can, is a college student who greatly yearns for Earth. By that time, Mars technology had advanced significantly, and humanity had already embarked on the universal age in search of habitable planets. Spaceships capable of traversing vast starry rivers are no longer out of reach for ordinary people. To glimpse the face of the mother planet, Feng Can rallied several like-minded enthusiasts and managed to buy a decommissioned small spaceship from the black market. Through their self-taught knowledge, they overcame numerous difficulties, finally repaired the spacecraft, and named it Earth. On the day Earth was fixed, it also became the day of their voyage. Fearless like calves, these teenagers secretly drove the Earth out of Mars' interstellar defense line, setting off their interstellar journey using only a simplified star map in Feng Can's hands. And after a series of mishaps, the young adventurers finally found the blue planet marked on the star chart, Earth. Amidst the vast universe, the slowly rotating blue planet looked unimaginably beautiful, even more radiant than any image preserved on Mars. In the final part of the story, driven by excitement and ignorance, the youths piloted their ship closer to Earth, but they were pulled in by the planet's gravity enhanced countless times. With Feng Can's exceptional driving skills, they barely landed safely. However, the sight of Earth's scenery after 1,000 years left them awestruck. Due to the abnormal increase in Earth's gravity, the surviving humans on Mars hadn't risked approaching this abandoned home planet again. But a millennium later, with all traces of human existence erased, the once deemed dead star Earth began to regain its original vitality. Lush plants, azure seawater, and great whales leaping into the distance across the sea surface, gradually revealed a more magnificent beauty of Earth in its original form. Unlike previous sci-fi films, despite donning a science fiction guise, Earth Light Years remained true to its essence, still focusing on Lushing's consistent strength of touching emotions, blending laughter with tears. Moreover, the technology in domestic films continues to innovate and improve. A production crew committed to crafting a quality piece can deliver visual effects nearly as good as foreign ones if they put the money where it counts. Especially after in-depth discussions between Wen Run and Lushing, they came to believe that Earth light years would not fall short of any of Lushing's previous movies. Many people, however, harbor a bias against domestic films, especially domestic sci-fi movies, which is why they don't see much potential in Earth light years. After completing the costume photo shoot, while waiting for the makeup artist to remove his makeup, Wen-run discussed the script content with several future colleagues. Lushing is undoubtedly talented, traveling to film schools to scout new talent for this movie, finding 4 suitable actors. Plus, being adept at stirring emotions among intellectuals, he managed to get these inexperienced rookies completely swept away, igniting unprecedented enthusiasm for the movie. As a result, upon meeting Wen-run, they weren't overly nervous. After getting to know him better, they quickly engaged him in discussing the contents of the script. Wen-run's good character, combined with his efforts to get familiar with them, resulted in the 4 rookies becoming his little admirers by the time the makeup artist finished removing his makeup. When Wen-run was about to leave, they followed him, waving goodbye with anticipation for the official start of filming. Chu-soo opened the car door for him and raised an eyebrow with a smile. "You really like this movie." If he wasn't sincerely dedicated to making it excellent, there wouldn't have been such effort spent on getting along well with the 4 rookies. "If I didn't like it, I wouldn't have insisted on taking it." Wen-run smiled as he got into the car, then glanced at her expression curiously. "Is something good happening today? You seem so happy." Since she came to pick him up, Chu-soo hadn't stopped smiling. She wasn't usually like that. "Is it that obvious?" Chu-soo subconsciously tilted up the corner of her mouth. Wen-run nodded. "I could tell right away." Chu-soo chuckled. "Then can you guess what good thing has happened?" "Here's a hint, it's related to you." "Related to me?" Wen-run thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what it might be. Did he receive another great opportunity? Chu-soo shook her head and showed him the list on her phone. "Take a look at this." Wen-run took the phone and stared at it for a while. His eyes widened in surprise. "Nomination for the Hwaching Award? Really? Why would I fool you about this?" Chu-soo gestured for him to scroll down further. "The nomination list will soon be announced by the judging committee. Besides your nomination for Best Actor, Peaceful Tune has also been nominated for Best Director, Best Screenplay, a total of 5 nominations. Last fall, the historical drama Peaceful Tune, which Wen-run starred in, had exploded in both viewership and reputation. His acting had been widely praised. However, no one expected him to still be nominated for Best Actor at the Hwaching Awards after several months. The Hwaching Awards are hosted by the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television, ranking alongside the Orchid Awards and Golden Sculpture Awards as one of the 3 major domestic TV awards. It takes place every 2 years and has already reached its 24th edition. Over the years, the award strictly focused on acting skills rather than popularity, earning the highest credibility and recognition among domestic TV dramas. Almost all acclaimed actors desire acknowledgement from the Hwaching Awards. Even just being nominated is a testament to their acting ability. This nomination held particular significance for Wen-run. Last year, he was nominated for Best Supporting Actor by the Orchid Awards for his performance in Jinling Terrace, but he lost due to publicly coming out. The selection process behind the Orchid Awards even became controversial. Although later, Wen-run proved his capabilities through sheer talent, and many felt indignant on his behalf, ultimately, losing the award meant losing it. Despite knowing that bias existed, there was nothing much they could do. However, this nomination for Best Actor at the Hwaching Awards, months later, indirectly delivered a resounding slap to the Orchid Awards judging committee. What's special about Orchid Awards Best Supporting Actor? The Hwaching Awards Best Actor, that's the real coveted title. Throughout history, those who received top honors from Hwaching were elite actors at the peak of the industry. Even years later when they've grown old and are no longer active on stage, when mentioned, everyone calls them senior. Chu-soo was genuinely delighted. "I've checked the actors nominated. Aside from one veteran actor, the others should be no match for you. Your chances of winning are pretty high." Wen-run was somewhat excited too, but since he developed an air of calmness, his initial joy soon dissipated, leaving him composed once more. "Still, we shouldn't expect too much." Chu-soo glanced at him, made a tootang sound. "Can't even secretly hope a bit. If you really win this award, in the future, even if you only make 1 drama per year, I won't bother you." Wen-run pursed his lips and calmly said, Seeing how calm he remained, like a meditating monk untouched by any emotion, Chu-soo decided to analyze the situation herself instead. The Hwaching Awards' strict selection criteria meant they had no insider information except seeing the nominee list early. Everything else required self-analysis and guessing. When they returned to Songhai Mansion later that night, Wen-run bid farewell to Chu-soo and a few others before heading upstairs. Yi Hanqing had left work on time and was already home. As soon as Wen-run entered, he smelled the aroma of cooking. Yi Hanqing was recently learning how to cook, intent on feeding Wen-run up, showing great enthusiasm. Hetao, hearing the noise at the entrance, eagerly ran over and circled around Wen-run. Yi Hanqing came out from the kitchen wearing an apron and smiled toward him. "Back? Are you hungry? Dinner will be ready soon." Not hungry, Wen-run's dark eyes flickered, suddenly breaking into a big smile as he pounced into his arms, nuzzling his neck coquettishly and muttering, "I'm so happy." Yi Hanqing steadied himself after taking 2 steps back from the impact of Wen-run's jump. He had never seen such excitement in a usually composed man and chuckled. "What's got you so cheerful?" When Run looked up, his eyes shining brightly, filled with a glittering constellation of stars, much like a child who received an award certificate and eagerly awaited praise from their parents. I've been nominated for the Hwaching Award for Best Actor. Chapter 104. When Run was genuinely thrilled. The Hwaching Award carried immense prestige, and even a nomination signified the highest level of recognition. It could be said that any ambitious artist in the industry aspired to win this award. However, the Hwaching Award was hosted by a government organization. Not only were there no backdoor deals, but it was also notoriously difficult to gather insider information about the nominations. Adding to this, historically, the award selection seemed to lean towards veteran artists who made outstanding contributions to the performing arts. The youngest Best Actor and Actress recipients in previous years were already in their mid-20s. Thus, while When Run might have dreamt about it, he had never expected to be nominated or win at his current relatively shallow standing within the industry. This unexpected joy filled him with excitement, but also some unease. Saying he didn't expect to win was just polite rhetoric for public consumption. Who wouldn't be looking forward to winning after being nominated? In front of Chu Su and his assistant, he tried not to appear overly agitated, but upon returning home and seeing Yi Hansheng, the overwhelming happiness inside him could no longer be contained. He urgently wanted to share this joy with Yi Hansheng. Congratulations, Yi Hansheng hugged him back, sincerely happy for him. He led him to sit down at the dining table and took out a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, smiling and saying, "A grand celebration is definitely in order, isn't it?" After the initial excitement, When Run regained his composure but couldn't help blushing faintly at the edges of his ears while still nodding happily. Yes. Yi Hansheng brought out the last dish, took off his apron, and got 2 wine glasses, pouring red wine into them. After lightly clinking their glasses together, he asked, "What reward would you like?" When Run's face flushed slightly as he quietly muttered, "I haven't won the award yet. And talking about rewards always felt somewhat strange. In that case, I'll choose one myself." After taking a sip of the red wine, Yi Hansheng licked his lips and smiled mysteriously at When Run's bewildered expression. And before When Run realized what kind of reward Yi Hansheng meant, it was already too late. The next day, the nomination list for the Hwaching Awards was officially announced by the judging committee. Under the section for Best Male Lead, When Run's name stood out prominently. If the official announcement hadn't come from the judging committee's official microblog account, everyone might have thought it was just someone photoshopping it for fun. But upon closer examination, this nomination for When Run was indeed well deserved. His popularity had risen relatively recently, and he had starred in only 4 works. However, each work had given the audience immense surprise and showcased progressively more stunning performances. This was probably why the Hwaching judging committee chose to nominate him. Great job, When Run. Is he the youngest nominee in history? When I saw the list, I thought I was dreaming. Check the blogger ID again, I feel like I'm still floating in my dream. At Orchid Award, how's your face? 1551 I want to go jogging around town now. Milk warm, I love you forever. The nomination list quickly spread online, causing a stir among When Run's fans on Weibo. They were all shouting with excitement. Even casual observers joined in to praise his acting skills. Some mischief makers went further, tagging the Orchid Awards official account under the original post, urging the Orchid Awards jury members to show up for once. Amidst all this revelry on Weibo, there were inevitably sour remarks. Why all the fuss? He hasn't even won the award yet. What about the other 4 nominees, were they ignored completely? It's just a nomination. Don't act so small-minded, okay? Anyway, the other 4 are experienced actors, so don't count on anyone in your camp. Stop celebrating and prepare for disappointment later. Despite these negative comments, fans who had seen it all kept a close eye. Though they celebrated joyfully, they maintained discipline amongst themselves, they didn't involve other actors in the discussions, nor did they speculate on winning the award prematurely. Simply being nominated was enough cause for great jubilation. There were also many large fans who started retweet giveaways, and even the Star Domain Media's official account joined in the fun. Star Domain Media official account, following the boss's orders, we're running a retweet lottery. 10 lucky fans will split 100,000 renminbi, results announced at 10 p.m. on April 16th, with an additional donation of 100,000 meals for children in mountainous areas on the same day. Although the official account did not explicitly state that it was to celebrate When Run's nomination for the Hwaching Award, the message was clear, it was ordered by the boss. Who was the boss of Star Domain Media? None other than CEO Yi Hansheng. Moreover, the draw date coincided with the Hwaching Award ceremony. For whom this was done should be evident to anyone who could see. The retweet lottery post by Star Domain Media broke 500,000 retweets in just one night. Besides casual onlookers dreaming of becoming Lucky Charms, it was mostly fans celebrating. Yi General is getting more advanced in showing off his love. Who knew showing off your relationship could be this way? I'm FO, Yi General SCD is amazing. Rich people always have many tricks up their sleeves, even a simple lottery cannot keep them from showing their affection. Woof woof. This makes me so jealous. Even though I don't have such a sweet and cloying love, I can still win 10,000 RMB as a prize. Draw me please. The next morning, when Run saw the trending topic on Weibo, he couldn't help but laugh while sending a message to Yi Hansheng, "Why are you following the crowd?" At that moment, Yi Hansheng was in a meeting. His phone sitting on the table buzzed slightly, but he didn't plan to pay attention until he noticed Run's message pop up on the screen. He instinctively picked it up with a slight curl of his lips, "I'm happy for you." Of course, this wasn't the real reason. The actual reason was that Mr. Yi had finally found a somewhat clever and less childish method to show off his affection. As the actual controller of two large enterprises, Yi General thought daily interaction on Weibo or even initiating posts were lowly ways to flaunt their love. That was too stupid. Yet, he simply couldn't help announcing his possession. Before the public announcement of their relationship, he could only show off indirectly under the disguise of Xiao Xiao Wu Yi. Now, since they were officially out, this secretive approach didn't sit well with him anymore. There were far too many admirers eyeing Run, and he felt like a dragon guarding his treasure. Since he couldn't hide the treasure, he wanted everyone to know it belonged to him. This was perhaps the male instinct deeply rooted within him. When Run got nominated, it gave Yi Hansheng an idea. Letting the official account organize a lottery would neither cause hate toward Run nor subtly show their affection. It was perfect. Thinking about the previous trending topics, Yi Hansheng put down his phone quite contentedly and continued the meeting with a pleasant mood. On the other hand, Run found his reply quite amusing. The longer they spent together, the better they understood each other. Yi Hansheng knew him well, and Run also knew a lot about Yi Hansheng. In appearance, the man seemed a stern cold-blooded CEO, but in reality, at home sometimes he bullied walnuts behind Run's back. This lottery probably stemmed from Yi Hansheng's desire to flaunt their affection without losing face. Run couldn't stop laughing again. In the end, he followed suit and retweeted the Star Domain Media's official lottery post. Run v. following the company's lead, adding another 10,000 free lunches / retweeting. After retweeting, he logged out of Weibo and proceeded to pack his luggage with his assistant. As for the CP fans who were being fed dog food, he paid no heed, because he needed to prepare for shooting. After tidying up, Run left with Chu Su and headed to the set. When they came for costume photos before, they had already been introduced to the crew members. Upon rejoining the team, after the opening ceremony and dinner gathering, everyone quickly became familiar with each other. And Lushing differed from other directors in that his talent was not limited to making films, his ability to convince people was equally remarkable. Run often joked that he must have gone to some pyramid scheme seminar, extremely skilled in persuasion. The whole crew was meticulously organized by N, and everyone worked harmoniously, allowing the filming to proceed smoothly. Despite the presence of newcomers, which resulted in more NGs during early shoots, everyone persevered through overtime and completed their tasks without complaints. Half a month into the shoot, Run transformed from a gentle and elegant youth into a rebellious, slightly nerdy troublemaker. The male lead Fong Kan was an orphan from the 6th orphanage of Mars. In an era where the population was drastically decreasing and the newborn birth rate was extremely low, every abandoned child received relatively good care. However, after adulthood, they needed to work for the government, or repay a rather substantial upbringing fee owed to the government. Fong Kan longed to visit the mother planet Earth. If he joined the government's workforce, given Mars' emphasis on education levels and degrees, he might never get a chance to touch the mother planet. Therefore, upon adulthood, he chose the path of working part-time and studying, repaying the upbringing fee gradually. He frequently wore a tattered mechanic's uniform, his hair was cropped short, and there were occasional streaks of unclean grease on his hands and face. But his eyes shone brightly, revealing a stubborn refusal to give up. When Yi Hansheng drove over to pick him up, he spotted him crawling out from beneath a large truck, smudged with grease all over his face and clothes. "This one's fine," and Lushing nodded and said to the 4 others waiting on the side, "The last take wasn't good enough, let's do it again." The props team quickly began resetting the scene. Run went to greet Lushing before heading toward Yi Hansheng. Today was the Huaxing Award ceremony, and as a nominee, he had naturally to attend. It was something he'd already taken leave from for. As he walked, he wiped the sweat off his forehead but accidentally smudged more dirt across his face. Yi Hansheng saw this, returned to his car to fetch some wet wipes, and started cleaning his face. It was the first time he'd seen this look, and there was evident amusement in his gaze. He smirked and said, "You look like a little flower cat." Run tilted his neck backward, evading his hand, and muttered, "No, just let the makeup artist clean me up later, it'll only get dirtier if I keep wiping now." With no other choice, Yi Hansheng pulled back his hand and whispered softly in his ear, "This look is pretty nice." His warm breath tickled Run's ears. Taking a step back, Run said, "I'll go have my makeup removed and change clothes. Just wait." Then he disappeared quickly, unsettled by the way Yi Hansheng's gaze made him feel. After removing his makeup and changing into the pre-prepared evening gown designed by Chu Su, Run finally came out clean and fresh. To fit the character's image, his hair was genuinely shaved into a crew cut, leaving short stubble that slightly pricked when touched. For anyone else, such a haircut might have either been ugly or added an aggressive edge, but Run's refined features became even more prominent with the short hair. Even the round back of his head looked good. The makeup artist applied light makeup on him to complement the hairstyle. His eyeliner elongated his eye ends, his bold eyebrows swept upward, and his lips were subtly tinted, giving him an air of authority sharper than usual. Yi Hanqing observed him thoroughly from head to toe. When Wen approached, he performed a gentlemanly bow, opened the car door, and invited him in with, "Please." Wen laughed at being teased as he sat down in the passenger seat, and together they departed for the award ceremony site. Yi Hanqing escorted him to the entrance and watched as Wen walked down the red carpet alongside a female artist from their company. After handing over the car to his assistant, Yi Hanqing entered from the other side. Hosted by the National Administration of Radio, Film, and Television, the Huaxing Awards always maintained a relatively simple style, so the venue wasn't lavish either. However, the guests who attended held immense influence. Staying true to its traditional simplicity and seriousness, the host didn't indulge in any frivolity. After the opening ceremony and routine speeches, the awards-giving segment began. The large screen behind the host showcased the nominated works one after another. Watching the young general in silver armor charging forward on the screen, Yi Hanqing instinctively glanced at Wen beside him. But he noticed something subtle. Despite maintaining a polite smile, Wen's hands hidden beneath the table were clenched tightly into fists out of nervousness. Quietly, Yi Hanqing extended his hand, grasped Wen's, pried open his fingers, and firmly intertwined them finger by finger, locking hands. Feeling Yi Hanqing's reassurance, Wen turned around, gave him a grateful smile, only to be startled momentarily as a spotlight suddenly swung onto them. Both Wen and Yi Hanqing appeared simultaneously on the big screen. Wen still bore a look of surprise, squinting blankly at the camera. He had been too anxious earlier to pay attention to what the host was saying until the host repeated, "Congratulations to teacher Wen for winning Best Actor award. Please come to the stage." Only then did Wen snap back to reality, composing himself instantly with a composed smile as he stepped onto the podium. Coincidentally, the presenter was Wei Yi. Rarely did Wei Yi seem less serious. Laughing and teasing lightly, he said, "Now I can brag that great teachers produce great students." Wen was somewhat caught off guard by the unexpected delight, timidly curling his lips into a shy smile. "No need to be embarrassed," Wei Yi encouraged. "I was much more excited than you when I won my award." Handing over the trophy, he asked, "Is there anything you'd like to say after receiving this honor?" Taking the trophy, Wen secretly took a deep breath, his eyes sweeping across the audience seats where Yi Hanqing focused intently on him. As their gazes met, Yi Hanqing offered a reassuring smile. Wen felt immediately calmed, grabbing the microphone handed to him by the etiquette lady and beginning his speech. "Being nominated and winning this time has come as quite a surprise, so I haven't prepared any acceptance remarks." Wen bent his smiling eyes in humility, bowing to both the audience and the lens. "For 3 years in the industry, thank you to my company for giving me opportunities, to my agent and team for their support, to Teacher Wei for his guidance, and to all my fans who've accompanied me through this journey. Lastly, thanks to my partner for endlessly supporting and encouraging me without hesitation. Thank you all, because of you, today I stand here on this podium." His voice was calm, slowly and clearly narrating, "My trophy and glory belong half to you. Thank you." After finishing his speech, he bowed deeply once again. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Holding the trophy as he stepped off the stage, Wen subconsciously searched for Yi Hanqing's figure in the crowd, and their eyes met just at that moment. Wen blinked, slightly smiling as he swung the trophy in his hand, then started walking toward him step by step. Chapter 105. The moment the two looked at each other was faithfully recorded by the camera and transmitted to the giant screen above the venue. The fans watching the live broadcast had been screaming since the announcement of the Best Actor, and the chat messages in the live room were flooded with cries of, "Ah ah 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 ah." Not until Wen held the trophy and stepped back to his seat did the spotlight shine on the two. It was seen that Wen smiled slightly and handed the trophy, which symbolized glory, to Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing took the trophy, moved his lips as if saying something, then bent down and hugged him tightly. WSL. Did you hear that? Love. I've never thought this term could be so sweet. Wow, I announce that I am a lemon whale now. I want to date too. Why don't they just get married? Can the wedding be broadcast live? Or give me an invitation in my dream, Bush. Milkwen is really awesome, I will be his fan forever. Before the award ceremony was over, the press release about Wen becoming the emperor was all over the internet. The promised bonus from Xingyu's official Weibo account had already been delivered, and 10,000 public welfare lunches were already being prepared, with the donation process placed on the official blog for netizens to supervise. Wen's studio also kept up, delivering the additional 10,000 public welfare lunches that Wen had promised. For a time, Wen was unstoppable, and except for a few black fans, most netizens had a good impression of him. His relationship with Yi Hanqing, facing absolute strength, almost no one questioned anymore. Except for the initial high-profile coming-out conference, the two rarely appeared together in public. Not to mention some celebrity couples who indulged in publicity after going public, they hardly even interacted on Weibo. But this does not mean their feelings are bad. Like this award ceremony, anyone could see the affection in their eyes when they looked at each other. And this time Wen winning, also silenced those who always like to talk about under-the-table rules. Before, it could be said that Wen became famous only because Yi Hanqing promoted him. But now, as long as you paid attention to the entertainment industry, everyone knows the weight of the Huaxing Award. The Huaxing Award is not something that can be pushed up by sponsors alone. This is completely dependent on Wenrun's own effort and ability. After gaining the title in one battle at the Huaxing Award, Wenrun's value increased manifold, finally breaking free from the limitations of being a traffic star. People no longer thought of him as a traffic idol but as an emperor of television drama. When fans celebrated online, Yi Hanqing quietly left the scene with Wenrun through the side door. If they didn't leave early, later Wenrun would surely be swarmed by crazed journalists. Yi Hanqing was like a dragon stealing the prince away from the feast, leading Wenrun under the dim yellow light. At this point, the award ceremony wasn't officially over yet, and there was no one else in the underground parking lot besides them. "Where are we going?" the prince asked curiously, letting the dragon lead him away. "I've booked a celebration dinner, Chu Su and the others should be waiting," Yi Hanqing whispered, lightly kissing him and wrapping his arms around his waist. Wenrun was surprised, his eyes slightly widened. "Celebration dinner, when did you book it?" Yi Hanqing opened the car door and motioned for him to get in, laughing lightly. "I booked it a long time ago." Even if he wasn't sure if he could win the award, Yi Hanqing still had the assistant secretly reserve a spot. If he won the award, after the award ceremony, they could go celebrate with Wenrun. If he didn't win, he wouldn't tell Wenrun and pretend it didn't happen. He leaned forward to fasten his seatbelt, and Yi Hanqing stole another kiss on his cheek before driving him to the hotel. Indeed, Chu Su and the rest were already there in the private room at the hotel. In addition to the studio members, Jing Xian and Yi Jia were also present. As soon as the two walked in, they were showered with confetti. "Congratulations." Chu Su excitedly went to hug him, her hand already stretched out, catching a glimpse of Yi Hanqing beside him and stopped just in time, ending up patting Wenrun's shoulder. Being a private celebration among insiders, there was no stiffness. Yi Hanqing opened a bottle of fine wine for the celebration and distributed bonuses to the studio members. By the time the excitement settled, it was already late at night. Everyone had had a bit of alcohol, and they called a designated driver to take them home. Yi Hanqing and Wenrun saw off the others and ended up leaving last. After everyone had gone, as Wenrun was about to call a designated driver, Yi Hanqing snatched his phone. The man embraced him from behind, his chin rubbing gently against his shoulder. "They're all gone, next we celebrate alone." Wenrun also drank quite a bit of alcohol. His usually clear eyes were now hazy with drunkenness. "I've booked a room at the hotel." Yi Hanqing murmured softly in his ear. After celebrating all night long, Wenrun was feeling a bit overwhelmed. He was supposed to return to the film set today. When Yi Hanqing saw him constantly rubbing his waist, he finally felt guilty about being too playful and called on Lushing to ask for one more day off. Once Wenrun recuperated and returned to the set, the intense filming resumed. And Lushing put a lot of effort into Birth Light Years. It was said that as early as 5 years ago, he had already conceived the idea and had been refining it ever since. Therefore, after filming began, his requirements were especially high. Though everything went smoothly up until this point, the actual filming progress wasn't fast at all. Time flew by, and soon it was mid-May. The production team was about to go on location to Xinhua for practical shooting. In the movie, Mars is a barren planet covered with deserts and sand dunes, accompanied by fierce sandstorms, making the environment extremely harsh. For cinematic effect, Lushing took the crew directly to Aira Desert in Xinhua for on-location shooting. Aira Desert is located within Xinhua province, not very large, but looking out from the edge reveals an endless expanse of desert. Combined with the early summer weather, the temperatures in Xinhua were rising, with large temperature differences between day and night. The entire crew complained upon their arrival. Aira Desert is far from any town, and the nearest village only has a few scattered households. They could only pay to rent villagers' houses, driving in and out daily for the desert shoots. For the filming effect, Wenrun's skin was deliberately darkened a shade, bundled up tightly in protective radiation clothing, trudging through the desert. Cut. "Wenhao, your position was wrong, reshoot this." Lushing wiped sweat off his face, looked at everyone sweating profusely, and told the makeup artist, "Take a break, touch up makeup before continuing." The radiation on Mars is strong, so humans rarely go outside during the day, especially at noon when the sunlight is intense. If they have to, they wear thick radiation protection suits. After editing, these suits would look filled with sci-fi appeal, but during actual filming, they just trap sweat and cause heat rashes under their heavy weight. At the sound of a break, two assistants quickly brought out small fans and bottled water, guiding Wenrun onto the nanny van. Wenrun shed his costume for ventilation, gulped down half a bottle of water, and panted heavily from the heat. The makeup artist climbed aboard with her makeup kit to dry his sweat and reapply makeup. Wenrun lay sprawled out on the back seat, hugging a small fan, blowing away. "Miss Chu called earlier. She said you're nominated for Best Actor at the Orchid Awards," the assistant said while wiping his sweat. "Orchid Awards?" Wenrun sat up straight. The Orchid Awards hold annual selections. Now it was already late May, according to timing, this was indeed when the nomination list would be announced. But what surprised him was that the Orchid Awards still nominated him. The assistant explained, "I heard it's because the chairperson of the judging panel has changed. The previous chairperson of the Orchid Awards committee had homophobic tendencies, thus opposing Wenrun receiving the award. It seemed like due to the last leak of the voting inside information, plus Wen Run winning the Huashing Award as TV Emperor, the Orchid Awards decided to make a statement and recover its reputation by changing the chairperson. Despite risking being ridiculed by netizens, they nominated Wen Run again. Does Ms. Chu know if I should attend the ceremony? The Orchid Award ceremony was scheduled for June 10th, when Run calculated the timeline. At that time, he'd still be shooting in Shinmo. Coming and going would be exhausting and would delay the progress of the film set. He thought about it and replied, "Just say I can't make it due to shooting." It's not that he wanted to confront the Orchid Awards. Truly, the production period in Shinmo was burning money. If he went, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. The production budget was tight, and they couldn't afford delays. The assistant agreed. They understood how hard Wen Run worked on set. There was no need to exhaust themselves just for an award ceremony. Moreover, given the Orchid Awards history, there was always the possibility of Wen Run being snubbed again, which would just waste time. After getting Wen Run's reply, the assistant relayed it to Chu Su. And Wen Run once again immersed himself in the intense shooting schedule. However, though Wen Run's decision was simple, the day before the Orchid Award ceremony, when someone revealed that Wen Run wouldn't attend the awards, excessive interpretations began to appear. Wen Run is getting arrogant after winning a single award, right? There's really no need. The jury has already made their stance clear. Still acting aloof like this is pretentious. People in the industry should have a bigger mindset. TV Emperor must think highly of himself now, probably looking down on the small Orchid Awards. There were quite a number of such comments, with some marketing accounts even adding fuel to the fire. In short, everyone was saying that Wen Run had become arrogant after winning an award, too restless, and lacking in tolerance, implying that this would not bode well for his career. Wen Run was far away in Shinma, exhausted from shooting every day, worse off than a dog. The two assistants, following Chu Su's instructions, hadn't let a single piece of information slip to him. As a result, he remained oblivious to all the online discussions. On the other hand, after obtaining An Luxing's consent, Chu Su had the assistant send over 2 behind-the-scenes photos of Wen Run filming in the desert, which were then posted on Weibo under the studio's name. Wen Run Studio V, 2 sneak peek shots of Wen Run on set. Brother Wen is still filming in Shinma and unfortunately can't make it back for the award ceremony. Wishing the at Wagwak Television Orchid Awards goes smoothly. The accompanying images showed Wen Run trudging through the desert in heavy protective radiation clothing. The warm powder army was quick to reach the comment section. They had been explaining elsewhere why Wen Run couldn't attend, but since the marketing accounts and trolls were solely interested in stirring up trouble, no amount of explanation seemed to help. This time around, when the studio issued the Weibo post, they simply stopped bothering to justify themselves further and started retweeting the post while drooling over the screen. These were the first set photos from Earth Light Years released outside of the costume-fitting pictures. There had been talk earlier that Wen Run's character would completely subvert his previous image. However, when everyone saw the rugged appearance of the clean-shaven actor trudging through the desert yet remaining undeniably handsome, they couldn't help but be awestruck. After being awestruck came astonishment. Amidst the boundless sands, a rebellious young man marched forward resolutely despite having dirt and sand covering his face. The skin once glowing with whiteness was now sunburnt into a wheat color, giving him a more rugged and defiant aura. As the fans put it, a bombshell. People had gotten used to either the refined elegance or soft bashfulness of Wen Run's performances, but this disheveled and defiant look was something entirely new. For a moment, no one even paid attention to the Orchid Awards. Instead, their focus was entirely drawn towards Earth Light Years. Prior to this, aside from die-hard fans, few people had taken notice of Earth Light Years. After all, besides director An Luxing and lead actor Wen Run, the rest of the cast were newcomers or worked behind the scenes, offering little appeal. Moreover, the brilliance of An Luxing and Wen Run had been overshadowed by the term domestic science fiction movie. Even though Earth Light Years had been in production for so long, there hadn't been much buzz generated. All the money went into filming and post-production, leaving little room for promotion. There wasn't even enough budget for a decent trending topic. Thus, the audience consisted mainly of dedicated fans and self-proclaimed supporters, along with those who were merely curious. But now that Wen Run's set photos were out, everyone realized that it actually looked pretty good. The released set photos were excellently captured, with Wen Run as the focus point under close scrutiny and 4 other newcomers actors also wearing protective radiation suits visible in the distance. Above them stretched an overcast blue sky, while beneath lay barren deserts. This majestic atmosphere was established right from the start. Earth Light Years' official Weibo account was quick-witted enough to immediately retweet the studio's post and seize the opportunity to release several more promotional photos. Suddenly, the conversation around Earth Light Years and Wen Run surged. It even surpassed the buzz surrounding the Orchid Award ceremony. Any excessive interpretation about Wen Run's absence was blocked by screenshots of the studio's Weibo response. Don't ask. He's busy filming and has no time. Stop thinking too much. Seriously. The netizens' attention was deflected so quickly that they all started paying attention to Wen Run and Earth Light Years, causing this year's Orchid Award ceremony to seem rather deserted. It wasn't until June 10th at 9 p.m., when the Orchid Awards Best Actor was announced, that Weibo exploded again. Wen Run won the Best Actor award at the Orchid Awards for his role as Zhao Yuanlang in Taiping Tiao. First, the Huaxing Award, then the Orchid Award. Winning 2 emperor titles for one role, he was now only one step away from a Grand Slam. Chapter 106. Lan Hua Award's award ceremony was attended by Chu Su on Wen Run's behalf to receive the prize. Meanwhile, Wen Run recorded a congratulatory video that was played during the ceremony. By this point, no one was saying he was too arrogant or impetuous anymore. On the contrary, everyone was praising his dedication and commitment. No wonder he had already won 2 acting awards at such a young age. If last year's Wen Run gained immense popularity and traffic through constant appearances in variety shows and dramas, this year's Wen Run managed to earn a solid reputation and national recognition just in the first half of the year by winning back-to-back acting awards. Starting from the April Huaxing Award, and continuing into May and June, Weibo topics were almost entirely dominated by Wen Run. His personal heat and discussion even overshadowed the other actors at both the Huaxing Awards and the Lan Hua Awards. People could see various analyses and discussions about him daily on Weibo, with trending topics constantly updated. In the past, people might have simply dismissed it as hype, but these consecutive acting awards significantly enhanced his national recognition and goodwill. Especially due to Taisun Tun, a historical drama popular across different age groups. Not only the younger crowd, but also many middle-aged and elderly individuals who rarely use Weibo, upon hearing of him, would say, the actor who played General Zhao is really good. In the midst of this raging success, many began to speculate whether Wen Run might achieve a Grand Slam. Huaxing Award, Lan Hua Award, and Jin Diao Award are considered the top 3 domestic television awards. Wen Run had already claimed 2, and the remaining 1 didn't seem too far out of reach, especially given the Jin Diao Award's emphasis on star popularity, increasing Wen Run's chances even further. Some netizens even revisited Muse, a movie that had been withdrawn from theaters. Due to its subject matter, Muse catered to a more niche audience, but it still made waves upon its initial release. The movie was highly praised, and Wen Run's performance in Muse was seen as even more exceptional compared to his work in Taisun Tun. After Muse, more people expressed strong optimism about Wen Run possibly claiming another award. Let's start a bet. I'll gamble on Wen Run achieving a Grand Slam in October. With an acting Grand Slam, another Best Actor win, what do you all think? Please stop dreaming. Someone will spot this, and bring negativity toward our household icon again. No exaggeration here, among the TV series and films submitted this season, none can match up to Wen Run. Wait until October if you don't believe me. On Weibo, betting has already begun, drawing in numerous bystanders who join in on speculation and placing bets. However, far away in XINMO, Wen Run remained completely unaware of all this while diligently filming. Due to Wen Run's award-winning achievement, Earth Light Years also enjoyed a surge in popularity, making several trending lists. Many online said the production crew was lucky, receiving free publicity. The marketing team must be thrilled. As the film received more attention, the originally hesitant cast and crew of the film became revitalized once more. Every day, under the scorching sun, they continued shooting scenes in the desert. As July approached, XINMO's weather grew increasingly hot, and there was still a long stretch of filming planned for this location. After completing one scene, Wen Run walked laboriously through the sand towards the car to rest. His face was red from the sun, and sweat ran freely down his forehead. His assistant handed him a cup of cooling tea and worriedly suggested, "Brother Wen, why not take another break? You've been filming all day, be careful not to overexert yourself." After resting in the car for a bit, Wen Run had recovered somewhat. He wiped the sweat off his face, waited for the makeup artist to reapply his makeup, then replied, "It's the last scene today, let's finish this, then I'll rest. I'm okay." Though he said so, after finishing the last scene, Wen Run's complexion had turned unusually red. He himself started feeling dizzy and unsteady, and the assistant noticed right away and helped him back to the car, handing him water. Even so, Wen Run eventually fell ill. The weather in XINMO was unbearably hot, and Wen Run spent hours under the blazing sun, wearing heavy costumes and concentrating intensely. As soon as filming ended and he relaxed, he simply couldn't hold up any longer. Wen Run lay on the rear seat of the private car, feeling somewhat drowsy and groggy. Faintly aware that he had probably suffered heatstroke, he made quite an effort to move his body. The assistant was rushing to drive him to the hospital when she heard his muffled voice say, "Nothing serious, don't tell Sister Chu or Director Yi. They'd worry." Considering their distance, if Yi Hanqing knew he was sick, he'd undoubtedly get worried. "I know," replied the assistant applying ice compresses, unsure what else to say. She added helplessly, "We'll wait to hear what the doctor says. If it's serious, we definitely can't keep it hidden from them." Wen Run mumbled in a daze, and not long after, he drifted off to sleep in the bumping of the car. When he woke up again, it was because someone was staring at him. Opening his eyes groggily, all he could see was Yi Hanqing's grim face hovering above him. Wen Run. He blinked stupidly for a moment, instinctively reaching to rub his eyes but then realized there was an 4-needle taped to his hand. The movement tugged on the needle slightly, causing him to softly inhale through his teeth. His hand was immediately caught. "Don't move around." A familiar warmth came from the hand that held his. Wen Run restlessly twitched his fingers and turned his head toward Yi Hanqing. He wasn't dreaming after all. "How did you end up here?" Realizing he'd been caught off guard, Wen-run felt somewhat guilty and glanced at Yi Hanqing with a hint of supplication in his eyes. Seeing this, Yi Hanqing couldn't help but sigh. He had been worried about the harsh shooting conditions in XINMO since Wen-run arrived. Finally managing to clear up most of his company affairs, he squeezed out a week's time, bought a batch of living supplies, and planned to personally deliver them to the film set to check on Wen-run's situation. The moment he arrived at the filming location, however, he heard that Wen-run had suffered heatstroke and was already sent to the county hospital. So, he rushed there too. When he reached the hospital, he saw a flushed Wen-run lying weakly on the hospital bed with an afar drip. Both angry and tender-hearted, Yi Hanqing stayed right by his side, refusing to leave the bedside even once. And yet, this ungrateful little thing was asking how he got there. Narrowing his eyes, Yi Hanqing pinched his cheek as a form of punishment. I hear you didn't want your assistant to tell me when you fell ill. Wen-run blinked, noticing how increasingly displeased Yi Hanqing looked. Acting like a kitten, he gently rubbed his cheek against Yi Hanqing's palm and said apologetically, I just didn't want you to worry. It's only heatstroke, it's no big deal. Feeling soft at heart from the rubbing, Yi Hanqing still forced himself to be firm, scolding sternly, this can't happen again. If you don't tell me, I will only worry more. Alright, I promise it won't happen again. Wen-run grinned and leaned closer to him, softening his tone and stretching out the syllables in a whining manner, Mr. Yi, I'm thirsty. Hearing his boss addressed like that, Yi Hanqing stiffened, looking at him silently for a while before finally relenting. He patted Wen-run's head with his large hand and spoke gently, I'll get you water. The water was saline, boiled, then cooled, leaving a mild salty taste behind. Thirsty, Wen-run drank half a glass in one breath, some liquid spilling out onto his lips. Yi Hanqing took a napkin and carefully wiped it clean. By the time Wen-run finished hanging one bottle of saline solution, he was already feeling much better. Yi Hanqing found a decent enough hotel in the county and asked for leave for Wen-run, insisting he stay to recuperate. Although Wen-run felt fine, seeing Yi Hanqing's unfriendly expression, he smartly chose to obey. You couldn't expect much in such a remote county anyway. Moreover, the local food preferences in XINMO were quite different from theirs. So Yi Hanqing simply instructed his assistant to buy ingredients and cooked by borrowing the hotel kitchen. His culinary skills had improved significantly, especially in stewing soups, which Wen-run loved very much. Thus, when people from the film crew came to visit, they were greeted with the unusual sight of the usually reserved Yi Hanqing from business magazines, now wearing a floral apron and carefully holding a bowl of soup with furrowed brows as he entered from outside. The Fu Ling winter melon old duck soup that Yi Hanqing stewed cleared heat, detoxified, and eliminated dampness and summer heat. Its fragrance could be smelled from far away. The filming environment in XINMO was hard, and the crew's meals were rather unsatisfactory. Occasionally, they would eat at a county restaurant, but due to the flavor differences, they weren't used to it either. Now catching the aroma wafting over, everyone unconsciously sniffed. Though unspoken, their eyes clearly conveyed the same thought, Mr. Yi has such hidden talents. After nodding greetings to the visitors, Yi Hanqing placed the bowl of soup on the table, grabbed a small bowl, ladled some duck meat and winter melon with broth into it, and handed it over to Wen-run along with a spoon. Upon receiving the soup, Wen-run, under the scrutinizing gaze of the entire crew, felt somewhat embarrassed and politely asked, would you like some? With the large bowl of soup Yi Hanqing brought over, Wen-run wouldn't be able to finish it alone. Lu Xing hesitated briefly, nodded, but upon catching Yi Hanqing's suddenly cold expression, changed his mind with a fake laugh, no thank you, we've already eaten. You go ahead. Seeing them decline, Wen-run didn't insist further and slowly began drinking. Actually, Wen-run's condition wasn't serious. But with Yi Hanqing closely monitoring him, he could only rest for 2 days before being sent back to the set. Yi Hanqing did not leave immediately either, but instead followed him into the group. It was unclear how he managed it, but he somehow procured a recreational vehicle, RV, fully equipped with all necessary facilities. While Wen-run was shooting his scenes, Yi Hanqing would handle official business inside the RV, and after finishing up, he would cook for Wen-run so that he could eat warm food right after his shoot. When resting in the evenings, Wen-run no longer had to cram himself into a farmhouse, instead, he stayed in the RV with Yi Hanqing. The crew watched jealously, exclaiming that Wen-run had become insufferably fortunate. However, when Wen-run took out a large box of ice cream from the RV's fridge, their attitudes changed instantly. They happily declared that Mr. Yi could stay on set as long as he wanted and ideally never leave. Chapter 107. Yi Hanqing stayed with the film crew for 5 days before leaving. Everyone on set followed him around, freeloading off his food and drinks, and when he finally left, they all felt an unusual sense of reluctance. Before he left, he had another batch of food and water delivered to be stored in the RV, repeatedly instructing the 2 assistants to take good care of Wen-run. He insisted that they report on Wen-run's condition daily. He said this right in front of Wen-run, who couldn't help but laugh bitterly and say, you're becoming more and more like my dad. Nagging constantly, there was no air of a domineering boss, but rather one of an elderly man going on and on. With a slight raise of his eyebrows, Yi Hanqing suddenly leaned in closer, whispering softly into his ear, there's nothing wrong with being your dad. At first, Wen-run didn't react, then after a moment of stunned silence, his face turned red instantly. Subconsciously glancing at the two assistants who both acted as if they hadn't heard anything, he shot Yi Hanqing an annoyed glare and muttered, "What nonsense. If you don't leave soon, you'll miss your flight." Yi Hanqing chuckled pleasantly, gently hugged him, and then turned to leave. The film crew stayed nearly another month in Xinmo. When they finally finished shooting the Mars scenes by the end of August, they moved back to the filming base. On the day they left Xinmo, everyone practically cheered. They were eager to get back to the city for kebabs, hot pot, and alcohol, not wanting to return to that barren desert. After moving back to the filming base, time passed even faster. By this point, most of the scenes had already been completed. After some additional shots were taken under Luciu's strict requirements, the movie officially wrapped up production in late September. The filming of Earth Lightyear took roughly 7 months from start to finish, and during these 7 months, the number of people paying attention to the movie kept growing. From initial skepticism, there gradually emerged some anticipation now. During filming, numerous behind-the-scenes clips and stills were released. Netizens found the completely transformed image of Feng Ken quite appealing, sparking positive feedback. Among the few short videos released on the official Weibo account, the portrayal of Feng Ken by Wenrun was particularly well received. Even before the film was released, Feng Ken had already gained a group of fans. Some compared this character with other characters played by Wenrun, believing this was a qualitative leap forward in his acting skills. Indeed, many began to think that the previous bets on Wenrun winning Best Actor might not have been mere speculation. He truly had the talent. After winning the award, the topic of Wenrun never waned online. As netizens analyzed horizontally and vertically whether Wenrun could win awards with Earth Lightyear, another bomb was dropped amidst the already turbulent online discussions. The movie Muse was nominated for Best Picture at the Golden Phoenix Awards, director Lin Jing for Best Director, and lead actor Wenrun for Outstanding Male Actor at the Golden Phoenix Awards. The Golden Phoenix Award is the only authoritative film award in mainland China, ranking alongside Hong Kong and Taiwan's film awards in prestige. Its value is unquestionable. Netizens on Weibo experienced the shock of a surprise windfall landing directly in their laps. Though many had speculated earlier that Wenrun would likely win an award, no one expected it to come so soon. How long had it been since Wenrun won double Best Actor titles? My mom's shaking. Has Wenrun hired a master practitioner? 2 TV Emperor titles weren't enough, now comes a Golden Phoenix. Why don't we open another bet round, wagering whether Wenrun can win again / joke. I simply refuse to believe Wenrun will win this time. How could it be so absurd? A year with 2 TV Emperors and 1 movie Emperor is making me envious. Let's venerate my older brother as a chosen son of fate. I seek nothing else than a TV Emperor title. Not only were the netizens and fans confused, but Wenrun himself was too. When Chu Su told him the news, he actually thought she was playing around. He knew from the start that Lin Jing aimed for awards, yet he truly never imagined he'd be nominated for Outstanding Male Actor. After all, movies are different from TV series. Countless TV big shots have failed miserably after transitioning to the silver screen. Muse was his debut feature film, which, though initially received with positive reviews upon release, never crossed his mind as something where he could be nominated for Outstanding Male Actor. Yet surprises often come unexpectedly and without warning. Chu Su was overjoyed, her mouth unable to close as she ponderously suggested, "Do you think I should go pray at a temple? Perhaps it would help ensure you win." Wenrun. Seeing he wasn't responding, Chu Su added, "No, with your strength, you could win even without praying. Then, once you do win, I'll donate 10,000 love lunches." Wenrun. Wenrun simply couldn't find the right words to respond to Chu Su's excited demeanor, so he just let her ramble on by herself. After Chu Su was finished with her excitement and calmed down a little, Wenrun reminded her, "You haven't even told me why you came to see me today." Since the wrap-up of Earth Lightyear, Wenrun had been resting at home. Before coming over, Chu Su had mentioned that she had something important to discuss, but halfway there, she received the shortlist for the Golden Phoenix Awards, and ever since stepping into Wenrun's place, she'd been too excited talking non-stop without getting to the main matter. "I almost forgot because you didn't remind me." Chu Su returned to her senses and took out a contract from her bag, saying, "We've secured 2 new endorsements, here's the contract." Nowadays, with his increased stature, Wenrun's endorsement offers were surging in value as well. The brands knocking on his door were all top tier. Naturally, the fees were also escalating one after another. After reviewing the contracts, Wenrun signed his name on them. He handed the documents back to Chu Su and, after some thought, added, "I don't plan on taking any new acting jobs for the rest of this year." "What?" Chu Su looked wary at him, asking, "You're not seriously considering only taking 1 movie per year, are you?" "No." Wenrun blushed a bit, replying sheepishly, "I want to hold my wedding ceremony before the end of the year. Besides, the new house has been renovated, and will move in soon afterward." Before leaving for the US, Yi Hanqing had proposed to him. However, an unexpected incident happened during their stay there, and it took quite a while for recovery. Once he got better and returned, he became busy again. Since then, Yi Hanqing never brought up the topic of their wedding again. Initially, Wenrun assumed he wasn't particularly in a rush. But just a couple of days ago, when Run went to the study to use the computer, he accidentally discovered the browser history full of search results related to wedding planning and honeymoon destinations. Then he realized that Yi Hanqing had indeed been thinking about the wedding all along, but refrained from mentioning it due to Run's busy schedule. Run pondered and decided he should take the initiative on this issue rather than always letting Yi Hanqing worry about the details alone. Hence this conversation with Chu Su. Alright. Do you need my help with any brainstorming? Chu Su teased him, winking and grinning slyly. In fact, Run felt somewhat embarrassed. He diplomatically declined, replying, I already have some ideas. Seeing this, Chu Su stopped teasing and discussed work-related issues further before heading back to the company. As for Run, he checked the time, it was just noon. Since Yi Hanqing was at work and he himself had nothing else to do, he decided to drive over with Hu Tao, Walnut, to check out the new house. The house had been fully renovated in September and left vacant since then for airing purposes. Run would visit occasionally to notice if anything was missing and would make corresponding arrangements accordingly. Currently, the new house lacked only the presence of people and was more comfortable than Songhai Mansion. Run clipped Hu Tao's leash onto him and patted his dog's head, saying, let's go check out our new home. Hu Tao barked in excitement, wagging his tail and following closely by Run's side. Run drove himself there. First, he stopped by to visit Yi Jia. After Yi Jia and Jing Xian got engaged, they moved here. The neighborhood had a serene environment, and Jing Xian hired nannies and rehabilitation doctors to live with them at home. When he was at work, Yi Jia would undergo physical therapy or take on small online design projects to pass the time. When Run arrived, Yi Jia was in the garden feeding a white Samoyed puppy with milk. Seeing him, Yi Jia stood up and came over to open the door. After months of rehabilitation, she was now able to walk short distances steadily around the yard. You came today? What's up? Yi Jia greeted Run warmly, gently patting Hu Tao's head. Hu Tao showed affection by nudging her and then excitedly ran towards the small Samoyed. Thought I'd come check on the house. Did you start raising a dog? Together with Yi Jia, Run entered and saw Hu Tao enthusiastically pinning down the small Samoyed while licking it. Its tail happily twitched, but the frightened little Samoyed whimpered incessantly. Yi Jia pulled Hu Tao away, picked up the Samoyed, and led both of them into the house. Feeling neglected, Hu Tao barked once but quickly cheered up and bounded inside. Once they placed both dogs aside to play, Run and Yi Jia sat down in the living room chatting casually, which eventually led to discussing Yi Jia's upcoming wedding. How is the wedding planning going? Where do you plan on spending your honeymoon? Yi Jia said everything was pretty much arranged. Soon after her physical recovery was complete, Jing Xian wasted no time setting the wedding date for next spring, coinciding with the first anniversary of their engagement. A professional wedding planning team had already begun customizing the banquet proposal. Haven't decided yet where to go for our honeymoon, Yi Jia noticed when Run seemed somewhat strange and asked curiously, why did you suddenly bring this up? When Run coughed lightly, feeling somewhat bashful as he answered, just gathering some reference points. Yi Jia's eyes widened in surprise, does my brother know about this? I haven't told him yet, you don't tell him either. When Run smiled and said, I want to give him a surprise. Yi Jia teased him, wait a sec. She got up and went upstairs. Moments later, she came down with a stack of bound A4 papers and handed them to Run, saying, these are all the notes I've made, you can see if there's anything you like. Run flipped through them casually and found that they were all travel destinations information, some he had heard of, others not. A few were circled in red pen, which must have been Yi Jia's preferred locations. After looking through for a while, Run found a couple of places that were indeed nice. He noted down their names, planning to take a closer look when he returned home. The two discussed the materials quietly for a bit. Run had a few choices in mind and saw it was time to leave, so he bid farewell to Yi Jia and took Hu Tao to check out the new house. After checking out the house, Run drove over to Xingyu building to pick Yi Hanqing up after work. Since Run started his rest period, Yi Hanqing has been leaving work very punctually. As soon as Run parked the car, he met Yi Hanqing coming down on the elevator. Hu Tao stuck its dog head out from the car window and barked cheerfully at him twice. Upon seeing the familiar car, Yi Hanqing instantly broke into a smile and strode towards them quickly. Hu Tao excitedly got down from the passenger seat to greet him. Yi Hanqing perfunctorily patted its head and deftly opened the back door, pushing this big dog into the back seat before seating himself on the front passenger seat. Hu Tao persisted, sticking its fluffy head between them from the back seat. The pair of blue eyes gleamed back and forth, looking at both men excitedly. Ignoring it, Yi Hanqing asked Run, why did you come today? Run skipped over the details of his conversation with Yi Jia and replied, just looked at the house and sat around at Jia Jia's place for a bit. On my way back, thought I'd pick you up. Even though it wasn't specifically arranged for picking him up, Yi Hanqing still felt extremely content. The two and their dog stopped by the neighborhood supermarket on the way home to buy groceries and then went straight to make dinner. During the meal, Run casually asked, is the company going to be busy by the end of the year? Depends. The junior staff would be the ones busy anyway, Yi Hanqing said, why do you ask? Run laughed lightly, realized it's already October, getting close to the end of the year. Want to go back together for the new year? Mom and Dad called several times about it. Yi Hanqing didn't suspect anything else and just thought Wen Run probably talked with his parents again. So he nodded in agreement straightforwardly. Last time, when Wen Run went back to his hometown with him, Wen's father mentioned arranging a few tables of wine banquet in the village by the end of the year to formally recognize him as a godson. Though he didn't say it outright, he's always kept it in mind. Chapter 108. After confirming that Yi Hanqing wouldn't be too busy, Wen Run began to secretly prepare. When Yi Hanqing went to work, he was at home having a video call with Yi Jia, discussing suitable places for traveling. It was already October, and the weather in the country had started to get cold. So, Wen Run prepared to go abroad and visit the southern hemisphere. The destination should have beautiful scenery suitable for vacationing and must be a country where the same-sex marriage law has passed. After much deliberation, Wen Run decided on Baigaya Island. Baigaya Island belongs to a small country in the southern hemisphere. It's a sea-surrounded island with beautiful scenery, an open-minded populace, and the same-sex marriage law was passed just 2 years ago. Although the certificate obtained overseas has no legal effect domestically, both Yi Hanqing and Wen Run felt that getting the certificate is an important part, a sense of ceremony. Legal constraints are merely about obligations, while their connection is bound by emotions. Wen Run quickly contacted a travel agency and booked a private island near Baigaya Island. He recorded his ideas in a document and sent it to the travel agency, which would then contact the owner of the island to arrange according to Wen Run's requirements. As he was stealthily decorating the island bit by bit, the Golden Phoenix Award ceremony also arrived as scheduled. On the evening of November 20th, Wen Run arrived at the venue on time. He wore an elegant white evening gown, with a silver-gray handkerchief folded neatly in the chest pocket. His spine was straight, and his demeanor calm. His long hair was fixed with wax, with only a few strands of delicate hair falling onto his forehead, making him appear even more dashing and graceful. After over 3 years, he had transformed from an inexperienced teenager into a mature, poised gentleman. Especially after his experience with the Huaxi Award, this time his mindset was more peaceful, his every gesture exuding a calm and steady presence. Yi Hanqing walked by his side, this time Wen Run directly invited Yi Hanqing to be his male escort. The two walked together, without overly intimate actions, but anyone could tell they were a couple at first glance. There was an unmistakable aura of intimacy surrounding them. The flashlights focused on them, with the baby formula fans and CP fans holding up light boards squeezed on both sides, their screams rising and falling one after another. The names of Wen Run and Yi Hanqing flickered on the light boards, gradually merging into a sea of lights, indistinguishable from each other. Smiling and waving to the fans and reporters on both sides, Wen Run then entered the venue with Yi Hanqing. Wen Run's seat was in the front row, tightly next to Yi Hanqing. A few seats away sat Wei Yi and Lin Jing. Lin Jing was the director of Muse, who naturally should be present, while Wei Yi didn't have a movie this year, so he probably accompanied Lin Jing. This year, the Golden Phoenix nomination included Muse in the Best Film category, and Lin Jing in the Best Director category. Wen Run and Yi Hanqing greeted them, exchanged a few words, and shortly after, the award ceremony officially began. All award ceremonies follow similar procedures, but what's different is that the Excellent Male Actor and Excellent Female Actor awards at the Golden Phoenix Awards are presented as the finale. Familiar with the process now, Wen Run wasn't as nervous this time around and could focus on the other categories. It wasn't until the Best Director announcement that he became a little tense. Muse was Lin Jing's first film and had a great deal of hard work poured into it. Wen Run hoped Lin Jing would fulfill his wish. The host read out a lengthy citation on stage, and clips from nominated films played alternately on the big screen behind her. When she finally announced Muse and Lin Jing's name, Wen Run let out a sigh of relief and applauded happily. Lin Jing adjusted his suit and took the stage to receive the award. Later, as expected, the Best Film Award was also awarded to Muse, achieving a victorious start and indicating a smooth future for Lin Jing. The awards continued for more than an hour before it was finally the Best Actor category. Before the host announced the winner, the spotlight overhead fell on Wen Run. At the same moment, the host excitedly invited Wen Run to take the stage for his award. Wen Run's heart skipped a beat, but soon settled down. He slowly stood up, tidied his clothes, and confidently stepped onto the award stage. The presenter was a highly respected veteran actor in the industry, presenting the Crystal Phoenix Trophy to Wen Run. With a chuckle, the veteran said, "Hold it tight, you've won 3 major awards in a year. Your hands shouldn't go soft." Wen Run took the trophy with a playful reply, "One gets better with practice, this is my 3rd time, so I can hold it firmly." The veteran burst into laughter, saying, "Joking aside, formalities must still be observed. Tell everyone your acceptance speech." Wen Run's gaze swept over the audience, and after clearing his throat, he spoke with a bright voice, "Muse is my first movie, and the Golden Phoenix Award is the first film award I've ever received. These two are very special to me, they're memorable milestones. I've already said too much about gratitude in the past, so I won't repeat them here." Wen Run smiled, his eyes twinkling with hidden stars. "I want to use this special occasion to say a few words to someone special." His expression turned calm as he turned his eyes toward Yi Hanqing's seat. Meanwhile, the cameramen backstage followed suit and also pointed their cameras at Yi Hanqing. Under the spotlight, one person was on stage, while the other was below. They gazed at each other from afar, their eyes brimming with emotion. "I've been together with him for almost 3 years," Wen Run began. During all this time, he has been my pillar and safe harbor. He unconditionally accepts and loves me, helping me grow. I am deeply grateful to him and love him dearly. When he uttered the word love, Wen-run slightly lowered his eyes, looking a bit shy, but his voice remained clear and resolute. It's always you protecting me. But now, I'd like to ask, Mr. Yi, would you allow me to be your safe harbor for the rest of our lives? I will support you, accept you, just as you once did for me. And I will love you deeply. Wen-run focused intently on Yi Hansheng, waiting for his answer. At this moment, no one else mattered in his sight. Out of thousands of people, he only saw him. Yi Hansheng's response was stepping boldly onto the stage and giving him a tight embrace. His slightly hoarse voice carried through the speakers across the entire venue. I do. This year's Golden Phoenix Awards were explosive, but even more shocking was that when Run had proposed to Yi Hansheng on stage. CD. The video from the ceremony quickly spread all over the internet, pushing both the Golden Phoenix Awards and Yi couple trends to the top of the hot search list. When users clicked into the trending topic, they found nothing but netizens expressing their utter shock. 100,000 cusses couldn't express how I feel right now, it's simply too wild. Didn't anyone notice something odd? Aren't they performing the wrong script? Nobody can argue against this, our beloved gentleman is absolutely a. Can't handle it. WTF WTF WTF. The CP I ship is getting married, and I'm still single. This shouldn't happen / deep thinking. Screaming loudly via Yiwen Girls app client. The super topic discussion board of the Yiwen CP skyrocketed to #1 within the day, filled with ecstatic posts from fans. Across Weibo, countless news headlines covered their joyous updates. Chu Su found out the news through the Weibo hot search list, and she completely lost her composure. She wanted to call Wen-run to ask why he hadn't notified her ahead of time so she could prepare, but a robotic voice told her, the number you have dialed is offline. Chu Su. Angry but unable to find the source of blame, Chu Su fumed for a long while before finally brainstorming with her team how to draft a press release. As for Wen-run, who she couldn't locate, by this point he had already taken Yi Hansheng away from the crowd and reporters, boarding a plane headed to Baigaya Island. This was the first time he had done something so bold. Even after boarding the plane, his cheeks were still flushed pink, his dark eyes glittering wetly, shining with excitement. Only when on board did Yi Hansheng realize how meticulously Wen-run had planned everything. He had reserved the entire first-class cabin, leaving them entirely alone inside. As Yi Hansheng leaned closer, he asked huskily, laughing softly, now you can tell me. Where exactly are you taking me, Teacher Wen? Wen-run blinked, pushing him away slightly but refusing to give an advance explanation. Vaguely, he replied, you'll see when we get there. Undeterred, Yi Hansheng moved closer again, wrapping his arms around Wen-run, resting his chin on his shoulder. Whispering into his ear, he teased, let me guess then. Wen-run squirmed, ticklish under his breath, and pinched Yi Hansheng's lips, pretending to be stern. No guessing. Then he shook open a small blanket and draped it over Yi Hansheng's legs. Go to sleep. By the time you wake up, we'll be there. With no choice, Yi Hansheng raised his hands in mock surrender and closed his mouth to sleep. However, even in sleep, he was restless. He insisted on holding Wen-run's hand, placing it on his own body. After trying twice to free himself without success, Wen-run resigned himself to it. They slept for a while on the plane, waking just as it announced its descent. Upon arrival, they landed first in the capital city of the small southern country. Outside the airport, a local man holding a sign came to greet them. When he saw Wen-run, he hesitated several times in confirmation before enthusiastically waving them over. Their host for the private island was a wealthy second-generation heir with decent economic means. During his spare time, he enjoyed renting out his island not only for profit but also as a way to meet new friends. Mula could speak a little Chinese, and he had even given himself a Chinese name, Mula. Mula was very enthusiastic. Once Wen-run got in the car, Mula started chattering non-stop, repeatedly complimenting how good-looking Wen-run was. He even asked for Wen-run's social media account so they could become friends online. Yi Hansheng sat beside them, frowning darkly before coldly warning Mula in English, he already has a boyfriend, and we're about to get married. Mula gave Yi Hansheng a surprised look and said innocently, I'm not gay, I just think he looks handsome. I just want to make friends with him. Yi Hansheng stared at him for a long time, seeing his truly innocent expression, then fell silent. Wen-run couldn't help but laugh, apologizing as he explained to Mula, don't mind him, he's very jealous. Mula didn't understand what jealous meant, so Wen-run had to rephrase it in simpler terms, he has a very strong sense of possession. You have a really good temperament, Wan, Mula exaggeratedly commented, I definitely couldn't tolerate my girlfriend behaving this way. Hearing this, Yi Hansheng's face turned darker yet again. Smiling faintly, Wen-run glanced at him and said, I like him just the way he is. Mula shrugged, turning his focus back to driving and taking them to Baijia Island. It took more than 2 hours by car from the capital to Baijia Island. Luckily, it was early summer locally, and the weather was pleasant. They were seated in an open-top sports car, enjoying the sights along the road while Mula occasionally gave them introductions, making the journey enjoyable. When they reached the pier of Baijia Island, Mula parked the car and took them aboard a yacht. Mula's island was on the sea, reachable only by yacht. On the yacht, besides Mula, there was another local person who, according to Mula, was specifically responsible for their travel needs. The weather that day was clear and perfect, with no wind or waves disturbing their smooth yacht ride. In just over half an hour, they arrived at Mula's island. On the island grew various local plants, and animals and birds moved through the lush greenery. There were also several servants to take care of their living arrangements. "I've adopted a lot of animals on the island," Mula said enthusiastically, pointing out a chubby cat that rubbed against them meowing loudly. Mula petted the cat before leading Wenrun and the others onto a golf cart to drive around the island. The island was surrounded by lush vegetation, its air fresh with a faint floral fragrance. The deeper they went, the stronger this subtle scent became, until finally, when they reached the scattered cottages, Yi Hanqing realized where the strong floral aroma was coming from. A winding corridor draped in wisteria flowers stretched gracefully around the buildings. When the wind blew, the purple blossoms swayed gently, perfuming the air. Besides the corridor, the front of the house was filled with another unfamiliar type of flower. Mula pointed at them and said, "All these flowers are prepared especially for you. It took me quite some time to set everything up." He teased Yi Hanqing with a wink, "Do you know what these flowers are called?" As Yi Hanqing stayed silent, Mula answered himself, "These are the flowers unique to Baijia Island, they're called Venus Blessing. Legend has it that the first king and queen of Baijia Island deeply loved each other and lived to be 90 years old. After the queen passed away in her old age, the king planted these flowers all over her grave. Later, overwhelmed by grief, the king died too, and the royal family buried his ashes together with the queen. These flowers eventually covered the entire Baijia Island. It is said that the loving king and queen turned into these flowers to guard the island forever. People believe that if one sincerely wishes to the flowers, lovers would stay happily together forever. That's how the name Venus Blessing came to be. This kind of flower exists exclusively on Baijia Island. The locals strongly believe in this legend, and any couple planning to marry will always come here to earnestly seek Venus Blessing beforehand. Chapter 109. Now, in front of the house they had moved into, there were countless blessings of Cupid. Yi Hanqing felt a mix of heartache and affection welling up inside. If it weren't for Mula and the servants present, he would have given in to his urge to crush him tightly into his arms. The young man at his side seemed to sense his gaze, smiling as he returned the look. His dark and bright eyes remained clear as ever. He had grown from a tender sapling into a sturdy tree. And as time passed, his attraction towards him only grew more fatally powerful. For the first time, Yi Hanqing felt so deeply blessed by fate to have someone like him accompany him through the long journey of life. He loved him deeply, and he, in return, gave the same deep love. There was nothing better or luckier than this. "Are you not going in to take a look?" Mula said warmly. "Inside has also been decorated according to Wen's request." Yi Hanqing retracted his wandering thoughts and turned his head to look at Wenrun. "Take a look." "Good." Yi Hanqing took a step forward, holding his hand, and walked in with him. As expected, the living room and balcony of the main house were also filled with blessings of Cupid. Mula certainly managed to get many pots of blossoming flowers. They had been creatively arranged into various artistic flower stands, making the whole living room look as if built out of flowers. Further along, was the balcony facing the azure coastline. On the balcony were placed a small tea table and rattan chairs. The early summer sea breeze carried a slightly briny taste but wasn't unpleasant at all. Whether at sunrise or dusk, it would be extremely leisurely to brew a pot of tea and enjoy the scenery on the balcony. When only said he would come for a vacation with his lover, "I didn't know it was going to be a man," Mula shrugged and told Yi Hanqing, "Therefore, everything is decorated with flowers. I hope you like it." Yi Hanqing was always sparing with words around strangers, and Mula had left an impression of being frivolous. Therefore, he was even less willing to be polite to him, just muttering two lukewarm words, "Not bad." And since Wenrun was familiar with his personality, not bad equaled like. Mula, however, had a broad mind and wasn't too concerned about his attitude. After showing them around the house and informing them of the worthwhile spots on the island, he bid farewell. Since they were here for a vacation, he knew it wouldn't do to disturb them excessively. After Mula left, the servants on the island scattered, leaving only one butler behind to wait for orders. Wenrun and Yi Hanqing then packed their luggage, changed into comfortable, casual holiday attire, applied sunscreen to each other, and finally went to the seaside together. The water quality of Baijia Island's seawater was excellent. The ocean was cobalt blue, crystal clear down to the bottom, allowing even small fish to be seen swimming underwater. Beach chairs and tents were set up by the beach. Not long after they sat down, the butler delivered drinks and fruits. Wenrun stretched lazily, comfortably stating, "It's been so long since I've felt this relaxed." In the mainland it was rare to have such quiet and leisurely moments. "If you like it, we can buy a small island here. We could come when we have free time in the future," Yi Hanqing suggested. Wenrun considered but still declined his proposal. To buy an entire island just for a holiday would indeed be too extravagant. The two basked in the sun by the seaside. Occasionally, stray cats that Mula took in came over to beg for food. These cats, taken care of by the servants, were all plump and unafraid of people. Trotting over, they gathered around their legs meowing for attention. It felt almost excessive to not give them something to eat. Between the 2 people and 4 or 5 cats, they stayed by the sea until sunset before returning. The chef had already prepared dinner. Based on their preferences, he made quite authentic Chinese cuisine. After finishing their meal, they followed the butler's suggestion, carrying buckets to the beach to catch crabs while digesting their food. The sky outside was almost completely dark. Yi Hanqing carried the bucket, and Wen Run held the flashlight given by the butler. Together, they walked towards the sandy beach. By the edge, there were rocks. According to the butler, crabs would climb onto these rocks at night, making them easy to catch. When they reached the rocks, Wen Run carefully shone the flashlight, searching thoroughly. But perhaps due to either the wrong place or their loud movement scaring the crabs away, they didn't see a single one. Not a single one. After bending over to search for quite a while, Wen Run stood up feeling rather disheartened, turning his head to complain to Yi Hanqing. None. Let me see. Yi Hanqing approached him from behind. As Wen Run was about to shift his body to let him see, Yi Hanqing suddenly wrapped his arms around him and kissed him passionately. Startled, Wen Run widened his eyes and struggled for a moment, then gradually relaxed, complying with the kiss. The sound of the waves covered the faint breathing sounds. It seemed Yi Hanqing couldn't kiss enough. He pressed the person against the reef and demanded more, leaving Wen Run out of breath and with weak limbs. Just as he was about to push Yi Hanqing away, he suddenly let go with a muffled groan, his expression twisted. Confused, Wen Run asked, "What's wrong?" "Give me the flashlight," Yi Hanqing said through gritted teeth. Wen Run quickly handed it over. When Yi Hanqing shone the light downward, there was a crab about the size of a baby's fist clinging to his right ankle. Its 2 large pincers were tightly gripping his foot. A mixture of laughter and sympathy crossed Wen Run's face as he said in an odd tone, "Go into the water, it will let go when you're in the water." Amazingly, Yi Hanqing endured the pain, dragging himself into the water with the crab still attached. Sure enough, upon entering the water, the crab released its grip and scuttled off with its pincers raised. Wen Run squatted down to check his injury. Thankfully, there was no broken skin or bleeding, only some red swelling. Containing his laughter, he said, "We'd better go back and disinfect it." Hearing the hidden laughter in his voice, Yi Hanqing gritted his teeth. He wanted to punish him further, but the pain in his foot reminded him that this place might throw up another surprise crab anytime. After pondering for a while, Yi Hanqing decided to return with Wen Run. The butler was slightly surprised to see them return so soon. After learning the situation, he hurriedly fetched some alcohol to disinfect the wound. It wasn't serious, but after this little mishap, their interest in crab catching had diminished quite a bit. They went upstairs to wash up and retired early to rest. A few days later on the island, early one morning, Wen Run pulled Yi Hanqing to leave the island, saying they were going to participate in Baijia Island's Cupid Festival. The Cupid Festival is Baijia Island's Valentine's Day. On this day, the islanders gather for parties and celebrations, and couples engage in acts of affection. For those still single, finding a lover during the Cupid Festival is also common. The steward arranged someone to send them off the island. As they arrived at the dock, Mullah could be seen waving from afar. Today, he didn't come alone but was accompanied by a red-haired blue-eyed beauty. Both of them wore garlands woven from blessings of Cupid on their heads. "Hey! Over here!" Once they reached shore, Mullah enthusiastically passed them 2 garlands and gestured for them to put them on. "There are free body paintings too. You can go and get one," he said, patting his thigh where a line of cursive script written in red paint matched perfectly with what was on his girlfriend's collarbone. "Should we go and get one?" Wen Run eagerly suggested. Yi Hanqing nodded, and the 2 of them queued up together. When it was their turn, instead of asking the artist for help, Wen Run took the brush and painted a milk bottle on Yi Hanqing's cheek using creamy yellow paint. People waiting behind them chuckled and whistled, asking what the meaning of painting a milk bottle was. Wen Run smiled but said nothing, handing the brush to Yi Hanqing. Yi Hanqing thought for a moment and finally used tangerine red paint to draw a sycamore leaf under Wen Run's collarbone. After completing their designs, they thanked the artist and left. Mullah greeted them before leading his girlfriend elsewhere to play. Wen Run, on the other hand, held Yi Hanqing's hand and headed toward a white building with a pointed roof. In front of this white building square, there was a large field of blessings of Cupid, and many people were lining up. Wen Run grabbed Yi Hanqing's hand and stood at the end of the queue, smiling broadly. Clearly, he had planned this beforehand. Yi Hanqing looked down at him curiously, "What's this for?" Instead of answering, Wen Run took out his phone and asked a passerby to take their picture. When the image froze, both of them were closely nestled together, one with a cream-colored milk bottle painted on their face and the other bearing a fiery sycamore leaf below the collarbone. Behind them stretched a vast sea of blessings of Cupid. The scene exuded passion and tranquility. Wen Run was very satisfied with the photo. After thanking the passerby, he kept looking at the photo repeatedly, eventually setting it as his phone wallpaper. Before they knew it, the line moved forward, and it was now their turn. Yi Hanqing, seeing the sign inside, understood exactly what was happening. The marriage registration office of Baijia Island was located next to the king and queen's former bedroom. They had even designated the wedding anniversary of the king and queen as the Cupid Festival, which became a celebratory day for all the islanders. Many couples chose to register their marriages on this day, seeking a long-lasting and blissful relationship. And now, he and Wenrun were standing here. The staff welcomed them with bright smiles, inquiring details. Upon discovering they were from Huagua, they requested their passports and visas. In less than 10 minutes, a marriage certificate adorned with countless blessings of Cupid was handed into their hands. On the back cover of the marriage certificate, there was an inscription in ancient Baijia language, "May your love never fade." As they left, Yi Hanqing still felt a little dazed. He had been meticulously planning to take Wenrun overseas for their wedding. However, Wenrun was always so busy that he never brought it up, deciding to wait until he had some free time. What he didn't know was that Wenrun had already sensed his intentions long ago. Suddenly, Yi Hanqing stopped in his tracks. Wenrun turned around with a puzzled look, only to have his face cupped in Yi Hanqing's hands. With a hoarse voice, Yi Hanqing said, "I want to kiss you." Before Wenrun could react, Yi Hanqing leaned in and kissed him deeply. Passers-by smiled kindly as they walked by, some even whistling. Yet, Yi Hanqing paid no attention. All he wanted was to crush this person into his arms and quiet the tumultuous emotions rising inside him. When Yi Hanqing finally released him, Wenrun's neck was flushed red. Feeling the gazes from onlookers, he wished nothing more than to vanish right then, muttering under his breath, "There are too many people here." He attempted to pull Yi Hanqing away but was stopped once again by Mullah. "I heard two handsome guys were making out over there. Turns out, it was you too." Mullah exclaimed excitedly. "Are you going to join our party?" Wenrun, mortified and furious, quickly declined and hurriedly dragged Yi Hanqing away from the scene. After obtaining the marriage certificate, the couple stayed on Baijia Island for another half-month before finally setting off to return home. It was late December back in their home country. While Baijia Island enjoyed the scorching summer in the southern hemisphere, after arriving in B City, they had to bundle up in thick down jackets. They both wore matching down coats, gloves, and scarves of different colors. As soon as they disembarked from the plane, they used caps and scarves to hide their faces and exited the airport through the VIP channel. Wenrun thought everything was secure now. However, just a few days later, pictures of them at the airport surfaced online. The origin of the leak was when a netizen stumbled upon photos while browsing foreign websites, showing romantic snapshots of Wenrun and Yi Hanqing along with their marriage certificate. The blogger who posted the photos was a wealthy second-generation foreigner with numerous followers. After these couple photos were published, they received countless blessings. Many commented below, praising how good-looking the two men were, comparing them to celebrities. Some even entered the photos into a contest for the most handsome couples. Before long, the pair had skyrocketed to the top 10. Netizens were initially stunned. Trembling with anticipation, they screenshot the images and posted them on Weibo for verification. Only then did everyone learn that these two had secretly gone abroad to get married. At first, there were those who questioned whether the pictures were edited, but soon enough, someone else posted airport photographs. In the pictures, the two men wore matching down coats, their faces covered with caps and scarves. Despite this, fans familiar with them instantly recognized them as their idols. Following this, someone checked the flight schedule. On the day the photos were taken, indeed, there was a direct flight from Baijia Island to B City. And the marriage certificate shared by the blogger was undoubtedly from Baijia Island. The internet erupted once more. The hashtag UN Wedding Abroad quickly climbed to the top trending list, where it remained prominently featured for a short time. Wenrun could only sigh helplessly when he received a raging call from Chu Su. Initially, he hadn't intended to make the trip to obtain the marriage certificate public. After all, overseas marriage certificates held no legal effect domestically. Making it too high-profile might have drawn unwanted criticism. But fatefully, they ended up being discovered anyway and even made it onto the hot search list. It turned out that the blogger was Mullah. When they left, Mullah had asked for permission to share their photos online with his friends. Wenrun agreed without much thought, not realizing that Mullah had such a large following, and it coincidentally caught the eyes of the wall-climbing netizens. After dealing with Chu Su's ranting, Wenrun hung up the phone and started packing his luggage, preparing to head back to their hometown with Yi Hanqing to seek a brief respite from the chaos. Chapter 110. Wenrun and Yi Hanqing packed their bags and returned to their hometown. The netizens, however, were not so easily calmed. To be honest, both had already publicly come out of the closet. Getting married abroad was something predictable. It was just that this sudden way of being revealed that caused much attention. What agitated the netizens afterward was, someone went to check the stock distribution of Starfield Media and Hanchi Real Estate, discovering that the shares of these two companies had changed in October last year. The shares originally held by Yi Hanqing had now all been transferred to Wenrun's name. Wenrun became the largest shareholder of Starfield Media and Hanchi Real Estate. The netizens were collectively shocked. Though Yi Hanqing still managed the companies, the transfer of shares meant he had transitioned from boss to a hired manager. President Yi really gave away all his fortune. President Yi is really bold. Whoever says they won't last long, I'll force him to swallow those words right here. My focus might be a bit skewed. So now it's brother Wen who is the dominant one. Is President Yi about to become a henpecked husband, / slightly ridiculous? Are you new upstairs? President Yi has always been henpecked. XSWL will President Yi depend on brother Wen for living from now on, ha ha ha. President Yi and Brother Wen have a fairy tale love 1551. How much trust and love does it take to hand over everything 5555, Yuan 999999. As online discussions grew heated, Wen Run and Yi Hansheng had already arrived home. It was only December, and Wen's elder brother and second brother were still doing business outside the province, while Wen's little sister was still in school. There were only a few elders at home. Because of their unplanned return, Wen Run didn't notify anyone in advance. When the two suddenly appeared back in the village with their dog, Wen's father was sitting under a big tree chatting happily. Just as he was talking, he heard someone shouting from afar, "Old Wen, your superstar son is back." Startled, Wen's father stood up quickly, heading toward home, cheerfully muttering, why would they return at this time? Some curious villagers also followed along, ready to check out Wen Run. When Wen Run had previously returned, many of the villagers only knew he had become a star, but had no idea how famous he was. They found it interesting and didn't take it too seriously. But after Broken Spear, Peaceful Tune, and Muse became wildly popular, his name was almost known by everyone. Adding to that was this year's triple championship win, even elderly people who didn't use the internet knew of him. Of course, they also knew he had a same-sex partner. At first, there were some older villagers with more conservative thoughts who thought it was an illness, subtly suggesting to Wen's parents to dissuade him from taking such a path. Wen's parents had already accepted their son's sexual orientation. In fact, they both even used their son's new mobile phones to search for a lot of information about homosexuality online. After reading about some cases where children were driven to death by misunderstanding parents, they were quite alarmed. Wen's father even started feeling grateful that his wife had restrained him from opposing too fiercely in the beginning. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of situation they'd be in now. Although having a male spouse in the family felt strange initially. But over time, the couple came to think it through, they now had an extra filial child, which wasn't bad. So when the townsfolk started gossiping, Wen's mother stepped forward first. She told them that being homosexual wasn't a disease and gave several examples. A perfectly fine child could be driven mad because of family misunderstanding and village gossips. Some people lived well with their men despite what others said. Again, she stressed they weren't those closed-minded parents. Whether their child liked men or women, they supported it. Villagers shouldn't talk nonsense either. Before spreading rumors, they should consider whose money built the new roads in the village. And thanks to whom was tourism thriving in the village. Thus, everyone stopped speaking. Later, the village chief made a statement. Whom Wen Run loved was his private matter, and they had no business interfering. Moreover, he had openly declared it online. If so many people online didn't care, why should they care either? Besides, couples involving men were not unheard of, no need to be surprised. The benefits Wen Run brought to the village were tangible. People should act fairly and shouldn't complain after benefiting. In contrast, Wen's parents were not the least bit evasive. They said that at year's end, Wen Run would be bringing his partner home for the New Year celebrations and they'd host a banquet for everyone as a formal acknowledgement, officially recognizing their future son-in-law. Thus, when Wen Run actually came back with his partner now, the villagers became highly curious. When Wen's father approached them accompanied by a large group of onlookers, Wen Run and Yi Hansheng were unloading luggage from the car. Their dog, Hetao, was excitedly pawing at the ground beside them. The villagers immediately recognized Yi Hansheng. Wasn't this the young man who had come to the village before, seated in a wheelchair? At the time, the villagers privately lamented such a fine young man ending up disabled. Unexpectedly, his legs were now cured, and he was none other than Wen Run's partner. They also heard that Wen Run's partner was a very successful big boss. Why did you return today? Wen's father rubbed his hands, approaching them with glowing satisfaction to help carry their things. Didn't I tell you not to bring so much stuff back home? We lack nothing here. Yi Hansheng replied, everything we bought this time is practical. Wen's father took another look and saw indeed all sorts of liquor and fruits. He liked drinking alcohol at home, so obviously, the liquor was meant for him. And these boxes of fruits, which are rare in winter in the village, one had to go to the supermarket in the county town to buy them, which wasn't cheap either. All these items were useful indeed, making Wen's father feel satisfied deep inside. Smiling until his wrinkles piled up, he said, you two go rest in the house, let me take care of this. Despite this, Yi Hansheng still helped move everything inside. Once they had moved everything into the house, Wen's mother opened a box of longan and handed it out to the curious villagers who had come over. Holding big handfuls of fresh longans, the villagers chuckled, saying, this adopted son of yours is much more filial than my two sons-in-law. It's good to have an extra son around, it will surely bring great fortune. With a broad smile, Wen's mother accepted the compliment, cleaned up the paper boxes, and then went inside to see her sons. Wen Run and Yi Hansheng, having washed their hands, were resting in the living room. Wen's mother brought out some cleaned fruits on a plate. Are you hungry? There's still trotter soup in the pot. Shall I make noodles for you? Wen Run and Yi Hansheng had already eaten on the plane, so they shook their heads to say they weren't hungry. However, Hetao eyed the orange in its grandma's hand and didn't hesitate, barking eagerly. Oh my, is this dog hungry? Wen's mother gave it half an orange. In no time, Hetao bit down and swallowed it, wagging its tail even more happily after finishing, rubbing against Wen's mother's leg and whining cutely for more oranges. When Run and Yi Hanqing settled in at home. Winter was cold, and they went out less frequently. Most of their time was spent indoors, where Yi Hanqing would handle work-related tasks while Wen Run nestled nearby reading books. Hampered by Wen's mother, she not only prepared various meals every day but also wouldn't allow Wen Run and Yi Hanqing to assist with cleaning or mopping the floor, treating them like lords. Even Hetao benefited from this. Originally a sleek and majestic Harrier-Wolf mix, he got fatter by about 2 or 3 circles after being fed non-stop by grandma for more than half a month. Now mixing with the neighbor's yellow dog, whether climbing up mountains or descending to fields, he had transformed into a standard Harrier pig. When Run couldn't stand how dirty he looked after rolling in the mud and refused to let him enter the room anymore. Time passed leisurely and quickly, and before anyone realized, it was almost time for the Lunar New Year. Once the 12th lunar month began, households in the village started busy preparations for preserved meat and dried goods. The elder brother and second brother called the previous day, stating they'd return home right after hosting their company's New Year party. The little sister was about to start her final exams, ready to enjoy a break once completed. When Run and Yi Hanqing, wearing sweaters knitted by Wen's mother, with warm slippers crocheted by her too, rolled up their sleeves to help stuff sausages. They purchased freshly slaughtered pork from the village, had it chopped up on the street, and then Wen's mother mixed it well with spices before stuffing it into casings. Sausages were indispensable preserved flavors for the new year, and Wen's mother was quite skilled, ensuring her sausage tasted better than those sold in supermarkets. Whether for family consumption or as local specialties gifted to others, they were very commendable. Each year when Wen Run returned to City B, he would always bring along some of the homemade sausage to share with people like Shinmuqing. Afraid they might run out, Wen's mother prepared plenty more this year. Sitting in the living room, doing work together and chatting. Soon your brothers and little sister will be back. Your father and I discussed it, and we decided to hold the banquet on the 25th, Wen's mother said. What do you think? After all, small places are different from big cities. For 2 men getting married, it isn't suitable to celebrate like a regular heterosexual wedding with fanfare. Moreover, Wen Run and Yi Hanqing were no longer ordinary individuals and should avoid excessive publicity. Wen's mother and father thought it best to set up a few tables at home, inviting villagers to partake in a meal, and then recognize Yi Hanqing as their official adopted son. With that, the two's relationship would be formally acknowledged, and their life together could proceed peacefully. The 2 elders had mentioned this a few times already, and Wen Run didn't have any reason to refuse, so he nodded in agreement. After they agreed, Mr. and Mrs. Wen started arranging the banquet. The house needed to be reorganized and redecorated, and the ingredients for the banquet as well as the drinks needed to be prepared in advance. Both elders prepared with immense joy. On the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, all those who had good relations with the Wens came. They had said they would only set up a few tables, but when the guests were finally invited, there were 12 tables. Almost every family from the village sent someone, and Mrs. Wen said that no gifts were necessary. Yet, the villagers brought gifts from their homes anyway. These were all auspicious and celebratory items commonly used during weddings. Wen Run and Yi Hanqing sat at the head table with Mr. Wen and a few other elders. After the third toast, in the presence of several Wen family elders, Mr. Wen officially recognized Yi Hanqing as his adopted son. This silent middle-aged man took a sip of wine and, with emotion, patted Yi Hanqing on the shoulder, instructing him, live your life well from now on. I know, Dad. Yi Hanqing refilled his glass with wine and raised his own glass solemnly, agreeing wholeheartedly. Chapter 111. The Wen family had a joyous spring festival celebration. Wen Run and Yi Hanqing stayed until the 15th day before they went back. When they left, their suitcases were packed full of cured meats by Wen's mother, and Yi Hanqing also carried 4 big red envelopes, each prepared by his grandparents, grandfather, and grandmother. As they were about to get in the car, some villagers specially came over with local specialties for them to take on the road. Yi Hanqing politely accepted them, smiling and chatting with the villagers, saying he would often come back when work was not so busy. That radiant smile brought back a bit of his former self. After the wedding banquet, Yi Hanqing had become like a peacock spreading its feathers, accompanying Wen Run to visit relatives and friends, applying all his business social skills to Wen's family and friends. Now, any family that got along well with the Wen family thought highly of him. They spoke of how the Wen family had gained such a handsome and filial son, earning greatly from their blessing. After bidding farewell to everyone, Wen Run shoved the much-fattened Walnut into the back seat. Walnut had been fattened up by his grandmother like a piglet for so long that it was already completely carefree. His good friend Da Huang wagged its tail outside the car. Walnut stretched his head out of the window and barked twice to Da Huang, very reluctant to part. Wen Run slapped the dog's head and threatened, "You've gotten this fat, time to start losing weight when we get home." If it weren't for the 2 straight ears, people would think this dog was an Alaskan Malamute due to its exaggerated size. He had been pampered by Wen's mother in their hometown where elderly folks considered being fat as being healthy. Now back in B City, the good times are almost over. Walnut pressed his ears backward and made an ow sound, rubbing against Wen Run's palm in an attempt to please him. Brother Wen drove them to the airport. After Walnut was sent for air cargo transport, Wen Run and Yi Hanqing soon boarded the plane. When they returned to B City, it was already evening. There was a housekeeper who cleaned the house daily, so everything was the same as when they left. The 2 took a shower and then embraced each other to sleep. After sleeping only a few hours on the plane, Wen Run closed his eyes pretending to rest, but couldn't drift off to sleep at all. Turning over, he nestled against Yi Hanqing's chest and was lifted by the man's hand around his waist. Sensing that Yi Hanqing was also awake, Wen Run opened his eyes immediately and gazed at him with burning intensity. Shall we move in the next couple days? The new house was all ready. Once they packed up their luggage and moved in, they could directly settle down. Sure. Tomorrow I'll ask my assistant to find a moving company. Yi Hanqing gently patted on his back. Realizing that he wasn't planning to sleep for now, after deliberating a bit, he suggested, we've hosted a banquet in our hometown, shouldn't we also do something in B City? Wen Run looked up at him, blinked, do you want to host one? Yi Hanqing didn't answer directly but said instead, we've already taken the certificate, we should invite friends over for dinner. Wen Run thought for a moment and agreed, then let's find time to invite them over for dinner. Good. I'll ask my assistant to arrange. Yi Hanqing slightly curled his lips. His arms held Wen Run even tighter and whispered softly, let's go to bed early. The next morning, after waking up, Wen Run started packing the luggage. The movers were coming at noon, and many things he didn't trust the housekeeper to handle, so he had to pack them himself. Yi Hanqing also helped him sort through since he didn't have to work that day. Only Walnut, their dog, kept jumping around inside the box, making a ruckus. After receiving a scolding look from Yi Hanqing who pinched his ear as punishment, Walnut finally calmed down, lying on the sofa, watching both fathers packing. It wasn't until 3 days later, when they fully organized the new house and invited people over for a warming banquet, did everything wrap up. Zhen Xian and Yi Jia who lived nearby came over to help in the morning, and by the afternoon, the friends invited by Wen Run and Yi Hanqing all arrived with gifts. Guo Zongfei was the most talkative, shouting loudly as soon as entering, why didn't you call me when you went to register? Why would someone bring you along to get registered? To be a ring bearer. You wouldn't qualify anyway unless you were 20 or 30 years younger, Lu Zhan sarcastically remarked while walking behind. Of the 3-person dorm group, except for him, the other 2 had found partners. Especially after Guo Zongfei and Shen Muqian paired up and constantly fed him dog food, all his words towards Guo Zongfei were laced with sarcasm. However, Guo Zongfei didn't seem offended at all, happily replying, I'm going to get married with old Shen too. You, as a bachelor, won't understand. Be quiet, little ones. Lu Zhan glared at him angrily and sat heavily on the sofa, hugging Walnut to his chest, Walnut, let's be together. Arg, Walnut looked at him with disdain, scratching him with its claws and running to the other side to play with Yi Jia's Samyet. Yi Jia's Samyet is called Nyangao, which has now grown from a little milk ball to a beautiful lady. Since moving in, Walnut had been following her around barking. Unfortunately, Nyangao didn't care much about it. Xiazanzi. You see, even the dog doesn't pay attention to you after being single for too long. Xia Yupan, who just entered the door, mocked him mercilessly. Lu Zhan was annoyed. Did he want to be single? After going solo, he always went the way of singing dancing idol, attracting a lot of female fans. How could he dare to fall in love? As a result, every gathering turned out to be only for him to be alone. Lu Zhan got so angry that he wanted to hit someone. But everyone in the room was paired up, and there was no one left to attack. After thinking about it, he became even angrier. A few people laughed and joked casually in the living room. When Run peeked out from the kitchen, the sausages are all packaged, put under the coffee table, you can take them yourselves. Wen's mother's sausages tasted good. After when Run brought some back last time, these guys were hooked. They would come to ask for some every year after the new year. When Run this time brought some more and packaged them in advance as their New Year gifts. Then they stopped bickering, pulled the box from under the coffee table, and each took their share. After the food was ready, they sat down to eat. Yi Hanqing opened a bottle of red wine and poured it for them, looking very pleased. Guo Zongfei couldn't hold back his mouth, Dad, stop smiling, it scares me. Can't you shut up while eating? Shen Muqian added a chicken wing to his plate with a serious face. Yi Hanqing glanced at him expressionlessly, but since he was in a good mood today, he didn't count it, slowly taking out several exquisite invitations and waving his chin, my wedding with Wen Run is set for February 14th. Others were surprised, and when they realized it, they gave their congratulations. It was the other main character who was still confused, blinking eyes looking at Yi Hanqing, full of doubt in his eyes. Didn't we say we'd just have a few tables of wine? How did it become a wedding? Yi Hanqing coughed lightly, handed them the invitations separately, didn't look at Wen Run, but went drinking with others. He had already planned out his wedding with Wen Run a long time ago. If it was anything else, he would consider it troublesome, naturally wanting to make it simple and low profile. But weddings are different, there's only one lifetime. And this is such a good opportunity to announce everything to everyone and show off their affection publicly. How could Manager Yi let it go? But there's no need to let Wen Run know about his little thoughts. After the guests left, and there were only 2 people and a dog left, Wen Run finally asked suspiciously, what's up with the wedding? Yi Hanqing said without changing his expression, I just let the assistant arrange it randomly. Wen Run studied his expression and understood completely. His voice warm with a faint smile, Wen Run asked, isn't February 14th a bit rushed? Will we make it? Yi Hanqing firmly nodded, we will. Plans and schemes that had been in place for a long time, how could they not make it? Thus, the wedding was decided. After registering in Baja Island and having a banquet back home, their real wedding was held on February 14th at a hotel in B-City. Yi Hanqing said it was arranged by his assistant, but in fact, both the wedding process and details were personally reviewed by him. How many sleepless nights the assistant and the wedding company spent wasn't something he cared about. On February 14th, he wanted everyone to know. He and Wenrun were officially husband and husband. According to custom, the bride and groom must stay apart the day before the wedding. Although Yi Hanqing was somewhat unwilling, he drove back to Songhai Houting, also forcibly taking Walnut away. Wen's father and mother had already come to B-City from their hometown, and Wen Degu, Wen Ergu, and Wen Xiaomei had taken leave to attend the wedding. That night, they were all at the new house, while Yi Hanqing's side only had a few close friends and a dog. Jing Xian actually wanted to stay at the new house, but under Yi Hanqing's stern pressure, had no choice but to come over. Yi Hanqing and a few groomsmen had a bachelor party at Songhai Houting that night. Although Yi General himself was eager to get married, procedures had to be followed. The group had fun until 2 o'clock in the morning. At 5:30, they were called to wake up, change clothes, and get dressed up, then drive to meet up with Wenrun, and then head to the hotel. Yi Hanqing only took a short nap and then experienced a long-awaited bout of insomnia that night. However, he wasn't restless, instead, his heart was full of anticipation. Changing into the same style suit as Wenrun, he pinned a floral boutonniere to his chest. Yi Hanqing rarely sat still for styling, but this time he quietly let the stylist do their work. With good looks naturally, he didn't fancy excessive decoration and thus chose not to wear makeup, opting just for eyebrow grooming and styling. By the time everything was ready, it was already 7 o'clock. Jing Xian glanced at the time and said, "We can head out now." Jia said they're all set on their side. "Let's go," Yi Hanqing replied, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips as he walked ahead toward the door. The convoy had been waiting outside. As soon as everyone got in, they set off with great fanfare toward the newlyweds' home. For this wedding, Yi Hanqing prepared 2 fleets of cars, one from his side, one from Wenrun's. Upon arriving at the new house, the 2 fleets merged before slowly heading to the hotel together. The hotel had been exclusively booked for the event. Apart from close family and friends, there were also business associates and company employees who enjoyed friendly relations. Chu Su brought members of her studio early to the hotel and, upon seeing the car fleet arrive, promptly had someone release the confetti. Since the city had banned fireworks, they placed balloons on the ground which burst noisily under the tires of the vehicles. The car fleet stopped in front of the hotel entrance where flower-decorated arches stood nearby. Yi Hanqing got out first, walking to Wenrun's car and bending over in gentlemanly manner, pulling open the door for him. Inside, Wenrun looked up at him. Both dressed in identical suits with chest floral boutonnieres, underneath the bright blossoms hung a small ribbon printed with golden letters saying, "Groom." "Shall we, groom?" Yi Hanqing smiled faintly, extending his hand. Wenrun responded with a radiant smile, placing his hand in Yi Hanqing's. Their fingers interlaced as they walked side by side through the flowered archway and down the long red carpet. Guests were already seated throughout the hall. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the entry of the couple. A pianist stationed on one side played the wedding march. Under the melodious music, the two came hand in hand and stood together on the podium beside the master of ceremonies. The MC was a dignified middle-aged man with a steady voice, formal without any humorous flair so often seen today in ceremony hosts, yet strangely adding a touch of solemnity. His resonant tone carried through the venue. "The joining of these 2 families in marriage is sealed here. The blessed bond shall endure forevermore. Mr. Yi, do you wish to join the surnames of both families and make an alliance for life with Mr. Wen?" "I do." Yi Hanqing turned sideways to look at the person beside him, profound affection deeply etched in his eyes. He curved his lips and pronounced each word solemnly, "Yi Hanqing and Wenrun, we share the same bed in life, the same tomb in death, holding hands forever, never leaving or forsaking each other, journeying hand in hand toward old age." Chapter 112, Special Chapter, Yi Wen's Life After Marriage. After the wedding, there was a flurry of activity on Weibo for a while, but soon things settled back down. Wenrun and Yi Hanqing's lives returned to normal. Wenrun did not take on any new acting gigs temporarily, making his schedule relatively loose. Occasionally, he would shoot endorsement ads, magazine covers, or attend events. Chu Su had approached him several times with scripts, but each time she was thwarted by Yi Hanqing's stern authority. Eventually, she gave up the idea, realizing the harsh truth: male celebrities were no different from female ones. Once married, their career took a back seat. Now as one of the top brokers at Star Realm Media with 2 assistants capable of handling tasks independently, Chu Su found herself unable to rest even though Wenrun's engagements had decreased. She selected 2 promising rookies from the latest batch after informing Wenrun, and began mentoring them. When Wenrun went to pick Yi Hanqing up from the company, he occasionally spared some time to guide these new talents. In general, his post-marriage life was much more relaxed and leisurely compared to his previous workaholic lifestyle. Conversely, Yi Hanqing became increasingly busy day by day. Previously, he could maintain regular office hours, but with Wenrun reaching the peak of success, Star Realm Media saw generous returns from its invested dramas, causing the company's scale to grow continuously. As the president, Yi Hanqing only became busier, especially since Jing Xian, who previously shared some of his responsibilities, resigned from his role as professional manager at Hungsi Real Estate. Now transferred to Hungsi Real Estate, without someone trustworthy to share the load, he suddenly had far more to manage than before. This was far from what he originally planned. As Wen Run ascended the stairs, he could hear Yi Hanqing scolding someone from afar. Everyone in the president's office was utterly silent, viewing him as a savior upon seeing him approach. A familiar assistant whispered softly, "Mr. Ye's mood is quite terrible today." His face had been grim ever since arriving at the office that morning, truly terrifying everyone around him. Wen Run lightly coughed, fully aware of why Yi Hanqing was in such a foul mood. Yesterday was his birthday, which Yi Hanqing had long planned to spend going on vacation together. However, numerous company affairs arose until yesterday's birthday had passed without their planned trip materializing. No wonder Yi Hanqing wasn't in a good mood. Furthermore, coincidentally, an error occurred with the subordinates' work, leading to them directly being caught in the crossfire, enveloping the entire company in a terrifying low-pressure atmosphere for the entire morning. No one dared to provoke the tiger. Upon seeing Wen Run enter, Yi Hanqing's spirits lifted slightly, easing his grim demeanor. "Didn't you have an engagement today?" A last-minute accident caused the timing to change. Wen Run smiled as he placed the takeaway food on the coffee table. "On my way back, I happened to pass by Star Realm, so I thought to come here and have lunch with you." Clearly, Yi Hanqing's mood visibly improved. The two enjoyed lunch together, and during the break, they watched a movie in the lounge room, successfully calming Yi Hanqing's irritable emotions. Before leaving, Yi Hanqing still remarked, "I'll be this busy for just about 6 months. Once I've trained enough people, I can start setting aside more time." In the past, it was always Wen Run who was too preoccupied with work, but now that Wen Run was pushing away various commitments, he didn't have the time himself. Yi Hanqing wasn't a workaholic, hence, he had always planned to train 2 decent special assistants to handle matters in his absence later on. He said that, but by the time Yi Hanqing managed to step out of the overwhelming pile of company responsibilities, it was already in the second half of the year. By then, Wen Run's lead movie, Earth Lightyear, premiered during the National Day release period. Following its opening weekend, the movie received overwhelming acclaim, quickly saturating social media with praise for Earth Lightyear. The film was praised for its meticulous details, actor performances, and especially its previously underrated special effects, which made a stunning comeback, prompting many audiences to speak highly of it. It was acclaimed as a beacon of domestic science fiction cinema. In merely half a month, the movie had grossed over 40 billion yuan at the box office. Although its screening rates dropped, the seating rate during popular showtimes remained above 80 to 90%. Earth Lightyear unexpectedly exploded in popularity beyond anyone's expectations. Naturally, as the male lead, Wen Run was the one who reaped the most benefits. His Weibo fan count surpassed the 90 million mark. Not only was he firmly seated as the top star domestically, but he also gained recognition internationally. The huge success of Earth Lightyear also prompted deep reflections among many environmental protection organizations, who took the opportunity to advocate for protecting the environment and safeguarding the Earth. Otherwise, humanity in the movie might soon become their future reality. Such discussions spread quickly from person to person, sparking a wave of introspection that even rippled abroad, introducing many to the film Earth Lightyear, and consequently, Wen Run, the Chinese actor. Domestic science fiction films had always been labeled as poor productions, but Earth Lightyear was the sole visually stunning production in recent years that rivaled foreign blockbusters. Moreover, its theme linked closely with Earth's preservation, fitting the psychology of many international audiences. Naturally, this paved the way for Wen Run's growing popularity overseas. The most direct benefit of becoming famous internationally was receiving an olive branch from a major overseas studio. The invitation was for the 3rd installment of a series of movies adapted from a comic book. There was an important character in the film who was Chinese, positioned as a mysterious Eastern beauty. The director had struggled with casting for this role until he saw Wen Run, finally finding the perfect fit for his vision of the Eastern beauty. For this, the director extended a very sincere invitation and even personally traveled domestically to meet with Wen Run. After much consideration, Wen Run ultimately decided to take on this movie. Chinese actors rarely ventured into the international scene, and those who won international awards were only a select few. Having reached his ceiling domestically, it was now time for him to venture out and explore new horizons. Once the collaboration was confirmed, apart from long-term collaborators, all other endorsements were declined by Wen Run. He had discussed his future development with Jing Xian and Chu Su, and they collectively agreed that at this stage, quality mattered more than quantity. Opportunities to step onto the global stage did not come easily, and this movie presented a very good chance. It would be ideal to seize this opportunity and carve out his niche in the international realm. Now, Wen Run's daily routine consisted of catching up with the previous installments of the series and the original comic books at home, then analyzing the characters. After communicating with the director, he proceeded to write detailed character biographies. Apart from these working hours, Wen Run spent his remaining time embarking on road trips with Yi Hanqing, traveling across the country in their motorhome. The 2 special assistants were now fully trained, freeing Yi Hanqing from his mountain of documents. Wen Run's film was slated for shooting next summer, so they had plenty of time to enjoy the scenic views together. Nu, the dog, had already grown into a large hound. Wen Run didn't want to leave her with the nanny for too long, and considering the ample space in the motorhome, Nu joined them. Both being celebrities, they feared being recognized and thus avoided crowded places, opting for less frequented scenic spots instead. This allowed them to remain relatively incognito, giving them more freedom in their travels. On one of these trips, Wen Run and Yi Hanqing drove through Yunnan province, stopping along the way for over a month before returning to B City. On their way back, Chu Su sent over a message. Wen Run opened the document to find it was an entertainment show script. Wen Run sent a confused expression emoticon, "What is this?" Chu Su immediately called back via voice chat, saying, "The Marriage Diary production team invited you and President Yi to participate in an episode." Marriage Diary was a new variety show that debuted in the last couple of years. Capitalizing on the post-marriage lives of celebrity couples, it quickly gained popularity, significantly boosting ratings and emerging as one of the better star reality shows in recent years. Previously, Chu Su would have outright rejected such invitations because Yi Hanqing obviously wouldn't partake. However, after the wedding, her perception of Yi Hanqing changed subtly, which is why she sent the inquiry this time. Wen Run didn't overthink it, casually asking Yi Hanqing, "Do you want to join?" With the speaker on, Yi Hanqing had already heard. Hearing the question, he composedly nodded, "If you want to join, then join." Wen Run turned to look at him, intending to say he wasn't interested and only asked out of habit, but upon noticing the faint hint of a smile threatening to emerge from Yi Hanqing's lips, he promptly halted and said to Chu Su, "When is the recording? I'll check if there are any schedule conflicts." Chu Su provided the date, set for the next weekend with filming lasting 2 days. It didn't conflict with Wen Run's schedule, so he accepted. The end.